The boy has the ability to communicate with animals, so his pet hospital has sparked intense discussions among the small animals, because as long as they tell the doctor their situation, the doctor will quickly help them solve the problem. It is because of this ability that he is full of confidence in realizing his dream of making money by opening a zoo. Unexpectedly, his ability was exposed and valued by the country, so on the surface, they sent him to the zoo to fulfill his dream, but secretly had him lead the small animals on land, sea, and air to serve the country. That day, I was cleaning up at my sister's pet hospital when suddenly I saw a Springer Spaniel sitting at the entrance, its fur dirty and unkempt, holding up a bloody paw. After locking eyes with me, the Springer Spaniel became restless. Woof woof. Hello, I'm the police dog that was stolen by the bad guys. Can you help me? I quickly picked it up to treat it, then called the police based on the information it provided me. Soon, the police arrived at the pet hospital, accompanied by 2 detectives from the K9 unit. They brought a scanner, scanned the neck of the police dog named Xiaojiu, immediately displaying Xiaojiu's identity information, matching every detail I had provided. They looked at me in shock. How did you know? Little Nine told me. I calmly explained, glancing at the injured Little Nine. You might not believe it when I say it, but I can understand what they are saying. According to what's said online, I should be considered a pet communicator. It's a niche profession I stumbled upon while researching, and I decided to adopt it for myself. It may sound mystical, but it's easier for people to accept than having multiple systems in their heads. Several detectives exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of my words. I didn't expect them to fully believe me, let alone detectives. Even my own sister standing nearby looked incredulous. K9 was not a police dog from this city, but a working dog from the neighboring city. It got separated from the team while chasing human traffickers because it ran too fast. Eventually, it was mistaken for a stray dog and captured, then coincidentally taken to the hideout of these criminals. The criminals planned to kill it and make a dog meat hot pot, so they didn't kill it immediately but tied it up instead. However, they didn't expect the clever K9 to break free from the ropes and escape. After discussing, they decided to temporarily leave K9 at the pet hospital for further treatment, waiting for K9's trainer to arrive from out of town. The next afternoon, K9's trainer arrived at the pet hospital looking weary from the journey. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The trainer saluted me, and K9 tried to stand up to salute as well but failed. Xiao Jiang, go catch the bad guys. Instructor Zhou, K9 wants you to catch the bad guys. The bad guys have caught many children, and some children have been beaten with their limbs broken. As I said this, I couldn't help clenching my fists. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of everyone present changed. Mr. Jiang, are you sure this is what Xiaojiu said? Can you take responsibility for your words? Instructor Zhou's expression was serious. Xiaojiu was so anxious that he kept squirming in the instructor's arms, then shouted at me. Xiaojiu said that place is very far from here. It ran for a long time, but it left marks along the way. I repeated Xiaojiu's words. However, it seemed like something occurred to Instructor Zhou, as he immediately borrowed the computer from the pet hospital and started searching online, eventually confirming a remote village called Wangtingo. I rotated the satellite image of the seemingly abandoned courtyard on the map, causing Xiaojiu to suddenly shout in excitement. Woof woof woof, it's here. The detective looked at Xiaojiu's reaction, then at me, his eyes filled with incredulous disbelief. This was truly miraculous. Mr. Jiang, I have an unusual request. Instructor Zhou gazed at me intently. I will apply for a secret investigation of this place from higher authorities. I hope you can cooperate with us temporarily during this time and provide us with useful information. Can you do that? I instantly understood their intention. It seemed they still didn't trust me. However, as a criminal investigator, maintaining suspicion towards all unusual behavior was their instinct. I complied wholeheartedly. No problem. In the blink of an eye, the day of action arrived. Little Nine, unable to walk properly, was strapped to Instructor Zhou's front with a harness. The female detective helped me put on a bulletproof vest, then covered it with a nondescript jacket. She asked if I was scared, and I answered truthfully, my tone tinged with nervousness and a hint of anticipation. I've only seen this kind of scene on TV before. Never thought I'd experience it myself. Too bad I can't post it on my social media. Otherwise my friends would definitely be jealous. The female detective chuckled, double-checked that all my gear was in place, and repeated some safety instructions. After inquiring from various sources, the police confirmed that the criminal gang they were looking for was indeed hiding in the remote village I mentioned. Originally, they had no intention of taking me along for this secret operation, but my ability to communicate with animals was exactly what they needed. After much deliberation, they decided to take the risk and bring me along. Of course, I would be with the backup team and wouldn't have to participate in the actual capture operation. following the swaying of the car. We entered the mountains. The group found a hidden spot where they could see the criminal hideout through binoculars. As the other detectives were busy preparing, I surveyed the surroundings. I imitated bird calls and soon attracted two little birds. "Are you a human? How can you mimic our voices? Your voice is so pleasant," chirped the birds. I gently stroked their heads and whispered, "Can you help me with something? Can you understand us?" "Sure. What do you need help with?" they replied. I described the abandoned yard to them, worried they might get it wrong. So I borrowed a photo from a detective and pointed to the yard in the picture. Birdie cocked her head and looked closely at the photo. "When we find the yard, you guys count how many people there are, and then roughly where they're hiding, and then come back and tell me, okay?" The two little birds rubbed against Jiang Shurian's palm and flapped their wings and flew away. Jiang Shurian raised her head again. A pair of sharp eyes are staring at her, full of inquiry. Belonging solely to the military sense of oppression is coming. Scared Jiang Shurian did not dare to move. Inexplicably there is some weakness, Captain Yen. There, something? As for the reason for the weakness, it's a little hard to say. Chapter 9, I wish I had no clothes on. The man in front of him is the captain of the criminal police team of this operation. Yen Anton, 1 meter 9 tall, broad shoulders and narrow waist. Wearing a uniform is simply full of aesthetic and charming atmosphere. Coupled with a handsome face, the appearance is almost impeccable. Jiang Shurian is in fact some small private sex. Love to sneak to see some with a little color romance novels. And now automatically Yen Antying into those novels' male protagonist. Simply do not be too perfect. She had even secretly drooled at Yen Anton's back. It was really killing her awe. When the man of his own YY suddenly appeared in front of him, still wearing the sacred police uniform, Jiang Shurian could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into it, just for fear of the other party discovering his own bit of dirty mind. Yen Anton captured Jiang Shurian's heartfelt expression, and his professional instincts allowed a few moments of suspicion to arise towards Jiang Shurian. He didn't move, just instructed, "Ms. Jiang, don't run around. The environment here is complicated. It's easy to get lost." "Thank you, Captain Yen." Jiang Shurian's smile stiffened a bit. "Captain, we have a situation," shouted a voice from not far away. Yen Anton glanced at Jiang Shurian again before striding towards the crowd. Jiang Shurian sighed fiercely in relief, then catapulted her back and sneaked toward the edge. Yen Anton turned around just in time to see the scene. His eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to call out to the female police officer who had been watching Jiang Shurian earlier. "Xiao Zhu, go watch Jiang Shurian." Xiao Zhu froze and looked in Yen Anton's direction. Jiang Shurian was sneaking around not knowing what he was doing. She had spent several days with Jiang Shurian and felt that the girl was quite simple-minded and didn't look like a bad person. Of course, Xiao Zhu also understood that the bad guys wouldn't be able to carve words on their faces, and nodded his head. Immediately following, "Yen Yen," Xiao Zhu called out. Jiang Shurian let out a hush and dug into a bush. Mayfly body, in a short while from the grass to catch two snakes. Zhu yelped in fear and stumbled back a few steps before covering his mouth with one hand. Several police officers instantly ran towards here, even aiming their guns at Jiang Shurian. Jiang Shurian instantly froze in place, her face turning white and her legs shaking uncontrollably. I didn't do anything. What's going on?" Yen Anton immediately strides forward and asks in a deep voice. Xiao Zhu pointed at the snake in Jiang Shurian's hand and shivered as he spoke. "Snake." Jiang Shurian had two snakes wrapped around her hand, and then stared straight at the group of people, threateningly spitting out snake letters and making a hissing sound. I just pulled out a snake nest." Jiang Shurian was about to cry in fear, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Seeing that there was a misunderstanding, Yen Anton told his teammates to put away their guns and looked at Jiang Shurian with furrowed brows. "Miss Jiang, what are you doing digging out a snake's nest at this time of the day?" "I want them to help," Jiang Shurian explained in a panic. "They're smart, they can help look for traps." But those words were hardly believed by those present. Yet, there was no explanation as to why these two snakes had obediently wrapped themselves around Jiang Shurian's arm. "Woof woof woof." Xiao Zhou limped to Jiang Shurian's face and turned to Yen Anton, barking as if defending Jiang Shurian. Trainer Zhou also rushed to help explain. After the others had left, Jiang Shurian's legs went limp and she instantly fell to the ground. Feeling her back was drenched in cold sweat, she just wanted to speak, but it inadvertently turned into a cry. Xiao Zhu also knew that he had misunderstood Jiang Shurian and took the initiative to apologize to her. "I'm sorry, Yen Yen." "No, it's fine." Jiang Shurian gasped after the robbery, her voice carrying a tremor. "It's me who didn't say it in advance." The feeling of having a gun pointed at her head could literally haunt her for the rest of her life. "Can you still communicate with snakes? I thought you just communicate with cats and dogs." Xiao Zhu asked, the doubt in everyone's mind. Jiang Shurian nodded and said in a small voice, "When I was previously stranded on an isolated island, The animals I got along with the most were snakes. Although they are cold-blooded animals, they are also very humane, and they usually don't bite if you don't take the initiative to provoke them. So can you show us? Jiang Shurian placed the snakes on the ground and then spun around with her fingers facing downwards. To their amazement, the two snakes actually followed Jiang Shurian's finger movements and spun around in place. She took another branch and drew a love heart on the ground. And these two snakes actually followed suit and twisted their bodies together to form the shape of a love heart. Ju's eyes widened. It's still a real eye-opener. It was so good that Trainer Joe didn't even have to wait until this operation was completed. And without saying a word, he called the organization to report Jiang Shurian's situation. At first, the leader didn't believe that this kind of ability existed. But when he saw the video that Trainer Joe had sent over, he was directly silenced. The two little birds also flew back at this time, and unexpectedly abducted a large rooster raised by a human trafficker. The large rooster was more than familiar with the surroundings of the yard. Only Jiang Shurian hadn't unlocked the language of chickens, so she couldn't understand the large rooster clucking. But luckily, with the little bird helping to deliver the message, it was understandable. Under Jiang Shurian's recapitulation, they drew out a simple map of the perimeter of the crime den, even including the locations where the watchmen were hiding and watching. It was getting dark. They set a time for the second half of the night, when most of the people were asleep and best suited for an arrest operation. Jiang Shurian waited and waited, so sleepy that she couldn't keep her eyes open, her propped-up head nodding every now and then. Team Yen, is that little girl really that amazing that she can understand animal speech? One of Yen Anton's teammates stood beside him nibbling on a steamed bun, looking curiously towards Jiang Shurian. Yen Anton looked at him askance. Are you curious? Of course I'm curious. Aren't you? This has to be considered a special ability, right? It's the first time I've heard of such a thing. I'm not curious, Yen Anton said in a cold voice. It's almost time for action. His teammates snapped and laughed, hurriedly slinking back to their positions. Yen Anton walked to Jiang Shurian's face. Just want to speak to wake her up. Jiang Shurian's hand suddenly let go, head directly toward the table to fall. Which may not be teeth have to fall out. In the next second, Yen Anton reached out and caught Jiang Shurian, her chin knocking into Yen Anton's palm. Jiang Shurian opened her eyes in a daze, still thinking she was dreaming, saw the handsome face that had appeared in her dream, smiled cheekily, and smashed her mouth, muttering, "It's so good looking. If only she hadn't worn any clothes, it would have been great to touch it." Xiao Zhu, who came back from receiving water, was frozen in place by the ambiguous image in front of her, and before she could recover from the shock, in the next second, she heard what Jiang Shurian said, and instantly froze. What is this? What is this word for tiger and wolf? However, the small Zhu shocked in the back. This little girl even reached out toward Yen Anting's abs position touched the past. Chapter 10 Action. Jiang Shurian didn't get his way. Yen Anting grabbed her hand. Xiao Zhu noticed that their Captain Yan's face didn't look too good and hurriedly went forward to shake Jiang Shurian awake. Yen, don't sleep. Wake up. Jiang Shurian hit a jolt, raised her head to meet Yen Anton's eyes that couldn't see any emotions. Her own hand was still grasped by Yen Anton. Startled, Captain Yen, what are you doing? Yen Anton released her and said, it's almost time for action. After saying that, Yen Anton turned around and left. Jiang Shurian inexplicably looked at Yen Anton's back. Sister Zhu, what is Captain Yen doing? You don't know? Juju looked at her with an odd expression. What do I know? Jiang Shurian was suspicious. Juju painted a colorful picture of what she had just done. Jiang Shurian felt a bolt from the blue fall on her. You said that I molested. Jiang Shurian stammered out these words. Shu Zhui nodded and said meaningfully, bold enough, dare to molest our Yen team. You are the first, worthy of being recorded in the history books. She's dying. Jiang Shurian felt that his little life was in danger, and he couldn't wait to escape, of course with an earth escape. Sister Zhu, I'm afraid. Jiang Shurian was about to cry. I won't be killed by Team Yen, right? Shu Zhu patted her on the head. What are you thinking about? Our Yen team does not eat people, but he's worse than an ogre. Jiang Shurian said with a sobbing face, although she would secretly why him in private. It was a secret that should never be put out in the open. Even if she died, she had to take it to her coffin, and as a result she actually danced in a daze to the rightful owner? System, do you have that kind of prop that can turn back time or reset? Give me one. Jiang Shurian cried out inwardly. No yet. Kisses. So can you build one on the spot? If I kill myself now, can I still return to the previous world? Jiang Shurian asked tentatively. Please don't daydream. Kisses. It's nighttime. Not even at night. Even kisses are not shouted. Visible system is also by Jiang Shurian whole almost speechless. Jiang Shurian. God damn it. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. Jiang Shurian slumped on the table. Her essence drained, her eyes staring blankly ahead. Somehow, Yen Anton suddenly looked toward her, and their lines of sight just inadvertently collided in the air. Zhang Shiyan jumped up like a frightened rabbit and reflexively hid under the table. Yen Anton. Does he look much like an unseemly evil spirit? Probably speechless by Zhang Shiyan's entire reaction, Yen Anton inexplicably let out a laugh. Yen Anton suddenly believed a saying on the internet, and it is true that people laugh when they are speechless. Team Yen? The teammate was confused. He didn't seem to have said anything funny. Yen Anton gathered his smile and said with a straight face, "Greet the group and prepare for action." Yes. After saluting, the team immediately passed on the message. When the time came, all of the criminal police officers began to approach the crime den in their bulletproof suits, and under the cover of night, they quickly approached the trafficker's den. And, bizarrely, it was the big, abducted rooster who showed them the way. The action team was divided into two ways, also holding two police dogs. Xiao Jiao, because of the injury, cannot participate in the action. Very sad. But in the comfort of Zhang Shiyan slowly calmed down the mood, and finally was held in her arms and looked at the front of the computer through the miniature camera back to the picture. Zhang Shiyan was carrying an earphone that allowed her to speak at any time. However, once she thought that the person connected to the opposite side of this earphone was Yen Anton, Zhang Shiyan had the urge to throw this thing out. However, Zhang Shiyan also knew that the big picture was important at this moment, and didn't dare to breathe. Yen Anton was half convinced of Zhang Shiyan's ability, and after the group arrived near the abandoned yard, he gestured for the people behind him not to move, while he himself silently followed in the large cock to a haystack. A man was squatting there with his pants down, smoking a cigarette in one hand. Yen Anton landed a hand knife on the back of the other person's neck, and the man could not react in time before his eyes rolled over and fell to the ground. While he quickly picked up the cigarette and extinguished it, he raised his hand and compared it to a 1 into the shadows. Then the big rooster led him around to the back of the house, and unpleasant sounds came intermittently from behind the big tree, and also reached Zhang Shiyan's ears through the headset. Zhang Shiyan awkwardly picked at his feet. After a while, the man walked out with his pants in his hand and didn't take 2 steps before he slumped to the floor. The woman heard the sound of falling to the ground and had just stepped out when the pitch-black muzzle of a gun was pointed at her forehead, and a pair of sharp and icy gazes looked at her. "Police? Don't make a sound." The woman's face suddenly went white. Soon she was tied up by Interpol and her mouth was taped. The big rooster led Yen Anton to find all the people on watch, and with him alone, he finished solving the peripheral eyes. After the outer perimeter was taken care of, Yen Anton led the action team to touch into the courtyard, leaving a few people to search the seemingly deserted few rooms while he led the people inside. And according to Zhang Shiyan relaying Xiaojiu's words, the real den is in the basement of this courtyard. Only this time they weren't so lucky. A person just happened to walk out to go to the toilet, and ended up in Yen Anton. They just met face to face. After a few seconds of confrontation between the two sides, the man's demeanor changed drastically, and he directly yelled at the top of his lungs, "The police are coming!" The man turned and ran, and even pressed the wall-mounted alarm. And in an instant, the ominous sound of the alarm broke the calm night. Zhang Shiyan heard the alarm in her headset, then saw the shaky image in the computer, and her heart couldn't help but race to her throat. Zhu Zhu, who was guarding Zhang Shiyan's side, couldn't help but look at Zhang Shiyan. Since the group had started to move, almost everything had matched up with what Zhang Shiyan had said, and because of that, she found it unbelievable. Are there really people in this world who can understand animals? I do not know how long. Zhang Shiyan through the blurred picture saw those detained in the basement of the small children. One face is dirty. Occasionally flashed eyes are written full of panic and death. See, Zhang Shiyan heart are hard to pull up. Found it. Yen Anton's voice came out from the headset. Those children whose arms and legs were broken. Zhang Shiyan asked eagerly. Yen Anton was silent for a moment and finally told Zhang Shiyan the truth. 2 died. 1 bled to death and 1 starved to death. Zhang Shiyan gripped the table with a death grip and reddened her eyes for a split second. Just then, bang! The sound of gunfire suddenly appeared in the forest, scattering countless birds. The squad that stayed behind as backup was instantly alert, and someone yelled out at once, "Alert dash!" Xiaojiu suddenly jumped off of Zhang Shiyan's body and barked furiously in one direction. Woof woof woof. Chapter 11, Bringing Down the Curtain. Gunfire rang out again, and this time there was a surprising amount of counterattack, one after the other, sounding like an engagement. Xu Zhu shielded Zhang Shiyan behind the equipment and told her to crouch and hide, but Xiaojiu suddenly stumbled towards the woods. Xiaojiu! Zhang Shiyan was anxious and subconsciously wanted to chase after him. Xu Zhu immediately grabbed her. "Don't go. It's too dangerous." Trainer Cho had already chased after him and quickly disappeared from sight. That gunfire kept ringing out, and there was the sound of police dogs barking wildly. Zhang Shiyan anxiously squatted here, but her heart had long since flown out after Xiaojiu. The two little birds landed on the ground in front of Jiang Shiyan after finding her during the day, chirping and calling at Jiang Shiyan. Yen Yen, the bad guys are running out. How many? Jiang Shiyan asked in a hurry. 3. No, it's 4. No, it's 3. 4. 3. Jiang Shiyan hurriedly interrupted the two little birds who were quarreling. Can you guys take a look again and determine the direction the bad guys are escaping from, please? The bird flapped its wings and flew towards the woods. Probably 3 or 4 ran away. The details are still unclear. Jiang Shiyan told this to Zhu Zhu, and Yen Anton in the headset heard it as well. Xiao Zhu, you protect MS. Jiang, we'll come over for support right away, Yen Anton said in a deep voice. Roger that, Zhu replied. Jiang Shiyan just hid behind the equipment and didn't move a muscle. Her legs were almost numb from squatting. Sister Zhu, my legs are numb, Jiang Shiyan whispered. Jiang Shiyan probably didn't realize that her hand gripping Zhu Zhu was trembling uncontrollably. Just hold it in a bit longer. Sister, when things are over sister treats you to milk tea. Zhu Zhu softly comforted her and changed the topic to calm her nervousness. What flavor do you like to drink? Matcha flavor. Jiang Shiyan was a matcha brain. Zhu Zhu continued to ask other questions, and although Jiang Shiyan answered all the questions, his entire nerves were in a tense state until he saw the two little birds fly back again. Jiang Shiyan repeated all of their words. Suddenly, a gunshot landed on the equipment above Jiang Shiyan's head, and fire splashed everywhere. Jiang Shiyan's entire body followed with a vicious shudder, almost screaming out, thanks to Zhu Zhu covering her mouth in time. A shirtless man ran out of the forest in a panic, pistol in hand, and the members of the backup team hid in the surrounding area, where some of the police had already raised their guns, taking advantage of the other party's frozen moment after seeing the equipment, and fired directly. The bullet hit the man in the shoulder and the gun he was holding went off, then fell to the ground. Just then, a snake suddenly came out of the woods, bounced up and landed on the man's hand, its sharp fangs piercing directly into his arm. The man cried out in pain, grabbed the snake and flung it out fiercely, and it happened to land not far in front of Jiang Shiyan's face, struggling for a few moments and then not moving. The eyes were still looking in Jiang Shiyan's direction. Blood slowly spilled from under in it, and the colleague who had ambushed him fired again, rushing straight up and pinning him down after he fell to the ground. The man tried to struggle at first, but after being bitten by the snake, the toxin slowly penetrated his entire body along with his blood, and coupled with the exciting tension of escaping his brain had begun to become chaotic, and even though he was still screaming, he gradually lost the strength to struggle. Yen Yen, goodbye. The snake's letters didn't retract in the end. It is said that snakes are cold-blooded creatures. Their bodies may be cold, but their hearts must be hot. Everything in this world is sentient. The same is true for cold-blooded animals. One night later, the raid finally came to an end. All were unharmed except for one policeman who received a minor injury, grazing his arm with a bullet that bounced off a tree. Xiao Jiao even made a great achievement again with his limp, directly falling from a high place and accurately smashing a criminal, followed closely by Trainer Zhou, and the other party wrestled, and finally pinned him to the ground together with the police who arrived. When the first rays of the morning sun poured down, Jiang Shiyan buried the small snake that had been used to protect her in the sunlit earth. Zhu Zhu also sort of witnessed the image of this little snake biting the criminal, and Jiang Shiyan's reaction made her heart ache. Yen Yen, don't be too sad. It protected you. It surely doesn't want you to be sad. I'm fine, Jiang Shiyan said in a muffled voice. Animals usually had short lifespans. Jiang Shiyan had witnessed many deaths on the isolated island. It was just hard for her to feel that this little snake had died to protect her. Ding successfully cooperated with the police in combating illegal and criminal activities, rescuing a total of 33 human cubs, detected a large emotional fluctuation in the host and is collecting human emotions. Emotion collection successful. Thank you for the host's contribution to emotion research. Points plus 200. Unlock new beast language. Please select. Inside his head, the mechanical system reappeared. But at this moment, Jiang Shiyan was in no mood to study what beast language type to choose, and without even looking at the options, she randomly clicked on one. This raid to round up the crime syndicate and crack down on the criminal dens could be completed so perfectly and easily. Jiang Shiyan could not take the credit for it, but Jiang Shiyan was not in a good mood, barely coping with all kinds of compliments before being sent home again in a wan mood, because she was afraid that Jiang's parents would be worried. Jiang Shiyan chose to go to her brother Jiang Yihang's house. Jiang Yihang immediately returned home after getting the news. The moment she saw her brother, Jiang Shiyan's emotions finally became uncontrollable and she hugged her own brother and bawled her eyes out. Zhu Zhu, who had given her a ride home, and another policeman named Chao Hai stood by with embarrassed faces. Fortunately, Jiang Yihang knew Jiang Shiyan very well, and out of his trust in the police, he didn't think too much in the direction of her being bullied. but looked apologetically at the two police officers. Jiang Shurian didn't cry for long. Crying and hiccuping, "Brother, I want to eat matcha cheese." Looking at the tears and snot flowing Jiang Shurian, Jiang Yiheng cried and laughed, "You take a shower and change clothes. Brother drive you to buy." "Good." Jiang Shurian grabbed Jiang Yiheng's sleeve and blew her nose hard, then walked towards her room. Jiang Yiheng, "Fine, fine. It's not appropriate to hit your sister in front of the police. He'll tolerate it." Jiang Shurian, who had cried hard and finished venting, after getting her wish to eat her favorite matcha cheesecake, her mood slowly improved at last, and took the initiative to talk to her brother about the matter that the little snake had saved her life. Even though Jiang Shurian had spoken lightly, Jiang Yiheng could still imagine how dangerous the scene was. It was just that what worried him more was Jiang Shurian. Her abilities are sort of certified by the police, so wouldn't that also mean she'd be on the official radar? This was not the result Jiang Yiheng wanted. After all, his expectations of Jiang Shurian had never been anything more than for her to be a salted fish. It's just that sometimes the more you fear something, the more it comes. Jiang Yiheng hadn't yet figured out how to solve the trouble caused by Jiang Shurian's ability when the official people came to his door. Straight to the vet hospital. Accompanying them along was Trainer Cho, who had brought little Nine with him. The moment he saw them appear, Jiang Yiheng's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Chapter 12, Crazy Police Dogs. President Jiang, hello, this is Officer Zhang, the person in charge of the police dog base in Z City. We came here because we want to invite Mess Jiang to visit the police dog base. Jiang Yiheng knew where they were coming from and said in a deep voice, "Let's ask my sister first. If she's not willing to go, I still hope that the two of you won't force her." Trainer Joe was about to say something else, but was stopped by Officer Zhang. The other party smiled faintly. "Of course, we respect Miss Zhang's choice." Jiang Yiheng asked Lily to call Jiang Shurian down from upstairs. "Brother, why are you shouting at me? I'm changing Asu's medicine." Jiang Shurian walked down, then saw the expected guest. After they explained their intentions again, Jiang Yiheng looked at Jiang Shurian and said, "If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Can I pet the police dogs when I go to the police dog base?" Jiang Shurian asked curiously, "And can those little police dogs just jerk off too?" Officer Zhang smiled and said, "Of course. Going to G City? It's in our city of Z." Jiang Shurian looked at Jiang Yiheng with some anticipation. "Brother, I want to go. That's a police dog usually even if you see, but only dare to sneak a look. This moment such as the opportunity to casually jerk, Jiang Shurian simply cannot endure." Jiang Yiheng saw Jiang Shurian's expectant face and couldn't stop it any longer. Originally, he wanted to follow along, but he had a very important surgery in the afternoon and couldn't leave, so he just asked them to send Jiang Shurian back by then. Jiang Shurian arrived at the police dog base and instantly looked at the police dogs in training with glowing eyes. Each and every one of them was majestic and handsome, fascinating her so much that she couldn't even walk. Xiaojiu happily ran towards Jiang Shurian and circled around her. At Officer Zhang's signal, the training was paused, and all those police dogs sat obediently in their places, looking at their trainers. Dismissed. After the trainer gave the order, the police dogs all ran towards Jiang Shurian and surrounded her. "Woof! Touch me! Touch me! Woof! No! Touch me first! Woof woof woof! All of you go away! Go away! Little Yen Yen is mine!" Xiaojiu was squeezed out and screamed furiously outside in a hurry, having known not to tell them. Surrounded by the enthusiasm of the police dog, Jiang Shurian realized the feeling of the ancient emperor surrounded by 3,000 beautiful women. Simply do not be too happy. The eyes are smiling into a crescent moon. The rain all kissed a bite. MS. Jiang, I heard that you are a pet communicator. Can you show us a demonstration? The base's Tang trainer came over and asked with a smile. How to display? Jiang Shurian asked doubtfully. That's a prop we use to train our police dogs, so feel free to boss them around. Jiang Shurian nodded. Come on, let's play a game. These police dogs became extraordinarily obedient under Jiang Shurian's leadership, and one person had fun with a group of dogs. The police dogs are not much of a test for her. Let's see how those little ones behave next, Officer Zhang said, and let his colleagues release a litter of small police dogs that were over 2 months old. A glutinous rice ball was scattering on the grass. Jiang Shurian whistled and summoned them over, and moments later, the small group of police dogs obediently sat in front of Jiang Shurian, tilting their heads and spitting out their tongues as they looked at her. Report the number, Jiang Shurian said. Woof, woof, woof. Trainer Tang, who saw this scene, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. What a god! These little police dogs had only been weaned a short time ago, and hadn't even participated in the selection process yet. But in Jiang Shurian's hands they were all too well behaved to do anything they were told to do. It's the first time he's ever seen such a scene. I was also stunned after seeing it the other day. This girl's animal affinity is the best I've ever seen. And it's not just communicating with one kind of animal. Trainer Joe couldn't help but snicker. Could this be the legendary supernormal capabilities? Such a talent can be recruited, Officer Zhang said with a smile. Just then, someone hurriedly ran over and said anxiously, "Brother Tang, Black Tiger has gone crazy again. Go and take a look." Trainer Tang's face changed and he was about to run to deal with it when he was shouted at by Officer Zhang. Then Jiang Shurian was called over. "Xiao Jiang, there's a German shepherd at our base that always goes crazy lately, biting 2 co-workers and often bumping into walls. Can you go communicate and ask?" Officer Zhang briefly explained the situation. "The Black Tiger is our merit dog, and has made a lot of war achievements, but his personality has changed drastically since he came back from his last mission." Jiang Shurian immediately said, "No problem." When they arrived outside the single room where the Black Tiger was being held, both officers were far away, not daring to approach at all, and there was also the veterinarian on the sidelines, and there were fallen syringes on the floor, looking like they had tried to administer anesthesia unsuccessfully. "Black Tiger, calm down." Trainer Tang tried to get closer. Woof! The Black Tiger stormed up to the iron fence, banging it and clanging it, then barked ferociously at him, baring its teeth and letting out a threatening whimper. Jiang Shurian carefully approached the fence and spoke softly. "Black Tiger, how are you? My name is Jiang Shurian. You can call me Little Yen Yen. Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you." "Woof, go away. Are you uncomfortable somewhere? You can tell me. I can understand you." Jiang Shurian moved a few more steps forward. The Black Tiger's whimpering stopped. It looked at Jiang Shurian with some disbelief. "Can you really understand me?" "Sure." The Black Tiger suddenly peeled the fence and said with some urgency, "You help me. I have a headache. It's especially hard. They gave me a needle. The needle is poisonous." Jiang Shurian's face changed. The Black Tiger whimpered with tears in his eyes. "It's really hard. It hurts. I didn't mean to bite them. I couldn't help it. Ah, it hurts." The Black Tiger suddenly became violent, banging frantically against the fence. "Instructor Tang, is Black Tiger a drug-sniffing dog?" Jiang Shurian asked. Trainer Dawn shook his head. No. Jiang Shurian was a bit confused, but the Black Tiger said it was injected with poison by the bad guys, and it went crazy because its addiction kicked in. Jiang Shurian explained. "It said it was having a hard time. Its head hurt. It didn't mean to bite, but it couldn't help it." The faces of those present changed in unison. "What did you say?" Trainer Tang grabbed Jiang Shurian's hand, her expression very ugly. "Drug addiction? Are you sure?" Jiang Shurian was in pain. Seeing this, Officer Zhang grabbed him. "Take it easy. Let go of Xiao Jiang first. You're hurting her with your grip." Trainer Tang quickly let go. "I'm sorry. I was just in a hurry." Jiang Shurian looked like she thought of something. "Is there a tranquilizer?" Officer Zhang immediately looked at the veterinarian not far away, and the veterinarian who came back to his senses hurriedly brought a syringe. "This is a tranquilizer, but right now there is no way for us to get close to the Black Tiger." "I'll do it." Jiang Shurian volunteered to help. "Ha!" The vet was shocked. The others looked at each other even more in disbelief. Chapter 13, A Rogue Trader. My family owns a pet hospital and I'm familiar with the process of giving injections. And right now, the Black Tiger has the least amount of hostility towards me, so it's most appropriate for me to give the injection. Jiang Shurian said. The veterinarian couldn't make up his mind, so he looked to Officer Chang. Officer Zhang frowned and didn't seem to agree with this approach. "If you really can't, you can get on the tranquilizer gun. It's too dangerous for you to go in personally. This proposal won't work." Although they also felt sorry for the Black Tiger, it was against their principles to let the masses go deeper into the midst of danger. Jiang Shurian also knew their concerns and wanted to say something, but Officer Zhang had already sent someone to prepare the tranquilizer gun. Seeing this, Jiang Shurian took a few more steps closer to the fence and squatted down to call out the Black Tiger's name. "Black Tiger, will I sing to you?" The Black Tiger was madly banging against the wall due to the intense stabbing pain in his brain, his bloody appearance causing all those present to redden their eyes, especially Trainer Tang, who was holding back his emotions, causing the veins on his forehead to protrude and his fists to clench tightly. Puppy sits at the door and guards the house faithfully. When the master comes, he wags his tail. When the bad guys come, they chase him away. Slowly, the Black Tiger stopped crashing and self-mutilating, then collapsed to the ground in agony as its limbs began to twitch. "Black Tiger!" Trainer Tang nearly rushed up to him, but was held back by two of his co-workers in a deadly grip. Just like Jiang Shurian said, currently, the Black Tiger was only minimally hostile to her, and if the others rushed over, they would only provoke him. As a decorated dog in the police force, Black Tiger has made countless achievements. They certainly do not want to see Black Tiger always in such a painful and cruel way of self-mutilation, but they know very well that people or animals, Once the addiction will be crazy self-mutilation. And this is the process that must be experienced. Until the black tiger slowly stopped twitching and a shot of anesthesia hit him in the back. Trainer Tang immediately rushed over and opened the fence. Black tiger. The veterinarian also rushed in to check the black tiger's physical condition, then drew out a tube of blood and quickly sent it off for testing. Jiang Shiyan called out the system. Beast, is there any way to help the police dog get clean? Kisses can use points to exchange props to help reduce the pain of the police dog, but there is no way to directly detoxify the police dog. How many points for props? 500. Jiang Shiyan. So expensive. She's bound to the adulterer system, isn't she? Seems to have heard Jiang Shiyan's heart. The system continued, not a treacherous business system. Oh, small stores are clearly marked price it. Please kisses forgive me. How many points do I have? Jiang Shiyan asked. 386 points yet. Kisses can be credited? The newcomer has a chance to get credit for points, with a minimum credit of 200 points. So do you want to apply for it? Jiang Shiyan agreed through gritted teeth. Points credit business for success. Pro left 86 points. Credit points need to be returned within 7 days. More than 7 days of the period at a rate of 20% per day to charge a penalty interest rate. Jiang Shiyan. God damn it. Jiang Shiyan walked up and tenderly stroked the black tiger's back with the tacit approval of Trainer Tang. The power of the prop seeped into the black tiger's body without a sound. And after about a few minutes, the black tiger fell asleep. The veterinarian skillfully treated the black tiger's wounds, and couldn't help but look up at the pretty girl with mixed emotions. Instructor Tang. What black tiger needs most nowadays is companionship. Except that he may still exhibit self-injurious behavior when his addiction kicks in. I have a suggestion. Can you let him stay in a room with you? And if you're worried that black tiger will attack someone, you can put a leash on it. Jiang Shiyan said. Thank you. Trainer Tang solemnly rushed at Jiang Shiyan. I'll consider your proposal carefully. I'm currently interning in my brother's pet hospital. Anytime I have time, you can call me if you need me. Jiang Shiyan said, pulling out paper and pen from the small backpack she was carrying to leave her contact information such as her phone number and WeChat. Officer Zhang then invited Jiang Shiyan to sit in his office. Xiao Jiang, I've seen your ability. Are you interested in coming to work at our police dog base and help us train police dogs? As long as the performance is excellent. After all, the tests can be recruited into the public security system. In an exceptional manner. Officer Zhang enthusiastically threw out the olive branch. Jiang Shiyan revealed a difficult look. Seeing her concern, Officer Zhang smiled and said, it's okay, just say whatever you want. I'm not afraid of your joke. My dream is to open a zoo. And in addition to cats and dogs, I also intend to learn other animal languages. It seems to be not very convenient if I stay in the police dog base. Jiang Shiyan smiled embarrassedly. I've checked. Private individuals are allowed to open a zoo. As long as they have the relevant qualifications, they can apply for various documents and licenses. Open a zoo? Officer Zhang was a bit surprised by Jiang Shiyan's novel idea. But when he heard that she actually planned to learn other animal languages, his heart was filled with shock. You can still learn other animal languages? Jiang Shiyan nodded. But it takes time. Doesn't she have to do more quests to unlock other animals' languages? That's so. Officer Zhang was silent. Jiang Shiyan held the teacup in her hand restrainedly, taking small sips of tea. After a long time, Officer Zhang said, in that case, I won't force you. However, I still very much hope that you can accept our base's invitation to help us deal with some special situations. Of course, there's no problem. Just call me anytime. Jiang Shiyan hurriedly agreed. Then the two of them chatted for a while longer before Officer Zhang let someone send Jiang Shiyan back. And after she left, Officer Zhang made a call and reported Jiang Shiyan's situation. Jiang Shiyan, who returned to the pet hospital, was immediately called to the office by Jiang Yihang to inquire about the situation. And Jiang Yihang was relieved to learn that Jiang Shiyan had shrugged off the invitation to work at the police dog base. As a result, the next second, I heard Jiang Shiyan say, if the training of police dogs, then I have no way to open a zoo. My dream is to open a zoo. When the animals that cannot be raised elsewhere are all sent to my zoo. I pampered one by one. He. Why are you hitting me? Jiang Shiyan was knocked on the head and cried out in pain. Daydreaming about opening a zoo? Do you have that ability? Jiang Yihang nonchalantly poured cold water. Not having it now doesn't mean not having it in the future. Jiang Yihang, don't look down on me. Jiang Shiyan glared at Jiang Yihang with indignation and dissatisfaction. No big no small stinky girl. I'm your brother. Who asked you to call out with your name? Jiang Yihang raised his hand and knocked towards Jiang Shiyan again. Jiang Shiyan hurriedly covered her head and ran out of the office. Just in time, Lily from the front desk shouted at Jiang Shiyan. Yen, there's a handsome guy looking for you. At the front desk, a tall and majestic back was facing Jiang Shiyan. Jiang Shurian was wondering what handsome man she knew when the other party had already turned around, and a handsome and familiar face broke into her line of sight. Jiang Shurian's expectant expression instantly froze on her face. In the next second, Jiang Shurian made a move that made everyone fall over. Chapter 14, You seem to be afraid of me? She lifted her clothes over her head. I'm not Jiang Shurian. You've mistaken me for someone else. Lily and Shen Feng's expressions directly cracked, and the latter even sprayed out a mouthful of water. Choking and coughing, Jiang Shurian walked quickly towards the entrance of the pet hospital with her head covered, fumbled to open the door, and then rushed out without looking back. Hey, your bag, Lily yelled. Give it to me, Yan Anton said. Oh, good. Lily dizzily handed Jiang Shurian's backpack to Yan Anton, watched Yan Anton chase out with his long legs, and sighed. This man is so handsome. And Jiang Shurian ran out for some distance before realizing that she hadn't taken her bag, and that her cell phone and the key to the elevator card were both inside. If we go back now, we will definitely bump into Yan Anton, right? Forget it, wait a little longer. Jiang Shurian. A low voice suddenly appeared behind Jiang Shurian. Jiang Shurian subconsciously looked back, then her two legs reacted faster than her brain, pulling out her legs and running. Yan Anton directly grabbed the hood of her sweatshirt and gave a low gulp. Stand still. Jiang Shurian instinctively stood up straight. See me running for what? Yan Anton frowned slightly. I didn't run. Jiang Shurian sophistically said. I'm just hungry. I came out to find something to eat. She subconsciously touched her hair. Psychologically, this is a sign of lying. Yan Anton didn't say anything and let go, giving her her backpack in the process. Thank you, Captain Yan. Then Before he could finish his words, Yan Anton said, just in time. I'm hungry too. Jiang, let me treat you to a meal. No, she doesn't want to. There are some things I need to ask you. Yan Anton paused. About the black tiger. The words Jiang Shurian wanted to refuse were instantly unspeakable. Yan Anton found a Chinese restaurant and just sat down when Jiang Yihan's phone call came. Jiang Shurian, where are you? Eating out. Jiang Shurian said. Lily said that a man ran out after you. Jiang Yihan's tone was vaguely dangerous. Which man? Do I recognize him? Jiang Shurian stole a glance at Yan Anton, who was ordering food, and lowered her voice. I'll go back and tell you. Jiang Shurian, your dog's guts have grown. Going out to eat with another man so late at night? Jiang Yihan laughed in anger. Have you forgotten the lesson from before? Jiang Shurian knew that he misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. Just wait for me to go back and then I'll explain it to you. Then Jiang Shurian hung up the phone. Jiang Yihan looked at the cell phone and gritted his teeth. Good bold. Actually dared to hang up his phone? Jiang Yihan called again, and Jiang Shurian simply muted her cell phone, then directly buckled it back on the table. Yan Anton handed the menu to Jiang Shurian. Jiang Shurian casually ordered 2 vegetarian dishes, and after the waiter left the box, only Jiang Shurian and Yan Anton were left in the small box. Jiang Shurian pursed her lips in small sips from her glass of water, somewhat at a loss for words. Jiang. Yan Anton opened his mouth. Ha! Jiang Shurian raised her head to look at Yan Anton. Just as soon as she saw this face, she couldn't help but think of some unplayable images in her dreams, and instantly averted her eyes, and the roots of her ears couldn't help but blush slightly. To hell with it. Why is this man so good looking? Whether it was her features or her height, and the body that she hadn't seen but brainstormed to make her nosebleed, it simply finished killing her. Luckily, Jiang Shurian was in awe of the people's police, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to guarantee that she wouldn't do something outrageous with her eyes. You seem to be afraid of me? Yan Anton looked at Jiang Shurian and asked frankly, is it because I've caused you any trouble? Jiang Shurian absolutely did not dare to admit those dirty little thoughts in her heart, and found a lame and reasonable excuse. I've been afraid of the police since I was a child. Yan Anton saw at a glance that Jiang Shurian was lying. However, since knowing that this little girl has no bad intentions, Yan Anton's gaze at her no longer carries a scrutinizing and probing meaning, but more of a curiosity. He paused and changed the subject. I've heard about Black Tiger, and the results of the blood tests from the veterinarian side have come back, and he is indeed addicted to drugs. Mentioning Black Tiger, Jiang Shurian subconsciously raised her head to look at Yan Anton. Is it serious? Black Tiger is 6 years old and was not due to retire until next year, but now he can only retire early. The vet said the detoxification process will be more grueling, and even if he quits he won't be able to go on any more missions afterward. Jiang Shurian pursed her lips, but when she thought that she had exchanged props for Black Tiger on credit to ease her pain, her heart felt slightly better again. Talking about police dogs, Jiang Shurian finally slowly let go in front of Yan Anton, and when she was almost done eating, Yan Anton suddenly said, Jiang, I heard that you refused the recruitment of the police dog base? Jiang Shurian nodded and said without hiding, I want to open a zoo. I do know of a private zoo that is currently changing hands, but most of the animals raised in private zoos are small animals, and I'm afraid it won't be easy for Ms. Jiang if she wants to raise state-protected animals. Jiang Shurian's eyes glowed slightly. Captain Yen, is it convenient to ask where it is? Add a contact. I'll push the other party's WeChat to you. Yen Anton took out his cell phone. Jiang Shurian did not think too much. Plus after the note Captain Yen, just ready to say something. Yen Anton received a phone call. His face instantly sank. I'll be right back. Yen Anton got up and said to Jiang Shurian, I'll push the other party's contact information to you later. I still have things to do. Ms. Jiang eats slowly. With that, he quickly left the box. Without Yen Anton, Jiang Shurian instantly at ease, and then greeted the waiter to bring the packing box. There is not much chopsticks dishes. Cannot be wasted. How much is it? I'll pay for it. Jiang Shurian pulled out her cell phone. The gentleman you came with has already paid his bill. The waitress smiled. Jiang Shurian didn't say anything else and left with the packed lunchbox. Opened the phone and looked at the phone's missed calls and countless messages. Jiang Shurian did not dare to reply. Straight to the nearby night market to buy some Jiangyihan love to eat, so that you can also scold a little lighter. This brother is good at everything, but sometimes look at her to see tight. Then the parents of the Jiang family can be much stricter control. I don't know if it was Jiang Shurian's illusion. Jiang Shurian always felt as if someone was looking at her. But after looking back several times she didn't find anything unusual. After coming out of the night market, Jiang Shurian stood on the side of the road waiting for a car. Suddenly heard a rustling sound, and when he listened carefully, it was as if he was still discussing something in a whisper. She followed the sound. There were two rats rummaging through the garbage not far away next to the trash can, and they were the ones talking. Jiang Shurian was wondering when he could understand the rats when a rat emerged from the sewer and squeaked at his fellow garbage collectors. There are human corpses in the sewers. They smell good. Aren't you going to eat them? It's almost gone. After Jiang Shurian heard their conversation clearly, her face abruptly froze, and the object in her hand snapped and fell to the ground. Chapter 15, The Body in the Sewer. I'm not going. I don't like human flesh. You just realized. I had it yesterday and it's long gone. Just then, a mechanical system voice appeared in Jiang Shurian's mind. Ding! Inspire random quest, find the truth about the deaths of sewer corpses. Limited to 3 days. Now counting down. A cab stopped in front of Jiang Shurian. Taking a ride? If she hadn't heard these words, Jiang Shurian might have gotten on the bus. But at this moment she didn't have the heart and waved her hand. But after a while, Jiang Shurian seemed to realize that the cab didn't leave. She looked up. The driver was sticking his neck out to the side. Not long after that, two boys knocked on the window. Is XX University going? After the car drove away, Jiang Shurian took out the earphone and put it on herself, making a phone call, but in fact secretly squatted on the side of the road, enduring the gust of odor emitted by the garbage pile, and rushed to the two rats to make squeak sound. The two rats saw someone and scrambled into the garbage. Don't you run away. Jiang Shurian was anxious, but as soon as she got closer and was dissuaded by the pungent stench, she thought about it and went to the nearby cake store to buy some fragrant cakes. The sweet smell slowly seduced the mouse. This is for you guys. Can you answer a few questions for me? Jiang Shurian lowered her voice and whispered. The two mice looked at her in shock, and then at each other. Is she able to understand us? As if. That cake smells so good. I want to eat it. The two mice eventually couldn't resist the aroma of the cake and ran over to it. Can you really understand us? Can we have the cake? Is it true what you guys are saying about human flesh in the sewers? Could it be pork, beef or something? Squeak. It's human flesh, but in pieces, not whole. Yeah, it's just bones now. When did it appear? Jiang Shurian asked. Seems like yesterday. No, it was the night before last. That was the night before last. How rare. Someone actually feeds rats? Jiang Shurian suddenly heard the sound of someone talking. She looked up and not far away two girls looked at her with odd faces. It seems to be talking to a mouse. It can't be a psychopath. Can it? Spotted. Go. Jiang Shurian who was treated as a psychopath. And it wasn't just the two girls who were looking at her. There were other passers-by who were also casting curious glances towards her. The corner of Jiang Shurian's mouth twitched, and after greeting the two mice, she lowered her head and hurriedly left. Originally she wanted to directly call the police at 110. However, at the moment before dialing, Jiang Shurian suddenly realized a problem. If she directly told the operator that she heard the two mice say that there was a decomposed body in the sewer, it was expected that they would also treat her as a psychopath, right? But knowing but not reporting, Jiang Shurian definitely couldn't do it. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she inadvertently glimpsed the just-added friend on WeChat. And the avatar was a handsome German shepherd, which was Yen Anton's avatar. Yes, looking for Yen Anton. Yen Anton is both a police officer and understands her abilities, and will definitely not treat her like a psychopath. Jiang Shiyan immediately dialed a voice over to Yen Anton. However, the voice didn't connect, and she sent 2 more messages and didn't get a reply. Just then, Jiang Yihang's phone call came through. Jiang Shiyan subconsciously picked it up. Jiang Shiyan, where are you now? Jiang Yihang asked, holding back his anger. Jiang Shiyan instantly hit a jolt. A glance at the time. It was actually more than 10 o'clock. Miserable. Jiang Shiyan hurriedly said her location. And 10 minutes later, Jiang Yihang's car stopped in front of Jiang Shiyan. Get in the car, Jiang Yihang said through clenched teeth. Jiang Shiyan originally wanted to sit in the back, but the result was that the rear compartment could not be opened, so she had to resign herself to getting on the passenger side. Jiang Yihang didn't say anything on the way, but the low pressure in the car made Jiang Shiyan not dare to utter a word, and she hated to turn into a mouse and hide. When the car arrived at the underground garage and parked, Jiang Yihang spoke quietly. Who did you go out to eat with? Yen Anton, the captain of the criminal police team who was on a mission together before. He came to ask me about Black Tiger. Jiang Shiyan explained everything in her head. Him? Jiang Yihang was a bit stunned. This was not expected. Jiang Shiyan pointed to the sky and swore. Really? Before the meal was finished he got a phone call and left. Then I went to the night market to buy food for you, but I heard 2 rats talking. Jiang Yihang was silent for a few seconds before looking at her with odd eyes. You can still understand rats? Will it be a little bit? Jiang Shiyan made a little bit gesture and said carefully. And what do they say? They say there are decomposing human bodies in the sewers. Jiang Yihang, I wanted to call the police, but I was afraid that the operator would treat me as a crazy person. Jiang Shiyan said, pulling Jiang Yihang's hand. Brother, what do I have to say before the police will believe me? The police won't believe you no matter what you say. Jiang Yihang said coolly. Jiang Shiyan's face fell. Jiang Yihang didn't want Jiang Shiyan to get involved in these things, but looking at her over the top, Jiang Yihang still thought of a way for her. Find the police that you worked with before. They might believe you, but I can't reach them. Then go directly to the police station. I'll send you there now. Jiang Yihang looked at Jiang Shiyan with a rare serious expression. But Yen, you have to remember that there is no shortage of you as a righteous person in this world. Your previous accident caused mom and dad to be sad for a month, and both of their bodies collapsed a lot, and they haven't recovered until now. I know, brother. Jiang Shiyan's heart was filled with guilt by Jiang Yihang's words, and she lowered her head to admit her mistake. I'm sorry, brother. So adult. Do things more, consider the consequences. Think about mom and dad. Think about me. Jiang Yihang poked her head. Jiang Shiyan ate the pain and didn't dare to retort. Jiang Yihang sends Jiang Shiyan to the police station and then offers to find Yen Anton. Teen Yen is out. Who are you and what do you want with him? The policeman questioned her. Did Captain Yen and his squad all go out to the police? And is police officer Zhu Lin there? Jiang Shiyan couldn't wait to ask. Just in time. Shu Zhu passed by the police station and looked up when she heard her name. A little surprised. Yen, why are you here? Jiang Shiyan was overjoyed and went forward to grab Zhu Zhu's hand. Sister Zhu, I have something very important to tell you. Zhu Zhu froze for a moment. Right now? But I'm busy right now. Jiang Shiyan nodded his head repeatedly and leaned over to Zhu Zhu's ear and said, I'm going to report that there are dissected corpses in the sewers of the XX night market. But I overheard 2 rats talking about it. Zhu Zhu. She knew the little girl would always have something amazing to say. But suddenly, Zhu Zhu had a flash of light in her mind, as if she remembered something, and pulled Jiang Shiyan's arm, eagerly leading her inside. Follow me. Chapter 16 Clues provided by Stray Cats. Zhu Zhu led Jiang Shiyan to the leader's office and knocked on the door. Report. Come in. Zhu Zhu brought Jiang Shiyan in with him and saluted at the deputy bureau who was looking grave. Bureau Song. We may have a clue. Bureau Chief Song froze for a moment. Yet when he saw Jiang Shiyan, he seemed to understand something. Jiang Shiyan had met this Bureau Song, and it was also this Bureau Song who had decided to let her join the operation along with the human traffickers that time before, so she was also aware of her abilities. Jiang, you know about the murders in the park too? Ha? Jiang Shiyan froze. Zhu Zhu slapped his head. Blame me. I haven't said anything about this, but Yen came to report it. She said there were decomposed bodies in the sewers, but 2 rats told her about it. Just 2 hours earlier, they had received a report that a homeless man rummaging through trash had found a suitcase with a human head in the park, and had been scared less on the spot, and had called the police afterward. After the news got out, the police department was also under pressure from all sides, and the top even demanded that they must solve the case within 48 hours. But so far they have not found any more bones except for a head. and the head is disfigured. And the results of the NDA's screening and comparison are still pending. The night market that Yen Yen said is not far from the first scene of our crime. Could it be that the murderer transported the body to the night market after splitting it and then intentionally dumped it in the sewer? Xu Zhu speculated. Duro-san looked at Jiang Shurian. What other clues do you know? Jiang Shurian said everything she knew. I didn't ask too many questions. The night market was crowded. And when I squatted there and talked to the rats, the passers-by thought I was nuts. Jiang Shurian said with embarrassment. Xu Zhu looked at Jiang Shurian with some sympathy. If it wasn't for the fact that she had worked with Jiang Shurian and witnessed this little girl's ability to communicate with animals, she would have suspected that Jiang Shurian was a psychopath. Duro-sung sent his men into action on the spur of the moment. Jiang Shurian naturally followed along with the police. Jiang Yiheng originally also wanted to follow, but Zhu Zhu promised to personally send her home at that time. Jiang Yiheng then felt relieved to leave. Even though it was a night market, there weren't many people left around 11 o'clock, and the stallholders were starting to close up. After the police arrived and immediately began to clear the scene and blockade the scene, Jiang Shurian came to the garbage can. In her call, the previous two mice once again drilled out of the garbage, standing in Jiang Shurian cheerfully turning and folding circles. This was the first time that Bureau-song saw Jiang Shurian's ability to communicate. Even though he had seen a lot, he couldn't help but be amazed. If he could really communicate with other animals, this ability would be too unbelievable. Here, little Yen Yen, come on. Jiang Shurian immediately chased after him. Bureau-song made a gesture, and the group immediately followed Jiang Shurian's pace, making 7 turns and finally coming to an alley. The alley stank to high heaven. Jiang Shurian almost vomited and hurriedly rummaged through her bag to find a mask to put on. Here, there are body parts. Jiang Shurian suddenly pointed at the trash can in front of her. With a command from Bureau-song, a police officer immediately put on a mask and gloves to pick through the garbage, and finally turned up human tissue in a black garbage bag, the disgusting stench making them gag. Jiang Shurian didn't even dare to look. Waiting in front of the entrance to the sewer, Jiang Shurian looked down at the dark passageway, did all the psychological construction but did not dare to go down, picked up a bowl and let the 2 rats burrow in. Looking at Bureau-song with difficulty, Bureau-song, can I not go down? I'll do it. A familiar voice appeared behind Jiang Shurian, and it was Yen Anting who had rushed from another crime scene. Yen Anting looked at Jiang Shurian and took the initiative to reach out and take her bowl with the 2 rats in it, turning to Bureau-song and saying, I'll just go down. Bureau-song nodded. Jiang Shurian looked at Yen Anting with a few more points of gratitude. It didn't take long for shouts to come out of the sewers. Found it. Bureau-song looked at Jiang Shurian, his gaze a bit more meaningful. Xiao Jiang ah, this time you've taken credit again. Jiang Shurian was a bit terrified and said with some urgency, this is what I should do. I heard that you turned down the invitation to enter the police dog base? Bureau-song suddenly asked. Jiang Shurian nodded and smiled shyly. I want to open a zoo. Interesting. Song Bureau smiled. This girl is simple-minded and upright. It would be good if she can be recruited. But the other party obviously does not have this mind. It would be better to pull her in with a different idea. After the bones were fished out of the sewer, they were immediately sent back to the police station. And after Jiang Shurian double-checked from the rats that there weren't any other human bones, Bureau Director Song told the guys to call it a day, leaving only a few behind to clean up the mess. Just as Jiang Shurian was about to go back, that feeling of being stared at once again surged to her heart. Jiang Shurian looked around. What's wrong? Juju asked curiously when he saw her keep looking around. I always feel like someone is peeking at me. Jiang Shurian scratched her hair. Maybe I'm too sleepy and hallucinating. Shushu's gaze sank, her keen sense of professionalism making her realize that Jiang Shurian might have been targeted. She didn't make a sound about it, worrying that Jiang Shurian would be shocked, and returned to the police station immediately after sending her home to tell Bureau-song about it. Nowadays, Jiang Shurian is a little lucky star in the eyes of song bureaus, so naturally they have to pay attention to it, and immediately arranged for 2 plainclothes policemen to protect Jiang Shurian secretly. Soon after, the results of the NDA comparison came back that the deceased was a woman, and the bones turned up in the sewers and garbage were confirmed to be the exact remains of the same person when they were successfully pieced together. The deceased showed signs of sexual assault and abuse during her lifetime and had a somewhat unique status as a specialized sex service worker. The outside world attaches great importance to this murder case. Countless media are squatting outside the police station to keep an eye on their movements at all times. But fortunately, with the help of Jiang Shurian, it allows the criminal police team to solve the case a lot faster as well. Jiang Shurian was also concerned about the case, and the next day, she ran to the park where the first scene of the crime occurred. But unfortunately, the place where the human head was found was still stopped by a cordon, so she couldn't sneak in. So she searched for stray critters in the vicinity, and exchanged information with them with the snacks she had prepared. This clumsy method really did allow Jiang Shurian to ask for some useful information. A stray tabby cat witnessed the murderer dumping the body. I was hiding in the bushes and saw it. It was a man with only 3 fingers left on one hand. The little 3 flowers meowed. As for the murderer's appearance cannot be asked. After all, in the eyes of the cat, in addition to the division of male and female human beings, almost all look the same: 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth. Jiang Shurian, who had been around the park all morning, was also hungry and was ready to take a taxi home when a cab stopped right in front of her. Take a ride? Jiang Shurian didn't think much about it and directly opened the door and got into the car. Master, go to University Z. As the words fell out of her mouth, she inadvertently looked up just in time to see the driver's master's right hand, which had only 3 fingers, turning the steering wheel. Chapter 17, Murderer. Jiang Shurian subconsciously sat up straight, and her grip on the cell phone couldn't help but tighten. After the car started, the driver took the initiative to talk to, Sister, why did you run alone to this park? This park had a big incident yesterday, don't you know? Did something happen? Jiang Shurian pretended to be surprised. My friend asked me to come here for a walk. She then had to leave beforehand. I heard it was a homicide. Someone threw their head in a suitcase in the park. When the driver said this, he also glanced at Jiang Shurian through the car's rearview mirror. Jiang Shurian smiled reluctantly. Master, stop it. It's too scary. Don't be afraid. There are police. The driver smiled and said. Yet Jiang Shurian could see the gently tugging arc of disdain at the corner of the driver's mouth. She didn't speak again, but looked out the window. Jiang Shurian, whose nerves were in a tense state, could clearly feel the driver's eyes falling on her face from time to time, and it was at this moment that Jiang Shurian realized that this road didn't seem to be the same one that was often taken to drive to University Z. Master, this road doesn't seem right, does it? Jiang Shurian couldn't help but say. Just waiting for the red light when turning the wrong intersection. Change the road to go. Don't worry, sister. Sure to send you to Z University. The driver opened his mouth. Jiang Shurian became even more nervous. Although Jiang Shurian had lived in Z City for more than 20 years, she wasn't very familiar with the roads in Z City, going out either by taxi or subway, and the driver's license she had taken was just a show. Jiang Shurian clicked on WeChat and was about to send a message to Jiang Yihan when the car braked violently. The sound of the tires rubbing against the ground rang out, and Jiang Shurian's body leaned forward, her head hitting the chair in front of her, knocking her dizzy. The cell phone fell out as well, inadvertently tapping on a WeChat to dial out a voice. Watching the road or not? Are you blind? A voice of cursing appeared. I'm sorry. Jiang Shurian shook her head and looked for her cell phone in a daze, not realizing that the voice she had inadvertently dialed out was already connected. You are driving a broken taxi. Do you know how expensive my car is? Can you afford to pay for it if you crash it? The cursing voice was still noisy. Jiang Shurian slowed down after a while, only to see a woman standing outside cursing at the driver. The driver, on the other hand, was awkwardly compensating for his smile and kept saying words of apology, but Jiang Shurian clearly noticed that his hand had slowly reached behind his buttocks, and the veins on the back of his hand protruded out. Master, I'll get off and forget about it. Jiang Shurian pulled out $50 and handed it to him. You deal with the traffic accident first. You haven't been paid yet, Master said in a hurry. No need to look for it. Jiang Shurian hurriedly got out of the car. You women have a lot of money, the driver muttered in a low voice, his words a bit conspiratorial. Jiang Shurian couldn't help but speed up her steps when she heard it. I don't know if it's because she just hit her head. Jiang Shurian is dizzy at this moment. Even the sunlight feels a bit harsh, making her not see the road too clearly. She walked over to the bus stop not far away and sat there. A voice suddenly appeared in the headphones. Low and magnetic. Jiang Shurian, can you hear me? Well, who are you? Jiang Shurian asked dizzily. Did something happen on your end? What's your location now? Jiang Shurian took out her cell phone to look, and found that she didn't know when she actually dialed Yan Anton's voice. There was a car accident. The driver was not quite right. Jiang Shurian squinted her eyes and looked around. Because of the spared road, she was not familiar with this place, but the good thing is that the bus stop is on the side. She reported the name of the bus stop. Jiang Shurian, stay there and don't move. I'll be right over, Yan Anton said in a deep voice. From the beginning, after connecting Jiang Shurian's voice, Yan Anton felt not quite right. This girl is afraid of him. It is impossible to give him a voice. And soon after connecting, he heard the sound of the car collision and the sound of cursing. This moment after hearing the girl's voice, Yan Anton realized that something had happened. Good. Jiang Shurian obediently agreed. There weren't many people getting on and off the bus at the bus stop at this moment, so Jiang Shurian just sat on the bench and didn't move. Yan Anton rushed to the bus stop that Jiang Shurian said as fast as he could. and at a glance, he saw the little girl sitting on the bench, obediently holding her backpack and waiting. He parked the car and walked over toward her. Jiang Shurian. Hearing someone call her name, Jiang Shurian raised her head to look and recognized Yan Anton. Captain Yan. That driver. Jiang Shurian pointed to the distance, squinted for a moment, somewhat puzzled. How did the car disappear? Jiang Shurian stood up, shook his head, and with his last shred of sanity rushed at Yan Anton. Captain Yan, please send me to the hospital. I seem to have a concussion. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Shurian fell uncontrollably in Yan Anton's direction. When Jiang Shurian woke up, she was already lying in a ward filled with pungent sterilized water. Zhu Zhu, who was sitting next to her, was overjoyed to see her wake up. Yan, you're awake? Sister Juju? Jiang Shurian felt her head hurt terribly just as soon as she opened her mouth. You were in a car accident. There is a slight concussion, and also hit with ecstasy. Zhu Zhu explained. Fortunately, you are resourceful, but also know to call our Yin team, or the consequences are unimaginable. It's really a concussion. Ha! Jiang Shurian sat up with Zhu Zhu's help, and as if she thought of something, she hurriedly said, Sister Zhu Zhu, it seems like I've met a murderer. We know without you saying it, otherwise you wouldn't have been intoxicated. Zhu Zhu said in a deep voice. We checked the surveillance and found that the cab that was carrying you was a set of license plates. The lost cab was also found in the abandoned junkyard in the outskirts of the countryside. The driver was wearing a mask, and the suspect was not identified for the time being. That driver is missing 2 fingers on his right hand. Jiang Shurian tried to recall. Right. I saw him yesterday, when I was squatting by the side of the night market road chatting with 2 rats, and he pulled up in his cab and shouted for customers. Zhu Zhu was shocked. This was a key clue. She rushed out to report. Yan Anton walked in, wearing a police uniform. His tall and straight posture reflected in Jiang Shurian's eyes. The hormonal atmosphere that came out of his face instantly made Jiang Shurian wobble. Okay? Hearing Yan Anton's magnetic voice, Jiang Shurian hurriedly averted her eyes, looked down at the white quilt, and the roots of her ears couldn't help but turn slightly red. Headache. Jiang Shurian grabbed the covers and tried to hide her embarrassment. Can you hold on for dear life? I invited the bureau's analog portraitist to come over. At present, only you have seen the suspect. We need to draw his appearance based on the description. Yan Anton asked in a deep voice. Jiang Shurian nodded. It's no problem. The analog portraitist sat down, and Jiang Shurian tried hard to recall the appearance of the man she had seen last night and today during the day. And occasionally when her head ached terribly, the other party would reassure her that there was no need to rush, and that she should take her time. Half an hour later, the moment the portrait came out, the few policemen in the ward were all silent. Because this is someone they've seen before. Just a week ago, this man made a delivery to the police station in a takeout suit. Chapter 18, Catching the Wrong Man. Jiang Shurian looked at their faces and asked in a low voice, Is something wrong? Without waiting for them to speak, the door to the hospital room was instantly pushed open. Seeing that it was Jiang Yiheng, Yan Anton spoke out. Rest well. We will take the initiative to contact you if there is anything. Okay, thank you Captain Yan. Jiang Shurian said gratefully. When the police had all left, Jiang Yiheng walked up to Jiang Shurian's face and raised his hand. Jiang Shurian clutched her head in fear. I'm a patient now. You can't hit me. Sometimes I really want to lift your skull to see what's in your head. Jiang Yiheng was furious. Can't you be a little more peaceful this time? Do you know that when I got the call from the police, Mom and Dad were around, and they almost heard me? Jiang Shurian honestly listened to him before retorting in a small voice. I didn't do anything either. Does it have to stab the sky to count? Ha? Jiang Yiheng asked with a cold smile. Then wouldn't there still be you tall guys holding up the sky when it collapses? Jiang Shurian muttered. Jiang Yiheng, who heard this, directly laughed in anger. If the doctor hadn't said she had a concussion, he could have just given her a concussion. Jiang Shurian pulled his hand to try to pamper him. Brother, my good brother, can't afford it. Jiang Yiheng returned with a leathery smile. You're the one who's my brother. Jiang Shurian laughed dryly. Brother, you're so humorous. Cursed also scolded. Hit and cannot hit. Jiang Yiheng finally can only admit. After all, is the self-spoiled little girl. Since Jiang Shurian from the island back, the change is too big. Before too simple, always worried about being cheated. Now although a lot of smart, but the trouble is also more. From time to time to create a point of surprise, the whole of him are fast neurasthenia. Jiang Yiheng had originally planned to stay for the vigil, but he had a very important exchange meeting he had to attend the next day. And Jiang Shurian begged him repeatedly not to tell Mom and Dad, and in the end had to ask the police to help take care of it. And in fact, even if Jiang Yiheng didn't say anything, Jiang Shurian was now being protected by the police in an airtight manner. Since that perverted killer had already set his sights on Jiang Shurian, I'm afraid that he wouldn't let up after she managed to escape. The police disguised themselves as paramedics and patients and secretly guarded Jiang Shurian's side. Jiang Shurian laid down for a long time to move around, came to the window and accidentally found a small bird standing on the pole outside. In no time the bird flew to the windowsill and chatted with her. After a while, Jiang Shurian started to get a headache and hurriedly climbed back into the hospital bed to lie down. Late at night, a janitor dressed in light gray with a mask and gloves appeared in the inpatient department, bending over to clean the hallways and then walking past one room after another. Suddenly, the cleaner stopped. He turned sideways to purposely block the camera. His gloved hand on the doorknob, looked around, then carefully wrenched the door open and stepped inside. Jiang Shurian was lying on the bed sleeping soundly. The cleaner slowly tiptoed toward Jiang Shurian, his hands slowly reaching into his pocket, then pulled out a fruit knife. Just as he raised the knife in his hand and stabbed hard towards Jiang Shurian, a dark shadow suddenly jumped up from the hospital bed, its sharp claws viciously tickling the other party. A pained sound appeared from the cleaner's mouth, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground, making a clear clang sound. Jiang Shurian was instantly awakened by the sound. Meow! A mournful cat cry appeared in the hospital room, and Xiao Hei, who was originally sleeping with Jiang Shurian, was thrown out with force and smashed against the wall, then fell down from the wall. The side door connecting the two wards was slammed open, and a stern voice broke the quiet of the late night. Police! The cleaner turned around and ran without thinking, but as a result, uniformed police officers also rushed in from outside the ward, and seeing this, the cleaner gritted his teeth and lunged towards Jiang Shurian on the hospital bed, saying viciously, "Bitch, you tricked me." Jiang Shurian was so scared that she rolled out of bed, while Xiao Hei, who had originally collapsed on the floor, once again struggled to get up and rushed over to the cleaner's calf and bit down hard. "Xiao Hei, come back quickly!" Jiang Shurian shouted as she hid under the hospital bed. Little Black, who took a bite and ran away, immediately came to Jiang Shurian's side, and Jiang Shurian took it into her arms and shrunk into a corner to hide. Soon, the bad guy who tried to get Jiang Shurian killed was caught and pressed hard on the ground, a pair of eyes full of hatred staring dead at Jiang Shurian. After handcuffing the other man, the mask was removed from the janitor's face. It was indeed the driver of the cab that Jiang Shurian had taken during the day. "Be honest," the policeman warned sternly, quite bold. "How dare you come to the hospital to kill and commit murder?" Shu Shu ran towards Jiang Shurian and worriedly helped her up. "Is everything alright?" Jiang Shurian shook her head, instead looking nervously at the little black cat in her arms. "Little Black might be injured. I'll send it to the vet hospital right away for a checkup. It'll be fine. Don't worry." Shu Shu comforted her. After waiting for the murderer to be escorted away, Shu Shu also took over Xiao Hei and put it into the airbox. "I'm sending it to the pet hospital now. Are you hungry? Do you want me to buy some late-night snacks and come back for you?" Jiang Shurian touched her stomach and nodded shyly. "Then I'll trouble Sister Zhu Zhu." After Zhu Zhu left, the nurses and doctors came in to check Jiang Shurian's body, and they were finally relieved to see that she was fine. If something happened in their hospital, it would be hard to tell. Jiang Shurian couldn't sleep either, and swiped her phone in boredom. After sending Xiao Hei to the pet hospital, Shu Shu went to the nearby 24-hour convenience store to buy some food for Jiang Shurian, but just as she was settling the bill, she suddenly received a call from a colleague. "Got the wrong guy." Juju froze. "What do you mean? This man's right hand is intact. No broken fingers." Shu Shu suddenly turned pale, dropping her things and running furiously towards the hospital without being able to pay. Meanwhile, Jiang Shurian was lying down with a sore back, so she simply stood up and walked. She came to the nurse's station and greeted the ladies on duty, doing stretching exercises and walking slowly. Ding! The elevator doors opened. A man stepped out of the elevator. Jiang Shurian inadvertently met his gaze, seemingly familiar eyes with a ferocious color. He hid one hand behind his back, the other hand inadvertently revealed 3 fingers. In an instant, Jiang Shurian's sweaty hair stood up all over his body, and a chill quickly surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This man was clearly the driver who had plotted against her during the day. And who was the man who was taken from the ward earlier? Chapter 19 Odd Rewards. Jiang Shurian shivered uncontrollably, and couldn't think about it in detail before a nurse had already walked up to her and asked suspiciously, "What are you standing here for?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the man rushed towards them, while revealing the hand hidden behind his back, holding a sharp kitchen knife. The nurse also finally saw the man with the kitchen knife. Her face instantly turned white. Jiang Shurian hurriedly pulled her and ran. "Run!" But the nurse broke her foot. Chai 19 although he felt that he was a little different, but did not think much, but this is because he has always been a very heavy commitment to the people. This kind of goodbye without saying goodbye. Probably feels sorry for that girl just, "It's okay, I'm okay Lele." You. Zheng Changming opened his mouth just about to speak, and suddenly saw the big demon king on the side. The words in his mouth suddenly swallowed back in a raw manner. Inside the imperial garden, a green lawn, the emperor reclined in the brocade velvet padded rosewood chair. A side of the golden Nanmu carved flowers on the table. Placed in the imperial kitchen carefully prepared all kinds of pastries. Li Zhongqing and other personal waiter palace people, lined up beside the emperor, quietly stayed at one side. You, Zhang Shuixiang mood is not worried. On the contrary, also all things are not good. Can no longer control full of anger? Cannot help but out of shape back to Shaozi Jun stride to run? There is a kind of want to rage of the momentum. A middle-aged man dressed like Erlang Shen. This middle-aged man was formidable and extraordinary, with a pair of divine eyes full of majesty sweeping around. Understood. Please rest assured, steward. We will do our best to work for your son. The crowd immediately responded neatly. In was a punch that Qin Yilong considered to be using his full strength, hitting the side of Wei Zhang's head. She had said that if she survived the Black Dolphin prison, then this life of hers would be Chun Daji's from now on. I must work hard in the future. Take advantage of the time when Lotus is releasing energy so vigorously to absorb more, and strive to make my space evolve again before the end of the world. The stronger my ability, the safer I will be in the end of the world. Zhang Yu pondered in his own mind. There are actually scales? Humph. Although it wasn't directly melted by me, half of his head is already gone. He'll die just the same. Although the killer was surprised by Qin Yilong's body defense ability, but things had been finalized. The incarnation Qin Yilong would definitely die. It should be said that aside from Sung Embroidery's relationship, Mingxi had a quality about him that made it easy to get close and trust. The scent of her body and hair, the warmth in the back of her neck made the iceberg inside him suddenly crack open. He tried to resist, but she desperately wanted to melt him. He hesitated, unsure if he should obey her. Worthy of being the fourth prince, everything is analyzed thoroughly. I guess, you also have a way to deal with it now? Long Ao Tian laughed. The strength of each of these hidden sects is enough to rival an empire. It is even possible to surpass an empire. Si Wushua interjected. A large number of recovery spells were being added to the boss's own body. The priests unleashed dispel magic skills to disperse the persistent healing spells on the boss, and various skills that could interrupt the casting of spells blossomed in the hands of the players, resolutely not allowing the boss to add life value to itself. These could be the members that he had trained with his own hands, and Zhang Yuanhang felt very comfortable in his heart. Of course it's more than enough. The rewards of this competition are so generous that there are already not a few people who are holding on to their chances to compete. Long Ao Tian said. These ideas and propositions that even father and emperor and he could not think of, but had to be praised, amazed, and even marveled at, could never have been thought up by Nalansheng. As soon as eunuch Chao entered the door and saw that she still had the leisure to fiddle with these playthings, his mouth heaved a sigh. Wu Zhuer hurriedly got up to give up her seat and took a cup to pour him tea. Rong Jun did not want to say that some people want to spread rumors in the capital, but now also have to say, is it really that good? He couldn't help but press Ma San again, as if he wanted to know more details. He realized that he knew this little cutie. For 2 years, it seemed like he had never really known her, and now that he had died and found out that she turned out to be so strong, Wang Mazi was more or less timid. Yi Feng, I'm sorry, before, I shouldn't have treated you with that kind of attitude. Chu Hanting gritted his teeth and stiffened his body as he said to Yi Feng, the shrapnel and iron sand flying in the sky. The 18 parts of Su were suppressed and couldn't lift their heads, and they were in a sorry state. Ji Shenshua's voice was gentle and considerate, but a trace of undetectable mockery flashed in the depths of her eyes. After saying that, Sun Shan took out a jade slip, which was exactly the lost pill recipe given to him by Lin Fan. Li Yu knows very well that there is no good end to trying to be a real saint, and it is enough to verbally claim to be a saint. For example, Mr. Yen of the Pear Garden, although he hadn't comprehended the triple extreme realm, his strength wasn't the slightest bit worse than the triple extreme realm. It was only at this time that I deeply understood why Wu Yehua had to strictly wear a condom every time, so his tone was immediately gentle, encouraging and comforting Luo Qingyan several times, advising her not to be discouraged and so on. Based on Reborn Fire Phoenix's narration, Zhang Hui and Cinda finally connected all the clues together and restored the original picture of things. By this point he was out of temper and could only honestly cooperate. The lives of the entire ship were in his hands. Don't believe it? Then you guys take a look at what this is, Flame said as he took out an oil lamp from his own ring. This oil lamp was very ancient in appearance, with a faint luster emanating from its body. At a glance, it was not an unusual object. After fusing the cells of Juanma, it is also only because of the yin and yang attribute complementary and not blind. Cannot be like the eternal kaleidoscope. Writing will eyes have the power to destroy the sky and the earth. But kaleidoscope if there is no special child art. cannot even open the human form of the Gundam like Zwasuk. Anyway, in Lufan's conception, just now could only be counted as part of the main meal, and there should be an after-dinner dessert anyways. Getting an answer. Wu Yan's heart slightly put down his heart, and hung up the phone after making an appointment about what time it would be. Chapter 20 Conditions. As the only rational and sober person in Zhang's family at the moment, Jiang Yihang immediately raised his doubts. Bureau Song, can I ask why I'm helping my sister? Xiao Jiang has helped our police solve a major case twice in a row. She has gotten a lot of credit and should have been honored. And with Xiao Zhan's ability, entering the police dog base is indeed a bit of a big deal. So we unanimously decided to help her realize her dream. This reason may sound inspirational, but think about it for a moment. The great sage's legacy violin was a divine weapon in the land of the gods, and not everyone could see it or had seen it before. Likewise, if this valiant grand princess had indeed chosen the most stunningly talented man in their next country, there was no doubt in anyone's mind, their emperor's majesty would have rejected him on the spot. He knew full well that Lu Crescent was deliberately changing the topic, but it was not a good idea to ask again now. Thinking about his tone and words just now, something called justification took over. Only someone as proud and confident as Princess Zither Fiend would be able to ask others so very rightfully why they don't like her. When they came back, the duo walked very quickly, and Zhuge Laoqian's figure was becoming clearer and clearer. This kind of self-righteous big sand pig originally thought he was so great, but still has the inferior root that all men in the world have. Seeing this, Zhang Fei Yang was instantly delighted and began to pull the chi-wrapping claw frequently, trying to extract the aura from the poison flame rat's body. And because she often faces not much excess expression, character is indeed quite some cold. Speak and do things also very decisive. Especially she is a never read the slightest human feelings of the old-fashioned nature. Because, after the transformation of the infinite gourd, the pool water of the blood light pool, which could have been as far as the injuries of the demonic beasts, was even more pure, with better effects, better healing effects, and it looked like the bloodlight was gone, but in fact, the effect was even better. Omiwo's eyes fiercely became hot, like a phoenix in flames, wanting to break through the darkness, her magnetic voice wrapped in piercing cold. Sheets bedding, firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar, and even a new set of dishes were bought. Xiao Yunrong was shocked and immediately leaned back, but because he was too close to Qin Xiao, he didn't expect that she would still have the strength to do it and wrap his neck with the chains. Perhaps the reason for the injury, the aura around the body is no longer so violent and shocking, but the means, obviously become treacherous and sinister and shameless. Niu Xiao rubbed her eyes and after staring for a while, she thought she was blinking, so she continued to howl. Yun Xiao smiled. Things had already passed and she was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Yanqi's affairs. He had a feeling that things like a pole drop and 100,000 walkers biting the hook would only get more and more common, and not less and less. Huangfu Shuixian finally found an heir after carrying the burden for so many years, and her heart was more joyful than anyone else. She had long wanted to step down from her position as the head of the family, travel around, and find someone she loved and have a litter of children. Qi Yan's eyes darkened, his throat rolling as he remembered her passionate and seductive appearance in bed. That was an old man with white hair. His age seemed to be very old. However, he was sitting there like a Taiku Tyrannosaurus Rex hibernating, and all over his body, he exuded an extremely dangerous aura, which made people not dare to look directly at him. Qi Xiaodong was forced to be helpless. In front of Wang Chen, he can only be obedient to raise his hand to hit his own slaps, one after another. Hit the light. Wang Chen is still on the sidelines to supervise. As long as Wang Chen feels light, he will open his mouth. Otherwise, if we give it to just any employee, once he has selfishness and sells the painting privately, and then takes the money and goes far away, wouldn't it be a waste of effort in the end? Dabo Shuiyan stood in front of Xiao Xian, his hands having long ago drawn out his short sword from his body for defense and gripped it tightly in his hands. Yes. Several Wu soldiers immediately went up 1,000 to clip him up and pulled him outside the hall to rinse his head with cold water, which made him wake up a little. It was indeed not difficult to mobilize 200,000 troops. The only problem was that it would obviously take some time to mobilize such a large number of troops, and during this period the Jin army would definitely seize the time to quell the rebellion. Strong insects can't suppress a snake. Yasuko didn't intend to resist, letting the two men escort him away on his back left and right, one of them turning out a man-high black iron cage from his ring, which looked very ordinary. After the Great Tree Slayer did this, he immediately began to dodge, but no matter how he dodged, this gentle palm of Yinjin's followed. In the end, the Great Tree Slayer had no choice but to be hit. The Great Tree Slayer immediately channeled this deadwood demon power, intending to channel Yinjin's mana into the ground through the thousands of tree roots. Alarmed, she looked at Tuoba Jia and asked, "Brother, From where did you hear these rumors? Xiang father is as gracious as a mountain to our family, clearing the charges for our father, raising me to adulthood. Xiang father is not the kind of person you are talking about. She was so surprised that her words were a little shaky. Wu Chiwei was already wilting, but as a result, when he heard these words from Wang Chen, his 2 eyes glazed over and he was actually directly infuriated. Nowadays, the top 15. There are really a lot of familiar people. The 8 dukes of the righteous path are all listed. Wild Duke Yang Yi, Bear Duke Luo Ba, Heavenly Thunder Duke Lei Breaking, Chaotic Duke Yang Lang, plus the other 3 people. These people were all talking about who was strong and who was weak in these 15 people, as well as some grudges and such. Love begets resentment. Resentment begets hate. And finally only a touch of resentment remains, coiled in the river of forgetfulness, waiting to be devoured by other powerful resentment, becoming a spirit of resentment. Then they are trapped over the river of forgetfulness for all eternity, and are not allowed to enter the cycle of reincarnation for the rest of their lives. Something else? Su Shu had a flash of light. Yes, it was divine sense. Cultivators could not leave their divine sense no matter if they were refining pills or fighting. Divine sense was as important as aura. Xiao Ruoshui never seen so don't in the face of the man. Really no way to endure. Raised his hand and threw the cup over, but was not smashed. From his head a little short of flying past the wall behind. Bang! Smashed into the wall. That said, she and the gadfly across the street had fought each other many times over the past few days, but had never met. It was not the time of the Monkey Kingdom, but at the end of the Tang Dynasty, during the reign of Emperor Muzong of Tang Dynasty, he saw the sight of a flying dragon ascending to the sky once in the middle of Chang'an City. Old man, you misunderstood. I am not a shark. These on my face are just birthmarks. Yun Unknown said. What kind of operation is this? Weren't we just discussing the piano? An elegant instrument to play? Why are we playing games the next minute? Can't you rich kids play something elegant? Thinking about when he faced Jishin today, he almost got hurt by which of her weird burst arrows, and it was Mihoshi who blocked it for him, but Mihoshi got hit and injured in the arm because of it. Of course, not only was Ningxue the only one who felt that the 3 Yuaning cultivators outside were imposing, the rest of the cultivators likewise showed their envy with their actions, and one by one, even if they were resisting so much that it was hard to hold on to themselves, they were all still watching with bated breath, saying that they were unwilling to lower their heads to earnestly defend themselves against the onslaught of the aura. Chapter 21, Such a young animal expert? Jiang Shiyan was so frightened that Pinyin, who had fallen asleep with her, almost rolled off the bed and meowed. Facey, you're crushing my tail, Jiang Shiyan hurriedly said. I'm sorry, and then hurriedly climbed out of bed to open the door with her chicken nest head. As soon as the door opened, 3 employees squeezed into her office in unison, hiding behind Jiang Shiyan, who was almost pushed out by them, staggering and swaying, almost falling. As soon as the wind blows, Liang Xiao that indolent, early in the morning ran to the cinema to guard, today in the cinema to watch the whole day. Jinxiu was worried that she would vomit. I still like to watch football when it comes to the game. Basketball is played way too quietly these days, Elon Musk said with a yawn after watching less than a quarter of the game. Say it. Waste. Palm slammed to the side of the dragon chair. The voice is not big. The crowd has been again this kneeling on the ground. Captain, what's wrong? A certain team member's questioning voice came out from the headset. Obviously, Chi Lai's reaction made them feel puzzled. The fight below was in full swing. All of them wanted to add fuel to the fireball as if they had been doped up. Only Chi Lai was unresponsive. Seeing that the 2 flight trajectories were about to overlap together, a crack appeared steeply in Wen Yan's facial crystals, accompanied by a deafening shout. A white practice that was as solid as a physical object stabbed out like a flying sword. Historically, after a long experience of life and death in the battlefield, especially after several times of being reborn in the fire and surviving a great disaster, he had a very light view of life and death. By the next day, when the Xianbei arrived at the northern edge of Xiang, Morong had already learned of the news. Her later demonic beast, she makeup is really not as good as an outsider. So then, to this demonic beast seems to have not much sense. Cannot be like a finger to make. With a grandpa like waiting, others are happy, she is not happy. Fu Chenxi cried for a while and then stopped. Although she didn't cry anymore, she was in a very low mood, and her head kept refusing to lift up. This diamond doesn't have a name yet, right? How about you give it a name? Dong Shanha gently put this piece of jewelry on Lu Miaomiao's white neck. When Standing Throw saw it, he was so startled that he didn't dare to make a sound lest he startle it. Just as he was about to go and tell the 2 Yufeng's voice calling out to him came. A tear slid down between his eyes, and the sad, choking sound of the blowjob became even more whimpering as he stubbornly and ruthlessly refused to look at her, only to blow the blowjob with even more emotion. But, she looked at his expression, and then she stammered for a moment. Not knowing how to speak, the beautiful man's words indicated that he would not tell her the truth. So what way should she take to find out? What a place! It's like an ant hole. Xiajian walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Nothing. But it's strange. The sarcophagus seems to be one with the stone platform. There aren't any gaps in the lower articulation. Wan Qing, who had squatted down to check the bottom edge of the sarcophagus, spoke back. No, let's go eat. Su Jin smiled and shook her head. Zhongli Luo's eyes flashed with a touch of helplessness, touched Su Jin's head and pushed Su Jin towards the dining room. Inside the royal mansion, Su Jin was lying on the beauty couch with a leisurely face. Her head was full of ripe grapes. Beside her, Zhongli Luo peeled the grapes for Su Jin, and after peeling them, he sent the grapes towards Su Jin's mouth. At this time, Bai Yufei is still in the chaos of sleep, just out of a kind of instinct. Confused will be the other party pressed under the body, but see the other party has not responded, which feel a little strange up. Panicked to open his eyes to see. Fan Shui vaguely remembered something, but like a television set in the 90s with a bad signal, the picture was extremely blurry and fleeting. Just as she remembered medical science in general, she should have remembered that the soul of a divine practitioner was quite different from others, but because she was a divine practitioner, she couldn't remember it. How many heads is it today? A few herders in charge of driving the livestock came over, and a bearded fellow at the head drew out a short-handled dagger. His gaze was cold, without a trace of pity. Only his own consciousness is becoming more and more blurred, as if he is slowly about to leave this world. From the mountain touched out a few stones. First of all, the few cameras aimed at me were distorted, and only then from the body touched out the pre-prepared drugged buns, thrown over in the direction of the kennel. The buns do not say eat. Is that the dog asked with the nose? Can be stunned on the spot, but people are afraid of fame and fortune. This is true. Because of this incident, the local people even think, we are more powerful than those witches and goddesses, monks and Taoist priests. See our regiment temporarily no signs of leaving the city. They begged our chief, let us give the local solution to some of the gods and strange things. It was a magical place where strength and realm had become completely disconnected, and no matter how much strength was raised, the realm remained in place, stoically unmoved. The lance was long and the iron sword was softly roaring as it stabbed towards the opposite side. One moment they were their own people, but in an instant they were already fighting each other. The others were also whispering, and they all thought that it was because LV Tianming had lost control of his martial arts cultivation that he had made such a mess. A 100-foot bronze coffin was imprinted with an evil dragon with teeth and claws, and a faint dragon roar seemed to roar out. I've always wanted to ask you a question. Chen Fan looked at the eloquent Gu Yu, and that question in his heart suddenly popped up again. 3 months. The Void Throne can stay in this open world for a maximum of 3 months. Veros dryly quoted a time. And it was at that moment that Night Sacrifice's afterglow seemed to see the corners of the mouth of the man on that painting hooked into a malicious smile, and his eyes gazing back at himself. But when Nightsong turned around to take a closer look, it was as if nothing had happened. In the 32nd minute, Bentley broke through on the right wing and knocked across the middle of the box. Hernandez stopped the ball and hit a low left-footed shot into the near corner of the goal. Blackburn 2's surprised face is about to reply. Suddenly from the house out of a person, only to see the visitor feather crown turban, skin white quality, wearing white long scarf brocade robe. Finished. This time there is really a pursuer in front and a blockade at the back, unless one inserts a wing, or else one will probably have to be accounted for here today. In the darkness of the night, the bright white spots of light were enough to show what high temperatures were being generated at the center of the missile. So, after understanding this, the withered old man also asked these branches of the Wang family to focus their search on a few locations where Yifan and the others were most likely to hide. As Qin Jia's voice fell, Yifan also felt a threat that came from Qin Jia's direction. No, Muggs, that's what I meant. Hoshishi is Hishika. Vanari explained to Muggs. This is the second medicinal garden? Seeing the scenery in front of him, Luja's face froze. There is no doubt about the reason. The scope of this second medicinal garden is too big. Looking around, surrounded by dense woods, rather than a medicinal garden, it is simply a wild jungle. Chapter 22, Don't be so stingy. Jiang Shurian's face changed. The roar was clearly a warning to the humans. There's no time, Jiang Shurian said in a deep voice. Park Director Li. Immediately arrange a car for me to enter the park. Director Li hurriedly got someone to drive over. That, can you drive yourself? Director Li smiled bitterly. The situation in this tiger garden is too dangerous. No one dares to go in. Jiang Shurian nodded, grabbed her things and got into the car, driving the car wrapped in wire too. As for the formula, Quicksilver did not send it. One was that Quicksilver had another plan in mind. Plus he reckoned that if he sent the formula himself, maybe the Duke would just give it to the Magic Duchy. He didn't want to marry Mona Shabai but cheapen the magic duchy for nothing. Therefore this time, amongst the bride price, there was no presence of the formula. Right at this moment, immortal monarch Yao Ri suddenly felt that not far away from the opposite side, there was a probing gaze, staring at himself. Thoughtfully, he looked up in that direction, but it was empty? Hearing the red-haired ancestors questioning, Xia Lin couldn't help but be speechless. She also can't round over this statement, only to mess around and said, "This matter I will report to the elders, but also please seniors in the sake of his young. But don't make things difficult with him. I think you old teeth and virtue all respect. Victory is not martial. Not win is a joke." The light shield formed by the second layer of magic flying swords was also shaken to open a crack, and the thunder and fire attacked one after the other and erupted again, coming with divine speed. One's own Bull Bee, that is, discerning eyes, worshipped a Bull Bee master. Of course, do not spare no effort to take advantage of the master's residual power, squeezing his residual value. From now on, you'll reside on the northern underworld islands, right in Ling Yun's original house, and help me take care of her flower and plant pets and clean her palace. The northern underworld emperor commanded and disappeared with him when he finished speaking. Yes, this old man is in the top 10 of force in the three kingdoms, and can still tie with the martial Saint Guan Yu. Tang Hua was quite satisfied that the system was quite generous and didn't summon those Qing dynasty arhats, knowing that they could also use a bow. Hearing his disciples' words, the Dao Crown man remained impassive on the surface, but his spine gradually became straight. Inside the room, Song Shelwei and Zhou Yong did not realize that their conversation had fallen into a third pair of ears. Skipping the beauty pageant, talking about the arrangements being made for the plum instead of peach. What do you say? That day it was Lu Duanhuan who directly took her captive, so he didn't even have time to take the windbreaker, and now he asked her why. Chu Shingo walked to the door and opened it, while Shin Qi was temporarily in front of him. He revealed that evil smile and shouted as he watched Hua Feng in their distant backs. After Lang Euro finished speaking, she suddenly turned around and didn't bother to pick up Long Moshuan's string of house keys. Turning around and leaving, the two of them talked and laughed as they walked forward, while on the grass in front of them, Ding Jing Jing held the kite, and Hei Zi held the roller cylinder in his hand, already starting to let go of the line. Bai Yin Nan, on the other hand, smiled from afar and looked at Ding Jing Jing. The picture was beautiful and riverine, leaving no doubt that this was a happy family of three. Taking out a side of brocade handkerchief from her bosom, she gently wiped the smear of blood on the Bai Yi silk. Xiao Yeye casually threw the brocade handkerchief to the side. He had been hanging around here for so long, naturally he had practiced a pair of good moves. It was clear whether it was a mule or a horse at a glance. Sizing up Yen Shi's aura, dress, and the shock brought by that light glance just now, his heart immediately shook with alarm bells. The third master instinctively felt fear, his heart straight drumming. Tears began to well up under Lang Yuro's eyes as she shook her head and looked at Fang Haojie, signaling that she didn't want to hear anymore. Even the team member who had been deadlocked within the crater had given up and raised the assault rifle in his hand to counterattack. Hanging up the phone, Long Euro continued to watch TV, but she didn't expect that 10 minutes later, the organizing committee of the competition called, informing her to go to the site immediately to compete. The black clouds in the sky covered the sky and seemed to hide countless demons from hell within them, and miserable trumpet sounds constantly came out, drilling into Xing Fei's ears. Lang Yan looked at the cunningness that flashed momentarily in her eyes, then moved to her pink lips, stained a little bit of bread crumbs. The corners of his lips gradually raised, lowered his head closer to her. The tip of his tongue lightly licked the corners of her mouth. While those outside only know that Muli is still hospitalized, those inside can see everything that is happening outside. While there are families who are not quite so savvy and want to go it alone and start another business, it usually ends in misery, as has been the case with the Boston Consortium throughout history. Plus, I'm blind. Surely the fortune teller you're talking about isn't blind? The goat monster said. Obviously, Pow 11 is also clear about this. Now is the time to pay. Now such a wonderful, always climaxing story. It is difficult to collect the negative energy value. The final grand finale is the time of the mighty explosion. The 6 temporal level creatures, each with cold hands and feet, all felt that terrifying killing intent from Qin Tiange's body, putting aside the difference between Buddhism and Taoism. In fact, Tiandiquan and Lingzhen Temple, as neighbors, were still on okay terms with each other. It is very likely that the parasites cannot be removed from the body, said the old woman. Couldn't help but shiver. Even she who was once accustomed to using parasites. She couldn't dare to imagine what kind of chaotic state those carefree parasites would present in Muli's body. How could the human body possibly withstand it? Ming Nai took a step and ran to the gate of the Taoist temple, looked up and saw an ancient plaque hanging above the gate, which was clearly written with 3 big words in ink. Tiandi Guan. The first is to crack down on drug crimes, with zero tolerance for drug trafficking, drug transportation, drug production, drug use and drug possession. In the elevator, Yao Shan was still very nervous and took out a pack of cigarettes and pulled out 2 more to hand to Shi Haichuan. If it was in the past, Bo Zicheng would have really taken this favor, just to spice up his bad mood. But today, just thinking about Mo Lan's unannounced departure, his mood to eat the cake even dissipated. Several times struggling but no effective, Zhuo sure knows that it is hopeless to break free. The body of the endless green spiritual power surged out, directly condensed out of the mountain toad. 5-colored smoke in the diffusion. His subconscious skimmed over all the details straight away, not wanting to think about truth or falsehood. And a lot of thoughts began to pop into his mind, all in various ways defending the bamboo, not allowing him to second-guess its authenticity, making him believe that all in front of him was true. Chapter 23, Subverting Perceptions. Jiang Shiyan heard the sarcasm in his words. The good feeling that just rose because he was handsome instantly fell almost to the ground, and said in a tone of displeasure, "Love to believe it or not." Ji Jingnian snorted. Jiang Shiyan didn't bother to take care of him anymore and directly stated his intention. Today's incident was an accident. A tigress in the tiger group was about to give birth. But your movements scared her. That's why the king led the tiger group to surround you. This matter is the zoo's negligence. Your Highness, Yu Li has been suspected. Can you want my subordinates to put him? Guhan looked at Tuoba Xiao and compared a murderous gesture with his hand on his neck. 1 or 2 million will be a meal to stuff some money. Originally thought to come over with you to make fate. Recently the whole project hand that called it tight. Now see also have no time. Next time. Casually back to the sentence. The thought of their purpose here are not hit. Xiao Fengbao suddenly feel a little regret. Captain, the door of the room is locked. The person should have gone out. Rushing into the courtyard. When he saw the lock on the door of the room inside, one of the police officers rushed to the lead captain and reported. Boys subconsciously turned back, but not what joy, instead of a kind of fear. Boys want to run, but the body does not stop controlling. Suddenly the boy's body slowly rise. Do not fall on the beams. Until the body a little bit of immobility. The truth of the matter, I am sort of unraveled. A play also came to an end. But I don't want it to. Oba Xiao suddenly caught Xiao Sun's hand that is trying to put down, and each of his hands held the wrists of both of her hands, folded her hands together, palms facing outward, and the back of his hands gently against her lips. Listening to the blind voice coming from the handset, his face surged with some bloom. In Su Tian's opinion, it was estimated that Qing Tian would have to wait for some time if he wanted to have peaceful days. No need. You know where to drop it. Sasha moved closer to Long Dan, her right hand slowly reaching for Long Dan's beautiful cheek. Long Dan instinctively slapped, wanting to knock off Sasha's hand, but Sasha struck as quickly as the wind, catching Long Dan's white wrist, while forcefully pushing her against the wall. It was now the afternoon, and Tian Yao dynasty hadn't started business yet, so after pushing the door and walking in, the entire nightclub was slightly cold. Even Su Chenyang himself didn't know that there would indeed be a surprise in a few more days. Even he didn't expect it. Shui Jin looked at Xiaoyan's eyes and nodded without saying anything, but that solemnity had already been placed in his heart. In the past, he wouldn't have made a deal with Oda Aoi and directly used the Xuanha divine flame to slowly calcinate her until she couldn't stand it. In the end, Kai Mao was reluctant to enter Linxion, thinking that once he entered the city, he would be like a fish swimming in a kettle, and his life and death would be in the hands of others. If he stays in Beijing camp, he can escape by boat any time when the situation is bad. Li Guanhan also understands that, before really arriving in Beijing, there are still a lot of things need George, the head of the consortium, to maneuver around the outside world, giving orders. Dharma Idzi let him where is not so much to give him a pill to eat as more like to give him pull the carrot on the mill. Another reason was that Zhou Ru was relatively large and alive. If it was a dead thing of the same weight, even if it was of the same size, Ma Zhong would be fine. Li Guanhan carefully observed the snowy mountains in the distance. Snow-white mountains, high and low, shaped like lotus petals, holy and mysterious. He suddenly remembered the scene depicted in the mural of the cave on the island of West Sea Lake, which was also like this. Near the earth forest, the lotus-shaped peaks, and the Dharma Idzi inserted in the center. The other two megas, who spend money on cramming classes, are considered to maintain the top 10. The rest of what's left of the Pega and Daga, who can't afford to part with their cramming gold, end up not even getting into the top 500. Leveling up in a short period of time? Ryan frowned just as much as Harry did, and with all three of the Deathly Hallows sets in Hogwarts Castle, he really wasn't sure what exactly Voldemort was looking for. The crowd was depressed, but there was nothing they could do but go through the routine first. Finally, when Wang Haiyang finished his report, the crowd was again puzzled and started asking questions. The responsibility for the robbery of the penal colony cannot be blamed on the heavenly jail. but the fact that there are less people inside the heavenly jail is their own fault. Don't mention it. Just now Malfoy came running in specifically to pick a fight and then bragged that he's a rank leader now. Ginny replied in a nonchalant manner. Lu Ling, I, and Rua's slightly trembling mouth, sight cast to Lu Ling, and it is at this time, the surrounding is suddenly become a dim. The surrounding 2 meters position, also not see very clear. This instantly called in Rua's heart are lifted up. If the city walls and magic gears could be combined, the difficulty of the attack would have to be more than 10 times greater. Now that the city walls were occupied, the attacking side gained the high ground. The Wingfoots composed himself and walked up, took aim for about 10 seconds, and went out and let the arrow go. This time he didn't get a 10 ring, only a 9. I'll be right out. And Rua immediately returned his sight and said, and in the next moment, seeing the squad leader's surprised look, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong? It seemed that the sound of him huffing backwards could still be heard, which called in Rua even more puzzled. This was the first time Zhang Liang had executed the improved version of the Ci Hang Sword Code sword stance after perfecting the mixed elements heaven and earth technique to the 7th level. A black light flashed behind his head, and with a light chisel, a hole was made in the back of the dark elf's head, and brain matter dripped out. Nalan Hong, I'm not messing around. I'm crazy to fall in love with you. I'm crazy to want to stay by your side and not want to go back. Xiao Yuan's voice was also somewhat unsettled. Although he knew that Luo Knight 7 had been defeating the Luo clan, he didn't realize that the Luo clan's roots were still strong, and that it would take such a long time to truly reclaim it all. The thing that Li Qinghong was talking about was what Li Yunmu was preparing to do earlier, and that was to clear out the Earth Adventists that were in the main world. After wiping the sweat off his forehead, Su Qingga hurriedly tore open a fever-reducing patch and put it on his forehead. Second and husband, could it be that those immortal realms still dare to directly target us? Hu Changliang was horrified. Chapter 24, Trash Quest. Garbage system. Go ahead and say it. Wish prodded impatiently. She said that Teacher Ji is a brat and also said that she doesn't make friends with brats who can't speak human language. The little assistant who had just finished saying this hurriedly scrunched up her neck and took several steps back, afraid that Ji Jingyan would get angry. Wish spews out a mouthful of water. Little kid? Shu secretly screamed that it was not good, and quickly comforted Ji Jingyan. Jingyan, don't take it to heart. Just take it as a. My heartbeat thumped faster and I hurriedly turned around and grabbed the flashlight I had prepared long ago and turned it on and looked around. It was empty. Nothing. Thinking that, I looked towards Bai Xia in the big pit. Now, all the initiative is in his hands. Many pirates saw a tall man walking slowly over. Carp's stature in the navy is not high, but at this time in their eyes Carp is the most magnificent giant in their hearts. The giant that can guard their navy. Didn't you see that great cultivator and the man in red both thinking about becoming the master of the heavenly Tao? Only Snapdragon was thinking about going home. Isn't that surprising? Su Feng looked at the red dust slash who was struggling to resist with a teasing face and laughed loudly. But this Pete has a golden cross around his neck, so it seems that this guy is not a devout Christian. With this system in place, along with the Xianmu black gold and some of the resources left in the war fortress, it was possible to forge battle armor in bulk. And after the craftsman emperor engraved the seal inscriptions, it would become a half-saint battle armor. With a bang, Wu Tian's dark attribute elemental energy surged into the black dragon blade, steadily blocking Pan Fubong's attack. Yi Wuxuang spat out a sentence, his words too somewhat strange. Perhaps he realized that he shouldn't say such words on such an occasion. How to say is also seen a lot of, like this evil Gongfu, are absorbing other people's cultivation and enhance their own cultivation. A few moments later, the defense magic was still breached. But fortunately, it was as if the other side had shown mercy, and all the magicians involved in the battle were only injured and not in danger of their lives. Sweeney was the new generation of the Red Fist organization. Although she was only 23 years old this year, her strength had already reached the level of the 7th floor of the Red Tower, and after 2 or 3 more years, it was not impossible to successfully ascend to the 8th floor. When Jiang Huairan heard Xiang Shuihai say this, he also believed that this was the Xian Yuan family. Because he believed that Xiang Shuihai wouldn't make fun of Xian Yuan Xiener, Jiang Huairan surveyed the sea, which was calm. No waves were visible. No abnormalities could be seen. Xiang Shuihai didn't say anything. He wanted to see if Jiang Huairan could find out. Base laughed bitterly. What's the use of talking about this now? Your Par family is nominally yours, but in reality, it has long been hollowed out by Darab, who is the actual controller of the Par family. Ram's lips trembled slightly, and gently, exhaling a hot breath, she let it out. From the lips that were trembling slightly even as she exhaled, it was completely impossible to tell if she couldn't take it anymore, or if she was getting excited. Zhu Yiyan smiled lightly. Who is the Flame Legion fighting against? Who is constantly sneaking into my heavenly flame city, and said Zhui Yun. She came to Mr. Banquet's side and came to Mr. Banquet's ear. The Peng family. On the side of the field, a dozen or so competition deacons cast spells together, joining hands to close the golden light curtain that served as the defense of the martial arts arena, and the large clusters of golden light transformed into points of light that roamed the sky with excitement, seemingly bright like the fireworks of victory. Hurrah! His main body transformed into a swirling gray rain dragon that leapt up and disappeared within the demonic sword high in the air. Jiang Foam nodded, putting down his teacup, and said sincerely, I won't hide it from Apothecary Bai. The purpose of my coming here is simple. I hope Apothecary Bai will go to White Cloud City. Among them, Van Oka is the most impressive, as he actually shoots two birds at a distance where none of the Straw Hat Gang can see an island, and his range is simply amazing. Such things as ape dung cannot be forced. What is yours is yours. What is not yours, it is useless for you to rob it. Looking at the princess's attitude towards the two of them thumped in their hearts. These two couldn't be the male favorites that the princess was keeping outside, right? Mimi, it's me, I'm your Ayo. Ouyang Lai Tian spoke incoherently, his body having swelled up long ago, said although vicious, but with the lips of the delicate smile, how to look like in the pampering. Even she herself also sensed, the face of a red. On his hand hard pinched a hand, feel face burned, especially in front of the pair of crystal bright purple eyes, through the infinite affection, fell in her eyes, adding a few points of shyness. Stupid is as stupid does, it's better than crashing to death outside in a body. Tao Hua didn't look the least bit intimidated, reaching out and slamming the helmet into Huang Zihao's arms as she lifted her steps and walked away. In fact, he had made it clear that if it was Lilith, it didn't have much to do with him. With a little analysis, Lily sensed something. Just talking about it is not a big deal. To later even forced her to go on a blind date. Must she bring a boyfriend back at the New Year's Eve? Something was very wrong with this Meowth. That was Lily's judgment of him, and her instincts told her that it wasn't wrong. It's fine. It's good that you went back. Huang Ziyan naturally heard the break in Huang Ziyi's words, but he didn't want to pursue it today. Even when he was talking to Sheikh Ziyi, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Kondo's wedding also references this legend. And a portrait of Izanagi and Izanami hangs on the niche for worship. Looked like a big shot, so he did whatever he just said. But do these people have that power? There were blooming flowers everywhere, and the sky was filled with floating mushroom spores, still glistening and giving off all sorts of sheen. The original Tiger Share apparently didn't have any of these fancy things, and they were all carefully selected by Kondo for the love of the sword later. Locke swept a circle around the violently swaying bushes, and instantly laughed in his heart. It was really a step in the right direction. And it was actually possible to come across it here. Chapter 25, Lone Wanderer. Then what kind of veterinarian are you? Do you know that its heart rate is weakening and you are responsible for dying on the operating table? Jiang Shiyan was so angry that she couldn't speak. 14%, 13%, 12%. Warning, mission progress is about to fall below 10%. Warning. The attending veterinarian was so furious that he directly threw out the scalpel in his hand. Fine. You're so good. Come on. It's a good thing Director Li ran over. 2. Yang Wei shouted explosively, his left arm slashed forward, and the longsword phantom above his head rumbled and chopped down. The longsword fell, swirling boundless wind and clouds, suppressing a 1,000-meter square circle. The overpowering aura, the breaking sword intent, causing Long Lao's face to change drastically. In the 83rd minute, Arsenal finally struck a final threatening blow when their long pass from the back found Giroux, who had been restricted by Deegan in the second half. A restriction that didn't mean dominating over the top every time he fought for a header, but rather did a good job of interfering with Giroux. Puzzled, she thought back to why a weapon so far away from her could do damage to her, but before she could come up with a result, her instincts pulled the alarm. Originally, sect leader Toya did not intend to follow him. He was afraid that if he ran into the Tree of Life and Luo Tiana was joint efforts again, he would have to escape once more. In which case, this old face of his would not be able to take it anymore. She came to the clean white wall to the west, nodding at the telltale angel to her master's left. The dodo was then extremely cooperative, releasing what Katniss wanted. Are you really willing to pay everything? Meng Xiongfei raised his hand and frivolously picked Gu Pan's smooth chin, his face approaching her with an evil smile as he asked. However, those two beasts that look like foxes but look like tigers, but not only incited to come over, had been crushed by them to escape the 5 demigods only, including those who fled before their clansmen. At this time together with the strength, compared to them is only a lot more than a little. At first, Mu Xiaotian was only willing to explore at the mouth of the gourd, and as soon as he was moisturized by the fragrance of the Dan, his greed was not enough. and the side wanted to continue to explore extend forward into the past, into a white chaotic land. God's thoughts spread out, cannot penetrate the boundaries. Around the Thousand Roads Palace, 200 to 300 strong men have already gathered. All of them are not bad in strength. Almost all of them are above the 7th level of Daoshi. This is a terrifying force. Once united, even Li Yi and the others would be horrified and change color. Stomp carefully sensed, realizing that after stepping through the door he was actually summoned within a Jedi shrouded by a formation. He could not help but sigh. Nudge carefully. Utilizing his spatial ability, he resolved the spatial door completely, and among them, only Lao Su, the backbone, had a gun. As for the others, they didn't have a gun on them. Wu Jingxiang said, recently, you have what, the wind on the road? I said no. Since the last time by Fei things Wu Jingxiang did not help me. I intend to draw a line with this guy. This son of a is not reliable. When you need me to look for me, I want to help. Always push back. Does it hurt? He asked anxiously, and when he looked over, he only saw that her face had turned pale for a moment, and even her exhalations were a little weak. With a bang that shook the sky, a large seal that was comparable to a one-story building slammed into the entrance of the hotel, plunging 3 inches deep into the ground and smashing out gusts of sparks. This kind of battle is definitely not something we can participate in. In other words, we can't even stand the aftermath of the battle. His body was really weak, and the moment he just got off the roller coaster, there was only outgoing air but no incoming air. Best sighed, knowing that it was impossible to probe from the other party's mouth a trace of information that he did not want to say more. He shook his head and turned to look somewhat sympathetically at the angry and unwilling Xiang Hanan's father and son, and then, with a hook of his seductive red lips, he replaced it with a smile that was not a bad intention. Dehei possessed tiger and wolf bloodline. Tiger and wolf is the king of wolves, fierce and domineering. With infinite strength, Dehei's awakened adamant and war wolf divine ability is exactly attached to the characteristics of tiger and wolf, and it is also a domineering divine ability. Zhuo Lingfeng was listening from the side and was also impressed by Yan Ming's words. Before, in Zhuo Lingfeng's impression, Yan Ming was a bastard. But now he had changed so much that he would rather be stuck here forever and stay here to help them. Sun Shanshan's voice was a bit loud and kept pounding on the door, just wanting Sun Mengming to open this door. However, accompanied by a terrifying shattering sound, the mirror light disappeared at an appalling speed, and in the blink of an eye all the mirror light disappeared. Mu Jiugo looked at the potted plants in front of her, thinking about Qi's scene that day. Princess Xiao did take out many very beautiful and precious potted plants for people to enjoy, and that day did cause a big stir. Upon hearing this report from his adjutant, he was about to give an order when a bunch of requests popped up with a thud into his public messaging electronic screen. Superintendent Tangled, staring straight at the big screen that looks childish, but the bones reveal a dare to the world as if the enemy of the courage of the firstborn calf. The Tangled suddenly dissipated. Luing Ying was in the mech room and didn't see the situation as conveniently and carefully as Han Yi, and she was even more surprised to hear this detail. Does it make sense? If I say that there is something between us, will you not receive me into the house? Or is it that if I say there's nothing between us, that thorn in your heart can disappear? Mu Jiuji's face was calm. The color of her eyes was calm, just like the cold ice that did not melt for 1,000 years, without a trace of temperature, only endless coldness. The two came into the yard away from them, and the sound drifted into the house before the people even entered, so all he could do was keep a close eye on the people around him at all times, shooing away those who were ready to gather around, especially those who were ready to take pictures. Why were they all lying inside coffins when it was clear that a barrier existed in this place? How did they get in? But Niu Sanbao knows that they are pirates, robbing merchant ships, killing and kidnapping, raping and pillaging, or no evil is synonymous with them. But there are also strange and various rules on this Du Island, and this is where Niu Sanjun makes himself questioned. Since this is the case, then Han Jinhan and Lu Zhang's status is a friend, not a foe, and there is no need to make so much tension. However, Han Jinhan's heart was still full of uneasiness about Lu Zhang's attitude, but this is not a difficult task for Han Jinhan, a soldier with a treacherous nature. Chapter 26, One wave leads to another. Jiang Shurian's mood became extraordinarily heavy as he met the Great King's eyes. She got up from the ground and spoke into the intercom, asking them to help prepare something to send over. Beautiful monthly meals, insulated panels, clean water, and goat's milk. Because of the fear that the beautiful will be stressed, these things are just put on the door. Send things naturally. Jiang Hung, he carefully pulled. Jiang Shurian will be her up and down all over again. And finally the gas. It goes all the way up along the points of Yingxiao, Fengshe, Huanjiu, Jingmen, Fuji x Silla, and finally returns to the pupil's eye at the corner of the eye. The pupil's eye. Regarding all of this, the side of the gods had naturally discovered something. but they just didn't do anything about it. Yes, the alchemy puppet would not only concoct pills, it would also process various parts of the plant according to different plant characteristics. Although it was said that the tea produced could not be taken out of the cave, it could be completely enjoyed within the cave. The face slapping and leg slapping is no longer available, and the price has been increased to this point. As long as it is not a cutie, all understand that this big pile of wood is another hidden secret, cannot afford to buy. But look at the hustle and bustle of a long time can still be. He moved around and was a little surprised to find no ropes or chains or anything like that on him either. Originally, this middle-aged man had a few more meetings coming up in the morning, but he turned them all down. How is this child so anxious? Forget it. But this gong method is interesting. Although it cannot be cultivated, there are still quite a few places in it that can be worthwhile to learn from. Ouyang Feng somewhat delightedly looked at this gongfu in his hands. Ouyang listening Shuang was also direct. This gongfu was even given to him just like that. Calculating this way, if I'm more diligent, I can get almost 600,000 to 700,000 experience points a day. A month will be able to gather about 20 million experience, which is not bad at all. Ouyang listening Shuang thought in his heart that he had to work harder these days. Lin Kong Kong eat a lot, drink a lot. This shake, only feel stars in front of their eyes. Stomach turning over. She covered her mouth and ran to the side of the road to squat. Just eat into all the vomit out. The invitation is received, but to go or not, completely depends on their own feelings. No one stipulates that if you receive an invitation, you must go to the appointment, and this is not a bully post. Besides, the invitation does not indicate the specific time. Just say that there is time to go at any time. If she is a good girl and becomes a concubine in the Pooh residence, then they will stay out of each other's way from now on. If she dares to disobey her, then she will have to die. I breathed a sigh of relief and thought to myself what was wrong with me. I had moved out of that murderous house and I was still so paranoid. In life, where are the ghosts and monsters? The next morning, because the staff was sent back to the reason, Li Xia had to go to the talent market to call for talent, looking for all the mouth, can talk to the people. They probably get why people who know Tokiomi, including them, subconsciously call him an asshole. As soon as he left, Yi Chinga moved over and took on the task of taking care of the babies instead of Si Zhanbei. With Yi Chinga moving in, after less than a day, Elder Si, as well as the two oldest members of the Ning family, and Mei Rulan also moved in. Wife Master, Shang Guanlan immediately pushed Knight Luo away, then pulled Knight Luo's hand before examining the wound. If the wrist is taken, use the elbow to neutralize it. If the elbow joint is taken, use the shoulder to neutralize it. If the shoulder joint is taken, use the waist to neutralize it. If the waist is taken, use the leg to neutralize it. If the leg is taken, use the leg to neutralize it in turn. In short, there is no grappling technique that can absolutely restrain the enemy. It is true that the ground is dotted with starry fires, but the sky is dark, but it is extremely regrettable. With a bang, Zhang Lei brought the door shut again, not giving He Chang a chance to argue. I have the illusion that spring has returned. It's no longer that dark and gloomy feeling here. Time doesn't seem to be stuck at the break of dawn anymore either. Hua Yuling closed his eyes and opened them again after a while. The scene in front of him looked a bit more comfortable than before, but it was still a bit too dark. Hua Yuling didn't like it too much. He preferred a brighter place. Lu Yuan, don't ing pretend to be mute. Don't you usually have the most ing ideas? Zhang Dandan pointed at me and said coldly, for Ling Yu and Lu Sueki's current cultivation levels, that previous journey was simply like eating and drinking water, which was why he had suggested it. Even if the disciples of different clans want to improve their cultivation, will be from obtaining pills these to do, even if it is out, will only be on the demonic beasts out to improve their cultivation. Rarely seen directly killed a city of people to obtain the resources of these people. Yi Xian. Tian Dongdong looked at Yi Xian in a pitiful manner. His expression was a bit painful, and his sadness was all written on his face. At this moment, Zhou Tianwan's entire body was crystal clear, and only his two eyes were like black jewels, blossoming with a divine aura that was very imposing. Thankfully, I vented, so I should be fine tomorrow, I said with a long sigh of relief. I really didn't dare to imagine what a sight it would be if Xiaolan broke down again. From time to time, Zhao Cuohai looked towards us, his eyes flickering as if he was plotting something. I took it all in with the rest of my eyes, and my heart couldn't help but be secretly on guard. One sentence instantly lit up Yan Jingruo's eyes. Since Yalu Xingchen could once lower his stance like that, then why couldn't she? Let me tell you, for this book signing, the company has arranged for it to be in the hall on the first floor of the highest class hotel in S City, Wei Chang said. The child who had been crouching on the ground playing in the sand seemed to sense his arrival and turned his head, smiling faintly at him. Lan Wanqing sighed lightly and communicated with Gaia's will in his mind. requesting to watch the battle against the other participating players. But since she had already agreed to bestow the marriage, then she and King Yen couldn't fall out. Damn it. Forget it. Since things have come to this point, there is no point in thinking about this anymore. What was missed due to fate can also be obtained again by hard work. Alice laughed bitterly in her heart, then took her sister and left. After searching all over the place, there was no figure of Yun Shou, nor was Si Ting in sight. June Night Han was slightly relieved. Mrs. Henrietta, who had received a grand welcome, walked in style to her children and grandchildren in full view of the crowd. Many tinted glasses are looking at and criticizing themselves, but they don't believe it, and they are hard at work to make themselves good. And what they don't have then they learn, and what they don't know they learn. Chapter 27, Diffusing Conflicts. Someone filmed you directing the puppy to cross the street on the sidewalk. And then you know what? Ji Jingyan's car was right in front of you and someone filmed him looking at you. Jiang Shiyan's expression at the moment was a bit hard to explain. It's okay to be on a hot search. Why do you have to be on a hot search with that little kid whose eyes grow to the top of his head? Isn't that holding her over the fire? Jiang Shiyan took out her cell phone to look at the V-blog hot search after she packed up. Brother, take your word for it. But I'm still a bit uneasy. Lu Feng continues to walk around. This continuous intense concentration took a toll on my mind. So every so often I had to take a slight adjustment break before I could continue to fight. Thinking of this, Wang Xian cannot help but appear a cold sweat, facing such a wolf-like tiger official army. Have not seen a few times the blood of the brothers will be a rival? Is that boundary very powerful? Even you can't break through it? Poppy Lily subconsciously asked in return. She had seen the power of this oblique earth escape technique. What other boundaries could be difficult for him? However, being invisible after killing the mountain leopard doesn't mean I'm going to make an obscene dash all the way to the top, because along the way, combinations of battle wizards and warhammer fighters abound, and it's necessary to kill the way. Neither Bai Shiyan nor Knightly Dai were any kind of soft-hearted people. If they really chose to be their enemy, then they should be prepared to be exterminated by them. There are very few people in the world who can break that Linglong pagoda, and this black-clothed great witch happens to be one of them. No, it couldn't be. This Taoist might have only seen some skin deep, that deepest hidden secret in the earth turtle. He couldn't have seen it, and he himself only realized it through Tsang Long's reminder. After half a day of commotion, the gifted and intelligent Xiang Xiang sheriff also calmed down at this time, thinking that it would be better to be held down by him on the stone table and not be able to move, than to agree to him and trick him into letting go of himself first, and then find a chance to take his life. So she nodded with a beeped mouth. Without saying a word, Fang Yan directly ordered 3 months of teaching first, and in the next period of time, Tan Weiwei was going to be busy. He often misses the opportunity to enjoy good food because he has to keep running around the universe to create his own pirate force, and watching food broadcasts on intergalactic live broadcasts in his spare time has become one of his unique hobbies. But after 2 days of trekking, the man was also tired enough to lean against a side tree, intending to rest for a moment. Since this period of time, the pivot point of the company up and down all busy, especially Tan Weiwei, the New Year period performance invitations are particularly large. She basically every day to catch up with the show. The most time a day can catch up with 5 shows. After realizing this, Watanabe Showa felt that the president of a certain oil company was really blinded by the fact that they were attempting to eliminate Lin Xian as a way to eliminate Hantang technology. But that's not their field. Some arms companies looking for someone to enter not only did not make money, but also lost a lot of money, angry at some of the big shots to get several manipulators killed. In 1999, the Imperial City has not yet begun to limit the number of cars on the road. There are not many cars on the road. The cab master wildly stepped on the gas pedal, as if the god of the car of MT. Xiaoming, all the way flying drift rushed to the Imperial City Film Academy, planted 4 or 5 acres of peanuts, 2 acres harvested early. The rest in corn will have to wait until around the 11th National Day to harvest. After he said that, he waved his right hand, and immediately a piece of paper with a white aura came out from his sleeve. One coaxed patiently, the other cried to her heart's content until, exhausted, Inksmoke slept quietly in his arms. This army will eat for about 3 days, which means that after 8 days, this army will be out of food. Fear of missing a glance of Zhu Feifei defied the cold to stand in the city tower to look into the distance. The cold wind she kept stomping her feet, rubbing her hands for warmth. The seriousness of the matter, she did not sleep all night. At this time, although the wind is cold and cold, Zhu Feifei's eyelids still cannot stop drooping down, only to see her people standing there shaking and shaking, as if the next moment will fall down. It was only then that he slowed down, the pain in his lower body making it hard for him to open his mouth, and he was covered in a cold sweat, so he could only gasp for air. Unexpectedly, the old Taoist was not a meal, eating happily, and did not drink spirit wine between the warm atmosphere, but instead asked for a few cups of aged yellow wine. War. After that battle they thought they were all going to die, and Dark City appeared before them as if it were the Lord of Heaven. Fellow Daoist Ning, I am Wang Chongyan, and this time I agreed to join forces with fellow Daoist Violet Light as well as Ning Jiajiu and the others to break the prohibition, also just to seek the opportunity to build a foundation. Sha Sha, whose main body was a manjusri plant, was cultivated into a demonic spirit only a short while ago, and was then chosen to assist Su Qingling. In other words, Qin Tian's ability to disappear into the heavenly prison so strangely was definitely helped by the supreme treasure he was carrying. After all, they were all 3rd and 4th grade spirit martial artists fighting each other, so naturally, they couldn't erupt that kind of heated aura fluctuation. As soon as these words were uttered, Ignace's voice over there with a sobbing tone appeared in the communication channel. Song Zi is the key cultivation object of the Song family this time. The people of the Song family naturally hoped that he would get a good achievement, but now that he was defeated by an unknown person in the top 10, the faces of the people of the Song family were not too good. Then what's the second possibility? Tanghua felt that this possibility Qin Song said existed, but what other possibilities there were, she couldn't really think of at all. This body is too young. It is not too late to develop training. As long as one keeps improving and training, one will one day regain the physical ability that one once had. Pu Jinyuan was incomparably strong, practically invincible. His hands raised, a full moon-shaped grinding disc appeared, killing lights intertwined together, practically grinding Xia Zishuan in it. The murder of an official of the imperial court? Killing an imperial official? Morong Qing Rance's hangs a touch of rye. Luang Shaochen, you really are a piece of lying material, even managed to make up so many rumors. Is this all? Director Sun, who is in his 30s, has always been writing roughshod over his uncle, who is a substantive deputy director, and doing whatever he wants. If Mengqi has anything bad happen to her, how can I explain to her mom? Su Tingfei said, already red-eyed. Although he didn't need to kill Jing Rong to pave the way for Jing Xin, Jing Rong was still a thorn in his side. If he doesn't pull out this thorn in his side, he can't rest in peace. The most powerful weapon to deal with the thorn in his side is the person he loves. Maybe you're right, but I don't intend to admit defeat just like that. The victory and defeat are just beginning now. Xia Zishuan's tone was firm as he took off the martial artist's clothes on his body and threw them on the ground, shaking up the smoke and dust, his bones rattling as his body moved. Then check. But, from the shadows, understand? Luang Shaochen stroked the half-human highland vase beside him, his eyes suddenly radiating a gust of coldness. Chapter 28, Blackmail. What's in my bed? Jiang Shiyan looked at the naked hairless contraption in shock, the size of a palm, walking unsteadily, stumbling toward her, looking about to fall off the bed. Heian opened his mouth and bit its neck to give the little thing back. Tian came over to Jiang Shiyan's side and glanced into the house. Sister Yen, this is the egg that was in the incubator. It just hatched 2 days ago. Jiang Shiyan then noticed. Wake up. I was drunk yesterday. Did you bring me back? Why didn't you go to her place? Why are you here? Luoshi turned around and turned her back to him. It's so beautiful. I can't imagine that third brother would be so elegant. Xing Dance was deeply attracted by this sea of flowers, and was not surprised to sigh with emotion. Yang Lefan slapped his head, completely speechless. Even the best actor of Oscars do not know. This guy will not come from Mars. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Yu was full of joy. When she heard the second half of the sentence, the smile on her pretty face immediately froze. Thinking, men are really lower body animals. Always thinking about that little thing in bed. He strides out, saw the door surrounded by 100 or so people dragging their families. 50 men who did not want to leave their homes were holding official swords and sticks that they thought they had picked up from the courthouse. Luoshi looked at the West Garden, dressed up plain and quiet. Elegant. Very like this feeling. Anyway, now also have not thought about where to go. Outside there may still be unexpected dangers. Why not live for a few days before? This King Fengshai here seems to be very powerful. Nihao wherever he went piece of hot. All without the intention of cold. Hot to her uncomfortable extreme. Slender waist more and more twisting. Curtain under her force. As the heavenly fairies left behind the white veil, slowly and fell, light and delicate. She so exposed in front of him. I don't hate you. You treated me like that. I still don't hate you because it's not your problem. You treated me like that because you love him. He's the one who dragged me into this deep palace. I hate him. Wang Ling Xin said, her fists clenched. Timing King Xianyuan timing wild. Is the god of war of Helan? Is the hands of the 3 armies of the prince? Such a person should be how ruthless, resulting in tens of thousands of killings. The breath of death with the defeat of 60,000 corpses constantly diffuse in the air. The white-faced man looked at his fainted brother, and knew that he was no match for this man in any case. and his big feet pressed his neck red and gasped for air, and it didn't take him long to obediently tell the truth. Five-clawed divine dragon. Jiang Yao from below couldn't help but cry out in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. And although the other two didn't lose their minds as she did, they were also shocked in unison, their eyes flashing with despondent intent and surprise. In order to disguise himself as much as possible, Li Jing even suppressed his own speed, crawling up to 500 or 600 kilometers a day before stopping for a rest. And even later on, he deliberately found a purple iguana companion to move forward with him, finished faintly, brushed shoulders with her for a moment, from the beginning to the end. I didn't even raise my eyes to look at her. These days it was hard for her to see her brother, even though she was living in a villa. But I don't know what was going on. She just couldn't find a chance to see him, not even a chance to touch the top. I'm full. The time should be about right, said Sumo, looking at the time on her watch, confirming that there were still 10 minutes before the appointment with Jiling. Although the blood demon is dead, the blood demon has many henchmen, and the monk intends to eliminate all of them here. Careful people can also find, in that collapsed mountain wall, some rocks and soil are like being burned by high temperature is charred black, and also exudes a burning smell. The underground base was very large, and besides Haruko, Li Jing saw some test subjects in other rooms, some of which had scales like snake scales on their bodies, some simply had a beast's head, and some even had wings. The blood feud of the three great families had to be washed away with blood. There was no second way other than that. Sumu ran. What the hell do you want? Tasha's angry voice caused Suemo to return to her senses, and when she looked at Su Muron who was looking at the money, Su Muron was pocketing the gun. He stretched out his left hand and directly pinched the neck that was wrapped in purple-black scales, and then closed his eyes. The berserk blood veins in his body tumbled up, and his palms even gushed out a mass of golden blood mist, which was constantly entering the back of his neck, and a monstrous chi and blood power rose around his body, as if he mobilized all the blood in his body. Law handed the star stone to Bisky, who took it and stroked it lovingly at once. It resembled a jewel that held the Milky Way inside, although the golden armor was also camouflaged at this time. This golden armor was really as dazzling as the sun. Moreover, this golden armor style is ancient and simple, gorgeous and extraordinary. I am afraid that even the Hidden World family may not be able to have a piece of armor that is so domineering. Zhang Li then let out a loud shout, and with a fierce stomp of his feet, his body directly catapulted out towards the mid-air, trying to dodge away from Sulphur Moon's incessant attacks. Just probing with his divine sense made his late-stage Yuaning divine sense incomparably comfortable, so it was evident that its medicinal effect was astonishing. Emofan stepped directly on it as if he was stepping on cotton, but the feeling in his heart was as if he was stepping on the ground, safe and secure. This is the master's destiny that should have a calamity. After passing through he will immediately ascend to immortality, but we will then step in to save him. The phoenix counted with its fingers and said. Suddenly, the purple-black long streamer behind Jianchen lit up with a glow. A spatial fluctuation filled the air, and Jianchen's body transformed into a ray of spiritual light, directly disappearing into this long streamer magic treasure. After saying that, the old monk struck this golden-colored bead into the void and turned into a stream of light, directly disappearing into the sky. Chapter 29 Netflix Porcelain. Yen Antin knows that his appearance is excellent. From childhood to the received love letters and confessions countless, even into the police also have a lot of colleagues to help matchmaking, but he is not interested in. A single-minded pounced on the job. Anyway, he is not the only son of the family. Underneath there is a younger brother. His parents also never rush him. On second thought, it seemed that she had misunderstood her from the start, and that her unnatural display of hardiness when she looked at herself was perhaps due to shyness? Yen Antin pats the black. Alan froze and raised his wand again to shine a light on the bushes to his left. Still nothing. Zheng De laughed coldly. What? Do you think that my sword skill is still not him? Zheng De's complexion chilled down, and his eyes were as cold as iron. Could it be that I look so hateful? Doubting itself, Nameless couldn't help but come to the side of the boat and look at himself in the water. She was wearing just a net-colored casual dress, but she looked the slightest bit graceful and noble, with a strong aristocratic air. And Rene, at that moment, was finally able to see the scene that had just taken place. What she saw was a pale and slender arm slowly reaching out from among the walls in the corridor, and then pushing a vase that had been placed in the aisle for decoration down to the ground, and the vase fell to pieces with it. But we're all cavalry. We didn't bring any siege equipment at all. Left Cavalry Battalion Commander Huangji said, walking under the storage racks of the antique store. Li Yan and Lin Ziming looked at the wide array of antique treasures on the storage racks, and their eyes stared straight up. Yes, someone. No, husband personally poured tea for Madam. Zhang Rumming pandered and arrived a cup of clear tea for Raju and brought it over. Just as he had just opened the door to his room and walked out, he unexpectedly collided head-on with Hong Tianji. At the same time, Nameless was also explaining the demonic beasts and the demonic beast iconography, secretly helping them to protect the law, and only then did he completely put his heart down. Put your mom's fart, you actually dare to come and amuse me? Master Ma San burst into a rage, pointing at Qin Yang and cursing viciously. Not long after, the Light Wind Knight will send a message. The meal has been fixed, so the Dark Star and others immediately offline. They are far away. It is estimated to catch the car to arrive. I thought of the evening meal. I guess there is no way to get online. The maintenance of the big wild goose pagoda will be until tomorrow morning. I can just take advantage of now to rush over first, carrying the sword slowly towards the near miraculous castle in front of him. Originally also worried that he would lose time because he couldn't find the door. After all, 2 times of careful observation, he really didn't find the door of the invincible fortress of Oblivion City where it was. However, Wu Jie's concern was obviously superfluous. Sun Yanling also felt that if he continued like this, he would not be able to control himself, and he loosened his grip and held Xijin in his arms. Xiaoyu was stunned and the cake in his hand was put down first. I didn't do anything particularly out of bounds when I entered the magical beast forest, Xiaoyu secretly said in his heart. With this one-time gap where the country system was completely paralyzed and the various parts were working on their own, with the momentum and means on Bernice and Karam's side, Aaron had every reason to believe that they could get everything settled before the variables came flooding in. Ah Jin, I'm thinking, if the capitalist side hints to you about this matter, you might as well disclose your and my engagement a little bit, lest they have some thoughts they shouldn't have. And for another, you obviously don't have such a heart, so why should you bear such a reputation? Sun Yanling thought about it and felt that he still couldn't be careless and reminded Xijin. I looked back at Marshal Bear standing on the side of the road, gesticulating and making a phone call in his hand, a little grumpy, wondering what was going on. Zhangli looked at Chenyu with a faint smile on her face, looking as if she was very pleased with herself, but in fact, her heart seemed to have been plunged into her heart by a knife, making it very difficult for her. I don't know why, always arrogant and domineering Zhangli, can tolerate Chenyu repeatedly hurt her? Moreover, I don't understand why she has to be cheeky to stick to Chenyu. Good, no problem, we have a grudge against Zhou Dao anyway. It's naturally best if you guys can kill him. Royal Lingfeng smiled faintly. Seeing this scene, the curses came to an abrupt end, and everyone's eyes were focused on Xian Yuanyu's body, and right in front of everyone's eyes, they saw Xian Yuanyu's body surrounded by flickering starlight, and the flickering starlight tore the black robes around Xian Yuanyu to shreds, revealing Xian Yuanyu, who was covered in black leather armor. Everyone basically also knows that Ai Hui is not a stingy person, only the life of the first time let him have no way, so all just laughed who did not take it to heart. Since it did not frighten him, everyone also each continued to go to play. It could be seen that the part where the king's snake sword had impacted with by Wu Xiu's hands was rapidly undergoing a grayish-white corrosion, while Melba's side is at a stalemate. Gorzan's side is no longer a standoff where both sides can't do anything about each other. As it dawns on Gorzan that I seem to be able to do long-range attacks too after seeing Melba's eyeballs glaring at her and then Biubiaously hitting the lasers. Lin Xian first set the name. He thought about it. This is really a technical job. How to make others not associate his real identity through his name. 100,000-year-old salted fish? A passing 10,000-year-old salted fish? That definitely wouldn't work. And any name with a salted fish couldn't be used. With a spin, she released hundreds of sword lights and chopped at the Centauri Nymphet's deputy leader. There is a price to pay for saying the wrong thing. If you don't die, who will? What is it? Lin Tian had some difficulty understanding. This decision of Ace's was out of Lin Tian's expectations. Guys, we can't believe in evil. Follow the pregame schedule. Play good defense. Tighten up your rotations. And when you get the puck, give it to me. I'll take care of it. Kaisa continued to relieve pressure on his teammates. And right in front of him, the caretaker's eyes glazed over. His hands fiercely covered his heart, opened his mouth, and fell head over heels without even having the time to utter a scream. When the starry sky mirror was born, the more precious mirrors that were fused, the better its reflection effect would be, and it could even directly illuminate the hidden secret realm of a place. By the way, Mastermind, I was just going to ask, your current virtual human form, did you simulate it yourself? I'm not at all worried about the dark side of the kimono store thinking I'm absconding because there are definitely more people in the Uchiha mansion. Chapter 30, what an eye-opener. Zhang Shurian pulled Tian behind her and gave the other party an icy gaze before asking Sister Qi. Sister Qi, did you call the police? Sister Qi on the side froze. Not yet. Immediately call the police. Wait for the police to come over to do justice. Zhang Shurian is not at all afraid of the man holding the cell phone lens on himself, said in a firm tone. In addition to the surveillance also copied out, together with the police, The compensation we will compensate, but if it is to come to touch the porcelain, I will also take the, yes, in this world, only you, who is the exclusive doctor of the Grim Reaper, can get the blood of the Grim Reaper. The Invisible Man remained honest. The three old men, this time, were considered completely convinced by Lu Qing's simple-looking steamed grouper, and there was no longer any doubt about what Boss Hu had said. Night Sky added, Xin Yen. The thing that Elder Dongfeng borrowed to absorb the divine bloodline in Qingqing's body was none other than the stone of spiritual veins that was buried under the ground of Jiangchang, and after Elder Dongfeng was defeated, that stone of spiritual veins was already as ordinary as a stone, and did not have any effect. Stone smiled indifferently. He was just about to get into the car when the roar of multiple luxury cars suddenly came from the distance. When Luo Hai said this, there was an inexplicable silence at the scene. Although everyone knows that this kind of talk is 10% a lie, but just now Luo Hai said that Cheng Hai's several sayings are too correct, and now he said Xingyan. It is inevitable that people's hearts are guilty of diarrhea. Hey, what are you guys talking about so lively? Li Jiayu's voice suddenly appeared. The crowd turned around and saw that Li Jiayu had just pushed the door into the box. An ear-splitting scuffling sound rang out, and the out-of-control Mercedes suddenly crashed through the right guardrail, then ran off the bridge and landed in the river. But since he had already returned to the country and had a marriage contract, Yi Chen wasn't really willing to get someone entangled with her again. Kark swung the firearm in his hand and hit Lin directly on the head. The force was so great that it brought Lin's entire body to her knees. Yamaguchi Takuma took a white cloth from the side and wiped the sword slightly before placing it in its scabbard. Spring Bird and Summer Pearl brought hot water into the room, wetting and then wringing out the towels to re-wipe Tong Wanyan's body. But when he turned his head, he saw Huang Yu standing in the front hall with a sad face and a look of fear. Tarsek didn't turn back to look at the Thunderbird King again. Instead he glanced at the soldiers behind Chai Wang. He was going to get a good look at the people he would have to conquest in the future. Chen Jinqing's pharmacy is a long-established one, and those patients with difficult and complicated illnesses have come here to see them, so the clinic did not attract them. The turbulent and icy water in the Huangsha River still pounded his body, cold and bone-piercing. He had never done anything so dangerous before, without any defenses. Venturing forward like this with a simple green vine, the level of danger could be imagined, but obviously can see. Iron Egg seems to have not yet woken up. Even the eyes did not open. Haphazardly took the clothes to the body set. Even the clothes are reversed did not notice. Lu Bingran had originally gone to the balcony to close the door and was ready to go downstairs now to greet Chi Yi. But she didn't expect this greeting to come a little earlier than she had imagined. After asking, but never hearing Lai Xian's answer, just as Ling Qingrui was about to turn back to take a look, another gentle and slightly hoarse voice came. The very core of Base 1 and its instruments must be back there, in what they call the backfield. There's still a guy in this school who dares to make a move on Sister Sama? Or at this time, if Chihaya, as Zhao Yi's doppelganger, is surrounded by not only cows but also Firecracker Orchid, if she can break up her doppelganger, then the strength of the person who came can be imagined. Nan Shuko slightly wrinkled his eyebrows. From that lifted up the mouth of the tile cover to look down. To see nothing, this only settled down. Back to the head. Nan Shuko did not look back. His hand was slightly raised, and a butterfly tassel dart was caught between his two fingers. For ordinary viewers, after trying to watch a few episodes, if they think it's good, they will continue to follow the drama. If it's not good, big deal, they'll choose to switch to another drama to watch. After returning to Shanghai and resting for a day, Shen Yan and Martin went to meet Mr. Zhao Guoqiang Zhao, the person in charge of Luojing Electronics. Mother Yang was in an extraordinarily good mood. She could even imagine Auntie Wang's face after hearing what she had to say. It would definitely be very ugly. After all, he is so old. He is 76 years old. It is still a matter of whether he can hold the gun steady. The ancient pattern. Through the rows of green stone steps, you can see the red plum floating on the red wall, blooming in the wind. Yunlang's fingers were starting to swell and hurt, and his mouth and tongue had become too dry. The lance was polished and hot, emitting hot steam at all times. The days gradually returned to calm, and by the time he sent Huoru abroad, when Yenshin returned to Wen's group to handle the work of the company, there was scorn in the old man's eyes as he stepped forward, wanting to get the black crystal from Junior Lang's hands, but Junior Lang naturally put it away. The group was full of confidence and high energy when they left the city, but when they really left Injia town and went to the middle of nowhere with the donkey, In Mu was vaguely afraid. Yi Xiao let out another roar. Great White was very smart and Bikji Kuju and ran away. Of course it bit the clothes. It was a spirit beast and knew what to do. Grandma, this pure evil sword technique is only good for beating up goods like Dan Shen, and when it comes to this kind of pervert, it is not as strong as a fart. Lu is not easy to leave here in a hurry with his partner beside him. Originally the mood of the first year is still quite good, but also because of the appearance of this teenager, suddenly turned quite bad. Mirror flower talisman. All the disciples of the sect participating in the trial have one in their hands. If they encounter a threat in the trial, as long as they tear this talisman, they will be able to pop out safely and unharmed. And it is not too much to say that it is a life-saving talisman. After arranging things, John came to Liang Jingrui's room, and as soon as he entered, he saw Liang Jingrui with clear eyes and a stern look. Let's not talk about whether what Gu Yufei said was true or not, but asking Liang mother to apologize to her? If such a big hat were to be placed on Xiaoyu's head, tomorrow's headlines would have to slam her again. I'll teach you a fun one when boss is practicing in a while. I guarantee you won't get tired of it for a day. Nyo da, who had changed his attitude, said mysteriously. Zhou Zhanyan nodded. It should be that Helan Ungshi looked at Wushuan. As for whether Wushuan looked at him or not, it was now obvious. However, Zhou Zhanyan and Yan Ruyu did not go to see Yen Shirgu together. Zhou Zhanyan met Yen Shirgu first. This was the first time the two had met, but as early as a month ago, Yi Xian had engaged in an underhanded fight with Jia Zhengyu. Lu Xiaoling watched as Shen Fengzhou pulled out the peach blossom branch and threw it on the ground. The corpse of that ape also fell down with a bang. However, Lin Hai hadn't even managed to get an advantage over Lin Zhou's hands, let alone Zhou's. Before Zhou could pounce, Lin Zhou kicked the stool away and smashed it on her feet, tripping her and dropping her hard on the ground. Chapter 31, Blessings from a Bad Situation. After seeing Zhang Shurian come in, the men showed ghost-like expressions, or screamed and hid behind the police, or hid under the chair. Zhang Shurian looked blearily at the police, innocent and aggrieved. Comrade police, not only did they come to touch my zoo, but now they're also slandering me for not being a human being. It's too much. You guys have to do it for me. Yan Antin raised his eyebrows slightly. If he hadn't seen this girl before, Xiaji looked at the prosperous scene in front of her. A faint smile could not help but float on her face. This was the place where she had invested the most of her mind, and seeing the prosperous appearance in front of her, Xiaji always had an unrivaled sense of satisfaction. Head gardener Jiang. Several seniors have already said their words to this point. Where to go from here is your choice. Lu Xiaolong took a step back towards the back. After sending the two men away, Bartholomew sent a telegram to the country to report the matter and wait for an answer from the government. So in this case, Zhang Xian, that can be very easy to have the spare capacity to help Li Muxue head first pay back tens of thousands of dollars, but also not only heart that loan sharks have what bull ***** road background. Like, slave thanked the Empress Dowager for her love. Noblewoman Wang said excitedly, but in her heart, she understood very well that this flower crown was good to hold and not good to wear. Since going through that metamorphosis, Lei Zi had learned a lot. As long as he knew the next match or cut he was going to participate in, he would prepare the opponent's information profile in advance. By analyzing the information materials he received, he would turn these into trash talk to influence his opponent. If you can't accept or tolerate all of his strengths and weaknesses and behavioral preferences, then liking him is just empty talk. In case this dog suddenly barked and startled the people inside the kindergarten, it would be a bit of a problem. But when more and more familiar, his emperor's high cold persona, in her heart collapsed. The rest is smooth talk, comical attributes, and thicker than the walls of the face. He tightened his arms violently and his lips fell, reckless and eager, kissing her in turn on her bare forehead, the tip of her upturned nose, her pale cheeks, and finally her lips pressed together. With the outer sect in a precarious situation, Flame Peak also began to go forward to aid the Taiji Xin clan's outer sect. They were following the dimensionless space around. Mo Rob snapped back. The light behind him had long since disappeared. What he saw was purple meteorites spinning infinitely. That one once imperial star was a bit too big. Perhaps these meteorites were more than just fragments of the imperial star. And once he came across a cultivator similar to himself, he had an urge to fight it out. This saint once again sacrificed the black streamer behind him. The black breath fell in all directions. Comparing to the huge body of the rock eagle, it looked a bit pitiful. The hurricane wind brought up between the wings blew this black streamer directly back. He also said, I could have destroyed you all and gotten rid of you. But in the end, let's think about it. The heavens are kind, so why don't we let you live? However, only a very few people knew that the object of awe of these unruly nobles of the world was not the new head of the Lin family, but the youth who walked in the last and least conspicuous position. It was no one else. It was precisely the boss of the opposite side of the Qiuji Beast Pet Pavilion. This youth, if Chu Feng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. If you want to pass through here, you have to do so by stepping over my corpse. Otherwise you won't be able to take half a step back in. The young man who suddenly appeared stopped the great emperor in his tracks. In the 60-second minute, Lee Ryong was cut off by Ko Myung-jin with the ball in front of him, and Korea launched a counterattack directly from the backfield. The originally cold witch power, after surging into the body, could actually be actively absorbed and transformed by the body, ultimately strengthening the blood, flesh, sinews and bones. Meng Xiang did not say anything and only told Chen Xiaoxing to step back to the side. When someone came to report that Chen Yi was already at the foot of the mountain and would be able to come up the mountain in a short while, after she got pregnant, her memory seemed to have deteriorated a lot along with it, and when she went to think about it at the moment, she was actually a bit unable to recall it for a while. Zhang Shaoren's heart was like water, and in the dark street, he just kept running by the faint moonlight, counting what he shot all day today. As soon as he woke up in the morning, served with a big piece of meat and a big bowl of wine, he ate and drank and started running. Indeed, with Li Xiaowan on one side and Lin Mu on the other, one had to be offended. But Mr. Zhou clearly chose Lin Mu. And after 2 days of breaking $100 million at the box office, it's time for the weekend, and the heat is on again for Supernatural. Countless filmmakers started going north because of this, but the mainland film industry could accept them as filmmakers, but it was not particularly welcoming to film productions. Yeva, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hua Xuanqi used her hand to wave it in front of Yehua over and over again. However, she couldn't get the slightest echo. Guanhe was the strongest outside defender of Oak Tree High School and had been playing pack defense against Yen Mufeng before. Now, Oak Tree High School used him against Zhang Ruofeng. Dong Yun? Brother Hua. It's Dong Yun. Muyu was just about to reply when he saw a man running out from behind the man on the opposite side, shouting and running straight towards the man who had fallen to the ground, only to see Flutter open a jade box containing a bunch of reddish strains of grass with brilliant colors, instantly causing everyone on stage to stare in disbelief. To say strength, the current Yifeng could easily beat her, but to really fight, Yifeng was afraid that he could only play 80% of his strength. Touching his chin, one of the blood demon cultists came to a realization after hearing Zhang Feihong's reply. Chapter 32, A Bald Chicken is a Phoenix? Comrade Police. These animals in the zoo have qualified breeding and quarantine certificates. The roster is also recorded. There is no red-bellied brooder, you said. Jiang Shiyan was still very cooperative with the police investigation, taking the initiative to welcome them in, and then asked Tian to go and bring out their roster of animal members, personally accompanying the police one by one to go through the roster. The animals are all very polite. The deer will bow to the police. Zhong Liping nodded and chimed in, but did not voice his own opinion. The matter of the venture capital company was mentioned by GCU at the morning board meeting, only that this topic was too insignificant compared to the news that she was getting remarried. It was only now after Zhuji said this that Zhong Liping remembered. Seeing that I have some of the posture of raising the teacher to ask questions, the secretary muttered at Yen, while smiling sarcastically, walked toward me, handrails to pay a visit to His Excellency as well, and then looked to the left and right, pretending to enjoy the wind and the moon. I just stared them down, but my gaze was like the astral wind with 10,000 blades. They swam against the wind. Some people fell down, and then climbed back up twice, and even had so many sinews and bones fragile began to spit out blood. Even some of them were about to burst and die. But in the face of this deadly attack, Lei Hung found that this steeply erupting assassin in front of him actually did not dodge. The speed of his body leaning forward was still amazing, and he seemed to have completely failed to see the light of the knife that had almost been set between his neck. Even in order to express their confidence that they would win, as well as the spirit of teamwork, the 7 of them had chopped off the head of a chicken, burned yellow paper, swore to pay their respects, and made an arrangement according to the order of their ages before entering the altar of life and death. Why should I help you? You have 2 sons of your own. You want my kids to help you? Just go there once and it won't end? My mom didn't want to pay any attention to her. She gave me a look and told me to go inside. Ling Zhong knows that his brother-in-law kills people who never use greetings. Let up the nature. Kill him 1 or 200 people is also a casual thing, but the nature of filial piety to his mother. His mother said, he has never listened to what he said. Do not dare to disobey. So when I returned to the second prince's mansion, my father, Su Bei Ho, was also arriving at the door of the second prince's mansion, and Li Shang was still wearing the same clothes that he wore when he woke up in the morning. Even though it was white with a warmth. The memory was to keep going back the way I came, but as the evening wore on, I realized that the place where I had landed seemed particularly unfamiliar. I then followed up, in order not to call her to find out, from time to time to change a stone disguise at time. So followed to a not eye-catching dense forest. The forest stood a man, the back of the indistinct look. There are still a few points to make me familiar with the lonesome. Like the earthly song folding clothes, Su Zoyan, who was shielded behind him, turned his head to look at Yi Kaicheng. From the back, Yi Kaicheng really looked like a cheetah in battle. his athletic stance with an invincible aura, able to suppress all oppositions and become the most glittering one. Don't worry, to repair this road, our township doesn't need to spend a single penny, we just need to organize labor, Zhao Policy then said with confidence. But see the resurrection point at the bottom of the pit as the center point. The edge of the conical sinkhole is full of clockwise rolling spinning quicksand. All of you feel that this design is simply ingenious. Many curious players of the 8 domains then fly to the edge of the giant sinkhole to see. I don't know what the reason is, but the deputy director of the Family Planning Commission, Huang Qingming, better still didn't listen to Zhao Policy's greeting, and that food hygiene inspection certificate was not issued to the Chengguan Township Industrial and Commercial Office. Yuan Hong roared to, the 4 monkeys of the mixed world return to 1. Xuanmu as the foundation. Heaven and earth a stick. The 4 monkeys of the mixed world all have the ancestor of the wood, Li Song, who gave the earth an innate wood essence. So with this essence of the mind, the 4 bodies are united. This Stone Bell Mountain has 3 abilities. The first is there are 18 heavy yellow spring. Can sacrifice yellow spring too? This yellow spring can submerge do not know how many enemies. A little weak. Was immersed in it. Will be trapped in the 18 heavy yellow spring ground heavy change cannot get out. 9 leaves Godfather's left hand slightly appear. In the left hand long sleeve, vaguely have blood general knife. Just this knife, did not reveal too much sharpness, in only can see. Above that, blood colorful piece, sharp and compelling. I'm fine, Mayor Pan. You also go to rest earlier. Through this hand in hand, Xiaohan had deepened his emotions with the cadres of Tieshi and Taolin, and after hearing this, he said to Pan Yang with concern. Yufei again recalled that earlier when he went to see Zhang Bairen, the man who sealed the gods for the sky, Bai Suzhen relayed the words, and seemed to understand something in a trance, but Yufei thought about it again and again, and ultimately felt that he did not understand anything. At this time, in order to increase his Dantian world's reserves, Yi Feng had already disguised himself as a bandit, giving full play to the spirit of plucking feathers from geese, sweeping the surrounding area. As long as something was slightly valuable, he would include it in his Dantian. Even the flowers, plants and trees were not spared. Said Ani pulled Li Darren up on the deck, only to see that both the Franconians and the sailors of the Li family were lying on the deck, polishing the deck with the stones in their hands. Yagi Yukisai just assassinated an assassin. Mama Mochi Hasan can split multiple personalities, each treating each other as friends. Seeing a friend killed which is not angry. Brother, what if the murderer did it on purpose? First trick you into letting your guard down, then give you a dirty trick. Luo Hao looked at his brother with concern. Not without worry. The first rainstorm of the summer was heavy, but there was no serious flooding as there was last year, because Mada has that gold bead. Shin Changxing had to also follow to Hangzhou, to deal with Mada, and finally asked the whereabouts of the gold bead from his mouth, and he rushed back, but did not see the thing, naturally angry and fearful. The 3 members of the Luo family stayed at the professor's house until the early lights, watching the old man drink a large bowl of kanji before saying goodbye and leaving. Seriously, if it is not Lu Yang over there to mention, Qin Xian really put this matter to forget. After all, Qin Xian every day now live in style. Money is not lacking, simply cannot remember the matter of Yishuan Mall. Chapter 33 Something's wrong. It was reasonable to say that the police would never tell Jiang Shiyan who actually reported it. After all, it was a violation of the law, and they were already obligated to protect the privacy of the informant. But at this moment, a few of them also sort of figured out that Jiang Shiyan's identity was too special, working part-time in several state departments, and obviously hiding important secrets behind it. Can't afford to be offended. The policeman thought for a moment and politely reminded her. Have you offended someone before? Your Highness, this is all by Yue Xiang's fault. Pretending to be crazy and changing tricks to seduce the emperor, said, gradually silencing his voice, because the master's eyes are so scary. Shi Shiyan this moment is really being greedy. Not yet eat. This fragrance on the fragrance. Shi Shiyan still maintain a few points of reserve. Try to clip a chopstick. Such as taste. Shi Shiyan had to sigh the imperial chef is really the imperial chef. There is no comparison. The taste is simply absolute. Although she can hide for a while in her present attire, once she is brought into the court, she will be exposed. He did count before our empty trigrams, but now, even if Qijin by more intelligent only fear also cannot imagine that since he has a supernormal ability, can calculate something is not generally rich. Xinji's face sank. So long Fu mother never like this. How come this time even some obedience to the 4th aunt? The 2 waited for half a day at the school, and Zhang Shujun didn't come, so the 2 had to leave first. Walking down the street talking to each other. You think it's easy to find a date? It's so easy to say. Zhang Shuming's frown still didn't loosen. Late that night, Bu Lu Kuli really sent 3,000 cavalry from the upper reaches of the Sangqian River, around the lower reaches of the river and then crossed the river over to try to sneak attack the back of the Qian army. Just crossed the river to the shore, but was Lu Shuang and Wei Jing's 3,000 cavalry ambush, so that the whole army was destroyed. In fact, it's not that he hasn't thought about it, it's just that the girl in his heart all along has been Zhong Hope, and after Zhong Hope got married, he kind of completely let go of it. When he met Zhao Xining, it can be said that her bold moves at that time still quite shocked him, but he did not hate her. But to say that love at first sight, that is not. You don't even know the other party's origin or rank. Two ordinary people plus a fledgling Xianmen disciple. Who gave you the courage to catch ghosts in the middle of the night? Boxes of cash. Spend money like water. Open mouth to hire 20 bodyguards. Is this the Wicker Man? This forest, in particular, began to grow frosty leaves from the inside out, and after another 100 years, the current ice crystal forest was formed. The Phoenix Valley base looks like it's developing nicely, but it's actually just in its infancy. The remaining 4 tigers pounced violently. They had already heard their teammates calling for help. Where could they gather around and pounce directly and hideously? Isn't my sister even going to ask my sister to sit down and have a cup of tea? Letting others see me just standing here would not be good for sister's reputation either. Consort Li's heart was on fire. She herself was already without her usual temper today. She was also irritated by this consort Shui. She also had to return the favor. Otherwise, her heart would always feel uncomfortable. Feng attempted to break off his hand and said, Dongzi, calm down. This was just outside the door. The slightest movement could be heard inside. You say it so lightly. Of course you don't care if she's not your wife. Chu Shizhi's sword brows raised. His ink-colored eyes mixed with a hint of resentment. Now the waiting house is she single-handedly in the management. The third aunt suddenly make such a mess. Is not to see her eyes want to add to or not. It is equivalent to a chief official's staff or a subordinate official, such as the chief historian of the assassin's office, also known as the special driver, and the chief historian of the governor's office has even more power, such as Li Jie, the chief historian of the governor's office of the province of Bingzhou, who is in charge of tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. When she expected and waited for his trust, he never gave charity, and when she was not expecting and did not want to wait, he told him every moment with facts about the love of money between them and the trust between them. All in all, there are advantages in making peace, but it means that the princess will be aggrieved, and how to dispose of it will depend on what you care more about. Your Majesty the Emperor. Su Yun, however, said, no need, you help me change the other two. While saying this, she unobtrusively pulled her hand out of Fu Yun's palm and smoothed the hair in front of her forehead. Seven-headed lord? Is it really the ancient fierce spirit? The bloodline phantom of the seven-headed lord? Fairy won't recognize it wrong, right? Yifeng asked with some disbelief. Knowing that Ji Yun was not the kind of person everyone thought he was, he failed to keep his mouth shut. Brocade clothing, head wearing a golden crown, extraordinary temperament, if not the emperor's ninth son, His Royal Highness King Jin. Who is it? Then, he remembered what he had been through these past 2 months, and soybean-sized teardrops suddenly poured down from his eyes. Ling Shuawei looked at the happy family upstairs, and there was an imperative in her eyes that such happiness must belong to her. The crowd was silent. Perversity is evil. Not to mention that Nangong Mo had been sending people to keep an eye on Chen. As soon as he heard that Chen had suddenly sent a gift to the child, his natural first reaction was to come over to see the child. Seeing this scene, the crowd is obviously a little disappointed. Which is the most disappointed is the spirit of the 4 butterflies and the other 3. Yin Feng's strength they have long wanted to see a little bit. The spirit of the 4 butterflies' strength is not much difference. If Yin Feng can fight with Li Wan, they can also be good to make a comparison of their own strength and Yin Feng. The pores of Yin Feng's entire body stretched, in greedy solicitude. In fact, the moment the misty fragrance wafted out, Yin Feng closed his eyes, and both mentally and physically, he adjusted his state to the best. Lu Bo couldn't care less about organizing this. Just that this power made him a little incomprehensible. There was absolutely no breath of true qi. It appeared in too much of a hurry, and it felt like a ferocious savage beast had roared at him. How can you talk? Just at this time, Yu Changzai opened his mouth. If it was known that the people around me were aggressive, it would definitely have a bad impact if it was spread out. Zuozai student, what I'm talking to you about now is a very serious matter. Tong Tong hoped that Zuozai would not try to muddle through. Chapter 34, Poisoning. Call the police. Jiang Shiyan immediately rushed over. Pearl, Sister Qi ran over, her voice full of tears. Obviously the morning is still good. Suddenly, Zhang Yihong pushed aside the crowd and walked in, and immediately began to examine the pearl. The abdomen was breathing fast and furious. The pupils were lax, and when he broke open its mouth to look at it, The blood was mixed with foam, and everything pointed to the symptoms of poisoning. Eating something poisonous requires immediate gastric lavage. Jiang Yiheng. Ha ha. Not bad. I think this store is opening well. Then, I'll work hard for you. This store will be under your management. Lining smiled at Joe Coco. Although the heart is indeed 1,200,000 willing, but this kind of words, really want to say out, or to have a certain amount of cheek. Lining immediately threw 3 punches, which had knocked the 3 strong men to the ground. This direction, just the opposite of 1,000 years ago. Lao Zi turned Hu out of the route, and the Wudong Mountain founding ancestor Yin Shi a route. I believe everyone understands the principle that it's better to break 1 finger than 10. This time, Longxing team has decided to completely inhibit Wei Yin's development. If the lower tower is broken, then Wei Yin's development space will be compressed. The good thing is that Zhang Shiping's soul and Tai together out of a source already have a bit of immortality, although this wear and tear is huge, but also within the range of tolerance, and at such a cost to sharpen the fury. Zhang Shiping believes that, no matter how powerful the existence of the giant net behind, not dead also have to be disabled. Like Mars, there were also a few powerful clans on the moon, with an underbelly perhaps not much worse than the Sky Demon sect. Feng Le thought about it. There are pros and cons of choosing global stream. The good thing is that the early phase of the lineup period is very advantageous, but the bad thing is also very obvious. When playing the group, there are 2 key moves missing, and it is still very disadvantageous in the case of 5v5. According to Li Xinxing, he would like to see his house surrounded by such themed restaurants so that he can enjoy different cuisines every day. So after the white-haired old man said those words, he looked at Lining in a good way to see what Lining would do. The elevator door closed. The editorial department exploded with a bang, hollered and surrounded Cyan, all hyperactive and in a state of anarchy. I want 4 marrow cleansing pills for 100,000 taels of silver. He immediately opened his mouth, something he had already thought about before. In his mind, he recalled the days when he was with her in the Night King's mansion. If it wasn't for the detestable Xiahou Jiyue casting some kind of misplaced love spell, how could he himself have dreamed of such an agonizing separation of his heart? This time the 100 Flower Festival is coming. I will let you participate in the 100 Flower Festival and become a 100 Flower Fairy, and you will logically become the crown princess. Ignoring the worry in Yu Jie's eyes, Yu Mingxin said indifferently. Feng Zhang skimmed his mouth. So this guy was looking at Su Feng. Hadn't he seen how violent she was when she beat people up? The cultivators were shocked and touched as they watched Su Yan take out the Fire Phoenix essence that already belonged to him without hesitation. The Lords of the Nine Swords all knew very well that the arrival of the Heaven's Wrath extinction was at the same time as the moment for them to engage in a final showdown. The silver-haired lowly that was broken down broke her nose and answered. How did she know that this bare child was so obedient? She was just talking, wanting to make things difficult for the other party, who had thought that Qing Ziyi actually really meticulously helped her to do it, which is what made her heart weak. In reality, it was Feng Zhang who had really done the hurting, and the injured Feng Zhao was still here, and the broken ribs were no fake. In the past, she had also had fun prodding the golden seal, and he had given a response, but this time, no matter how much effort she put into prodding, he didn't respond at all. Not at all. What else could it be? He must have his reasons for wanting to leave. Besides, as long as it's not the two of you who want to leave, why should I worry? Tang Lei laughed. The devil that is rumored to wreak havoc on the vault of heaven without dying or being extinguished? True Lord Song Yu blurted out the first thought that arose in his mind. If it was really the kind of demonic creature in the legends that could bring endless disasters to the entire cultivation world, looking at their behavior today, could it be that they were helping it to get out of its trap? It would bring about endless karma in the future? Yi Jingyan's fingertips plucked. The sound of the zither rose and opened. The sound of the shell then closed, and immediately a bleak and sad mood spread throughout the entire city building. Now is the fall. There is no farm work in the countryside. Plus has been contracted to the household system. Unlike in the past, even if there is no farm work, people have to hoop in the production team. Now the farmers for the first time in many years unprecedented leisure. Don't be afraid. The others have already been sidetracked by me. They won't come back without half a tea time. Let's hurry and switch our hair. Yi Qingyu said, and pulled Shangguan Shui's hand inside. Good. Gu Baisu nodded obediently. Although he was in a hurry, it was not the time to show off. Even though these two words were written on the paper in a bland and unobtrusive manner, they were like a dagger in Lin Ji's hand, making one anxious and wary. Although this prison room also has a big smell of mold, but at least there is no one beside people. The floor is covered with straw, and it is also quite clean. Think, but AMU won't stop loving me when he has a younger sibling. Will he? Kagome was a little worried. A bullet suddenly flew from Mo Feng's left front, stirring up a pile of debris on the deadwood in front of Mo Feng, hitting Mo Feng's face with a burst of raw pain. Finally, someone had spotted Mo phone, indicating that the other party had closed in within 30 meters. Haka? The real six-tailed human pillar power Hagoromo? Kanata thought darkly as he suddenly had an inexplicable sense of historical immediacy. After going home and cleaning up a bit, thinking that this time he went to see Ling Shuexian's grandfather, Mo Feng specially prepared a gift and brought 2 jars of his grandfather's wine that had been in the cellar for more than 10 years that he had brought from Wushan. Ha ha, gotcha. The eerie voice rang in his ears, and as his eyes went black, the man collapsed without a word. As for the ghosts chasing after him, Wanyu did not have the time to take care of them. He dragged a bunch of ghosts through layer after layer of teleportation arrays, and during that time he also met quite a number of underworlders. And hearing that the fireless dance had likely gone to China, Chen Xingyu immediately made up his mind that he would go to China now to take a look. Chapter 35, Good boy. Let's do the job first. Including the police officers who were mediating the interrogation of them were also shocked by Jiang Shiyan's such a firm tone. Or one of the veteran police officers was the first to come back to his senses. Ms. Jiang, do you have any direct evidence to prove that it was them who poisoned them? Comrade police officer. I'm reporting them for drug possession in my capacity as a special expert of the police dog base, Jiang Shiyan said in a deep voice. Not only are they suspected of poisoning and abusing state-protected animals, but they have also committed the crime of drug possession. The evidence is inside this plastic bag. I'm applying for a drug. The people in the room didn't voice a single objection when they heard his insights. Dragon Ball is a manga that now has all the potential to become a phenomenon and a manga. But if it had done even a little bit worse, there would have been people here who would have stood up against it. With the official implementation of the euro 2 years later, a continental Europe as the baseplate of the joint market is rising. Today's Eurozone 12 countries is undoubtedly a huge market comparable to North America. You can even see this? Lian Changbai was very surprised. She only saw that Robertson's punch was very powerful. Where would she have thought that she could see so many doors in Xin Silence's eyes? Feeling the pain in his brow, Go's body trembled and slowly opened his eyes to look at the visitor. Kelly Clarkson. As Nick Cannon read out the results, all of North America went into a frenzy. Philheimer's words made everyone nod their heads. The key is that such a short period of network publicity will not cost too much. For the company and the project, will not produce too much burden. The whole space suddenly trembled violently, and the oil lamps that were still bright went out in an instant. And the space was darkened all of a sudden. Nothing happens without a reason. This both of you came to find me at the same time. What's the matter? Baila naturally knew that Jiang Dong and Xiao Shikuan wouldn't come to find themselves for no reason. The items that were floating in midair were like bloody meat on a chopping board that was cut into heavenly mush. This matter. It looks like a story of Princess Zhang stealing a chicken and losing the rice. Of course. This rice that really is different from the ordinary. Although the man had the intention of not getting up, where could he fight against Chen Bai? He was still pulled up. However, after getting up, his dust-sticky face tried its best to put on a flattering expression, causing Chen Bai to frown. Zhang Sun's sudden appearance caused many people in Mei Qian's army to be caught off guard. Coupled with Zhang Sun's powerful force value, his sword was a prelude to death in front of these unimpressive bandits. The sword in his hand swiftly chopped and stabbed. Within a short period of time, he stabbed and stabbed dozens of people before and after. All the people in this world were wrong anyway. And he and she were the only ones who hadn't done anything wrong? Even everyone had already physically told her not to go against Gu Enterprises at this time. Hanging up the phone, Li Yizhou's heart was a mixture of feelings, but inside he still carried some excitement of finally being recognized by his own parents. When they heard this running footsteps and came to them, by father and mother, Li Yizhou looked toward that place at the same time, and as a result, all of them directly threw themselves in place. Shuang froze when she saw Yin Koixi. She suddenly remembered when Yin Koixi told her that Ouyang Hao wasn't a good person before. She didn't believe it at that time and thought that Yin Koixi was jealous of them, but now she thought that it was really funny. Ma Fan also followed into the car, touching the east and looking at the west, with a rare face, thinking that this ugly is very good at enjoying herself. The Shin family did not dare to inform the matter. Informed Mrs. Shin, only said Qi Lu and the Duke of England's wife. With the young general went to play in Xuanzhou. He felt that the formation became seemingly a little eager to try. This set of formations, although the inheritance of the age has been a long time, and in a state of abandonment has also been a number of years, but the old pedant obviously felt the formation hidden in this kind of excitement. Zhang Yu thought, drew a picture on a piece of paper and put it into the space. Then he continued to practice his sword. If possible, he wanted to have the will of martial arts before the real big battle broke out. It would be better if he could influence the direction of the duel a little bit more. Who knows if Nameless would come in the end? Hoping on others was totally waiting for death. How could this happen? The order of this examination has been completely disrupted. The water sect master frowned and sighed slightly. So the two of them depressedly followed the soldiers to run 5 kilometers with weights before proceeding to do combined physical fitness exercises. Until around 6 o'clock, Lee Daenyo and Mu Hongya dragged their somewhat tired bodies to their dorm rooms, and after the death of the main general, the heavy infantry of the Jaka lost even more control. It only felt like the enemy's iron horsemen were everywhere. Why are you here? Such a rainy day doesn't seem like a good weather for a trip, Lin Hanshi asked softly. Although Li Hao didn't know the specifics, Li Hao wasn't afraid. Li Hao simply didn't believe that there were people in this world who were stronger than himself, people whose force was more powerful than his own. Even if it was rewinding back to the ancient martial arts era, Li Hao's hands were invincible level. There were very few people who were able to compete with himself. You may not recognize me, Master Mother, but as Master's disciple I will still be polite and say goodbye to you. I'm leaving, Master Mother. You and Master take care. The Shinigami carried the scythe and humbly bent down. What? You want to rent that storefront? Jiang Yuxiang asked. That storefront was very hot. I'm afraid it's not too easy to rent it. At this moment, her back was to this door. Her long waterfall-like hair cascaded down, and her stuffed snowskin was especially noticeable in the dim light. The second principle, the Japanese have always bullied the soft and feared the hard. If you follow the rules and regulations to them, you will often be regarded as weak. After you arrive in Japan, if you have a verbal dispute or even conflict with them during the negotiation, you must not fall into the prestige of my great Zhou, Yu Ming said in a deep voice. Zhao family is the richest in the region. Zhao master and a charitable people. Festivals or famine years, always give some clothes and money to the poor, but also organized a large porridge shed to give alms to beggars. The first elder and second elder couldn't help but remember what Hao Pinwei had just said and spoke in unison. Although he didn't make any substantial measures, he often said in front of Gao Cheng that he wanted to keep his distance from Mai Shui. After coming back from the hospital, Shi Chuchu still needs to stay at home for another 5 days. And within these days, Su Jijia even came to see her. She was wearing a silk halter nightgown, with hickeys all over the underside of the V-neck that couldn't be covered, including the curves of her proud top holding up the area where the hickeys were significantly heavier, as if she had intentionally worn it that way to open the door to greet her. Su Mo laughed coldly, feeling ridiculous about the fact that she couldn't get away from Fu Yanchen in 3 or 2 sentences. Li Xiuzhu thought to himself that if he hadn't promised the crown prince to go to the cave, he couldn't say that this time would only take 3 days, or most of the time needed to draw the drawings. This square of desolate crystal totem was only half a man tall, and its body was profound, with turbid energies surging through the crystals, allowing one to feel a hint of uncertainty just by looking at it. This sentence of hers caused Xin Xinglian, who had originally treated Ling Meng's strength somewhat differently and even somewhat regretted that she shouldn't have abandoned Ling Meng in the first place, to immediately become disgusted with Ling Meng again after hearing this. The upward arc of Song Yinpei's mouth widened. The sarcasm seemed to say, "Are you afraid to eat with me at the same table?" Chapter 36, I want Pearl to live. Jiang Shiyan immediately panicked. She quickly left the police station and beckoned for a cab to go straight to the pet hospital. She stayed on the phone with Jiang Yiheng, gently calming Pearl and occasionally urging the driver to go slightly faster. When she rushed to the pet hospital, Jiang Shiyan directly gave $100. No need to look for it, thanks. She rushed into the vet hospital and went straight to the resuscitation room, where Pearl was lying on the operating table. As if she had felt Jiang Shiyan's, the Anning Marquis house is still in mourning. Even if both sides are interested in each other, they have to be out of mourning for a year before they can perform the rite of passage. And if Zhao Ben really gets a good future in this year, will the Zhao family back out? Looking at Yang Lingxiao brow slightly frowning reluctant appearance, Zhang Wogong did not put in mind, but Chen looked in the eyes. Bei Shan said and took the lead into that cave, while those Yan Longhua soldiers still returned to their original hiding place. Where would LV Qian Chang wait for his companions to rescue him? If he waited for these people to gather in one piece, even if he could solve it, he would pay a heavy price. The prop used in the branding ceremony is a rather strange giant polyhedron, like a huge black stone, which can be surrounded by 5 adults with their arms outstretched, and is officially known as the partial trioctahedron. Gradually, he himself sank into it, concentrating on cultivating the power of intention, and when he woke up, he saw that the mouth of the cave was wide open, and at a glance, he could see that Yang Bo was sitting on the big rock outside looking at the azure sea, not knowing what he was thinking. Dahai just finished. This side of my cell phone rang. Is the director of the Wang factory? He is looking for me at this time again. Why? It was just that the sword was sealed with a Yin spirit inside. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that the possibility was not very high. After all, the black ceramic altar that he had seen before, there were still some rather cold materials for the survival of the Yin spirit from the starting material. He thought that he had put himself down as a great humiliation, but he did not think that Mu Changfeng had thought about it a long time ago, and based on this broad-mindedness alone, He was going to be broader than himself. Situ Jiao threw the paper money in her hand into the fire pot, got up from the putty, patted the paper ash on her body, and then looked Yang Lingshao up and down. His feet stepped on the gale pace, his body flashed, and when he appeared, his right hand had already pinched the neck of an ancient god, and with a pinch of his 5 fingers, click, the ancient god died of exhaustion. Zhang Yi took out these weapon refining materials, and then they were all punched into the arrival heavenly emperor mirror, and he began to utilize his immortal power to forge them. Zhang Yi's face also changed when he heard that Duke Chenglin's introduction, and his gaze towards the giant beast immediately appeared to change radically. You sit down. This palace has a child now, and her heart is much calmer. It won't be like before. You don't need to be so guarded against this palace. Duojuan looked at Mojo Cheng, who had not sat down since the beginning, and said in a light tone. As a result, the situation that had already seemed to be a nail in the coffin was increased by an infinite number of variables, and Jin Yuren, who was in the middle of the situation, had to endure the ordeal. However, even if the card was stuck to such an exaggerated degree, everyone was still enthusiastic. Taking out their most powerful equipment, they waved their youth and fervor amongst their brothers. As soon as Mu Qingjia heard Mu Qiuli's voice, her body trembled in fear and immediately stopped her movements, anxious to explain, but it was obvious that Mu Qiuli didn't want to listen at all. Walking to the end of the ladder, he came to the deck of the bilge and looked up to see 6 human bone chandeliers arranged on the ceiling above. I have to admit, these chandeliers are works of art, although eerie but also has a sinister beauty. In an instant, his hair fluttered, all the clothes on his body exploded, an extremely high-grade immortal weapon, just like that, was torn apart, and the ferocious power in his body rushed out like seawater. Those spatial cracks also disappeared, and then a figure came out from the void. Who else could it be if not Nu Chuan? Not bad. Yi Jian nodded. This was what he was worried about. If the Yin Yang sect and the Yin Yang sect had a great relationship, then it would simply be too easy to exterminate the 5 of their clans. Listening to the master of the door spoke, the elders also finally temporarily stopped the fire. After all, the face of the master of the door still have to give. Tang Yulong looked at their backs and mockingly smiled, laughing at their lack of self-importance, and not weighing their own weights and measures before saying big words. 1%? Yi Xing pondered. 1% would not be unacceptable to him. The growth of the coal ice flame over the past year or so had been very much beyond his expectations, and each time it had increased by an absolute lot. If he were to allow the flamingo to absorb 1% of it, it would also be possible. Mr. Card, where is my son Yutse? How is he? How come it's just the 2 of you? An urgent and familiar voice came, and Kasasho's face changed drastically, summoning the golden flying ship and preparing to inhale the 2 to escape. So the 3 were considered to be the worst developed within their 5 brothers. But the 3 had a good foundation, and with the advanced training methods of the workshop army, the 3 had made a name for themselves within it. With the profundity of this ancient array, the attainment of the array pattern of the person who made the move to set up the array had definitely reached the rank of emperor grade. The beings were just about to answer, when they heard a swoosh sound. An arrow on exploded a sub-emperor who was saluting, followed by several oohs and ahs, and an arrow on went towards those sub-emperors and quasi-emperors who were saluting again. Luo Qinglan didn't care too much about it and directly waved her hand gently, taking out a 1 million spirit crystal note and placing it on the table. As far as he knew, the spirit-devouring ancient mound was a perilous place from 10,000 years ago, only that it had come to the surface from the ground. Humph, can this be considered good news? Hearing that it was about Jing Yunxin, anger instantly piled up on Xia Anling's face. Chapter 37. This is Retribution. Jiang Shiyan froze for a moment. So are you guys planning to quit? No. Tian eagerly explained. We're not quitting. That boss before was a Joe pickpocket. Don't look at him saying he'll offer double wages to us now. When we really agree, he'll find excuses to default on our wages. It's not like he's done this kind of unethical thing once or twice. How can we trust him? Sister Chi also spoke up in a hurry. Head gardener, you've misunderstood us. Speaking of which, the evil side is also a wimp. So they didn't even dare to engage in a big battle with the righteous side and fight to the death. In the final analysis, the righteous side of the Taoist, Buddhist and side door of the masters of the infighting, basically still be able to maintain consistency. In dealing with the evil side, can put aside prejudice, cooperation. Lu Tao originally had a lot of resentment towards the 10 constant servants. Si Zhang led a flurry of urge the Ling Emperor to cure Jiang Shang's crime. This stubborn scholar even took off his boots and threw them on Zhang Let's head. The blood flowed straight. If you have the ability, poach a player from somewhere else to take Tony's or Ribery's place and follow the trajectory of their previous life to rise step by step. If you don't have the ability, you can just stay where you are or fight for relegation year after year. He doesn't have the effort. responsibility or obligation to find a way back for these clubs. Didn't Mona give it to me? The child said with a look of simple inquiry. Tianbai returned to Mount Shu with the disciples of Mount Shu and Kunlun before dawn, and after taking out the Guishi belly armor, he sat on the top of Mount Shu and waited for the moment when the sun was rising and the purple energy was coming from the east, hitting people without hitting their faces and cursing them without revealing their shortcomings. Lin Tian had spoken out of turn for a moment, which was what annoyed Black Heaven and Earth. The truth was that the other party had already reacted to the conceptual cage before he struck, and the avenues were spread out in an attempt to initiate an attack. In Jizhou, Zhang Jiao's army was encroaching on Dongzhuo's army, and Dongzhuo's army was retreating without any counterattacking power. For a while, Zhang Jiao's popularity soared, and the original stupid quasi-yellow scarves responded one after another. Zhang Jiao's troops expanded rapidly, and once again captured Jiulu and the surrounding area. In this realm of Buddhism, only golden immortal level experts are able to use their years of Zen meditation to activate this incantation, which is occasionally used to transform some heavenly immortal level and above experts, or used to realize the true meaning of Buddhism. Ha! You've come in too, Yan Di. When Jiang Feng was halfway through chanting the meditation incantation, Berserker's world's eyes completely regained their clarity, signaling Jiang Feng to stop and said with a smile, I might have had this confidence if I wasn't around you, but ever since you appeared, this confidence of mine has been knocked out of the air. Dai Suer was telling the truth because she knew that telling lies in front of Lin Huaisu was simply a very ridiculous and stupid thing to do. The birth of the World Tree Elf was an accident, and without the absorption of a drop of God's blood, and without millions of long years, she might not have appeared. I had just returned from the battle when I was dragged away by Dr. Royal, who had hurriedly arrived, to make a full examination at the hospital, which took half a day and was very comprehensive and thorough. Lu Bu was dissatisfied with the birth rate during the Eastern Han Dynasty. A net increase of only 200,000 people a year was too little, and with such a population growth rate, when would the goal of covering the whole world be realized? So he decided to continue the universal incentive birth policy while trying his best to enrich food production. In theory it should work, but the engineers should be chosen carefully, or else the base won't be built, so don't bury us alive, Turtle Shell said with a smile. In the face of Josh Smith's chatter, Zhang Kong's expression grew colder and colder. But he did not say anything and instead smiled faintly. Of course he would not forget Josh Smith, and he was prepared to give Josh Smith an everlasting memory, only that this memory needed a little chance. If not, once he was able to come to his senses in the will essence of heaven and earth, even if he only controlled part of the power of the rules of heaven and earth, and if he had a certain degree of autonomy over the earth, it would be almost impossible for any outsider to penetrate the interior. As the Speed Heavenly King, Voidwalker's body speed was naturally extraordinary. In terms of speed, dodging this sword was not a problem. However, when the Taiji diagram appeared, he felt as if he was in a black and white world. Up and down, left and right were all pitch black death gates. Once he dodged the sword, he would definitely have a death without a chance of survival. After saying that, Titan's arrows, thunder explosions, meteor fire rain, thunderbolt cold ice carrying different ice a brain towards the bounded Dream Lane City Lord and his party smashed over. If forgetting the fate of the imminent death of the battle, this scenery is worth appreciating, only to see the spirit pressure on Toshiro's body skyrocketed in an instant. At the same time, the temperature of the surrounding area dropped directly to below zero in the blink of an eye, and the surrounding area turned white in an instant, and the entire 46th room of the habitation room was completely turned into a world of ice and snow. After all, he didn't know if the other party would end their nirvana right away. Otherwise, the other party would become even more powerful and he might not be an enemy anymore. Without the Void Tower, it was impossible for the Blood Demon to be so honest, and it was all due to the Void Tower. Imo Zhangnan see really his good friend Sun Wu, instantly stepped to the body of Sun Wu, directly to a big bear hug, but also laughed, in the laughter, through the kind of reunion of boundless joy. Black Spirit Snake Flying Sword, Black Tongshan Giant Snake, excellent selling appearance, and strong attack. This is the power of the 5th Order Flying Sword. Wu did not know that in the Huan Yu game, once the Flying Sword is on the 5th rank, then the power is a big step up from the 4th rank. It can be said that the 4th rank is a gear, the 5th rank to the 8th rank is another gear. Now see these secret books. Qin Shen vaguely have some guesses. Is likely to be the Buddha did not know where to obtain these martial arts, and then passed on to his own men. And then there is the people of the Indian country, but the phenomenon of performing Chinese martial arts. The red, demonic petal slowly shed a tear of blood, gradually turning into blood to fill the entire screen. Jian Yumei knew that a mountain storm was coming. And the only comfort was that China had reached a basic national reconciliation, and that the whole nation would be nirvana in the coming storm. This has been proven by history. It was not the Huns or the Turks who proved it. It was the Mongols. Good thief. Blatantly plotting to seize the foundation of the Tao sect. Mo Dao Cheng condensed the last strand of true chi to play his most proud of a move, Sincere Heavenly Fist. That air seems to freeze as if. Sincere Heavenly Fist in the place where the air has no reason to empty. Ice cold piercing from the nearby people's bones flow out. Chapter 38 The Ugliest Dog, the Crested Dog. Zhang Shurian followed along assiduously. The colleague who didn't recognize Zhang Shurian walked up to Wu Feng and asked. Feeling strange. Who is that girl? Bureau Song knows her? Our bureau's special animal expert. Wu Feng said. That young? The co-worker was shocked. Yeah. What about the youthful and pretty little girl? Wu Feng patted Lightning's head and warned. Next time, don't say everything, or you'll be punished with confinement and introduced to other. On the other side, Tang Knight and Bai Hu Chun were engaged in battle. The might of the Divine Dragon Halberd was far from being matched by Bai Hu Chen's pair of fists. The Divine Dragon Halberd was like a 1,000-pound boulder. Slamming down, Bai Hu Chen was forced to rush, thinking he could block it, and met it with both fists, but the result was a clicking sound, and the bones of his fists directly shattered. In addition, Zhang Haotian didn't want the sealing of the gods to end because of this, mainly because he had gotten his face back, and since the 4 disciples, including Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Han Jixin, had passed their calamity, he took the 4 disciples as well as the Kaiyun Immortal and turned back to the Tao of creation. At that moment, all the god kings and god emperors' faces changed greatly. The middle-aged Taoist said so surely. Then it must be that the dead omen is in here. At this time, they don't care if this is the confidential key place of the god Nodding Ridge. We have to die omen. We have to die omen. Each of the 3 had split into countless bodies, and for a time, within the entire universe, there was smoke everywhere. Everywhere was a battlefield, and there was no longer a dark god anywhere, and there was a foursome everywhere. Nyoka, there wasn't a suitable magic weapon for you before. You're using the sanctuary divine robe, right? Yi Xiaofeng said. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yunfei kicked Wu Jianhao in the chest, and Wu Jianhao's entire body flew out to a distance of 5 or 6 meters, crashing heavily into the car over there. In the fish spies one by one was bounced off the occasion. The clam shell is and have opened. From the clam shell, rushed out a blood-red curved blade, but hidden in the clam shell of the 3,000 shrinking soldiers, have performed the Lin kill. At the same time, a high-grade health museum called Jiangshan 2, Feng Julai and Chen Hebi once again sat together, talked about their centennial plans. Xia Mingjiang's face immediately became stiff after seeing Dongfang Shufei, as well as Dongfang Shufei's words ringing in his ears. Zhang Hai sighed. Fortunately, a few moments later to resume action. Do not hurt the vitals is nothing. Listening to Feng Xiu's narration, Feng Ju can imagine the situation at that time. The Mei River on the boat is so many that it can be connected to the flat ground. To go from one boat to another, just lift your leg and cross, plus the night is crowded. It will not attract anyone's attention at all. Suong got his young master back to his room, undressed, covered him up, and just sat down on the floor. Josh was happy that the other guy had agreed to pay compensation and take the money. Plus the boy had promised him a spring in his step. George is so hard to calm down. And then look at Qin Menshue's gaze, but full of storage scorn. Hopefully. Ghost Underworld Yen was very clear that the Hades Emperor's ability was too weak nowadays. And if he were to return to the underworld presumptuously, then, he could only end up with his soul flying away again. Therefore, staying outside would allow the Heavenly God clan to tighten up a bit. Another dead family? Su Qianlang flicked up a white jade chess piece, hesitant to fall, lowered his eyes and pondered. If he explained this matter according to his own thoughts, then it could only be said that this person wanted to lure himself out to probe a bit? Then you have to sleep with me. Mingjin obediently tucked in the covers and reached out toward the man, her big dark eyes blinking at him. When that happens, it will be just a matter of time before he carves up the Cloverfield family to fend off the Childers to become #1 in Europe. Okay. Songwon was infected by her excited expression, and was also a bit eager to try. Since the shooting of the 2 installments, following Wen Chu, she had never suffered a loss. The dozen or so old ancestors all had cold smiles on their faces. They had been the overlord of the Kunlun realm for too long and had long been used to being courted. But now, they were asked to bow down in front of others? Everyone was in their chairs, listening to the ticking of the clock, each stroke like a tap on their chest. The aroma of sweet congee mixed with the sour vinegar flavor and the fresh melon and fruit scent hit her nose, whetting her appetite. After Xiaozhen kissed Su Xiaoxiao deeply and deeply, he finally let go of her and took a step backward. When Tian called over, Shiyu was packing up inside her home, and when she saw the call from Tian, Shiyu didn't hesitate to immediately put the phone through. If you don't believe me, let me tell you something about you. You had a dewy-eyed affair almost 5 years ago, but she wasn't really your destiny. You met her when you were on a mission abroad, and you thought the mission was over and that was the end of it. But little did you know, she was pregnant. When her father went to the capital to report his duties, their family followed him there, and she had seen several royal concubines from afar. If Sister Chi became like that in the future, she probably wouldn't be able to do what she liked and wouldn't be so happy, right? When he heard this news from Six Ears' mouth, Shen Rufan knew that the thief King Xiao Rufeng was really dead. Next, instead of speaking, Johnson sat down and closed his eyes in his chair. After reaching today's realm, Shen Rufan was no longer limited to moves, and each of his moves was an invincible and unrivaled mastery in the eyes of ordinary people. Along with the outbreak of the humans and the ghost-face spider, at this time there was also no one who would care about Shui Lingyu, but the binding immortal lock on Shui Lingyu's body was not helped by anyone to untie her. His aura, which was becoming more and more prevalent and stronger, vaguely had a possibility of bursting at any time. In that instant, Zihan felt the yin qi within the deceased Xiao Luo's body explode once again, even directly bouncing Zihan's entire figure several meters. Lu Zilin gritted his teeth and walked over, snatching the wolf leg from Xiaoluan's hand and grilling it himself, adding spices indignantly. Hua Si ran coldly smiled, 10 fingers interlocked, deep eyes flashed through the fine complexity of the flow of light, looking out of the window. I wonder when she knows that the so-called friend she defended so much is him, how will she feel? I took the yarrow, pawed my toes and pursed the head of the green hat, said good boy, and then counted the yarrow with great joy. No more, no less, the whole 50, each emitting a vague grassy flavor, but more importantly, is alike through the years, as the general atmosphere of the ancient. Chapter 39, will this work? Woof woof, my master is a big star, don't you recognize him? The crown-haired dog asked with a curious look on his face. Wrapped so tightly, his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Jiang Shurian muttered, squatted down and looked at him. Why did you come to the hospital? Where are you uncomfortable? My master brought me for a medical checkup. He said he came to find a woman with a wolf's heart. Do you know her? Jiang Shurian. Ji Jingyan lowered. Seek death. Qin Feng let out a low roar and danced out a blade pattern, slashing at the ninja's neck again. Yes. When Lu Hong saw that he wasn't resting his gaze on Lu Xianger and wasn't chasing after her to ask about her, his heart was slightly at ease. But when the teenage general asked this question, Lu Hong's heart lifted again. In fact, he wanted to say that he had not practiced martial arts, but somehow, under that teenage general's gaze, he didn't dare to lie. She is blind. God seemed to be a bit jealous of her looks, and when he gave her a flawless face, he made her lose her most beautiful eyes. If it wasn't for the blindness, how moving would those clear eyes be? Dynamite instantly exploded. 10 meters away from Chen Lengia, continuous running more than 10 steps, still was blown away. The surrounding peoples were filled with disdain for Ningfan, but Fukai Hozi was looking at Ningfan with a slight frown at this moment. This series of inquiries made the hearts of the 3 members of the Lu family raise again, because what Miao Zhou had asked earlier was nothing, but he kept asking to see the wound on Song Yuan's body. If he could tell that it was an arrow wound, Song Yuan would really have to take the charge of being a spy if he couldn't tell. In the hall of the Chui family, it was dressed up quite luxuriously, even compared to the commander's home. Chui Yingming rubbed 2 walnuts back and forth in his hands, creaking and squeaking, and his face was also quite cloudy. /T After a few minutes of confrontation, the huge lynx gave a long whine to the sky and then turned around and walked away, while the other lynxes followed their leader out of the area with great reluctance. Now has not yet seen Louis E. the Shuangmaster, has changed 3 sets of people accompanied. This is indeed a bit of show-off or demonstration of the meaning. Even if a car rushed into the hotel lobby at this time, but it was important to know that Ningfan was a celestial-level martial artist, and with the reaction of a celestial-level martial artist, dodging bullets wasn't a problem, let alone dodging a car. As for why he didn't injure his wrist or something like that in the first place, a person like Lian Zhengan wouldn't reflect on himself until he stepped on him once and for all. Sure, we didn't want to talk too much time to tangle with him, so it was better to knock out his self-righteousness once and for all. Apart from the fact that Shingongbao and Yin Jiao would not have the strength to shake the emperor's power in a short time, DXIN himself could not be ignored. Don't look at DXIN's indulgence in wine and sex and his licentiousness over the past 10 years or so, as if he had been wasted. In reality, Chaogo was able to let him squander so much for so long because Yin Shang had such an underpinning. With the timing of Zhou Ran's first album set, all sorts of overwhelming marketing and publicity has begun. The seats arranged by the organizer for Zhou Ran were arranged together with Jisong, Chen Yi and their seats. Konoha Shift's voice caught, damn, how did things turn out like this? His pupils turned gray from the moment he activated his ability, and a deep silence coiled within them, giving people a creepy feeling at a glance. Hu Han's heart is turning 100 times. In all the Hu Han lineage of people are racking their brains to find a way. Suddenly, there is a Lei Li's voice rang out. Through a little clear, more is calm. His body swayed uncontrollably, as if he were a child who had just begun to walk, taking funny steps like a zombie. The first two types of auras have a very strong karmic connection with the person and cannot be removed by force. The latter can be dispelled because it has no cause and effect with the person. Many people equate the evil chi with the evil chi, but Sure Hui does not agree with this. For example, as long as a general does not kill indiscriminately, his aura will not affect the people around him, and he can even be invisible to the gods and ghosts. Outsiders see the fun. Insiders see the doorway. They themselves are a professional singer, naturally know the gold content of this performance. I've never been much of a saint, but with anyone, I at least don't hurt them for no reason. Yes, just a week ago, it was also a cash withdrawal from the bank, not a transfer. Chen Xiao nodded his head. This is a question that had me stumped for months when I first dabbled in quantum mechanics. You think I want to? I hate not bringing anything. Hani was a person who was particularly afraid of going out and bringing a lot of things with him. It would seem particularly troublesome. But this time was different. This time he was taking advantage of official business to deal with Zulong's personal matters. Time has played a malicious joke on me. These 30 days have been as long as 30 centuries. The storm swept on. The bodies of the two giant wolves on both sides were actually dragged uncontrollably towards the location of that tornado at this moment. They jumped violently and screamed angrily. However, they were unable to break free from that force of nature. After hearing Mudwa's explanation of the 100-spirit coffin, I asked with a skeptical tone. My heart would have been shocked. But I couldn't believe that underneath the building in front of me was the thing that Mudwa was talking about. The entire audience of more than 2,000 people were dumbfounded as they watched the scene in front of them, and none of them had any time to react to what exactly had happened. Li Yi looked at the defense had a total of two kinds of weapons. One was an automatic missile, which could only be used against the air, and the other was a rocket flying gun, which could be used against the air and the ground. Both of these defenses came with automatic self-guided or tracking missiles. Headquarters dispatched senior researcher Ballet, handing her identity magnetic card to the security officer. Alina said with a cold face, that means that heartless bull auction house actually had the shamelessness to pocket 80% of the profits. After all, with Lin Ruohong's multiple blockades, it was difficult for her to even learn the basic information about Lin Ruoshi. Suong has been paying local social security since graduation and has been paying until this year in exchange for qualifying to buy a house. The tapir is a very mysterious animal, rumored to have the ability to devour and recreate dreams. Sun Bin, who was supposed to be actively supporting, saw that the situation wasn't right, dropped a skill 1 and directly turned around and ran away. Even Zhao Taizhu had said that there was only a lot of medicine needed, so would the price soar to a point that was unacceptable? Dear teachers of the media, and viewers in front of the camera, I apologize for taking up your time and energy to talk about this bit of family business of mine. Lin Shan closed her eyes in resignation as her stomach began to ache so violently that she thought it would be good to just die from the pain. To die. His body was densely studded with dozens of the insect's severed knuckles and mouthparts, and the bearskin, which was originally just draped over his body, was now fused with it. Wei Wu's heart stirred slightly. The other party had obviously watched the entire cultivation between himself and Ao Qing. Chapter 40, Reporting crime is everyone's responsibility. Old man Ayao when I was young was a miner. In the mine cave workers will use their own bring dry food to feed the rats inside. As long as the rats live, we can operate at ease. 1 year, the mine cave collapsed. I and other colleagues were trapped inside for 3 days and 3 nights. And in the end it was 2 rats that led the way to find a way of life. It was from that time that the old hunchback man held the rats in such high esteem that he never drove them away, and often gave him his own food as well. Barbarian beast hissing. Emoli raised his hand and grabbed. Fingers spread like an eagle's claw. A grab crushed a barbarian beast. Words also countless powder shape and spirit. This madman is really crazy. He even used such a terrible means to sharpen himself. Is he not afraid of hitching himself up? Said a robed old man with a grave expression. Seeing these 2 people leave, Suyu did not say anything more. With such a lesson, these 2 people have been almost. Suyu is ready to see. This game called Jin brother Jingsai is ready to take him to do? Yi Qinglan squeezed out a slightly bitter smile. It's not much. It's just that the thought of having to go back at the end of the birthday banquet is just a little bit sad. If you can. Forget it, don't say this. A look of wanting to say something but having a hard time saying it. Team Lu. It's not good. Yu Lin and Yen Xiaoguang have been knocked out. While Lu Yan was thinking, the terrified voice of a dragon whisperer from Team C suddenly came from her earpiece. I have a general understanding of this matter. You guys carry the coffin back first. Since the person is already dead, you should let him rest in peace. What's the point of bringing a dead person here? Let's sit down and work it out. You will elect a representative. Specialize in your affairs. Li Junfeng patiently persuaded. Elder, he walked over excitedly, trembling as he looked at the red jadeite in front of him, the corners of his mouth constantly trembling with excitement. Yikes! Came a bellowing voice from the deep cavern. A bellowing sound came from it. A silhouette rose up into the sky. A black mist enveloped him. Like a demon. Wherever he went, flowers and leaves withered. Lena then sighed softly and said, whether it's true or not, in any case, there's trouble this time. The Hu family might not go after the Ministry of Military Affairs for trouble, but they were a different story. Han Shuef rose and stared at Li Tian with wide eyes, not expecting this Li Tian to say half of his words again and leave half, having to wait for himself to embarrass himself after he finished. However, Han Shuef thought that she had promised Lin Duku not to quarrel with Li Tian. The corners of Han Shue's mouth twitched a few times, and finally glared at Li Tian without saying anything. In the beginning, it may have been just a few whispers in a corner somewhere. A few scattered posts or comments that offered a hint of skepticism or a different take on the previously prevailing view. Further ahead is the Grey Wolf tribe. Those guys are ferocious. We'd better not cross the border rashly? The one who spoke was a gray and black fox and rabbit. He was the second son of the tribal chief, Hu Yong, with a strong body, very brave when hunting, and his talent power had already reached the thunder rank. Ajio then told him how Lan Mu told himself that the whereabouts of Grand Chief Lan and Lan He were unknown, how he himself planned to escape from the general's residence to live his life, and how he came to Gun State in a single move, which attracted countless tisk-tisk-tisks from Lan He. Upon examination, there were no signs of fighting or struggling on the inner walls or the bottom of the stone pit, and no signs of breakage caused by violence were found on the periphery of the top of the patio. Su Tianrua and Yang Huazi came to the North City wall. At this time, the corpses and broken arms on the wall had been cleaned up. Below the wall there were dependents with the defenders to collect the supplies and ordnance that the Zarusians had discarded. The second new Imperial Voices song, The Last Confession, is already a complete hotspot on the internet. A giant fist formed by endless flames, entwined by the lightning of judgment, rose up from the ground and blasted towards the Thunder Mountain. Ah, Gio sighed in his heart. If Han Xianxue had known the King of Wei's secret at that time, then the King of Wei indeed wouldn't have let her go. He promised himself to keep her alive. Then what Han Xianxue had to face was indeed the only way to go crazy. After a new song came out of nowhere, the tempo that had previously been maliciously driven by the Skyhong Alliance began to reverse. In front of outsiders, Qin Nana paid close attention to the way she addressed Huang Zhanyan and also cared about the relevant etiquette. When Xianyuan Qingcheng heard that Yu Linglong's soul flew away, she couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. When Yu Linglong was around, she was angry, but when Yu Linglong really died, she blamed herself very much. How many years must she have been dead in this strange place? Yet she still had her face intact, especially her skin, which looked blown out. At the head of the group was a blonde teenager, squatting on top of a boulder with a cigarette in his mouth, constantly gulping down smoke. Li Shuyu directly came to this bar. Looking at the guests inside this bar, Li Shuyu found that the guests inside this bar, there is a wave of energy inside their bodies. It seems that these people are sorcerers. Right, they are not looking for the wrong place. Oh, a vertical. Your previous army to conquer Chen, not yet brought him. If Shi Huanwang to Jiangnan, Xiao Mahua, Zhou Luolu and other streams are afraid that it is difficult to be his enemy. Yang Jian has long heard of Shi Huanban's great name, now see him born like a tower, cannot help but turn his head to Yang Guang to praise him. Fish Zhan promised, not long gone, led Ming Colette to pay Yun room, to be two people salute to meet has been, then excused himself and retired. When leaving deliberately brought the door of the room, Han Yu freezes, but remains resolute, knowing that he has no way to leave this place, but she does. Unexpectedly, before Yang Guang could return to Lanji Palace, he was called from behind by Zhang Hong, who was panting and returning to the palace again. She couldn't help but think of last year's eve, of the side of him she'd never seen before that he'd revealed when he was alone, so that he'd been there all along. When it was the turn of the game of AO by versus Jin Chengyu, Lui Feng decisively stopped his conversation with Boss Wang and walked to the railing of the transom to look at the battlefield below. But how could she know that her rapid development only started because Yi Ling Tian came? Without her realizing it, the werewolf had also long ago figured out her tolerance for boundaries between each other in one trial and error. But although Song Yingxing is from the Maritime Bureau, his heart is the entire Ming. If Dongshan Prefecture can become Dongshan capital in his hands, he is certainly willing. And everything that was happening at that moment was taken in by a dark figure hanging upside down on the far security wall. With that, Xilang pulled out the dagger hidden on his body and quickly flashed in front of Do Zhanlin, wanting to slit his throat. Chapter 41, Plans can't catch up with changes. 10 minutes of waiting. Let Jiang Shiyan almost seconds like years. Forehead has long emerged a fine dense bead of sweat. Winter. Lingerie are soaked with sweat. Forget it. Jiang Shiyan pulled her bag up after seeing Yen Anton's gesture at her in the dark. I still have to work tomorrow. Watching football still doesn't allow women to watch. Sexism. Jiang Shiyan muttered a few words and got up, ready to leave. Wait, old girl. The roll-up door went to. He Shuihan's expression began to change at this moment. His eyebrows unfolded, the gloom between his brows gradually dispersed, and the slightly raised corners of his mouth gave Qin Fangzhua an inexplicable feeling. At some point, Dr. Lizard emerged from the sidelines, his body covered in blood, some of which had even crusted over, but he is that neglector. Even if do more, Li Fei feel the stomach is not fight, or not pregnant. This is not at all a thing, must use extraordinary means. The teenager walked slowly with his hands behind his back, his voice sounding a little childish and milky. It is really a good place for big purchases, no matter whether it is a variety of brand name clothes, expensive watches, cell phones, or luxury luggage, high-grade furniture, all kinds of jewelry, brand name cars, as well as a variety of rice star country food, all the things needed for a luxurious life. Almost everything is available here. Although Chen Ziyue did not know where Yang Jia had gone after he left with Qin Yan that day, he did not even participate in the second stage of the race. However, Qin Yan did not mention a word about Yang Jia, so the smart girl realized that perhaps Yang Jia was in trouble. Generally, the races that have super teleportation arrays will use the super teleportation arrays to do business. As long as there is an existence with a certain level of cultivation that is willing to pay a certain price to be able to make money for these great races, then the teleportation arrays will naturally be open for you to use. Ishu Weihan thanked them for their concern and support. It's just that there's no way for the hospital to work at this rate. Feng Qianzhan was originally worried about Gong Emoli, so he rushed to the warm Jade Palace to take a look. But he didn't expect to see Feng Qianzhan tearing Gong Emoli's clothes. What exactly did he want to do? And the lackeys were all not decide. Come on, let's drink to our writer and her spirit of picking up gold. Lei Ming raised his tall glass, which contained half a cup of Great Wall dry red, and he drank it first. Only the pine leaves on the ground around him were wrapped in the orb formed by his hands and could not fall. With every move he made, new pine leaves were brought up from the surrounding area and added to the orb in his hands. The diameter of the orb grew larger and larger, and soon it exceeded 1 zheng square. In the wild, hunger, cold and disease are the most important things to avoid. At this time, we are equal to 3 things. Just my coat is not enough to withstand the cold, and his clothes are too dirty and prone to bacteria, so must be cleaned and dried before giving him to wear. Judging that they were destroying the drugs, Lao Wei glanced toward Pang Xizha, who nodded that he was ready, and Lao Wei flew up and kicked the doorway hard. These changes are only at the beginning. If afterward, this ancient divine tiger's blood will be able to generate consciousness to control your body. Do you know that? Old Taoist Void told Tiger Barbarian about the importance of this. Beidou Xiaoyan. Thank you Emperor Xianyuan. The Xianyuan clan had already given Xiaoyan this kind of promise long ago, and at this moment, it was even in front of the clans in the world, allowing the Beidou clan to earn face. No, I have a plan. What do you think if I use Angel as bait to lure Long Kuan to appear? Peng Haoming asked. The big man with a gloomy face raised his fist to meet the attack, but failed to block it. He clearly saw that the dagger in Long Rise's hand was stabbing at his eyes, but just when he was about to close his eyes, Long Rise suddenly disappeared. After Qi Hui left the capital, she was basically in a state of separation from Liang Dong, who could not stand the loneliness and hooked up with someone else. However, at this moment, I didn't have the energy to pay attention to him at all. Due to Zhang Tianxiang's strength, my heart and even my entire body was unusually uncomfortable. It was as if someone was punching me directly on my body. Go ahead. I'll contact Holtz and the others and tell them what to do next. Saban said. Good to say. Good to say. Take care of each other. In the future when there is something still need you to make great efforts at. Yen Lijuan sent sold face to the second Yun to ask the milk pig as a bodyguard. Naturally know and their own personal protector to pull a good relationship, or not encounter things he does not contribute to embarrassment is their own. With the help of the military spikes, Lu Yu's traveling was much easier, and although he was on the raised rocks, Lu Yu was still advancing steadily. Power forward, Jiang Si, nicknamed Zombie, characteristics, amazing offensive power, especially good at sharp stop mid-range jump shot, also known as the zombie jump. If the Fusang Spirit Vine had enough power from the immortal realm, it wasn't without a chance to break through the original grade and reach the divine wood level. Zhang Ziqian, just so introspective thinking, suddenly heard the subordinate to report that Milam personally came. He heard the big brother to come. Dizzy, get up and go out of the house to meet. Just out of the inner house. See, Milam has entered the house with Amelia. The crowd was stunned by this sudden appearance. followed by Ling Yong walking up and stopping in front of an aperture before beginning to observe the information on it. What do you mean? I'm not even good enough for a rookie? Sean's fire went up. It would have been nice to be replaced by anyone but a rookie. And the source star, Rena weakly explained. She didn't know for what reason Tianchi had been refusing to take her to the source star, and then looked at Tianchi expectantly after she finished speaking. Her heart was apprehensive. Chapter 42, It's over. It's over. It's over. Jiang Shiyan was happy. Dare to do it. Of course, I'm the boss. I have to protect my little brother. Tiger wailed. Tell me then, what about my training when you scare away all my carefully selected rats? Jiang Shiyan poked its big furry head. Helpless. Meow. It's that I need a team that can catch bad guys now, and was going to train with rats, but now it's being. But at that time, after Moua Lang handed over the company's position to Moua, some of the bullies in this company surfaced. Once the fight for a long time, not only his own Shitue Black Tiger stunts will be repeatedly displayed in front of 20,000 viewers, his prestige of the Iron King Temple will also be questioned. Shengshi Huame Group Chairman Kui Cheng is in his 60s, with a medical doctor's degree, and his wife, Tan Eileen, returned to China to found Shengshi Huame Group in just 6 years, and it is already one of the top 100 brand name enterprises in the country, which is in the monopoly position in the industry. What did you talk to the Slayer about? Ramadan couldn't read, but he could tell there were several more words on the message board. However, their goal this evening was not on Songding. They had come to inspect the progress of the work in the back of the mountain. Bai Tao went all the way into the kitchen and looked around. The kitchen was still exactly the same as it was when she entered. Dirty where it should be and still dirty where it shouldn't be, because there hadn't been any fresh ingredients coming in since Xiao Jiaolong left, so the ones piled up in the kitchen were starting to rot. Caval had already heard similar views from the old chamberlain, and he himself had sensed something was amiss, but now that it had been publicly revealed by a journalist, he felt the same pang of panic. It turned out that it wasn't just a few who had found out about it. Who could it be that keeps coming after us behind the scenes? Old Carolyn frowned. He was the most powerful underground broker in Bali and even the whole of Gaul, and had an extremely wide range of contacts and power. Even though the family was not flourishing and its power was gradually shrinking, it was not something that just anyone would dare to mess with. Qin, you simply want to go crazy in a hurry. This kind of mouth can't speak and hands can't move, can only watch the fatal danger step by step close to their own feeling is too depressing. This is no longer a fear, but a deep despair. When she arrived at Ling Jishuan's villa, and Go realized that Ling Jishuan was much more haggard than before. Look at the dark circles under his eyes. TSK, I don't know what he's been through. Of course, Tian Mo didn't care at all about this question of whether or not he was qualified, but if he could go out and get some air, Tian Mo still didn't mind at all. Li Sanzi foot stomped. A bubble of dirt pounced on my face. He was scared ground crazy crawling forward. The whole thief whole choking dead. And the ultimate goal, just like what Chu Yan had attempted before, was to merge all of this together and become his ultimate Dao. Song Ming and the others were nearing the end of their deliberations, and some details were still being discussed, especially how to separate the people to act cheaply had become a difficult point at the moment. Of course, said to sleep. In fact, it is also meditation, or cultivation, and, likewise, will still leave a little backhanded, or be interrupted by others would not be good. Their own advanced prediction of the danger is always better than other people to interrupt, right? If you dare to touch her, I won't forgive you. Wu Sanyan was stunned by my yelling. She just lay there on the bed, looking at me peacefully. I also looked at her peacefully. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, but our eyes didn't blink, just staring at each other fiercely. But don't you want to save people? Don't want the soul restoration pill? Supreme Lord Taishang said calmly, as if everything was under control, just like the endless twin kings. If he really jumped to heaven and earth, I'm afraid that the two might not follow him over. The bulk of the tank regiment was under cover and couldn't actively scan for the exact number of enemy planes, but the Golden Falcon that had been hit had lost its original cloaking ability, especially when falling, and could be easily detected by all sorts of instruments. Buzzing twice, Li Changlin didn't want to wait any longer, so he directly stretched out 2 fingers and operated them at the same time. Litian, do you think you can control everything here with a magic weapon in your hand? Gu Hong chortled coldly, but the scorn in his eyes was unmistakable. After speaking, He Li Zhu's father followed her out of the house to the ghost hunting master's home. Last time the two of them agreed to open a Chinese hospital together. There has been no news. I think he is now calling to talk to Wang Dali about this matter. Boom! Bu Luan and the others raised their hands and blasted the walls around Yuan Fei. All of them, allowing Yuan Fei to be revealed. After changing 4 or 5 houses in a row without any good targets, Shuahao hit the road back home with disillusionment. Tuoba Fei. You want to take us in to exterminate the nether realm and underworld realm, don't you? Ao Dong asked. Saying nothing, Wabu Fan only gently lifted his hand, quietly condensed the meditative power in his body, and opened up the skill of absorbing weapons at once. As for Canopy, he was also frowning as he watched, and it was only today that he had seen the divine might of the absolute demon sovereign. Speaking of this, hand of the law decided to pinch, then said, this baby is not only can collect water, but also can set fire to. Want to try my husband's true fire of the sunnet? After this interruption, Bai Nuanqing even forgot about the incident in the bathroom, and after a while at the bar, the crowd shouted to go somewhere else to have fun. Deception. Change your face. With a brush, Yu Shallow White transformed into Wu Liang's appearance, both in appearance and temperament. They were exactly the same. The words fell, only to see this time Zhang Ji will be nearly 8 feet of body, wearing ink black brocade robes, waist-hanging sword, face hanging a number of harsh and cold-like face. This concubine Luo is the biological mother of the great Prince Gu Xingyu, and besides Queen Zhou, she is the most favored. Tilgar naturally understood what was meant after listening to the council president's words, and he didn't say anything more. Hong Tianming could not say a word. This feeling he did not know, but Mo Haifeng's withdrawal made them even worse. Does it mean that Yi Lord is coming to kill me? Yu Shallow White shivered. Thinking about the terrifying look in Yi Lord's eyes when he pushed himself off the cliff scared her. Chapter 43 Pre-operational contingencies. Seeing that Tiger still did not want to stop, Zhang Shurian picked it up and held it down in her arms, so panicked that she stammered. Tiger, he didn't mean it. Meow. Just on purpose. Zhang Shurian pinched Tiger's mouth. Lightning made a wailing, aggrieved sound. It's so fierce. It's too much. It's scratching me so much. I'm sorry, Lightning. I'll buy you a big bone. Don't you? He thought in his heart, here is on top of the big trees. My 8 deserts skill is too much movement. With the fire magic but will burn up the trees. They are 20 people have out-of-body stage cultivation. To use the spinning desert sword at once all of them cannot be resolved. In the large hall, there were already 200 to 300 people, all wearing green-colored Dao robes, all sitting on top of the stone seats on the 4 sides of the ring in the very center, all mingling and talking about the selection of the representatives for the upcoming intersect competition, all looking excited and eager to try. As soon as Li Ling said that, according to his understanding, there shouldn't be more than 10,000 in total right now with the Fey ghosts plus the ghouls. It didn't even matter if there were more. After all, no war was a one-for-one exchange. All of them were surprised and looked at Turtle Treasure with even more suspicion, because not only did he speak out of turn, but he also didn't know what to do. Wanting to defeat the crowd with one round of attacks, that would be too conceited. So all of them looked at the strange Turtle Treasure, and they also felt that he was too bold. In the face of Alan's inquiry, Li Ling's eyes flickered a few times, and instead of speaking, he reached out to unfasten the belt around his own waist. Knight Alan not only explains his armor, but also helps Yang Yi to put on the armor. The first time Yang Yi wears the armor, he is very curious. In his impression, the armor has always been synonymous with bulky and backward. After wearing it he realizes that it's not as bad as he imagined. Although it's very heavy, it's still easy to move around. And among the disciples watching around them, the cultivators of the Tiannan Immortal Cultivation World all revealed their astonishment at once. One of the 3 was in the late stage of foundation establishment, and the 2 of the 2 were in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and together they had 7 high-level magic weapons. If they were bombarded, then Wan Dizzy was expected to be in a dire situation. Senior Wells, don't make any confusing guesses. Although Senior Gue has some faults, it's not so bad that he will lose face for Master. If you don't want to speak properly, go back to cultivate first. Air Templar Ming immediately reprimanded and spoke. A piece after piece of green shadows madly impacted towards Qian Yun, as if it was raining, and that kind of strength that would not stop until it tore through Qian Yun scared Qian Yun for a moment. Hao Tian's reincarnation is all about the number of heaven and the calamity. The Violet Emperor is just obeying the number of heaven. I think that Heavenly Father has a good idea in his heart. Queen Mother of the West rushed at Fire Banyan and asked. It's a good thing that no one is beside them at this moment. Qin Yanqing and Zhang Yinshan are still over at the barbecue grill, and Hua Yi is staying on their side, so she should be the only one who heard what Hua Nanshan said. By the time I woke up again, I was lying in the hospital with thick gauze strapped to my shoulder, and the slightest movement hurt like hell. I didn't expect Xiao Yunxiao to have to go upstairs with me. I naturally didn't want to, but there was no way to refuse him, so I had to let him go back home with me. The phone call went to Zoe, and 5 minutes later, Zoe messaged back, saying to start moving, and 15 minutes later, Zoe sent back a yeah emoji. Seeing that all those people looked like they were going to eat the moon, I couldn't keep hiding any longer. I got up with a jerk, and the men yelled out help her. Xiao Qiu took it solemnly and saw that the cover read Shengqing sword intent and looked at Li Feiqing curiously. It was really rare to see Yi Mangyao waking up this early. It wasn't rare before, but it was rare now. Cut the crap. Brother will make you happy. Chang Yi raised his hand and tugged on Lai Luxing's collar. If it hadn't been for her, then her dad would certainly have lived for a few more years, maybe even decades. Li Yaochen finished and then lowered his head to whisper a few coaxing words in Si Qianai's ear before this topic was turned over. The atmosphere on the Nameless was also quite quiet at this time, except for the big pillar which looked like it was fidgeting, its buttocks wiggling around, always restless. Only then did Feng Chuan nod, letting Bai Xiao take the silver to Mama Tang and follow Xingyan to count all the people up and down this courtyard. As he crossed over to Lin Yuexi's side, his eyes flickered and saw a shallow smile on the corner of Lin Yuexi's mouth. Very shallow, but a very beautiful smile. One by one, they exchanged words. There were those who didn't believe it, those who questioned it, and even those who were filled with fantasies about the Western continent. Noble consort beckoned towards Lin Qingxue, signaling for her to come to her. Lin Qingxue rolled and crawled over. Noble consort leaned over and whispered a few words in her ear. So now Chu Zhiming thought, is not to care about the price of the car. As long as they like it, the price is moderate, and will be able to block the mouth of those people. Of course, they would like nothing better than to encounter a scenario where Choi Yongman was lucky and smart enough to be cowering in whichever corner of the bug's lair he was in, shivering and waiting for them to arrive. When it came time to pay the bill, the meal cost nearly 50 points, and Shang Puqi was still considered merciful. Only then, she would be forced to use the power in her hands and come to blows with Wei Yisen. She knew the reasoning of the piker. Although those things were nothing, but it can be very important here. Ava's mate and Cub's beast rank are not high. When the time comes, don't lead to killing because of these food. Then he is the one who has good intentions to do a bad thing. The white eyes are still staring at the rearview mirror where the car is no longer visible at any point. And the heart is very empty, as if it has been ripped out of the heart. Things like being discharged from the hospital. You can be discharged if you want to. Zhang Yining's tone became even flatter. Good. Just can't eat without you. Zhang Jihong blurted out, seeing Gu Dongchen take the initiative to change the topic. Put down his heart. Xiaozhi stared at her back, staring some out of focus. Gradually cannot help but gaze slightly hot. But unfortunately the place is not too remote. Or, a few big steps, to the riverside to wash their hands. However, to her side close, the song slightly paused for a few seconds, and then returned to the beginning, in order to minimize the danger. From the very beginning, Liu did not make a move to disturb the long sleep of Green Throne by Qi, but instead used a lot of verbal jabs to provoke Mr. Zhou. Yanifeng placed his finger on it, and just as Ling Luoqi had said, the tombstone suddenly lit up, but the next thing he knew, it dimmed again. The piercing pain came from the bare foot, followed by a strong smell of blood. Lang La looked down and was so scared that she almost screamed. Chapter 44, Bad. At the critical moment, a cow came straight out and hit the out-of-control motorcycle first, and the cow and the car fell to the ground at the same time. Jiang Shiyan also got her leg grazed by the tire, which was much better than before when she almost got hit by the motorcycle into the wall. Yan Anton arrived in time. How is it? It's fine. Jiang Shiyan shook her head. I'm going to find Tiger and the others. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was another loud blasting sound. Boom! The first time I entered the palace, you were summoned by the emperor. I was waiting for you in the imperial garden, and an assassin came in front of me. At that time, my first feeling was that this assassin would be beneficial to me in the future, so I made him up to be a maid, and saved him. Sherlinger recalled the scene when she saved Qin Jian. I stared blankly at the gallant man and thought, quite spinelessly, that a few days earlier, this night would have been mine. He really liked the tightness of the place, and had a tremendous crush on the pretty uncle in front of him, so even if he knew where he lived, he wouldn't answer meekly so that his uncle wouldn't be able to send him back, because he was bending down to get out of the carriage. He didn't see Xianyuan Haotian's thoughtful eyes behind him. Do you have any more of this style of clothing? A faint voice rang in her ear. Reporting to the emperor of the Qingqi kingdom has come to congratulate my emperor on his ascension to the throne. Liao Yan, a first-ranked palace guard with a sword, approached and knelt down and said, I can probably understand your state of mind at that time. You are a true man of nature. Unrestrained. Ha! Princess Taiping laughed lightly. Is Yi Mei here? Suddenly, a flamboyant and warped gentleman walked towards Aunt Feng, but his eyes looked towards the line of flower cards hanging on the foyer. So she bribed the doctors and nurses to create the pathetic, half-formed look she now had. According to reason, with Princess Annel's temperament, she should be complaining loudly right now, but she was lying peacefully on the bed, opening her eyes that had long been exhausted, and her mind again thought of this afternoon's situation. Right here on this bed, where Wu Chongshuan hugged her tightly and said a few words to her. Knowing Nie Zhezhong's body, Nie Yen hurriedly pressed the first aid button and dismissed the caretakers because father and son were discussing company matters. Then something happened. Nie Yen was anxious and disappointed, as if he had been drained of his mental energy overnight, and when he left the Nie family, he only took her with him. Liang Ro felt that she shouldn't have lost her temper at the child yesterday. Originally the fire was directed at Nie Yen, and then was just angered. This matter was also commonplace in Wan Yu, and after thinking slightly for a while, Heilin Yao returned the topic to the focus of her calling Long Xiaoyan back today. Lin Wan Meng said while gauging Mu Yan's expression, and when she saw that his face eased a bit, she added, Master, the reason why I'm so strict with her is for her own good. In the house you cannot pay attention to those false rituals, but you can't be reckless in the palace. This blogger, named Micro Ant, is microblogging certified, has the largest number of chill fans, and is the one that countless people are paying the most attention to at this time of wind and waves. After she changed her clothes, she carefully put on her makeup in the mirror. Usually at home she would just put it on casually and forget about it. After everything was done, she went downstairs with satisfaction. Yu Taichi listened to him speak in a casual tone. The heart more and more worried about a lot of these 6 palaces is certainly the Empress Dowager. But Chang Tai on the consort is also really counted on the long love. Ordinary people's son-in-law to his wife. Not every family can be so casual proximity. Okay, we are here then. He. Spread your legs and let us have a good look. A leopardess henchman hand colorfully said. Still, anyone who has seen the true face of the local old turtle, especially those who have witnessed that scene where the old turtle saves the day. High fences, coiled with sultry rose thorns, and pricey sofas seating in the yard. Old Zhang, what about our first vote? Songren handed over the decision-making power into Zhang Yi's hands. Yu Rou opened her mouth slightly, tears flashing out of her eyes, one hand tugging at the hem of the emperor's coat, looking very compassionate. Zhu Snap felt that it was difficult to say this, directly picking out what happened. He was afraid that Fang Xiaohan was going to suspect if he had been sending people to follow him, but if he didn't, he was afraid that Fang Xiaohan would fall into Yi Chouhan's trap. Zhang Yang swept a glance at the teams gathering fire on the opposite side. There were quite a number of them, densely packed with more than 30 teams. Wang Susu saw her husband shedding tears, and her nose had been a little sour, but now that she was being made to laugh by her mother and sister, she also laughed along with her. No, from what Pang Daisy said, it's a game he unintentionally developed. Zhang Hanfei preached. He regulated the whole night, and he asked himself if he would do better if he was put in Zhu Snap's position, because he didn't give a damn whether the 4 kings were having fun or enjoying themselves a little. All he wanted was for the 4 kings to treat him in a way that they had to take his words seriously. At night, this east return to the valley resounded with the sound of wolves howling. There are many fireflies in the valley to emit a piece of light, that the moon in the clouds and mist if the shadow. This gentleman, this boat is my private property. If you are looking for someone, I am afraid that you have come to the wrong place. Xiao Han's voice sounded overhead. You care so much about me. Annoyed, the boy snatched the money from Jingsheng Susu's hand and walked out without looking back. Chapter 45, She Must Go Back. When he was about to run in front of the fire truck, he tripped hard on a stone under his foot and fell to the ground. His forehead instantly knocked into the crumbs on the ground and blood instantly flowed down his face. Jiang Shurian. Yan Anton's face changed and he immediately rushed over. Jiang Shurian with tears in her eyes grabbed Yan Anting's hand, ignoring her injuries endured the pain and said to him, Inside, there is danger inside there are drugs. Will explode. There are dangerous drugs in there. Yan Anton rushed at the firefighters. What separated her from him was the hatred deeply engraved in her bones, the coldness buried in the depths of her blood. Saying these words signaled that Wang Qi would strike with all his might. He would not be a killer, yet he would no longer show mercy. The moment the two of them grasped their hands solidly, Zhu Jun felt a majestic force that held his hand in a death grip. This old man is Lin Wei Yuan's brother, Admiral Lin Wei Wu. The reason for the old man's anger is that Lin Qianer's grandfather, Lin Wei Yuan, has been assassinated. The situation is very urgent, and is now being rescued in the emergency room. Wherever it is boom boom sound explosion crack sound. Let a person's scalp numb. Powerful fist wind whistling past, blowing Hong Yu body robes hunting and ringing, face above the muscles is a burst of distortion. Shouldn't go to the old people's home? Oh, Yang Mingxin was slightly stunned, seemingly vaguely sensing what that twisted side really was. Subordinate obeys. But your holiness, that Aotian skeleton is dozens of feet. Even a normal storage ring may not be able to fit it. How do you plan to take it away? Tuoba Hong suddenly thought, after all, that Aotian was the patriarch of the Yanlong clan, and his entire dragon body was enormous. Looking at the pale-faced Gu Yan, Ghost Cook and Tuoba Hong were also startled, completely confused about what was going on. It turns out that the message he received was from Wai Hong too, and it was transmitted as a live recording. Is it related to this fellow's physique? Or is it due to his own condensation into the poison spirit? Bitsu can frown tightly, his heart filled with doubts. The great king of thieves deserves this calamity. This truth should be able to be seen through at a realm like his and Yi Yurin's. How could I believe the words of a vixen? On the surface I promised to keep her secret, but in my heart I was secretly determined to force her to reveal Lulu's whereabouts. Ergo the membership card in his hand shook, and as he probed his consciousness, he instantly received many messages. Ever since Li Guxian came to the imperial capital to inherit her mother's title, He Qiuyun often teased and walked around the imperial capital to see its prosperity. At this time there were 5 soldiers walked in from outside. Among them were Lu Zhenxuan and Wu Chengfeng, 2 people. The person who spoke was Lu Zhenxuan. On the contrary, on the evening of the day the loan was issued, Chen Hao also purposely called on Gu Chengye, the head of the branch, and rubbed himself hard in the first fresh that he opened. Lord Gri, since I've already broken through the seal on my body, I'll head to the God realm through the illusory flame realm monument this time to prepare for the battles that may occur in the future. Cameron gathered the aura on his body and transformed into an elderly knight in golden armor, bowing respectfully to the 2. No one paid any attention to her, although those people did not move further, but does not mean that we are safe. Fear is useless. I quickly calmed down, and discussed with Laoli what to do now. I also couldn't have imagined that it was actually you that they invited me out to fight. This elder of the Thunder family spoke. After the incantation was recited, the 3 flame monarch talismans gashed red flames in unison, and as soon as Lin Yun let go of his hand, all 3 strands of the triple flame fell into the black dog's blood. She had fantasized countless times before about having a child with her master, and then the 2 of them taking care of the child together, living an uneventful daily life and so on. But when things had really come to such a pass, she was suddenly afraid that the person her master loved was Qing Dai, and would accept this child? It seemed that Bai Painting's aversion to Mo Qing Yan had reached a certain extreme. I wonder if it was because of the fake Mo Fei Li. What is that thing? Countless pedestrians on the streets of the island said with horror on their faces as they pointed at Mount Fuji, 2 huge red lanterns flashing in the mushroom cloud. Then 4, 6, 16. After Chen Feng arrived at the Mystic Sea, the first thing he did was not to head straight to the secret mansion ruins, but rather to look for Hao Shui and the others. I have to say, Heir Zijian father and son both received a punch from Yu Zisher in the same place. It is indeed fate. Not a family does not enter a family door. I'll be damned. There's this thing. You didn't bring it out earlier. Excitedly, Fei Bird gripped the joystick and instantly aimed at the monster. I'm not going to let you destroy the earth at will. With that, Fei Bird pressed the attack button. So every supercomputer has a fixed person in control? Ling Zuotian carried a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth as he turned around and entered the learning space. The man surnamed Pipe did not lose a bit of ground when he punched empty. It looked like he had punched empty, but this time, Chen Feng had consumed more secret power than him. Once he exhausted his opponent's secret power, his opponent's speed would not be able to keep up with him, and he would only be beaten. 9 Headworm suddenly silent. Red Child and Race Too Old also have nothing to say. 9 Spirit of the Saint of a Word splashed Red Child 3 people ahead of Coldwater, but as indeed reasonable people cannot be refuted. Huangfu Qianyu furrowed his brows fiercely, wanting to directly end Shangguan Quan, but the person who was wrapped in his arms with one hand squirmed uneasily. Even more strangely, the birthmark on the child's hand gradually became lighter and disappeared completely at the full moon. Himao Chunchue had a scared expression on his face, but anyone present could tell how fake this expression had to be. So, in line with the idea of prevention is better than cure, after dinner, cleaned up and washed the dishes, holding a cup of tea. Shui Ling will be today's events originally, one by one, told out. When the 2 of them heard this, they looked at Hua Moore and realized that she had indeed lost a large amount of weight, and even her face had paled a few points. These words carried infinite confidence. Everyone was able to feel that Chu Su was only at the Dao Palace realm now, yet he was able to decimate the Saint Sun's heavenly pride of the Dragon Transformation mysterious realm, fighting 1 against 5 without being weak, and in the end, he was even strong enough to decapitate the 10,000 primordial Saint Sun. Such a battle power was indeed rare in the world. Don't you mean as much effort as reward? Amy was always one to say what she had to say, not afraid to offend. The fortune teller, not knowing whether he was a monk or a Taoist priest, lay rocking forward and backward in a taiji chair, a worn straw hat over his face, and a tile jar in front of his feet, but there was a strong smell of wine. Chapter 46, The Audacious Jiang Shurian. That companion he stabbed was holding onto his hand with a death grip, tilting his head to reveal a red, swollen and festering face corroded by the venom of the long worms, his eyes filled with hatred. Lu Chang, the man whose name was called, struggled for a moment and did not break free of Gonzo's hand. So once again he raised the knife in his hand and stabbed it in hard, straight through his wrist. Ah ha ha ha. Gonzo screamed miserably. Lu Cheng's expression was not the least bit sympathetic. Full of. Early in the morning of the fourth day, Han Jinhan was fully dressed with his own guards and 4 personal guards. In addition to Shunzi, there were 3 other particularly handsome guards following Han Jinhan. As he spoke, Shui detected an additional item within the palm of his right hand out of thin air. Fortunately, Knight Li Zhen had sealed Jiang Si Drink's major acupoints, and Jiang Si Drink couldn't use his internal energy right now, so his ear tone couldn't allow him to hear the commotion outside the house just now either. They put the spread spring pancakes in a steamer basket lined with gauze, and when it cooled a little, they covered it with another piece of gauze, so that the spring pancakes cooled more slowly, and fried the vegetables, and the spring pancakes were just as good, but Fang Jin on the side was different. He was surprised in his heart. This was a means too amazing. He had never heard of it before. I hemmed and hawed a bit, my head coming up to her neck and squinting to survey it, and I did find a bit of something unusual. Aya, despite her role as a dimensional merchant, was, it had to be said, a silly dimensional merchant, or rather, she was unwilling to sell for a high price, for the sake of that meteorite star, for the huge amount of main god fragments within the meteorite star. Big Boss Chu had to consider all possibilities, and also take advantage of this period of time to make proper preparations and arrangements. Humph. That cookbook was taken by the king of Zhao a long time ago, otherwise how could your senior sister be shortlisted to the last match? Lu Wu thought of the news presented by the people below. Tied hands and feet but also to maintain the majesty. Is really a person left and right difficult thing? But Han Jinhan can only do so, in his heart even if it is tied, but also to bring the brothers, that piece of rarely populated huge island up. Chu Zhiqiu is unable not to check the route, after experiencing so many levels, with this ability, how to go to each planet. Song Rushua, a flying eagle first expert, the war power although not fully open, but Chu Zhiqiu estimates that now with their own cards, can also fight with him. Husband, get out of the way. Let me do it. Wu Nui took out a talisman and flew in front of EAI. The talisman hit the vine, which instantly burst into flames. As the 6th son of the human emperor, he was naturally incomparably familiar with the aura of the heavenly dragon divine blood body, as a portion of the heavenly dragon divine blood flowed within his body, only that his bloodline essence wasn't pure enough to compare to the true heavenly dragon divine blood body. It was such a strange idea of the heavenly sword that made him learn a kind of cultivation method of merging with others. But now, he wanted to turn back but it was already impossible. At that moment, the only thing to do was to continue to go on with his head. Hey, wait, Grandpa Gu, you don't have a fever, do you? Nia Feng said as he put the back of his hand on his head, and the painted fan sect, is one of them. Tan Tai Lan put away the map and said calmly, all the way for Heavenly Sword to smoothly evade the guards of the Poison Scorpion sex guards. He couldn't help but be thankful to Ling Xin. Although students say they are hungry, it is not unlikely that there are people who do not love porridge, myself being one of them, so only absolute deliciousness can break the dislike. Before leaving, Zhou Hao also stuffed $500 to Lu Guilan. He knows, give more she will not want, just say that he is now online store business is good, earned a lot of money, permission granted. Please dock as directed and make no unnecessary movements. After a long silence, the base finally spoke back. Therefore, even though he was not satisfied, but as the main person of the selection contest, Sky Dragon Walker could hardly say anything. He knew that his words were not good at all in front of the 4 great families, but he still turned his head to look at Yiling, to say that who amongst them could have the qualification to not give face to the 4 great families. It was none other than Yiling. Under this cruel environment, Chen Hao still clenched his teeth and persisted. Although his entire body would keep shivering due to the pain, sometimes even going so far as to spasm for a while. During those times when it hurt the most, Chen Hao almost couldn't help but give up several times. However, he was still restrained by his own perseverance and was still gritting his teeth. This monkey is a thoughtful one. This golden pill should also be able to allow Brother Fan to advance a large chunk again. Looking at Wukong as he left, Chang laughed. Qian Zhougang stood up and threw the cigarette butt hard to the ground, raised his head and was heaving Chen Jianjun's hysterical shout. Target confirmed. There is indeed movement over the Dark Castle. Taking down his binoculars, a special forces scout cloaked in camouflage and twig camouflage revealed a face heavily coated in camouflage. Stinky monkey, you can't stop calling people like that. Ao Bai Lian probed her vegan hand and knocked the monkey's head, with a worried look on his face. He seemed to have forgotten his exhaustion and hunger, his heart completely flying back to Kiba village. After pausing to rest for a while, Cassius took his steps again and stepped forward. Forward alerted strong attack sent a pickup report. A forced reconnaissance recurve Jin has been sighted, came the reply along with a slightly blurry photo of the main camera. The Hua family, and that old woman's kind of family are different, Hua Xiaoran said with a sullen face, arousing my curiosity. Looking at him, I didn't even want to blink. Chapter 47 Commendations. Jiang Shiyan pursed her lips and said, "These crows are the ones I called out to help. Precisely because found the crows and rats to help." The dog courage Jiang Shiyan dared to return to the scene. In the collision with the scene of the man killed his companion, Brain pumped out a cell phone secretly recorded. "It's too dangerous," Yen Anton said in a deep voice. "In case we don't make it in time, or if we run into them again and they have other accomplices, those are outlaws who will surely kill and exterminate them." In White Dragon Village, the only one who dared to make a move against Xiaofan was Lung Fengxian. When a disciple, scolding can be returned, but when the master is hitting, that can't be returned. Zhao Xing knows that Jiang Ko has never had a stable job. The usual consumption is still mainly relying on the family support. If this time to do so on the stand-in actor industry, I'm afraid that there will really be prospects for development. However, Cassius remained bland and still kept folding space and matter to block Russell. Plus all the people among the various schools of thought had some sources of information, so it was natural to say that they would converge here as well. Gu Fei's face sank, and the aura he had dispersed seemed to run into a copper wall and dissipate there. I don't know what He Wei called me to go in the end want to do, but I at this time, vaguely have a kind of foreboding. In these few days, Su Cheng returned late day after day, and sometimes she didn't even come back, and every time she came back, Su Cheng was bloodless, looking extremely exhausted. After saying the name, this person introduces Chen Hong's origin. The words are very implicit, meaning that Chen Hong is the Chen family in addition to Elder Chen's first real power figure. Hearing Zhou Taichuan say that, I didn't find it strange at all. As a strong person at the peak of the Zongshe realm, how could the SWAT team alone catch Ouyang Yun? Those SWAT officers probably wouldn't even have a chance to shoot him when they faced him. For Ruth, she also hadn't yet had the chance to ask Philip about it. Why the big battle just now had happened so thunderously and immediately. One's life cannot be made better by punishing anyone, and instead of approaching the world with a heavenly grudge, one should take everything as it comes. The Ekosu he found had changed his name, and even then he found access to the hateful man. When the void refining realm cultivators within Daosher discovered the Xiaolu that had fallen from the sky, a warm current flowed through their hearts and they couldn't calm down for a long time. P.S. Chapter 3. Penguin is going to work overtime at 6. So if we don't have Chapter 4 by 11:30, then there really won't be any today. So please rest early, everyone. In the fourth game we finally saw a new tactic. Although this tactic is a bit risky, but I have to say that at this point it worked wonders. The laser tower on the upper road has been worn down by almost half of the damage. Pear commented. Yi Suiyun's advantage was even more obvious. His right hand struck out 3 palms. His left hand was another 3 palms. 6 palms struck from the top and bottom, left and right, precisely as seeing the dragon in the field. In the evening Gusna changed to 2 evening dresses. Fuchsia evening dress, looks noble and elegant. White neck wearing a sapphire diamond necklace. Ruby earrings, blue eyeshadow. All this looks Gusna beautiful, noble. The internal force that erupted from Chen Barge Page's body became stronger and stronger, and that line of blood seemed to be an earthworm entering into the yellow sand. And steeply, a slight sound came out from under the yellow sand. "Are you alright?" It wasn't until he walked up to him and uttered these words that Mushira suddenly realized his identity, that it was Luo Hebin. "Yes, I will protect Qingqing well." Qifeng smiled slightly and smoothly reached out and took Wei Qingqing's shoulder to his side. The latter instantly collapsed into Qifeng's arms, looking very manly and responsible. There was no choice but to dodge the flames while also dodging the bullets. It was really a two-track mind. Of course, the opening of the final skill was only one of the good news of the day. The better news was that Qin Zhang had finally gathered enough 200,000 quest points to cover that huge gap in the system's self-protection. And his system was finally going to be put into use again after almost a year of dormancy. Chu Tianzi was a bit strange. The 9 Spectres was the collective name of all the ancient forces. This was not something that an ordinary person could know. As Prince An's doppelganger was swallowed into the mouth of the true dragon, Prince An's original body, who had already fled with his family members and minions 10,000 miles away, spewed out a mouthful of blood with a wow. When I heard this, I froze. Could the problem be with the corpse? So AI Tang Tang and I went closer to look. She was really afraid that Jiang Nan would kill Song Ziyu and the 4 of them. In that case, even if she could use her family's power to keep him alive. Rex, Ding Zhiqing's hand has not yet touched Lian Ji's chest. Lian Ji's chest hanging gold collar popped up on its own. Thumping on Ding Zhiqing's hand, Ding Zhiqing's magic claw shocked away. Walking on the bustling streets, Jiang Nan leisurely admired the brightly lit city, where colorful colored ice sculptures could be seen everywhere because of the heavy snowfall a few days ago. After saying that, the python's head spat out a breath at the ship. and it was like a giant wave impacting and sweeping over the ship. The ship was submerged in the giant wave and directly turned into nothingness. Not even bones would be left. There were not many guests, both nationals and foreigners, all talking softly. No one was making a lot of noise. The atmosphere was harmonious. They were all people of great strength, so they were naturally able to see that Lin Yu / could be considered a life and death struggle. Compared to cultivators, the path of astral force practitioners was not only bumpy, but more importantly, the speed of realm advancement was too slow. Morong Yunxian actually knows about sound attacks? But it seemed like he wouldn't. However, this person was becoming more and more mysterious. There was nothing he didn't know. When Grandma Jean got out of the car, she walked towards the house with her cane, and was relieved to see Gu Xintong playing a game with Yang Yang. Yuan Bo made a few calls to Jin Shendong, but Jin Shendong's emotions had been hanging on Gu Xintong and he hadn't been paying attention. He moved his wheelchair out and called Yuan Bo back. Chapter 48, Creepy Noise at the Zoo. When Jiang Shiyan heard this, she immediately noticed the unusual. At the same time, the mechanized electronic voice of the system as it released the quest appeared in his mind once again. Ding! Unlock the task, solve the troubles of the forest zoo and help the nearby residents to improve their quality of life. After the task is over, the animals and residents' satisfaction of 80% or more will be qualified. Successful task will be rewarded by them all. Failure of the task will require deduction of points and acceptance of penalties. In the heart of Jiang Shiyan, Andre's pupils shrunk. He had also heard of Blowing Snow's great name. Moreover, the strength of this sword saint was unfathomable. Even the Temple of Light did not have any specific information on this person, but only based on the several battles he had fought. Blowing Snow's strength should be the upper section of the holy stage to the peak of the holy stage, belonging to one of the strongest of the holy stage. This person is said to be the same as the Lord of the Spirit Domain Condensing Frost Adults, as well as the three demigods, or also one of the top 10 loose immortal characters. Just preferred to be free and easy. Do not like to mix with the world of struggle. Everyone, now! The Zhou kingdom has begun to advance from Shichi to attack Chaoga. King Zhou spoke calmly and incomparably. Hearing this, there was a buzz of discussion from below. King Zhou was considered to be the first few to know the news, and most of the people on the ground below were unaware of it. Wu Sung Heart, this trick is called fake celebration. Really enrichment. The county set a fight down the Leopard Head Mountain bandits. Merchants will be able to rest assured to do business. That the provision of natural on time, Cao Lian did not show up. I think it is something cannot come. As for the power of the outside world of the sky, it is by the Tai real. Naiku Great Emperor, Beiyue Great Emperor, 3 strong emperors divided up. The other emperors a mouthful of oil and water did not get. Thus, the end of the meeting of the heavenly emperors. The heavenly palace temporarily sealed. This kind of hot position, which also dare not sit on it. Since this is the case, the corners of Zhuan Wangu's lips lifted up, hooking a cold smile. The rules of spells are ineffective. Then physical combat. The 1,000-meter white bone field reappeared, and did not need to use spells, merely beckoned the white bones, and ceaselessly pierced. Zhu Shi said this is a great meaning. Dong Zhongshu in the past, when the rise of Confucianism, to take the deposed the 100 schools, exclusive respect for Confucianism policy. Zhu Shi said that the two bear the lineage of Dong Zhongshu, implicitly excusing himself from today's fight against legalism. This oath of hers is a light one. There is only Pan Jinlian inside the firewood room. Naturally there is no Han Yu. Li Qiaonu was still scared to death just now, but when she heard these words, her heart moved, lowered her head, and didn't speak. This guy is also really fierce. Qingyo, head of the Vajra bracelet, turned into a white light. The surrounding 5 feet square circle cover fixed. Let the chaotic Yuan Qi transformed into the earth, fire, wind, water in the surrounding drumming, but cannot hurt him in the slightest. Now less Yuan Hong's hold. He is walking easily. As the duel in the heavenly Tiger Mountain range was nearing its end, the divine rhythm lord, who had been sent to the periphery by the sword Heavenly Sin, was meditating under a giant tree in the sky, recovering his Gong body's magic power. What the hell is an invitation? Does getting one mean you're on top of the multiverse? The question is, what is the rank of the person who sends the invitation? Struggling to act like I think I can still be saved, Shiloh reached out his hand to Dumbledore. Unfortunately, what he got was not Dumbledore's hand, but a round one. We have been at this for so long. Isn't it about time we did something adult? Harry pressed forward full of aggression, causing Hermione to frown in discomfort, followed by a milky white liquid like a river pouring from the sky. The milk was added at just the right time, and a roaring fire was lit under the stew pot. Muyu let out a deep cry and swung his long sword. The wind rose and 7 sword shadows danced amongst them. It was precisely the sword technique stance that Muyu had imparted to him by the 7 shadows of cloud depths. Out of the elf magic is the wind attribute forbidden spell. The gust of wind at first, 8 tornadoes toward the black slide surrounded and crashed. Looks like it will smash the obscene man to pieces. Old dang. I'll take your favor and teach you a good lesson. Don't destroy the magic stone. You'll use it in the future. Zhang Yiyang looked up at Dumbledore. If he had not destroyed the magic stone in the first part, he wouldn't have made the act of actively being killed by Snape after being hit by the same black film spell as his own. When Bai Ling heard this, he almost didn't curse Hong falling out of his heart. You idiot, can't you see what's going on? You don't understand what's going on. Do you have to hear it from me personally? What are you doing? Seeing that the goblin's finger was about to smash on the ball of light, a cold voice rang out. Nima, if you don't come, how long will I have to wait to get out of here? Do you want me to invite you? Jean Lien, Wu Song called out tenderly, but did not dare to make contact with her watery gaze. Crackling sound suddenly reached my ears. I glanced at a short distance away, which suddenly realized that 4 big men holding steel rods were smashing towards the middle of the motorcycle, which was the same motorcycle we rode when we came. Meowthrower thought that you would be the one who could help me with my confusion. Lu Yanli had brought up Meowth sauce for the second time, and anyone familiar with the first character of this professional knows that if he sees something, he will fight to get it. Shusha's concentration cultivation was still continuing to impact the invisible barrier, and although there were promising results, it seemed that it would take a long period of time before it could be completely broken through. Dongru 3 people in the pavilion listened to all were stunned. Dongru was even more alarmed. Jiang Shueyo impulsive and tricky. That day she even saw. Purple described the wounds on the face to the present have not been eliminated it. Who knows what she came over this time. Although with the old Taijun and Wu Song around, she was also capable of curing the old Taijuan's eye disease. But facing the murderous Tai Yao, this was a bit too big. At the critical moment, no one was ruthless in self-mutilating, disintegrating half of the body of the compulsion, opening a thin slit under the Spacemaster, and running directly back to the third seat. The two rolled on the ground, gently rubbing the ground where they had been bruised, but even so, the pain felt unbearable. This was the truth. The flesh of this demonic beast was frighteningly powerful, not to mention anything else. The golden scale armor outside its body was comparable to the weapons that ordinary cultivators had sacrificed, not to mention the majestic divine power contained within its body, which could only be withstood by a weapon such as the Crystal Tower. Chapter 49, Leakage? The big back seemed to realize that he had done something wrong, and his ears turned into airplane ears as he rushed at Jiang Shiyan and let out a low whimpering sound to pamper himself. Little Yen Yen, this sound is really noisy. I don't blame you. Blame herself for not being careful enough. Jiang Shiyan looked at the new cell phone, which had no possibility of being salvaged at all, with heartache, and walked up to peel out her phone card, carefully placing it in her pocket before using her tools to clean and dry the floor again. Seeing Su Feng on the side looking at Lung Pingsheng with an expectant expression, Fujino's face instantly turned gray. When Fu Luchen heard Gu Qianshan's voice, he didn't look at anyone more than once, turned around and went downstairs to Gu Qianshan's side. These words were considered to have opened Qin Mother's veins, and she brightened up, abruptly turning her head to look at her husband. And now, looking at Grandpa Bai when he is awake, Tang Yao realizes that some people, even if they are no longer in their prime, have the same past glory that should not be ignored. There were gold inlaid gates every 100 meters on both sides of the aisle, ornate gates side by side and facing each other, each locked so that the leaves could not be heard outside at all inside or inside at all outside. Each gate was casually hung with a gleaming gold beat plaque, on which was really the number of each room. They spent the next few days planting energy flowers and plants, on the rocks, next to the stacked rocks and running water, under the wooden porch, around the bamboo trees, wherever there was soil, both flowering and non-flowering. Su Huixing bowed. The heart understands that the emperor is more than dissatisfied. Just accident, but one day, Zogia princess will be able to make trouble into the palace. Visible injury is not serious at all. This is not to let the whole of the Yuan Kyoto to see that her irrationality step by step to tighten the pressure. Zhao Xini felt herself being tightly surrounded by a strong aura with aggression. Her brows slightly wrinkled, subconsciously wanted to retreat back, but her shoulders were tightly pressed down, unable to move, colorless and tasteless. A little bit of it could confuse a person with asparagus flowers. If it wasn't for the lack of nutrients here, that little amount just now would have been enough to make him obling faint in this courtyard instead of having weak hands and feet. And if he made a move, the Marquis of Tian would not be unaware of it. And when the time came, there would naturally be people to stop him, which would not require her to bother. The corridor instantly became empty. Addison shook his head and returned to his room. Rested until noon. Simply ate some lunch before Addison and replenished enough rest weight. Bosh together to Madison Square Garden Stadium. If she said that she really let Jinchanga be too sensible and too able to analyze this matter and just let it go, she felt sorry for herself. What is it? Bu Tianyin asked lazily. not even returning her head, leaving the back of her head to him. The Spurs offense failed to hit the ball against the Heat's all-out defense, and Spoelstra called a timeout as soon as he saw the Heat get possession. Only, this sword was given to her by the male son many years ago. This sword has been with her for many years, and sharpened iron like clay. Say there is no emotion. How can it be possible? Alright, I'll just say it. Looking at Origi's speechless expression, Chibiusa laughed in her heart, but she knew she couldn't go too far, so she managed to tease Origi for just a moment before telling him the reason. Yes, if the deal goes through, we already have the identities of 2 of our companions in your hands, and as such, please inform us of your identity as well, so it's only fair, Fatty stated. Butianin's complexion was in a trance. She stroked one hand over that slightly cool but jade-like hand, and her eyes set off waves. A person with cold hands will always gain sympathy without realizing it, and Yun Chando with cold hands is even more heartbreaking. Wade nodded vigorously and pursed his lips without speaking, but everyone could see the determined look in the team spirit's eyes. It's so hard for me to see him. I can't let him go. Beibeki said this with her mouth, but she stopped her steps and just cast an incomparably lingering gaze towards the door. Nowadays, the relationship between Huaxia and the Japanese is very delicate. Try not to let them get evidence of our special personnel boarding the Japanese soil. Gu Jiufeng could no longer open his eyes, but he could still hear voices. There were teardrops flowing from the corners of the old man's eyes. He still had a lot of attachment to this world and didn't want to leave yet. Ding Jia's words, and the deliberate blowing of wind, immediately caused Xiao Yu to jolt, and the evil in his heart grew rapidly like spring shoots after the rain. The crowd of corpses saw their accomplices being attacked, and they all raised their heads to look at the sky and screamed. But unfortunately they couldn't reach Wang Fan. Even Wang Fan could smell in the air. In the smell of burning clothes, a strange expression appeared on his face. The other party said in a leisurely and lazy tone, "Of course I'm here. Who's talking to you if I'm not? What's the matter? Changed your mind?" When the Rain King heard Sherhao's words, his face instantly sank. His status was noble. No matter where he went, he was treated with courtesy. Where would anyone dare to chide him like this? Just as Zhao Hao was thinking about how to respond, Han Li transmitted a request to meet him. However, after harassing them a few times, they found that Ma Chao did not appear, and the enemy cavalry was also very few, before they suddenly felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly let the cavalry leave behind their own infantry ranks, and also flew towards the top. Not to mention the agency rights of DT City. Even if he wanted the agency rights of the whole SX, he believed that Li Muzong would definitely not frown. Chen Xingfan patted the hand that landed on his chest before he briefly recounted yet another unknown past event to Su Zhou at the very least. For the players and fans of this current era, it was indeed something that not many people knew. He looks ashamed to repeat serious behavior over and over again, but apologizes for the act while still trying to avoid putting words in his mouth that vilify his older brother. The old man flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. His huge body smashed a deep pit on the ground, and his face suddenly turned white beyond words. Since it was impossible to keep the wine in this, he naturally needed a car to bring it out. Only now he had to go find one. There was a time when my own self had no desire to live at all. Not even the most basic desire. There was just deadness, fear, and numbness. Chapter 50, A Clue. Jiang Shiyan's face changed and she slid down the slope without thinking. The little golden snub-nosed monkey flew and jumped into Jiang Shiyan's arms, squeaking in terror, and the other golden snub-nosed monkeys all ran over nervously at the sound. "Don't come down!" Jiang Shiyan bellowed. A group of golden monkeys all stood above the slope, looking at them anxiously and making disturbing noises. The few people who witnessed this looked on dumbfounded. Even the toy that fell off the downstairs, Zhao Jiang made breakfast, pearl rice, celery fried beef and a vegetarian greens. When Youngi's words came out, everyone beside her looked at Youngi with strange gazes, because this sentence was too hurtful. Even Xiao Shen had said in a program that Su Young had said this to her because she was bedridden, and it had broken her heart. After coming out of Green Grass Valley, Yimu went out of the North Gate and went straight to Huaxi New City. The only thing to see in Huaxi New City is the Arc building under construction, which is divided into 7 sections and constructed by 7 companies at the same time, and the bustling scene is very rare and very spectacular. Now, however, this stalking is even more rampant, so there are super fanatics who stalk celebrities on a daily basis, giving the artists a hard time. The werewolf looked at Jiao Lu with a constipated face. He was too impulsive just now. Seeing Goji's corpse in a rush, he didn't think past his words and took a shot at Baron. The plan to enlist Hikari's help goes bust because the other man is too far into the darkness to pull himself out, and the others who can help can't be trusted, and the ones who can be trusted can't access the planet. With a single kick, Deja felt as if the bones in his entire body were falling apart, but still managed to do a flip. barely adjusting his posture in midair and landing firmly on the ground, as if entering another heaven and earth to feel physically and mentally happy. Yuan-ji couldn't care less about observing the surrounding. For the snow-white poodle just now, Yuan-ji is full of questions. Big Meow spoke with extreme confidence, making Song Yu think of Big Meow's ability to fly with a sword. And when he unlocked the formation when he entered the gate, Big Meow being Qi Shang's disciple, Ken would have to be very powerful. The atmosphere within the St. John's Bank had already brewed to its most volatile moment. The air in the hall seemed to be filled with the heavy odor of gunpowder, which would be detonated at the slightest spark. I don't understand whether this thing that Mo Fu said in his mouth can do the effect that Mo Fu just said. When Yun Yu Yuan returned to the military camp, the first thing he did was to order the mermaid Princess Yolanza to be captured. I kind of realized that the black guy just burned the black paper and blew the soundless whistle. In fact, he was calling for help. A blow as powerful as a thunderbolt. The wall behind him had ashes rustling down underneath the rush of the blade sword aura. I'll say, 3 months. How could that pink dress not know that Mo Fu was doing this on purpose? But she was not yet able to refute it. After drinking the handover wine, in the midst of everyone's uproar, Quan Fu Ren took a look at Gu Shenyan's reddened cheeks, and then saw that he saw bowls and chopsticks being handed over at the door, and waved his hand to ask them to step back a bit. She and Lu Jingyu had been staying at the hotel for several days now, but Lu Yunzhang hadn't come once. We are not all here to fight for the position of King of the Kingdom of Ghosts, but to contribute to the establishment of the Kingdom of Ghosts. If everyone is scheming against each other and refuses to contribute, then even if the Kingdom of Ghosts is established, what can be done? People who have lost their love may be especially eager to talk. Xia Heihan really wanted to find someone to talk to. During the day she had already talked to Li Hatai, and did not want to bother him again. It was them who caused the master to live in seclusion on the mountain for more than 10 years. It was them who caused all the people of the medicine sect to die and be crippled. And now the master has returned to the medicine sect, and the medicine sect still has a young master, Chen Mo, and Chen Mo's parents, who were also killed by the Morong family. The siblings expressed their strong dissatisfaction at the same time, and then the two of them looked at each other, and each other's eyes wrote, "Go back and make sure to teach Jamie how to be a thief, or else by dragging this kind of person into the family, they themselves would definitely become the laughingstock of others." The pattern of the Oriental family today. How much Oriental Ming secretly do? Oriental heart is very clear, to the Oriental Ming, but also more and more admiration. While the magician is performing this trick, screams and cheers can often be heard off stage in a row. The applause is thunderous and long-lasting after the magic show. Out came Bear, who was the tallest and most powerful of all, and the man who was said to have once been a boxer, whose nickname was Boxer. The two stood together with the knife hand, and in front of them was Peter Wang, who had the demeanor of a master without saying a word. Yi Shui Mo felt that she had heard wrong, but looking at Wang Feifei's smiling expression, she felt that she hadn't heard wrong. Does it mean that Mr. Peng is free to travel through time, these 30 years, and that he can even avoid it? Chenxi had her eye on a white sheath dress with a light blue silk scarf. Both the workmanship and fabric were great, and a purple dress with slightly exposed shoulders and a circle of light veil floating around the neckline. It was very elegant and generous, and Chenxi liked it a lot. The other two glared at him for interfering with the sound of the TV, and Jonathan hurriedly covered his mouth and stared at the TV with wide eyes, as if he didn't hear it. Qin Tian continued to walk the sealed bone land under his feet, capped with white bones, filled with a disturbing aura. It looks like Fudan University's crystal in the middle road isn't safe either, with all 3 roads completely bare. It looks like the bald head has been shaved onto Fudan University's head this time. 9 Rose said. The magnificent mountain that sits sturdily in front of him burst open, revealing the entrance to a gleaming golden cave ruins. For the Spirit Mountain miracle, Qin Tian has been looking forward to it for a long time, and today he can finally get a glimpse of that mysterious veil. Chapter 51, Shall I send you for a brain check? As for the words of noise, Jiang Shiyan listened carefully and indeed did not hear it. Now that they had a clue, the staff also breathed a small sigh of relief. It was better than feeling like a headless fly with no direction, and they began to divide up the work to comb the cranky animals and prepare the evening meal. The one with self-harming tendency is a black spider monkey called Cuddle. This night, Jiang Shiyan carried him back and forth to various gardens, almost exhausted, and only barely able to rest when the day dawned, because the succession of new emperors in the He Kingdom in these generations came out of nowhere. The dresses were actually set in stone and had been prepared long ago. He kinda didn't care at first with his cheeky jokes and teasing her when he heard her name, always disliking her goons. Why? He'd like to ask somewhere. Why there was a sudden reaction early in the morning, when he was fine, since Chu Jingji left. Her original cell phone number, do not dare to use. Everyday Chu family shelves. Her parents, grandmother, rounds of bombing. WeChat is also non-stop looking for her. All she knew was that it was the next morning when she woke up. In front of her eyes was still a large red veil, so bright that it pierced people's eyes. Falling mom is writing romance. At this time in front of the eyes glowing, as if it is itching to pull out the computer to write a 8,000 10,000 words. The surroundings also filled with a murderous atmosphere, while the ground chrysanthemums bloomed in full bloom, as if reflecting with those masters in the sky, so that those golden chrysanthemums let stained a layer of military armor sharpness. Then there's a structural map of the interior of the island. And not only is there artillery by the sea, but there's artillery inside as well, which means that after barely attacking it, there's a circle of still artillery on the inner perimeter. Zhou Ruoshue's voice rang out, and Suyin returned to her senses, only to realize that everyone was looking at her. Favorite AI's exquisitely beautiful face was expressionless, and her red pupils searched the dark night icily, looking for their direction. With his strength as a peak 6th grade martial artist, he would be injured by that guy Su Tian and take the opportunity to escape? For this kind of words, Lu Xin could be said to have heard it for the first time, and it simply startled Lu Xin. The persimmon are picking the soft pinch. Gu Ziguan they cannot afford to offend, but always have to find some can be offended to vent their anger. Isn't this a heavenly opportunity? When we fought Yuan Shu before, this is how Shopee was stolen by Lu Bu. Now it's our turn to steal it back. Zhang Fei gritted his teeth and said, if he hadn't sensed great danger after coming in here, he certainly wouldn't have obediently sat here. However, she didn't question it because she believed that since Sun Yanbai had said so, she must have her reasons. Subai finally finished customizing the new forum and republished it after 10 minutes. De Gue was bedridden yesterday with wind and cold, so he could not marshal the army. Xin Yi is not far from Anlu, plus Zhang Wu and Shen Sun only have 3 or 4,000 men, so the Lord remembered Ambassador Lu. E.g. said, Lu Liu found out, and Mo Shohan cannot be opposite, not allowed to see it. When he is not in the cold king's mansion, she will sneak to see Yao Ping again is good. Although Fong Lei and the two of them were in the sand, they could see the various actions of the visitors very clearly, and soon frowned. However, the latter martial arts, Tatsuo Xing comprehended for so long that after another year had passed, Tatsuo Xing had still only gotten through to the 1/200 level. Throwing in the fact that Cao Cao only has a year to live right off the bat is a risky move to start high. The Monkey King is an unkillable being in this world scenario, so naturally the green robe didn't expect to kill him. The reason why he said that was because he was aiming at the divine weapons on Piggy in Monksha. As the words fell, Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh. This pickup routine is the same, and there is also a tacit understanding, but up to now, Andorra hadn't received any concrete news, and Andorra felt that if she didn't get any more news, she really couldn't help but want to ask Su Chenxi to help her find Xinxingye to inquire about it. Inside the room, Fong Lei pinched and operated on a long sword, sacrificing the flying sword according to the sword method passed down by He Qing. Ma'am, I'm sorry, you don't have to lose your temper. I have swept under the sofa every day, Aunt Lu said warily. Tan Egio said, mainly not rude, mainly because this investigation in case if it is known, according to Yang Mei Mei's character, it is really bad. Alas, you also know my character. To come here is to suffer, said the old man in the flaming robe with a helpless expression. Therefore, today, after inviting the green-shirted man, Senior Shui, he couldn't wait to bring Senior Shui to seek revenge on Yi Rong. So she came up to Yun Meifei's face, the tips of their noses were touching, and as long as Su Shi moved forward a little millimeter more, their lips would be able to touch. Qin Tianzhu and Xing Ernyang contact is really not much. In addition to bringing them back at that time had contact, so many years have only met a few times, and mentioning how much money was spent. Luan's face couldn't help but show a hint of heartache, because she really hadn't spent a lot of money over the years, but she felt that as long as she could give birth to an emperor's grandson, it would be worth it to spend even more money. Yellow hair a little stayed. He originally wanted to come to humiliate Chen Nan, but now the humiliation cannot be. But on the contrary, watching Chen Nan show a hand, Su Xia shook his head and smiled. Senior sister was still as cute and innocent as ever, and the point that made him the most likable and infatuated. Xia Xingyue hurriedly told the details of the matter before and after, hating to memorize the ID number. The smell of medicine in the room was long-lasting, and she didn't know what had been added to it, so she didn't hold back a few sneezes in a row. As expensive as an immortal material spirit medicine was, it was not as expensive as a handful of immortal weapons, and a handful of immortal weapons could be exchanged for a number of prescriptions for void-level pills. It must be said that the amount of grain that Xia Yunyan wanted was just stuck on the bottom line of these people. If he opened his mouth wide and asked for 100,000 or 200,000 stones of grain at once, even if he took Emperor Chang as a shield, These people would never agree. After that plague god took the key in front of him, he was seen slowly opening the cell door in front of him. Once the transforming heaven and melting earth was in operation, the flow of true chi that was still impacting the entire body of Nangongchu was quickly pulled towards the Dantian by this powerful attraction. Even as the outside world's heaven and earth yuan chi was sucked in and converged towards the Dantian with the constant rotation of the Dantian's true chi vortex. On these yachts, enough fuel was prepared so that even if they crossed the Sea of Japan and sailed all the way to Japan, there was absolutely no problem. The Ruin Lord blew himself up, worthy of being a sinking supreme. Facing dozens of demon race void rank powerhouses, he was still able to fight off several powerhouses, and his last self-detonation killed dozens of demon race void rank powerhouses. Chapter 52, Sneaking Around. The closer he got to the mountain, Crooked looked more and more uneasy, constantly wandering around the cage and making squeaky noises. Jiang Shurian carried Little Crooked out after consulting with Garden Head Lee's advice. Little Crooked was just a female golden monkey, weighing about 9 kilograms, a moderate size, so hanging on Jiang Shurian wouldn't feel like a burden. Originally still cranky and restless, Xiao Crooked slowly quieted down in Jiang Shurian's arms, but his hands were still tightly embracing Jiang. It stipulates extremely bloody prohibitions. 3 words a kill word, 5 words a strangle word, all with a sin killing machine. For a moment, the winds were clamoring, and everyone was in danger. Families closed their homes, stores closed their doors, and the city of Sania was plunged into a state of terror. In the back, Linya's figure still hadn't regained its freedom, but seeing the development of things in front of her, she also knew that if she opened her mouth to persuade, Xine most likely wouldn't change her mind. She still had some idea of this teacher's character. Now, she could only watch Xine's movements with some concern. Just take the gold then. Are you foreign players? Elysian? Isn't that a big country? It's not like you can't even afford to pay this much, the man said meditatively. Hearing Tanagawa Furo's words, Hanazono Makoto looked at Lin Feng. Although he knew that Tanagawa Furo was telling the truth, she couldn't comprehend what had happened. That Ma Chanxing knew about it, and how he had induced the lone wolf to feel his way into Jishang Middle School. It was like a mystery to her. Elrun also had instantaneous movement, but ordinary instantaneous movement simply couldn't compare to the skills on the Burning Ring. The distance couldn't exceed the entire hall, and if he stayed in the middle of the hall, Elrun would simply be throwing himself into a net and letting the monsters surround him. Behind the city gates were more than 30 late martial soul realm elders employed at the city lord's mansion, as well as 3 pre-purple mansion realm powerhouses, including the city lord, who were using their bodies to firmly press against the city gates. Qinyu was really angry. Li Fantian killed his Zhang family children and grandchildren. Not to share the hatred. How can Qinyu swallow this breath? Day and night are thinking about how to eradicate the dragon gang. Kill Li Fantian. Now not only did not kill Li Fantian, Li Fantian's strength is getting more and more powerful. Qinyu is not angry. That would be strange. Remember what I said when you were discussing the jade pendant with me at the auction house and it didn't work out in the end? Lin Feng added at this time. He saw the cold aura flashing in Yifeng's eyes and his hand pressed on top of the hilt of the sword again. He immediately came to the spirit. This red blood dragon rider is really extraordinary. Temperamental. His temper is really inscrutable. If he is not a little more active, it is not guaranteed that at some point, when he gives the order, Ola is going to make a move. The man who had fired the shot seemed to have known his end, and slowly closed his eyes in a manner that would not be surprising if he were to lead his neck to death. After hearing this, Ingzheng finally understands that he has found someone, but he doesn't want to recognize his ancestor, and he doesn't even admit that he has such a brother. The shattered stones of the building began to reorganize, as if time had turned back, and everything went back to a certain time, as if nothing had ever happened. Everything was back to square one. However, the guy who had poked his head out earlier was in for a tragedy, as the limo slammed directly and hard into the wall of the store. Then, he increased the gravity of a teacup not far away, and without going to the extreme, that teacup was crushed and turned into powder immediately afterward. Tian Ming instantly expressed his speechlessness, beating himself senseless in 20 to 30 moves. Yet he came back with a sentence: this set of swordsmanship is barely good. This would be whether he was praising himself or putting himself down. Purple and black warrior clothing, covered with black soft armor, black gauntlets, knee pads, a pair of brown buckskin boots embroidered with yellow edges, and on his forehead was a white girdle that tied up Night Maple's long lavender head high. It's really nice tonight then, but you don't want to stay here too long with your injuries. Regner climbed up the ladder as well. He found a clean spot next to Aaron and sat down. What is it? Yi Chen asked coldly. The Blood Phoenix would not come to him rashly if there was nothing going on. What does it have to do with the people of Yen? Even if Ing Zhang is heartless, will he be able to massacre all of Yen? Ginseng fruit, He Shawu, heavenly silkworm root, earth Ganoderma lucidum, fire loquat, and there are also these that I can't name. One shocking name after another came out from Luo Yenshan's mouth, and some heavy breathing proved the excitement in his heart at this time. Rat and Lu Chun were in the inconspicuous corner of the doorway, and at that moment the two of them covered their mouths with their hands, unable to believe what they were seeing. Watching the figures of Adele's few people disappear into the gates of this white city of cleanliness, Yard narrowed his eyes and pushed his senses once again. Grandpa Lin waved at Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang did ran over. Shuang, go get 2 big peaches for this big brother. Although Lin Shuang didn't understand why Grandpa was doing this, he still said yes in a good manner. Although he ran back and carefully picked 2 large peaches and brought them over. Wei Zhenhui had already set up a bureau in Manhwa town, and he didn't expect that the Shanri organization would actually use the virus on Wu Xiaohua. He didn't say a word. Anger was written in his eyes, and Pei Ran knew that look in his eyes was anger. Lin Shuang agreed very directly after hearing this, seeing that she had agreed to do so, the older sister. Although her face had a few points of reluctance, but she also agreed to do so. A group of people walked to the police station after, was separated to record statements. Time passed by 1 minute. Wu Xian just wanted to turn his head to look at. His shoulders slammed down a heavy object. Wu Xian suddenly jolted. Reaching out, he wanted to push away Li Feng's head, but in his ears, he heard the sound of slightly heavy but steady breathing. Special Forces physique was already superior to normal people, and with the intensity of their training, Rat really wasn't quite right today. Mu Chuchu were to resist his flirtation, long ago sunk in his passionate kiss, completely put the matter of cleaning up the room behind. A pair of empty eye sockets slowly bright. The figure again as a strange fog dissipation. The wind rises, above the top of this mountain. Suddenly there is a darkness shrouded. 100 ferocious demons in this place. Clanging, iron armor collision. Boom kneeling and extremely humble. Scarlet eyes flow blood. Mouth whimpering cannot be heard clearly, but let a person's soul is trembling. Chapter 53, The Culprit Stuff. Little Crooked looked at Tian, and as the other gulped nervously, he offered a hand and called out. Jiang Shiyan smiled. It's saying hello to you. Ah! Tian's inside screamed madly, wiping her hands back and forth on her clothes several times before carefully reaching out to hold Little Crooked. Her voice couldn't help but sound tremulous. Hello, Little Crooked. My name is Tian. Jiang Shiyan had originally planned to take Little Crooked, just as Su Mubai's side was busy repairing the mech. Zhu Shi's side of the teaching was also going on in an organized manner. However, such a ferocious six-toothed demon saint can't defeat Zhang Laozi's simplest lip and tongue magical power. Can only rely on the thick skin and flesh to carry on. Empty power to fight, but no counterattack. The first day with these things to pad hunger. Sun Fengzhao finally satisfy a little bit of meat dishes desire. The grass and trees are also aware of the sadness, and the Xiaohua even white head. Who will give up and who will take in this life? Married to the east wind spring no matter. By the way you go, bear to stay. Alright, the fox isn't around la. I'm leaving ha. Su Mubai looked at her cute look and guffawed. Only she ignored the fact that she was now in a full vacuum. Zhou Jing almost wanted to open the bottle of wine and take a sip to suppress the shock. Good guy. This is too much for people to hold. The reason why he dared to not give Zhang San Gongzi face earlier and directly cursed him was naturally because the Han family was also a saintly family, and in terms of family background, it was not inferior to the Zhang family. Tai Xiang hadn't talked to him for a long time, originally felt unusually awkward, almost didn't know what to say, especially the last time the two of them gazed at each other from afar but didn't say a word, which made him feel like he had a lump in his throat. But I didn't expect Lu Yen to talk to him as if nothing had happened, as if all the previous past events were as light as smoke. Wang Zhaoyuan and Yin Zhizhen got out of the car and came to meet me, and Bao Yuan smiled and took me up the steep stairs, and she was probably the only one in sight who could communicate with him and help it nowadays. Then he told Nie Yuanqing to go back to the tent to hide from the wind, and he himself opened the window again and went from the back. Lest the hour was almost up and he collided with Wang Chang, and not far from a towering date palm tree lush. This is the green leaves but in love with the colorful blood red. Aura in the eyes of no love is evil murderous aura tightly. Killing gas is also vaguely visible in some golden light to protect the date tree. Loveless laughed and returned to the car, finally glancing around with deep meaning in his eyes before entering the carriage with satisfaction. Loveless eyes flashed. That is to say, he saved those people, but they didn't have a grateful heart. They just complained and even hated them? Just now Xin Yuan Zilian begged for mercy. I didn't agree. If you begged for mercy and I agreed, then you will be in danger. When that time comes, not only will Xin Yuan Zilian want your life, the Cloud Kingdom and the Rain Kingdom will also want your life, because as long as I agree to your request today, they will know that my soft underbelly is you. I don't want to hear anything and I don't want to talk to you. Xiang Zishi threw her hand away, breaking away from Jin Haoxuan's hand, reaching out and pulling the clothes on her body. Her eyes fluttered looking at both sides of the continent, just not looking at Jin Haoxuan. Loveless had never been this angry before, and her hands trembled with anger, but even then, she didn't use any strength, much less mobilize the energy within her body, because she didn't want to hurt this man. She didn't. She loved him. Yes, she actually felt the sky fall when she saw Xiaoxi walking away from her just now. There is no need. Thank him for his kindness on my behalf. He has already helped me too many times. This time, I said faintly to Zishi, but her words hadn't even finished when a voice came in from the garden. I grabbed the bloodstained saber to my eyes and laughed. Brothers, we're going to have to start fighting side by side again. As soon as I said that, I could feel the clothes, the radio gear, the belts, all cheering and shouting for me myself. Mu Qinyu's burning fire kept brewing and spreading in his heart. Damn Jiang Jingluo, how dare she treat him like this, dumping him and calling people to make a scene. Lu Dingyuan is Lu's Ding Z generation is extremely outstanding person, but unfortunately not the eldest son, and the family head Lu Dingfang although slightly inferior to him, but the ability to take charge of a family is not without. So Lu Dingyuan can only be subordinate to him. What are you shy about? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Really? She leaned over with good intentions. God knows, she doesn't let people get close in general. Didn't know better. Lan Kuan was determined to teach him some lessons, so he bullied his way forward. His eyes were cold, and his right hand was as fast as lightning as it probed his heart. But who would have thought that before his hand touched his chest, it would be abruptly bounced back by a powerful force. The two male commentators, Dahl and Miller, looked at each other in dismay. Since they had been on the job, they had never seen such a scene-shattering moment. And for a while you looked at me and I looked at you, and they both forgot to open their mouths to speak. Meng pounced over, screaming shrilly, "You brat! My mother will fight you!" With a frantic look, thinking that she might not be able to dilly-dally tonight, and that she would have to go back and cook the New Year's Eve dinner by herself. Her heart was harboring an evil fire. Now, it seemed that it should be Qian Shuyu's enemies, and the two groups were in a firefight, so as long as Night could rush out under the protection of Leng Qin and Mu Jun, there wouldn't be too much going on. However, as long as Mu Yuan Che thought of the Knight's current appearance, his heart felt like it was pressed with 1,000 pounds of boulders, and he couldn't even catch his breath. During the evening meal, Gon Lin looked around the Datai Hall and abruptly brought up the matter of Fei Lan Yuan, causing Gon Ran and Su Rui, who had been having difficulty speaking, to be very surprised. The Empress Dowager did not take it to heart, but casually said, "Then ask someone to fix it." She didn't even bother to raise her eyelids. Knight looked at the distance sitting very rules Luo Jiwei. The heart is a little impatient. To say that Su Chan and the struggle between the night morning, Luo Jiwei a little bit did not get involved in she does not believe. Just Luo Jiwei will act. Until now also cannot catch a tiny bit of handle. The heart of the means is not inferior at all. What is his queen's name? Helan Yao interrupted Qin Boshan's words, a hint of eccentricity in her voice. The foothills of Mt. Kongsang are not as scary as the top, but instead, the green grass is suddenly lovely. After all, a month ago, Bailey Dengfeng sent that crippled Great Witch Wish back to the White Tiger Country. Has become the shame of the entire White Tiger Country? So at the moment they heard the four Bailey Dengfeng, their hearts were already burning with anger. I don't have the time to do these things. Besides, it's not just a financial company, so feel free to play boldly, even if it's broken. The big deal is that we'll start all over again, Li Chang said easily. Humph, how many will come? I'll be waiting for you. Yihan sneered in his heart. There were bound to be people from the Spirit Martial Academy and people from the Qing Tsang Academy. As for the others, Yihan was not sure. Chapter 54. Is he dreaming? Fire and police were the first to respond and rushed to the aid of the snake-bitten worker. Where's the other guy? Someone asked in a shaky voice. Then they saw a scene that was enough to give them nightmares. Dozens of snakes from spread out on the ground, and even the equipment of the base station also began to appear one after another. On the snakes climbed up, densely packed, looking at people's scalp numb. Snakes. Lots of snakes. Be on the scene. But the black shadow changed direction midway and shot at him after all, delaying him by a few seconds. And those few seconds were enough for Akane to prepare. A moment later, Ning Xiaonan walked in. Minister, any orders for me? No fault does not skip a beat, but now because of these two people's sudden attack, so that his plan suddenly fell through, which makes him how not angry. But now this situation he can only bear to ask clearly first. Ha ha, so it's nothing more than that. Dusty Frosty Rain laughed uproariously, and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief because there was finally someone who could hold up. When the vine was about to get close to Lu Yunfeng, it suddenly transformed into a whip and directly lashed down. A fiery piece of pain came over. The damage was as high as 10-25 points of blood. Good thing Lu Yunfeng had more than 2,000 blood, which only went to nearly half, but if it came back 2 more times, it was estimated that it would really have to fly. Faced with the strength of Zhang Hai, those 6th order magical beasts are suffering. 6th order intermediate or below, all are killed by Zhang Hai in one move. A bottle of XO. Zhou Yi on the waiter's attitude to get also very upset. Open mouth called a bottle of spirits. Not bad indeed. 5 elements sword Hui nodded. His face proper some excitement and pride. Right away, he grabbed over with one hand, not putting foamly in his eyes at all. The large hand condensed with yuan power covered the void. The tumbling yuan power caused the surrounding space to change shape, and grabbed it to detain Fengli and Linglong in its hands. The military power in the old king's hands were all handed over to Wanyan. Although Wanyan was new to the country and didn't know much about the situation in the Shache kingdom, but he had led troops to war for many years, and he was still an expert on the battlefield. Compared to those eye-catching princes of the Shache kingdom, Wanyan could be said to have won a complete victory without any effort. Dry words Kuzane turtle. Shinji said, still expressionless, as if the victory didn't bring him much joy. The sun god Yen Dance Emperor really knows everything like a god. That's right, it's her. Zhang Yuran nodded. I didn't choose to leave. Instead, I transformed into a blood-red giant wolf at the first time, and with my own flexible running position, I managed to dodge the black flames that Farad emitted, and step by step, I approached towards Farad, and by now, if I didn't change my body, I wouldn't be able to firmly entangle Farad anymore. Only Mui didn't have anything or any expression. His state of mind had almost become immune to these after the trial of that thunder and sea of fire. Of course, it wasn't that it was desperate, but it was just that he had feelings for those close to him, and for those who had nothing to do with him. Then he wouldn't have much feelings. Until this moment, Zhou Genius is considered to understand why this martial art is called Qingfeng Sword Dipper. Qing and Qing have the same sound, while blue and green are similar in color. Qingfeng Sword Dipper is a sword dipper method that uses wind with the help of the heavenly dome's momentum. See, the group of college students was followed by an even larger group. Most people on the tour wore casual shoes and had no problem running. Wearing leather shoes to run for a while is not a big problem. The roadside has caught up, as if chasing towards spring. The Allied forces were in an uproar when they heard the scouts' words. Could it be that this divine messenger wanted to end the main camp in one fell swoop as well? The intelligence of that spirit emperor lion was not lower than humans in the slightest. And naturally, his body was also frantically retreating backward at the same time, so that the aftermath of the explosion would hurt him later on. Go, Chang'ing needs you. I think he will one day understand your heart. When Yuko did not say more, but Changxing already know what she means. Peaks and valleys, earlier like a drum-like heartbeat and nervousness slowly subsided. There is just bright sunshine and want to see the young master's heart. The first time we did it again. Destroying a new chicken and congratulating ourselves on our clever solution. Now as long as Chiu Ming escaped outside, he could retaliate against you in turn. But unfortunately, how could you give him such an opportunity? Shanae recounted all the events that happened during the period from the beginning of her being controlled until she was released from the control with Uxin. And when she heard that she had been giggling in a demented manner, Uxin's ears turned red and she couldn't wait to find a hole to drill into. The two of them had been staring at the herbs around Yu's waist, and at this moment, the two of them were trying to trick you into coming over and taking the herbs from him. If Jiang Shan really has anything, I won't let you off the hook. Wu Mengyang spoke almost through clenched teeth. It was just as well that he didn't hear the words, but after hearing the words, where could Ji Zifan still stand the excitement? Nanxing Xue paused slightly. She had been so overwhelmed by the treasures and the 7 spinning flower before that she hadn't even thought about it. Being said so by Grandpa, I was also confused. A little helpless. This reading the face, it's a little too difficult. After finishing some trivial matters, I found Zhang Hichu and went to Longhu Mountain with him. After the Stinging Immortal Alliance was set on fire, the Stinging Immortal Alliance's leader ordered the arrest of many people who were watching from the sidelines, and some of them were from the Imperial Demon Corps. Nanxing Xue coldly glanced at Hovan Ming. That gaze, full of deep meaning, also carried a hint of killing intent. In this battle, Lu Huntao's 7 armies of Tianzi army totaling more than 130,000 generals rushed to the wilderness 2 miles south of Lingji Spring. Su Wanqiu moseyed and entered the password. She climbed the wall and entered the house, put down her bag and kicked off her shoes, and stumbled barefoot to Shen Yan's house, facing a bloodthirsty berserk ape whose latent strength was even fiercer than the average late second stage demonic beast. Not to mention Lang Ruoxue and the rest of them. Even if they doubled their combat strength, they wouldn't necessarily be able to win the fight. Just Lu Sudong has always sworn that he absolutely did not touch her. Where is she going to get pregnant from? Or, Lu Sudong actually merely lied to me? The waiting process is particularly long and difficult. Thanks to the side of a Zhang Ruren has been constantly looking for topics to chat with me, divert my attention. Otherwise, with my ability to withstand at that time, I think I will be 6 gods directly collapse. Gu Cece lay on his chest and wrapped her arms around his waist. It doesn't hurt. What time is it? Shouldn't you go to the company? A bit sleepless, Gu Cece continued to squint her eyes. In fact, the 2 problems that Tang Yu had mentioned had already been anticipated by Lu Hunto, but it wasn't put on his mind. I was already up late last night, and today I'm up so late that I want to sleep, and just thinking about how sleepy I'm going to be at work tomorrow. Chapter 55, Life is too small for nature. You smell so good. The king cobra's head came up to Jiang Shurian's neck and carefully sniffed her body. Jiang Shurian was about to cry. Her voice was shaking. We agreed. You can't bite me. King Cobra cocked his head and looked at Jiang Shurian. I didn't bite you, did I? So, then can you stay away from me? I'm scared. The king cobra stepped back, hissing and whining. Fu Lang took advantage of the fact that she was still awake, rubbed his chin against her furry hair, and kissed her face a few more times before parting in love. At that time, she panicked, thought he had an accident, and Mu Qingza borrowed money to run back to Twilight City, but their former home, but it is already empty. Things are clear. The rest is to think of ways to keep the people plus dig out the hands of who in the end. These of course know the less people the better. Han Dong took Pei Yi farewell. Jin Ji was heartbroken to see Yuan Tan look full of fatigue. The heart said, husband, for the sake of this family. Look at the tired husband. I must serve well. The thing of jumping out of the building after losing money has happened from time to time in the newspaper. But Wu Dao cares about people. Not to mention whether there is no possibility of losing money. Even if it is really lost all, that is not necessary to jump off the building. The 9 Courts Grand Ceremony was filled with powerful people. So if one merely relied on the pure Lotus Demon Flame and the Warhammer martial spirit that had just coalesced, it was clearly not enough. The words fell. Yang Lian couldn't help but be really shocked, because the range of the man's movements in front of him and the loudness of his speech couldn't help but seem too pompous. But he also saw in this the man's suspicion of his own identity, as well as the fear that he didn't dare to slow down. The other faction represented the middle and upper class rich kids of Yunhong Private High School, who were trying to suppress Wu Dao's siblings by all means because Wu Dao was too popular. As a way of slapping the faces of those students at the bottom of the ladder and increasing their own sense of superiority, the 2 of them casually took out the Xian Bing from their nascent sacks, and the Yuan Qi within their bodies erupted as a terrifying stormy aura surged forth in an instant. After the tragic screams fell one after another, the crowd could vaguely see that those figures, directly from the void, ruthlessly fell to the ground. Then, what about him? The sect leader's venerable lord reached out and called, and Han Xiaojie felt an irresistible force of heaven and earth wrap around his body, grabbing himself directly into the sky and onto the side of Ling Weishui and Zhang Xuanwu. This is the question that the revelation asked Lucifer at the beginning. If he could not make Alkes put down his hatred, how could he bear all the sins and atone for them in place of mankind? In the wee hours of the morning, the 5,000 elite soldiers led by Wu Tian returned to Anping City with 40,000 prisoners, and everyone on the city wall was stunned. Heavenly Sword Venerable One was furious. Originally, he did not think that a single sentence in the district could make Yifeng admit defeat, so to speak, but it was just a mind-attacking scheme. What an arrogant tone. You are also not letting this king move. But this king is going to move. What can you do? The Tiger King smiled disdainfully, and his arm directly grabbed at Fox Mayor. The northern one blew, and the flame guard looked down at the guy who was tickling himself, but not in a good mood. Yi Xingchen was also able to feel from its consciousness that the Hongmeng heavenly flame surprisingly did not have the slightest bit of purpose, as if it had lost the meaning of being alive. Watching Zhao Zichen's interaction with Fong Candy, Lin Mu smiled and shook his head. Going by this momentum, Fong Candy might actually allow him to ride for a while. The fact that your divine son from the High family can look at this trial field means that there must be something strange in it. So of course the Rain family, will come to join in the fun. As the words fell, several silhouettes landed in front of the stone monument. Almost at the same time, the 4 bodyguards at the same time roared. At the same time took out a telescopic bat and rushed to the front of the Jade 2 Masters. 4 iron telescopic baton at the same time bang smashed in the Jade 2 Master's neck, shoulder and head. Because of the force is too big, the Jade 2 Master's remaining eyeballs even also barking. The remaining eyeball of Mr. Yu flew out from his face. But just as he was about to leave the space of his heart by guiding his destiny breath, the 4 names at the top of the destiny tablet suddenly glowed faintly brightly, causing him to immediately stop his move to utilize his destiny breath to open the portrait. Since she got sick, the doctor has controlled the amount of water she takes in every day, and even then, she has not been able to avoid going to the bathroom all the time. I have even worse news to tell you all, although I know you'll be disappointed. The teacher has to go to the hospital to see a doctor and there's no way around it. so we'll have to have a study hall for this class," the muscular man suddenly said with a grim look, and his head went down as he said it. "I'm giving you a chance. You're gabbing with me here. Why don't I just send you guys on your way?" Lin Feng looked down at Wang Ba with a disdainful gaze, and deliberately swept a glance at the three burly and strong men. The young man smiled arrogantly and jumped down from the car. His upright and sturdy body immediately displayed in front of Yi Ning. In Yi Ning's impression, even those male models on TV were inferior to the body of the young man in front of him. The four of them had searched for several days, but they had only hunted a fourth-ranked red flame tiger, and there had been no gains since then. After saying these words, Han Yanjun felt a cold, heart-penetrating chill arise from the bottom of his heart, a chill that penetrated his heart like ice, leaving him with 1,000 holes. Duan Wangfei sniffed with surprise in the bottom of her eyes. The hand propped up on her waist gave a slight lurch. "Surprisingly, someone has been favored by Fukong and brought to the mansion to play?" Her voice was gentle. "As the saying goes, when the moon is full, it loses, when the water is full, it overflows. Everything beyond a certain point will be transformed and move in the exact opposite direction." Su Yuhong froze for a while, finally slowed down. She remembered that the original owner liked his cousin Cui Jie, and often wrote letters to Cui Jie. At this time, the sisters of Nansu and the 6 houses of the Cui family are clear, and almost all of them laughed at her for being shameless and shameless. Walking out of the tavern was the busiest street in Winter Town. Normally, Mr. Barry and Lady Susan would have taken the children shopping, but there was no time for that now. Mr. Barry was concerned that the journey to the inn would take him through a narrow alley, and he hoped that there would be no accidents there. "Is this the kind of thing I don't even care to eat?" Junju had 2 more fruits in his hand and was suddenly playful. Chapter 56, Resident Satisfaction So Low? The firefighter was silent for a moment and said, "The situation is still unstable and I can't risk my colleague picking up a snake. But after the mountain saffron girl's condition is stabilized, if it's still there, I'll bring it over to you." "Thank you, thank you." Jiang Shurian bowed and thanked him repeatedly. Soon the fire trucks appeared with their sirens blaring, and every now and then debris kept falling down the hill, stopping passing cars. This road is seldom out. After becoming a hollow soul melter, one could control the melting power without using their hands to form seals, but before that, one had to form seals in order to gather the melting power. And the fact that Lu Qi could form seals without using his hands was something that many people had seen for the first time today, even though everyone had already heard about it. Kirino froze, then calmed down and thought of that as well. She had just been too stunned to realize it. There was another person in the room, the owner of this mansion, Jobalinth, watching from the sidelines. Now was not the time to think about that. It was obvious that now this huge monster they had to kill. Maybe then they would be able to find the intersection to go out. Lu Qi heard the screams, and the others rushed in, and at a glance, a man wearing a white physician's robe and clothing had fallen into a pool of blood. His face was chillingly fierce. This cavalry intending to sneak attack on the Sui army camp, although disguised in Xianbei people's costumes. But where can they hide from the ears and eyes of the Hudong scouts? They have just left the town of Wuchuan. They were stared at by the Hudong scouts. The Sui army knows the whereabouts of the Turkic people like the back of their hand. There is no possibility of hiding. Bai Ling's heart was startled, feeling that he had been locked by this spear. Knowing that he could not avoid the power of this strike, he could only transform his Dharma body into 100 feet large, but contracted the domain to about 3 feet around his body, reflecting a layer of glittering halo on his body. Mitsuba nodded. Her tone was a bit reluctant. Being a boy for most of the day was driving her a bit crazy, and Shiha-senpai even asked her, "What's it like to have a beating Jin?" Seemingly a little disturbed by Li Machuan, Devil De casually nudged Li Machuan's body twice so that he could not speak. Sure Yi's mind was a blank, and he simply couldn't hear what exactly Lu Lingshan was cursing, only knowing that her lips were constantly opening and closing. Boom! The 7-colored soul fire of Dong Zhenyun's 10th finger shuddered through his body before transforming into a shining 7-colored peach blossom. Dong Zhenyun was delighted to find that his cultivation had reached the peak of the pre-elder ancestor stage. The 1,000 shining peach blossoms, on the other hand, emitted an unusual fluctuation. As the lord of a city, he couldn't afford to take any risks, because this Qingfeng City's city protector array still relied on him to preside over it. Once something really happened, then who would preside over this city protector formation? The mouthful of tea that Underworld Master had just held in his mouth nearly choked in his windpipe, and he hastily spat it back into the cup, raised his hand to shield his lips, and coughed softly. The words just fell. "Go to hell." The mountain bandit let out a roar and slashed at Chun Yi's back, but this time, there was no effect of plasma seen in all directions. Not even a bit of blood came out, but there was a dinging crunching sound, only leaving a white mark on Chun Yi's back. The first pass was solid, just a little too much of the durian odor, and forced myself not to sneeze. No, A middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face got up and walked towards the 2 Yunfengs. There were many geniuses present, and there were naturally quite a few with sharp eyes, and right away, there were geniuses who were overjoyed, saying, "Yo, this has come out a charging big. You count old how many? Hurry up and roll aside for the old man, or else the old man will beat you all over the place to find teeth." The big red birthmark glared viciously at young Lin Xiao and said. Yunfeng's brows gradually stretched open. This walker has been following his own back, never actively approaching himself within 100 meters, and after the previous shots, the walker would pull away from himself for 100 meters. Those strange forces first caused the distortion of space. Then, they were like a kind of pervasive transparent filaments, and when those bosses were unaware of it, these filaments containing strange forces drilled into the bodies of the bosses. After Ye Kai heard this, his heart was moved. He looked at Yi Qingcheng dumbfounded and surprised. "Su Zian, you led this matter, and now you're here to obstruct us. Quickly move over or we'll be impolite to you." Seeing Su Ziyan blocking the way, the leader, Shen Zhenzi, who was wearing a green Taoist robe, drank in a cold voice. In February of the 2nd year of Xingping, Chen Wanlu favored to set the full width of the Luan entered Luoyang, whose our General Dingli, for its former civil guide. Li Mingqi clenched her teeth. She really wanted to quit her job, but her fiancé would not agree, and her own mother's family would not agree, knowing that her old man had followed Yifan to do his job, and had made a lot of oil and water. When technology has reached such a point as it has today, what is there to be surprised about when human beings are able to utilize technological means to reach the realm of Buddha or Taoism? Huang Quan's face instantly turned iron blue. He let out a low growl of annoyance, raising his head to look at the glass above the toilet. A glance saw a shoe print. This Yi Kai ran away? Report, the capital Starfleet has approached the first lunar defense base, and our forces have received no answer to 3 consecutive warnings. The communications officer's voice echoed through the halls of Starfleet Command, shocking everyone. Zhang Bei's heart shivered, but he calmed down at the last moment. If he didn't have this kind of mind, he wouldn't have been able to make it to such a high position in the Thousand Crane Hall. However, after looking at the storage rings of the 5 heavenly exalted exotic demon soldiers that Su Qi offered up as if he was showing off, Jiang Sujing and Han Ling were all speechless for a while. Chapter 57, The Disappearing Cat Senior. Jiang Shiyan inadvertently saw that the window of her driver's seat was left open, and as a result, when she looked up, she saw Xie standing right next to her window, looking at her with a heavy expression. The smile on Jiang Shiyan's face couldn't even be removed in time. Did she leave the window open? Still something? Jiang Shiyan asked, pulling on a stiff smile against the other party's probing and questioning gaze. If there's anything wrong with the car, as the saying goes, sharpening the sword is not a mistake. As long as Fang Yun was given a moment of strength, he would be able to enter the battlefield alive and well again. However, at this moment, he had obviously become a thorn in the side of the Sect Alliance because he had sealed the Split Sky Sovereign and the Heavenly Devil Monarch. Those temple priests, if they were passed down from generation to generation, how could they not know that they needed the ancient tree of life to take refuge? How could they not be thinking of controlling the ancient tree of life and instead want to obtain the holy beetle that was sealed and in slumber? The final result of the discussion between the two sides, to the age of 15,000 years of age or less can participate in the war. Lucy mortal or close to what kind of level of strength is good, as long as the age is not more than can participate in the war. With this one as the boundary, in the level of experts, the Yanhuang tribe still has some advantage, but the advantage is not big. Their sect's headmaster also did not practice the Great Tao laws. The Great Tao laws were the realm of saints cultivated to a certain point. Only then could they be transformed into the Great Tao River Hao Dongdong, suppressing everything. General saints would only materialize their spiritual power. It was impossible to achieve the realm of condensing out the Great Tao laws. It could be said that those demon gods made up for the flaws of the King of Hearts who possessed mortal wisdom but were unable to possess great power, and the demon gods gave them great power to match their wisdom. Tao Lord Mingwei, the uncle of the current Saint Emperor of the Great Han Sacred Court, cultivated the Emperor's scripture of the Great Han Sacred Court. He had become a Tao Lord for 38,000 years, and even the Tao Lords of the Great Han Sacred Court present had never seen him strike. It was said that when Tao Lord Mingwei was still at the Tao Lord realm, he was able to contend with Tao Lords. This spear shaft blasted onto the head of the Swire Poison Dragon, and it blasted until the Swire Poison Dragon's head sank, and its entire skull was cracked. It hit the Swire Poison Dragon for a while, then it was turning around and running desperately. Its head didn't dare to return. The strength of this enemy was too strong. It was at least dozens of times stronger than the previous battle. The two of them had long since heard that the Star River clan was very friendly to endless frontier practitioners, and that they had taken on the favors of the Star River clan, and that in the future, If Jining and the Nine Dust Sect Lord really did become eternal emperors, they would naturally have a very high status in the endless frontier, and that they owed a favor to the Star River clan, and that they would naturally take care of the Star River clan. There's a level 8 middle stage demonic beast in front of us. There's only one. Damn it, put up a fight. After running away for a while more, Qin Fan suddenly felt a dangerous aura coming from the front, but he clenched his teeth. His speed didn't stop, and he directly met it. The seventh elder of the Divine Sword Sect was not the only one who dealt with Ling Dao. Although the other 9 elders of the Divine Sword Sect were stopped by the 4 unimaginable images, the Dao Extermination Bell likewise did not have the intention of letting them go. The invisible bell waves struck their bodies, and they were in the exact same situation as the Divine Sword Sect's 7th elder. Huangfu Ting and Huangfu Shan received the admiring glances from the crowd, instantly and greatly satisfying their vanity, feeling that the 100,000 gold coins were well spent. His body is very good. The typical wearing clothes show thin undressing have meat. Usually looks nothing. This off even have abs. Ha 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 ha. Was I poked my pain point and became annoyed? Shin Yunshu raised her lips and smiled. Although a long time ago, when Shinyu came to treat Jian Wan's illness, he also addressed Jianshi in this way. However, this one-word address was so concise and clean that it had to make people suspicious. I thought to myself that this Mao Tai was worthy of being a businessman. I hadn't even made an offer yet, and immediately bargained with me. The bouncer didn't move a muscle either, standing to the side with a straight face like he hadn't heard our conversation. Cut the crap. Real Pan you asked you to meet at the burger restaurant. Are you going or not? The purple-clothed youth shook off my hand, then asked in a cold voice. I actually don't know if this is right or not. Li Xiang glanced at Chunhua who was following Yang Ruxin. However, George had not counted on the fact that Yi Fan and Frank were very close friends and had traveled thousands of miles to come to Frank's rescue. Han Yujie was running out of breath. He hadn't eaten a rabbit for more than half a year. Why did Uncle San's family have a rabbit to eat? The snow devil escaped for several kilometers in one breath, and when he saw that Ji Chen did not catch up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the viewer's impression, these trainees were born in nice families, and several thousands of co-branded shoes were changed one day. He lightly swung the long sword in his hand, and a sword chi crisscrossed across, forming a barrier that dissolved Shi Shaojian's attacks one by one. Ning Yuan had only walked to the position of the doorway when he heard Rui's excited voice coming from far to near with a bang from a position not far away from the promenade. Her main focus is a thief calling out a thief, taking the other side's way and leaving them with no way out. In this instant, his voice was cold and incomparable, as if a biting cold air had penetrated her skin and penetrated deep into her bones, corroding the bones of her entire body. And if there had been a solid sound, she would have feared that there would not have been even a bone crumb left in her bones by now. Big brother, I've told you everything I know. I'll give you all my wealth and treasures. Please spare my life, okay? Tian Kuei squirmed on the ground, begging Yifan with a humble face, because there were only 3 youths to enroll on this side of the youth center. Mrs. John's brother and friend did not notice anything unusual, because she actually originally came in through connections. Mr. Lu was still kind to her, so she wasn't as nervous and constrained as the others. Wooding followed Gu Liduan outside, wanting to see what Gu Liduan was looking for. It became a passion to hang out on the major forums online to see what those people thought of them and the impact this had. While spending time together, the other person was always polite, talked and laughed, and there was no gap in the conversation. He would have plenty of time to go through the information when Kamiyaji left, and there was no rush for this moment. Chapter 58, the cat abuse incident that made it to the hotspots. The big loaf of bread they found, however, was a cold, rotting corpse. The body showed obvious signs of abuse. The hands and feet were bound with wire, now sunk deep into the flesh and fused together, and only half a knob of the tail's fur remained. Miserable. There were already quite a few girls on the scene who were crying, as well as boys who were holding back with red eyes. It was the cleaning lady who found it in that grassy area in the corner of the playground, and 2 days ago it wasn't there. It was just. Su Zimo listened to the movement outside. How could she not know that there was a lot of movement outside? Her beautiful eyes were full of interest. The old turtle grunted breathlessly. Okay, I promise you but you have to wait a little while. You know I'm not good with my legs. There was an excited shout from that head, where there was still half a thunder. The old turtle shook his head helplessly and turned the direction to travel. Lu Xiu, after these years of rapid development, the strength has risen greatly. It is Gong Yang Haoren. Degree is not Lu Xiu's opponent, let alone the Knight Wuzheng. Behind Zen Master October's head, 36 Lohan's great hands appeared with a brilliant golden light and haze, and they actually shattered his great heaven-destroying hand seal at once, and he was shocked for a moment. Although we seldom watch TV inside the university, we know some of it, and there are students in our school to go after the election. I heard it's quite intense. I replied, Immortal Lord, your power and mine are completely united, communicating with each other's native worlds and connecting the kingdoms. So with your power, you can help me with the prison-suppressing Ning King Tower to be able to seize the Hongmeng Immortal Gate. I must borrow your power. What do you think? Lu Su said as soon as he approached the mysterious Immortal Lord's side. Yun Xian, where are you? Su Zimo looked around and there was still no figure of Mu Yun Xian. When she first met Lu Su, she felt that Lu Su was not an unusual character. This kind of character would never easily bow down to anyone, let alone being a slave. The essence chi contained in a divine-powered demon beast demon crystal was enough to be worth hundreds of treasure dawn. And now these 20 demon dawn, some of which contained essence chi that was even more majestic to the point of moving, almost as if they were lower grade Dao dawn. It was actually late at night when I wrote these last 2 chapters, and I'm sure many of you are asleep, but it will be in the middle of the day when you read this finishing sentiment. She knew that she must have pissed off Hanjan just now, and that's why he was so angry that he dropped the bowl. In the morning, as she strained to carry her large suitcase down from the 2nd floor, she bumped into Mrs. G's personal maid. Lifting the covers, he got out of bed and was about to address his physical problems when he stopped himself as he passed the mirror. I'm honored to be with you today to witness a beautiful love. And maybe after a long time already, we forget the exact time and place, but we'll never forget the sweet vows of this couple. And this me, who's been temporarily grabbed to be the host. With that he spat his tongue at the crowd. All that could be heard was a man's voice appearing inside the cell phone, and the man's tone was serious. They couldn't be bothered with clothing, helmets, and even less heavy weaponry to affect the run. Therefore, that gentleman's favoritism is pivotal, and she is able to contact Shang Xian to get back together, but she can't cut off contact with that gentleman, let alone see someone closer than him. Through the fight just now, he was indeed not a star worse than the old man in terms of martial artists. Since this was the case, then he, Zheng Taichu, would use his aura to destroy the black-robed man. Even though the Earthflame Black Sparrow's ability that she used afterwards dried it out, it still wouldn't be very comfortable. After all, the old Hyuk is really like Jane Yen. For Jane Yen were driven out by the family, but still did not get together with Jane Yen. In fact, the old Hyuk is also quite pathetic. Feelings of the matter really cannot be forced. Outsiders cannot intervene even more. So he did not care about the old Hyuk like Jane Yen. When Imo was almost shaking his hands as he was calling Tang Huijin, and when the phone couldn't be answered, he rambled on and on. Black Dusty had to continue kneeling. In his heart, he was a little apprehensive. He didn't know how his father was angry. Close your eyes. The face of a surge of blush. Ears as if he came again. Gentle call his own call. Voice sweet. Lubricating tone slippery. Whiny voice. Sound delicate, sound naive. Through the intimate. Tenderness. Honey. Every time her heart called soft, called crisp, called numb, called the melt. The emperor came over personally again. Gave Li Huanfei a good settlement. Let Li Huanfei get well. Approaching the day of military training at the military school, Chen Shui prepared her daily necessities and went forward to the military area to look for Ko Chikong, because she was there to help Akong this time, and during the vacation, she had also gone forward many times to train with Mr. Li, so that she could increase her gun sense by using gunshot shooting many times. What is it? You tell me. Girl. The Wolf King smiled. Not at all what a king should look like. Some of the passengers on the bus couldn't stand it and said something about her, and the driver also said she had gone too far. Finally finished? Yun Feiyu asked as he looked at me with a calm face, somehow more serious than before. Zhao Lu said, forget it. It's better to bring a child. Saving you the hard work of farming. It's really an unexpected blessing. Luhan looked towards the right side of his neck. There was only white skin, no markings unique to moonlight. Wang Zhao's head was pressed into the quilt and her howling stopped. Only Yuan Sufang, who was holding her down, could hear her whimpering sobs. Since he can't forgive and can't let go of him, Xianjia can't think of a better way other than not mentioning it again. After he finished speaking, he was also very vigilant and looked over in the direction where the 3 great families were. It was as if he was afraid that the family heads of the 3 great families would have some kind of dissatisfaction with the scattered cultivator alliance because of Yi Cheng'en's words. Unbeknownst to him, since the colored stones landed on the Xuanwu continent, not many people had been able to collect 8 colored stones at all, and those cultivators who had collected 8 colored stones had long since been among the strongest on the continent. Fu Shikuan slammed his fist heavily on the desk, blood seeping out from his fingers and coloring his entire fist red. This meeting has made arrangements for all the corps. And my 7th Corps is the 3rd echelon, and its current mission is Vigilance plus Training. Chapter 59, Trouble. MS. Jiang, what are you going to do with the bodies of these animals? The policeman couldn't help but ask. I've contacted a pet funeral home for cremation. The policeman nodded. It's quite good to dispose of it harmlessly like this. We'll report this time, but I still have to remind you. I'm afraid that these people are coming for you. You must be careful and pay attention to your personal safety during this period of time. Jiang Shiyan can actually understand that she's kind of an internet sensation these days. Chu Mingqiu also did not say anything. The family does not seem to be much. The main thing is Sway are unemployed and Antion Duku them. By feeling, he felt that this is not so simple. That's because your backsliding has provoked the wrath of the entire kingdom. Here. Mong Qi's voice suddenly stopped, and it was obvious that he had also discovered the loophole in his earlier words. Ha 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 ha. Lumia, who had collapsed on the ground, suddenly erupted into heartless, hysterical laughter. In the face of Chen Yin's suddenly changing swordlight, Rod Hagar was not moved at all, only to see Chen Yin's position and axe chopped out, between the strong wind between the moves, completely as to play the power to break the idea of cleverness. Guxingwa thought about it and ate the steamed bun in his hand and drank 2 more bowls of rice. Chu Mingqiu did the same and drank 2 bowls of rice. His stomach was full before putting down his rice bowl. Guxingwa noticed that Chu Mingqiu hung that sand jacket undershirt out to dry in the yard and changed into another undershirt that was almost the same. For Desai, he had the energy, the opportunity, and more than anything else, the ability to do what Baisutsuki wanted to do but could not, but again, lacked the time, for it was just under 2 years before June 1812, when Napoleon's expeditionary force to Russia was due. Chu Mingqiu glanced at her, Wang Hongmei wearing a long-sleeved white shirt. The following is a red skirt, which does not look like to cut wheat, but like a spring tour. Look at the time is not early. Chu Mingqiu jumped off the bed to Xiang Ant farewell, before leaving to tell Xiang Ant, to the new year, to each child to make a body clothes, Jujubin's silver ear must eat, and the gelatin to be steamed to eat. These things supplement blood, milk powder eat up. He then sent. So Duan not only in the bottom of the heart secretly sighed. The hands of the sword know how a lead. 3 sword Hua instantly turned into a piece of continuous swordlight. Will be firmly protected in which? This move is the strongest defense moves among the ice and snow split light sword Wanli Jianjie ice. Take is the Wanli Jie ice impregnable meaning. A few minutes passed, and the opposite side of the people were all shocked to find that the opposite side of the people even missed 1 or 2 soldiers to control the line of soldiers in the middle, resolutely not to cross over a step. Shuilian also pink cheeks flying red snickered and went forward to shine the most money on the back of the head not light and heavy slap a ear scrape, as Chun Tao thought, since he had set up a stall at the pier for a while before. Even though this was a new store, business was still okay and getting better by the day. Chun Tao's softly voiced and pampered appearance, her disgusting and dry heaving appearance, as well as the licking affection that occasionally surfaced in her eyes, all presented themselves in Zhou Kueruo's mind, and what was left behind at the end of the day was the scene of her sweating profusely and hissing in agony. After dealing with the issue of whether the people would stay or go, Zhang Jiao handed out the subsequent tasks of settling the people and announced the adjournment of the meeting. But Ling Hanxia hadn't gotten over it, and sat in the car without saying a word, and her face was averted from looking at him. Dad, isn't this just a rather ordinary-looking necklace? Nothing special. Luo Jianjun held the necklace and looked left and right, but he couldn't see anything special. Wonderful. Our captain was fantastic. I knew it would turn out like this. What a bull ******** 3-eyed corpse dragon. Rumored to be divine. But in the end, it still has to obediently listen to our captain's words. Ha ha ha. Lu Sanyang laughed out loud as if no one else was there. Xian most of the unsuspecting pushed their own handy bike toward her side again. Staring at her powdery face, colorful, said, Aya, why does your body smell so good? It's really fragrant. He narrowed his eyes and sniffled in ecstasy. In the past, some people said that Long Zongfeng's 3 words shook the 18 counties of the 9 states. Long Zongfeng did not recognize it. He felt that he was not that powerful. Gongzi, do you want me to arrange for someone to do him? On the co-pilot, a young man with long hair tilted diagonally over his eyes, giving off a deep chill, playing with a butterfly knife, said coldly. 2 people ran back to cry. The night of the Carbon Gang came to 20 or 30 people to settle scores, but coincidentally ran into another group of unidentified characters. On the road was beaten to pieces. The leader was cut off the ears, howling miserably and ran away. Fat Yan Xinyan walked in the back, heard this question. The heart panicked, and almost fell to the ground with his feet in the garlic. His face was white, because they hadn't seen Night Mo, so the green card people present exchanged words, and then speculated about Night Mo's identity. Stumbling behind Ji Zhaoxian, the body has become particularly sensitive. Do Yoja feel the numbness on the arm of the feeling of the corner of the eye cannot help but wet. Blurred vision by the rooftop cold wind blowing dazed. Even Ji Zhaoxian talked to himself did not notice. So for some of the deeper things, Rod was fully able to see clearly at a glance, and even look at the longer term. Zhang Baifeng froze. She was a girl. No matter how wise she was still just a big girl, and she was a bit at a loss when faced with this situation. Late at night, Du Wujia sat on the balcony of the second floor of Kim Tion's house and looked at the snow outside the window. Because it was too late, so there was no one in the 4 households that turned on the lights. The snowflakes under the reddish street lamps like cherry blossoms. The light shone on the snow instead of illuminating the darkness of the night. There is a bewitching beauty. As for the corpses of those 4-legged birds, Suyi just collected some feathers, and the rest of the bird meat, bird bones and whatnot. None of them were wanted, and they were all thrown away. It was also at this point that it seemed to feel like the time had come, or at least that Kaido was out of breath. Yi Huan held the old dog's tooth in his hand and saluted at the crowd, after which his body suddenly leapt downward backwards, hundreds of meters high. Yi Huan leaped down. The bright moon was hanging high, like water moonlight pouring on Yi Huan. He was dressed in white, with long flowing hair. He was really handsome and extraordinary, just like an immortal in the sky, not touching the dust. Lloyd, who was originally also in a daze, also seemed to have finally found his mind when he heard Xiaoyi's calm tone, but after thinking about it, he did not answer immediately, while a hesitant expression appeared on his face. Dragged by Barths on horseback all the way into town, Ramsey's mind was bellyaching that he'd be wasting another whole night watching them drink and brag in a while, but his heart wasn't actually tired of this. Chapter 60, Strange Behavior of Passers-by. Jiang Shurian's heart thumped a jump. The first reaction was that Jiang Yihang knew what had happened recently, but she had purposely concealed it, and also instructed the staff not to disclose half a word. How could her brother know? I've seen quite a few pet stores and local pet groups, and cat cafes and dog cafes and the like. Wherever there is a web page have been hacked, and I've checked your zoo webpage, and the same photos of abused animals have appeared. Jiang Shurian didn't move and loosened. In fact, not only Double Carp, but the crowd of girls from Meow Planet Guild were watching this with great surprise. But he had never thought that such an insignificant bowl of cabbage soup would have such a high status. In other words, that punch just now directly penetrated through its scales and blossomed all its power, all over the other party's heart. The boss hopes to storm the underworld and truly break the night, hoping to rekindle the once extinguished Tower of the Sun and bring back the light forever. It was indeed difficult for the Shangshi Detang Guild to raid a boss at this level, especially without intelligence. However, the miserable howl of the ice crystal's prana had been hovering in Yifeng's mind. Even when he was in meditation, he could hear it, and Yifeng knew that this was the ice crystal spirit's dance or something like that, intended to disturb his mind. Under the influence of the golden cicada skill, the evil light of 1,000 eyes on the head of the purple brilliant divine centipede darkened a bit, and Ning Xiu was no longer at a disadvantage when it came to exchanges of spiritual power. The long sword in his hand suddenly melted, and then layers of blood-red ripples began to swirl under Yifeng's feet. It dispersed in all directions, growing in scope. The capital city is now cold. You can go to the Hainan side to do, and then call on close people to witness their wedding. Tang Ruoqing was embarrassed to the extreme, her pretty face blushing, her shell teeth biting her lips, not knowing how to explain herself. Wu Ming sighed and said slowly, I don't see much possibility of catching him, unless, said, looking toward the end of the grassland. After the morning meal, Lin Su dealt with some tedious things in the palace as usual. And only after everything was over did Xia Yan come in and say that Feng Jing was already waiting inside the side hall, along the way and did not meet any people. Lin Su smoothly to the main courtyard, walked to the clean corridor below this only to breathe a sigh of relief, signaling Chun Yan to go up to inform. Heavenly Sword exult, I don't think we should wait. It looks like we won't be able to wait for the other cultivators. Long Qianxian said, although everyone said this, but the hands of the work was not delayed. Not much time. Dumplings wrapped out 2-cover curtain. At this moment, Long Qianxuan seemed to be completely unaware that someone was watching him as if he was still bored and observing this saint-grade soft armor. In the face of such a bored Long Qianxian, the crowd was speechless. Zhou should naturally will not be such a person. Therefore, she went to the palace. I'm afraid that although psychologically lower Zhou Shuxian a class, but will also have with Zhou Shuxian a different idea. After all, this harem, the emperor's favor is the most important. Well, although the secret recipe and so on is not. But in the end is the ancestral craft. His family tofu is indeed better than others. If Mr. Shen does want to open a tofu factory, come to their home to discuss the secret recipe. It is not impossible. At this time, the falling sky gazed at the air-breaking blade, hitched on the bowstring and shot out. There was another loud bang. A black mist was released from the boundary and disappeared into the air. Appearing in front of his eyes was an ordinary room. The room was placed with neat things, as if he had entered the room of a rich and noble family. Lan Yin nodded and looked to the ground, seeing that there were no bloodstains on the ground, and prayed in her heart, "Hubby, you must be fine. Still waiting for you to come back and marry us." Saying that, she walked towards the spatial transfer formation. However, face value is justice. Lu Xiao Xiao, although only costs out of the 3 masters 7 or 8 points of elegance, but still very outstanding. After all, this is a world that looks at the face. I'm afraid that this was the closest they had ever been to death in their lives. A short period of 10 seconds or so made them feel as if they had already passed through countless years. Every second felt like days and years, all incomparably difficult to endure. And some people were already drenched in cold sweat all over their bodies. To know the time has come to 2017. The live broadcast industry from the emergence of the developed has been 4 or 5 years, has long been developed to a mature stage, and even entered the bottleneck. Who asked him? I'm afraid he asked himself. Zhuang Yan opened school such a big thing, with the same in Jinling, he also a few days before others asked before knowing? Look at his FOF dynamic is not a person who does not surf the net. This kind of news all over the net he did not see. Possible? Also, Zhang Yang's vision is pretty good. The players he brought in last season have all been pretty consistent and good. Quaresma was already a big star. He couldn't be any worse than a player who couldn't play and was forced to leave. Could he? Immediately, Shendu immediately felt a mournful voice emerging from his ears, just like a ghost's cry in a horror movie, and a bloody human head appeared in his eyes and then lunged towards him, seemingly wanting to bite him. He was just kicked off the wall by Witchuar, although he didn't hang but also lost more than half of his blood, so he doesn't dare to get close at all now. He now kind of understands that Witchuar just now didn't want to kill him, or else use the weapon to a big move to absolutely kill him in seconds. By the way, for the sake of you guys making me happy, this staff is given to you, though it's not much of a good thing. With that, he grabbed in the air and a staff with a rose blooming at the top appeared in his hand. Leaf never came here again, never to see again. Just, after another 4 years, Leaf was 14 and had become a teenager. After getting the full list, he would have to give the invitations to these people first, and then determine which of these people would come and which would not, and then give the list of those who could come to Yao Qian for him to book the hotel. The words were clearly intended, and Laird was so stunned, a veteran of the flower world, that he was lost in the glare. Al's self-perception of this sleep is very solid, perhaps the reason is more tired, and did not have any dreams, and do not remember how to fall asleep, do not know how to close his eyes, and then open his eyes has been the dawn. The streets were filled with traffic, and there were tall buildings as far as the eye could see. This was very different from the scenery of the Canopy battlefield. The long-lost feeling made Luo Zixio feel close, and it was here that he truly felt at home. Chapter 61 Resistance. Fury. The little flower dog ran towards the distant sniffing Blackie scent along the way, and finally found the captured Blackie in the downstairs flower bed of a flat building, at which time Blackie's eyes were filled with a color of horror, and curled up as much as he could, at the sight of his companion, who had been with him all his life. The little flower dog hastened into the flower bed, and continually barked around Blackie, rubbing his head against him. Zhang Shurian pulled on the branches of the flower bed and tried to carry Blackie out, but Blackie didn't know if he was affected by that. Anyway, today over, mainly also want to see the dishes of the top hotel in Jiangchang. There is a free meal feast. Do not come as a little cute. You honor. Night Lingyu cried out as she reached out to touch Gong Meiyuan's head, but the latter gently dodged her from touching it, while Night Lingyu's outstretched hand awkwardly froze in the air. As a result, she had long since given up trying to pry her way back, and was now attracted by Shen Nua's grandiose endeavors, hating the fact that she could be like that as well. And when Sister Zhang saw the three of them like this, she could tell that something must have happened again last night. Dr. Joe also talk a lot today. To Meixiang to some attention to all said all over. Meixiang also hard to note down. The competition venue was a 4-square red ring without any boundaries, and in the northwest corner sat the 5 elders and the principal. Moreover, they had heard Broken Wind's words when they were outside earlier, and it seemed that there wasn't much time left for them, so they had to save as many people as they could within this very short period of time. Just got home. Morpho Violet looked a little lost. In exchange for before, Ji Yuchen must have been very nervous. Qin Yuman was even more green than blue, and was highly regarded when she was in her own residence. After Li Nian stabilized, the Qin family began to look for a heart. As for Tonger, she was pushed 100 feet away by Xiao Jin at the first time. This dead fat man was too strong. Having more Tonger as a returned realization cultivator would not be of any use at all. Instead, there would be a huge risk. Xiao Jin would not allow this to happen. At first the effect was good, although many people refused this kind of idle thing, but could not help the huge population base. There really were some people who came in. The main god did not even show up, but scared them, and then sent them back. Of course, the pretense could not be missing. It's not that Xiao Xiaozi doesn't love Shen Zhishang anymore. It's just that he really loves Shang Mingqi too much. Love to the point of being unable to help himself. So what if I encounter the same opponents? What if I encounter the jet-setters? Do I have to directly attack the will of the earth to eliminate all the people's brains about the blood-devouring demonic body? I wonder what it would be like for the blood-slaying heavenly slayer to cooperate with the slaughtering crowd. Xiao Xiaozi muttered. This guy is 80% the kind of pseudo-secondaries who call themselves secondaries. But in the end, when they are asked what anime they like, they can only say Deadly Fire C. This kind of person is the most annoying, because most of them just want to use the label of secondary yuan to get money and girls. But since the 18th century changed the direction of development, the Netherlands step by step to become an economic country, step by step into the 19th century, the importance of the maritime military force gradually appeared. There is no strong military force. In the good economic foundation also did not escort. Go you. Du Ziyuan held his umbrella and swung it violently. A violent hurricane rose up on the sea surface and wrapped around the huge iceberg, pushing it towards the distance. Where is this? Did I not die? Filled with doubts and looking around, Xiao Jin slowly sat up. This sitting was pulling the injury. He couldn't help but grunt in pain. Rain Butterfly saw this message from the purple cloud superior and corrected it. The attack power of those trees was on the level of a great power, but the vitality and defense and resistance to fire was stronger than anything else. Good. This one I like. The time has been changed to 2 hours. Song Qian laughed out loud and doubled the time again with a wave of his hand. Among the cultivators, there was a tall male cultivator with a stature about the same as Yin Changlan, not exactly handsome in appearance, with a pair of narrow eyes revealing a few hints of coldness. Where am I talking about that? Wang gave him an angry look. They had agreed to detach Yang Lian for a period of time, but in the end, before the words were even mentioned, she came first. Since the looting to enough money, then with the Ming exchange back to the people of the matter will not be able to take off. As long as the population of the people went up, the 8 banners will be easy to restore more than 100,000 troops. At that time, not to mention the Mughal Empire. Is the Ottoman Empire he will not put in the eyes? Vegeta flew directly to Bulma's house and commissioned Bulma's father to build a gravity chamber over 300 times larger. What? A Super Saiyan that surpasses normal Super Saiyans? Jebet was a bit stunned at Son Gohan's words. The long-delayed news was finally announced, adding a few more clouds of sadness over in the West region. But it was uplifting to the extreme for the East region. And I'm afraid this was the first time that the people in the East region felt that the Tower Realm Rule's voice was 10,000 times more adorable. She had heard that not only was this brother Tang's cultivation talent amazing and his strength outstanding, overshadowing the younger generation of Pangu, but in the Tao of Dan, he likewise had an unrivaled talent. And at such a young age, he was already a Dan sage. He stretched with a soft smile and rubbed his temples. He had long been used to such exhaustion. But in order to nourish his spirit to face all the things tomorrow, he did not continue to cultivate, but instead, he slept with his clothes. Don't! She was still trying to break away from Xiao Jingchen's hands as she gasped for breath, her feeble wrists falling on his shoulders, her voice actually carrying a hint of supplicating sobbing muffled. I'm wondering how you spared the human who insulted your legion. From my understanding of your nature, you would have cut down the roots. Thousand Hazelmoon asked curiously. Zhang Xuanwu was not happy to hear the commendation. But apart from being hurt that the commander of the 1st Battalion had been sacrificed, he was not optimistic about tomorrow's battle. Chapter 62, She, a cat abuser? Jiang Shurian. How did she become a pervert who abuses dogs and cats when she's such a good animal blogger? Jiang Shurian still wanted to look through the comments underneath, but was stopped by Yen Anton. Don't look. They are all bad comments. Captain Yen, I have a pretty good mindset. Keyboard warriors and whatnot don't affect me much, said. Jiang Shurian took out her own cell phone to find out that video. The video's likes and comments are still increasing, as well as the V-blog also. Xiao Jiro sitting in front of the computer, looking at their own release of the headlines, has been surrounded by the crowd, has reached tens of thousands of millions of views. Heart cannot help but some happy. The system kept prompting on, but Jiangli didn't consider the ones in the back and directly locked on to the first few. Earlier time Huangfu old man said, the current words first do not need to expose his identity to, if the other party does not know to repent, and also want to continue to maintain the words, to that time and then expose their family is also especially for not, then just order the ones from before. Bai Chi Tian's face was a little unsightly, and he didn't say anything. Since she didn't answer, he would make his own decision. Even though Dream had already thought that her grandfather might have gone back, she was still saddened to hear that he was gone. He was also furious, but didn't say another half sentence. It was obvious that this was premeditated on the part of the Great Western Clan. Even Wu Hao's senior brother and the sect leader's uncle, as well as the disciples who were with his uncle, were on particularly good terms. Unable to find a living person or a treasure, He Qingyo and Jin Dapeng turned around and left. Senior Hua Tianton's vision is really accurate. Unable to find the master. Stay beside the senior. The harvest will be equally not less. Brother, I'm going to think of a way to subdue her, lest she keeps clamoring over endlessly in front of our men. Li Junqiao suddenly uttered such words. October 1st is the birthday of the motherland and a good day for Dienko. So the people of Dienko woke up early, washed up, ate breakfast, and came to the hardware city to attend the National Day ceremony. Is this your friend? Lu Rui's sidekick, who was male, asked Lu Rui. The man seemed to be a bit defensive as he nervously looked at Du Kai. Zhang Liang left not long ago. Wei Jiao told Du He and Lumi to prepare to go to the navy to do a little takeover. Du He was a little puzzled, opened his mouth and asked, in the past, it was my fault, all the hard work he did to find me, no matter how much pain he suffered, no matter how many nails he touched, he never backed down, never gave up on this love. It was also true that Z Sufferer was full after slowly eating a few meat patties and drinking 2 bowls of kanji, especially after thinking again that Robin had killed these 2 pheasants with the intention of roasting them for breakfast. It was hard not to feel a little sad. She was also a bird, and wondered if she would end up in the same situation in the future. In fact, regarding the amount of food a vampire eats, if we say it carefully, it's not much of a secret. As long as they got along more, Robin would be able to find out and notice it sooner or later, but Bella willing to take the initiative to say it out herself. This attitude is different, and can be used to replace some of Robin's sense of trust. If it was a direct sale of the secret silver dagger, Du Kai charged 100,000 lighthouse coins and would not necessarily have the goods. In those days, even when a brother went to his sister's house, he could not just enter the room, but only meet in the living room. He is 13 years old. The eldest grandson will be willing to let Li Chengqian, Li Taiso? Maybe the usual people's family will be heartbroken about their 13-year-old child. The burning gazes of the 2 men were directed at the only one who hadn't said anything, Stranger White, and their eyes held a hint of menace. Second Merchant Academy. In front of the internship square, hundreds of gazes looked towards the 2. The sizzling heat in them was already obvious to the extreme. Being able to see Wang Ming's performance once again was something that could be encountered but not sought after for them. TSK, E-Flash show is good. That little distance have to use flash. Your summoner skills really don't need money. Chen Xiafeng sneered. Mu Old Lady and Mu Feng led the Mu house up and down, early in the door waiting, because Siasa said not to be too ostentatious, so did not lay a red carpet at the entrance, but, inside the house of the road, but paved a thick, gorgeous, brocade large velvet carpet. Liang Chenghai didn't even raise his eyelids at all at their arrival, and sat with a lone, cold and haughty look on his face. These words, Crowboss also did not dare to determine whether it worked or not, after he finished, but Li Feng let out another cold snort. The knives and forks under his control all shook violently, as if they were going to shoot Crowboss's 2 people in the next second. The corners of his mouth gently twitched, and he whirled around to say, "Alright." After saying that, Tang Ming turned his head, his forehead pinned against the black car window, looking out the window at the oncoming traffic, his eyes dull, not knowing what to think. Ka-ching! As the door to the room gently closed, the 2 men, who had been resting peacefully on the sidelines, became restless all of a sudden. No, this illusory spirit is something that this lord has managed to get with great difficulty, Luo Hongye said, then immediately stopped talking and looked at the several people as their eyes began to twinkle, and San Shao walked towards the secret room in a furious manner, his heart filled with depression and anger. Damn it, the Yin family was so complicated and huge. He didn't know how much time and energy it would take to master this huge family. The highest explicitly ranked Yuan Li in the Wolves of the 9 states was only a mid-4th level, a rank that shouldn't be considered low in the Blood Clan. If you really let go and fight, even if you win in the end, Wu will have to face a pile of things that have turned into ruins, and it will be a time to cry. In the curse of the most powerful time, even has completed the baptism of one of the heavenly warriors, still because of the curse lost all the power, turned into an ugly eagle man. After a few hundred years in the no one can complete the baptism, which also led to the rite of passage of this inheritance gradually forgotten. Lin Fan landed on the ground. The blood monk's breath has been slowed down. He shouted, sound like muffled thunder, jumped up, waved the knife straight to Lin Fan's back cut. Lin Fan used a move Su Qin backsword, blocked the blood monk's blood shadow divine knife, then spun up. Flying foot kicked the blood monk's solar plexus. Jian Linghua tenderly straightened Chun Yan's clothes, and although her heart was unwilling to let go, she did not stop her. Zhao Cheng, how can you slander General Shangguan like this? In the past when you were under him, didn't you respect General Shangguan's character the most? Lu Lan frowned and said, The ground kicked up a terrifying tremor as the valley gates opened and a monstrous beast of breathtaking size rushed out. Chapter 63, Vocalization. His heart sank to the bottom, unease instantly surging through him, and he drove to the zoo without saying a word. But this is obviously not the time when the zoo is open for business. But there are a lot of people outside. Seemed to be very agitated, angry, scolding, smashing the door. The zoo's periphery was even sprayed with a large number of unknown liquids. The police arrived just in time as the scene was about to get out of control. 6 or 7 police officers maintained order at the scene. And this, Di Jing of the Mo family intuitively feels that it should be even more powerful than the one in the Demon Palace. About an hour. Saw not far from the cottage standing in the middle of the mountainside. The two abandoned their horses to walk. About another half an hour. Only to the cottage heel. Just they do not dare to rush forward. Always to observe the terrain. Familiarize themselves with the situation of the cottage. And then do it is not too late. Guo Minan looked like he was about to get up as he spoke. And Zhang's heart was actually flustered as she watched. Zhou Miao is still God swim wind. Wearing different from the usual clothes she wears. But jeans plus t-shirt. Seriously. She wore this time is really quite like a student. From the inside out exudes just on the university of the new college students. Not at all like the old jungle a grease bar. Although the young man looked quite pleasant. As a special psychotherapist, she had a vague feeling that underneath his pleasant appearance, there was a certain unspeakable quality. And in addition to the western region, on the border between my demon realm and the demon realm, there have been quite a number of demon races crossing the border in recent days. In the end, the king of Qi is also just a rich and noble idler, and his own performance over the years, in Wei Ye's opinion, is also extremely satisfied with the status quo. In other words, this honorable highness, by and by, also only want to be a rich and noble idler, all day long behind Wei Luan. He felt so very good. At midday, only scattered passers-by were loitering on the streets, when 2 white horses galloped by, bringing up a cloud of dust, choking passers-by with a straight cough, and when trying to raise their heads to look, where could they still see the horses' traces? It was estimated that the previous was counting Di Jing and the others included, plus Mo Feng Mai gave enough money to pay, so Xia San very properly chartered a big boat. Wei Luan sort of knows him, knows what he looks like on weekdays if he holds a bellyful of fire. Phew, can't we do anything about it? Then we'd better go inside the tower first. After all, the potions in the bag were pretty much used up, so it was time to ask the association to bring some over. Not waiting for the shadow of the white tiger to get close, Chu Xinghan raised his left fist, only to see his arm light. Fist flashing silver. The fist is not removed. 100 thunderbolts have already attacked the moon and out. Invisible thunder rumbled through the 9 days of the wind and clouds, as if the smoke of the night are trembling. Of course you can. It's just that you don't tell her that your Lin Xingqian is all Yang Ding Tian side. As a result, it was just quiet for a short while, and then I heard a knock on the door, which was someone coming. Anya was even so frightened that he sat down on his butt and looked at the 2 old men with a look of horror in his eyes. Fortunately, as Dongfang Yuping's main body was becoming younger again, the appearance of the doppelganger outside was changing along with it. Coupled with the previous experience of using this prop, Dongfang Yuping's doppelganger controlled the timing of covering and lifting up the time-wrapped skin very well. Glad to be of service. Shin Nian's fingers were very dexterous. Wherever she went, the dowry was unraveled and scattered on the ground. She simply shook off the pair of high-soled gold-embroidered shoes together, and in the copper basin, she washed her face of the makeup together. He had no strength in his hands and feet, and carried the weight of dozens of pounds of chains, and when he was pulled in this way, he stumbled on the soles of his feet and almost fell, while those 4 people, without looking at him, took him out towards the outside of the Changchun Palace. Mr. Qin, on behalf of Lord Fa Huang, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to your arrival. Shin Yu said. You know, Zhou Xiaolong's group was being rubbed on the ground. If this matter was stopped, how could they still stand up to the word brother? The next step was simply to lay in order, without Li solemnly following at all times. About a quarter of an hour had passed. The end time had arrived, and at this time, outside a chamber on the first floor, a middle-aged man was holding 2 carvings of polished jade stone beads in his hand, waiting until Louis Yi struck the metal cap with a single hammer before his afterglow faded away from Chen Changxiao. When she saw that the person in front of her was Li Changfeng, Yan Feifei didn't care about anything and directly fell head over heels in Li Changfeng's arms and cried, Auntie, I'm fine. I have the medicine dispensed by medical Saint Yun Zheng to take. My body is already fine, so I've made you guys work too hard. Gu Yunxin softly said, so a few days in a row. In addition to the 15th day of the 4th master went to a trip to Fujin there. The rest of the time are in Li Xuanqing herewith, which can be bitter just into the house of Yin style Sanjia's as well as Lu. Yin Jiao's incomparably vicious figure with 3 heads and 6 arms similarly stepped into the sky. His 9 eyes red, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth and open his mouth word by word. Sure, Mi Yuan got up and said, "Then let's go out and talk." With that, he went outside. Hojin and Qin Guoshi had never seen the Prime Minister condescend so much, and for a moment, they were also respectful to Xiao Thin Tai, and first invited the two of them out of the fence gate of the Hall of Art of War. The sunlight turns a light orange color, and when it's 5 o'clock, the sunlight turns a proper orange color, and then puts an orange garment on everything in the park. If you don't let me go, what do you guys want to do? Kill and exterminate? Yang Chaoran asked calmly with an unafraid face. The 3 of them were chatting when they saw the butler come in and whisper in Earl Edward's ear. Edward showed a happy face, greeted the people around him and went out. With a poof, the blade pierced through the ninja's suit, but did not penetrate the flesh. Tamame immediately turned around and threw a punch. I didn't tell you then because I was afraid that you would feel sad in your heart. Your father had just left, and I didn't want to add to your troubles. But his heart you must know. He also said that the heart of a gentleman is like my heart, and that he would not be ashamed of his love for you. Shinger narrated. Lord Gu, don't blame your son. He comes over every day and even helps me out a bit. I'm more than grateful in my heart. Lord Sun said. Mu Qingqing glanced at her in a different way and gave a cold snort at Mother Su, shaking off the flower lady who was tugging at her and taking 3 steps up the stairs. Before her words fell, Zhang Mingyue was already far away from her, sitting on a worn-out mat, taking the water that Lu Rusu handed her and gulping a few mouthfuls of it. Cousin, what I'm going to do? You won't be able to help me. Qin Tian looked at it. No way. This youth wouldn't want to kill the god of knives for a plate of Yangzhou fried rice. Just when he wanted to raise his voice to stop it, Zhao Ziqin had already swung his knife. If Zhao Ziqin would be trying to injure the kitchen god, where would Qin Tian be able to stop it? Chapter 64. That's him. After the bus Ji Jingyan was traveling and slowly left the tiger park, a group of tigers escorted Jiang Shurian to a pregnant tigress, who was spitting out her tongue and panting heavily, obviously about to give birth. All those who have raised animals know that female animals are the weakest and most vigilant when they are in labor. Even the tiger keepers don't dare to get close to a tigress waiting to give birth at this moment. But Jiang Shurian not only was able to touch the other side, but even fed her with her hand directly. Taking a long, deep breath, he first thought back to the scene just now, and he realized that he hadn't forgotten an ounce of what he had just jotted down. And then, with a sigh of relief, he lowered his head and began to wonder what the hell was going on. Ha! Yi Xian saw the clues. It turned out that the tornado was drawing on the dense purple qi, and constantly transported the dense purple qi to the ground, as if there was something hidden underground. Hate to hate. Jiang Su also cannot help. Now are ready to leave. Do you still want to be angry with him because of this? Besides, he at least income 30 million. Even if it is a loss is not a loss in the end. Czar walked over to the operating table, placed the coins on the table. Please check, he said. The boss was almost brought to the ditch by Li Yi, but fortunately, he was able to hang on in time and opened his mouth viciously to give a price that was still considered reliable. When it will suddenly explode is also an unknown, and it's straightforward to build an autonomously operating power plant. Sovereign's eyebrows twitched, not surprised by the request, because from the first time he saw this Heaven's Destiny lobe, he knew that this holy relic should not be a complete body in the strict sense of the word, and for some unknown reason, and by whom, it was shattered into its current form. It feels, naturally, much easier. The director has to consider every aspect, while the actor just has to figure out the character and play the role well. Zhang Le thought about it and said, Then I wish the two of you all the best of luck, the host said with a smile. There was no surprise at this official answer from Yang Xin. However, he didn't pursue the question because it was impossible for him to delay too much time on the two Yang Shiner. Laboratory No. 1. Is the most important place in the whole base? Other laboratories research for the demand for only external objects, but here is the actual belong to the ability to develop the research area. Good. Grandmother Yen was so happy that she couldn't stop talking. Anyone who had their own child so close to their heart would feel happy, right? Blue Dragon? Still going by what Han Tianyang usually told them, and what he saw in the Monster Atlas, Loris began to wonder. After about 10 breaths, he came to the prince's side, fixed the prince with one hand, and found the acupoints. The other hand nimbly hooked out a needle, pierced the skin, and then was stabbed into the acupoints. For example, the cicadas always sleep uneasily at night, always have nightmares, and always wake up in a sweat. Dear, have you rumored that mountain today is a very bullish big monk died? All sounded a good long time longhorn sound. Yang Yahui said as she sat beside Wang Kaichu. In a flash of lightning, the dark purple space intentionally darkened one more layer, and only an old, majestic giant shadow could be seen. flashing in the black-purple color. Shere's heart is slightly sour. Committed a mistake? If it is that thing, then, she is somewhat impressed. But then again, this Xiao Qiming is so blatantly coming towards her. Is he afraid that she doesn't know that he's an spy? If she doesn't get out, he'll buy a copy as a gift to his sister as a token of appreciation from that mother of hers, who can't be chilled anymore. After the year, Li Yangjian's company went public, and with their group's development across the country, he would now travel a lot, and these Ruoxing wasn't upset. The family was very supportive of him. Hearing Yu Xianger's words, bean-sized beads of sweat instantly fell from my forehead. Has this niece been spying on my private life? Even when I was sleeping in the hospital room, I was under her supervision, even though she was put on the ground. Xia Ling's expression at that moment was still one of defiance as she pouted her lips high and turned back to glare fiercely at the guy who had pinned her to the ground. After going back to Kaiser, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he looked at Kool-Aid in a bad way, and changed his ways, which made Kool-Aid half dead. Those people were still watching the battle with their own thoughts. Some even thought of waiting for Yi Chen to fight with the other party and pick up a bargain for themselves, so they didn't have much defense at all. After saying this, the man suddenly floated. He was proving that he had no entity, and that he was communicating with me through the space created by Kurosatsu. Well, at least he was the original owner of Kurosatsu. The trenchcoat men were very accurate. The bullets were focused on Takahashi Force's head and heart area. Even if he had more money now, the time that had passed was never going to get another chance to make up for it. When Jiayan's whole heart seized up, since she lost her memory, most for the first time, she hated her own weakness and incompetence so much. If she was stronger, she wouldn't have been caught by Long Butler and the rest of them. She wouldn't have dragged Muqian into it and made him so passive. So many years of separation, but when now reunited. But there is no barrier, as if as at the beginning of that, and even a lot of words, do not have to say out, just eyes, can understand each other's feelings. Fan Zhongyan engaged in the new policy is really quite colorful. Just a few days to feel the whole Bianliang city has a little different place, although he didn't know if it was somehow related to his fame. At least Chu Feng was quite satisfied with his appearance. Having said that, the purpose of the crowd was agreed upon. Ling Shui then moved to start controlling the Yellow Sand Cave's prohibitions. The universe crashed into the sun. Thousands of stars rose up and dropped down the starlight. It was a great collision at the level of extinction. The two met, pinpoint to pinpoint, the heaven and earth tilted. The star field shook and drowned everything. Following this repetition, successively using 3 big shift talismans, Zhang Yuanhao's figure has moved to 300 feet away, and at once disappeared into the mangy yellow sand underneath him, his breath hidden without a trace. The sight didn't last long. The meteor shower was gone in a flash, and they crashed down somewhere on the planet. Unsearchable. It was just that I didn't know how those old men in the sect would react when they learned of the news of Wu Duchen's death in the Great Northwest. Chapter 65, Psychological Distortions. Sang Chi Hong? The student who got kicked out of the program by his dad? Tiger's reaction made Zhang Shiyan realize that Zhang Jihong was perhaps carrying the body of its companion in his plastic bag. And Zhang Jihong's reaction upon seeing him made Zhang Shiyan even more certain of the suspicion in his mind. Zhang Jihong will be in the hands of the plastic bag smashed to that do not know where to scurry out of the civet cat. Saw it wearing a chest and back buckle with a leash. Realizing that this is just lost domestic pets. Face instantaneous. But realize that once you do that, it's against the rules of the game and they're not going to agree to it. His credentials and talent far exceed Ko Jindong's, and he's already been redder than Lu Han and Chris Wu, who also know how red they are now in the island province. Yashimiru pulled out a metal lighter, turning it over and over in her hand, opening it with a ding and closing it with a pop. Shinjo looked at the 3 memory cards laid out in front of him and inserted them one by one into the camera to view the contents. Shang Guanyun was so intent on seeking pleasure that he didn't know how to retreat, and was struck in the chest by Qin Lanqin's palm, and instantly collapsed. It wasn't until he was back home, in his safe house, that Takayasu completely relaxed. Those 4 men pushed Shang Guanyun to the table in the center of the wooden house, still holding their swords on his neck and not speaking to him. Early in the morning in Goodyear, almost everyone on the streets was talking about the news that the owner of Golden Stacks Realty had been arrested. Until the day after the year to pay the new training fees, she woke up and suddenly found that the dormitory is empty. Even her passport and wallet were all stolen, leaving her with a cell phone that was crushed under her body at night while she was sleeping and surfing. And there are already marketing numbers that have started to mention this reason, but none of them have as much influence as Minister Nanshan, who has only 60,000 followers but a purity of live fans of over 80%. If they are not of my kind, their hearts will be different. What's more, the witch race and the demon race were originally hostile parties in the ancient times. I think the reason why the 1,000-foot scattering people in a line of heaven guard may also have some cannot narrate the reason. Wait, Manhwa saw that the other party was going to leave, and in turn became anxious. He was like a drowning man at this time, casually touching anything he had to hold on to it for dear life. Shanghai International Airport. Xin Tang didn't even have dinner, so he drove directly to the airport, waiting for Lin Jiayu's flight to land. Don't you feel it yet? This world we once called home. All the power of Gaia has been drained. This world is about to be destroyed. Gasser roared with a face full of grief. On the bed, Zhou Ruomin wrapped tightly with the quilt and looked at Xin Tang, who appeared at the door, wearing only a pair of pants, with a nervous face. When Fang Hao took a sip of the ice-cold beer, he felt a cool sensation stretching all the way down his throat, inspiring bubbles in his stomach and rushing straight out from it, causing him to burp. Holding one of the torches he had just unloaded in his hand, and with the presence of the scouting guards on his shoulders, so Zhao Zhe's vision was exceptionally clear. You really won't kill me? You really won't kill me? With Feng Yifeng's departure, Tang Jinya knew that his life was saved, but Andre and which few people who helped him were still there. Tang Jinya knew that his life was actually still a little bit hanging in the balance, and for the sake of his own safety, even if he was begging, he had to make sure that Feng Yifeng was able to make a guarantee. All the change of clothes finally all smooth procurement. Xin Tang and Su Yan then out of the airport, take a cab to the city center. If he hadn't met Lu Yensong, perhaps he would still be just an outcast of the Li family. There was no way he could become the next head of the Li family, and no one in the younger generation would give him a good look. The man changed and transformed into a 10 feet tall rock giant with infinite power throughout his body, coming out to stop Chen Shoujuan. After a long period of 1 month, Chang'an City has also finally become a little more lively. It is true that time is the best medicine to heal wounds. Liu Bei stood on top of a tall building and scanned the situation in Chang'an, seeing the sparse people, as well as merchants who are bravely trading for the sake of their families' livelihoods, and heartfeltly sighed with emotion. And the most outrageous of all was the time before when Hannah, disliking the bed to be too hard, had dragged over the Wolf King's big fluffy tail directly under her rabbit but upside down. The first two Su'er have also resisted. To the back, directly dead body General Heart upright on the ground. No reaction at all. Not only that, even on weekdays Li Yuehua saw the Qin River or Qin brother. Qin brother's call don't mention call how affectionate. Perhaps because he was a bit flustered by Qin He's look. The middle-aged man opened his mouth in some haste. A few days after joining the team, Hai gradually familiarized with the daily work. The haunted house is located in the pedestrian street. Traffic is relatively large. Every day to come here to play a lot of young people, and sometimes even need to queue. Whenever a player goes in addition to the front desk to stay a person, the remaining 2 people have to go in to play the ghost, and Hai every time to play the ghost. Brother, I've liked you for a long time, and from the first moment I saw you, I was deeply infatuated with you. Taisher Ci succeeded in redividing and unifying the hundreds of countries on the island of Fusan, so that they were successfully turned into one country, that is, the Japanese nation. How to look at this place as a desolate place with few people, contrasting with the bustle of people coming and going. Nan Feng rode behind Feng Ju, but he didn't think too much about it. He just needed to protect Feng Ju. Big brother Krieger, what do you say? At that moment, everyone looked at the tall man at the very front, the one with purple hair and with clusters of hair with sparkles on the left and right, and a scar over his right eye. Ouyang Jing led the remnants of the army towards mighty Wolf Pass. Feng Ju naturally acted as the backbreaker. This battle, all the way blood, piles of corpses. Feng Ju has been from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. The war to his interpretation of the weight of life, so that he threw away a lot of inner buried goodness. Just as that flying object was caught by Daisy's outstretched hand, Lin Rui's figure piloting Iron Man simultaneously disappeared beneath the patio. By now, Lin Rui had also officially begun traveling through this magical dimensional space. Good to see you, Killian. Where have you been all these years? After Harpy left, Pep led Killian into the office. Chapter 66, It's just a little bit ugly. The room was filled with cages for pets, not large enough to hold 3 or 4 cats, and 2 dogs, huddled together, with little room to move, and constantly emitting mournful whimpers. The walls were covered with all sorts of dried blood, and instead of a bed, the room was furnished with a small-sized table, on which were all tools with flesh and blood on them, iron hooks, wire, pocket knives, bloody autopsy scene. Sang Chi-hung is trying to avoid. It's been a long time since I've eaten so much, because today's dishes were just too delicious, especially those 3 never-seen-before delicacies, which tickled Morong Shue's taste buds to the point of wanting to stop. The cave was as dark as ink. Fortunately, they had seized weapons, ammunition and spotlights from the monster people they had killed, and they walked inside with the spotlights, but after walking for a while, they heard the footsteps of their pursuers behind them. It was presumed that the monster people had found a way to get inside the cave after all. The 2 generals leveled off. This Bashu banditry has the involvement of the devil sect. All the soldiers and horses of the new army withdrew to Chengdu Chongqing defense of the devil sect rebellion. Prince Shu saw he run long face oil black. The fight against banditry is serious enough. The northern Sichuan banditry basically quelled. And now there is only the lampflower demon cult left alone, waiting to throw themselves into the net. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince, for your great honor. Prince Shu beat his horse to the bridge and looked at the wide white bridge. Not bad. Who designed and built this bridge? Wide bridge. The bridge body is neat and solemn, all cut with stone. There are bridge holes on the bridge, combining the essence of eastern and western bridges. That said, Guanyin Bodhisattva and Tai Shan Laojun entered the Ling Shao Hall together, and saw that the land god was kneeling in the center of the hall, his face ashen. And at that moment, the Jade Emperor was also with an iron-colored face, as if he had just been angry. Archaeological team transferred to the pumping machine, day and night pumping. Finally the ancient tomb of water pumping clean. The construction team again digging. This time the excavation dug more than 2 months, into the ground more than 20 meters, only to see the following rows of boulders. Originally the crowd has lost confidence, now see the neat boulders. The crowd also came to the spirit. Instead, the emperor was ignoring Wang Jiejia's reaction. Colorful Mimi staring at the white piece of Wang Jiejia's chest. Because of the tearing action, the 2 big white rabbits were bouncing in the air, hooking the emperor's eyeballs. Misunderstanding? She's lying in my brother Ling Yang's arms. Is that a misunderstanding? Luo Yu's emotions were a bit agitated, but she couldn't say anything about brother Ling Yang kissing that vixen, perhaps because she was moved. This time Morong Shui was also extra serious and cooperative. Interceptor's javelin stabbed a blank, roared and kept stabbing into the water. The huge javelin kept stabbing into the water, stabbing many of the walking fish to death. It seems like this doppelganger can't utilize anything but his own system. Other than that, it seems to be able to do everything. But in reality, all of the Yi family's executives are still guarding inside. And since yesterday afternoon, the notary has been monitoring their every move. Su Guanzhong and Manhwa also put up a fight, one after another with bows and arrows, fierce counterattacks, fighting exceptionally fierce. Such a fierce degree of fighting in the island of delayed Luo almost never seen. Back to your majesty. Our state lord is seriously ill and cannot come. I hope your majesty will forgive me, Li Jin said respectfully. Plus, Flintstone Wei was at least a top powerhouse of the 3 top superpowers, so who knows what tactics he had. She also had some good feelings for Yi Maniac, but she didn't know much about him, so she planned to take this opportunity to ask him about some of his previous affairs. That's right, any one of the items, as long as you like it, you can just take it. The other enshriner, too, said in a slightly curt manner. He tried to retract his fist, but realized that he couldn't draw it back as if it was held in place by steel bars. And if the board of directors investigates and learns that the 2 of them secretly mixed water in the customer's order to sabotage the goods, I'm afraid that in order to take into account the reputation of the group, they would not dare to make a statement. And at that time, they would not be angry at the 2 of them? King Li Yan, the moment the poor monk exits the killing formation, it will be your time to die. Monk Shenmu roared in rage as he resisted while charging towards the killing formation cracks with divine speed to escape this place. There was also one that was surprisingly a battle axe wielding, flame-burning, bull-headed, platinum third-ranked hellish bull demon. The entire copy resounded with Yu Yan's familiar voice, and then everyone received this system prompt. This feeling is very strange, but she can't tell where it is strange. It is in this life and death cycle moment inexplicably produced a sense of security. This absolute sense of security, she didn't even feel in her own father's body. Is not sure when. The prince seems to know what she thought in her heart generally. Sure, she ran in a chair on the side of the sit-down, but also ordered people on the tea. If not at this moment in time, the atmosphere is too tense, but also thought that he is in simple and Chi Wan chatted. But that's not enough power to beat me. It was like it was talking to itself and to itself. This house is a flint. Through the light, saw that this room is perhaps the location is too remote. The bed grew a thin layer of moss. The moon sickly had to crouch on the ground. Just found a more comfortable position. Not far from the sound of footsteps came to the moon sickly eyewall scared off. Is it that we didn't do well somewhere? Why are we leaving for good reason? What about the noodle shop's business if you're not there? Shin Sai pulled Nalanjan's hand with seeming reluctance. Yen Mei drew out a piece of paper from his own bosom, which was densely packed with ghostly symbols. Xia Yutong was looking at the headache. The 2 countries, after all, do not speak the same language. Yen Mei was in order to be a spy to acquire the language of the 2 countries, naturally able to understand and read. General, what should we do? It's impossible to wait until the great general returns, right? The sergeant was a bit helpless. Not that he didn't trust the general in front of him, it was just that this general's command had already caused Beiyuan to lose its elite twice. although the second time was not as good as the first time. But if it continued, Beiyuan's elite couldn't withstand this tossing and turning. As early as when Zhou Xian had just entered this world, he had discovered that this young man was the one with the most prosperous chi in this world, and that his future potential was extremely far-reaching, and very worthy of his cultivation. Mayetta Hanako had long ago gotten rid of the poor life of biting even a silver coin, and after Miao Miao learned the treasure-gathering kung fu, she had a steady stream of gold coins flowing into her pocket every day. This laughter unexpectedly brought up a huge wave of sound. Even the old ox who was a long way away felt his head sting a little. One can imagine how those Tanshi tribe warriors who were a little closer, at this time, should be a miserable experience. Gradually each stroke of forging made the mountain of the volcano follow and tremble, as if it was going to erupt. Chapter 67, Barely Qualified? Questioning the System. Bao, who had never seen such a battle, was scared less and shrank into a ball, making whimpering pleas for mercy. Tiger jumped in and came over to Bao's face to sniff carefully, and after confirming that it was the cat Jiang Shurian had brought back, the paw that had already been stretched out retracted. You look like an alien in a cartoon. It's so ugly. I've never seen such an ugly cat. It looks like it's moldy. 11 evil gods joined forces. The entire sky was covered by black and red colors, filled with an unsettling feeling. Everyone looked towards Bai Tianxing. Their hearts inevitably panicked. After the recent clearing of his mind and cultivation, Li Ming had finally suppressed the effects of the augur dragon bloodline, so he was back to his usual appearance. The purpose of the entire Devil's Selection training is to wear down and test the will of the pawns through the greatest training intensity and the most brutal training methods, so as to achieve the superiority and the inferiority of the pawns, and to select the best among the best. Judging from memory, Fan Junjie was a particularly bullish person, a super strong and powerful person who was feared to be indistinguishable from that person who had suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Emoli ran back in a hurry. Obviously no one was urging behind him, but he just felt that time was short and not a single second could be wasted. The spirit puppets trembled uneasily and fearfully, constituting a picture of all the spirits looking up to the sky with the might of heaven, facing an uninitiated fellow. Bracegirdle didn't think he'd return empty-handed, so he started snooping in a relaxed and cozy manner. Ling Shu had an innocent look on his face, his watery eyes looking at her, completely oblivious to the shadow looming over behind him. Brother Sima might as well tell us what exactly is chasing you behind you, Long Xing asked with a smile. Only if one succeeded in building the foundation could one learn some low-level arts, and it could be said that building the foundation was the key to officially opening the path of cultivation. Nowadays, his divine sense was not much worse than a mid-foundation establishment cultivator in the slightest, and was even only a few points weaker than this late foundation establishment. Coming to a place where no one was around, Gu Mei Duo called out the astral being, and the astral being carried the two of them, Gu Mei Duo and Gu Jiafeng, flying towards Qingping County. As far as he was concerned, the gods were already the greatest wonders of this world and did not need to consider anything else. As the saying goes, thieves don't leave. Unless there is something evil about this bronze, it is impossible for grave robbers to just leave. Sect master, you don't say it. You first look at him. Chonlu suddenly interrupted Junju Lao Dao, pointing to the side with a face full of shock and said, that beast who even had only average spiritual power of his own, the beast spirit that he refined, could be imagined that it wouldn't be as powerful as it could be. Yukin asked so many questions. In fact, this last sentence was the focus of what you wanted to know. The original magistrate was gone. And what kind of person was the current magistrate? Suddenly the right Primus Guards, Brigade Ben Army, an 8th Regiment of Forbidden Guards in Shada's grounds instantly exploded, and Shin Nong Yan Di's winged divine dragons instantly appeared out of the roaring flames. Here in the old city, the consumption level is low. It is more like the feeling of a countryside place. A lot of the local people in Linnan province have settled here, and there are more foreigners relocating in the new city, Suichi said. Lu Jing had already taken every aspect into consideration the moment he struck, and had also planned to make his first move towards Renfei Hua after temporarily restraining Wang Chan. It's just that the movie, because of the language of the camera, that the wedding hall was empty and a large couch was in it, an allusion to the fate of the two men. The crowd looked at Nie Xian strangely, as Nie Xian's skill and awareness had conquered everyone along the way. Everyone also knew that Nie Xian wasn't the one who had nothing to lose, and since he had said to wait, then he would wait. The sea tide was rushing, the waves were huge, and two huge purplish-red birds rose up and flew straight up to the sky in the wild. On their backs sat a white-clothed monk and a green-clothed fisherman, riding the wind and harnessing the thunder, shattering the void with one fist and one spear, and disappearing into the territory of Dakwang. It seemed to be traveling through two different universes, and the feeling of weightless depravity was quite overwhelming. On that day, Lu Fengqi, Diankue and Li Zilong released the killing intent to fight fiercely in the middle of the sky. The killing intent is like a dragon, like a scaly dragon, like a substance, and even carries no less than 10,000 kilograms of strength, which is really shocking. From the means of the three people can be seen, this killing intent can also be used as a weapon to hurt people. Come and go without a trace, cannot be defended. Dungeon Royal Bloodline, very strong suppression. Intimidation and domination effect on dungeon creatures. Because of the lack of eyesight, the other senses are unusually developed, with the ability to foresee danger in advance, the sixth sense. This is the Taoist heart of the counterattack. Subtle and unpredictable, ever-changing, more dangerous than the sword in shadow. I don't know who first spread such a statement. So many years have passed. There are many people vaguely serious. Poke. This scout is also too hard to fight. Indeed, for mage professions, scouts were almost a complete match for them. That was just the reinforced ordinary level. If it was an elite level, no matter what tricks Nie Xian played, he would end up with a corpse. And with his defense and blood quantity, he wouldn't be able to carry the other party's skill set at all. Tang Anqing wrapped around Tang Baiyu's neck, looking at him with a smile, trying to pretend to be calm. But I do not know that the face gradually filled with shyness of the red, long eyelashes with breathing gently fluttering. That tangled touch in the eyes of Tang Baiyu. But love. Mo Yan laughed away, waved the two of them off, and hurriedly headed for the Ferrari seat that was already waiting on the side of the road. It was just that there was still entangled resentment Qi in Qin Yu's body damaging his organs and bowels, and her life spirit power couldn't match the speed of destruction of that resentment Qi. But only Yijing and He Huan, when they saw Shen Yiqing, clearly and shockingly realized that Shen Yiqing this is not Yao Su at all to imitate. Right. Yunhua nodded and was about to say something when her heart was startled and she fiercely looked over to where she had come from. Well, I guess the elm wouldn't grasp the deeper meaning she was trying to convey until she put it into words. Long whistling sound. The two riders relative to the collision to Huang Zhong arms veins burst, the hand of the sword wildly chopped out. Whose parents who knows? And if they are really out to screw his future, is that something that will change if he makes a scene? Slightly tight bodysuit. The snow white parts of the package tight. Fragrant delicate gully. Hidden. Provoking reverie. He sat quietly on top of the bench with an elegant posture. A port empty wine jug by his side. As if he was the only one left in heaven and earth. Auntie, Chen Su was bitten by a dog and is in the hospital. He shouldn't have any money with him. I'll go over and pick him up. To the quiet unimaginable do not know what Chen Su did to provoke the big dog. Chapter 68, A Visit from the Province. The leader from the province wants to see me? Jiang Shiyan asked in a fidgety manner. Isn't it just a case of animal cruelty that has actually alarmed the province? The caller was none other than Burosong. Burosong smiled and said, this is a good thing. It shows that the province also values your talent. Jiang Shiyan laughed dryly. It won't take me to the lab for research, right? Although the system repeatedly assured that its existence would never be discovered. Jiang Shiyan's heart. She had originally been looking forward to spring and the arrival of the jade butterflies, but, gradually, she wished that this cold winter would be longer and longer. He Zudao, disciple of the Kunlun sect, 37th generation head of the Kunlun sect, possesses great potential as a descendant of the Kunlun lineage. Use the condensed frost sword to increase your attack power by 800 points. Once he was smashed, although he didn't receive much damage, but it was freezing in brute force. The feeling was also very unpleasant. So Chen Xiaobai hurriedly racked his hands upwards, and at the same time, he intended to dodge this deadly attack sideways. Taking the broken spear, he directly threw it and stabbed out towards the sword wielder. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed another battle sword. Hey, that's right. This time Ashio was happy. He exhorted. Alright, you also rest. Wait for my husband, I'll get a good score tomorrow to give to you. After saying that, he gently kissed Zhao Haning on her forehead before reluctantly leaving. Su Lang realized that the things Tang Jintian said were not too different from what old lady Wenrun had said, only that there were some discrepancies above the feelings of the crown prince and the crown princess. I had never thought that the two had such a good relationship back then. This one voice, like the sound of the great Tao, it instantly shook Hao Yun Zhang's heart and soul, returning to his senses. Damn, that's a real 8-pack. Is he a bodybuilding instructor? I can't find a single piece of fat on my body. No wonder it's so hard everywhere I touch. I wonder if I can break the needle. Far from it. The important question should be, how did this guy take a shower in her room? Su Changfeng nodded and suddenly thought of something. As for that Chang Si-chun, let's keep her in our mansion for now, lest she go out and mess around and ruin your reputation. How could it be that the grandchildren would have to get married before considering anything else? This petrified off forest leaf didn't know exactly how wide it was, and there were strange flowers and plants everywhere, as well as a lot of heaven and earth spirit medicines, but it was a pity that all of them were petrified and useless. Alright, Tiger, you go and call William back. Tell him that I will be busy with the design drawings. In order to buy time, please inform the German military to send someone to Qingdao to discuss. Tai Dan. You go to the coastal fishing villages around Yantai Ronqing and recruit some fishermen with good water skills to learn to operate warships. Chen Ning arranged. Due to physical exhaustion, the battle that had lasted for about half an hour finally stopped meeting, only to see that all four were already covered in blood. Their clothes were torn and tattered, and there were faintly visible bright red wounds, although at first that was just an accident. But after all, he got someone's body. But what made him laugh bitterly was that the nine unearthly world was so big. If that flower bone had the intention to hide it, there was really no way for him to do it. And now the only thing he could do for her was to kill that Bone King before he left. Behave yourself and surrender. Or else, the next second, I'll put a hole in your head. Pang Nettle's icy voice reached Wang Xuanlong's ears, but he didn't care in the slightest, seeing that this long-cherished man was right in front of her eyes. But she didn't recognize herself. Lan Binger was almost ready to cry. In Chui Feng's mind, he couldn't help but swipe over a face, a silhouette. His fists clenched tighter and tighter, and his brows wrinkled deeply. It was hard to finish telling his grandparents about the experiences of the past few years, and Dong Jianyun finally had time to spend with his grandparents. Outside the door of the Liuxiang restaurant, above the spacious street, at this moment, it was already blocked by people. This pool of water can even glow? Yulan Nettle muttered to herself, and at the same time, her eyes became a bit strange. It was as if General Xiao Weiyuan had not advanced any of Brigadier General Andre's advances, and was only staring stonily at the empty starry sky with dull eyes. June Mo, have you, in all these years ever thought about me? Li Mengyao asked, her eyes unexpectedly tearful. When he heard some hurried footsteps coming from the end of the corridor, Yi Xiaofeng slightly turned his head back and saw Tang Shengming with a black face walking in front of him. Behind him were Lu Xiaochen and Lang Ao. The roiling black qi and green wood aura intertwined together, forming a huge black-green wave that rolled in all directions. Within his mind, the memories of the heaven opening that had once been instilled by the thunder ancestor were like a tidal wave, steeply rolling up in his mind. Comparing it to the current moment's opening of the new immortal realm without a single step, it was constantly contrasted, and countless arcane mysteries clarified. The next day, Chen Drai once again heard about the bumping into the guests. Last night the disturbances in the street happened two more. So you want to start an electric car company to change heaven and the world? Zheng Feilong laughed meaningfully. However, this demon's loyalty far exceeded Chen Mo's expectations, and no matter what means Chen Mo used, he didn't spit out SI information. As soon as she turned her back, Feng Xianyu's sight gathered into a blazing light, staring at her back, the corners of her eyes trembling slightly with an indescribable emotion. The result of years of nurturing his qi and reality enabled Wu Jie to be able to face everything with a normal mindset, and now that he knew it was provoking him to not be able to calm down, how could he fall for its tricks? So Wu Jie secretly said calmly while being on guard, "He's not Iguska's." Bastion, who was carrying an azure-colored battle sword, also said coldly, "That's right, you haven't answered my question." Arlen pressed on without flinching as he fought back the stinging pain under his eye-to-eye stare. This was the first time Chen Yu had ever seen such a scene, but having such a situation occurred showed that the Loyalty Society was developing well. But this development trend was very much in line with Chen Yu's heart and soul as it made it convenient for him to implement the ideas in his mind. Under the high platform, it is also filled with various sitting vouchers, sofa screens. It does not look like a palace, but a large activity room. No, why is this scene so familiar? Yes, the amazing battle that happened some time ago. A martial artist was the first to yell out. "Who the hell are you? Why are you here?" For humans, orcs had an innate wariness, because, in the history of the Akira continent, humans relied on shamelessness, hypocrisy, and cruelty to dominate among all races. For most of the continent's birth, the continent was ruled by humans. Really, the streets are full of stores, either that or high-class restaurants. There's not even a place to sit and chat. It was Yunyun's turn to complain. The pitbull Ben on the side immediately explained some more, and it was obvious that since being on the same side as Aaron, the pitbull's hearts and minds were a lot bigger, and several unsuspecting powerhouses gawking at the side couldn't make their hearts flinch. Why? Because he knew of the connection between the baby group and Xu Weiqing, and he also knew that Xu Weiqing's cousin worked in Kangwu, as well as the Cicada band members who had each signed on to Kangwu after the disbandment. It can be said that the Dome of the Water Qing, without the Kangwu, seemingly disconnected, but still have strands of connection involved. Chapter 69, did I guess right? After seeing the two animal experts with serious expressions, both of whom were quite a bit older than her, Jiang Shiyan was even more certain that the other party was here to test her abilities. This Professor Huang is a doctorate in animal psychology. This Professor Li is a doctorate in animal behavior. Both of you are well-known animal experts in China. Bureau Song introduced. This Xiao Jiang is the animal expert specially recruited by the Z City Police. He's young and uninformed, so I'd like to ask the two professors to take care of him. Zhang Shiyan, 1236–1295. Song Dynasty writer and poet. However, Asamoah stopped himself after seeing Lichtsteiner's pass-like shot and waited until the soccer ball rolled in front of him and then rolled out of the bottom line before reacting. He seemed to have just missed a chance to open the scoring. Therefore, Asamoah is of course a great deal of regret. Master Wu, can you introduce the runes and formations of Yanhuang House? Hao Yunfeng continued to ask. 1. The fact that he did not choose a narrow and dangerous defensive section but an open and easy-to-fight section shows that he wanted to fight. Chen Fei was not chagrined or regretful at this time. After all, hadn't he killed one of Dezay's bilocations? This was also a success. How would he, Dezay, live if he killed one of his doppelgangers next time? And Shenyuan Ping under the head of the place is sitting a middle-aged man. This person is the head of the family Shenyuan Blue Sword, is Shenyuan Lai's father. So 2 or 3 or more of them together in a group makes even those who want to make a move have to think about it. To say that in this world, there are really quite a lot of phenomena that science can't explain. Unconsciously, the crowd talked about scientifically unexplainable phenomena while eating. Generally speaking, when it came to elemental creatures, it was always in Merlin's impression that they had no entity, were composed of corresponding elements, and had a core within their bodies that could only kill the elemental creatures if they destroyed it. Xiaoyu thought that the 8th time was still a kind of sword talisman, but he didn't expect that the 8th time was directly given a formation disc. It had to be said that these hunters still had ingenuity, and on their way back from checking out the tracks of the Tiger Leopard Riders, they encountered 2 scouts of the Tiger Leopard Riders. Jiang Ting didn't say anything and listened to Song Yu continue. He knew that Song Yu must have a stomach full of words to say and she needed to vent her emotions. The photos in the USB flash drive are all from 3 years ago, when I was with Lu Jingzhong, originally from my cell phone. After my cell phone broke down, I spent $500 to restore the contents, and then put all those photos in the USB flash drive. Borrowing the firelight shining out of the cave, I looked down to see, almost didn't not be scared to death. The ground was a hair only a few bare teeth old lady's head. She stared at me dead, eyes full of resentment. It adds up to the unity of heaven, earth, and humans. I just hit the heavenly potential, and naturally, Chen Xiao hit the earthly potential to receive me. I'm thinking about this now. Why did you take the exam to C City? Even if there are better schools and better development in the province, it turns out it's not for me, so I'm relieved. With my throwaway nature, a family heirloom has to be kept on my person at all times so that I can't lose it. He's starting to take charge, even though his arts aren't very strong, even though he's not very powerful, but without him, we people really don't know what to do without him. At least we're now treating the Ding family as our home base, aren't we? What a coincidence. Zhao Shernan's lips curled between them. His hand loosened, and he sauntered into the inner room. He didn't know how long he had left to be patient. Du Heng breathed a sigh of relief and ran to the outer room, clutching his clothes. Looking at Here's anxious appearance, Mother Chen pulled her to sit down, and while holding her hand, she told her about the things she had seen today, including the pile of silver tickets Su Hong had brought with him when he went out in Mother Wu's mysterious disappearance, the jade vase that was on the old madam's desk after the disappearance, and the pile of silver tickets. I used to think that being caught in the rain was a very cool thing to do, and occasionally when my brain wasn't clear, I could get caught in the rain for a change, but that was really only limited to the city, limited to the men's side of the house, and in the north, with this kind of weather accompanied by sandstorms, a mouthful of sand was a mouthful of sand. This young man in the end, for his own understanding of how much, who he really is, and how would he know his own things, I'm afraid that it is either a certain figure in the upper echelons of the hierarchy, or Zhang Tianyue's companion. Those two would not easily expose their strength, otherwise they would only be disgraced at Fang Tiannan's place. But even if they exposed their strength, Qin Shen wasn't worried because right now he was confident that he wouldn't lose out even if he was facing the pursuit of a battle saint. Perhaps hearing the sound of the door opening, Yisu turned back when Fu Renla's front foot had just stepped into the hospital room and looked at her with a slight smile. Oh, your heart is quite big. However, it's just that I don't know if you can eat it or not. When the Dragon Hall boss heard Shen Run's words, a killing chance loomed in his eyes, as if the questioning words had offended his bottom line. Fu Bian sat down and took a certain lump of slime into his arms, gently stroking her head as a kind of silent comfort. Then, dare to have a few moves with me? This unfamiliar voice rang out from behind. Wu Yu's scalp instantly tingled, and behind him, a cold, shadowy gaze clung to him like a poisonous snake. In the heavenly demon white family, there has always been a rule, that is, wherever there is a white family disciple, can diffract the star art, almost nailed. Is the heavenly demon white family, the next generation of candidates for the head of the family, and is the most likely one. Old Manhwa squatted at the old man's feet and tried to sterilize the old man and clean the wound, but he couldn't stop the bleeding. After this, Qin-chan got up and came to the accountant's office, and seeing Qin-chan's arrival, everyone respectfully saluted him. Most of the family's properties had been taken by the Zenjo family, the maternal family of her mother, Aoi and Saka, by various means. If it was an ordinary exterminator in this gap, he naturally wouldn't be able to manipulate spell power through Ryatsu gathering, but Lin Xiao was different. He had the Blackrock Archer incarnated from Avalanche Jade, and through the Blackrock Archer, he was able to manipulate spell power to a certain extent through the skill of Ryatsu gathering. Although he hadn't slept well all night and got up early in the morning, he still felt that he had inexhaustible strength and his body was full of vigor. The physical and mental devastation of the war on him as a commander-in-chief had become a thing of the past, and at this moment, his heart was nothing but joy. Therefore, even after stepping into the realm of the sovereign, Zhou Songquan still had great respect for the Cloud Mountain sovereign. She tried to make her tone sound as light as possible. Right now, she really couldn't say such preachy words as violence won't solve anything to him. How could she say it? In such a harsh and violent environment, violence was really the only thing that could solve it all. Princesses are the main characters in the fairy tale world. Basically all romantic stories that can be passed down are princesses and princes, which shows people's love and fantasy for princesses. Hold a super princess competition. Show the princesses of each country in broad daylight, singing and dancing, and everyone will still go crazy. Chapter 70. This Yankee crocodile says its favorite food is white, crunchy snow cakes, but you guys keep feeding it carrots, which it hates, and it doesn't want to survive in the wild at all. It wants to stay at the rescue base and stay with the keepers, and it likes the keeper who takes care of it. Like, Zhang Shurian searched and finally pointed at a short-haired female keeper and said, "It should be this one." With these words, the whole conference room instantly fell into a weird. Besides, you didn't used to eat a lot of meat. Why are you suddenly eating so much meat? With such a strong taste for hot and sour? There were 225 of them in the square of the living dead, all in rags, many still naked. I know, I remember. We seem to have fought in a war, but I didn't fight in a war, but I seem to have saved so many people, so many warriors, wearing earthy yellow uniforms, didn't I? Yang Xiaoqian asked to Hu Hao and the others. Lin Zheng came to the third underground floor and realized that it was far less wide than the 2 floors above, and the enemies that stopped over weren't too many. It seemed that the serum warrior just now was Jeffrey's ace, but unfortunately, this ace didn't play much of an effect. You're annoying. Lin Qingwan thought of the revealing words she had said earlier and blushed. In the middle of the great hall, a voice suddenly rang out, and immediately afterward, under the reflection of the moonlight coming through the window, a black shadow floated by and disappeared in an instant. Damn it, are Ho-Ho's troops all made of iron? It's been several days of marching and they're still able to launch an attack on our side? Victoria spoke up. Before Su Dongliang could finish, Lin Zheng's phone also rang. It was Su Qin. The 2 calls came one after the other, intuitively telling him that it had something to do with the kidnapping. Zhang Shangguang began to call and order people to come to take samples, while mobilizing the company's employees to set out to buy the characteristics of the old varieties of agricultural and animal husbandry products from all over the world. Tao Xiaofeng returned to the dormitory and told the others about it, and as he expected, the guys' eyes started to light up when they heard about the wine. Cold. This was my first and only feeling. It was like I was in the middle of an icy sky and snow at dozens of degrees below zero. The sky and the earth were white, and I felt like I was floating in mid-air, not knowing where I was or where I was going. Strong? It's not that I don't think you can do it, it's that you're really not in very good shape right now, Porres said honestly. Natural disasters can never be left up to man, and even if they can be predicted one way or the other, they are always less accurate. He started out stupid and didn't know anything, but fortunately he was open to asking for help and the Foundation's managers loved him. Still, Exuan felt that things wouldn't be so easy, and the Elven Council wasn't a fool, so how could they be convinced by a few words from Savan? And it wouldn't be a short period of time before these conditions were met. Wait until we meet Sister Zhu. Wang Liqing was full of thoughts about how to mediate with Sister Zhu and plug the hole, so he couldn't care less about Lao Lu at this time. There is also their own demonic barrier and to what day can be solved. He could not sleep, and got up. It is said that the realm of the underworld under the boundary even the Emperor cannot open. More or less do not believe. This heavenly realm in addition to the sky and who has the cultivation of the Emperor, and quietly went to the underworld. Try to hit the realm of the underworld's boundaries. The farthest section of the Far Love Technology Secret Ball Star Cool Far Side Ling Xiaoyan tried to escape again Ling Yun Xianzone. Still no effect. To the next round of Class 6 offense, Zhang Tianqing really cannot watch. Hard to squeeze away from the two posted-up students rushed up in Class 5 of the two pictures joint defense Li Chang. Good eye Nick Gong Ga Nick Fable favorably encountered the teeth of this unforgiving master. Xian Yuan Han can only eat to be defeated. Seeing the Blood Emperor's appearance at this moment, Loras said that he was not willing to let these finger forces touch him. Although the business had gotten rusty under Wang Wei, but now that it was back in motion, there was just as much of a weight across his mind. 1. Of course, because Wu Chonlu this live not yet 1,000 years old monster to help him blow this awesome very powerful. Although some people here feel a little strange, but for the time being there is no life daring to question the head teacher. 3,000 years on the first 3,000 years on the first bar. Wizards were never good at cleaning and organizing. After all, as a physically weak profession, cleaning and organizing the room was too physically demanding, also quite exhausting. Briefly freshening up, Raceland looked at himself in the mirror that he had bought with a month's salary. The door to the room was slammed shut and Manana slapped the door and yelled, "This can't be happening. You're lying to me, you're lying to me." And with that, she sat down on the floor and banged her head against the door. Felix's eyes sank and he turned around to leave, but seeing that those white-robed envoys were already only a few dozen meters away, he was busy stopping his body stiffly. Generally speaking, those who paid New Year's visits on the morning of the first day of the year were the younger descendants. It was only in the next morning that those like old Master Xia would go out. Old Mrs. Xia stayed at home for a while and also packed up to go see old Mrs. Wu. Seems to be. A girl in a red power suit strides up the steps and reaches out to push the courtyard door, realizing that she can't. It's locked from the inside. But Zhang Qing was different. His future was bright in Tule's eyes. So would he agree to his proposal? Jian Yuxuan's body was trembling, a bloody light deep within his brow, looking like he was experiencing supreme pain. This is not too difficult for her, and she didn't come out to make it difficult for anyone, but just to find the one with the right destiny. Anyway, it was up to her to decide whether or not she was the right person. Who was the closest of them to the transcendent realm of the Supreme God Emperor? There might be many understandings, but undoubtedly, the 12-winged demon emperor of the demon race, the Kunlun Patriarch, and the Great Dragon Supreme, to name a few, were the favorites, and the one thing that they lacked in comparison to the Supreme Divine Emperor was the Great Tao Origin. A martial artist who had just entered the 7th level of harmonization was actually trying to rob a peak 7th level of harmonization powerhouse, plus 2 6th level of harmonization. No need for you to make a move. I'll deal with this bastard. Jian Yuxuan sneered. This bastard actually hit Su Yuye's idea. Jian Yuxuan would not be able to let it go. This rain belt had a powerful corrosiveness, although Chu Tian was not afraid of it, but getting a bad odor on his body was something he didn't like, so the divine heavenly shield opened. Chapter 71 MS. Jian, are you kidding? Jiang Shiyan froze, yet after hearing their words, she directly jumped up. I'll come over right away. Officer Zhang stopped Jiang Shiyan and asked, what happened? It seems like there was a serious accident of a self-built house collapsing over at the university town on Beach Road, and the fire brigade asked me to go over to help. Officer Zhang, please take care of these small animals. Cockroaches and rats will be released. Cats and dogs stay. Turn around, I take away. Before the words are out of his mouth, he's already running, in front of outsiders as calm and self-possessed as the old man Ji to the original Xiao. Still a look of old boy. See the situation. The original Xiao cannot help but helplessly smile, but due to after that half a year in the capital, now the original Xiao for other people's good to him has not been as repulsive as the original. Sun Jian's soldiers were beaten up by Liu Bei, and now that Liu Bei has become the governor of Jingzhou, he, the governor of Changsha, can't even go back to Changsha. If he surrendered to Dongzhuo like this, he would really be a lost dog. Timothy sought to pounce on him and show him what it meant to be a real hooker. Gu Qiqi was dressed in ordinary household clothes without makeup, but her face was rosy and translucent, giving her a more stripped-down look than full makeup. There was a much larger sink for washing vegetables outside the kitchen, and King Chu Kong had just washed the greens and picked them up ready to go back to the kitchen. In the car, Yuan Lan eyes lowered. The corner of her eyes from time to time glanced at the side of the original Xiao face. See the other party always expressionless, as if they do not put themselves in the eyes. Her fingers resting on the hem of the skirt unconsciously tightened, unable to hold back, and once again opened his mouth to provoke. Later, Jiang Sun hurriedly bent down and pulled out a tissue from the drawbox on the coffee table to wipe Qin Mufeng's mouth. The war debts owed are all paid with the property of these tycoons of Yuzhou, and only barely survived this crisis. Or else these resettlement fees, pension fees alone could have directly bankrupted the finances of the Vine Armor Army. Cao Cao's artillery was already small in number, and there weren't enough to distribute between the cities of Qing and Su. Only important cities were defended by artillery, and he naturally couldn't mount such an important weapon on a ship. The white light dispersed in an instant, and the ivory-colored jade pendant, too, became plain and ordinary. The fire dragon struggled to take shape under the snow pile, and Master Fa descended to keep outputting magic until the magic was exhausted before letting the fire dragon shoot out. And it could be seen that the fire dragon was having a hard time advancing under such a snow and ice cover. Feng Tianming immediately tensed up. Friendship was friendship. He didn't want the fire family to grow and threaten the status of the wind family. It's just that all these things belonged to Brother Chiu, and he couldn't make a decision. Yu Mu and Bai Zhu were limited by their own bloodline, and Golden Immortal was already the limit. And this was still the result of the Phoenix Spirit's assistance. Black Rose? What's wrong? Yi Jiao looked at Black Rose indifferently. After this change, Yi Jiao didn't feel that. For some reason, he seemed to be more composed. But Black Rose, who had a delicate mind, noticed it immediately, but didn't say anything. Straight to the point. With such a big battle, what do you want? Xiao Chu asked with curiosity in his heart. So now that she heard that He Dapeng could stop being handsome and that she wouldn't be pressurized anymore, she almost couldn't wait to say the words for He Dapeng to stop being handsome. Since I can't tell which one is Luo Luanzua, I will kill all of you. The demon saint's sword spat out a 10-foot-long sword blade, sweeping a large area, and in a moment there were dozens of people who died under my sword. Xiao Chu covered his face. Some of what Missy said was made up by him, and he was feeling quite ashamed now. But well, it finally worked. After the gun went off, they turned and ran on. 5 hounds, close behind them, bowing back and barking furiously, with their tails tucked under their bellies. Not long after, the shopkeeper came out of the back room, each hand holding a piece of 1 foot square, half a finger to thick, hot and cold 2 kinds of white slabs of jade to offer, and Z took it and waited a little to express his satisfaction. Well, there's no time to lose, so let's start learning here. As soon as Pill Elder pulled Lu Yu, he was ready to bring him to his pill refining room. As soon as Yan Jin's spiritual power condensed, he immediately locked onto the body of the Earth Slayer realist, rendering him completely unable to move. These 3 guys, ruling over the outlying poisonous creatures, established a simple hierarchy, but these 3 guys didn't rule all the time, as if this guy, too, had killed the lord of this territory only in the last 100 years. Ching Song Helmsman arched his hands. Many thanks to this gentleman for saving his life. He had just thought carefully when he was about to call out to Yanjin. What should the opponent be called when he was so young? Senior was not quite appropriate. Brother's words would not be too presumptuous. So the thought came and went, and finally used the gentleman address. And who knows? This at arm's length is stackable no matter what cultivation realm. Which means that when I step into the true one realm and perform spatial instantaneous transfer, I will also be much farther away than others. He was certain that there was absolutely nothing special about that sword, and even the system thought so. So why did Pishi, who loves treasures, even think about it? Perhaps some generals with mediocre ability or lax governance would gradually lower their guard after being vigilant for a period of time, seeing that the enemy army never reacted. But it was obvious that this Xu Si Mei in front of him was not that kind of general. Brother, don't be troubled. Master Zhang can last for a while with the longevity cake. As long as we find the netherworld or help the old man regain his cultivation, the old man can still live a long life. Sun Deshun softly persuaded me. What a terrifying aura. Under this aura, Yanjin even felt that it was an extremely difficult thing for him to move. Is not the master commanded to ask you to set up the organs in the Zhou house? Why don't you tell the truth with madam? In fact, as soon as she turned her head to see Tangyulan blowing his beard and glaring at himself, she immediately understood the situation. She spoke what she shouldn't have, so she immediately shut her mouth and laughed dryly at Zhou Ruoxue. The crowd laughed out loud. No wonder Hu Jianmin will be nagging. Red wine is also his strong point. And now someone actually dares to openly call the shots? However, he saw Lin Yu frowning deeply. He knew that today's battle was the battle of the highest combatants of the Tsangming Star, and it was by no means something that Qi Yao could sway. There was really no other way. When Yiming could only light the mesmerizing incense and let Jiang Jinyu leave to see what was the source of Professor Li's greatest anxiety. 72. Participation in rescue operations. He recognized the leaders of the city in the line, as well as the heads of the relevant departments. In addition, the provincial deputy secretary is also listed. What happened? Perhaps because they were about to fight, a group of people came over. Other people might not know Jiang Shiyan, but a few leaders had heard of Jiang Shiyan, and had always heard that this little girl had amazing skills and had done a lot of favors for the police. During the days of living in deep simplicity, Tang Bai still had a very busy life. Various protective magic needed to be applied to the house where he lived. Speaking of this, Xia Yunting's face that blossomed with anger now showed a touch of uneasiness. At that time, that pair of ferocious eyes gave her too much of a shock. And at this moment, remembering it was still a heart palpitation. A few moments after the gray van left, 2 cars slowly approached. a white Cayenne and a cool black gypsy Wrangler. 4 men got out of the cars. Zhao Ziyue, who was originally doing a high-speed movement, doubled his speed again, and the distance of a few meters arrived in an instant, and then a silver light flashed, and the entire arm of the right hand of the bastard gun that was trying to shoot backward was sliced off by Zhao Ziyue. At this moment in the sky, the stars were swaying, like fireworks blooming in the sky, and like countless cherry blossoms blooming, unusually splendid and colorful. In Shanghai, in Shanxi, in a deserted place, the cover of a launching silo disguised as a rock or a mound was lifted by powerful gases, and flames and milky smoke rumbled furiously out of the ground and shot up into the sky, and a DF-9C rose up and went toward the distant Liangzanzu. That's good. That's good. Hearing Li Yuling's repeated assurances, Li Wangjian and old Mrs. Li's expressions, at last, slowly eased. Emotionally, the two Lucian and Serena were very willing to believe in the promise Tang Bai had made. Reason, however, persistently kept persuading them that such a thing as a dead person coming back to life was impossible. It wasn't a mere death, but rather, the entire corpse had been burned to ash and decayed into a set of withered bones. Sonia, a Sonia who came back to life without Victor, and the vampire clan getting in the way. That's what I promised you, Don White said with certainty. After all, after looking at Nanshu's life story, she was indeed too miserable to call out any sarcasm. All right, you've worked hard, please retire and rest. Chen Che was busy tearing open the letter and waved off the messenger. The thin and weakly built messenger hesitated for a moment and left the Chen residence wordlessly. It's just a watchdog, don't talk yourself up. Charlotte played with the stone in her hand. However, if the Ling Shi in front of him was Yi Ziyu, that was really the most delightful thing he had felt so far. Instead, she can't control her heart anymore, and when Han Junwu moves a little closer to her, Chang Yiban's figure springs into her mind. But no matter what, everything leaves a little hidden, a little trace. Annoyed, Yuan Tan demanded that the person who sang this song be arrested, but since there were so many people singing it, it filled up the entire Changwu cell at one time. Pang Tong arrived in Luoyang on the second day after Lu Bu's entry, but he knew that the dozen or so people could not be united, and if he saw him come with the Huban army, he would not listen to his explanation. If he saw him coming with the Huban army, he would not listen to his explanation, but would treat him as a member of Lu Bu's party. While people can be darker in their hearts, it's a different story when it comes to actually doing dark things. Oh, you once said that you didn't quit politics because of the third prince. So, combining what I heard last night and assuming a bit more, it's pretty much the same. Yun Jia laughed. Each power was arranged with a fixed location. Yen Yang Peak's location was on the southeast corner, with the peak masters sitting at the front, the elders in the center, and the disciples at the back. He originally thought that the great evil king's resurrection would be similar to taking over the body and being reborn, but he didn't expect to turn into a baby, which felt like reincarnation. Several people were scared out of their wits. The old Taoist priest was holding a mahogany sword on his right and ringing the 3 Qing bells on his left, while 2 disciples beside him were banging gongs, drums and cymbals, making a loud and continuous sound that reverberated through the deep forest. A few days later, the governor saw that none of the soldiers returned, so he sent troops to Pingdao to look for it, but nothing. Did not see Pingdao surrounded by mountains, but only found pieces of the ship in the sea, to determine that Yanjin and more than hundreds of soldiers are dead. Speaking at the same time, Lu Ping's eyes have become red. These players in their own time has long been as close as brothers. To make such a decision, is Lu Ping after a fierce ideological struggle decided. The 108 good men of the gathering hall were sitting one by one. This made Shi Chen very excited and wanted to rush out and have a warm hug with this handful of 108 brothers. The owner of the WealthCon have taken advantage of the Chinese house hundreds of acres of good land. Although the family hired more than 10 long workers, still feel the labor force is insufficient. This year's harvest and wheat planting time, Huainan Fengyang province peoples Wang Quan and Ma Jian should be hired as a short-term workers. The 2 original Wang Mei opera troupe of martial arts actors. After the troupe is not well run scattered, so the 2 people temporarily living in this livelihood. Over there, Madoff and the others simultaneously showed Yun Jie's location, and as they spoke, the attack began. Both of their fingers at the same time to cast a point, each in front of the refining of a huge portal. Zhou Hongyun and the extermination of the heavenly devil both exhaled a long breath. Look at their tired and haggard appearance. It seems that this time the things refined seems to be extremely consuming their mind. Without paying too much attention to the wound on his back, Maple Knight cast his sight towards the puppet crow on the other side, and without any hesitation, Maple Knight violently extended his left hand. As Xiangyu divided all the kings when how such as the sun, but want to, after the king fell into a crowd of rebellious. Why? After probing these 2 black and ghostly figures, Ling Fei's heart froze and chilled slightly, rather unexpectedly. Chapter 73, the worried situation still happens. For a moment, even the driver who was struggling to drive the crane was startled by Jiang Shurian's sudden move. And the crane stopped in midair, forgetting to work. In hindsight, Jiang Shurian awkwardly retracted her hand, then gently said to the search and rescue dog, "Baby, don't bark too loud. You'll scare them." Woof. The search and rescue dog cocked its head and looked at Jiang Shurian suspiciously. Jiang Shurian stroked its head, then laughed dryly and looked at the man holding the outer sect waist. "You can't stand such a little spiritual pressure?" The wood cultivator laughed out loud before snapping at Song Jiang with a mocking tone. "I'm going to kill you to kill the boredom." Zombie Strong violently rushed over. His speed was more than a cheetah's look. Underneath his skinny figure, he was full of explosive power, and with that pair of red eyes, he was more like a wild beast at the moment, causing those beasts who felt the domineering aura to back off. Of course, this was only in comparison to the other spirit medicines in the heavenly perilous forest. For the spirit medicines that were cultivated by people outside, these spirit medicines were all already mid-grade spirit medicines, because when I probed up, I could obviously lock him firmly in place, but where I touched was like touching on top of a piece of slippery white oil. My fingers couldn't touch his throat bone at all, and I lost my target as soon as I slipped straight away. After reporting his mission, the hill left the peaceful villa area and headed towards Tanjong village. Nothing had changed. It was as if this place was yesterday. It was just a shame that things had changed. He was just here to find a little bit of home. Escorting a mission? Is the escort a person or an object? Lianhua looked around again and didn't find any other people. Huang Sha was at a loss for words as he looked at the Mong'an man beside him, and only the other party possessed the ability to heal. Yuan Jun scratched his head. In the process of Jiang He's telling, he was also thinking all the time, but after thinking about it, he couldn't figure out what the murderer was trying to cover up. "I remember being on my right a few seconds ago?" He thought suspiciously in his mind and scanned around as well, but was completely unable to find any sign of them and eventually had to give up. "My king? King in?" Guai Yi and the magistrates were shocked and at a loss for words. Frozen, looking at each other in disbelief. They wanted to follow the magistrate's example of kneeling down and saluting, but when they heard the king of An say, "Don't salute," they all stopped, bewildered and nervous. And since he lay down, he didn't close his eyes to sleep, he just kept looking at her smilingly. If he didn't know that he had been drinking, Shawan words must have thought that he was a little cutie. With that loud blasting sound, it was just like a broken egg, instantly starting to crack away, then turning into nothingness, turning into a gesture of endless annihilation. Under such silence, let the hearts of people or in the heart of the people cannot help but have a kind of want to roar. After being suppressed by the other party, all the strong people are so riotous in the heart, but they did not shout out, not dare to. But in the other party this kind of momentum, there is not even the slightest way to be able to shout out. Even the Sky Hunter, Lu Nightwind and the others who were in a weaker position, none of them treated Divine Walker Wuji as an existence of the same level that they could talk to. Tian Long was surprised. What was this situation? What other tricks did such an ant-like character have that could shake a big tree? She slid forward on her hands and knees in pain, countless interlocking beams of blue light shooting through the air above her body as she fell backward. Obstructive people ago. The mood doubly comfortable Wei Liemo got up and took off the robe, went to the inner bathroom to bathe, and from the closet to find their own bedclothes to change into. Suddenly feel refreshed. So the party had torches but could not use them, and went up the mountain in the dark, with frequent cries of pain from falling. Every move seems to be dancing. The green silk dances with the wind, emitting a fresh fragrance, attracting butterflies all fluttering around her. The Shu looked at Ma Chengfeng and asked suspiciously, "Do you think she drilled in?" Ma Chengfeng said unless she knows bone shrinking skills. Unfortunately, it was already too late, only to see Chen Feng's body move. The eyes of the people outside blinked, and they saw what they said. Even the shells couldn't break the glass, which had now become torn apart, while Chen Feng went to his hands, and walked out from the inside in a big way. Boom sound, the two touched, that is divided, ran washing feet deep into the ground a few feet. The corner of the mouth a silk bloodstains, Dongfang Yu is rushing up, a series of 10 feet high. More fell out of the mountain top range, and then there is no place to borrow strength. Enemy attack. The remaining Yuan soldiers then reacted, quickly raised their voices to signal the police, and at the same time raised their swords to fight with the giant wood flag disciples who rushed over. These Yuan soldiers, although the number is not large, but each of them are not afraid of death. For a time, actually really will often encounter Chun, Lu Ju and other 200 giant wood flag disciples, temporarily blocked down. At the same time, he also unfolded his perspective ability, hoping to see the true condition of the bottom of the water pool. Yin Li Ting heard, suddenly Wow Life, cried out. The rest of the crowd also looked gloomy, hanging feet and chest. "Sir, Wouldn't you be nice to Lisa? Martin asked rhetorically without any explanation. Han Jiami recounted the recent events to Li Yangla, then lowered her head and looked at the coffee in front of her, like a child who had made a mistake. Lei San expressionless took out his cell phone, fixed his eyes. The phone shows Jun is Lei San's eldest son. These darknesses were made up of pure, high-density energy, and the only way to break through them was to use energy against energy, blowing and opening out of the darkness. Talking like that and trying to create the illusion that you're in Promise's house too? Guyun Ranker spent so much money, but without blinking an eye, he wanted to turn around and give it to her. This gift is too expensive. Simoni really did not dare to accept it. Qingtang was humiliated in the house of Lu Meyer, but really did not how to door. Lu Meyer went out, Qingtang did not come together. Of course, Qingtang wife to go. How to say that they are also sibling relationship? Is a mother born? Not to go is going to be the neighborhood jokes. Chapter 74, Unsolicited Apology. Boom! The loud sound resounded throughout the night sky, accompanied by the dust in the sky, and for a while, the hearts of countless off-screen netizens were hanging in the air. Jiang Shiyan was holding Tiger, and was directly pounced on by the policewoman to protect her on the ground, who did not expect that actually after 10 hours there will be a second collapse, but also next door to the house. The good thing is that during the day has been evacuated from the neighborhood, but also because of the shouting retreat shouted in time. When the dust fall, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen corpse nymphs ran over from the bridge. Fortunately, Shidushin blocked the mouth of the bridge, and under his interference, countless corpse nymphs fell into the 10,000 foot deep abyss. His ability to swallow the country was considered a rather ribald ability. He put up with it. Having an extra large storage space was better than having the ability to change the color of his hair. The guard seemed to be a little turned on by the teasing, and hastily grabbed her wrist to keep her from leaving, and tried to force a kiss. Brother, can I transfer the shares I own to my sister? This is my compensation to her. Alan made a request that no one else could understand, but Xiaogu experienced a decision. Originally, what he had planned was that he would first go to the heavenly realm for unknown them to find the heavenly exalt of Puwa and settle the matter of the demon realm before making any plans. However, he didn't expect that heavenly honored one Puwa had already counted everything. He also pointed out the mocking wind to tell himself that if he wanted to do something, he should just do it righteously without having to think about anything else. Hearing his words, I don't know that although she didn't respond, she showed that she understood by holding his hand back. After these finches finished committing suicide, the scene was once again calm. Just as I don't know how to frown at the bloody scene left behind after these finches committed suicide, my heart didn't know what to think for a while. 4 months have passed since Su Kuan's death. It's time for my White Lotus sect to elect a holy envoy once again. Now that I've called the 4 of you here, you all understand what we mean. I don't like nonsense. You 4 tell me, on what basis you're going to let me elect you to be the holy envoy? Zhuo Wei said boldly. I guess you can't find a solution here in the common man's place anymore. Maybe you can look inside the hidden door. For some reason, Mu Changqing was a bit ashamed to see this scene. Lulu had already cultivated like this and was still so diligent. But what about himself? He must hate her to death, right? If he left, he would definitely not come back. And if he said he would never see her again, what should she do? Is it because of the absorption of the water freezing ring? A strange energy was drumming in Prime Xang's body, which was transforming his physical body and strengthening his soul, making his physical body and divine consciousness realm seem to have a hidden tendency to rise. Yen 17 smiled shallowly and faintly. A child's heart is the most sensitive, and this sensitivity is often accurate. I heard that you can kill the Snake King's close friend Flower Spotted Mang by yourself. I have long wanted to meet you. Today, I see that you are nothing more than that. The eldest disciple with nostrils facing the sky and lips turned out, looked at Guyu with disdain and said with a cold smile. Speaking of which, I don't know how Bailey Chenfeng is doing now. The feeling of the compulsion being suppressed little by little on his body must be very painful. Didn't you say you wanted to catch a live one? Why did you beat it to death again? Hu Mayer didn't expect Guyu to actually shoot the mountain chicken to death just like that. Chu Yuncher's heart was still burning with anxiety over Nuor's disappearance, and she had planned to send the Empress away. But this idea she said caught her attention. Zhao Chong came back alive and well, and no matter what he was planning, she could stay married in peace. With this judgment, Li Yun instantly became vengeful and decided to give Yun Feng a good scare. Past events came to mind one by one, and recalling them, Moran couldn't help but start sobbing as tears fell like rain. But see, the eunuch's hand holding the brocade box is full of the palace for the queen candidate prepared for the grand dress, clearly is with great etiquette to come to meet, indicating that the well party is extremely important. Jun Rongfan lowered his head, closed his eyes, and gently rubbed at his eyebrows, intending to use his cell phone to send a text message in a while to inform Ji Xingyu that he had left first. especially when personal matters collide with tribal matters. Choliko can't help but sigh that it's just too hard to be a chieftain. Jean Kwai see him playful and smiling, not at all serious. His heart is always in a state of confusion. If there is a delay in the treatment, Zizhao really died, then what should be done? Of course, Jun Rongfan had received more than just Gu Zhijiao's phone calls in the past few days, as well as Moon Wanxi's, Ji Shangyu's, and even Su Ai's. The city's night sky is filled with nothing but colorful neon lights. The neon lights cover the original color of the night sky. The dark clouds overhead were like big black mountains pressing down, as if they were about to swallow the entire world in an instant. Even the Xian King, a wave of trembling ran through him. Yet she didn't seem to realize that this look of hers was far more appealing than the well-dressed dancers performing on the stage. At least for Ji Shengyu, that was the case. Chen Wang intentionally aggravated the words, "the water falls out of the stone." But Bo Xinlan did not hear anything inappropriate. After all, she did not know that she was already in the game. After these words, the man in the suit froze, and a touch of fear appeared in his steely eyes. Indeed, the rat when he was mad made me a little scared. Mrs. Venus, in order to save the sable cicada. Defiantly, Heron make the biggest stunts of his life. Changed from the Chinese country die the most famous peacock dance. Playing God. Let's go together and finish him off. Li Shi was also startled by the commotion made by Shiman chasing snow. Coming back to his senses, he immediately said to his companions. Li Shi didn't dare to wait. He was really afraid that Shiman chasing snow would be able to open up the Sea of Souls. In that case, he would be the one who would be finished. She looked around. All the people of the Jin family were there. The only one she didn't see was the fake Jin Si. The moment Nan Chen opened his mouth, he had already made a move to save the others. But unfortunately, he was still a step too late. When an expert fights against an enemy, a breath of time is already enough, and he was only able to save two people. Retracting their perceptions, a few of them exchanged glances and gathered their eyes on Long Shui to stare over. Muan checked Feng Huan's body and found that her physique, after a few years of conditioning in the Su family private pharmacy, her health was very good. Even if she was pregnant now, both Feng Huan and the child in her belly were very healthy and nothing happened at all. But, secrets and all, Nyangzi, if you want to show that you're not biased, say it in front of all of us. Feng Manlu did not intend to compete for favor in front of Nyangzi for the time being, and took a step back. The gods of the Shadowless sect, from their faces, could tell that the vermilion bird held a lofty position in the hearts of the likes of them. How weird. Isn't it still a normal big bird? Leng Ting was a bit speechless about Feng Yuqi's spirit of not being afraid of death. It was clear that the Lord was very averse to people always asking this question, but it turned out that he was fine and asked it often. It was obvious that he couldn't even break the casserole and ask to the end. However, her tenacity exceeded Hua Bin's imagination. With one leg and one arm wasted, she even stood on one leg, and with her only remaining arm, she still threw out a torrential rain of shuriken, meteor darts. Chapter 75, Temporary Refuge. It's official. The backer behind what they think is a small blogger, a small netizen, is an official. It's no wonder that Jiang Shiyan was able to appear candidly on such a serious and urgent occasion. I'm afraid that she might really have some evil skills that would warrant the official's thunderous crackdown on improper and unspecified remarks on the internet. Isn't this a proper novel shining into reality, the real version of the royal beast sect leader? Although they don't. At the same time, Yifeng also gave a look to Ko Zhong, Su Xiling and Wei Jinjin, and then led the three of them to change back to the ship. The angry color on the Bull Demon King's face slightly stalled as he suddenly understood something. Only, this did not erase the anger in his heart. Yifeng thought about it. This kind of thing will not be able to stand whoever encounters it. Since Bu Jingyun wants to leave the mountain villa to be quiet for a while, also let him go. Anyway, with Bu Jingyun's current ability, and have the absolute good in hand, to go to do anything will not have too much danger. Countless immortal lights, clouds, and haze covered 100 miles, and the surging aura directly shocked the 72 cave demons on Mount Huagua. Li Chenghuan wanted to tell him directly, but then he thought, Brother Jiang hasn't agreed to be the honorary master of the House of One Smile, so why don't I take this opportunity to provoke him a bit? But it was such a simple sword, but it exerted a great power. Trekking Thinghans that diffuse sky sword shadow in the instant under the sword blasted and shattered, leaving no traces. And Junlin's sword is a change of unchanged continue to trekking Fengshan. But both parents had already made things worse, and he could only hide it on his sister's side for now. These two intimate words were said so coldly by Chung Zhou, surprisingly without any sense of contradiction. Nabiki said in a very seductive tone, holding the ice cream in her hand and waving it around her mouth. Though DM tried to avoid Cadbury's sight as much as possible, Cadbury was dead set on DM, and not long after that, when the teenage wizard Wuxian, who had been seriously injured at his own hands in a single move, once again inexplicably led a wave of beasts to invade the Flint race, He had already felt that he was afraid that he was no longer the teenager's opponent. Now without his ultra-microbes, he was certainly not physically strong enough to deal with the shellfish, but it was good to know that the humans already had the ability to fight against it. He felt that he should have gotten stronger, but his cultivation level hadn't improved much. The 7th heavenly layer was still the 7th heavenly layer. There wasn't much of a difference. At this moment, in a secret room of Wang Weiqin's capital residence, the crane-haired Wei Changtian was talking with Wang Weiqin, whose face was as calm as water. Listening to the old general's words, Jiang Lushir pondered slightly. It was not a joke to know how many nuclear power plants were left. The more he thought about it, the more excited Chu Nan felt. He felt that he had unintentionally probably known a shocking secret, which had to make his blood boil. What hatred and resentment the two had. This was only known to them. Yi Fei had never cared about this. After all, she had been her friend and had done her a favor. Her cousin was her cousin and she was her. And you couldn't generalize. If nothing else, Xianyi might have confessed his identity to Morong Susu and told her the truth. Most of all, it had a myriad of colors on it, like a dye store that had overturned its dye vat, with all the colors sticky and mixed together, indistinguishable from each other. Kong Yuan had to helplessly admit that compared to a genius figure like Yang Kan, his so-called ability was still a little bit inferior. However, they ended up respecting Li Qing's opinion, and after the four of them discussed the matter, they decided to give Li Qing an 8% tax share. In the afternoon, more than 100 heads of state gathered at the North Asian Assembly Hall in Shumayakan, and Lu Bin, who was in charge of diplomatic matters, and Zhang Zhizhong, who was in charge of negotiation matters, were also busy, while Yang Dali was signing and shaking hands over and over again without getting tired of signing and taking pictures with each head of state with a smile. Today is a rare opportunity. How to dig out the profit-oriented strategy from Liang Zhao's mouth is Luan's main concern now. As for the guest's words of praise, he simply did not have the heart to listen to, just with a polite smile to cope with. Before Yin Jiping could finish his words, Lu Meijiao went to help Fu Zhengzheng straighten his collar, so his eyes bulged out, full of horror. Is that so? Gasho Rory said subconsciously, then stopped talking and began to listen attentively. This can be forgotten. Let's go. Let's go eat boiled fish. Fomya scratched Li Na's nose with his hand and said in a doting manner. After finding a cab, he asked the driver to find a random 5-star hotel before Zhang Yang got the two inside with the help of the hotel attendant. Ing Zi fell into silence for a long time, and with a gentle lift of his hand, he threw Tianwen back into the stone box. Yes, it was released early this morning and is now at the top of all the major lists. Congratulations! B was more concerned about the news, so he immediately applauded. Once his heart was hardened, Di Shu Knight's bullish temper kicked in and he began to strike his sword over and over again, stopping to contemplate for a long time from time to time and shaking his head in bewilderment. And a whole night passed outside before Di Shu Knight stopped with an expressionless face. When Zhang Biwu heard it, he nodded, especially when he heard the 3 words Xiao Wanshun. He fully recognized it, and was eager to include Xiao Wanshun under his tent. And even more so, he didn't want Xiao Wanshun to suffer from killing because of angrily reprimanding Hong Changqiu and thus suffering from a murderous death. Wang Bai threw the knife in his hand over and plunged it right under the man's feet. The blade surprisingly didn't go into the concrete floor, scaring him into taking several steps back. But Di Shu Knight didn't want to stay here anymore because his heart was stabbing when he saw Xie Yulon lying beside his father. Chapter 76 Refusing the Temptation of the System. The system was uncertain, and a large question mark gradually appeared on the light screen in front of him. System, your voice pack is normal, Zhang Shurian said with some excitement. A long list of ellipses floated above the light screen. Zhang Shurian seems to have picked up a big bargain for nothing. To know that the points for replacing a voice package need 5,000. She has saved up for so long only less than 2,000 points. Not enough at all. And she thought she would have to put up with this damn voice. It was the height of summer, and the night was not cold, at best a little cool. However, when the 4 of them thought of the scene they might have to face tonight, their hearts were unexpectedly cold and chilly. It's something really wrong. She's staying somewhere. This time when Qin Feng spoke, he was already a bit anxious. His voice was a bit loud. This chaos ceiling tower isn't owned by your family, so who are you to tell us to get out of the way? The Tyrannosaurus Dharma god replied slowly and methodically, that disdainful demeanor completely not putting Malin Shu and the others in his eyes. His biggest reliance right now was the Phoenix blood puppet, and if the Phoenix blood puppet couldn't even stand up to it, then there was nothing he could do. After grabbing the black-clothed man's bare feet, he utilized the modified military boxing technique of 2,000 pounds to throw the black-clothed man out in a smooth motion. Before she could continue to resist, she clearly felt her teeth being roughly pried open by Yi Qing, and she couldn't help but let out a wooing from her throat, and her tongue suddenly had nowhere to hide. The craftsman recalled his whereabouts over the past few days. He hadn't been anywhere he shouldn't have been, and he hadn't done any work outside of his line of work, so how could he have done anything he shouldn't have done? The craftsman was now in a state of confusion. Birdmen roared and led a million shadow hunters to leap down from the city wall. They were so agile that even if the wall was 100 meters high and they jumped down, they wouldn't take any damage. Xian's figure gave a start, and an inexplicable look appeared in his eyes. After the hunt was over, Xian mentioned Dugubo with Feng Lao, so Feng Lao also naturally recognized Dugubo's aura. After all, the current Dugubo had not yet arrived at the realm of sealed Doluo, and wanting to hide his own aura in front of Feng Lao was still not possible. Hao Yan looked at the list and specifically picked out some bruxism medicines, as well as qi replenishing medicinal herbs. In fact, it was mainly Tanqi Dangue type. And of course, there were also some goji berries, just that Hao Yan needed a large amount, and he almost asked for hundreds of pounds of each kind. As soon as the earth vein entered the earth began to change, becoming deeper and thicker. Once again, I thank Senior Brother Du for his kindness. Grand Island Master Hijin saluted once more, then with a single point of his foot, he instantly headed towards the northern sea, going to report the matter of the Great Enmity Island, and the matter of Du Chang to the Northern Underworld Sword Sex Elder Council. Once all the latter-day souls within one's jurisdiction were transformed into the human race, wouldn't it mean that one's chi would instantly grow several times or even dozens of times? Ingongzi didn't expect that such a skill combination as righteousness everlasting and righteousness obligatory could actually be resisted. What was even more unexpected was that the two energy shields in front of him suddenly burst apart, turning into something like raindrops flying all over the sky, and a huge impact force appeared to push Ingongzi towards the back. The sea sailed past a passenger ship. Far from the mournful music and firecrackers fire smoke, vaguely see the passengers on board the ship standing on the deck in the sea to spread something. People see and understand. This is the Dalian Municipal Civil Affairs Bureau sea burial ship and the implementation of sea burial. At this point, though, he was completely devoid of his usual majesty. His face windswept, his beard and hair disheveled, and his clothes torn and tattered by the thorns. It was just that the words of the guards outside were exactly the same, but the key to this severed head rice was also exactly the same, and even the placement and the color were exactly the same as the situation in the dream. Night South was originally disheartened. At this moment, the essence of light in his eyes glittered, as if a person on the verge of death suddenly saw a life-preserving elixir. This feeling, I'm afraid that if you don't experience it, you simply can't experience it. 8 precepts just say it straight. Don't offend the tree gods in the mountains. Shahashang picks apart the words of the 8 rings, one after another. Other gold, silver and jewels fell to the bottom of the sea, and among the sunken and cracked cargo ships, an eye-catching golden color suddenly appeared. John, who was originally happy to see Dewey and intended to have a good chat with this big bull, suddenly frowned and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. The man seemed to be unable to refute it. The battle to pacify Dali was mainly the army led by Wang Ju, but Xiong Ben with his tombs and Shu soldiers also participated in some battles one after another, and indeed sacrificed some soldiers as well. The spacious chamber was built in the place where Xia Jingjun disappeared, so that Broken Sky could recover enough strength to teleport at any time. He bowed his head and thought slightly for a moment, took out the mask of the blood immortal inheritance, and his spiritual sense, such as inside, saw the old ancestor of the Li family who was still enveloped by his own blood mist, and in these days, the old ancestor of the Li family became weaker and weaker, and the screams were all only coming out from time to time, and it seemed that he did not have any strength. As a peculiar spectator, Ling Yun could not help but smile and comment. He was incredibly clear that it was from this moment onwards that he began to embark on a heaven-defying journey of cultivation. The exchange activities have been over for a day. Long Yuxian's fame is also gradually circulating among the major universities. Vaguely, she has become the first of the 4 heroes of Jinling, only, the other 3 may still be unconvinced. The young reporter's eyes widened in horror. Clearly the news was beyond his comprehension. When the scouts came to report, there had to be a delay, and the cavalry got up, draped themselves, and mounted their horses again, which delayed them again. The 10,000 cavalry had not yet rushed to Dasun City, and halfway down the road they saw many Xia soldiers from the east camp fleeing in defeat. But how could her thoughts escape the eyes of the 2 sisters, Athena and Artemis, who had been in a state of high pressure for countless years? It's not really hard for you to go home. As long as you activate the heavenly net, it's easy to go anywhere you want. Jiang Yu laughed. With a snap, Lu Cheng slapped it to death with both palms, wondering in his heart, can flies talk? My impression seems like these things don't talk. Maybe it's my memory loss. Chapter 77, you didn't hire someone to pretend to be you, did you? It's not that important. I found an adoption for a cat before. People will pick it up when they pass by the zoo later. I have to go back. Jiang Shurian said embarrassedly. I don't have anything to do in the evening, so I'll accompany you back. It's okay to eat later, Yen Anton said. Jiang Shiyan was actually quite embarrassed to delay the other party, but Yen Anton didn't care, so she didn't say anything else and drove back to the zoo. These, belonging to the kind of somewhat honest people, no guts, more ambition, belonging to the pre-catastrophe type of ordinary people who only thirsted for a dull life. Master Zhang inspired a strong sense of crisis, and he even regretted a little why he hadn't seen through this mother and son's true colors earlier. Mo Qingxiao didn't want to think about it anymore, nor did she want to stay here any longer. Anyway, the result was already known to her, so she left the Mo family without a single glance at Zhang Yeli. They realized that underneath that brilliant light was indeed one crystal clear bead after another. Those were not ordinary beads, but dragon marrow. Lin Feng was a bit speechless and didn't know how to answer. I'm going to take care of you. How can I be your elder? The body erupted a huge column of flame. The high temperature burned the air poof sound. Extremely horrible. This can make her worried, afraid that Wang Xiao will go in and suffer. After all, she has already told her mother that she has already cooked rice with Wang Xiao. Take it. I'm sure it's useful to give you so much. You're not just going to show me the way, you're going to give me some intel. Just as the two exchanged words, Zhang Yaping subconsciously followed 173 the lax line of sight toward the front. Zhang Mihua and Zhang Dachuan have retired. Originally waiting behind the top of the people, they also staged a scandal, making public opinion the top of the trend of letting them both retire. Didn't think he could come across something like double penetration. Originally he was a bit complacent, but now he was a bit scared. Sure enough, traveling through is not everything, perhaps only age is the only advantage, so he also brought up the Wuji Nigong, or 5 elements gong. I don't know if there was any danger to his life, but he still couldn't utilize the 5 thunders divine power in such a cut, or else he couldn't explain the origin of this divine power. Anger boosted the morale of the soldiers of the boot camp, and instead of adopting a defensive strategy, they took the initiative to rush towards the enemy, launching a frantic attack with their most powerful offense. Looking at her dancing in her school uniform, Yang Zhao's mind flashed again. Gathering a group of students wearing school uniforms and everyone dancing the ghost step together, what would that be like? However, this invincible elemental blade penetrated through the layers of flesh and blood, but it eventually came to a halt inside the giant monster. However, Yi Eagle's figure still did not appear in the present river. The two guarded the mouth of the mountain. Enough time after a column of incense. Want to wait until Yi Eagle revealed from the river, but his figure is like out of thin air disappeared in general. Since Yang Xiao flew from behind the table to the patient's application of the needle, it was only a minute or two of work. The patient stopped trembling and regained his composure. The crowd was once again surprised and exclaimed in disbelief. The crowd had been surprised and frightened countless times today, but for some reason, the shadow in the mirror never hurt her, and looked at her with a hint of sadness and a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, an innate martial artist really meant nothing to a grandmaster, and except for a very few with extremely impressive combat strength, a grandmaster could kill several innate martial artists with a single blow of his hand. While Hui Yun was basically listening casually, she really didn't care much about this. However, at the last moment, she was pissed off when she heard Mrs. Hua Zhang actually open her mouth to plead on Su Jining's behalf. After grandfather Bao saved Li Xiaocheng's soul, he didn't stay in Li Jiao for more than a few days. He hurried back to Painted Eyebrows village and then went to find Situzi. Big brother? Who the hell are you? The gold-robed man couldn't help but frown and shout at the visitor. Outside the door, Xuebao's figure appeared in front of the many magical beasts. Since the strength of the magical beasts had to be at the spirit emperor level before they could take shape and spit out human words, to these magical beasts, Xuebao could only resort to hissing to pass on information. Lin Yafei's figure appeared beside Lu Tianxing, directly ignoring Bai Ji Qing beside her. She reached out and gave Lu Tianxing a big hug. That proud human mountain peak nonchalantly pressed on Lu Tianxing's chest, instantly causing Lu Tianxing's body to experience a burst of Su numbness. Xuechen stretched out his right hand and sent it forward, and a wisp of strong qi directly sucked a white bottle over. Xuebing glanced at Lu Tianxing with a hint of anger in her beautiful eyes, and finally sat down on the chair, waiting for Lu Tianxing's explanation. Later, Kang Yue went to the United States in 1899, leaving Liang Qichao to preside over the situation in Japan, and formally became the Chinese Restoration Society, also known as the Royalist Society in Canada, and set up branches in the Americas, the South Seas, Hong Kong, Macau, and even in Honolulu, the old plagued by the Xingzonghui. The society had a great momentum for a while. A sneaky middle-aged man watched Els departing back, and an uplifting smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Luo Yu, after listening, also basically understand. It looks like this Wu Xian is also the so-called dog-leg solo or traitor kind of characters. Just do not know that he just helped the Japanese army to do some normal to maintain the management. There is no have done to help the things. Sure enough, several of the jailers covered their mouths in unison, the smiles at the corners of their mouths receding, and one after the other caught the 2 large incisors that had fallen out. Indeed, it's so out of line with the rules of nature that otherwise predation would simply be impossible for those hungry tigers, lions, eagles, wolves and whatnot. This order from Chow Chow directly made Man Chow dumbfounded. How come his lord didn't go to destroy Zhao Yun, but instead is now sending food in people? Su Chang is the emotional quotient is even lower, even more retarded, can also figure out what happened last night. He knew that he came at the wrong time, originally wanted to run, but the result is that Li Changtsong directly let him sit down. Wang Chen was a chef, and if he had been a little more peaceful, he wouldn't have been unable to stay at the Fury restaurant. And while the Thunder Elf was not a wild Pokemon, the only reason why it completely lacked such battle sense was that its trainer was simply unqualified. The depths of her heart, at this point, turned into boundless fear, like a giant beast that would raise its head, give her a look, or shout at her, and she would completely fall apart. Many of the people in the audience owned a big rock snake, and now they couldn't help but cheer when they saw the big steel snake perform so powerfully. Chapter 78, The Drunkard Who Caused a Ruckus. Jumi shook her head dizzily as the little face in front of her turned into 2, 3, bang! Jojo fell to the ground. Jiang Shurian covered her eyes, forcibly endured the embarrassment of snapping her toes, pretended to look calmly at the people in front of her, and said, I guess it's too late. The child didn't have enough to make a mess. You guys should also be very busy, right? Or go back. Next time when you come, I'll treat you to a stroll through the zoo. Zhu agreed in a trance. As a matter of normalcy, if there was no connection, there would normally never be anyone who would go and kneel to any kind of thing all year round, let alone the fact that it was just a portrait. Lin Quan was stunned. Could it be that this thing, running away, actually depended on luck value as well? It's your first time in my Yi Hung court. You haven't spent $1 or $2, and you want to meet the Red Queen? After smiling and rejecting senior brother Xuanqing's good intentions, stating that it would be quite good to live here, that elder Xuanqing did not say anything more, even though doing so will cause some resentment. They're already resentful anyway, aren't they? The famous eroded flesh boots are naturally perfect for Blue Iris, the whatever Amazon, on par with the war traveler. The first was that Chu Jiangqiu had indeed been imprisoned within this secret room and was still here today. Xiong Guoqing reached over his head to look at the cards of Wang Zongbo, the next player of Li Guozhu. Wang Zongbo was shocked and hurriedly sidestepped. His cards closed towards his chest, covering them from view. The pack of cigarettes in front of him was already empty, and the other box did not have a few cigarettes left, all won by the other side, so he was very nervous. Now that the place is crowded, Whisper and I can barely find a place to stand. If it wasn't for the antagonistic relationship between the two sides, in all honesty, the Grand Prince was definitely a rare lord if he was able to collude with so many forces. But instead of letting the young girl go, the exterminator trained her to be a good assassin and sent her on a quest to find the whereabouts of the soul gem, which she burned although she found the treasure map of the soul gem. Zhao Qi was old and qualified, and if he said so, the others were too embarrassed to continue arguing. With this face, he could have fallen for it. Not to mention that this Princess Wei Wei has quite a few skills that even his father praises. But it didn't take long for Junjiake's heart to cool down before he heard Lele say that the number of people in the live room had returned. A few days ago here, he transformed into an English learner, mastered the 8th grade English level, and has never slept in English class since. Napoleon swallowed a water spray, a humidifier, and Baldy followed with a sip of water. But the spray failed, and Napoleon was reprimanded and scolded for a while. Xiao Lu was dead set on it. She was still locked in with this thing. If she didn't open it today, she wasn't called Xiao Lu. The reason he was still able to remain calm and collected was because he had just activated the divine power boundary of the temple. A black smoke emerged from under the butt of the bald-tailed rooster, and when the black smoke cleared, 2 secret books appeared in the chicken coop. Fatty Zhang, why do you want to get up and kiss my ass again today? Xiaoi Tian looked at Zheng Shuang and asked. However, at this moment, facing the super pride of the heavenly session of the Battle Heavenly Sacred Academy, their flames were unconsciously restrained. While the 6 saints faced the Zuanqing block and the double dory fish, a large banner rolled and 2 giant sashes killed left and right. While 7 faced the auspicious knot and the great spiral, these 2 sacred treasures were the most peculiar. The auspicious knot was a golden rope, wrapped around like a snake, and all of a sudden it locked 7's neck in an auspicious knot, locking him up in a deadlock and tightening the more he was strangled. However, the gang suddenly changed their minds, and Fang Wujian had no choice but to go to that cave, wanting to use the Minotaur in the cave to kill himself and the people of Corpse Transformation Valley. It's just that if one doesn't know where the ghosts are, This 100 ghost soul collecting talisman can't collect the ghosts at all. Those spectators also stared with wide eyes one by one, slowly becoming somewhat convinced from their initial skepticism. Looking at the atmosphere of the girls' laughter, the smile on Akatsuki's face had never stopped. But when the girls were clamoring and preparing to go to the hot springs as a group, Akatsuki touched her nose unconsciously. South don't want sad Chiyu. Concealment, deliberate denial. Nanbu, who had regained her usual state of mind, also started explaining right afterward, and Chu sort of realized Nanbu's bitterness. Dong Liping couldn't help but twitch twice at the corner of his eyes as well. Yet, he was much calmer compared to the others. The roaring dog took the lead and ran directly in front of Xiao Tian, sticking out its long tongue and looking at the chicken leg on top of the barbecue stand. Its mouth watered. Well, since I haven't even seen it, then I won't think about it anymore. It's better to solve the matter at hand first, Mu Zifei said with self-relief. As much as that ass-kissing makes me feel good, you can't be done with the fact that you just called me a wifey, I said with a smile. Wang Bing, I've heard about you. You want to use the 7-star lamp to renew your life? Xian Tian said as he looked at me. Open your mouth. This is pure water element. Drink it to replenish your moisture and strength, Sophia said gently. After reading the part about returning to the life destruction sect, and then looking forward to the memories about the realm of cloud dreams, Jin once again furrowed his brows when he saw the good and evil sides of Suichuan. Mr. Tegmo, I'm here again, but this time I brought some of my classmates along for the ride, Mu Zifei said respectfully as he looked at Tegmo. The words just fell. The black figure Durank and the white figure Li Quan looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The black figure Durank's left hand and the white figure Li Quan's right hand instantly transformed into a mass of black gas toward the outside of the stone hall. The black gas in and out of the stone hall as if it were nothing, and it directly passed through the stone door and disappeared in the stone hall. Hanko back to God, is also a faint smile. Back to the car to get back the wallet, driver's license, a few more important things. Then they picked up Lu Yuru with Zhou Qing back to go together. As if holding an icy man, Shinobu was alarmed to feel that Jasmine seemed to be completely lifeless at this point. Chapter 79, surprised by the pangolin scales. Ah! The woman standing behind Jiang Shurian closed her eyes in fear and let out a scream. The other customers in the store also stood up in fear and hid as far away as they could. Almost everyone thought Jiang Shurian was miserable. The drunken man raised his chair and smashed it at Jiang Shurian. If this chair really landed on Jiang Shurian, his head would be broken and bleeding for sure. Yet a hand suddenly appeared and grasped the man's arm with such force, and then pushed, that the drunken man instantly staggered. After their strength increased greatly, the Lu Feng siblings went berserk as they hacked and slashed the black armored army in front of them and moved in the direction of Li Yi. However, Li Wei waited for a few minutes and did not see any SMS alert message on his cell phone. Just when he was going to ask Wang Shui what was going on, suddenly Wang Shui sent him a photo over. On the first day, as soon as Shatterless arrived, he threw himself into a circle of 10 bulls, forced himself to wear a red dress with a bang, and ended up running through the forest all day on his own, being abused by the bulls an average of 34 times a minute. Not bad. The land was sold to Jin Hong Group, but isn't there something else in the orphanage? Luo Ba Dao said with a smile. The latter half of the words have not waited to speak. Li Yihui's words suddenly stuck in his own throat, stupidly looking at Yi Ping Hong, who stared at himself with reddened eyes. The next moment, a resounding slap rang out on his face. Alright, you guys don't think too much. This is also still just a guess. No need to show that look. Well, instead of frowning there, why don't you come and save these injured people back? Seeing that the crowd was still dwelling on this issue, Fong Chang couldn't help but shake his head and said to the crowd. Ziyu's gaze caught the scene, after which her long tail dug into the ground and the petals on her body began to turn red. Shuo Tian fixed his eyes. His heart muttered, I don't know how the actual power of this sword array, can it really play 4 times their strength? Rather than the python's body being as solid as a rock, this huge sword stabbing down would be able to pierce a hole out. Tomorrow, the northern exam, that is. I went into the palace to resume orders, spy on the movement, and then do the discussion. Zhou Yenru heart is as anxious as fire. A burst of night wind blew, violently fight a cold war, only to realize that the body is a piece of cold. Chest and back has long been dipped out of sweat, only now the loss is also heavy enough. Come to the virtual circle of the full 11 captains. Now most of the loss of Bankai, as the highest combat power of the corpse and soul world, can be said to be an instant reduction of more than 80%. This Orochi guy has messed up all of my previous arrangements. Amaterasu, who was in meditation at Takatenara, suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to his younger brother, Susanu, who was beside him, looking at Su Wanqing's expectant gaze, so that she could not help but think of her own parents in the modern era. Suddenly the heart is sour and swollen up, choked and called the mother on the lungs in Su Wanqing's arms. If, without that cut-off red raw material, that encounter with the sinking of the first sight, Can never let you betray more than 10 years of blood and guts to the confidant of the best friend? From now on with the flow of the demonic smile, cover up that no one can understand the despair. Working in groups was much more efficient. After everyone hit power, finally the lower limbs were designed 2 months after the arms were completed. The weight of the exoskeleton is also mostly concentrated in the lower limb portion, which is different from the upper limbs, which are considered for power generation, while the lower limbs have to take into account both weight bearing and speed, and 4 booster systems are needed for both legs. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Empty grills also instantly understood the other party's words. If it was said that all evil people would go to hell, then the places after the 50th of streaming Soul Street could actually be thrown directly into it. However, the fact that these people were still there living well, so that however, in fact, these people were still alive and well there, so thinking about the existence of this hell was quite debatable. He is supposed to go inside and calm down. Jun Mashwan's fire rubbed off on him as he watched the two of them having a hard time parting ways, caressing the flowers. The plum must be 3 times whiter than the snow, but the snow loses a section of the plum's fragrance. I can't help but blurt it out. Under one blow, the form and spirit were restrained, wanting to get out of the way. And after this lofty and huge force, the frozen sword intent of the air-cutting divine sword was gradually revealed, like a guillotine on a guillotine, raised to the highest point, and clanging down. Fans have long noticed Zheng Xiang on the sidelines, and when they saw that he was going to play, the fans outside the stadium cheered wildly and shouted his name, as if as long as there was Zheng Xiang, the Chinese team would surely win. Let's go out and look. Su Qianhua finally couldn't sit still and fiercely stood up from the sofa and said. Nina heard the hidden meaning in Wei Feng's words. She glared at Wei Feng, but it wasn't like she was glaring when her already flirtatious eyes glared. It was more like tempting someone to commit a crime. Second story by the fence. Davis and Bazel were no longer in the mood for coffee either. The two men stood up in unison. Hands rested on the fence, quietly watching the battle downstairs. This has allowed Utrecht to overtake PSV Eindhoven and move up to second place in the league table. Only 4 points separate them from first-placed Ajax FC, who continue their unstoppable rise. Nangonyi reached out and touched Ling Yue's forehead. Surprisingly, he was pleasantly surprised. The temperature was much lower than just now. Brother, a long pain is better than a short one. I don't want you to live in an unreal dream from now on. When you wake up from your dream, live well and I will leave on my own. Chu Wanyu's tearful eyes had blurred. A few hooligans heard that for leading the words, then all of a sudden surged up. Wu Kai saw this situation then hastened to protect Chening in the back. Successive several sweeping legs. The two young people who first approached have already with a miserable scream flew backward. The sight looked at the other man, really wanting to poke a chopstick into his nostrils and let him smell the aroma, but immediately tilted his head to look at Park Tae-yun again. Aeolus saves Athena, and Saga isn't angry, and there's even a sense of relief in the midst of relief. The kobold that had been kicked to the ground by Iron Wind got up in 3 or 2 tries. The kobold's right arm twisted at a strange angle, and its kobold's right shoulder was exactly where it had been kicked by Iron Wind. Annie, stop it. Daddy is too weak to cuddle, Anna gently reprimanded. Looking at the appearance, it was really like a family of 3. Chapter 80, if only I could borrow a Pandalin armor. Jing Ye darted out of the way, then jumped directly into the arms of Yen Anton, who was catching up. Another police officer then caught up. He looked down at what fell to the ground and his face sank. It's an anesthetic needle. I don't know if it's poisonous or not. I have to bring it back for testing. Jiang Shiyan's mouth made a sip 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 sound, and in a short while, the small animals that heard the call nearby all ran out and gathered together in harmony. She rummaged through her bag to bring along the. That's good. Thank you, second elder, for telling Kenna so much tonight. We'll leave you alone then, Lioli said. This, she has not been too overbearing, which is a mother who meddles in her son's room matters. Not to mention she isn't. Also doesn't know how to avoid suspicion. Xuanxi said angrily, flushly placing these on the dining table. Yun Dong returned to the kitchen and out of nowhere brought out another plate of steaming veggie-steamed buns. Shin Boteng was a bit stunned to look at me after being kissed by me, but I didn't care that much, and after standing on my tiptoes, I hooked his neck, and my tongue teased and tempted him with drunkenness between his lips. And so it was that on a Friday night on the eve of graduation, the final sweeps ball was held in the outer hall for the class of 97, and it was up to each student to decide whether or not they would go out in pairs. Le Qianxue saw how brutal and impulsive Violet Knight was. For a moment, she was also stunned. I could see that. Violet Knight was also serious. Right now, he should be very sad and angry in his heart. When the Jindan cultivator of the Celestial Corp sect took a look at the broken hexagonal array, he was under siege, and then he swept the battlefield with his divine sense, where he still did not know that the situation was not good. Opened the door. Li Dan was the first to walk in. Living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, lanai, everywhere, and then nodded with satisfaction. The current look is basically the same as what he asked for. So much money was not spent in vain. In order to get a few big sea merchants to loosen up, the Songjiang army has not been able to offer a lot of benefits, coupled with a hidden threat, before they agreed to cooperate with the Songjiang army. After entering the hinterland, the group disbanded. This guide was no longer responsible for the safety of these loose cultivators. Huangshan could completely use this team to blend into the middle of the body refining sex hinterland, and then figure out a way to take revenge. City war? Merle was confused. This was an unfamiliar term. Although the system was called the city war system, Merle had always understood it as adventurers from different city-states fighting each other in the plot world. Could it be? Did it mean anything else? In the bright spring sunshine, by the Thousand Victory Lake in the Imperial Stream Court of the Imperial Palace, the big eunuch serving next to Li Shifeng, the Langzhang of the Ministry of War, while aiming at His Majesty the Emperor a few steps away, lowered his voice and praised Lord Li's ability in words that were not heartfelt. Basically a weak rundown. In addition to Nan Nan and Zhang Chanshan, other people's last wishes basically completed. Of course, in the head and a lot of nonsensical wishes, such as to go to the city's largest club called a Chicken Cool Night. Si Yuan said that this wish he cannot help. When Kong was slightly stunned, Bai Zhe had already raised his left hand, and an object slid out swiftly from between his sleeves. His left palm flipped. Hold that thing. Greeting Dang Kong. A shake and a show. The thing was unfolded, actually as a black silk and gold, rear decorated with a ribbon of the order flag. At the same time, a soft snap sound came out from the Huading platform, and a white mask fell to the ground. Li Quan has submitted a request to follow Li Jing's army to go to the outer regions of China to conquer the Turks. He had been waiting for Li Er's reply for the past 2 days, and if Li Er didn't agree, he was ready to run away from home again, which he had done 2 years ago anyway. Yu Hai? Arihan was obviously surprised. Although Yu Hai was transformed into an all-round warrior by Magath Bayern, he has yet to excel in organizing the attack, and Arihan has never thought that Yu Hai could be used in such a way. Is this still that trash Xiaoyun? The crowd murmured as they stared blankly at the teenager on the martial arts stage. Alright then. Although Zhang Meng and Fatty sensed that Lai Zi's answer was a bit vague, they did not rush to figure it out. Instead, they followed Lai Zi's instructions and continued to run forward. A blue-violet thunderbolt flashed from the Ralban's cannon, and a tail-detonated armor-piercing bullet whizzed out. A Yuan has asked around, and Co Lingbang hates it with a passion. And there's no better place to detain Uni than a security bureau cell. Click. Lu Yaoshi vaguely heard the door of the next room being opened. It should be Xia Manhwa returning to her room. Zachariah even had his mouth gagged, presumably in case he bit his tongue, and he was umming and hawing furiously, trying to break free. It seems like it was after we suffered a defeat in Dongchang. Liao Qinger thought back, but she still wasn't sure. Kilgurdon, who obviously didn't quite believe the poorly run fellow, half-heartedly glanced sideways and behind Illidan. In the midst of the Wolf King Ridge's territory, many registered disciples came together, discussing with each other with horrified faces. As soon as Yun Feiyu heard Lu Mengshui's voice, he didn't hesitate and turned the car around, following Lu Mengshui to start the car again. I also didn't have the strength to ask him what that book was or to pull it out and check it. The round-faced officer practically dragged me into the police car. I lay in the backseat and couldn't stop my tears and started to sob. In front of my eyes was dark, and the only thing I could feel was the wetness of my tears. But several other continents, the East Victory Divine Continent demon race either worshipped into the Taoist religion, or were killed corpses to take pills, or became mounts or mountain protection spirit beasts. Nursery Rhyme fell asleep in the latter part of the night, confused and sleeping very lightly. This is the first time she lost sleep after returning to Luan City. Although these black fish were numerous, Sher Tian was still confident that he would be able to leave, and if he could use these black fish to wear down the two guys, the wolf demon and the flower demon, he would still be happy to do so. Chapter 81, Absurdity. Jiang Shiyan took them to the police station, borrowed a small conference room, and then got Jingye over as well, and applied to check the situation of that van and the surveillance of the roadway they had lined up yesterday, and gave a meeting to a few cats and kittens. And after hearing about Jiang Shiyan's meeting for the cat, Director Song couldn't help but put down what he was doing and wanted to meet him. Song was not the only one who had this idea. Soon the little conference room, in addition to the 6 cats and kittens, was. Isn't this a good thing? Didn't you say before that you wanted to make a big splash? Isn't this an opportunity? I looked at Fatty's tangled expression and was puzzled. A little later, only to see him he let out a furious cry and exerted his yin-yang qigong with all his might, violently striking at the top of that dark force. Inside the Dan Master Association, many Yu Yang who saw the long rainbow that transformed into a long rainbow looked up to see a young man with a very indifferent look. Lai Fu Yang sighed, sniffled, changed her tone, and began to cheerfully find a topic of conversation. Zhang Liang nodded and said, "I'll go now." Then he hurriedly left the room, and after passing through the Maharaja's treasure hall, he went straight up to the temple courtyard at the top of Mount Sumeru. Due to the occurrence of the Tatar spies were killed, the army now in addition to standby ready to attack, but also the whole army martial law. All efforts to catch the Tatar spies mixed into the army. The camps intense one by one to exclude the suspicious people. The strength of the great, absolutely unprecedented. But I didn't expect Shang Baiyan's life to be so big that the serial car accident couldn't kill him. And he recovered after only lying in the hospital bed for more than half a month. Golden Bottle's eyes slightly condensed, a clear and charming face, revealing a faintly thoughtful expression, as if she didn't understand what was going on with that phoenix-like sound. Could it be that something strange had appeared outside again? He whistled. Just disappeared. Black Horse ran back, accompanied by the sound of click. A closer look. The black horse is not an ordinary black horse. The shape is very peculiar. The heavenly domain had the heavenly Tao Elder in the four heads. They should be able to resist, and the four divisions of the ancient god realm were only as strong as the heavenly god realm, so Yu Yang would have to step in and help them. Then my parents' lives. Who will pay back? Before leaving she turned her back to him, her lightly trembling soft voice rang out coldly. Maybe one day, it would be possible to keep it. Or perhaps no matter how long it took, she would still only consider herself a brother. But at the very least, he was luckier than the man who was presumably storming around the Tianlan home at the moment because he had lost his sister. Yen Zhang, she calmed his voice to pacify her and said, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Now listen to me. Once I count to 3 you squat down. Do you hear me?" After saying that he also nervously removed the basket of fruit from his back. At that moment the man lying on the bed seemed to feel the difference, opening his eyes slightly and holding his aching head. Seeing this, a touch of ambiguity floated up in Shumor's heart. Smiling pleasantly towards him, she placed her left hand into his large palm. Xiao Jingran thought about it and agreed, and simply drove everyone to his home, a house in a building, a duplex structure, between the central and outer ring roads, and because he bought it early, it wasn't expensive. At this moment, Ioxian was like a lost dog, lying on the ground, covering his feet in pain. Originally, he wanted to get Lin Feng killed and get the Shenstone, but who would have thought that he would have planted himself here? So it seemed like he was going to die today. No need to chase. Bailey Uxian looked at the shadow that had long since been lost to sight, and said in a cold voice, completely losing the appearance of a lost soul just now, "I have a number on this. Now first do something for me." Chi Junrut still looked at him expressionlessly and said, "It turns out that he was in love with her a long time ago, but she just wasn't confident in herself and never believed in his feelings. A lot of questions have popped up. Had thought that after the Battle of Phoenix Slope, they should be living in seclusion to go, and then do not ask the world of rivers and lakes. She also did not move to go to find their thoughts, even if the cold jade at that time will be sad because of her death, but ultimately will pass. Let everything be in the past." When he learned that his grandfather might never wake up, Tang San desperately wanted to find Ning Jie to ask for the potion, but when the potion was literally placed in front of him, he hesitated. Could this potion be given to his grandfather? Su Kan's body was like a ghost appearing in front of a cliff, and at this moment, at the end of the mountain range in the west, a round of red sun slowly set down the mountain beams, gilding this entire heaven and earth with a hint of residual red. She usually mixes with the nightclub. How is also considered half of the fashion circle. Weekdays all kinds of fashion magazines did not see less. Leo threw out a chilling question. Su Minuo sucked in a sharp breath, and his stern sight turned to cold flame. Some things would not have come to this point if they could really be figured out and could be easily let go. In that case, what kind of friends does the other person make? How many friends does the other person make? And whether or not they are ordinary friends with the other person, who is he or she to question? I had just returned from meeting a client that afternoon. Hot and thirsty, I entered the office, took a cup of water, and gulped it down. Just put the cup of water down. The cell phone on the table suddenly buzzed. The general was skeptical at first, but there was nothing else to do. So let's beat a dead horse and invite him in. It didn't take long to get from the White Wolf's location to the hill, and on the way the White Wolf caught a random field mouse as a snack. Su Liang hastily opened the lid on the barrel. Yu Luming is to take a side soldier handed over a large wooden spoon from the barrel full of a spoon to take a closer look, only to see the milky white broth in the soup just floating in the sporadic grains of some rice. Simply a handful of. Xuanzi has long heard of Ran Fei as a military excellence, courageous and resourceful, and extremely heavy feelings. In a few days ago, but also advised the king of Qi, tax reduction for 3 years. Xuanzi is also a kind person. See Ran Fei is a compassionate people. Immediately agreed to his request. The demonstrator was also a little scared. Being disheartened was one thing, but since there was hope, he didn't want it to be cut short. These three factions are always in collusion. Often one faction puts forward an opinion the other two factions must oppose. Do not listen to what the blue and white, and the other two factions belonging to other forces even often obstruct the king's instructions, so that the king feels very tired. Die! As Xiang Jingyan shouted, Xiang Shaosong's hegemony transformation was instantly shattered by the blow. Chapter 82 Giant Panda with Depression. Director Lin, we welcome you to visit our Wild Protection Conservation Base, but you said that you borrowed a pangolin to go track down a suspect. Isn't this a bit? The person in charge, whose last name was he, had a somewhat forced smile on his face. If it wasn't for the other party's identity, he would have directly greeted the security guards and blasted them out. Director He, let's not jump to conclusions. Why don't we take a tour first? Director Lin said with a smile. Tao Ying was leaning against the doorway. Her mid-length hair just past her shoulders was haphazardly strewn about, wearing a low-cut purple halter nightgown, yawning with a weary look on her face, and from her mouth came a very strong odor of alcohol. In the middle of the night that day, Yan Qingya, who had always gone to bed early, stayed up and instead pulled Rui to talk. Some of the seven sect disciples could not help but start cursing, looking at a glimmer of hope in front of their eyes. How could they have known that such a situation would occur? Instantly making it difficult for them to suppress the kind of despair and indignation in their hearts. Moten, am I beautiful? She pressed forward onto his chest, her close lashes flickering twice against his cheek. Once the crowd heard this, they didn't ask any more questions, except for Li Sun, who frowned and grunted in dissatisfaction, seemingly feeling irritated by Zhang Liang's constant departures from the team. Zhang Mingxian was arranged to the dean's office, the top surgeon doctor, and gave the side of the detailed examination. To determine nothing very big problem, just back multiple abrasions, smashed, and the back of the head at a large breach has been given to do the suture surgery. I'm not a murderer. You have to calm down. Although your son was not killed by me, he deserved to die. 2 living lives died in his hands. Although Ma Chi also defended himself, at the same time, he also expressed his dissatisfaction with Chun Tu's actions. With his perception, he only felt that this place was rather bizarre, but he was unable to detect any traces of it. However, the heavenly prison ancient land was extremely treacherous, so perhaps there was a terrifyingly dangerous place right at the entrance, and it wouldn't be unusual for all 300,000 plus cultivators to fall into this place. Lu Yen shook his head with a bitter smile, deflated, and came to the bedside, picked up his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. I didn't expect that the demon race would have such a person in existence, which made Lin Hao feel a bit tricky, but he wasn't afraid that the other party would send experts again. With today's strength, as long as it wasn't a big person who made a move, absolutely no one would be able to stay with him. But every time Gubei felt that the diaphragm was about to break, an invisible resistance would appear, blocking his thoughts and sealing off his thoughts, preventing him from moving forward. It wasn't until the moment the man aimed his hand snatch at Yichio that Yichio's heart suddenly shook with alarm bells, and the first thing he noticed was a murderous aura. At this moment, Gu Er, too, did not retain his cultivation, and last night, after swallowing his essence blood and adding the blessing of the breath of nature, his cultivation, which had been elevated to the late Jindan realm, completely erupted, and he unleashed his first sword, but a contract that pays 100 million in advance. If it were me, I would have to consider it as well. Ma Dongli felt grateful. He felt that his vision was still better than Situgua. He directly let Wang Xikong step in. There was no need to do it himself. Great, now we can clear them out completely, Han Lu said excitedly. An ordinary person actually also participated in the mountain river competition. Nonetheless, and by the looks of it, it seems that there is not half a bit of disheveled. Instead, it is still hesitant. It would be strange if this doesn't attract the attention of the onlookers again. The first time I saw it, I didn't associate it with a place of abundant spiritual energy at all, but rather like a hell on earth, a place that harbors demons and monsters. At the same time, many of the guests present had seen the scene where Yichio had struck out, and they all gathered around, carefully sizing up Yichio, and even many of them were filled with curiosity about Yichio. Lu Qian, whose cultivation had risen drastically since practicing the Yu family gun, was also welcoming at the moment. The two of them were just like what Gu Ziyan had said, wearing similar clothing and the same clogs, holding hands and walking slowly through the wind and snow. Zhang Wang's laughter aroused Red Bean's attention. Red Bean turned her head to look over, and saw Zhang Wang's face was all tangled up, wanting to laugh but trying his best to hold back the laughter, not to mention how difficult it was. Upon hearing this, Gu Xinji frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes, as if to say that the plot didn't seem to be developing this way. Especially Li Jing looked deeply at Chen Rui in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitching. It seemed that the force value of this leader he was following, who had the appearance of a human ruler, was not too high. When the third thesis question was passed to Lu Bue, his gaze was austere and cold. Then he smiled and handed it over to the armorer, who loudly proclaimed it. She hadn't cared and rolled over, ready to go back to sleep. But then, to her surprise, there was the sound of the door lock being repeatedly keyed/touched. God, it's not a psycho, is it? It would be bad if it affected the other guests at the hotel. There it is, Big Brother. There it is. That cat just went in, Kermuko suddenly voiced out, waking me up, who was thinking. Sighing in her heart, Hondo didn't continue on this topic, but instead looked towards Wang Sholi, who hadn't opened his mouth. He walked in front, opening the way for Pei Ying. Chi tightly grasped Pei Ying's hand, afraid of losing someone on this crowded street. At this time, Li Jianyang was trapped in the heavy siege of monsters. It seems that because of the successive orders for combat led to a mistake of the fierce big gangmaster, a backward step failed to avoid the monster's attack, but instead led to him to fall into the middle of the siege. Could not help but stand still. At Jiang Qinnan's gesture, Xu Huainan stepped forward and picked up Jiang Rui, following the crowd out of Fenghua Villa. Lindsay, I'm very sorry. Wang Yu instantly realized that Bai Feng's words gave him an excuse to run away from the bill. We're learning how to make coffee. Does Li Junyi Sr. want to try it? The one who spoke was the captain, Kim Sung Kyu, and although he was nervous, he had to shoulder the responsibility of answering at this time. Can the arm be bigger than the leg? It's true that he has one hand in the municipal party committee, but what about the provincial party committee? Can he still be like this? Shi Yun's resistance had already affected Pan Yu. The latter's face sank and said directly. There were quite a few people in the back row of the spectator seats who stood up and looked nervously at the gambling table in front of them. These people did not participate in the gambling game, but they were also infected by the atmosphere of the gambling game, and they all wanted to know what the final result of this dragon fight would actually be. This half of the gambling stone was cut again. The inside performance is still broken jade. This time everyone has been no longer optimistic about this piece of gambling stone. The appearance of the performance of the good inside the poor is useless. It is probably one of the differences in education between the East and the West, whether the focus is on the transfer of inherent knowledge or on the transfer of innovative ideas. Not bad. You are very good. Buddha Rulai looked at Pan Gu's gaze is very soft. Mouth even said good. Very good. Also do not know whether it is the voice of the big senior brother let him feel happy or Pan Gu's. I don't know whether it's the sound of the elder brother that makes him happy or Pan Gu's cultivation that makes Rulai Buddha deeply gratified. Xiao Yu's tone was calm and his face was unperturbed, but a cold aura suddenly emanated from his body, and the temperature of the entire interior of the van seemed to have plummeted by a few degrees. Chapter 83 Attitude Change. Everyone was so shocked by the sudden scene that their hearts missed a beat, and Zhang Shiyan couldn't help but let out a loud shout in an attempt to stop the frenzied onching. Don't look at the giant panda, cute and lovely, but its nature is a bear, not a cat. The bear paw if so slapped down. The cub absolutely cannot live. Anson's bear paw landed on a nearby stake, and the arm-thick stake cracked. Jiang Shiyan was horrified. This was the first time she had seen a panda's can. Gu Rui sat down beside Li Hangen with a cup of water in one hand, and the other hand rested on the back of the sofa to come closer to look at the information Li Hangen was scrolling down. Because of this, he once again became self-doubtful about the fact that Zhang Yihuan is dead. Li Hengan choked. Gu Riku just the prerequisites of the question. He did not deny it. 1,000 defenses are still being set up. For a moment, she felt as if something unimaginable had penetrated the heavens and the worlds. Gu Rui turned his head and glanced at the knife that was stained with apple juice. Then he withdrew his eyes without showing any trace and followed Li Hangen inward. As a result, she actually managed to fall asleep. Falling asleep in the midst of her sorrow, which was a miracle for Li Hangen. That Momoyo was sitting on her but on top of the dining table at the moment, hugging a bucket of instant noodles and eating it with gusto. Didn't you say you weren't afraid at all anymore? That soldier raised his longsword and pressed it a few points towards the side of Pandeshan's neck. At first, Zhang Chuan also, when the hotel owner inquired, asked whether to pay attention to the vehicle often into the mountain out of the mountain. But the area is even on the map cannot be found on the green head of the mountain. So every once in a while a car drove the wrong way, into the mountain blindly wandering around and then out of the normal. So the owner did not pay attention to any special vehicles. Seeing that the Monkey King was about to raise the Rui weapon in his hand to strike Taichel Li's body, Erlangshan was dumbfounded. As soon as the mother and son appeared, Lan Jin's gaze locked onto them. Qin Roshue to be exact. Boom! Yan Zio's mind buzzed. Her eyes widened. Her eyes filled with shock and dismay. Had she heard wrong? The matter of her pregnancy was not publicized to the public. How did Zhong Xiao know about this? The spells weren't actually fully prepared, and they wouldn't have been in a hurry if Wang Dingzhou hadn't made a sudden and heavy move that made the others unstoppable. If the store opens over here, I guess there will be a lot of competitive pressure, Xinyu said as he looked left and right, casually sweeping 2 eyes. He saw no less than 5 or 6 big stalls. Seeing this, Wang Dingzhou knew that it was time for them to leave. The cage ancestor looking at the face of the sword god sect and receiving the 4 of them was already something that was quite a face-giving thing, and the rest was even more so that he didn't dare to think about it. I'll hold you. You definitely won't be cold anymore. Good boy. Take the quilt away. Lan Jin softened his voice and coaxed. The big hand tugging on the quilt added some force. There were about 10 or so bats hovering over the lake, and the one that flew over Nico's ear just now was one of them. The feeling of being so comfortable that she was oblivious to everything around her, as if she hadn't heard it. King Chi was busy swallowing back the words that were already on his lips as he resumed his seat as if nothing had happened, waiting for his chamberlain to come over and report back to him on the situation outside. Mo Chuan Heart cannot say what flavor. The look in his eyes is even more complex. His eyes slowly moved away from the stepping carriage, right into the arrogant and domineering eyes of Namukio, and in the open space directly in front of it, a stone platform was placed, on which a head-sized crystal was placed steadily, the color of arcane green, within which a magnificent light flickered vaguely. Anyone who had participated in or watched this session of the seal capture battle had an inexplicable fear and shadow of the gluttonous snake, scales that glowed black like steel armor, blood-colored pupils, and a thick snake body, the monster that had stopped over 1,000 contestants. Yang Kaidi until now could not believe that Yang Bian actually dared to do such things in front of his eyes. The anger rushed from his feet all the way up to the top of his head. The invisible anger made the people around him afraid. The golden yellow robe on his body appeared to be somewhat shattered, and it was obvious that he had also gone through a hard battle in the middle of the great battlefield. Su Hua sped through the forest as a thunderbolt streaked across the sky illuminating the dark night. The mountain gate of the earthly pantheon sect was already getting farther and farther away, and the rain was getting heavier and heavier, and Su Hua's face was slightly pale under the light of the thunder. Zmo didn't think of where to go for a moment, and just assumed that Hong Yu thought embroidery was much harder than woodcutting, and that the reason she hid things away was because she was afraid she'd see the ugly, half-finished work she'd done. But just when Zmo only looked at half a glance, Hong Yu's heart was suddenly inexplicably sour. This kind of sour with pain. Very unpleasant. It's like that process of looking at a single page of drawings, and then looking at a second single page of drawings, and a third single page of drawings. Sasha didn't mind. She had drank so many spirits in the first place without collapsing, and now drinking so many beers was simply too easy for her. Xiao Jiejia's words were not yet finished. Bai Luo's other hand swung with force, and the radiance of moonlight was directly aimed at that pretty face. At this time in the Xianling continent's human race, Grandmaster Dusty Ching fought in front of the divination platform, tilting his head and looking up at the gray sky. In addition to this beast skin is also a few pieces of clothing, the remaining half-month of nutrient solution and 10 grams of magic crystals. Looking for a piece of clothing to all the things wrapped up a bag, Cao Qian indignation for a while also went to sleep. Slightly moving his steps, Xiao Tianyi switched to a position between Bai Luo and Xiao Rong's straight line distance, a position where if Xiao Rong suddenly sent out a move, he would be able to fend it off for a moment or two. The sinister creature kept wearing around. Its orientation kept changing, and often by the time he got there, the location had been refreshed again. Qing Xue, King Feather still has breath. Master can try again. Maybe. He can still be saved. The purple quiver Saint Ruler frowned tightly. Yun Qingshue's reaction at this moment caused a great uneasiness to rise in his heart. Looking at this void entry heaven, even their almighty Saint Ruler was unable to attract a pixie divine beast to his side. Right now, this person who broke into the demon palace even possessed a pixie divine beast as a mount. From this point alone, this person was already enough to compete with their almighty Saint Ruler in the world. Chapter 84, Leaving Home. The staff didn't worry that the pangolin would be stolen. After all, the base was surrounded by surveillance and protected by a security system. Those people wouldn't dare to come here to poach protected animals even if they were bold. There was a fear that the pangolin had strayed into another animal's territory, or that they had actively run out of the protection of their base. Now director he couldn't calm down, and hurriedly greeted all the people to help look for the body of the pangolin. Yet wildlife, you two are really getting better and better at this craft. Whoever marries you will really be cultivating the blessings of the 10th life. Wu Di complimented. Finally, Sun Yu also came out to persuade Cao Cao. He had traveled to Liangzhou, and he probably knew something about the situation in Western Liang. If it is usual, Qingfeng will certainly be very coy to open the mouth to excuse himself to humble on a number of things. But now, because still remembered before being pressed by Shi Yuan under the body of the thing, so after listening to it, the face of this will be suddenly red. For a time, actually do not know what they should say, just very nervous to grasp their lapels. Even foreseeing ignorance, seeing the broken blade, and knowing that the court had been contacted, his heart suddenly settled down. There are no buts. If you are afraid, I will just go ahead with the sixth senior sister. The grand elder knew what she was worried about and directly opened his mouth to interrupt. Dozens of feet away, flags were faintly visible, and when the wind picked up, there were bursts of neat stepping sounds. The scene in front of him suddenly opened up. The killers from hell were thousands of people in a square formation, arranged in accordance with a specific formation, forming a powerful battle formation. At the forefront of the formation were three deep auras that were introverted. Those were the three great saints of hell's killers. Yun Songtian raised his longsword as soon as he did so and gave a somewhat excited shout. After resting for a day, he had eaten and drank enough and was idling around. And Mu Feng's mention of it was just what he wanted. Glancing at each other, the Mu clan troops rushed forward at the same time as if they had made up their minds. But that powerful aura pressure almost made it difficult for them to move an inch. Against the aura, they desperately rushed forward. Brothers who bought the star fixing disc, now everyone can use it. After everyone uses it, please hit a 1 in the chat channel. On the mic sequence, the eye in the eye mirror in the mirror was also excited. Because the figs are finished melting ahead of time, the induction cooktop's fierce fire level shows temperatures that are higher than a 4-stage flame. The upper armies attack the strategy, the lower armies attack the city. Xiang Yu smiled faintly and uttered a classic line from Sun Tzu's Art of War. This discovery caused the three's brains to involuntarily short-circuit briefly, and by this time, the sisters had already killed out, each meeting one of them. At the same time, they were also very envious of Tang Yi, and for the 3 items that were taken out, the inner house disciples were also incredibly keen. This was the heartbeat of a human celestial who had mingled into the endless altar, and his thoughts represented most of the human races here, who were beginning to consciously embrace into a ball and coalesce into a whole, making a clear distinction from the foreign races. He had always thought that this brother-in-law was too amusing. When he came to Roman, he made a move on him, wanting to give him some color, but in the end, he was easily subdued by himself, and stayed in the maintenance company honestly, but instead, he was enthusiastic about mech modification, and had never bothered him. Your Excellency is right. If it were not for Mr. Liu, Your Excellency should indeed be within Stone City at this moment to preside over the situation. Liu Yu nodded his head and said, one has so easily stumbled upon such a great encounter that one's life is turned upside down and one's life is about to become immensely exciting. Seeing Li Su-man who was trembling in fear, Lu Jiming thought for a moment and smiled coldly, deciding to use Li Su-man to start with. In addition to testing it out, it would also deter Tang Yi's group to see if Tang Yi's group was really not afraid of the sky and the earth. After hearing his mom tell him about this, Hua Shi was also shocked, not thinking that he was carrying such a curse. Hearing Feng Qinglan say that, Wu Zhe poked his head out of the kitchen and looked at Xiao Tong, who kept struggling in Feng Qinglan's arms and grabbing the shopping bag on the shoe cabinet with her hands. An aura gradually rose up from him, then formed a collision, causing a stern aura to fill the air. Who on earth could have killed it? He murmured, revealing his doubts, and then his mental power spread out and began to observe it carefully. Brother Wei, let's eat together at noon. Zhang Yuanyi lifted the cup in his hand and also said with a faint smile, wouldn't it be enough to make the nobles give up their nobility? Yanni, who had been waiting to the side, spat out a childish voice. It would be fine if the other party was just a piece of program. But now, hell if the other party had done anything while they were reinforcing themselves. However, Chunan slowly but bitterly, because he suddenly felt that the internal energy that he had previously induced Qi, suddenly at a very high speed in the loss, he would have liked to directly put down, but his arm as if stiff, frozen could not be put down. As long as nothing happens to him or her, then with his or her fame, neither company will have any problems. In fact, there is no need for Ru Shi to point out that Xiao also knows Miao Miao's situation, a person who is placed on the tip of her heart every day. How can she not know her every move? Ninger, if one day father leaves you, you must live well, no? Find someone who loves you and live well. Bailey Uxin reddened her eyes and softly said. The news also shocked him, leaving him somewhat incredulous, and after double-checking that it was correct, he immediately drove home. Lang Janning's body trembled. Do not love him, do not give him hope. Slowly lowered his eyes, bushy eyelashes gently trembling. Obsidian-like bottom of the eyes are unable to cover the grief. Originally thought, she still have night, just did not expect their own appearance as much as to bring her crisis. Jian Lixing cooperatively made a zipper movement towards his mouth to show that he would shut up immediately. Only the eyes were still colored with a playful smile. Love turns out to be such an exhausting thing. Flower well, never fall in love. Lang Janning waved her hand and slowly and leisurely walked towards the inside. Because of the consideration that Ning Shouan had just passed away, he only kissed her forehead and did nothing else, only embracing her and closing her eyes. Find an immortal beast and ask for directions. Xuemang glanced inside and stepped away. Don't panic. I'll give you a look. Luo Han helped and ran to sit on a chair, one hand kindly holding his slender neck to tilt his face upwards, the other hand resting on his wrist to take his pulse and diagnose him. She must protect Xianshan because she can't afford such a blow anymore. It's really too cruel for her. Why can Yan Jiangxi be so cruel to her? Chapter 85. Can't such a talent be from their base? A white and gold colored python was wrapping around that pangolin, only that the scales of the pangolin were very hard. The curled up pangolin couldn't gnaw on it at all, and the two sides just stayed in a weird position, and they didn't know how long it lasted. The pangolin that followed Jiang Shiyan immediately shrunk itself into a ball in place. It's true that pangolins are docile, and it's also true that they are timid. Jiang Shiyan shielded this pangolin behind her, then looked stiffly at the. I have heard that there are drunkards rampant in the area of the Vermilion Kingdom, so we are here to help the Vermilion Kingdom eradicate the demons that have come here to subdue them. The swordsman blandly uttered these words saying. The bearded sand monk suddenly had some trance. Just now the Tang abomination or a completely do not want a hand to collect their own appearance. The nice speech, then, is really just a pretty speech that earns Reinhardt a lot of fame and then goes on to have no real meaning. I do not know when the Jiangzhou Yamanin Wenjiu at this time can be said to be in the heart of the apprehensive. After all, in the 18 years in the pretense of Chen Guangrui's Lu Hong so many years have come over. No matter how to say that there will be a certain amount of feelings. Once the iron martial sex people make their move, I'm sure the others can't sit still, right? Luo Hongwu was a bit expectant and couldn't help but rub the hilt of his sword, as if he couldn't wait. His voice, as if close to the ear, but also seems to be far away from the sky, during the time also mixed with the sound of thunder that regrets the soul. Let a person frightening. 2. Anything? The puzzled pilot in Scout 1 asked over the comm channel. Based on this point alone, words for the swordsman is still a little bit euphemistic margin, but after all, whether it is the next battle of the heart demon or looking for the 4 glazed plot quests are required to have a heavenly soldier flying sword to release. So naturally the swordsman is in the way of this aspect of the situation has become a bit difficult. A walking centurion in the capital? Why haven't I seen it before? Is it a fake? The 100 tenant surnamed Chang's eyes narrowed with a somewhat unkind expression and said. Yang Yi on the side also looked on with cold eyes, without the slightest intention to lend a hand to Ling Ji to help her out. Brother De Yu, what do you think? Isn't this an excellent method? He Shang asked triumphantly. The other side of the long Chenny watching this scene saw this as tightly clenched up the palms of the hands. Let the nails deeply into the palms of the hands. The face of a handsome teenager came into Zhang Zhao's eyes. Zhang Zhao herself was used to seeing a bunch of good-looking men in her own family, but she was still shocked by this face. It is said that people are happy with the spirit of freshness. This is not false, but at this time for the red jade, more than a few points of apprehension, and therefore this appetite is naturally poorer. Which ate a few, will feel full, put down the chopsticks. Well, after all, there is kung fu in the body, only the snowball in the hand, subconsciously as a concealed weapon to use. If the force is slightly larger, I'm afraid that all of them cannot eat. At this moment, people are standing on the street of the tea ceremony, where all this information obtained from Elder Li is just too unbelievable. Chai Lang also immediately received a system alert, and the attributes of the giant turtle appeared in front of him in its entirety. Lu Shan had been sitting on the position of the branch president of the Kong City Martial Arts Alliance for many years, and had long since raked in a lot of money, and due to the fact that he had previously been a single-handed force inside the Martial Arts Alliance, it had led to a rather chaotic financial situation within the Martial Arts Alliance. Frowning suspiciously, the armed man waiting by the telephone had no time to speak when the rusty telephone beside him was violently ringing with a shrill electric bell. Grandma, I'm back. Duan Yi saw that Grandma Duan was sewing clothes and said simply. At this moment, a line of people were looking towards this ruined vein, and were exploring if there were any old mining holes so that they could go in and find out what was going on. Why don't you say anything? Why should I donate it? Zhuang Chang's voice was even more amplified this time than before. The two men's fists were facing each other. Who? The violent wind blew Qin Yang's and the blonde man's tops cracked and broke apart, revealing the two men's different skin color, but equally fit and strong muscles. It wasn't that she didn't trust her family, but she didn't want to second-guess hearts and minds about such things, even if it was the people she was closest to right now. The choice of a place to practice on top of a mountain began with the Taoists because of the ease of looking up at the stars and exploring the heavens. What I said is true. You marrying someone else is my greatest loss. Qin Yang made a deep confession, then turned to Yang Yuan, who had a gloomy face and lowered his eyebrows and closed his eyes without looking at him. The list shows all the first aid categories. Short-term increase in human function of the drug. Spent 500 million. Right. Can be used to buy a little. Accompanied by the guide out of the store. It is worth pushing. Out of Lin Feng's VIP level is still 1. It takes $1 billion to 2. Kryptonite requirements are really ing high. Zhuangzhong walked forward and picked up the wallet to look at its contents. Sure enough, judging from the information on the documents inside, it was indeed her wallet. After finishing speaking in a slightly provocative manner, Feng Qinglan picked up his wineglass and gently shook it, sizing up Li Qing out of the corner of his eye while in his mind, he was constantly thinking about how he should get out of the situation. Along the defense line, an army so dense that it could not be counted, a column of robotic figures, fully loaded and ready to go. Especially the scarlet eyes of the Terminator infrared vision were even more ominous. Granny Yen, what about the sword and horse puppet? Where is it? Where will it appear from to kill itself? It was impossible for Guan Liang to ignore others and become the supreme guide of the Destiny Heavenly Sect, even if he had the ability and proof. But so what? Only hearing a clear and long whistle, the Purgatory longsword in sharpshooter's hand was raised up in the air and stabbed at the bright starry sky above his head. Ha! You actually have Yang-scaled electric eels from the Viking Alliance's Howling Wind Bay in this store? That's great! Let's have the Yang-scale electric eel for the main course. And don't come too many. 3 will suffice. 1 braised, 1 steamed, and 1 pan-fried eel steak. After saying that, Julie finally closed the menu. People, they are so realistic. Zhang Ning sighed silently. He and Shui Han were casual acquaintances, so naturally he would not say that he called on him. Gongsun Xin nodded, and just as he was about to pass on the order, the scout who had just passed on the edict walked in again, his head dripping with cold sweat and his face a little pale. The demon spirit responded to the loss in Luo Tian's heart and spoke out to comfort him, but Luo Tian's heart didn't feel any relief at all. He knew that the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had once again been missed in his own hands. Saving people? Who else could he save? He almost even buried his own life in this. Sure enough, when he was less than 10 steps away from the 8,000th step, Saint Nameless Body trembled and opened his eyes. He couldn't give it. And what he couldn't give, he shouldn't have given it to her to think about from the beginning, lest the higher her hopes, the greater her disappointment. Even if he now shouted something about an evil spirit that would appear, the middle-aged man in front of him would not be able to believe it. Qin Ziyuan had calculated everything. And Mo Yuan was certain that he still had countless means to keep the middle-aged man in front of him. Chapter 86. He's fooled you. Director do you think it's okay for me to borrow a pangolin? Zhang Shiyan didn't forget to bring up her purpose. She had helped the base retrieve the runaway pangolin and golden python, so it was considered a merit. Director was deep in thought. He recalled that not long ago he had received a telephone call from a certain bigwig in the province, a call which, though it lasted but a minute or two, was in words of favor for Zhang Shiyan, expressing his love for the young girls. Suzumi felt like she really hadn't studied enough. How come Kagaya's string of words where she clearly knew what each word meant? When connected into a sentence she didn't understand what was being said. It is too real. As if there is really such a person standing in the void. Vivid, even every eye, every action, like a real person. Deep in fear, Xingyu's strength was greatly reduced, and after his bloody hand collided with the 3 pythons, it immediately collapsed. And countless plasma became that python's food. Next to Lu Qiao, was an old man, dressed in white, and his beard was gray. However, his 2 eyes were very godly, and he was looking at the masked man with a smile on his face. Yi Jingqi's face sank. Without Yi Yiren saying he knew that the price Yi Yiren opened this time would definitely not be low. But, now the deed is in the hands of others. He wants to get the deed back. He can only let Yi Yiren open the price. After thinking for a while, Yi Jingqi said in a cold voice, "You open the price." But he clearly saw that Zhan Yungu was already out of breath. Her body was stiff. Could this still be saved? Hearing Gu Mufan say this, Yi Yiren had some smiles on her face and said, "My family's man is so nice. Mr. Gu, how did you remember to return to China all of a sudden? Didn't you say that there was still a meeting on your hands? This balcony dress-up is very simple. The large balcony, only if you can sit and look at the distant sea and beach stools, to meet the warm wind blowing over. Yi Yiren is to feel comfortable. And this kind of decoration, when Tang Qianling in the Yi family, is also like this kind of decoration. All of this was her choice. She didn't regret it. Like Le Qianshui said, she had chosen to do this in the first place. It meant that she and War Lianjing were already disassociated. The two of you still don't want to argue anymore. At this moment, joining forces to get out of the demon death tomb is the main thing. Dragonfly laughed lightly. The man in green put the beads of white light into his arms and followed him in. That green peach, however, hand pinched the green man's sleeve, tugging him toward the side of the house. That action but some affectionate face even there is a slight smile. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Jing Ro was furious and started to complain about Chen Yu in her mind. Her face was already filled with an unhappy expression. She had thought that Chen Yu would notice this and perhaps come over to coax her. But alas, she had still overestimated Chen Yu. She was a little drunk, but he was still wide awake. But in this moment, smelling the alcohol in the air himself, he seemed to be getting drunk with it. They were on the outside, incomparably worried, but no amount of worrying would do any good. Without the nods of approval from the division heads, they simply couldn't enter the illusionary realm. Ziyuel Lu Qingyun's body, gently put on the ground, at this time not far away from the battle. There is no time to bury Lu Qingyun. Ziyu's worry is redundant. Lu Qingyun's body actually automatically drilled into the soil, and then a tender green tree teeth broke out. Lu Qingyun became one with heaven and earth. After a mother and her son's hearts are connected and they both do their best, they will be there whether the mother is there or not in the future. As long as he is there. This is the council hall. The name of the address is not very bullish, but it is the most solemn place in the entire imperial city. The heart of nature had been nurtured in the deep spectre forest for 100 years and had long since matured. The reason why it hadn't come out was because it hadn't found a suitable nature's child. But I'm sure if you knew what happened in your last life, you would have made the same choice. And at this moment, Ling Hu Tsong could not help but feel an extremely large body of information entering his mind. Despite this, Wang Qing didn't have any thoughts of stopping, and with a frantic expression, he continued to stab forward. And when these iron horsemen of the secret disc division took a look at the young man, they instantly recognized the young man's origin and only felt a chill at their backs. If that was the case, then the magnitude of the power of this alchemist association would be very astonishing. Just now he threw the perspective talisman has been here on the shelves of the raw stone to see once. Can come out of the green price is very expensive. He does not understand the value of that kind of emerald, and do not dare to make a rash bid. Inside the space surrounded by the 5 array flags in an instant, a fierce wind rose up, and a wave of invisible sharp blades raged around them. It was hard for Jia Rong to still be able to say such decent and sensational words. Even you and the others who were secretly annoyed that he still came to toast Jia Qing at this time loosened their frowns. In front of him was a huge circular three-dimensional screen, the fibers of which showed the vastness of the universe around the ship and the load resistance of the various compartments, with red parameters surging in the lower left corner of each screen to provide the observer with the most up-to-date data on the environment. Without much effort, Qin Shaoxian slightly opened her lips, and their tongues entangled together. Think about the first level. Ha, this one is smart every time, Zhang Yuxuan said with a cold smile. Suddenly, a sharp claw attacked fiercely. Wang Fan dodged it with a sidestep and then blocked another sharp claw with his sword. Through the glass door, it was clear to see Ru's movements as she was constantly rubbing soap on herself, constantly washing herself with water, trying to scrub away everything from last night. Sarah was sitting in the car, her 2 slender legs wrapped in black stockings, dressed in professional OL attire. Inside the 10 ferocious beasts, the 4th-ranked Emerald Swan, Bai Ji, the 6th-ranked Dark Gold Dread Claw Bear, Bear Jun, and the one that ranked a bit further back, just the 8th-ranked 3-headed Red Devil Mastiff, Akamaru. Hearing the heavenly demon emperor's words, Chanlo's gaze also looked towards Xing Zhang, and even Fei Pang, at this moment, was also moved. Where did Hao Zi go? Xiao Luofan came in until now and never saw him, so he opened his mouth at Xiangzi. Poor cow eggs. So left here. Many think of this, cannot help but worry a little for him. Of all the facets, only Shuiyu's ability was different and made herself very jealous, as she was the legendary 10-tailed heavenly fox. At this time the world is fighting. Annoying things are really too much, to live for so long, but has not been able to see through. And now the old man is also gone. All of their loved ones are no longer around, and even the gallery do not belong to themselves. Chapter 87. Zhang Shiyan hugged this pangolin and said with a serious face, "Pangolins are rarer than pandas. They should never be used as bait. That group of smugglers is looking at wild animals, and the presence of the pangolin is more likely to attract their attention. As long as we can guarantee its safety, this matter is not impossible to implement. Can Captain Yen guarantee 100% that the pangolin will not suffer a single injury?" Zhang Shiyan looked at Yen Anton, who was sitting across from him. So, she focused on this 6th prince. She could see that the acting king was jealous of this 6th prince. If she could get him to follow her orders, rescuing her family and leaving the southern dynasty was just around the corner. Perhaps before that, it wasn't even their own thoughts, but having been brainwashed in the bloodline fusion, they were no longer themselves, but had become puppets fighting to bring back the glory of their ancestors for the Air Clan. After a continuous night's flight, he had used most of his star power and could only land to rest and regain his strength. She remembered that he often told her that when the child was born, he would give him the best of everything in the world, and in the future, when he could be on his own, he would hand over the Northern Kingdom to him, and then the two of them, he and she, would go to that big manor, and live the rest of their lives that belonged to them. Only later, too many things happened. Feng Gong loved green mountains and green water all his life, and now that he can sleep in such a beautiful place, he has gotten what he wished for. On the way back, I still gazed back from time to time at the earth bag that was getting farther and farther away from me. My heart was in mourning and depressed, and I ignored the counseling of Mrs. Wang. Jais also bowed his head in deep thought, did not talk. It was only someone's brother, who had said a few good words to her, that had put her in the current situation. If Lang Chengyi really had a little bit of goodwill towards her, I'm afraid that she would have definitely severed her ties of kinship with the Yin family right now right away. Well, I'll take my leave then. It wasn't a simple question either, so just give her some more time to think about it. Just as he was thinking, the carriage was already out of sight, and he turned around to go back, but he was shocked to find that the emperor himself had come galloping in on a BMW. Father, I'm sorry, I might not be able to control my brother. Wang Shui looked out the window, tears streaming from her eyes. Fu Xian let out a huge sigh of relief and laughed. Naturally, I'm relieved. It's fortunate that I have you, to help me out. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd be very passive when second sister returns. After saying that, Fu Xian spoke to Shiryu for a while longer before leaving Shiryu's room. Simply because he knew that these people had a death wish. Simply because he knew that big battles eventually kill people. That's not so bad. I'm afraid that he's trying to find some fault with you about your work, so that you won't have a peaceful life in H City. Shin Tingshan now had a headache when he wanted to go Shinqingyu, afraid that he would spill over to Bai Roy, the great expert in using poison among the crowd. Ghost Berserk Heaven said, no harm, there is no poison in the smoke. Only after this statement was made did the crowd feel a little more at ease. These monsters are obviously led by those two 7th level, but these two monsters are very cunning, have been hiding in the back. The purple electric hammer simply can't find them. In midair those 5th level monsters' fragments fall on top of the flame, but instead make the flame even more furious, although it won't burn itself, but it's consuming its own spiritual energy at all times. A dazzling array of white grotto heads, stacked in various ways, triangular, rectangular, or sporadically lined up in an unruly fashion. After I analyzed it like that, Kiyo came to a realization, and then Kiyo was about to expose Meng Ying's lie when I snatched the phone back. So this century is really a century of convenience. Luz actually took care of Shintingshan's work and life without much trouble. Often Luz could feel that even if he didn't stay by Shintingshan's side, Shintingshan's blindness couldn't cause him much trouble. Chen Feng, although he said so, he was also a bit puzzled in his heart. What exactly was it that could make Shen Yuan Kong keep not telling himself? Hiding it. I walked to the alleyway inside my house, and this good to see my mom come out. She was dressed as a cleaner, with a shovel in her hand, and was reluctantly saying goodbye to my brother. There was absolutely no reaction at all to the fact that these guys, all of them, were holding firearms and acting on their own. Why don't I just do nothing? I don't owe you anything. Why should I be nice to you if you treat me like this? I'll do it for nothing. Maybe she'll think I'm giving her a hard time trying to get home. Lest I forget, I also recovered some mana. Instantaneous transfer of such skills, unusual, unnecessary to use, but in a pinch to use but also handy. Those who went into the hot pot restaurant and ate it all thought that the flavor of that hot pot was too good to be true. There were many people who even fished up the bottom of the pot and ate it. My mom sat on the ground and cursed, all kinds of swear words without fear. I also do not care, also continue to walk forward. Thinking about it, they couldn't help but worry about Su Jinxiu, especially the palace staff in Su Jinxiu's palace, who simply took one step and turned back 3 times. Yi Su's hand loosened up, as if the strength of his entire body had been removed, and on his pale face, a smile spread out. At that moment, he was obviously a bit terrified. He himself was obviously a good person, but at this moment, it was obvious that even his body had undergone a mutation. Although Han Jinyu's body was relaxed, she still had some tension while the pain in her lower abdomen crashed intensely. Consider it a gift for time. This dress Bella hasn't worn either. It's still brand new. Zhang Xichen's eyes did not move away from Xiaotime. He also didn't expect this gown to be so suitable for Xiaotime. If everything was fake, then Indicus's pain must be a result of the church's hierarchy moving somewhere in her body. The Big Dipper actually penetrated right through your body. And you didn't die? Are you made of water? Shortly afterward, a trophy was delivered to Miyu's home that became the black history of Manuri's life. Yunfeng thanked the Lu family so that no old man and the old lady encouraged. What other moths can be made? Currently the Weasel plan's backer, Grandma Huang, was just in trouble, and big trouble at that, because its 49 heavenly tribulations have arrived. Li Mo, however, didn't even want to say more than half a sentence to him, and charged towards him again with his fists raised. Sensing someone's arrival, the man on the throne slowly opened his eyes with a slightly surprised expression. Then, Xia Shirwei had been cooking for Guchen for so many years, eating such delicious meals every day. Guchen was not moved at all? After seeing Jun Xianshi's upside-down face, this disciple did not have the slightest bit of fascination, but only trembled as he continuously kowtowed on the ground begging for mercy. The night was late, and she had been busy lately, but after being so tired, her mind was very clear, and although she was tired, she didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy, even though she wanted to go to sleep now. After all, she would have to get up early tomorrow. But it was just how she couldn't get to sleep, which couldn't be helped. Chapter 88. I have a favor to ask you. Zhang Shiyan didn't expect to meet the god of wealth here. Isn't this the rich man who insisted on giving her $10,000 in compensation? Shasta was also surprised. Before the online exposure of her cat abuse video, Xia Sida's first reaction was that the girl was being groomed. Although there were only 2 short scribbled meetings, but Xia Sida intuited that she was not that kind of person. How can a human who can communicate with animals without any problems turn out to be like a cat abuser? With the arrival of Dr. Ariana, the entire underground laboratory was reactivated. While Dr. Ariana quickly made her way to a culture room, looking at the huge culturon in front of her with a satisfied smile, Shiraishi Yukimi, who was meditating on a yoga mat, opened her eyes and exhaled a slight breath of cloudy air, feeling slightly exhausted, while Tuanzi and Rin Tianjie were eating with their mouths full of oil. The old blind man was drawing talismans in grief, and after drawing 3 of them, 1 house-suppressing talisman and 2 peace talismans, he felt exhausted as if his essence had been sucked dry. I know. Hurry back. In a while my mom can't find me. She should be anxious. Xia Yoji hurriedly pacified. Ren Tianjie Wangyin froze. Was talking to them? Is it letting them in? Can they go in? Xinhao wanted to take a closer look to see just how far away this desolate ancient realm, and the immortal realm, were. The flashover was still a little short of the distance needed to walk up half a step forward to raise his hand. Beautiful. The audience immediately apologized for helping the top laner. Sometimes you don't have to only live in the top lane to help. Killing the opposite fielder is just as helpful to the top lane. The poor condition of his third brother's family was known to the whole village, and the 4 girls he had raised were not in school and could help the family. My lord, take care, Feng Wei said. She was the only one who was acting normal. The other Feng Wei were a bit reactive. Mu Charan looked to the mountain road, gradually saw some figures coming. His heart was like a drum, and he couldn't help but be nervous. This is the 4th wave of people coming to return. I don't know if they can bring back the person he longed for. I don't know if she is well. It was the county of Luo during the Qin dynasty. The county of Luo was named after the water of Luo flowing through the county, and the former city was located at Woolley Lane, Beiwai Township, Wanghan City in later times. Although there were only 4 Gatatoya, but with the intensive mana bomb support of the several Trestles behind them still beat the knights to the point where they could only raise their shields and retreat. This was because he had once given an order that no one was allowed to enter the perimeter of the gazebo or even the back garden during his cultivation. But she more or less sympathized with Dancing Butterfly, which Fu Lin knew, but Fu Lin didn't really thank them either. Humph, what a big mouth. Dare to ask the Senator General how to annihilate those 20,000 Southern Liang Army. Hard touch or enemy death 1,000 I lose 800. Don't forget, there are still 80,000 people behind them. What do we have? Wang Hai finally couldn't help but ridicule in public. Not much time. A dusty, sweaty scout. That one said. You do not say that Fu Lin's personal guards are all elite. How to explore a road to sweat. This can be your fault. If you also experience this kind of high tension, high physical exercise, you will all faint. I've quit smoking for over a year before, but I didn't realize that I actually broke up yesterday because of a breakup, so I'm really out of luck. Li didn't care what her subordinates thought. After hurriedly entering the house, she saw Du Zhong was pinching Sun's pulse. His brows furrowed and his face was pensive. When she came in, she just glanced at her. Then she lowered her eyes and seemed to be calculating something. Shang Wancheng's 2 henchmen also rushed forward and greeted the 3 of them from Deya with a very respectful attitude. These were 2 17 or 18-year-old young soldiers, also Shang Wancheng's personal guards. Regarding Mrs. Rao's deeds, the 2 had heard about them and sincerely admired her. Ling Frost did not have much to solve. The air will not dare to force the body to come forward. The execution is not afraid, but the role of Pinggang a move to throw her back. Lift your eyes to open when I don't know when the rain falls. Clear Ming also into the team. Kill is about to explain the situation. Rain falls. Clear Ming snapped a club invitation handed over. The man in black glanced at him and stabbed at Hua Fenglan once again. Xiang Jun pounced on her and stopped in front of her, tangling with the man in black, doing the superficial work, not letting outsiders know that they are fighting in the nest. And secondly, Cheng Yuhan also wants to take this opportunity to see her son who has not seen for more than half a year. The water-avoiding golden eye beast didn't expect Bai Mu to know that those gems were their poop, and was instantly a little embarrassed. However, Qin Miao still arranged a place to stay for Qin Miao with a smile on her face and was very attentive to her hospitality. Mu's in a good mood? Tianji walked out of the house and held out his hand to her. Bai Mu naturally put her hand over, and Tianji pulled her up to the rooftop. But now it was saying such a thing to Yuma. From this she could see one thing. Rong Liang was not a person who minded his own business easily, but now he wanted to leave Yuma behind. It was obvious that something must have happened. Although she didn't know what had happened yet, she would at least go along with it. Third brother, look at what this is. Favor Nyang did not try to judge the truth of Chang mother's words. She took what Peach handed over and waved it in front of Yi Zhiheng's eyes. Ancient toys in the end are less fancy. Hopefully this is useful. The baby was slapped away by Morong Ningyue and landed on the head of the fire silver wolf in a smooth manner. Sitting on the head of the fire silver wolf with a butt, looking at Morong Lingxue and the others pouncing in the river with a face full of excitement, she got out of bed in her pajamas, barefoot, and with her noisy hair on top of her head, and went to answer the door. Although Grandma Yi was injured, since she woke up, she was in good spirits, and even seemed to be a little better than before. General, this person is the newly appointed general of Fan City, Knight Chu Sheng, the bearded Tozi reported. I generally carry less cash on my body. $3,000 in cash I really cannot take out to a nearby ATM to withdraw money. I sat in the driver's seat. The driver sat in the passenger's side to show me the way. I foot gas pedal. The car whooshed out. Later, Oze became the big brother of the Tianlong gang and sent an unknown number of henchmen to find Tang Mei, who had already been reinstated at that time and was shocked to learn that Oze was the lover of He Kite. Various Yuan power outbursts raged. The large pit was further enlarged, and the powerful Yuan power outbursts even smashed the rubble into nothingness. When Shenwei went there, Grandma was answering the phone. I don't know what the person on the other end of the phone said. Grandma's face suddenly became ugly, and finally the phone fell to the ground, making a dull sound, and Shenwei was startled. After Lin Feng finished switching the 8 stone cones, at the underground seal, the pool of water churned as if it was boiling. First of all, cellar wine is definitely a top priority. With so much wine in there, it would be a disaster if we weren't lucky this time. So, Zhang Yingjie bought himself a few sheep. Every day in the mountains to wander around is also quite a comfortable thing. Next, Yifan waited for 3 months and finally saw Pangbo, but at this time, Pangbo was no longer the original body and seemed to have been taken over. Chapter 89, Quid Pro Quo, 100,000. Xia Side said it again. He looked at Jiang Shurian and paused for a moment. The pay is negotiable, or you can add more if it's not enough. 100,000. This is not looking for a cat. This is looking for an ancestor. That cat of your sister's is expensive? Jiang Shurian asked tentatively. Xia Side took out his cell phone and sent a few photos to Jiang Shurian, who received them and clicked on them, only to find that it was an even more ordinary white cat with mandarin duck eyes and a short tail. On the next attacking opportunity, seeing that Chu Chao was in a good position, he immediately slipped the ball between 2 defenders, with a straight kick, suddenly being targeted by 2 star elementalists. The average person didn't feel anything, but the more they knew about star elementalists, the more panicked they felt. The man's heart pounded at the gentle, friendly gaze, and when he didn't hold on, his already barely supported body fell straight up to the ground. Most of the water friends, all still have a simple concept of right and wrong. Chu Chao, this image, it is too good. And, to be honest, before a few times to make a big fuss about the incident, Chu Chao's fighting ability is simply bursting. And the fact that Yi Ji was able to fly in a direction with such certainty proved that she had already seen Wei Xiaoji. As a round clipped half of one of the men's ears, the protected troll finally couldn't help but speak. In the minds of many top middle sprinters, the Diamond League is no less important than the Olympics. She was supposed to go home to live after class, just didn't want to share the same road with Wan Sanha, so she stayed in the dormitory. Meaning, what's the point of coming here smiling like a flower and harassing my husband when you can't take a good class? Dong Jian and Peng Hua, both of whom have been on the team for a long time, have long had their own customized running shoes. Xiao Dongqing shook her head and told Tang San the image she had seen through Wang Yu's ghost, the truth that it was Wang Yu's suicide. Deng Ziki didn't even know how many times she had aired this number, but without exception, the display showed that the other party was being switched off. Forced to do so, she had no choice but to first recruit another patriarch who was also instrumental to the company, Zhang Chengfeng, only to hear extremely ear-piercing and heartbreaking sound of the golden goose tearing up. The crowd all felt like the back of the sharpness and threat. Just now both of us were in a rage. Very impulsive. I did not allow Zhou Qiang to find Zhang Shuer. Zhou Chang's bullish temper came up. All of a sudden could not hold it in, so he quarreled with me. The next day, with dark circles in her eyes, Gu Beiyan was taken aback when she saw herself in the mirror. Anyang said indifferently at this time, glancing at Tony, then rose up in the air and flew to the seaside. Coco Lu nodded. She didn't like being lied to by her friends, but it seemed that this man wasn't quite her friend. Now LV Simeon is considered my partner and is still of some use to me for the time being, and I don't want to fall out with LV Simeon just yet. Jeanne d'Arc also showed no weakness, and the bright aura above the holy flag surged for a while, as if it might burst out at any moment. The man looked at the cowed and cowering army magicians in front of him and barked wildly. The trenchcoat man, on the other hand, was calmer. After all, he was unaware of the Nine Suns' residence. However, seeing that both Bai Kai and I already had such expressions, he didn't dare to act rashly. Luo Xian waited for those people to leave. He looked at his watch, the cheapest quartz watch. Another 2 years would probably not be a problem. He was almost certain that the other party was whatever biologist he was looking for, and he didn't know if he could find out anything about Li Lu. It was just that there was nothing else she could do. She hadn't spoken properly to the fourth master in 3 or 4 months, and hadn't seen him in person for most of that time. How many people in this world can so experience a time when one day your hands and feet, you wanted to type. It took a knife to stick you. You wanted to wipe your face. It took boiling water to splash you. When Xiao Qiao and Guijia heard this, the two of them exchanged a look with each other. And then, Guijia, in place of Qiao Qiao, said to Lu Yi, originally I did not want to go to see this mansion. One is the price of the villa is too high, and the second is not too easy to change hands. Unable to help that period of time is really idle panic. There is a mansion to see is better than waiting for the strong. So Qini Hong and I decided to go to take a look. Faced with Lu Ye's inquiry, Jia Yin smiled and clasped his fists to Lu Yi before replying. My lord, after I returned to Luoyang with Niu Fu, I did not see Dong Zhuo, but rather followed Niu Fu along with Zhang Liao to participate in the attack on the Hujingwen Guan crusading army. Wang Chongyang had expected this result, so he didn't say much, but on the way back he heard a few of his brothers and sisters discussing something. If it was a normal family with their own people, Su Changqing would have no problem eating in advance. But this morning there were guests. Now hearing this dragon-head monster say that he is the son of heaven, does not this precisely mean that, in fact, his throne is heavenly, and even these gods and goddesses of the full heaven have recognized him? Don't say anything, Mao Lian snapped. Her emotions seemed to be out of control all of a sudden. Her face flushed red, having kissed someone else's lips. Don't come and kiss me, Your Majesty. Please keep in mind the purpose of my entry into the palace. The rest of the things I really don't want to talk about more. She minded a lot. The physical touch would only remind her of last night's events. Imperial grandmother talking about grandchildren like this in front of fourth brother. How can grandchildren still be elder brothers in front of their younger brothers in the future? Don Tong grumbled with a smile as he listened. The land route, on the other hand, is somewhat remote once you leave the town, with tall trees and overgrown grass, and the only sound in your ears is the chirping of wild birds. Although that's the case, she's also much better than both the two from the Weiyang Palace and the Bright Light Palace, Hua Zhaoji faintly said. Li Yunfeng shook his head. The sacred dance sect was not like a trashy place like Cold City. If that what's-her-name Qin Yuan insisted on dealing with himself, he really didn't have much resistance for the time being. Wang Kai's eyebrows immediately raised when he heard this, and he didn't know whether what she said was true or false. However, at the moment, he did get into trouble, and through the battle with that Changsun Tianming, it became clear that, even if he possessed a lot of supreme treasure artifacts, he wouldn't be able to run rampant within a first-rate force. Even many netizens, seeing Hang Yu's success, would have a thought that they could take his place. The people around Hang Yu, who deeply understood the development of Jiangyan Company, would surge with a thought that it was difficult to climb higher. Thank you, Master, Wangzhe respectfully said, surprise at the same time or some palpitations, secretly thankful that the master teacher came in time. If not he really in Wang Kai battle, under the same realm, the consequences cannot be guessed. Chapter 90, Why don't you touch them? The duo held back the anger in their hearts and bristled. You guys can get this stuff too. Bluffing? If the two bosses do not believe, wait a few days to our store dinner time we'll know. Can first check the goods. But the price? I guess I have to prepare this number, said the restaurant owner, gesturing again. Fine, I'll see if you guys really have the goods. The man picked his teeth, got up and strutted away. Su Sugar hadn't been this happy for a long time, and now that she had finally made this kind of partner, she was of course very happy herself. And, moreover, these were still two living treasure-level characters. Ignoring that majestic Emperor Spirit Realm pressure, he clutched the old man's collar. His arm was shaken by that spiritual power. His skin and flesh rolled over and dripped with blood. If it was one's own strength, not being at that stage, wanting to access these things was simply impossible. Huan Qianqin inhaled her nose, seeming to smell a faintly familiar flavor, and there was a tug in the underworld. emanating from the time-fierce spirit. Lin Dongyang and Su Meng did not chat for too long. Before and after just a few minutes, Su Meng called Lin Dongyang as want to confirm. At the same time to talk about Lin Dongyang a few people and her father's handover problem. Lin Dongyang a few people's tickets are still in the hands of his father. He intends to buy a birthday gift for Xiaya. After all, this birthday party in his heart is actually slightly guilty. Some things and did not tell Xiaya. The gift is considered a little smile. Undeterred, Chen Rui looked at all the nearby stone houses in turn, only to find nothing. In Guanghua Park, two men are hiding in the grass, watching those who are walking in the park. Tian Shouwei was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Chen's internal chi to be so majestic, not inferior to his internal chi at all. How about relying on those powers to determine the other party's exact location? This was a very difficult question. Hua Yuling thought about it, unless those powers directly guided him to the other party's hidden location. Otherwise it would be impossible to determine what position the other party was in right now. Just like the current situation. I think it was my words just now that made him misunderstand. He carried me all the way. He must be getting sick in these wet clothes. Of course I got it, but I can't give it to you yet. Here. Emer nudged his mouth toward Richard's lookout. Contrary to what Jonathan had said, Logue would not be going to any hotel. Instead, he's going to a theater where the charity gala has been temporarily rescheduled and where a gala show will be put on. He put away the hidden moon, the most incoming and important of the three weapons, as Toby, Zack, and Yuzilek watched in very complex shock. It wasn't that he didn't like the azure sky, but he was in a ghost town now, and in the dead of fall, with the grievances surrounding him in such a cohesive state. Only, at the moment, it was not the time to explore what the true intentions of the two paper people were. Chen Bo deflated his mouth and raised his right hand once again, until Ruoshui reappeared in the red dust, learned the news of the convergence of the Hefeng, surprisingly bizarre precisely at that time has not yet fully opened the ghost city. That's why before this, after Ares' life was revealed, whether it was the closest Molucco and the others, or if it was someone sent from Lavinia's side, who came to ask about the three wandering heroes in a sideways manner, Ares rejected the other party by avoiding and changing the topic. Director, it's me. You told me to pour boiling water, said a student, a little embarrassed. Perhaps not necessarily. Zhao Tiangong secretly smiled, really wanting to say to him that old me had once made your lady willingly strip naked. However, it was impossible for him to say these words. Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. At least for the time being, he wouldn't dare. Shortly after he passed, the West Princess floated to the many trees and bushes between some figures. Face with a big smile, sure stooped committed to wait for her to walk past and hide back. You should fly higher. Long-range planes have the longest observation distance and can spot the enemy first. Xiao Baizhu reminded her. That was an ambiguous answer. But Emily knew that Bart obviously didn't have the guts to come after Invincible. Much less himself. Because the old thief was a slippery man who had a chance to read faces. Sorrow wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't see it clearly, that powerful fighting chi definitely couldn't have been emitted by these 6 silver fighters. With their strength they weren't worthy of repelling their own gold fighting chi. Who is it? Who sneak attacked from behind and sent out such a powerful fighting chi? Tu Mang's appearance eased his anger. As Tu Mang was one of his most respected elders, and with Tu Mang around, Tu Jia's task was to just watch quietly from the sidelines. Hui violently will be in the hands of the Pango axe thrown out. Pango axe in the void after a few tumbling, right on the chopping immortal flying dagger black and white 2 light in the center of the click sound. The round turn such as one of the black and white 2 light was actually hard to be split into 2 halves, parting ways, and then cannot be combined in one place. And Shiyu is the god of war interpretation left behind the intention of the essence of the blood. Win Bo Yushur is the ancestral which Shen Mei body fall left behind the essence of the ancestral which after the earth left behind is the 9 heavenly resting soil. In short, each of the ancestral witches fell and not completely. Although want to resurrect over 1,000 years is difficult, but Quartet has a bold idea in his heart. White Bone Wolf Toothstick do not know how many ancient demon king cohesion of the bones. There are some of its body before the power is not under this white bat. This giant stick, but can be on the white bat to cause a terrible killing power. White bat received this stick, has been deep and shallow, but where dare to take another stick, which 13 and Tongtian 2 people are killing the rise. It is more not care about the situation outside the immortal execution sword formation. 2 people use the heavenly chisel and the immortal execution sword to perform this kind of fighting, the most consuming mind and body strength, even if the 2 people are that immortal saint's body, but also can't eat hard to tight. That's right, can't play and still steals the output position. These 3 pitbulls. I'm not playing anymore. The top laner, fuming impotently, pissed off after watching these news reports. They had no idea what kind of man this was or what kind of excesses this man had done. Chapter 91. Lu Miaomiao also looked at Jiang Shurian suspiciously. Jiang Shurian, however, didn't explain why, but instead looked at Lu Miaomiao and smiled mysteriously. I promise you, Dabai will definitely not be jealous. After hesitating for a while, Lu Miaomiao did as she was told. In fact, Jiang Shurian did this to get the scent of another kitten on Lu Miaomiao, so that if Dabai was wandering, he might be able to attract it to appear. It's just that she doesn't talk about it, purposely keeping it a mystery to keep the. He self-destructively cursed at the bottom of the cliff, making Master Yuan-san and the others look dumbfounded. What is the situation? Even if he didn't want to enter the refinement sect, there were people who died for him, and his mouth was still so poisonous. What a heartless, shameless and irrational person. He heard Tsukiyokari safe and sound, as well as her trembling exclamation of surprise, and he wanted to utter a promise to her, but there was nothing he could do. After shedding tears for a night, Mei Yuting suddenly thought of meeting Yi Pingyu in the capital. Counting up the date, Yi Pingyu should also come back from the capital. He is now encountering a problem. Can he go to find him? The beast domain is the place where there are no humans. It's the seed before we fight against the humans. In case we lose the battle, and we won't lose all our troops. Tiger Jiao answered directly, not afraid that they were scouts sent by the Green Dragon. Just bullying you. So what? Master Yuan-san said to her in a hangdog manner, but his eyes looked at Lu Yucheng. Liao Ruwashi's eyes gleamed, and in his hands the 9 heavenly dragon souls contained endless murderous energy, and the 1,000-mile wind-chasing white dragon horse under his crotch roared, swinging dangerously among them. Big talk, how old are you? Are you even above the 2nd level of Earth soon? White Flame Monarch's heart contracted violently, but he couldn't back out. This time he had come. He had come to take the light sex reputation to the next level. If he backed out, what would the disciples think? What would the pariahs of Zuinshue think? You know, if it wasn't for the fact that they had surrounded Han Shizhong for far too long, it was absolutely impossible for them to be so overwhelmed. Now Han Shizhong was seizing this opportunity to be able to win so greatly. Su Lin smiled back and then left Lu Shi's room. He went all the way back to the inn where he had just landed without being noticed by anyone. Yuan Tianji and the others were still drinking tea when Su Lin had already returned to them silently. 3 days later, he finally walked out of this bizarre valley. At this point, the Great Hall of the Green Clouds could already be seen quite clearly. Damn it! Ning Fangyu cursed in a low voice and hurriedly chased after her in her direction. But this guy even pestered him, saying that their Xia family was one of the strongest families in the Western Peace Prefecture, including this city, which was mainly taken care of by their family. However, the fate of the siblings was a bit twisted, as their parents were killed when they were attacked by powerful magical beasts during one of their excursions. She could imagine her friends and relatives knowing about her eldest son's absurdity, fearing that it would immediately become a joke among the relatives, enough to be ridiculed for half a lifetime, and be categorized as an example of failure in child-rearing. If it wasn't for the fact that Kong Xiu was getting older and was acting like he didn't care about a lot of things, it was estimated that there would be a place for Elder Kong in the design world today. It was the turn of those young people to jump up and down there. Of course, at this moment, Mu Han and Xianyuan Longyin had not come to lament the tragedy of the Lu family by following Feng Yinyu here. Yi Jiqing was holding a parcel in her arms. It was the clothes she had made for Zhou Hong in the enclosure room in the past few days, holding it in her arms and wrapped in a cloak, but it covered up the slightly bulging abdomen. Drawing on the above, Brother Monk, the tiger's desire to eat meat does not actually come from its own will, but is born that way. In other words, it was arranged by heaven. She could quite understand that, by and large, after the idol's aura had been shattered, the brainwashed fans would have gone through a new round of reconstruction of their 3 views, and a little bit of discouragement in this process was inevitable. Suffice it to say, it's rather insincere, and he's not even willing to do the basic lesson preparation. At least the sports paper he had in his hands got him much more hooked than the job at hand. And it's not like he's being paid. The Russians are really poor too. It's safe to say that the excessive hijacking and looting behavior of some players has taken a toll on the dream game. Li's own father Old Li Head in the front of the eunuch Du Lijing are similar to the age of Dr. Song's good friends. See Li's not as rumors of bad nature, still retain a few points of goodness, more or less in the heart of Dr. Song have a few points of comfort. The White Monarch is the owner of the 10 Jedi Formation Flame Formation inside the God Sealers list, although it was easily solved by Lu Press inside the God Sealers list. But for Lu Yu, this is definitely not something that he can cope with right now, and it's definitely something that's going to kill him. Although Yi Nanyu did not know which dynasty he crossed over and was reborn in so far, he also felt that this emperor's health consciousness was very good, and it was rare to know that he had to drink a few more glasses of water a day in this era. No questions for you then. Next I'll give her a medication session to see if there's any effect, Luo Tianwang said. The old gaze condensed, his heart immediately attached importance to it. Sword chi condensation. This was something only an ancient martial artist of the innate realm could do. How could Liu Yu possibly perform it? Guo and Altair's relationship is actually a bit different from trust. More of a mutual transaction that complements each other. To put it bluntly, as long as he could shut down the Sky City's shield and destroy some of the arcane towers, he could give the 10,000 poison toads the chance to kill their way into the city. And once they were inside, the feathered clan would be nothing but slaughtered. From the moment the non-human monster appeared in Kaneki Ken's field of vision to the other party fleeing the scene was only 10 seconds or so, but it was those 10 seconds or so that made one realize the seriousness of the problem. The gray stone block continued to squirm. Inside was none other than the unlucky Firebrand. According to the boss's plan, he had the honor of being the glorious Camouflage, asked to move to the Lizardmen camp carrying a hollowed-out stone block. Looking at the distant target at that moment, Firebrand felt like his whole body was being hollowed out. The media responsible for tracking the interview, filming a touching side, cannot figure out what the Chinese government in the end means. Is it really as they say? There is a super catastrophe, and its most obvious feature is those long, sharp spines that grow on the leaf flesh pieces. That is, they are big and sharp, even giving people a sense of fear that they will be stabbed and bleed at the slightest touch. As for the sections blocked by boulders, Chen Su utilized rock climbing, stomped up the rocks, and then jumped down with tumbling jumps. When he was just brought back by Yuan Shi, he had already offered tea to Yuan Shi, worshipped his ancestor, and offered incense, and was officially Yuan Shi's second disciple. The driver of the hover car, also with a helpless face, turned the direction again, and the armored hover car came straight at the oncoming 3 hover cars. Chapter 92: The Withheld Package. At the first sight of the cat, Lu Miao recognized the cat as her Great White. Great White! Lu Miao burst into tears, hugging it as tears continued to fall. Great White! Great White! Great White also recognized Lu Miao and meowed continuously, frantically twisting and rubbing against her in her arms. Strange, then how come it didn't respond when I yelled at it? The boy was a bit puzzled. I've heard that the Mandarin duck-eyed white. Therefore, they ignored the persuasive propaganda leaflets dropped by the National Army countless times a day, picked up hoes, flatbreads, woodcutters, kitchen knives, and unhesitatingly threw themselves into the anti-landing battle deployed by the island army, which, in their view, was a war to guard their homeland. Although the number of the pseudo-army is huge, but Ainen Yutaka never dare to trust them. Important strongholds, passes have to be personally guarded by the Imperial Army, not to mention the county level and above. The existence of the pseudo-army is only to cooperate with the Imperial Army operation, to carry out the security purges in the precincts. Don't chase. Seeing that Zhang Jia had entered within the shooting boundary of the crossbow battalion, Ding Kuwei hurriedly called out to stop Ding Kuan and Aou. The Demon Kings looked at Li Yunfei with a touched face, all choking back tears and not knowing what to say. Li Yunfei also didn't know whether these Demon Kings were sincere or not. However, he still had quite a few of these coiled peaches, and, after eating more of this immortal fruit, it would definitely be useless. Otherwise, if the Queen Mother ate peaches every day, she would have become a saint long ago. This does not allow to send each other to show too real. See people out of the courtyard door. Less your Lanfeng tufted eyebrows. This Shui Gongzi how a little strange. To the other people said. Last night, he did not pay attention. Only at this moment to see the appearance of this person. 25-6 years old. A Taoist robe full of wrinkles. The face is also the residue of unshaved scruff. Looks a little scruffy. Under the spiritual sense perception. Probably just reached the cultivation level of the 5 qi toward the yuan. Anyone who understands can understand. People have not sent food to you, and their snacks have been missing. So how is it missing? Stolen. He had truly seen the power of the demon vault. That day, he and Zixia joined hands, and even had the blood heavenly sacrifice as well as the great Luo divine cauldron to help, and put everything together. But they were unable to seriously injure the demon vault, and this kind of strength was even stronger than the peerless sword saint. Sure enough, as soon as I entered the door, I saw Liu Hao was leading a group of staff generals pointing in front of the sand table, perhaps for fear of stirring up their own beautiful dreams. A room of people are talking softly. Go to the left. You pull me. You hold this stick to scout the way. His mouth was slightly bitter. He could only point the way to Changbin with his limited memory. If Mr. Wood wants to take a look around here, why don't you let Brother Chang accompany you around tomorrow? There isn't a place in this garden that he doesn't know well. Li Chuan didn't want to get too involved with him. There was always a sense of crisis in his heart, and he always felt that it definitely wouldn't be a good thing to get too close to him. Sure enough, Wang Yao immediately saw that the barrel was also rushing upwards. But fortunately, Cheng Bing's excavator was one step ahead of the barrel and ambushed it in the bushes. Very talented. First shot. And surprisingly you can hit it in one shot. Bobik marveled. Are you looking for death? Mu Xiaoqian made a move to punch him, but his fist stopped when it reached the tip of his nose, then took away the contract on Niziheo's desk and left without looking back. Can you imagine how it feels when you're playing a wild game? Contemplating going to a certain path to capture it once after the wave, or when you're cowering in the bushes and shading, and then all of a sudden a wandering spirit floats over and hits you, and then your position is revealed? Mu Xinyan knew that Mu Xiaoqian and the others had returned, and was nervous in her heart, afraid that they would know about those things, but after hesitating, she still went out the door. From the beginning to the end, the leaders of these 8 mercenary corps had been asking Wang Chen all sorts of questions, and the questions Wang Chen asked them, they didn't answer with much clarity. Raise your eyes and look around. All are rain curtains. For the village terrain Lichuan is not very clear. Usually walk used to vary, but now 2 eyes when it is dark. It is found in the brain of the Li family village is so unfamiliar. Zhao Jingyu while walking toward the hall, while since someone helped him take off the coat attentively hung up. At this time it is dusk. Zhao family courtyard is brightly lit. Zhao Jingyu has not yet walked into the hall. Heard inside the cacophonous noise, cannot help but eyebrows on the slightly knitted up. Qing Wei coughed and said, his old man, the demon god, is still in the god realm, and now he has asked me to become the demon god's divine envoy. So technically speaking, I shouldn't be considered an outsider of the darkness divine hall? Yun Peiying sat alone in the office for a long time. She didn't know whether she should go back to her home. How should she face Yun Daohua when she saw him back home? How should she open her mouth to Huang He and ask about it? She didn't want to destroy such a beautiful emotional relationship. Once she talked about it, she could never go back to the old days. Tang Jin and Strong Brother and Tong Fei said goodbye after returning to Pinghai. Strong Brother invited Tang Jin in the hot pot city eat a meal. Tang Jin also hungry panic like they are accustomed to eating meat. People simply cannot eat Songshan Temple to eat white rice and vegetables 2 people devour caused a lot of hot pot city customers look differently. At the same time, Forgetfulness Cliff, Cloud Anger Dust of the beloved disciples received the signal also began to launch. Wind swept away like a cloud in addition to a dozen of the dragon's head to insert this 9 hall loyalists. Do not wait for the mountain honored to arrive. It has been effortless control of the entire territory of Forgetfulness Cliff. A cadre of inmates actually have to be preserved. Yun Peiying glanced at Xin Zhaotian. Xin Zhaotian hemmed and hawed. In all the people's rooms, only Xin Zhaotian and Yun Peiying went the closest. Since coming to the mysterious continent, there were constant changes, resulting in the constant ups and downs and changes of Yun Peiying's mind. However, she was extraordinarily close to Xin Zhaotian. I did see this explanation. Guess it's likely a deliberate spoof. Go. I'm not your burden. Why do you always leave without saying goodbye? Am I really a vase in your heart? Li Jinger couldn't get over the fact that Chao Go had just left to put sleeping pills on herself. Complaining and scolding, Linny came in and greeted him without looking up. Please sit down. His hands flexibly and skillfully threaded the bamboo strips, and he saw that he was about to finish. Your Excellency, there is a spirit-absorbing formation bound outside the stone sleeping technique, and we only have 50% of our strength left, Ho Tu said with anger on her brow. There was no need to ask. This was the work of the Western land gods and goddesses. Blameless didn't have the heart to say hello and just looked around. Killing people and robbing them of their possessions is in the same vein. Now that he had killed more than 10 people in a row, there had to be something to gain. Mother, is this our new home? Because of the hawthorn in her mouth, Woyo's cheeks bulged on one side, and with those big eyes that looked around, it was indescribably cute. Chapter 93. The sound in the distance is getting more and more intense. Also mixed with asterisk and other words of cursing. The surrounding small animals seem to be towards there. Cat barking, dog barking and so on to break the peace of the night. Lazy and the others arrived first, holding flashlights and guns and shouting out angrily, "Police!" As soon as the words fell, a van suddenly rushed out of the darkness. The gas pedal stepped on the bottom. The tires on the ground there was a loud friction sound. Straight towards their direction to crash. Imperial Dr. Lu turned his eyes to look at that has begun to shiver the old sister. As soon as he saw her expression of being a thief, Imperial Dr. Lu was keenly aware that the things in this is not afraid of that the old sister unilateral said that simple. Next to the old uncle, there stood a slightly younger middle-aged man, who was none other than the 8th uncle, while that old uncle was the 3rd uncle. Lu Ziji heard the hunt for joy, pulled her to go to the palace near the Tsanglong Pavilion to sit, and so take the booklet to carefully read up from the beginning. From time to time ecstasy, from time to time frowning, the look is no longer before the bland, completely scholars to see the new things of the love of the hands. Hence, Xia Lianqing entered the scene today, saw Cinnabar like other reporters saw Luing constantly taking pictures. She brought her own digital camera, a very common and popular model. The only camera she could have was this one. DV machine is heavier. She felt that it was more appropriate and more convenient to bring her own camera for this kind of occasion. Gumeng subconsciously looked to the bathroom that with frosted glass door. Unavoidable brain unhealthy thinking about Guan Shinpo's body. That saliva swallowed up and down. Don't be afraid of poor days. Who is not the monkey's seed? As long as the sky is not old. As long as the land is not barren. There is no stars and moon that cannot be caught up. There is no red-hot fire that cannot be earned. For so many years, Gingnan has been a vassal state of Fengchang. No matter it is the army or the court. Many places have been suppressed by Fengchang. And suddenly he was allowed to go against the norm and bite back. Not to mention that he has only become the king of Jingnan. The internal worries have not been dealt with. In case of the increase of the external troubles, his position may also be in jeopardy. Pei Yu didn't hesitate much this time. Realistically speaking, that homoerotic picture was quite cute, but there was no compromising on principle. This time Xia Lianxing's insistence is not fault-finding. It is insisting on the bottom line of the posting bar, and it needs the posting management team to make an exemplary guidance. Long Shou's cold-eyed self-possessed and temperatureless tone caused Long Yu's heart to sink slightly. The Empress Dowager's decree, for no reason at all, gave her a bad premonition. What's going on here? The crowd came out puzzled. Couldn't even two supreme voodoo masters destroy the corpse of the first emperor? Really don't know how to be modest at all. Complimented you and flew up to the sky. Humph. Wang read bad gas hummed. The two burly men's bodies lost their balance and tumbled, tripping the remaining three companions to the ground. At this moment, holding Yi Shu and Huan, Tang Euro seemed to have found her belonging, and her face was overflowing with a color of happiness that simply could not be erased. Wang Ning for such a killing god, although not very fair, but more or less a little twisted. He was in Jiangning but not even a maid with the person, now followed by such a big and thick guard, is really twisted tight. Cut me off. Old Dao, I can negotiate anything here. Old ancestor Blood River began to shamelessly and frantically sell himself. Moreover, this voice was as if it came out from the middle of hell, appearing unusually cold and harsh, without the slightest emotional color. This was the reason why Wise Fox knew about Quan Yangzi's matter, and of course it was partly Wise Fox's guess, but it turned out to be about right. Fusing all the spirit flames for the purpose of increasing them, and then subsequently exploding them to form a powerful spell, the 9 suns rising flame said succinctly. Not only was the weather dreary, but at the same time, after a piece of news appeared in Jiangzhou City this morning, the entire city immediately blew up, thus making a depressing aura intertwine with the dreariness of this weather. That's right, he was still burdened with the crime of killing He Yunoi, so how could he protect her properly? Lin Pan So Sex said it all. He wasn't afraid of what Ghost Butterfly would do if she knew, but after all, Ye Chen was her employer. She would guarantee Ye Chen's safety. Finding a point of reference was much better, and he pointed the gun directly in the direction of the door where someone might be coming and pulled the trigger straight away. Yuanqi slowly gasped for breath as Jin Shao had made the 5 poison beasts stop, and he was only pleased to ease up for a moment. Tianji Academy did not allow private fights, and everyone's aura was restricted from being used by the laws of the 9 heavens, so this teenager was certainly no surprise. She was a person who preferred perfection, as long as it was perfect in order to be worthy of her proud identity, although that had been turned into flying ashes after a great battle. That kind of honor that melted into the bloodline and engraved into the bones could not be changed. Taoist priest mouth wrote Infinite Heavenly Father to cover up the shock of the heart, before he felt that his tens of years of wandering in the world. This skin has been practiced in the knife and gun, now it seems, compared to this Yang Guang is still a little short of the fire. It would be nice if there were abilities that could reach level 15 without having to train and sit there and eat and drink to progress. Nima! Yi Feng cursed in a depressed manner, stopping the movement in his hands and straightening up to pull out his cell phone. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the harbor whistle sounded, and the dull tail note floated up into the sky, disappeared into the island with the sea breeze, passed through the leafy banyan forest, circled around the stilted buildings a few times, took away the dreariness that filled the air over the machine gun bunkers, and finally curled up into the foyer of a house in a residential area. It's really great to be noticed, and it's going to be an unbelievably joyful month. Subai did not expect Yuanqi so just, shrinking body, heart pretend a force should also have degrees. After all, is a private matter. Do not both sides are not pleasing to the bad. Chapter 94, New Clues. After systematic testing, the snake is still alive, just passed out with a broken tooth. Jiang Shurian sighed in relief. Luckily, it's not dead. Is this snake of yours poisonous? Someone couldn't help but ask. It's not poisonous. It's a pet king snake. It's just scary looking, but it's especially well behaved. Jiang Shurian simply said. This is a pet raised by a brother. I borrowed it for self-defense. Defense? There's no way they would believe what a ninja from a rival village says. Aoi Ruri shook her head and smiled gently, interrupting the other party. masters than martial arts. Internal strength outside the move is certainly important, and the score of victory or defeat, often only difference in the momentum of the moment. Zhuoleng-chan see him show weakness, secretly happy, brush a sound, drew out the long sword, this time the long sword out of the sheath, but also the sound shocked the valley. In place, Namikaze Suikato stood tall and independent, his Goshin robes vibrating with the wind without a single speck of dust. Good Luck and Quanjitan joined hands and both met them with a salute. Haidu and Tukweo called them up with a smile, and overheard that Quanjitan's eyes flicked over the Hanman's, with a flash of fierceness in them, and seemed to understand something. As he spoke, Li Muyan's body had already transformed into a black shadow, carrying Elder Mad Shark's longsword in his hand, and took the initiative to charge towards those dozens of long white swordsmen, the family that was so hard to pull together. Because of this offensive incident, there was a hidden trend of Yi Li taking his place. How could Xie Ding be willing to do so? It's not that simple. I'll tell the experience of fighting with him, as well as the speculation of his ability. Help me analyze the way to cope with it. Ruri rubbed her forehead, and pulled out another scroll from her ninjutsu bag. It was rumored throughout the Grand Xia that Bai Xingwu had no match at the same level, but no one knew that in his heart, he had always had such an enemy as Ningyu. After Xiao Chuan was sent flying out, he hit the stone wall heavily, unexpectedly unable to resist the power of Huangfu Xiner at this moment. No matter how much Ozus tried to catch up, there was always the distance between him and Heath. Not too far, not too close, just enough for him to vaguely see Heath's silhouette. After the contract was successful, she followed that man's instructions to disguise herself as Tatsuya and create the Shuehan Palace, and she managed to attract the attention of the group of people from Tumluo, luring them to the formation at Biluo Peak according to the pre-agreed date. Picking and choosing, he also found quite a few things that could be used. Eagle Xiang greeted Leopard Luo and his party and went to eat. This time, there were two choices for the meal, a normal guest meal and a VIP meal. Last time they had already enjoyed the VIP meal. This time if they still wanted to eat, they would have to post something. Clear heart and mind is not heartless. Floyd Warman Siaji said more and more outrageous. Seal Demon, take my token. There are many people outside looking for you. Seeing the token is like seeing me in person. When you go to the Forgotten Palace, you'll have a token as well. Tang Yan pulled out his token from his bosom. Lori relaxed against Rue's arms, reached out and touched Hawking's face. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious, and the two big handsome men had survived to look like this. Their faces were pale, their eyes were red and swollen and covered with blood, and their hair was disheveled and lusterless, as if they had lost a lot of weight all of a sudden. Various materials were brought into the living room. Lori said roughly what it would look like, and everyone began to freestyle. Under Li Chun's eyes that were full of oppressive power, this disciple who was leading the group, his psychological defense immediately collapsed, and told the story one by one. But this is too long not to mention the bridge. The mountains are dense, smoky, there is not a good line of sight. So what is the other end of the bridge to punish the gods? Spit Luo also do not see too clearly. Good timing. Chen Feng snapped, just as he was about to explode his entire body's aura. The door of the intensive care ward was kicked open with a bang, followed by a long-bodied, white tan-colored long-sleeved man leaped in. This is exactly the time when people are most prone to slacking off, when their opponent's first strike meets rubbing, and as a result, instead of thinking about defending themselves, they brazenly turn to another person to strike. But the Cinnabar Moon Heavenly Sect vetoed it, claiming that Wang Yun was not the Shangyun realist, but that the Shangyun realist would succeed the Cinnabar Moon Heavenly Sect leader after him, but had been forcibly suppressed into the devil suppressing well because of going off the deep end. When he was seated on top of the altar, Mu Qingxian stretched out her hand and sketched something out of thin air, and then there were infinite beams of light bursting out from the meteorite above the altar, and the beams of light continued to extend, and ultimately disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. With an unstoppable butt, the skeleton great general completely sat that third deacon down without a sound, and there was a cloud of smoke on the spot. I'll offer 16,000. Shumubai had a surge of anger that went straight to his head and shouted out a price that far exceeded his ability to pay. The river we see now is called the Zilai River, and it has great significance for our Miao people, and this bridge is called the Bridge of Light and Darkness. Ouyang Qianyu acted as a tour guide, explaining the environment and flavor of the water city to the first-timers by Qi and the others. He started to think that those who fell down were caused by physical exhaustion, but then he dispelled that idea because among the cultivators who fell down, there were quite a number of demonic clans at the 5th or 6th level of the Qi gathering stage. After the bell rang, candidates swarmed out of the room, either traveling alone or looking for their partners to discuss what they had just taken. Although it was afraid of Duan Dai, it chose to tell the truth in order to show its loyalty so that it could mix a bite of heavenly calamity behind Duan Dai to eat in the future. Hua Qinshan looked at the joy and coziness of the room, but her heart was incomparably despondent. She was a little afraid to face him again, afraid to see him in tender love with others, and even more afraid that he would not remember her. Hua Lingyu laughed lightly, the rising sun reflecting the sky full of sunlight sprinkled on his jade-like face, gentle and beautiful. Seeing this, Luo Shuai quietly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Su Su's self-healing ability was still very good. Returned to the intersection where he met with Yenner, got into the car, and looked for a while in the GPS satellite map positioning, finally allowing Meng to find the location of the legendary Morong water village. Hijacking? Oh, Guan was violently startled and seemed to have thought of something. His face instantly turned white and cool as if he was coated in frost. Ji Chanshan's expression was slightly shaken. His eyes narrowed slightly, and it was only after half a second that he let out a cold laugh. Then Lord Lunar God has really gone through a lot of trouble. Chapter 95, Speculation. It wasn't long before the door to the room opened, and the police station chief thought it was the police knocking on the door to report on their work, only to be startled when he saw the little guy at his feet. For his part, the pangolin climbed right in quickly, regardless of the director, and came to a cabinet in the corner of a wall and began picking at it again. The crowd was uncertain, but in the end, someone called Jiang Shiyan over. Jiang Shiyan thought the little guy was messing around, but when she asked, she realized that the wall behind the cabinet was infested with ants. Shen Mubai looked outside as if he was a thief and immediately sidestepped and closed the door after the person came in. Without saying a word, Gu Zishu rushed up and tangled with Mu Yongjun, his clothes bulging and his hair blowing in the wind. So he managed to find a way to tell Shen Yuan something subtly without Luck being able to perceive it, so that he would be wary of Luck and not be implicated again. Hands clawed haphazardly in the air, and if he didn't have the soul suppressor bell by his side, he was afraid that the teenager would have already rushed over and attempted to bite Night Shuffle's neck. After Chang's reminder, Chen Yeju also remembered what the person from the royal family had said to him earlier. Not only that, in the process of attacking, the sharp blades of ice cones on her body melted into her body at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, accumulating into an even more powerful force. This achievement, if one were to follow the realm of strength that could be grown by the usual two major perils, that is, experiencing the lava battlefield and the beast monument, it would probably be about the same. Brother, I heard Dashinyao continue to softly call out, her wet gaze incomparably dependent and lingering as she looked towards Xuanqi, the kind of gaze that was cherished as if it was the most important person in her life, scorching as if it were the blazing sun, so desperate for vengeance. Yue began to fold his hands and light an incense stick for that target human. Xiaojin, who had been targeted by the prince, saw a few robbers in the robbery, righteousness to help the residents to get back what was robbed. The result of the robbers powerful enough to go back to bring help to the prince and his entourage to beat the hell out of them. Su Qin bit her face, hate to give himself a slap. Before just say a do not know can be. Why do you have to talk so much? The bald guy whirled around and called, and after informing the doorman, he drove the car to the back door and led two bears into the office building. Upon hearing this Cheng Dong of the Shihuang sword sect, Yan Yunchen realized what was happening above this Shiga divine mountain. This time, the two of them could be said to have won a great victory. Not only had they resolved a number of enemies, but they had also killed the blood puppets of the four ancient powerhouses, the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Xuanwu. In fact, he didn't know what he was trying to express. He just felt that it seemed a bit inconsistent with his impression of divine doctorison. Those rich and powerful women who can't have children do this to secure their position in the family and to keep their husbands. Why is that so? Aster killed the earthly demon mother with a single arrow. So it's reasonable to say that it's the one with the highest merit amongst all of them. How could there still be no merit? Su Qingdai and the rest of the redheads said in shock. Gritty laughed maniacally and vibrated his arms as he walked down the red-carpeted avenue, enjoying the cheers. What do you guys do? Why are you trespassing here? Didn't your parents teach you not to trespass on other people's territory? The teenager spoke seriously. Shan Kuei's body directly bounced up from its original position, and then as if it was a ball, it fiercely slammed towards Yixian. The three of them, Su Mengmeng, who were locked by Prince Nofer's aura, had astonished faces, not expecting to face such a powerful enemy. Just from this alone, even if more warriors surrounded this place, they wouldn't be able to leave Nofer behind. Wei Qi not light and heavy to hold Changsun Shun to hit, hold him to turn anger into joy. Wei Qi neither offend people, but also all happy. The atmosphere again warm up. The American Masonic Organization reacted. The emergency command system was activated in a hurry. It took over the military and political power of the United States. The same military control as the Chinese was put in place. Even holy pills that didn't have that much effect could be sold for 10 gold. This one he'd have to double the price. But this time they fell into the trap. Their families must not be able to take off. It is mercy to die cleanly. Huang Yuangue was a super soldier who had just entered the special branch, and had been mobilized here to take charge of the local mission of clearing out the biochemical beasts before his training had even lasted less than a month. Looking into those blue eyes, Blake Lively laughed out a big smile and extended his left hand into that wide, warm palm. My pleasure. But the display, the keyboard, this game is indeed a computer. The man crackling a round of input, and then closed the computer, back into the suitcase. The old master at this time also calmed down. If he said at the beginning of the extremely optimistic about Hua, want her to become the head of the Qi family, for the benefit of the Qi family, that is now disgusted with her to the apex. Such a bad control of the people, fortunately did not become the head of the Qi family, or Qi family which will also be subject to his control. She didn't know if they had any reinforcements, and while they had just cleared out a group, the setup was definitely disrupted now, and they had to strike. In just a flash, the bridge constructed by nearly 2 million cultivators from both realms had already taken over the entire sky. Scholar is powerful. Old monk is willing to bow down. After Fa Hai lowered his head and said, he could no longer stand and sat down on the ground with his legs weak. Who is it? The one who spoke was a tall boy who had just seen a dark shadow flash by the stairway, and out of alertness, he was the first to shout. Kwafu nature simple and straightforward. A look at their own side warships sinking. Many Qin armored soldiers' brothers' bodies sinking in the sea of blood. Faced with fear and despair, immediately yelled. The Heavenly Emperor seemed to know that his attack was unable to harm the Heavenly Father and was not discouraged. Instead he withdrew his palm and turned back, blasting all the remaining 50% of his palm power onto the stunned Oliver. Tell me how to find you, and then you can go. Ahau didn't like to drag his feet and asked bluntly, are you alright? Sun Wukong reached out his hand and pulled Bayemo up, grimacing in pain as he felt like most of the bones in his body had been broken. As the largest pharmacy in Hangzhou City, before Bao Tang even opened, there were already a lot of people outside the door waiting to grab medicines. Cunning, we are all on our own. Quietly praising the Yellow Court, the great calamity will not be added to the body. I see that you are trying to follow the ancient three tribes, intending to dominate the flood. Is really the public enemy of the flood cultivators, Laozi retorted. The tank troops are not afraid. The most critical thing is that they actually rushed the zombie troops. Su Chanxian also frowned and said, we are but meeting for the first time. Have a grudge? Luo Shihei extended his hand and looked at Zhou Tian blandly. Chapter 96, News Leaks, Early Action. Meow. Boo 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 rubbed against Jiang Shurian, then jumped onto the coffee table and flicked his tail at Jiang Shurian. Tiger and Jingye are still in the village and they are safe. We have made a new discovery. A group of strangers came to the village this afternoon. They drove into the mountains in several vans, and Jingye said there was a familiar odor in their vehicles. A familiar odor? Jiang Shurian immediately thought of something. You mean the odor of wild animals? If it is a star formation, this hill should be owned by others. The four of us just kill until we destroy the formation. Xiong Baizhou sighed. His own Jianghu in Guangdong City has been very polite. Usually abide by the rules and rarely cross the line. Do not touch the bottom line of the premise. Also try to make things easier for people. I did not expect that there are still people who are dissatisfied. I don't know, but he's here for revenge, and he'll show up on his own without us having to go looking for him. He. It's good to know that it's impossible. You guys should just go wherever you came from. Lu Tianming responded indifferently. He had merely made a casual remark just now. Naturally he wouldn't treat the blue spirit bird as an early stage of the 5th grade transaction. For others breaking through realms was difficult. For Lin Chang, as long as there was blood, he was able to break through. Aside from Li Wushuang and the three of them, everyone else who saw this young man recognized him at once. No talent. Where are you and your last stubbornness? Cui Hua immediately disliked the nine-tailed fox in her spiritual energy. Yili sipped his milk and slipped to the living room in his pajamas with his messy hair on top, and he saw self-explanatory volume, who was fidgeting on the sofa. There was a moment of eerie splendor in the game's onlookers, an awkward factor in the air that echoed outside the arena. After the storm, the tourists on the ship treated these sailors on their ship a little less than kindly, believing that it was their failure to predict the storm ahead of time that put them through this. Bailey Dengfeng is not ready to stop. Secretly retrieved the life and death talisman, then flew out again. Directly hit the side of the early has been as scared as the color of the earth of the Yuantong. The latter is also as Chang'in before, whimpering and wailing. It is very painful to look like the rolling on the ground, and finally died without resting in peace. Looking at the burning corpse of the demonic Cao Yihan, his face was cold and his heart was burning with anger. If there is no evidence, even if it is reported, it won't cause any major repercussions. Hu Mei or Qing Dai and Pear Blossom Apricot Blossom very much like to ride in the car, all the way to the four people chattering. But let Ling do you not lonely. A stern shout exploded, and the sound shook the leaves of the trees as they clattered. A figure was seen violently sweeping up, appearing in front of the highest peak of Win in the twinkling of an eye. In that case, it seems that Carthage's cavalry are all put together in 7 pieces, and our cavalry legions, though smaller in number, should not be inferior to them, right? Hieronymus, who didn't know much about the military, was rather confident in the kingdom's legionary units. You can actually call the shots with the Heavenly Emperor. Losing all his dependents, the Heavenly Court Messenger was truly scared, a character who could call out to the Heavenly Emperor. Besides the various Heavenly Lords and Great Emperors of the 33 heavens, there was no one in the world that he had ever heard of who was still able to be in such a realm. Just at this moment, suddenly a withered shadow pounced on Second Master Shen, a pair of claws that tore through the air and emitted a sharp whistling sound. A pair of claws like the old bark of a withered tree, grabbed at the top of Second Master Shen's head, along with the violent roar sounded, like 1,000 pounds of dynamite thrown into the river. The space seemed to ripple like a wrinkle. The air was like a splash. The rock walls on both sides of the canyon were stripped of a layer, falling down pieces of rock. Since Master Snap could say that, it was enough to prove that He Yenji wasn't as simple as he seemed. The people in the precinct did not know that Feng Shanshan was pregnant, so they also did not know that Tang Yan was going back to accompany Feng Shanshan for her maternity checkup. Of course I couldn't care less, but don't forget that what happened in 210 will be found out sooner or later, and when that happens, it won't be me you'll have to face, but the police. He Yenji leaned on the edge of the office chair and said coldly, Lord, last night's students went to the 8 Kings' residence. The 8 Prince was infected with a serious disease, has been a return to heaven. Students are incompetent to save the 8 King, and even more so to save the adults, said here Mr. Gongsan let out a loud cry. He actually has a lot of things did not say. This night he did not only go to the 8 Kings' residence, but he went to the residence of many ministers. Lu Qianxian didn't think of anything else. As a good friend, of course she wouldn't leave Lin Mon behind, but she didn't know how serious Lin Mon's vow was today. The man's voice was purposely loud enough to be heard by those nearby who were torn between coming in to escape the rain, and then the number of people in the pavilion gradually increased. When he happened to reach the edge of the waterfall himself, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the situation below. It was a waterfall that was about 10 meters high, and below it was a deep pool, and the current in front of him wasn't so turbulent, but rather a lot calmer, and this was also because the river was a lot wider. She smiled faintly, and it was as if a glint of burning sunlight shone on those lips, like a giant golden sun rising in the west, burning the heart with a burning pain. Mu Chi greeted the man with a smile, but when she got on the car before, she made sure to take off her jacket. Now that she was pregnant, it wasn't good to use any perfume, so she smelled heavy. Do you really want to be my enemy? Feng Yang finally asked with lowered eyes, seemingly indifferently, but no longer holding any illusions. Slowly loosening his clenched fists, the immortal light in his hand flashed, and a 3-foot immortal sword with a chilling light now appeared, because since the final, Wei Wuji hadn't come to look for Luo Tian for a few days, so Luo Tian was curious as to why Wei Wuji came to find himself today. Transmission peak. In the outer disciple competition held at the time, a lot of out of the disciples have to return to carry out the task. There are more than 100,000 outer disciples. The momentum is huge in the ocean through the occasion, but also cannot help but attract a lot of feet to watch the figure. But since this Dongfang Shuo was beside him, it was naturally impossible for him to continue to look for it. Therefore, Danny told the two that he had not come out for a short period of time, and that the Dan Alliance General Assembly was still waiting for him to return to convene, so he would not linger here. It must be said that Jimu was very talented in every sense of the word, unfortunately. Chung Yuan shook his head slightly and quietly raised his left hand. Heavenly Elephant Avatar Yu Yang felt the power of the surrounding space binding, and for the first time, a look of gravity appeared on his face. The process of cultivators striving to raise their cultivation and extend their lifespan was essentially an evolution of their lifeform. The nature of a cultivator's life had changed at the same time that the great weekly life was extended to 500 years. Chapter 97, That man. I've seen him before. That. Those people in the Z City Police Department have seen it all before. She also has snakes, so she's able to communicate with them. Calm down, bro. Lighten up. Bull asterisk. Those people looked at Jiang Shuryan in horror, and almost couldn't even align the magazines in their hands. Jiang Shuryan lay on the ground and the few snakes that had burrowed out, muttering and chatting with them for a while, and one of the snakes looked like it had a rather patterned. I took a sip and almost didn't spit it out. It was too strong, and when I drank it in my mouth, it felt like fire was burning. Finally, it vaguely blended into the world, as if it had always existed and not existed. But at this moment, he looked a bit disheveled and very uninspired. No wonder, his son had an accident. his backer had fallen, and his enemy Chen Shuqing had become stronger due to Tang Knight's influence, so how could he have any spirit? Reaching the level of the Earth spirit realm, wanting to have an epiphany once was as difficult as climbing into the sky, excluding those demonic geniuses not to mention. It was extremely difficult for cultivators in this realm to go further. However, Hellas' divine power was simply too strong, and even though the nine heavens sword stabbed sword after sword, leaving his entire body covered in wounds, these wounds were able to heal in an instant. At the same time, Princess Ancient Phoenix moved. With a direct step, she disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and almost instantly, she had appeared in front of Rin Tianqi, and before Rin Tianqi could even react, he felt an alabaster-like fist strike towards his face. At the same time, the young master of the Long family was preparing for his wedding, and the divine capital city was in a state of celebration. However, what gave Mrs. Long a headache was that the matter of helping Long Qingcheng to find another mother's family had not yet been settled. Furthermore, the chaos power was able to erode the Pango God Emperor in the first place, causing the Pango God Emperor to fall. So what about eroding this God Emperor seal? Seeing the text message, somehow Lin Muyo suddenly came back to life with full blood. This asshole finally appeared. The sweet potatoes are steamed. Our Nyonya can eat sweet potatoes now. The man blew the steamed sweet potatoes to cool and brought them over. Seeing Xiang Ji gone, Zheng Yu told Zhou Zong to go about his business as well, fearing that if he stayed here for too long, he would cause others to speculate. He's coming, he's coming. He's coming in his automobile. He's coming, he's coming. He's coming with food. Looking at the dumbfounded looks on the faces of the Southern Pole Eternal Emperor and the Tai Bitterness Relief Heavenly Father, it was obvious that they were also not at all clear about the 12 capital Heavenly Goddess's great formation. The 9 Revolutions golden pill refined by Heavenly Father Tai Ching was something even more precious than the grass returning pill or the peach. The flow and impact of the blood chi and the arcane aura that erupted from above the 9 cauldrons intertwined to create a resonance. Lin Mu looked at this familiar face in front of him. His eyes were a little moist. Everything seemed to remain unchanged, and everything seemed to have changed. After Wei Qing finished speaking, he looked up at Lu Che and saw that Lu Che did not have any expression on his face. Then he immediately went down again. The urgent border reports from Dai County and Yuyang. Lu Che had already shown them to Wei Chang. Thus Wei Qing was able to say these words. At the entrance to the Chengde Palace, the guards introduced Zhang Yu to the eunuchs who stood on both sides of the palace and then left. The eunuchs had already known of Zhang Yu's arrival, and after bowing to him, they told him to wait outside the palace, and that the emperor would summon him into the palace later. Lin Gui stood in place, looking at the back of Dekuro Ao's departure. Killing intent erupted from Lin Gui's eyes. Although Emperor Moan had heard Yuan Shaohua say the beginning and end of the matter before, at this time, Emperor Moan seemed as if he really had no knowledge of it. She wanted to say, Teacher Shu, do you know that the human body only needs the nutrients of 1 egg a day to be enough? But glancing at Ms. Shu's not so good looking face, she still swallowed her words and honestly touched another egg. The restrooms in such malls were built to bend, and she yawned as she rounded the corner and suddenly froze. That would be reassuring enough, wouldn't it? Besides, he's not going to give up, even if he's not in the business anymore, and he's not a counselor. He will be a righteous man just the same. Originally, there were no more low-rise houses. Instead, there were one after another, high-rise buildings. Chen Shi was embraced by Tu Hungsha, could not rush over, directly a bottle of wine far over. Su Ronggui lifted the man up, but the bottle missed, fell to the ground, shattered. When Xia Ando heard his pleas with a sobbing voice, she felt a bit meaningless and reached out her foot to kick him to the ground. Just like that, Ji Xianwan and Zhang Yi rushed out of the entrance of the hospital room under the escort of several bodyguards. While sighing in his heart how this Yi Yuan was able to act so well, He Minglin cast his eyes once again on the body of the young martial arts cultivator who was beside Lung Xuanyang. What are you doing here? She draws a tissue and wipes the corners of her eyes, jarring her voice and sniffling a little. Unfortunately, going out from the earth-fire spiritual ground was much more difficult than when he had come down before. Cut. It's obviously 3 Zhu Jiliangs and 1 stinker. Okay? Lu Qing was not polite at all. Thanks. Tanaka Aki also smiled in response to Kikyu Chikenko. The other party had definitely put in a good word for herself. Although human eminence Zhang Bainrun was smiling, Chang Shang felt that he was giving off an even stronger sense of oppression than his cold eyes before. After hearing Lin Zai's reply, Qi Yuantai's face instantly became gloomy. Inside his nose was a cold snort, his body exuding a compelling fury, his eyes full of killing intent as he looked at Lin Zai. But as the saying goes, theory is theory and practice is practice. There are policies at the top, and there are solutions at the bottom. Sealing chains, go! Lin Zai wouldn't stay back. After the remnant soul was electrocuted by the countless purple thunderbolts and lost control, Lin Zai once again commanded the sealing chain to lock him up. There are more variables than just Ning Yuan. Isn't Big Brother's succession a variable? Wasn't her own move out of the Zhang family a change? Even her dream with Zhang Huanzhang, isn't it a change? Green clouds almost want to roll their eyes. Let go of eldest Princess Fuan, but do not dare to be too far away from her. The eldest princess angry into such a time is not much. This moment the weather is hot. Do not be hit by the heat. After hearing Ching Hui's words, Chang Shang was completely confused. If this magic formation was really just a simple illusion composite magic formation, then what about the attack that was bounced back when he attacked the magic formation before? Technically it should be a pair of men's leather shoes, dark brown in color, and the leather is top quality at first glance. Just a little dirty from stepping in the snow. Chapter 98. Who's there? What is it? Reiko asked in a low voice. I've been contacted several times by this Foursquare environmental company, but I spent less time at the zoo in the first half of the year, so I never met them and they just left their business card. It seems that they have long had their minds set on you. A policeman named Dawson said hatefully. This environmental protection company is very famous in the area, and the packaging of the products launched also has the slogan of protecting the ecological environment written on it, and the common people. Let's go. Let's go down. There should be some people down there by now. Let's just go and take a look. Maybe there's already a fight down there by now. Chen Chang said loudly. Alright then, I'm going to find the ant over there to order. Luhan interrupted the somewhat perverse situation just in time to run off on his own to find the only staff member in the store. The same ant who was at the front desk. Do you think that old man is confused? Not to mention having to carry such a big burden as you. The chances of a successful escape are very low. Jun Mo Li belittled her every now and then, and hearing that made her suddenly furious. Just now, Song Tian was able to absorb Long Tang's true dragon power solely because Song Tian had also once absorbed the green dragon divine power and completed his metamorphosis in the first place, and only just now was he able to absorb Long Tang's true dragon power in a split second. With that, Long Tang retracted his blood cultivator and looked at Hong with a smile on his face, while Hong Fong only had an awkward smile on his face before he retracted his own claws and returned to his human body. Yu Lan was up front before. She never bothered to take sides. If that person really had no semblance of being teachable, it would be a waste of time to keep him. The captain leading the 100-man team of cavalry of the Skyfox army was also a Pixongsure expert. Looking at the exchange of blows between Long Tang and Kuei-shing, after all, he obviously did not expect that the life combat that Kuei-shing blossomed at the end could actually force Long Tang to dodge left and right, not daring to fight him hard. After a while of silence, Yemo similarly went to Kim Jae-jung's room because he was worried about Mu Kane's condition. Before he even opened the door to his room, Kim Jae-jung had already broken through the door and almost bumped into Yemo outside the door. The anger in his eyes had not yet had time to hide before it fell into Yemo's line of sight. The people inside this inn have seen such a beautiful and delicate beauty, especially the faint softness and charm scattered underneath that look, which instantly made the inn quiet. Even if we explain, we should find a very reasonable reason to explain it. What should we say? She and Ouyang Qianlong's hearts were moved. After all, this nerd could stay with them not even longer than the work, and tomorrow's whole day was nothing less than a rare opportunity for them. Speaking here, Jian Mo's breath obviously changed greatly. That kind of body is wrapped into a gloomy atmosphere. People's heart a little heartache. She also reached out and gently held Jian Mo's hand. Now, the spirits on the side of the oldest brother of the hour have basically been exposed, while the spirits on the other side of the camp have only been exposed by 2 in total, and the identities of the remaining spirits are all unknown. Jin Feng was so angry that he was going to have a seizure. However, it didn't change anything. In the end, seeing that he couldn't do it in this state, Lin Feng still knocked him out and went in. The amazement in the eyes of Yuan Qingzi and Chen San became even more evident, and in unison, they repeated Wang Chaoyang's speech. Since the divorce, the wife is less and less giving face to Mr. and can trample him into the ground with every word. I wonder what position Zhongguo wants within Yingchuan County. Feng Xian decided to leave Gao Lei behind. And this conversation has fully confirmed that Gao Lei does have a clear understanding of today's current situation. It is not because of this standing army usually no war, training and lacks. White receive food and pay at the same time, but also can be greedy ink. It is a pity that Feng Xian has stirred things up, but the oil and water in the northern army is not as good as it used to be. The whole world, it was as if it was plunged into a kind of infinite darkness, and she was like an abandoned child. A little farther away from the large square table, there are a dozen chairs. Sitting are all extraordinary people. Minghui unbuttoned his collar, tugged on his collar, and rolled up his sleeves with a reckless stance, and those who didn't know thought he was going to fight. This was a time when talent was in short supply, and it came as no surprise to anyone that he would be asked to become a teacher. Also, the 2 peony brocade embroidered screens sent by that Jiangnan weaver's house are double-sided heterogeneous embroidery. one of which costs 10 of the most powerful first-class embroiderers 5 years' time. I was grateful to Uncle Zhao for speaking up for me, but before I could say the words of thanks, he blocked me out with the next half of his sentence. Those who were able to stay in the demon suppression division were all experts with strong strength, or those who had the potential to become experts. The magical engravings on this paper talisman of yours are so exquisite, and the magic power contained within is extremely pure. Did you make them all with your own hands? Ryochi walked up and glanced at the magic talisman on the Dao-robed youth's stall. Before the Dao-robed youth could introduce them, Liang Jia then opened his mouth and asked, "How is it inappropriate?" Jiang Mother felt that she was really thinking about her lifelong matters, and her heart was a little more solid. And mind you, public opinion is not favorable to Sun Xinmiao right now, and in such an onslaught, the events of that year have been rehashed. The skin is watery, the eyes are big and bright, the palm-sized melon face with a little bit of roundness. At first glance, it is blessed. Jing Xiong looked at Wu Meier, who was honestly sitting behind Shuhi, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh again. What kind of heavenly paradise is this Qingha village in the end? Netting out such a demon. Autumn is also old-fashioned. According to other people's playing style, usually at this time we'll come over to first flat A. After all, the blind monk's passive has the effect of doubling the attack. This kind of time to stick to the face to come, hit a little bit and then pick up the skill is also a normal thing. Why would the king ask about this? Rydia felt rather strange about Locke suddenly asking her about a topic like whether or not she had killed anyone. Tonight's performance was a success. When I come back from the imperial capital, I'll fulfill the agreement, Yi Feng said to Chen Xiu. In a mansion a few streets away from Li Ye's residence, under the candlelight, Dio Lang, the Dengzhou chauffeur, and Xin Shang, the Dengzhou sailor's tooth general, are leisurely drinking tea. Xin Shang secretly sneaked back to Dengzhou to look for Dio Lang to discuss the strategy. After saying that he wanted to find something to help him wipe, and could not find any rag for a while, he used the sleeve of his own uniform to wipe. It wasn't like she was flying herself, but being high in the air overlooking the earth was already amazing to her. What about what you promised me? Nightshade reached out his hand and gently wiped Fifth Fiber's tears. Chapter 99, What have they done wrong? Zhang Shiyan recognized this person at once. It was no other than the general manager of the Sifang Environmental Protection Company that they had discussed earlier, Feng Chong. Feng Chong! Zhang Shiyan shouted. Feng Chong, who was called by name, subconsciously looked up towards the entrance of the cave. The light from the flashlight hit him right in the face. The blinding white light caused him to reflexively squint his eyes and raise his hand to block the top of his eyes. Even if you can't see it, it's a little on the nose, but as long as Cat and Seven Knights call it off, the on-the-nose thing won't happen. It's just that even old man Dugu's charms and materials couldn't get rid of the lone ghost inside that Auntie Li. Who? Shui knew that Master Mao San's family fortune was simply too much already. Master Mao San had an island overseas where his family members were invited to live, and every household had a fortune. A few moments later, Zheng Chong since restored the original form, followed by a flash of yellow light in the chest. The demonization talisman immediately threw the body and was copied in the hands of Zheng Chong. Xin Huaisu today in a good mood, and see her initiative. Rare Tender once kissed her originally kissed delicate lips, friction between her lips and teeth. Southern Gardenia see it is not willing to leave. Simply will keep it. Two people a fox of the day is to live at ease. So I drunk thinking about this sentence. Iron Gourd Kung Fu in the Heavenly Net 8 styles has finished. A wrist turn. Into the Earth Net 19 changes. This Heavenly Net is originally a meteor hammer Kung Fu. He thought carefully and changed to use the Iron Gourd. The power is not only not reduced, but even better than the Eve. I also come from the Chen family, so you don't have to stick to such mundane rituals. In the future, you can still refer to each other as equals. Zheng Chong looked at the slightly flushed Chen Xiaoxi and said with a smile, the golden mantle, which was at the level of a mid-grade immortal artifact, had crushed the stone demon summoned by the witch demon emperor. A miserable to the extreme through howl came out from the monster's mouth, and Dinah, who was looking dumbfounded on the side, suddenly twisted his head away, and silently mumbled in his heart that it was so miserable. Mr. Sheen, thanks again for saving your life. Come, let's all collectively toast you, Lan Wei-min said with a smile. Although the old lady was heartbroken, she also knew that this was the way he had to go through. Just let the people in the front yard take care of it more carefully, and never pull back logistically. Don't worry, Grandma. I'll try my best to learn. Su Huaiji gave himself a cheering gesture. Eric glanced at Charles as well, a sense of superiority suddenly arising in his heart. So what if you can talk the talk? You can contract phantom beasts? The marriage of several children at home is not urgent. The results of the college entrance examination has not yet come out. Wang Minghua has many plans in mind, but also because the time has not yet come to have to press down. How could it not be like what Ghost Qing was doing now, lying as straight as a log? Seeing the lady's heartache, He didn't know to make good use of this opportunity. A freak with an open round head, eyes on top of his head that look at people who will hold their scalps against them, short arms and legs, but an unusually long body. Nowadays, even though he is not back yet, there are some charitable donations that he feels the need to continue. Lin Ivana Wan saw by Xingyi loosening her lips and left proudly. Her purpose had been achieved. Then there was no need to stay. She was uncomfortable staying in front of Bai Xingyi for one more second. Wang Fong inwardly snickers in anticipation of what kind of favors Mr. Wang will give her. And after she leaves, Guman Man informs Li Si-chen of the situation. Sean withdrew his spiritual consciousness. This was the first time he had performed such a long-distance induction. The shock brought to him was indescribable. 3 days had already passed, and Doctor had arrived at the edge of the grassland, where he replenished enough fresh water before resolutely stepping into the vast desert. At this moment, Zhang and Chen Yang, who had been listening in a cloudy manner, all understood. Damn old thing, don't think that by pressurizing me, I will yield. Rather be broken for jade, not for tile. Su Lin felt a powerful soldier's thoughts invade towards his intellectual sea, and a sense of soldiers at the city. Xiao Bern walked up and took a look at the altar that was already littered with debris. The corner of his mouth slightly turned away before he walked behind that stone monument. This time, there was sufficient light, and Xiao Bern was already able to see the letter written to him across time on the stone monument. Damn! Put up a fight. It's really a loser if I die of exhaustion at this rate. He flung the long sword and short dagger in his hands backward in unison, and then violently turned backward while pushing out both palms violently. Sean looked horrified at this kingdom of God in front of him. Could it be that this guy was just like Nameless, evolved into some kind of strange being? In order to avoid suspicion, Yi Ming did not dare to go to the office at noon to find her, so he had to wait anxiously until the evening, and then went straight to the place where Chenyi lived in Baxiankyo after dinner. When the black fog slowly dispersed, Curry had reappeared in front of the crowd. At this time, which half of her just now that kind of breath-dying appearance. His eyes then rested on the computer screen where there were newly uploaded photos of her naked. After that, I plopped down on the table and continued to think about all the I'd have to do if I did run into Snake and the others. The second grandmother Ewer coughed very hard, coughed and finished and the maid assisted lying on her back on the bed, constantly gasping for breath, tightly closed eyes, high chest constantly undulating. Team Lu, there are people on the road in front of us who are hunting for a silver-level boss, the squadron leader of Dreams Guild, whose character name is Lu Family de Lu. Suddenly heard the team channel reminded of this by a member of the team in front of them who was scouting for a way out. The emperor returned to Luoyang. The first thing is to establish the first grandson, is to seize the key, even the state family law statute, but also the response to the matter of Chang'an. Chapter 100 Surprises Left Behind. Yen Anton immediately checked the locator on the 3 kittens, but found that the 3 kittens were not located in the same place, and the distance between them was not far. In addition to one of the points, the other 2 were moving. The members of the team immediately ran to the mountain with their locating equipment. If something happened to Jiang Shurian, they would all be punished. Yen Anton found the other squads that had come to support him and explained the situation to them. They sent a team directly to follow. Just see Wu Song's ring knife above. Miserable white first, radiating out, countless images of skulls around the ring knife. Open teeth biting appearance. See let a person's heart surging a cool air. Wu Song, however, looked calm. Double ring sword slowly forward. Even forced back the teeth and claws of the fire dragon. Those soldiers didn't feel the slightest discomfort from smelling that spicy odor, and they were even more oblivious to the reincarnated things in that pit. Lu Ping saw Jin Suilian out of the pit trap. His spirit was shaken. A few steps back, jumped up violently, stomped on the pit wall, and went to the opposite pit wall, and then stomped again, so that 3 stomps and 2 stomps, also out of the pit trap. Before Luo Hao's divine ability collided with the Bone Demon's 7 absolute immortal execution formation, Huang Tao in the back suddenly changed his face drastically. A crisis of life and death suddenly came upon him. He immediately let out a strange cry and raised his hand to throw the jade pendant in his hand. Inside was filled with coolness. Such a brutal scene had happened without notice, and no one knew how those spirits had done it and for what. That Han's plane sword flew in a sheet of blade light, and those 2 fans just circled around that Han, looking for gaps to drill through. When Fairy Kaichin heard this, she immediately blushed and was too angry to retort. After all, the Ghost King level was right there. Although they did not see the person's face clearly, they saw that the person was driving a neon dress. Seeing this, the bell immediately took out the weapon Shattered Spirit Copper, which was a dual-life bell. The bell was loaded with Xian iron that was capable of deterring soul power, and when the Xian iron made a sound, it was capable of causing lethal force to spirits. Rainy night of Jinling Yamen dark. Heavy rain rinsed this Yamen house inside and outside. Usually Jinling City downtown until the 3rd night. but the rainy night has made the whole city a quiet. Yang Yang will be the cigarette stomped out, and then picked it up. Song Baoshang Si. Very natural to learn to do it. And then it is toward Yang Yang stretched out his hand, pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. Nico Jingzhou's troops collapsed, and the other two's armies were similarly implicated. And seeing that their brother's troops had run away, what were they still doing here? So they simply ran away with all of their armies. Because the easiest way is obviously to go in through the same entrance, trying not to spread out the troops and trying not to create a countercurrent. The four seas in Bohai Way were conquered one after another. The Great Wall of the Ming Dynasty defense line completely open. Take Bohai Way after Batamunk still did not stay there, but directly then went south to take Huairou and Shuani, two cities. Just as Lin Dong and the others were looking a bit astonished and worried because of the Tsong Tian Taoist's words. On the other side of the room, in some other places, something else was happening by some other things. I suppose so. The octopus spirit returned. Of course she had never seen these mysterious people, and had only learned of their existence from the mere words of his husband, the multi-horned great king. Therefore, she couldn't be sure if the specific situation was like this. When he came out of the Sea Stone building, he had sensed that a dozen hidden auras were lurking in the darkness near the Sea Stone building. Han Luo by Ying Chen was seeing three people entered the bar, ordered a fruit plate fruit wine, sat on the soft purple sofa ready to enjoy the program. After the 8 rays of lightning and fire fell on the defense of the heavenly light wind domain at the same time and encountered obstacles, Zexan's body shook at the same time, and the expression on his face froze as he seemed to be able to imagine the other side of the door. Jiu Huayi Xian Xuan's mockery filled with scorn. Sakura Kasuno, who had done her debriefing and submitted significant information, was not suspected by anyone. All of them assumed that it was information that Sakura had gotten after a grueling pursuit and battle. Everyone did not expect the Ghost Immortal sect people actually so crazy. Before the enmity will not be able to revenge, and now actually also engaged in the attack. This is what hatred, what grudge. As far as so, hearing the two familiar names, Tianyi instantly thought of the two heroes inside the king's pesticide world. The Earl of Buckwell was right behind the two young people the whole time, listening to the two people talk without saying a word as a party of Earl Lords. In turn, like a companion. If it is not that Marjorie is indeed a higher status, AI Gu is going to be a little flustered. Broken Sound Valley Song Zhang. Don't order to enlighten me. A hint of a smile appeared on Song Zhang's face before he cupped his fists and spoke to Guming. Qinyu was so helpless that he couldn't help but curse Prince Mears once again in his heart. And in the end, he could only take the high-tech flying swords and kill them one by one. And his speed slowed down a lot at once, only to hear her say, "Here it comes." A man dressed in rough plain clothes and unobtrusive, followed the palace wall at the head of the city and picked up the ladder step by step and walked up to the opposite side of the duo. The moment that blue light came out I knew that Su Qingqing had come out, and the footsteps that followed Jinshan's escape stopped instantly, and I said to Jinshan that you should find a place to hide for a while first, and after that, I quickly shook off her hand and ran towards the back. Zhang Yi walked into the house and found that the floor of his bedroom was full of cigarette ash as well as cigarette butts, and toilet paper was also thrown all over the place. A bed was near the wall. On top of it was a dirty quilt. Zhang Yi reached out and touched it. The quilt was already cold. It looked like Li Erden had run away for a while, although he was reluctant in his heart. Seeing how persistent Neza was, Tianyi didn't say much and began to dig hard. It was midday when they arrived at Troll Island, the winter sun shining gently and the silvery white sandy beach giving off a soft sheen. Hearing my words, Blade's face looked even more gloomy. He could see that this invitation was indeed genuine. When Park Jinwoo took the sangsu and submitted it to Demyung, he was also jittery in his heart and felt that it was a bit shameless. Although it was said that Zhang Chang was experienced in many battles, this kind of thing really made him somewhat unsure of what to do. His gaze fell on the screen of his cell phone, and he didn't know whether it was because Lu Haijia laughed at that comment or because of the content on his cell phone. As soon as he shot into mid-air, he was knocked away by an invisible force, spewing out an arrow of blood and landing in the courtyard of Feikong's abbot. Chapter 101, Scared to Piss. Everyone hurriedly dropped what they were packing and rushed in the direction of the voice calling for help. The place that made the distressing sound was the place where they had previously made traps to lure the wild beasts. The camp staff knew it very well, so even when they passed by that place they would be extra careful to go around it. The owner of this sound was definitely not a staff member of the project. Their month or so in the mountains was not only spent searching for various wildlife sightings, but also some secret. I was mulling this over, but no matter what, I couldn't come up with a clue, so the gen inside my heart pulled tighter. At this time, a very large special police car with flashing blue lights drove in from the company's main entrance. Then a dozen or so tall and strong SWAT officers jumped down from the car, heavily armed, and surrounded a dozen or so young employees with wooden sticks in the center. He, who was full of self-importance, finally realized his gap when he encountered Yang Qi. and was taught enough of a lesson that he followed Yang Qi when he saw him from then on, wanting to worship his master. No need. Mu Qingshan opened her mouth. Her voice was not loud, but Nan Wuyu knew what Mu Qingshan was saying by the shape of her lips. Seeing how rude Shen Gongba was, Wukong hurriedly opened his mouth, but upon hearing this, Wukong smiled and waved his hand. What? What are you talking about? Su Xiaoxia looked at Yi Hao in a confused manner and said softly. His words were quite reasonable and not easy to answer, but the problem was that they shouldn't have been uttered in this situation because his target was Xiao Bufan. Yun Mu, in the sound of Yin Wuya's narration, hadn't been paying too much attention to the meaning between his words. While out frowning and thinking hard, the red-scaled python let out a strange roar. Their scale armor was cracked open. Scarlet snake blood oozed out from the edges of the scales. Its upper body swung wildly. Two thigh-thick tree trunks were smashed into pieces like pieces of paper and scattered all over the ground. Layer, you don't like them following? From the moment Ji Daixu appeared, Layer and Wuyo's faces were extremely gloomy. Go! The guards grabbed the swords at their waist and ran towards the Twin Bridges temple in unison. They jumped onto the eaves of the house, stepped on the branches of the trees, and flew away in an instant in the direction where Xiaji and Rui had disappeared. The Goguryeo soldiers couldn't stop them, and seeing that Li Shimen ran away, they hurriedly regrouped and chased them up behind again. Chen Junjie nodded wordlessly. From the morning until now, really also feel tired. Vomiting blood several times in one day, or a large amount as a person will feel weak. This sound, so that the altar was already struggling, snapped open his eyes, the pair of blue eyes, in this instant turned into a cold purple. He was like a king on high. Everything in the world will be in his hands. Jun Chen's mood was so bad that anyone who spoke out of line with him would be reprimanded. He was unable to accept the fact that Ao Jin had defected for a while, just like when Lu Feng had defected. Now with Su Ning is not to think about. Sporadic can receive special delivery is also familiar with the customer, whereas Su Ning, every day to receive a single, more than their ordinary single. Wait, you said Musashi will be back? What's going on here? Helene Linlin caught the point of something. Only accounts registered in the ancient times can have a 7-character name, and all subsequent ones have no more than 6 characters. It's natural. That time in the beginning Lin Wei thought it was really happening, and these times, Lin Wei was just acting. Fong Hanxian, who had been staring at the camera, slowly opened his mouth. Those breaths, condensed into a black 5 that resembled a serpent and a scow, coiled on the Jinjian Nirvana platform, the originally dull and lightless Jinjian Nirvana platform. When that black breath appeared, it all of a sudden radiated 10,000 feet of golden light. Yes, I'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on it. Director Yuan nodded and immediately began to make preparations, absolutely not letting this news leak out in advance. Chen Jimin sniffed questioningly toward the piece of wool in the middle-aged man's hand. The performance of this piece of wool is still good so far. I do not know why Tang Yin said that he does not look good. They say it's a district, but the 5 districts are now equivalent to 5 countries, and it's a fool's errand for ordinary people to try to get out of here and get to the Tokyo district, which isn't a time when trains and airplanes just go through. Driving slowly, enjoying the roadside scenery, the pedestrians, indeed different from the east, exotic flavor, all the time is not to present a different kind of beauty. Lu Tianxiang is stunned. After listening to what Tang Yin said, the more you look at this bottle, the more wrong. If this is true, the value is estimated to be more than $1 million. As Tang Yun said, that stall owner can go directly home to buy a house and car. There is really no need to still stay here. As always, as soon as Tang Yun walked into the plaza, he bid farewell to Song Fei and Lu Tianxiong and the others, and then took Zhou Jiejia, Wang Yu, and Chen Guozhang with him, and the 4 of them headed straight for the location of the dark labeled area in the distance. Under the mountain gate was a pool, and beside the pool was a stone monument that read, Sword Relief Pool. His heart swirled, but as if he had lost his soul. For a moment, he actually forgot to slap Yiling Yu's hand away. Root, put it on the side of his mouth, and then he stretched out a finger. A flame appeared, and Wang Xian lit the cigarette, and then took a deep breath. After all, schooling is, in fact, very important in order to gain the attention of teachers and get a better start compared to others. Looking at the members of the 2 committees sitting at the lower head, Lu Peng straightened his throat and said loudly, "Now first, you will report on the situation in the village during this period of time, and then our comrades in the 2 committees will discuss the village's future construction plan together." Saying that, Lu Peng looked at Accountant Zhu. At first, the place where Wang Xian was meditating was dazzled with Rui Kai, holy and incomparable, but later on it became dense with aura, and the breath of life flowed continuously. Take a look. Hu Chang reached out and immediately stopped Deng Chao's next move, snatching the petri dish over. Taking it to his own workstation, he went to carry out his viewing. The people ate wine and talked. Song Sherdao also did not say the purpose of coming here. Lu Wuchen also naturally did not ask. Not much time. Silna also knew that she was here to make the atmosphere awkward, so she said goodbye and left. As for the wounded soldier's pension, Yang Bo can't get the money for the time being, and have to wait for the reward to come down. Yang Bo intends to persuade them to join the sea trade, and the profit of the sea trade is enough to support their relatively rich veteran career in the future. In his heart, he cursed Xiao Chang for not being conscientious. She came a long way to help, but Xiao Chang did not even listen to her, and now that he is talking about an alliance, he doesn't even show up but lets Yao Miao talk about it. Is this a deliberate attempt to avoid her? This is really wrong, Xiao Chang. This matter is Yao Miao self-initiated. Xiao Chang simply do not know talk about this matter of alliance. This Ding Daoquan did not know what to say now. Although there was nothing wrong with the materials used for this construction, the bounty hunters and the horse thieves are fighting. This is somewhat interesting. But looking at this, it's obvious that the number of soul masters on the bounty hunter's side is much higher, and I'm afraid that the horse thieves side will very much lose in the fight. Ling Yunxiao nodded his head as he saw a horse thief with an ordinary blade fall into a pool of blood. Chapter 102. With the help of the SWAT team, they cleaned out all the traps that had been set before, so that the villagers would not be accidentally hurt by the traps that had been left behind when they went up the mountain to cut wood and catch rabbits. The man was also sent directly to the police station. After interrogation to explain all the things clearly, the person who contacted him to transfer 50,000 yuan only asked him to secretly take pictures of the campsite in Jiangshirian and others, and send them to an overseas mailbox every day on a fixed basis. He was lurking before that. The other camp, led by Gu Fengyan and the others, had private words that were all negative. They did not shy away from expecting Zhuliuo and Lingda to simply die on the mountain. They didn't expect them to bring back any immortal ginseng at all. But Gongsun Jinhua is fearless. His throne is also not in the name. He was not killed. Why would we? Dongguo watched the powerful vine turn into the jade bracelet on Zhuliuo's wrist. His heart cooled a few more points, reminding himself to stay away from this guy next time. Fan Guizhen didn't even want to believe that the unassuming young man could stubbornly hold on for the whole night under the earth-shattering beast tide. Every minute and every second of waiting on the wall was a torment for Fan Guizhen, and even he had countless impulses of wanting to move and swept towards Sunset City in his mind. Zhou's parents see the trouble. Things are not good to put down harsh words. Separation must be separated. I let your old lady's heart and soul son uniqueness. After the separation of the family, you do not want to see a glance of the grandchildren, and ran away. They had racks for half a second before Li Qingduan saw a man in a black suit with a press card come through the racks. They were followed by a thin young man, who carried racks with racks on his shoulders, pushing Tang Shang out of the way. Wang Jin stopped joking and got serious. I just suddenly realized a truth recently. It's the first time for both of us to be a human being, so why should I give in to you? Li Qingqing smiled as he joined the racks. The items were stored on the roof and then left. The racks are a Spanish thing to wear. Lying on the sofa, Wang Jin thought about picking up his cell phone and sent a text message to Samuel Lin. When you come back, bring 2 coats from Auntie Bai to me. Learned a few years of comedy. It's time to test you. How do you do it? Jonathan Barretta Road. Plug ask show Rua take organs. Ask like to Li Qingtsuan a solution thin. Save bar sapphire to get lucid. Cough do at the beginning of Li Mandi Long Pith Pilao Xian Shui. Just as Su Chen went to check out the kitchen, he discovered that there was actually a casserole in the kitchen, and the smell of Chinese medicine was wafting out from it. This sentence sounds fine at first glance, but on closer scrutiny how it feels makes people a little less comfortable. Wang Ling helped up the tall figure of Tian Kunhe, smiled and shook his head, and thought in his heart, your family first passed this hurdle before saying it. The matter of repayment is better in the next life. A good number of people noticed the statements, flashed the first program dress code in their minds, and wondered, was that one a fake? That's more like it. Satisfied, Zheng Zhoming put the bowl with 2 green-headed flies floating in it back on the table and left with his hands behind his back in a big hurry. And then both of them stopped at the same time. Yang Qian couldn't hear the footsteps behind him anymore and looked back with a puzzled face. Hopefully, Zhao Chunhua hadn't heard the conversation she had just had with Lin Fei, and was instead concerned about the fact that she had just cried? Guangrun Commune. The first production brigade this day. The chicken flew dog. Wang Mazi's mother-in-law rushed into Zhang Xilin's home to Zhang Zhongming beat. Zhang Xilin squatting at the root of the wall bar muffled smoke, did not say a word. Her half-hearted movements aroused the wildness in Hamatai's bones, and the 2 young men, overcome with lust, were so completely absorbed in their desire for each other that they didn't hear that a high horse had come up to them, although he is the factory director. But now the things of the South City machinery are basically Luo Churen's words. He is a facade. When he looked at the ground again, but some spots of bloodstains, but the old 4 headshot has died on the spot. After lifting the curtain and walking in, the inside of the tavern was instantly quiet, and several hundred pairs of gazes all looked in unison at Mu Tian, who had walked in through the doorway. Some people at the tea stall couldn't hold back, settled the tea money, and rushed there. And finally Mu Qingjie brought 3 people to rush over as well. Ha ha ha, take it out and share it equally? That's the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard in the Divine Ruins. Xie Xiefeng put the fine sword away and threw himself up to the sky in a fit of laughter. At the entrance of the 14th floor, that perfume smell was the strongest. I don't know if it was a mental effect or because of something else. Even though the perfume smell here was incredibly strong, I could still smell some rotting corpses. The cold and lonely voice drifted and resounded in these surroundings. A few residual shadows appeared in front of Mu Tian's eyes, and a complicated and difficult to understand stance appeared, and his body began to involuntarily begin to follow and learn. When I woke up again, I opened my eyes. The introduction of the eye is the spade case face with a scar. So I sat up and turned my head toward the surrounding. I want to be within the first time, but to determine the safety of the Tiger and Shirley, the 2 starships landed in a nearby glacier on a frozen planet, the terrain of which was deep and well suited for concealment. The 2 starships also entered a state of electromagnetic and energy silence, so that even if the surrounding patrol fleet of the vanguard of the benevolent Endurance, it would be very difficult to find them. Lucky didn't really want to take Zhai Cheng's ride to pick up Xiaoyan. If she could choose, she would rather take a taxi to the airport herself. If she had a choice, she would rather take a taxi to the airport. If she had the choice, she would rather take a taxi to the airport herself. She overheard Zhai Cheng answering the phone. He refused to go to the airport today. On that stone slab, clearly visible were all sorts of complicated and incomparable patterns, and it was obvious that these should have something to do with those curses. Chapter 103 The most important reason. Jiang Yihong was shocked. Mr. Wu, why are you here? An old professor sitting opposite Jiang Father was smiling at Jiang Yihong, who was also Jiang Yihong's mentor during his graduation period, a titanic figure in the field of veterinary medicine. He retired after leading Jiang Yihong's term, but was rehired by the Capital Veterinary Research Institute within 2 years. Returning to my hometown to save my family. I just happened to pass by Z City and came to catch up with your father. Wu Lao smiled and said, how's it going? Looking for. To be honest, I didn't really know how to refute this reply from the enforcer, because I felt that this guy really had a point, and I couldn't really apply a double standard in front of others. Could I? This also looks really too bullying. Should we use the dark side? No, it's not the right time yet. Qin Luan hesitated for a rare moment, immediately vetoed by himself again, and then smiled gently. Turning around, he walked towards the back, southeast Xian domain. This has been Lu Lao secretly control the majority, but the 3 Yu mountains suddenly killed, seized countless continents, resulting in the situation out of control. Only 30% left, and this 30% also wrapped up the Mo family. Fei Hua Linglong sex control range. Very miserable. I should be the one giving you trouble all the time. I looked at Lengju in front of me and spoke with a smile once again. I was surprised to look at Gongsun Lanlan. I didn't expect Gongsun Lanlan to be so familiar with young King Lian's father. I was getting more and more curious about young King Lian's father. Mrs. Su angrily blasted the doctor out, and went to invite famous doctors. But she didn't want every doctor to come to the same conclusion. They all concluded that Su Junji would not live more than 3 days. Mrs. Su finally believed. A moment of crying a few times fainted. Mr. Su was also confused. A few days ago, he also quarreled with his own son, but he could not live more than 3 days. Luli felt a wave of nausea, but it was not good to take back his shoes. This demon race was too perverted, actually wanting to kiss his master's shoes. The void above Dark's head tore apart, and another cup of ultimate cold dragon saliva flew down and stopped in front of Dark's body. Watching Sun Yu come back. Sitting on the chair, Sun Xiaowu's eyes suddenly cast over. A kind of anger-free aura surfaced on his body, where there was still the grandchild like that compensated and smiled in front of Wang Kaiyan before. Looking at the prompt message that suddenly surfaced in the death list, Qin Luan was slightly stunned, and after reading the setting options below, he immediately fell into deep thought. In fact, in Locke's previous scenario, if he was able to take care of the Naga Legion in a short period of time, and then gather the large force of the Natural Disaster Legion, he might still have what it takes to fight against Enzos. But right now, it's clear that Enzos intends to take advantage of his own superiority, and completely crush what little power Locke possesses. Said to be simple, in fact, this is the real fighting style of red dimming. Attack is not his advantage. Beyond the defense of people of the same rank and extremely strong body flexibility is his weapon, and as long as other people have a little mistake, he will seize the opportunity to give the other party a fatal blow. The gecko lying on the wall saw that the situation was not right, and immediately paddled its limbs and escaped at a fast pace, wagging its head and tail as if it were swimming. Open the door is Han Wang's request. All day long the doors and windows are closed. And is not doing something wrong, even if you open the door. People with bad intentions to break into a try. So why bother? Open it in the morning and close it at night. How troublesome. Locke rushed out from the flames. And the roaring flames formed after the death of that king of inferno demons not only didn't injure Locke, but made him even stronger. Looking at Ding Feng again, he had already sidestepped aside, and one of the fingers of his right hand was pointing at Ma Guang's heart. For this expedition, the remaining 10,000 reserve elite cavalry of the Namajun Sea as the main cavalry naturally had to be brought along. Bai Shui marveled repeatedly, and at this moment, thousands of disciples had already gathered in the square, down to great emperors, up to ancestral deities of paramount sage cultivation. All of them were staring at the great emperor's tower. Night has not yet completely descended. The distant sea and sky there is still a hint of dark purple haze. The daytime machinery roaring hot scene has been replaced by the quiet of the early summer night. The construction site between the tower cranes. A glance. High-altitude warning lights like starlight stretched for dozens of miles is spectacular. As soon as he got on the car, Tang Feng made 3 calls in a row. One to Long Wu, who was the closest to the construction site, and asked him to bring people to the construction site immediately and improvise. If Coral's words were true, that would mean that Earth Burial would be in an extremely unfavorable situation. So regardless of whether Coral's analysis was right or wrong, Earth Burial would never admit it. Opposite the clouds floating thousands of archangels for the one behind actually open 3 pairs of wings is obviously a powerful role. What's there to do? No matter who it is, since he doesn't dare to rush out, it's enough to show her strength. Let's just kill it, La Cushio exclaimed. When Danny and Su Xin spoke, their voices were still louder, as if they were purposely letting Su Yang hear them. Moreover, Danny also mentioned several times that he and Su Xin came from the airport in a stretch Rolls-Royce Phantom. Both auras were decaying, but the cold aura would have been extremely limited in quantity, while the blood aura must have surged too much with the cold aura. Since you're here, don't leave. A mocking smile flashed across the face of realist Changfeng. Setting a time with the manager, he hurried out of the hospital, but just as he reached the door, Vivi chased after him. When he opened his mouth, his dried-out dental bed revealed jagged teeth, eerie and terrifying in the dull twilight. In the taverns, by the market, basically every corner of the city had a variety of players whispering. The Tyrannosaurus Guild had completely become the center of the news, and everyone who had the latest news was very proud to be multiplied by the attention of the players. How proud was he? Jun Kang, since she didn't cherish his tenderness, he would never let himself degenerate into the beggarly side of love. I don't know how long it took. The room chapter regained consciousness, and my eyes had some stinging sensation. What's wrong with me? If I remember correctly, I seem to have been beaten. Nalan Jiu galloped all the way to the horse. The heart is very afraid. Afraid of their own just like this and cousin passed by. Nalan Jiu at this time because of the words of Nalan Yoruo. The heart is very panicked. Chapter 104, A Strange Way of Communicating. Zhang Shiyan pretended to be calm. Brother, why aren't you sleeping yet? Wouldn't falling asleep be as you wish? Zhang Yihon looked at her and asked in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, sneaking out in the middle of the night, is it because you want to date some little white boy? Zhang Shiyan's mind inexplicably conjured up the appearance of the person who had asked her to meet him. And indeed his face was quite white. Her silence in Jiang Yihong seems to be not to fight. Jiang Yihong's face immediately sank, but Li Min didn't care about that. The general public is not easy to find. That is because the ninja land is heavily guarded. Who is he? Li Min? Immediately after, Yi Hu began the test of the second weapon, which is a modified version of the military system after the Desert Eagle, which is the standard equipment of some heavy firepower departments of the military. The effective range of this military system Sand Eagle is 4 meters. The beginning of the mountain arc. Zen Master Lingin's future realm will stop here, at most of Vajra Lohan's fruit position. And if you don't worship the Bathsheba, then you don't have Buddha in your heart, and at most you are disrespectful to the Buddha. But I am the Buddha. But it doesn't matter if you are disrespectful to the Buddha. Yulil walks spring water walks out. This all attributes make the audience in the live broadcast room are completely stunned. This kind of Callistus simply can be called a god, right? It was as if he had gone back to that period of time when he had just come down from the Founder's Hill, with souls and demons, devils and monsters, and wailing and blood everywhere he touched. It cannot be helped. Xienya secretly sighed to herself. If it is not their own in the live broadcast, perhaps she will be a direct second. After all, Eula left her shadow is really a bit big. Scene. I just opened the door and saw it. It's not peaceful these days, so I hurriedly closed the door of the room up, and through the crack of the door, I saw them riding towards Zhengzhou. The old man's voice was hoarse, and when he said this, he was still a little timid like. What's going on outside? Timo said nervously. This if the others knew that she had sneaked into the palace with Yulu, she had to be facing Tristana's scolding. A little while later, Chen Wanqing's pain eased down. She didn't dare to say anything else. She just hugged the quilt and cried bitterly in sorrow. He, a modern man, was so shocked when confronted with space. So how could Lier, an ancient man seeing space for the first time, take it lightly? They believed that if they dared to make any trouble, these iron guards would definitely not be polite to them. Back to the west courtyard room. Li Zixuan at this time also did not sleep. The eyes inadvertently glanced over the hand of the crimson sandalwood box. The heart of a move. It will take over. Placed in the hand, pawing the thought. Hey, quite heavy, do not know what is loaded inside the contraption. At this time, not to mention Mu Lin, even Jun Lin charming colors, Jun Lin heavenly colors, thousand autumns, wind cloud cold, and the others felt that this time, their opponents were different from the past. And this was already starting to look a little bit like a second-rate segment tournament or above. Even the passageway to the flooded heavenly realm was forcibly sealed by the invincible figures of the 9 states, not the other way around. Although the killer was dead, he still had to be searched. Suyu searched this killer's body all over and found a few magic weapons and a Qiankuan bag. Seeing Luo Xiling's persistent face, Luo Lianqing reached out and patted his shoulder, signaling Luo Xiling to sit down and talk. He was doubtful in his heart, and he didn't know if Zhang Zhaodi had figured out a way to let go of him, or if his own lack of demonic power had caused the other party to regain his freedom earlier than he had expected. Elder Dan Chang, the Sacred Hall Master, and Zkaro glanced at each other as they revealed shock. This waste of a young master of the Zhang clan was becoming more and more mysterious. Uncle Ming, you mean? Jian Chen heard this and probably understood what Uncle Ming meant. However, this statement of his was a bit too bizarre. Tang Ming let out a cry of surprise. What secret was hidden in the soles of his feet? Why did it seem like a lot of people were concerned? Qin Feng is no longer a rookie in the political arena, but also from various aspects to consider this matter. Of course, it cannot be said that he does not trust Zhou Yi, just in a high position. Everything needs to be cautious, so as to avoid the family. In that instant, Zhuge Liang rushed towards the monster's embrace, the long sword in his hand brushing away fan-shaped sword shadows. The 7-killing sword technique is very powerful, like several invisible sword chi blooming in all directions, especially when surrounded. The surrounding area will bloom with blood mist due to the sword chi. From the bird's eye view from above, it is like a blooming blood-colored lotus flower. And Lin Yu's heart has set off waves. The devil uncle, Chai's sister. He secretly hated Jade Mountain on the one hand to act vicious and despicable. The other side of the Ming also understand why they want to seal themselves. These 2 years if they are still in the Great Zhou dynasty. I am afraid that no matter whether it is harming people or messing up, Jade Mountain should be less easy to get away with it. Which thought? That monkey suddenly went to the East Shung divine continent, get the barbarian great elder's enlightenment, cultivation, and he is not on the way to fetch the scriptures. Quimo Wolf pounced on an empty. All kinds of coincidence. Quimo Wolf made a lot of mistakes, resulting in the Tai Bai Jinxing's plan was a flop. Lin Yu said to Su Shun again, in a moment, you will lead the Yuanzhou soldiers and horses to enter the city last and protect Priest Wu. Su Shun nodded and answered yes. A lower level of the realm of transformation of the same rank was nothing more than dirt in Yifei's eyes, and a middle level of the realm of transformation 1 rank higher was nothing more than that. And even if an upper level of the realm of transformation that was upturned in the realm of transformation was here, it might not be able to withstand how Yifei was. Even the Star Clan powerhouses at the peak of the heavenly extremity realm were no match for him. Of course, mainly because these people weren't geniuses above the 3rd ban. That was why Jiang Yun was able to decimate them. Are you really a wonderful healer? The emperor was obviously very skeptical of this young male, and the skilled medical doctors among the imperial doctor's house were often already crane-haired and white-browed. Nano-nickel metal catalyst is determined, but the purchase quantity of this catalyst Zhao Lingling himself is not completely sure. Just reported 10 kilograms, that is a conservative estimate of the number. If it is like the effect of the reaction, I'm afraid that 100 kilograms is not enough to toss. At this moment, Red Flame's face had completely turned into a super palette, and that gaze was as unpredictable as a cloudy sky. Zhang Gao anxiously wandered around the courtyard. A pair of eyes gazed towards the distance from time to time. Turning back, he looked at the brightly lit chambers behind him. His face was even more anxious. Now, when he heard that there was something about monks, he became extremely irritated inside, especially after being sealed by the Buddhist sect. This indignation was even stronger. While Shui Qingye and I set up our tents, Shui Qingye also instructed Dajin and Lin Fanning to go and find some dead branches nearby to light a fire. He had special smoked incense that he put into the campfire to repel insects and prevent snakes. Nanshan's faint mint flavor seemed to remain on his lips, and the warmth of that large palm resting on his waist seemed to remain. Yui Li's hands squeezed the walls in front of him. tightening his eyes once again, locking onto the dark blue figure. At the end of the large hall in front, the mysterious person just now sat on a seat, but it was not the head seat position, just one of the three companions below. However, at this moment, Hao Yunzhang did not choose to retreat, but instead, his feet rotated, and the square heavenly painted halberd in his hand once again turned. The halberd's shadow struck the air, once again forming countless dark clouds. Chapter 105, Reduced to Monkey Trading? Without waiting for Jiang Shiyan to figure out what that green light was, the firefly suddenly flew out of its hand and then slowly flew towards the distance. Sister Shayan? Lu Miaomiao looked at her suspiciously. Do you guys know of anything that glows green and flickers? The other three looked at each other in disbelief. Forget it. Jiang Shiyan waved her hand. I probably won't be able to catch fireflies today. They have a party. Meow meow. I'll go somewhere else. It was him who lost control just now. In fact, he had been like this for the past few days. Only when he helped her to the side room did Chen Lingfeng breathe a little sigh of relief. Na Che was pinched and spat out his tongue, and Han Shizai watched happily from the side, not caring about their scuffle. Could it be that the other party is a celestial level powerhouse? No. If it was me I would have probably died I don't know how many times already. Qin Jian sat down at the table, saw the pork liver soup resting in front of him, and was about to push it away in disgust. Bai tried to lower her posture as much as possible, which in turn made the few people who were looking for a fight embarrassed to continue. Su Chu's courage, the world famous, on the martial arts is not as good as Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, but the victory and the momentum, the internal strength is exquisite, and has a fire cloud knife to assist, so when the millions of troops can go forward, if it is a single fight, Xiaohou brothers asked themselves is not necessarily Su Chu opponent. This $1 million was extremely attractive when placed in front of anyone. It was not that Zhang Dong did not love money, but there was money that simply could not be accepted. How could someone like Fang Ronghua spend $1 million for nothing without trying to do anything? So even if they talked out of their asses, Zhang Dong would not take this money. Li Ziki led his father to the floor where Zhang Dong lived, and just as he stepped off the elevator, his father sensed Zhang Dong's aura and was able to find the place even without his son leading the way. Zhao Yun could not imagine that there were many more twists and turns, and looked at Chen Long with his mouth open, saying after a long time, that's right, keeping Lu Biao as an old man may make it easier to fight Jingzhou in the future. The implication is that Lu Biao can't fight, so keep him. You two prepare to leave the peach source. When you go out, go to the central council square of the Fengling Earth Courtyard. There will be someone there to pick you up. Amazing Hong commanded. Well, just so a moment. Zhang Kuan was again taken as a loser-rich second generation. However, is concentrating on following Lu Zhongjing to pick up the original stone Zhang Kuan even if he knows will not care. Seal. Saratobi pulled the future's soul out of his body and pulled it into himself. After a great battle in the chaotic ice stone forest, the number of people here had decreased a lot, but it was the place where Chu Woli and Bai Tongtian had fought that had cleared out a large piece of open space, causing many people to camp right here, waiting to enter the chaotic ice stone forest at any time. Okay, Dean. The head nurse didn't say anything more and turned around and went into the operating room, putting on a mask as she entered and changing into a sterilized nurse's uniform at the door. It was only when they went inside that Emin's screams could already be heard, but after loading the 300,000 or so people into the earth and the Qiankuan ring and arranging for lodging and food, Lan Jiawei had no intention of returning to the modern era right away, because it was very likely that another Xianbei tribe close to Yeqing would attack, and he was prepared to wipe out their forces before leaving. Yan Fei's idea was unanimously endorsed by everyone. There was no way around it. Who called Yan Fei the boss? Even if there was disapproval in the hearts of the others, they didn't dare to superficially defy Yan Fei's wishes. The constitutional monarchy plus the city-state system allowed the Blue Garvey family to not have to laboriously worry about power matters. But the family that actually controlled the Star Factory was still the top existence on the entire ancient planet. No one would touch them. And the situation remained the same even after tens of thousands of years. The population of the elves, as you can tell by looking at the log cabins they live in, is probably a number that is not too far off the mark. Although we are not familiar with but look at the appearance of the two also does not seem to be able to really get up. So there is no one to come forward to pull the fight or a look at the appearance of a good show. And even a few girls are very bored to find out the bag of melon seeds on the high. Skill 1. Nimble Manipulation. Elementary mental active skill. Can use mental power to manipulate light objects. Consumes 1 point of mental power per minute. The first roar gradually dissipated. Yet the next moment, a second roar followed. Less than a few minutes apart, but with an even stronger hint of shock and anger. It was as if the three of them had appeared out of nowhere in the center of the city's road. But the people walking next to them were as if they hadn't even realized it. It was also true that she would agree to Nankanari's request because the student council was slightly too busy. He planned to go into the city to make some necessary preparations and then take the ancient passage to the United Family, Old Luo. For the operation manual of this new system, it must be written carefully, and try to write it in the most popular and simple way. It's hard for the workers to comprehend anything too specialized. Li Feng said to Luo Junkai, who was on the side. Mrs. Yang's vegetative hand made a move. The stone piece immediately flew back to her hands. Her hands together, palms slightly rubbed. The stone piece was divided into two halves. Izumi didn't pay attention to Kong Yu's movements, but just glanced strangely at the silent Lunya and continued speaking as if rounding up the conversation, smiling somewhat self-deprecatingly. I watched suspiciously as the stray dogs left without attachment, finding it quite unbelievable. This side is the fate of mercenaries, making a living on the edge of a sword. Sooner or later, this is how it will end. After a short period of silence, bursts of discussion came from all around. Although the Holy Warrior Legion had become a legend before, the Holy Warrior Legion, passed down from generation to generation, had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Since its establishment, the Holy Warrior Legion had never failed, and wherever it had passed, it had decimated the blasphemers of the Holy See. Dazzling white light rushed out from her hand in a lightning-fast manner, shooting towards the black and white irregulars. Linger also followed closely, following the faint scent left behind by Blue Rain, sprinting towards the direction of the dungeon. When Han Foam and the others saw this scene, they all felt that Yi Lanqing's strength was unfathomable and truly uncomplicated. When the demon god axe chopped at the head of the sword tiger beast, the head of the sword tiger beast suddenly erupted in a burst of golden light, forming a golden dazzling light screen. Above the light screen, even showed a large king word, like a defensive amulet, hard to the demon god axe's darkness to bounce back. The world is afraid of the strong and the ruthless. Next time she won't be so unaware of the turn. Get back on your body. With a wave of Ah Tao's hand, Green Eye's shattered body was instantly as good as new. But now, I'm sorry, Chen Hongfei, let's say the heavenly splendor. She will not believe a word. Is considered their own man was taken. If she wants, can go back on their own, will not pretend to borrow the hands of others, to fulfill the beauty of others. In vain for her to do the dowry. Chapter 106, the brain seems to be really broken. What do you mean? Garden manager Li asked blankly, looking at Jiang Shurian and then at the two cats that were locked in a small cage. Zhuang Xiaoqiang and Ah Feng were also so shocked that their pupils widened. Just as Jiang Shurian was searching for a tool to use while she had the chance, Pearl shook her head and brought in a branch and handed it to her. I've heard that Jiang Shurian has raised a lot of different animals, and today he was really amazed to see that this white peacock is definitely not an adult. However, we sisters are not as skilled as we are. After being caught by this bastard, he coveted our beauty and kept forcing us. We resisted with our deaths, but in the end, we were sealed by him in a demonic artifact called 100 Maps. That afternoon, the matter of the king of Huainan moving out of the Duke of Sumu's residence should have been a major event, but what people began to talk about was not this matter, but the fact that the 10th princess of the dynasty was nearly assassinated. The song, Haze, is one that Sissy has long since familiarized herself with grasping the rhythm of, and sings it very well. Now that I've abused you, it becomes bullying in your mouth? Don't you think this is too funny? Is it possible that all of you demons are such shameless creatures? Wind magic crystals were a special kind of magic crystals unique to the Stormwind Canyon. The purpose of the wind is to blow away the wind and snow on a large scale so that the magic crystal can be seen. Storm Valley had intense energy storms, and in order to withstand this violent energy, one had to learn energy shields. The old madam was still thinking about how to solve last night's matter, but did not say much, and after reciting the sutra in the morning, she let everyone go back first. I am in the middle of the ruins, looking up at the air, still not going out. I can't step out of the palace. I have told you to place this pot of flowers in front of the door. You dog slave, who gave you the guts to disobey me? Zi Yuan yelled shrilly, not having learned her lesson at all. Feng Fan also knew that Shada had lost his memory and probably even forgot some common sense things. Just explain Qing Yin City to him. And at that moment, they were not the only two spell class leaders who recalled this past event of once offering a sword under the moonlight. When Su Bai and the others stepped onto the stairs leading to the third floor, the gunfire upstairs had stopped, and with it came the shouts of the special forces fighting the bandits. Sure enough, there was an ambush. Otherwise, how could those bandits force Wolf Fawn's special forces to give up their superior firearms and turn to physical combat? The artifact spirit that should be based on the principle of calmness and objectivity, the extraordinary favoritism, and the marshal who always feels that something is not right. What exactly happened during these 3 months in the magic capital? And whether he or she actually needs to share this kind of unfounded speculation as intelligence to Song Qingjie and the others? This time the mission is mainly to rescue the trapped 5 countries allied army. but now it has only rescued Rose 1. There are still 15 trapped over there can't come out. Of course Sumubai can't possibly not care about it. Yes. Lingu tearfully stood at attention before turning around and continuing to run forward with the other special forces soldiers who could still move as well as the GRX elite. Gosha ran by, however, looked at him equally coldly and sneered. What kind of enmity can you have with him anymore? The matter of Satsuki was very secretive. The only people who knew about it were his wife Mo Shilio and the black and white twin scorpions. And Mo Shilio was not aware that Satsuki had already figured out her true identity. David, block this B***TCH's back way. A man whose entire body was a flame of fiery red energy light shouted. Don't talk to me about this kind of thing. I'm only in charge of the formation aspect. I never ask about finances. If you want to ask our treasurer, Xiao Lang said before fleeing as if he was speeding away. 50,000 Dragon Lance warriors, paired with the projected 30,000 Arc Blade Tower Shield warriors, would become yet another human legion of Li Ran in standardized formations. And in this, Vorten Mar had put in quite a bit of effort, to the point where nearly half of them were also veterans who had been following this legendary duke for a very long time. After they finished chatting about business, a few pretty girls on the table were restless, each staring at Chen. Most of the eyes are going to drip out of the water. Look at that situation, hate to eat him in one bite. According to their agreement, Carl will make a phone call to the Alliance headquarters at the first time after arriving at a safe place. But Kid and John can't wait for this phone call left and right, so the two of them take out the crystal ball that can only be used by wizards, and at a glance, they realize that Barkley and his party have been completely wiped out. After sending Zhu Jiangtao and Bai Shui away, Chen Most went straight back to the 26th floor of Junlin, looked at the time, 1 p.m., and dialed the number that Bai Shui had given him. My lord, Meng De is in danger. This policy of relocating the capital must be out of Li Ru's hand. This person has far-reaching plans, and will definitely leave ambushes. General Chao's power is alone, and I am afraid of being counted on. Please increase troops to aid. Lu Yu immediately stepped forward and said, the first punch of the car driver can escape. It is also considered very lucky. Now where can resist? He wanted to admit defeat, but Wu Sung fist wind-blowing face, where there is half a minute to let him have a chance to catch his breath. And look at his own will die in the Wu Sung's iron fist under. Wu Mu Rong's gaze was cold and stern, but the corner of his mouth was smiling unabated, and that right hand palm was again clenched in the air. When Zhu Sha heard this, his heart was also shocked, because for some reason, he had already secretly felt in his heart that this Luo Ego seemed to have an extremely marvelous connection with himself, and now it seems that this matter is only a few points more certain. It's also true that those guys under Imperial Historian Li Tuan Li's evil dog, now they hate to even bother with disguises, and daily straighten up in front of us. Pillar glared in the direction of the mansion's entrance with a lot of hatred in his eyes. Surprised the crowd unusually is not the appearance of the golden mail fold, but the attitude of this person, to know since entering the land army, has been to avoid the world of the transcendent attitude of mixing. Many times on the military meeting is sleepy, and even the vote also choose to abstain from voting. In fact, the latter plan is the most prudent. The Qi people in the previous plan is used to attract the attention of the people of Qinbait. After all, he knew that these people who can manage the government of a country will not be really hidden by him, so scheme. The army sent to hunt down the people of Qi should have been sent out. Jington, what exactly did your father commit? Do you know everything? The old man's voice was calm, but his gaze was unusually sharp. Xianling is the reincarnation of Tianyin, who becomes Feng Yu's disciple, and the two retrace their steps from their last life again. You two hide. After saying that, Lu Yu darted towards them with one footstep. The software in his hand blossomed with a red light and a powerful sword chi flew towards the enemy. Master, what brings you here? Master Yuan-san was still fond of this well-spoken master and hurriedly went up to greet him. Chapter 107, They'll believe me. Since raising the cackling, Zhang Shurian, every time I think about it I regret not giving her that egg in the system at the beginning of the pan frying. Well, now is really for themselves to raise a grandpa, not moving to toss a little thing out. Resigned to giving up her catching up on sleep time, she tucked the crooked-necked cackle into her parrot bag and carried it to the hospital. Zhang Shurian, who hadn't slept all night, didn't dare to drive for fear of being caught by the traffic police on the road due to fatigue, and just went out. So we fell in love as you and I went back and forth. Then she said she was ordered by her master to go down the mountain for a year's training, and so it was that the scene where we met before came about. So, Valley Seeker, what's your decision? The duo of Set and Valley Seeker fell slightly behind. All of these issues would gradually fade away with the excess of time, and it was believed that everything Luan Yan had previously insisted on was caused by the overreaching behavior of the supervisor Sama. But the true meaning of the other party was actually good, and it only required Luan Yan to relatively change the direction of his thinking. Only the two of them, Cold Moon and Ling Tianer, didn't say a word on the side. occasionally comforting others with a sentence or two. IB Mayer even suspected that even legendary stage warriors were afraid that they would not be capable of throwing a sledgehammer over such a long distance. She stood up and made the bed, the scent of grass still on her pillow from when her male friend hadn't left, and she breathed in softly, a sweet smile on her lips. And at that moment, the guards guarding the city tower, once they saw the situation outside, they were so scared that they almost fell down from the top of the city wall with weak legs. And then the alarms sounded piercingly. The old Grandma Jing was not like this. The old Grandma Jing had a heroic spirit, did things in a thunderous manner, and never dragged her feet steeply. A shocking thunderclap rang out from the sky, and then a thick thunderbolt was seen falling across the sky. Go, you just go. Yan Hongqing was also convinced that there was something wrong with Samuel Tang's food, otherwise he would have pooped so badly. Xin Xiao continued to try to fuse divine abilities and martial skills with Zen. Nowadays, blending the same attribute was at one's whim. However, the compatibility between different attributes still lacked some fire and the degree of compatibility was insufficient. The man grabbed a handful of empty. It felt like there were a few more gravel in his hand. Just about to bend his arm to grab back, just saw the bright light flashed in front of his eyes. A few foreign objects burst into his eyes. Snorting twice, the man's eyes blood flowed horizontally. But Luan is now wanted by the Empress, so she can't say anything, and with a cold snort, she pays no attention to Luan. And suspended in midair around Yu Yang Lin Danxiang, has long been full of shocked color. Strange light superbly looked at this moment was a Taoist rhyme swept Yu Yang Lin. Because he had entered the crucial qualifying match, Chu Guling however did not bother him again, so that he could yet fully prepare for the competition afterward. The cold voice echoed in all directions, and the majesty of the berserker's phase less. Supreme cultivation, and heavenly means shocked the crowd. Afterward, a few of his attendants followed suit and knelt down together, repeating Wan Fong's words before, bowing their heads. Because this matter involves the Peak Source sect, the matter of how to commend fellow Taoist Jia Yu was discussed between my father and Elder Feng Jian of the Peak Source sect. Oh, Lu Chong was just about to explode, but he looked at Deng who was furious because Lu Chong didn't change his diaper properly just now. Lu Chang's heart was shocked, and suddenly the fire dropped and he shifted his sight to the wrapped up like baby Zhao Rui. In fact, maybe it was just the one time she met him that she fell in love. It was just a crowning reason why she wanted to like him. She said it in a decisive, oath-like manner, and once Feng Qianqi heard it, his face color finally eased a bit. If you suddenly avoid me like this, I can't guess the reason and it will be hard on my heart. Huasibei did not hide the sorrow in his eyes. His tone was gentle, full of tolerance and concession. Although it was the first time for Fu Shi to see this watery blue giant ball, but the roaming sky of the mixed elemental heavenly divine water was emitted by the watery blue giant ball. And now that Hu Ao was wrapped up by the watery blue giant ball, the result would definitely be the soul flying out of his body. At her words, he looked at her eyes and narrowed them slightly. The first expression he had shown since entering the room. Lord Zhu is leaving? My humble servant has already ordered a banquet to be prepared. It's not too late for Lord Zhu to eat before leaving. Lu Shicheng next to him was busy saying this. U.S. Army major was dumbfounded when he took a look. He never dreamed that this CIA document would actually be issued in bulk. Just like the eggs in the food market. Just like the eggs in the food market. A big handful of them. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and at some point in time, the sky was filled with cloudy clouds, releasing an unwarranted pressure towards the Fushi Palace. Humph. So what? Maya put her bowl down on the table and beamed. Tang Yun didn't say anything either, just burying her head in eating. No matter when your own life is the most important. If you die, who will do the future tasks? Assault ready, Ray said and then took off a flash shock bomb yanked off the safety and then pulled open the door and threw it down. In terms of the position of Earthly Supreme, he really isn't as qualified as Zhang Ling. Winged Moon, who was on the side, said this. Open the bottle, with a cotton swab dipped in a little potion. In front of the mirror carefully applied to their own face and neck. Not Yi Zixin do not want to apply on the body, just that the person who gave him the potion said, the body of the scars can be implanted to treat, and this potion is very precious. Use in the right place is right. Brother Hua, don't worry, even if the sky collapses, it will be me who will die first, then you. Brother Hua, I, Bullwhip, in this life or the next, will never do anything to betray you. Brother Hua, Bullwhip said word by word. Every word was permeated with the depth of brotherly love. If Elder Witch Senior wants to trip me up, I, a junior, am naturally powerless to resist, so instead of beating around the bush like this, why don't you just be straightforward and tell the junior what exactly you want? Zhang Yu said. Su Wei raised his head to look, and only then did he notice that there was not only a bloody human head in this corridor, but also the corpses of 7 or 8 bloodbaths that were broken into pieces of flesh. The law of heaven and earth is not endless. He will also slowly weaken with time. This is a kind of fairness of the heaven's way. You have to be punished for stealing the heaven and earth's mysteries. The punishment is limited. If you can get through it, then the heaven and earth will acquiesce to everything you get. This is likewise a manifestation of the rules of Upanishad. The people at the bottom also noticed all of this and looked up at the sky, screaming in terror and instantly dispersing. Those who still stood in place were merely too dumbfounded to even move. Zatafeng covered his head in pain, only to hear a pff from the side. We both subconsciously turned our heads to see the sun and moon concubine being amused by Zatafeng. A smiling face like a lotus flower blossomed. After some hesitation, Xiahou Jinkon spoke to Ao Xingqiu. Do you want to buy it? He knew how important this flower was to Ao Xingqiu, not only because it was one of the Dragon Clan's holy relics, but it also had other meanings. That was why if Ao Xingqiu said he wanted it, Xiahou Jinkon would do his best to help him. Chapter 108, Do you have time tonight? The owners of the two voices looked towards each other at the same time. One wore a police uniform, and his deep eyes swept a touch of probing color. The other was dressed in an understated manner that revealed nobility. Coincidentally they both know each other, just not well. So it's second young master Xie, Captain Yen. Zhang Shurian looked at the two of them and was surprised. You guys know each other? Met a few times. Yen Anton smiled and simply, feeling the blazing heat from the purple flame domain around him, it caused Lu Yan's heart to feel an inexplicable peace of mind. At this request from Yin Changning, Yin Changsheng was stunned for a moment, but did not refuse. He held Yin Ren's body and walked over to the fence, allowing Yin Changning to reach out and touch it. If Yin Ren were to casually cope with writing a cozy and sweet love story like she had done in the previous rounds, she might have to be sentenced to a loss in the absence of good material. The ping crone in the carriage was too stupid to speak at this point. She looked at Chen Rong, and suddenly, tears fell like rain. After the first few trials, he finally knew the way to deal with someone. That is, less talk, more work. With his coaxing, the teenagers moved in unison, and they followed the sound of the zither and crossed out of the compound. It felt as if, to her, he was just an unimportant, if not dispensable, person. With the last few sighs, Lu Chunzi and Lu Chongkong, both of whom were in the medicine hall, finished the work at hand. One would not allow to stay, the other would not retreat. The result of the stalemate was that the atmosphere was once again sharply frozen. Jumping off the horse, holding the reins and hurrying towards the walk, after knocking down countless pedestrians, Sun Yan came to the outside of Wang Hong's mansion. At this time, the twilight was already deep, the sky and the earth were already dark. That being said, the T-35 has to be used in this situation now. After all, the guns on that thing aren't just for show, they can still be used a bit. Aunt Lu's family has also been surprised. That is, the Grand Princess heard the rumors, and now listen to Mrs. Qin Fengyi said, but also feel strange. Mrs. Jian was so angry that her body was trembling. If it wasn't for the fact that Yan Bao was in her arms all the time comforting her, don't be angry. Don't be angry. She was really going to faint from anger. I looked back violently, only to see my grandfather looking at me with a grim face, then stretching out his hands and choking me to death. The three of them joked back. Qin Fengyi made Fengyu later on the rest of the commercial tax into the governor Yamen. Zhang Yan is quite happy. Think of his father's letter mentioned in the Big Prince fainted. More and more feel that their vision is good. The moment Bai Xingyi closed the door, War Xiaoting's eyes suddenly opened and looked in the direction of the bedroom. She hadn't wanted to explain. After all, what was the point of explaining more when she was about to be divorced? Even if she was simply concerned, asking more questions at this point would be interpreted as a stab in the back. Why bother to make a fuss? There's also like a vehicle machine gun, which Kojit removed outright and instead got an anti-aircraft machine gun above the fighting room. He was also a veteran soldier, and he could instantly hear when the artillery fire was ready to switch to a Xiojin barrage. The large Su house has long been empty, more than a dozen coffins side by side in the middle of the courtyard. If not, Su house is extremely large. It is possible that people will be mistaken for the righteousness of the village. Brittany's ability to do this has nothing to do with the fact that she knows Mike intimately, in addition to the fact that Mike loves her to the bone. How is it? Are you ready? The shadow guards actually have unique contact information, so Dong Zhuo to not worry about not contacting the people in the city. Let the people up. Dong Zhuo will then look at the door of his tent, guarding the door in his tent after he walked out of the follow-up on the Su Chu. How could Qian Mo still eat it this time? He just casually found a reason to detach Ouyang Sakuraki. The two of them apologized repeatedly. Long Sancheng looked at them and then at the spoiled red wine. His eyes suddenly changed color. The hot lips pressed on Ouyang Sakuraki's lips. Even the voice of speech was drowned in his kiss. After the hot kiss, Nangong Lin shallowly sucked on her lips. The sweet taste of her mouth wouldn't get tired of it even if he was allowed to kiss it for the rest of his life. The harmfulness of the golden silkworm can make people poisonous, and the chest and abdomen are churning and painful. It swells up like an urn and bleeds to death from 7 holes. Xia Haitong almost yelled the words out. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the conference room was extremely good, otherwise someone outside the door might have already called 110. Well then, let's go to the Battle Soul continent on Saturday. This is a place we haven't gone to cultivate. You immediately proposed. Did they, in fact, reach their destination? Or did something happen halfway? Chen Yu's heart became more and more uneasy, but there was nothing he could do about it. The next day, early morning, a blanket of fog rose in Fengtian City, a milky white mist swirling around the mid-air like a huge silk cloth, shrouding the sky and the earth under the dome of the sky. Suddenly, a thick corpse stench came from behind him. Ling Xiu's back went cold. As soon as he turned around, a zombie so rotten that its face was full of pus pouches ferociously pounced over. Ling Xiu sat on his butt on the ground. The sharp claws were less than 20 centimeters away from his eyes. These two guys, who are commoners themselves, still look down on commoners, which is simply disgusting. To say that they are dogs is an insult to the term dog, and a dog does not dislike its family. Yo, Sionji-sensei. The muscular state of Olmed at this time, even if he was anxious inside, he didn't show it on his face and still had a calm smile, a smile that could give confidence to others. The once 7th class, after 3 years of being together, that group of children who still had young faces had finally all grown up. Now that they were rarely gathered together, it naturally led to a lot of conversation. Rao Linger only wanted to sit quietly for a while, and the old man was guarding the door, as if he had to have Rao Linger say a few words to him in order for him to feel at ease. A crisp phoenix song resounded in Ji Tian's mind, and a living, breathing, colorful peacock appeared in his divine soul, similar to the 10 divine beasts on the side. However, he felt that the lord of a country, even if it was a weak country, was countless times better than his current situation, counting it as the pinnacle of his life. Moreover, being an emperor, he could do too many things that he couldn't do before. King Louis of Zhao, just an ordinary prince. I see you have some use for it. Why don't you come with me? Louis said. All in all, it's rather complicated. He'll be reporting here in a while as well. You'll meet him then and you'll know the details if he's willing to tell you. The Grand Magus spoke slowly. Not far away, the two men spat out blood and helped each other stand up, looking at Gu Han with horror in their eyes. Milanyu said while adding a big kiss on Chen Nua's face at the right time. Chen Nua was immediately a look of enjoyment, and just when he was about to return the kiss, he realized that Su Wan was standing in the doorway with her waist pinched in an extremely irritated look. Chapter 109 The Connection. Xiaside's face changed. Meow meow. Zhang Shurian shook her head. Meow meow is fine. It's a tourist who came to cause trouble. Listen to Zhuang Xiaoqiang said last week a tourist in the Budgie Zoo fell down from the steps, fell fracture, then sent to the hospital, and in his brother stepped in after the matter is also resolved. Compensation for some of the medical expenses. I did not expect that today again to make trouble. Said the patient had rabies, and now they want the zoo to pay for it. Scared pale by Mu Yun, Consort Ming, almost relying on Bamboo Chui to barely walk back to Yongzheng Palace. When arriving at her own palace, Consort Ming could no longer suppress her inner panic and anger, and began to vent her anger by dropping bottles and smashing chairs. Feng Junyang body medicine strength also failed to all over, against such Chen Yen, but also really afraid of their own momentary loss of control. Sniffing will get out of bed to the table. Back to Chen Yen sat down. Quiet mind and concentrate. Exercise breathing. The gods scattered among the clouds. 100,000 miles beyond the heavenly road. Above the Kuanren divine realm, a white robe of the oath of the world drew down. Guibei got so excited that he jumped out of his chair without even eating, and when he was about to turn around and leave, he rushed to Gu Yanfei's side again. At the same time, the resurrected Black Dragon Ichiro and Sakura Lily jointly issued a wanted notice in the forum as high as $10 billion, as long as a player kills Aotian. No matter what player from that country, what person, they can get 10 billion gold coins, 10 pieces of extremely high-quality immortal equipment, and 1 divine weapon from the Japanese government. This play handsome. The main thing is not to travel. This is not. This girl just wanna make themselves look vicissitude some. Was choked by the smoke. A moment of embarrassment to look at the side of the sissy. Sangli was in a good mood as he observed Muyun's gradual change of face from green to black while also looking out the window at the lush green bushes with interest. Grass. Lin Siyu cursed fiercely, a 10-centimeter gash on his face causing him to burst into a rage. The corners of his lips shallowly raised a habitual smile. Su Zichuan heard the door ringing, raised his head to look at where's Sangli, only to see Sangli today a light blue winter dress, with pure white sable cloak. More obvious Zhao watchingly. Tong Rua frowned, looking at the car he Su drove. And then look at Gu Tao's. He Su see Tong Rua a little shaken meaning. busy pulling her toward his car. Elliot was obviously stunned. The idea proposed by Gastens, if it was really feasible and reported through his hands, was a credit to his knowledge of people. After all, besides him, who would dare to take the advice of a serf who had committed treason, and boldly give the serf the power to freely manage factories and produce weapons? It's only been a few years since Robinson retired, and I didn't realize that the Spurs and Rockets were once again meeting in the Western Conference Finals, and both Duncan and Yao are rated as one of the top 4 interior players today. O'Neal, Duncan, Garnett, Yao. Being able to do this kind of action can only be associated with one thing. When Yenin himself was doing something indecent in the kitchen, voices hummed here and there, and in the faint light, Song Duren's figure appeared and was hanging in midair with his feet on a giant sword. Beside him, the phallic figure in a moon-white monk's robe was stepping on a wooden staff, and Lin Jingyu stood on the dragon chopper sword looking around. LV Fei is a responsible person. After making up her mind, she did not say anything about the time. The pressure to bear it silently will be fine. There is no need to keep talking. She is more concerned about how to be able to complete this time. Sure, Yang didn't know why, but his heart got curious. Surprisingly, he was equally curious to know what would be broadcasted live tonight. But right now, he had more important things to do. As he saw LV Fei coming, the merchant ship appeared to be nothing more than an iron frame. But in fact, the bottom of the merchant ship had been converted into a large room that could be used for human habitation. Wang Tian nodded and left after briefly talking about Zhao Liuji's recruiter. Before the blood-colored killing sword and the golden dragon Qi, a terrifying hatred that seemed to be able to turn the entire world into death swept up and emanated from the Fire Cloud Cave. Hijacking? His Royal Highness and so many people in the Shen world are here. You actually want to hijack the plane. Looking for death is not such a look for law. This is not meaningful things. Simply embarrassing death. The Soviets didn't expect Taihang Mountain to send them a telegram like this. They had just restored Taihang Mountain's rights and interests in the Soviet army. Was he, Liao Fan, really not afraid that the Soviet army would take military action against Taihang Mountain's troops? No matter how familiar you are with the terrain, can you be more familiar with it than these two Baji who have been operating in this area for years? The tactics of the 8th Route Army is to lead you around inside the mountains and forests, and take a bite whenever there is an opportunity. When there is no opportunity to lead you around to a certain point, after achieving their goal, they will use their familiarity with the terrain to slip away. Mentally whispering softly to herself, she then turned away without a word, her back somewhat stubborn and forlorn. So far, Alan Wang Zhaoqian didn't know what kind of negative restrictions Li Yujia's water ability and Lin's wind ability had respectively. But then again, ever since leaving the big iron shed, Yujia's ability and Lin's ability had never been utilized again. Perhaps it was because of the emotional factor of not touching the ability initiation conditions. After the food and ammunition had been sent up, Li Ziyuan ordered the 4 battalions he had stuck down to immediately construct a defense line on the north bank of the Han River along both flanks of the division's retreat route. Li Ziyuan gave these 4 battalions only one order, that they were not to retreat one step even if they were exhausted until they received an order from the military headquarters. Between the Green Mountains and the Green Water, there are loyal bones buried everywhere. They live with their own beliefs, and are not afraid of where they will be buried after death, because they know that this is the land of China. Would Legs Henry let out a long sigh before spitting out a long python? Its tail still on Would Legs Henry's side as the python serpentine had slammed into the curtain of dinged muskets. However, Chu Xiaonan was not in the hall, and she did not recognize any of the people standing in the hall. And this place, too, was not North City. The only possibility she could think of was that she had been transferred. This place should not be far from North City, but it was definitely 2 concepts from North City. Yi Shiyu did not speak for a while. He took a few steps to a stand inside the hall and gently placed the child in his hand on it before he contemplated. Chapter 110, Don't go there. It's dangerous. Yen Anton was over at night, by the way, brought to her to check the information. And this information in addition to a part of the bureau after the leadership approval agreed to take out the documents. There are still some more hidden information as Yen Anton privately finds someone to investigate. Zhang Shurian's face was lying on the table, unconsciously pressing down on the ballpoint pen. Her mind was dizzy. What details had she missed? Yen Anton looked at the documents in his hand and inadvertently saw Zhang Shurian lying on the table. The wedding date is approaching. The disciples of Songshi sect diligently cultivate in the daytime, and when it gets dark, they start to work on the decoration of the wedding hall, tailoring the wedding clothes, sticking the Shi character, and installing the red candles. More than the pair of newlyweds, in such feverish preparations, finally arrived at the wedding day. This was also the reason why he took the initiative to rush over when the royal family needed someone to contribute, not to mention how much he could earn along the way. Once he succeeded, the royal family would have a reward anyways. Would his money still be just 2 hangings by then? It's impossible. At this price, you can't buy Connect and come and get it. You should be clear about how big the charm of these 2 games is. The arcade is simply the paradise of these 2 games. So 2 works. $20 million? You take it as a cabbage? Li Fengchang showed his anger. There's still an epidemic going on at this time. In case the royal historians bite people off, they'll quit. By then, which one will fill in? The extreme riot, the extreme disaster, as if turned into a well-behaved background picture. More and more set off that a human strongman's vastness of the light of 10,000. Serene and indifferent mind enveloped this area, including them as well. He was even debating whether to come back early for New Year's Eve then, according to the original plan. It was to stay until the end of Chinese New Year's Day. Truth. Although this reason was powerful, Lin Ai knew that the real reason was definitely not that. Therefore, Ura androids are essentially indistinguishable from mechanical lifeforms. N2 ignored Lin Ai's shocked face and continued. The constant tumbling, the shaking, it was never-ending havoc, and survival was doomed to be a luxury. Silicon-based beings shaped like large golden eggs began to whimper, sometimes facing each other, sometimes touching each other. But the glittering mass of fire only existed for a moment, and then all sources of light dimmed, as if the whole night had grown a little deeper and darker. Evening Smoke hung her head slightly, listening to the conversation between Gu Qingge and Nuan Su without saying anything, as if she hadn't heard it. Ragdoll's language had always been firm and rather airy. At the moment, it was rare for her to hesitate slightly, and there was a distinct defensiveness in both of their eyes, with a hint of loathing hidden in them, making him even more excited, very much so that he wanted to subjugate them both under his hands. Although Zhang Xini was not smart, but she was not so stupid that she couldn't figure it out even after so long. What she couldn't figure out the most was why Brother George's company, in the first place, would put themselves in the way like that. But today, seeing Bo Shuani and Haisong here, and the way Brother George was so close to them, what was still not clear? Lu Qinghe could clearly see Lu Chang's fingers as well as the veins popping out on his forehead, as well as his body that was so tense that it was shaking a bit. Dad, I'm really fine. Look. She jumped a few times and rolled up the sleeves of her clothes again, handing both her right and left arms to Lu Chang's face for him to inspect. Doesn't it work even after taking the medicine? Haisong is still very worried, unable to focus on the red carpet or the photo shoot. His eyes are fixed on Bo Sun all the time. Louis Chen and his dad had been busy for 3 days in the dark when they received a call from Lu Chang. In fact, we all know that before the edict must have been unofficially combined, but in terms of etiquette and really cannot be pricked. In a few moments, Yi Yufeng came stepping on the stone tunnel of Zhili residence, with Jin'er behind her carrying a food box. Hulinju savored Yufei's words. Something to do with the Shanshan Qi? Could it be that Helchen's frequent runs to Shanshan City were not for his few closest friends, but that he had reached an understanding with the Shanshan Qi? I believe that the country will arrange for the future life of my parents in view of all the contributions I have made to Huaxia. After all, with the appearance of Kilsumaru, the 2 brothers who met, even if it is not to the point of enemies, but there is not much good face with each other. Lu Zhi clenched his fists. He hadn't even had the chance to properly apologize to Zi Tao for bullying him all the time in the past. The reason why Lu Zhi hadn't been able to do this was because he wanted to wait until after the school festival to apologize to him like a real friend. And now he had lost the chance forever. Since the existence of 1 in 10, naturally there is also the existence of 100. Su Ran began to fantasize that one day, he would be able to draw 100 strands of pure aura to have a good time, but it is very strange. The original plot of the Dog Brothers in this place to fight Naiku, a vicious fight down. The nose has always been very clever, that one. It seems did not notice the existence of this arm, which is very bad taste. Ikebukuro looked at the chubby back of the 3 chubby, pondering. No cannibalistic demons? Is it that the demons here abide by the rules of heaven, or he does not know the inside story? At that moment, the arcane patterns of the 10,000 god skill on Luo's body seemed to be concave and convex like blood filaments on his skin, and the mysterious patterns on the earth-ranked flame-winged armor were emitting a dazzling fiery light. Previously, every time Wang Xiao used his consciousness bilocation to reincarnate and cultivate, he was able to achieve the desired goal of cultivation. Ying Zhang was instantly upset. After all, he was the emperor, and in front of the crown prince. How could he just let it go when he was so refuted by Zhao Yi in front of so many people? Mother Lu smiled. Her son's filial piety was the happiest thing in her life, but at the sight of the pool fish standing still and motionless, her smile slowly disappeared and uneasiness slowly crept onto her face. The next day was the 46th birthday of his great-uncle, Fang Juanxiong, and the whole family had a get-together. After returning from Li Yi's home for tuition, Lin Ming wrote some summer homework at home, and by 5 p.m. or so, he was dragged out of the house by his parents to prepare for the banquet. They ordered a lot of expensive drinks and made those KTV princesses strip naked and exchange them for various sex games. Imo Ning, clear eyes with some timidity, looked at the man in front of the ink black eyes. The more you look at it, the more you feel deep and mysterious. A huge attraction, so that once a person meets that pair of eyes cannot move their eyes. That deep vortex seems to suck people in. Earth, New Mexico, Old Bridge, near Jane Foster's lab. I'm sorry. A few men then came over and forcibly took Imo away. The rest of the men walked into the villa to put up the seal. This person is extremely high, although it is in the steep snowy peaks. He was born as a pair of wings in general, then in the flat ground walking more easily. Just see his hands and feet. In the mountain stone gently point, will rise 10 feet high. Landing has been in a few feet away. So on and so on. In the twinkling of an eye will be in front of a few people. Truly, when Liu Wei was happily coaxing mushing, but suddenly he heard a cry of alarm from Liu Wei. There is also the matter of the coal mine that I bought some years ago. My great uncle was pitched. The open pit above was hollowed out, and the one below was not good enough to move. And then you have to invest a few $1 million in equipment. But at the beginning is everyone together to invest money to engage in. Now where there is money to buy equipment again, the coal mine has become a dead coal mine. Cannot turn into cash. Chapter 111, the heavens are chasing after me for food. The curtains on the third floor were pulled back, and a man stood by the bed, looked around, and finally saw 4 or 5 feral cats gathered outside the garden, and took something and smashed it toward them, cursing angrily, "Get out of here!" A group of kittens instantly dispersed. The man looked around the neighborhood warily before taking the binoculars in his hand and looking towards a short distance away. Switching to the camera after a moment, 10 minutes or so later, walking in the Jianghu, cautious, a little thing, right? But cautious over the head. That is a big fault of a no-brainer. And there is something far more important than cautious. That is, trust. The 3-story department store building was full of crises. At this moment, Guo De Gang and the others had already regretted it, because the dense spider web surrounded them on the third floor that was like a maze. Mr. Sun has misunderstood. You haven't offended us in any way. We came over this time for the sake of Mr. Sun's safety, Red Child calmly said. This time, Yifeng sort of understood what it was to lift a stone and smash his own feet, smashing the drill heartache. During the daytime, Li Yi didn't have the chance to take it out at all, because this sudden appearance could not be explained at all. However, Li Yi did not think about taking it out at night, and the next day would not be just as unexplainable. As soon as the words were finished, Xia Xian felt the sky completely darken, and his left and right eye sockets received a heavy blow. It should be that the temperature was too good and cracked the clay of the city wall. Li Yi instantly frowned. He didn't expect this either. He only blamed that he didn't learn chemistry well and forgot the principle of heat expansion and cold contraction. Just like the currents between the oceans, it is possible to cross to the other side of the ocean without the need for power, drifting naturally. So what? I just didn't hold it in, unbuckled my belt and pissed in front of the door, and the result was that a guy came out and wet his pants by me. Talent gave me a bottle of wine. Let's go over like this. Isn't it a little bit unreasonable? Fat Total Red Face said. But the Empress Dowager has never been extremely cultivated on the Crown Prince. After all, his mother can also be the Dou family. He counts as half of the Dou family of the Crown Prince. In front of the Empress Dowager in any case will not be out of favor, right? And the spiritual energy in his body didn't stop because of this, continuing to advance to a higher level with a bang. A pairs of tiger eyes stared angrily at Yi Lei, and one of the fangs revealed was eager to eat him alive immediately. The corner of Lin Mu's mouth curled up and casually threw a few fodder dan inside the seashell, and the seashell's pink flesh and blood wriggled. The fodder dan was directly wrapped up, and its shell didn't close, it just greatly propped open. Until dawn, there are some white wave thieves, ordered to clean up the bodies, not intolerance of companions in the wilderness, simply because, many of the corpses lying around, forming a natural obstacle, will slow down the speed of the siege. In the land of Fengshan, the devil-fighting army had long been assembled, and the Jade Emperor had also come specially to see Emperor Xian Yuan off. Of course it all has a lot to do with him being strong, but it also serves as a side note to Yuan Shao's ability. But it's the fact that he lost to Boss Chow in the end that undid his work. I'm here at the Freedom Avenue overpass, in front of the Star Hotel. The one with flowing hair and a charming smile is me. Lin Fei flirted. There was nothing left for him to account for or admonish for what came next, just a quiet play to watch. She knew that Yi Xingchen would definitely come to Long Didu Academy in time. After all, she understood Yi Xingchen's strength. Chan Tian, you do not want to be crazy. I Zhang Xiu today will capture you alive. Handed over to the great master to ask for credit. Zhang Xiu, who was on the side, cursed somewhat impatiently. I just need the results. I'll leave it to you. Hatsunori tried to put her hands in her pockets. but realized that she was wearing ancient clothing and didn't even have pockets. And just as Phoenix Wuyo rested her head against the bank in contemplation, footsteps and sounds of conversation came from the woods behind her. Chun Yan also didn't expect that, but overnight, she and Jiang Bo Yun, who were obviously two people who never knew each other, suddenly became lovers. Qi Qing pulled off the needle in a panic and began to deceive herself by trying to organize the drug paraphernalia scattered on the floor. She didn't want Qi Changlang to see herself in this ghostly state. "You're taking auntie?" Kong Feng froze for a moment. He thought that Yi Xiao would just soar around the edges and end it. This was still easily solved. Not also taking time. Lei, where's the news you mentioned? Why didn't I find it? You see, Lan was chatting with Lian Lei while looking for the news Lian Lei had told her to read. Gao Yurong and Xin Ran come in with their Chinese food. Anisha is still dazed and Xin Ran is surprised that her sister is awake. After clasping his fists, Lan Hao then immediately led both Xu Xiaofeng and Xie Zhi towards the inside. Lu Jie kissed at the place where he'd bit out the teeth marks, and his hand forced Guanzha's lips against his own, and he pecked a few more times as if it was smooth hair. To Erbao's father's surprise, the other people even invited Auntie Ling to have dinner at their house after he opened his mouth, and some even said that they had made rice at home. And now it was just the right time to scramble rice with eggs and fry it for Auntie Ling to eat. The former diner of the Jubilee House was too late to answer and didn't have time to answer. His mouth was just too busy to even eat. How could he find the time to spare to answer this kind of nonsense? If it weren't for you, choosing a place like this, we wouldn't need to rely on eating for energy at all. Sally Leaf took a bite of her apple and slurred, pointed to go to the high group. Ju shout to him this son. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary value. It's trust. The two men only looked up and swept their eyes. And everyone at the stairway all dutifully retracted their heads. But now that the whole city knows about it, it's already an arrow on a string that has to be sent. So no matter what, we have to keep this wedding going. Zhu Xian, who was frozen in a mortar and pestle, looked at the appearance of Thirsty Moon and Chao La in front of him, and found it hard to believe that these were the snow wolves that had just fought with him in a life and death struggle. You don't blame me? Tang Moshuan opened his mouth before realizing that his voice was horribly hoarse. Chapter 112, Gossip Knows No Species. This Qian Kuan doesn't have a good reputation. On the surface he resigned of his own accord, but in reality he was persuaded to leave by University Z. Zhang Shiyan said something about the other party. Surely not a good thing. Xiao Chen poo-pooed, then turned as if he thought of something. I heard that this person is quite vindictive. Is there any conflict between him and Professor Jiang or something? Just ordinary co-workers. Zhang Shiyan affirmed that Zhang's father had a good character, was humble, and never bore grudges against people. However, Antya had already gone extremely far away. The trajectory of that teleportation talisman was simply inscrutable, and no one knew where she had teleported to at all. Sensing Zhang Hu's gaze, Li Shui turned her head to look at him and asked, "Not enough? I still have more here." With that, she took another bottle out of her respace and handed it to Zhang Hu. It was hard for her to bring her followers to the border, and when she tried to find a place to stay, the inns were all full. She had expected to pay a lot of money to grab a guest room, but she didn't expect that she wouldn't be able to do it, and two of her right-hand men were beaten up. Witnesses early secretly transported into the heavenly prison. Is the old village chief and an old scoundrel, are subject to the original county official support or fall into the well. Shivering was brought up, scared and confessed everything. What's going on here? The security guard patrolling the venue came over again, and Wang Bingwei entrusted him with the full-time task of keeping an eye on Yu Xixiang and He Jiudiao today, so that the two of them wouldn't disturb Ziggy's business. On the other hand, although Zhou Tuwei had seen the strong defense of this jackhammer fall, he coldly grunted in disdain, and after another stance, he suddenly withdrew the long sword in his hand and slowly retracted it into its scabbard. From now on, stop all the experiments in your hands and immediately use this reagent to do soil purification tests. This is the ingredient formula of this reagent. Follow this formula and mix some out first for comparison. Xiabin handed the new sprout along with the formula written down by Dr. Yang to the head of the research institute. Director Hua, Li Siyu only heard Zhao Budo buzzing. As for what Zhao Budo actually said, Li Siyu looked at his expression and felt as if he was hurling insults at others. The huge wood in front of Su Yan was the very same 1,000 heavy wood that was used to refine the martial god bomb, and he did not expect to see such a long section in the Devil's Blood Cave. Li Shui learned about Xiabin taking over the base and sneered twice. Xiabin finally got what he wanted this time. She even became his helper. Without her presiding over the battle here, how could Xiabin have taken over the power of the base so early? You go and convince him, or forget it. Since he wants to send his sister to Daxing, so be it. It's not like Daxing, can't afford to raise a princess like her. Nah, I had a shoot today. I had nothing to do in the morning, so I came over to practice dancing. Yen Yu said in a gentle tone. What did you say? There was a pause, and he frowned, as if cool water had been poured over him from the head, chilling him all over. Xiao Chu jumped out of his arms and ran, only to hear a soft laugh from behind her, and before her hand touched the door handle, she only felt a lightness in her body, and the next second she was thrown into the bathtub. Some people's eyes were red. Some people's faces showed shame. Gradually more people bowed their heads in shame. Song Jing laughed lightly and didn't pursue the matter much. It was Wei Qi who reminded her just now, and the follow-up may have been arranged. Manji was also violently stunned. It looked like these two people knew each other, right? How could such a violent scene happen? A trace of eccentricity floated in her heart. It was all dark. There was no one. There was no way back. And it was like she was stuck in a bureau that she couldn't get out of any way. I didn't understand how powerful this gown was, but I could tell from their tone and expressions that it was a powerful gown. With a face struck by lightning, he looked at handsomely who was wearing only a man's t-shirt in front of him. The sense of impact was a bit big. What should I do? I used to be really jealous of Gao Lingfeng, even though we were good friends in private. If it weren't for him, wouldn't you have been so cold to me? If it weren't for him, wouldn't you have shown me an occasional smile? Hua Lucian was watching TV. Ling Li put the bowl into the dishwasher. Hua Yilang was peeling an apple. His peeling method was like peeling a sugar cane. The pulp followed the peel and splashed together, and after peeling it, only half of it was left. Ling Li had no choice but to move back a few more meters before squatting down. Alas, it was really as comfortable as a relief. Don't look at me with that disgusting expression of yours. Shangguan Anqi was made uncomfortable by his look and hurriedly chided in annoyance. We'll meet you at the Royal Duke in 3 days. After saying that, she turned around and walked forward without looking at him anymore. When Zhuo Ling arrived and heard about this, she was also shocked. She also joined in the search. For a while, both inside and outside the palace were stirred up by this big event. Brother Lin, Cui Yu is waiting for you. No matter if it's 3 months, a year, or 10 or 20 years, I will definitely wait for you to come. Shangguan Cuiyu said firmly with a deep face. Let me tell you about my 4 years? Looking up at him, she smiled lightly, her eyes having a relieved gleam, watching his eyes gradually from fascination and obsession, from obsession and soft, instantly turned into 10,000 strands of tenderness, only to feel that this life is already Nanjun. Doctor, how is he doing? Lux asked as she saw that the doctor had finished his examination and immediately came forward. I am sorry, don't look at who she's such a big ton. But in the face of Chen Yuandong, he really didn't have the guts to retort, and was even so scared that he hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. Nini, follow them up and make sure they reach their destination safely before coming back to us. Saka was a bit uneasy, and even though Mount Vernon wasn't very far from here, she still let Nini follow them up for the sake of completeness. As the middle-aged man's hand waved, around 1,000 people went towards the factory in 6s and 7s, gradually encircling the commons. Chapter 113, Exploitation of Public Opinion. Since she had taken over the zoo, the quality of life for these little animals had improved quite a bit, yet she seemed to have focused on food, drink, and shelter, while ignoring their normal physical needs. After the spring warmth also came to the animals of the rutting period. Most of the small animals in the zoo are male and female. Even at zoo they kittens will take the initiative to run out to find a girlfriend, but they zoos still have a lot of bachelors. It's like she's a zoo. Tatsuya's eyes twitched at the situation Gulian had described. It was not that he did not have memories. In fact, as the person in question, he remembered the dissatisfaction and helplessness of those years when he was arranged by the company to start all sorts of antagonistic activities with Wang Yinghua. Song Yi wanted to write these things down and take them away immediately, but these things couldn't be memorized in a day or two. Qing Yan says goodbye to Tianlu and sends Tianlu and Ziki to live in a hidden and safe place in the human world. Tianlu wants to resume his cultivation and hopes to open a new sect to rival the heavenly realm when he is successful in the future. She originally wanted to use the third young master's hand to get to Rowan out of this courtyard, but she didn't expect to have just a little idea. And then this is a showdown. The ordinary maids are good, but the housemaids can't say they want it. But since this kind of static distance to watch up, Zanker realized that, rather than a budding flower, this is a hungry mouth eager to devour life. Are you lecturing me? Hiqian's tone had a hidden murderous aura in it, her mouth high in the air. It was the first time she had seen someone who dared to talk back to her in such a bold manner. Bull *******, trying to dodge so many arrow attacks, unless he really isn't human. Ha ha ha. The Lord Commander laughed wildly. The figure of the man could no longer be seen in front of his eyes, puzzled but as if he was already bound to win. Before Gu Meng left, she inexplicably looked at the luxurious hotel decorations, and suddenly felt a little tired of the days of meeting and greeting each other like this. Still looking? Look again and I'll gouge out your eyes, Dingya Mo said shyly, her breasts puffing with anger. The old man knew that chasing the bad disciple intentionally lured him to meet with the Sword Emperor, but also cannot give up the pursuit. Watching the Sword Emperor continue to stay in the Devil's Door, shall not join Tianxian, subconsciously follow their own cultivation of Dao Law, inside both for the old disciple, for Tianxian lineage after this gratification. At the same time more at the moment the situation size, there is still one thing that he would like to find out, that is, why Lan Changfeng would leave the Forgetfulness sect in the first place, and why Mrs. Shan Shui could not change her soul in the end, so that he preferred to give up everything to fulfill the two brothers and then go with them. A crashing sound echoed in the air. A team of 100 men gathered into a team of 1,000 men rushed to the city wall to take their turn. Some of the houses burned by the rockets were still glowing with the afterglow, giving the young city in the night a misty glow. How could Qin Qinglang not have thought that his deliberately created slander had created an opportunity for Lin Bixiao to get to know by Qianliao, and his Dan Tian, which was already very large due to his martial arts training, boiled up in an instant due to the addition of such a strangely large amount of energy. 200 factories can be started or stopped overnight, while food production is a long process that takes 3 or 4 months from sowing to harvesting, or half a year or even a year. In other countries, the fields are still green with crops, while the prices on the international food market have changed many times. Not a few moments later arrived at the foot of the crane gate. Notification immediately after the warm reception. In the main hall to see the prestigious white crane fairy, face like peach blossom, fine beautiful eyes, tall body are enough to let her in appearance worthy of the name of the law. After a split-second exchange of blows, a succession of 1,000 or 200 loud sword-chi collision explosions, both of them couldn't help but be surprised by their opponents. Li Tiejie more do not play words. Tiger whistling thunderbolt. Iron sword straight chopped out. Look at him out of the gate is the masterstroke fixed army mountain. Think to be in 3 or 2 strokes within the account of the strong enemy. This sword law is fierce and unparalleled. Hai Tian Wei if you want to take a chance in a hit, will be into the shape of a meat cake. General, let Huar and the girls serve you for another night tonight. Quietly enjoying the warm and familiar embrace, Mir said softly, that Huang Fuji is very indignant. To elixir for the dragon child's mortal body to renew the life at the same time. Blackmail if she is not willing to agree to his request. He will let me beg for life and death. Han Bing also didn't let Qi Yun think too much about it, but continued to wander blindly in the city of the Blue Underworld. And this time, almost all of the Blue Underworld clan saw them avoiding them from a distance and not engaging with them. Are you in charge? Wang Fong didn't know Zhang Xinfa's identity, and it was reasonable to question it. Yamaguchi Ikkyo thought about it. I was going to pursue, but because of the safety of the gun tower, do not dare to entangle. Instructed the original squad of Fuhu Mountain Gun Tower to return to the defense, and the rest rushed to the Lijia Village Gun Tower. Seeing Zhao Zilong flip-flopping when he said he would, and stabbing Yamamoto in the arm completely out of character, Hu Lu and a few of Yamamoto's bodyguards froze. Naturally, his arm fell into Su Ying's hands, and with only one hand, Su Ying made the golf club that had gathered the strength of Hua Wui's entire body not be able to move the slightest bit downward. When Li Zhenhua heard this youth ask such a question, he was a bit anxious. Summer just asked them to inquire obviously for them to inquire about martial arts instruction, but this youth even asked such a question, really not knowing what's good for him. Qin Xiaoxiao ignited a ball of flaming light to cover the corpses of the 2 masters to avoid being melted by the 6 Devil Emperor's flames. Any closer and I think the troublesome figure will come out looking for trouble, so it's better to go to the next place. 91 could see from afar that before the gate there was a figure he had seen before, the guy who had once made himself immobile with a single move directly. The wind blade in the warden's left hand escaped with strong psychic energy, indicating that it was saturated with psychic energy and ready to strike. Shoot it, wasn't it still Ting heroic earlier? Shoot my Dragon King Scorpion first if you want to let that Bosco Dora regain its freedom. Hunter J looked at Naichu with a mocking expression and mouthed the words. Walking through the doors of the temple, my heart tightened again. To my eyes, there were deep axe marks everywhere. It was evident that Drain Fathead and the 3-headed corpse had also exchanged blows at the main hall. It was at this time that the few Japanese torpedo boats and old mosquito boats in Sasebo harbor that had not been caught in the flames set off columns of smoke and lurched toward the North Atlantic fleet outside the harbor. Take it and give me back the rest. With a snap, Master Shifu slapped me 100. I saw 2 separate fish tanks, and a fish with a bubble on its head was constantly hitting the tank. In the other tank, a carp shaped like a dragon was also hitting the wall of the tank. Chapter 114, Need to find a stronger backer. Without waiting for Jiang Shurian to answer this question, Lu Chao also arrived. Lu Chao's law firm was not a small one, and Lu Chao was also a small elite lawyer, and his arrival made the faces of Su Yingwei and the legal team he brought with him look a few times harder. Mr. Su, this is my proxy lawyer, Lawyer Lu Chao Lu. My awareness of legal contracts is rather thin, so anything will be judged for me by Lawyer Lu. Jiang Shiyan got up and took the initiative to introduce. Wu Jiang frowned slightly. This Yu Qianlan's words had meaning, and what she said was not unreasonable. If it was really like what she said at that time, then this union would be meaningless, and it might turn out to be a mistake. Lu Dong, I hope that after our afternoon bet is over, you will still be able to laugh like you are now, Han Shizhong said in a cold voice. That gap, surprisingly, was extremely huge, equivalent to the gap between the power of an early Shin rank and a peak cultivator's original life magic treasure. In the future, we are at the mercy of the fairy boy. After Zhao Tengxiang was once again shocked, he also knew that he was spared and had to be spared. This would have been a good thing, and Hong Tao didn't care about putting out a few $1,000s more each year to keep this league going. But Yellow Hair then asked him if the bonuses from last season were still being paid out. After flying into the void of Yongding town, Jia Zheng raised his left hand and released the nobleman's decree that radiated with multicolored divine light. The divine light emitted from the nobleman's order enveloped the palaces placed on top of the Yongding town's foundation, and all the palaces were collected into the nobleman's order's artifact space. The soldiers immediately began to clamor, and a few of the resourceful soldiers even began to look around vigilantly, trying to identify any lurking dangers. However, Zhang Jia simply ignored them and instead walked solemnly to the soldier who had tentacles coming out of his ears earlier, grabbed the tentacle, and pulled it with force. Yeah, that big liar Luo Mingfei suddenly left, so I've been practicing the gung fu my aunt taught me every day on my own. Lin Yao responded succinctly. At this moment, seeing Fairy Si Rong in such a state, Jiang Miao also lost her usual calm and collected demeanor at first. The things that happened to Ling Yifan were indeed unimaginable. Much less would anyone be able to think that there was still a powerful soul force around. Thinking desperately about it realized that the others were shrewd characters, so don't get caught out before you can say anything. That would be a lost cause. Hand gently pressed on his heart. That position, the heart's beating, did not change a bit, not tight, not urgent. Then, Lu Mo Yen laughed extraordinarily beautiful, also extraordinarily indifferent. Go, come with me, I'm looking for a favor. Li Jing turned around and left from Zhao's dormitory. Zhao scratched his head and followed. To be clear, they are not my companions, and, to deal with that mole just now, there is no need for me to do anything at all. The earthlings are enough, Dieka said with a scowl on his lips. Xiang Yan sighed softly and said, these Shi soldiers are the children of the Eastern Shi people, so please be merciful to Army Commander Speed. Now recalling it, Nightshade suddenly came to a sudden realization. No wonder no one was willing to pick up the phone to several of them last night. It turns out that they were secretly rushing to work. Zihan looked extremely excited, and gave Bing Linger a big light kiss as she hugged her, her mouth constantly saying, thank you, senior sister. At this time has been nearly evening. The night as a curtain is slowly shrouded on this magnificent palace. Today's palace is surprisingly silent, but there is not like the previous peaceful. Always feel that there will be hidden in a corner of what danger is waiting. In people do not realize the moment to set off waves. Let all the people do not know what to do. Back to the room. I was thinking of sleeping, but lying on the bed and tossing and turning how can not sleep? And look at the window just the right amount of sunshine. So I took some silver from the cupboard, sneak out of the royal residence. I know, but, Fire Ju knew that if things got too big, or they really messed with people they couldn't afford to mess with, how much trouble it would bring to her sister in the palace, but still felt some heartache. Fire Chi. Ji's entire body boiled like a roaring steam engine, mingling with black lines of white rising up. Originally, he was quite afraid of the ghosts around him, and could not sleep peacefully at night. Even his physique was getting worse. This zoo is also really enough. Ji Qingcheng couldn't stand the filth and stench the most, and the moment she got close to the pigsty, she almost threw up her breakfast. The blue-shifted girl asked, how much does a bowl of noodles cost? In fact, she wanted to ask first, weighing the money inside her purse to see if it was enough. Dongfang Yunyang did not hesitate. The ninja sword in his hand directly stabbed towards Fujiwara Tsuru's chest. The blood of a unicorn can extend your life, even if you are dying, but you must pay dearly for it. And his home is constantly on the move as he moves up the school ladder, typically going wherever his family goes. Otherwise, even this deep despair, which with each passing day is enough to crush anyone's thoughts, will one day be blurred and forgotten. Although Jia mother thought so in her heart, her mouth refused to give in, but without waiting for her to say anything else, she saw the Xia sister she had previously sent to the East House to call Jia Zhang limping, with an old face that spoke of inexhaustible grievances and pains, coming in with a gray head and a dirty face. As long as he broke through the divine journey realm again, he would be able to step into the true great Tao chapter, opening up a realm of the whole heart, a new heaven and earth, a very different heaven and earth. The opponent retreated. Xiao Jian put his left arm away. and the heavenly sword chi immediately disappeared without a trace, and the sky slowly brightened, and the sun shone down through the dark clouds, not to convey the destiny of the Almighty God, but, rather, to proclaim the coming of the age of man's existence by man's will. The brain quivered as if humanized, making pleasingly eerie noises, the language of demons. Since the wall of people poured down, the pair of silhouettes relatively far away from the square were also kneeling together to help them down, passing the distant voice to Nangong Tians while the shore, mighty and lingering. I don't want to abandon Jiang Chuan to go first, but Yao Yao is like this now. She really can't see this kind of scene. I just have to bring Yao Yao to a safe place first. In Li Juanhong's opinion, this young fan in front of him was much more mature than the Zhang fan he remembered, and also had an additional aura. Chapter 115 Invitations. Because the words Jiang Shiyan said were country, Suingui Jiang Shiyan has done research. This girl not only in the province of those research institutes and wildlife protection bases have contact, and even often in and out of the city police department, and before that once also stayed in the police dog base for a period of time. It's hard to believe that she's really found an official to back her up. Jiang Shiyan looked at him with a smile, as if she was worried that he hadn't heard clearly, and repeated the question. Mr. Su, this backer, Fu Zhixing was ordered to go out of the capital. There is an errand in the body, and therefore must be in the local officials to socialize. Lego City is so far from the capital. The local officials of the achievements cannot reach the heavenly hearing, and now the saint's side of the Red Angua Duke's son to come. It must be pleasing to the eye. The middle-aged man squatted, his hand still outstretched, looking at this old woman. The smile on his face gradually faded, his expression gradually calmed down. However, Pan Qin did not go far away from his hometown, but temporarily took refuge in Luoyang, and waited until the Jingzhou army besieged Linxiang before he resurfaced and continued his business of lending money and collecting interest. When he was on the top of the mountain, he could see that above this Taoist temple, the clear air was rising, and it looked like a place of practice for people with the way. Yuan Mai boomed for a moment, then burst into a dazzling light before letting out a piercing breath. The toad demon hadn't completely explained clearly, just said such an incomplete sentence, as if it had touched some kind of fatal restriction, and before Jiang Yan realized it, unable to react, his head exploded, blowing into a bloody firework. Before the two Tingjun, a stark contrast, the former Tingjun, practicing the way of tranquility, in the official for several years. Although the examination course in Changsha counties always ranked behind, the position of the county monarch is sitting as stable as Mount Taishan, to the end of the disease. His hand was slightly clenched into a fist, only for him to clench his fist at once when Hua wanted to think about shoving chopsticks into his hand. Along this street to look forward, Lian Gu here at the end of the street, and then stopped his feet. At the same time, the crowd could slightly understand Kai Mao's hardship. This kind of powerful water warfare weapon is not matchable by human power. Casually picked 5 good-looking spirit medicine, but he knew very well that these spirit medicine was afraid to be very ordinary, otherwise it would have been picked by other people. But he didn't care. Ordinary is ordinary. As long as he could go back to deliver the goods, it was better than returning empty-handed. At this time, the fuzzy light of the mirror was also mapped over, and with just one sweep, it roughly retraced the subtle changes that had occurred in that person before and after the lava island had swallowed Wang Yong. With a hint of suspicion, Lin Zhang landed on the seabed. Due to the impact of the previous Tarzan seal, at this time, lava flowed everywhere on the seabed. Lin Zhang did not know if anything had fallen inside the lava. However, the loot scattered around looked to be really quite a lot. During this period of time, Xiao Gu and Wu Qing both understood each other pretty much. Wu Qing was a martial arts fanatic, loved to laugh, loved to fight, but didn't like to talk much. His character wasn't considered to be much of a simpleton, but he was a sincere person. He stood up, his blood-stained right hand extended, and the dragon case spontaneously flew up and returned to his hand. Yunshe looked at the sword saint in the air with cold eyes, and instead of having the slightest fear because of it, the battle intent and fury in his body burned up several times over. I remember that the master of the Shio Pavilion once said that although there are differences in cultivation in terms of simplicity and dexterity, the essence of all physical strength is nothing more than the 4 words bodily functions. Having clarified the nature of the living stars, Luo Nan's thoughts slowly opened up. He felt that he needed to change his observation perspective again. Of course, it wasn't to engage in reintegration and add information from the material plane or anything like that. Even if he had the intention, he still had to consider the limit of his form and spirit structure's tolerance. What? Is there something wrong? Chen Hao lightly pulled the corners of his mouth to form an arc. Seeing this, he faintly asked. With such a disparate comparison, Zheng Xian would not have won at all if he had fought as an immortal cultivator. Since then, they have changed their stance and said that the Reclamation Corps is a hunter disguised as the Son of God. and that it is the biggest obstacle to the reappearance of the Lost Kingdom. Grand Marshal Xiao thought for a long time, and could not think of anyone from his residence who would actually come to Jianmen Pass. Thinking about it, he first found Xiaoyu, who was recuperating from his injuries. Let him and himself go and take a look, and Xian gambled to pack up things. Damn! What a bull asterisk 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 deal. She did not want to do. What a bull asterisk 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 big grandma. She did not want to be. Good. Lin Yun also knew the priorities, so he didn't delay any longer, and after silently meditating for a few breaths of time, he picked up the silver longsword and continued to begin the cultivation of the sword infant method. The vortex flew close to the ground towards the stone lion, swirling up countless plants on its way and twisting them completely into powder. The three were childishly frolicking when the door opened and a middle-aged man with a stout body and extraordinary features walked in. Only her eyes were too mournful and bleak, as if they were an unattended desert boat that had been stranded for 1,000 years, and had become even more depleted and powerless through the passage and baptism of the years. The headman was overjoyed and kowtowed to Lin Yun a few more times before turning around and retreating. As soon as the chief had left the house, Yan Ming timidly entered Lin Yun's room and settled on his knees in front of Lin Yun. Brother, as long as you sign it, Lot Chinyu said that you can open for business tomorrow. Meng Chuer directly flipped the contract to the last page, signaling Long Hanxian to sign. Hu Xianxian not only wanted to thank the 3,000 years old, but there were also many things she wanted to ask him. But when she heard Lei Yufeng say so, she could only do so. Wang Xian did not rush, but used chaotic body instantaneous flash. Three fire red Wang Xian suddenly appeared in front of the three powerhouses. Wang Xian had already known that these three people were only the intensity of the middle stage of the saint level, and could not catch a single move of Wang Xian. Shi Chang refused Wang Mu's kind offer, and only needed 2 horses, so he and Wang Mang went out of the Tongguan Pass, and went westward together. Not far away, Zhao Ji brought 20 knights to catch up, requesting to return to Chang'an with Shi Chang, and at Qin Yanran's house, Fang Liping and her mother Tang Huiqin were still busy in the kitchen when the doorbell rang. Qin Yan, who was well dressed inside the house, ran to the door to open it with excitement all of a sudden. She thought it was Su Lin coming, but when the door was opened, she realized that it wasn't Su Lin. Shi Chang's worries were somewhat superfluous. At the time he received the news, the battle in Guanzhong had already ended, and although Sima Sun was defeated again, he escaped back to Hanzhong unharmed. The underwear needs to be changed, the jockstrap needs to be changed, and after turning on the light and studying it, the sheets and comforter are fine and don't need to be changed. This is also a kind of officialdom to cover up the tactics. Do not completely say anything, usually say 7 points, leaving the key 3 points, so that people have a suspense, so as to appear more upscale and mysterious. Seeing this sight, Morong comment was dumbfounded, and then he understood why Yaya did not dare to charge head-on with the Wei army. Let's go dash with a long sigh. He said no more and greeted his Progrard riders and foamy as they left in dismay. Chapter 116, what the hell is she talking about with that damn mouth of hers? Soon, the door of the conference room was pushed open and a short-haired female leader in uniform walked in. Jiang Shurian subconsciously put down her teacup and stood up, like an elementary school student, her hands resting uneasily on her sides, gulping nervously. Yan Anton rushed at her and saluted. She looked at Jiang Shurian and Yan Anton and said with a smile, "Sit down. You are Jiang Shurian?" The other party came and sat down in front of him, putting down the information in his hand. Ian Moore said helplessly, "If we want to say to you so simple, why do we bother to come here? It is not to do some behind-the-scenes transactions. Uncle Luo, you don't have to be afraid of him. Isn't he just here to cause trouble? I have a lot of brothers under me. If you make a mess, I'll help you resist." Mountain Eagle was young and hot-blooded, knowing that Luo too was afraid that he would set himself on fire, and for a moment he was chivalrous, still unrelenting in his desire to charge forward. The soft comforting voice in her ear was like the most powerful weapon of tears, and Nia Wanlu only felt her tears surging to the point where she could hardly control herself. In her misty vision, Xiao Nang's face became more and more blurred, but was suddenly covered and then clear. Wang Kai gave her a word of caution, and as for the ultraviolet bullets developed by Andres Terrace, now that Serena was able to sunbathe in the sun, ultraviolet bullets weren't as powerful as ordinary bullets. Tong Yoshin was pulled away by Zhao Yuanhang a few meters as still on behalf of Zhao Yuanhang complained, and even said to publish an apology, cancel the cooperation cloud. Ling Yang carried Chu Wanyi on his back, enjoying the tenderness and temperature of her delicate body along the way, wishing that this road would not come to an end, and just stretch on forever. The power of this bomb didn't seem to be very great. It only collapsed a wall, but the second floor felt like it would collapse at any time. A villa was instantly blown up by nearly half. This was obviously out of Prof. Douglas and their expectations. and several experts and scholars couldn't help but be a little surprised and a little puzzled. Entering the banquet hall, Yi Tian first greeted the several museum curators and collectors who had just arrived, and then came to the area where the company's employees were. Although there is another section of the imperial examination, it does not eliminate the candidates. Candidates who were successful in the examination were able to ensure that they would eventually reach the rank of high school scholar, but their rankings were determined by a single session of the imperial examination. This official is still considered to give face. Did not ask what is the relationship between Yu Bao Silk and Wendenka, but only asked whether the murderer is Wendenka. The flow of foreign officials is the Tang dynasty to fill the various government offices in the clerk, also known as the mandarins. That is, officials in the mandarins. The flow of foreign officials have 9 levels, one of the highest, the most up from the 9th grade under the official rank. That is, can be from the mandarins to the official. Jin Yuanzi although still by the red cloud blunt words made red, but he is really happy. If it is the previous red cloud, that will be so talk. She does not know about their own changes, but other people can see that this is normal. If you still maintain the Holy Mother mentality, that is the personality is not sound. Regarding that big tree, Empress Wu had already told the emperor. After all, only if the emperor went to see that auspicious place, Empress Wu could go alone. So as long as the emperor's curiosity was aroused, then going to see the auspicious place would be a logical thing to do. At this moment, there were suddenly awakened ones outside who started clearing the area, and they were actually directly rushing towards Lu Shu and the others. As a single fierce awakened one rushed over to encircle St. Paul's Cathedral, while the commoners were silent as they confronted them. After going out this time, I accidentally learned a message from the devil ancestor. It turns out that he and Hongjun are chaotic twin Siamese devil god. When Pangu opened the sky, the two of them were split by the heaven opening axe, and each of them brought half of their essence blood to the flood. His face first went from expressionless, then to a frown, and then it was as if he was thinking, "What? Who's having a birthday today?" Zheng Xishan walked to Zheng Chenheng's side without moving and looked at the table of food and asked indifferently. He raised his eyes and looked deep into the dense forest. I'm afraid that at this moment they have long been out of this mountain, and now the only thing he can do is to quickly return to the palace to report everything to the emperor. Attached ability, passive ability, Fire Green Ghost Blade. Launching an attack increases soul value and doubles the soul value increase against its enemy monsters. Li Xiaoshan. Both arms pointed forward. The red cloud all of a sudden the black scorpion and others all cover. Then instantly red rain falling. And then want to hide. It is already too late. After going out of the house, Uncle Fong was chatting with Lu Ziki about the mansion. And when he saw Chun Chao come out, he said he would go out to ask about the craftsman. And Chun Chao and Lu Ziki also went out together, thinking that it was fine anyway. So why don't we go over there and take a look together? And if they are at home, then they won't have to make a trip tomorrow? Then why did the Fire Phoenix step in to help? Could it be that it has an old relationship with old brother? Li Feng was puzzled. Have you guys seen enough? Don't register yet. If Shi Quan hadn't stopped them, Li Xiaoshan would have sent these two guys to meet the King of Hell long ago. Underground. Yue was brain boomed. That was her own sister. She had disappeared decades ago, but she had never imagined that. Could it be that the two sisters were going to suffer the same fate? Imprisoned in the huge birdcage was none other than the Imperial Mountain Hunter, Song Niancheng. Song Niancheng was dressed in a flowery and colorful dress. Her face was smeared with gaudy rouge, and she had a haggard and desperate look on her face. The army generals on the bank were ready, and at the order of the officers, they entered the rafts and boats on the river and began to cross. In these few days, the weather was good, and Chu Lian followed the words of Dr. Miao, and asked Qing to help her walk slowly around the outside every day to move her legs for the benefit of labor. After the previous spate of attacks, parking has been banned in front of the Avengers building, but the blood in his chest, the youthful vigor, and again in the depths of his heart, destroying his long taught as a bowstring of the heart and mind. Just as the crow god was storming out, Fox Geo was the one who spoke out and focused its attention on Wang Mingxian. Basically, the fishermen are young and usually come to help out part-time. The boats don't work every day. Woo woo. A series of sounds rang out hidden in the wind, followed by the appearance of several scout planes in the sky hovering above the fortress. Xiao coldly laughed too. He is not a great benefactor, so praise him for the snow and the dog talk less. He is only in the favor of trading. The world does not have to return something. Gant immediately gave a heartfelt ugh and bowed and dodged to the side of the sedan chair, making way for her. Qin Mohan briefly and succinctly told the whole story, including his suspicions about Jin Han and the actual meeting of the Three Peaks tomorrow. From afar, the crow god first praised in disbelief, then added, "It's not unheard of for people to dare to introduce thunder into their bodies when they're crossing the threshold of the tribulation." Ryan said bluntly, roughly clearing his thoughts as he learned the situation. understanding of the human condition. The mind is also meticulous. Some words are also buried in the heart. The expression cannot see a crack. Gu Xian walked away with the joy of winning and laughed cheerfully. Liang Yan did not know how he came downstairs. Her mind a mixed chaos, even to the initial purpose of the downstairs have forgotten. Chapter 117, The Only Witness. Jiang Shiyan was so embarrassed that her toes were sticking out of the 3 rooms. And if she hadn't drilled under the car seat with the suspicion of intentionally avoiding the street cameras, she really would have done it. It's not what you think. Jiang Shiyan tried to salvage her image. She was really just going through the motions. She definitely had no idea of messing around with men and women. Yan Anton saw that she hated to bury her head like a turtle dove. And in order to prevent her from being embarrassed any further, he played music that, unfortunately, there is only so much space inside this car bucket. Even if he hides again, where can he hide? Good thing I was prepared for this. Seeing that the doctor almost bit the bear, I raised the handle of the knife and poked the doctor's head at once. Ding dong, the elevator door opened. Floor 12. Into the eye is a delicate box. The box has an electric impedance. On top of a Kong table, very much in the style of a farmhouse. The waitresses shuttle back and forth, busy and unceasingly. They are wearing the old northeastern countryside girls' cloths. Flowers and greens are very bright. One of the green-clothed youths who usually didn't deal with pill talent and even loathed the other party opened his mouth attentively. The old man finished the story and also left the clues to find the Holy Spirit beads. Every full moon night, fish bones will appear on the sea surface. And by injecting mana into the fish bones, he will be able to open the passage to the underwater city. It was only after she walked in that I could see that the sign on her chest said Love Fundraising, with a picture of the patient underneath. Du Chenyu picked up his coffee and gently drank a sip of it, not disturbed by the unexpected visitor. I was still a little unsettled, but at least my thoughts were a little clearer. And shivering, I told the general story of what had happened. As the two of them chatted, the door opened once again and Liang Aiwan, who was wearing a snow-white gauze bonnet, stepped in. Liang Aiwan was dressed in a light purple dress, appearing to have a slim waist that was not too thin to hold. Shui Xinyan's eyes were slightly closed as she sighed softly. The crystal chandelier flickered with a cool light. A few strands of halo scattered down, enveloping Shui Xinyan's cheeks, adding a few poignant moments to her despondency and sadness. Song Xiao has always acted cleanly. The company's too omnipotent. A moment Chi-Chi lying down without signs of awakening. Song Xiao heart more or less anxious. What I just didn't expect was that the other guy would take advantage of the fall and grunt there. Luca felt a hot pain coming from his buttocks, and thought so in his heart. It was hard to wait for a chance to breathe. Luca they're still willing to let go. In the air, regardless of the pain coming from the buttocks. Forced a swallow flip, landing on the ground. Miamio's expression had been bad, and she couldn't help but look away like she was trying to avoid it when she looked at how happy Rinkai was. This assassin had indeed been hiding in the living room, and now that I opened the door and came out, there was no need for him to hide anymore. In fact, by now, with Jingjian's massive acquisitions, the exchange rate between RMB and HKD has been maintained at around 8:1, which, of course, translates to 60:1 in USD. The word maintain is used here. So who is maintaining it? Of course, it is Jingjian, who has been elevated to the status of a banker. When Flower Wave heard this, Duo Yulo thrashed him and watched Miao Miao break out in a cold sweat. Many retired soldiers along that road have joined the team. The original Thin Zhang family mourning team is gradually growing into a winding dragon. Long Chun and the girls, who were also beside Long Tian, naturally saw what Director Wu said with the shape of his mouth. Although the black-clothed teenager was wearing a precious garment, the force was exceptionally astonishing, and he was instantly sent flying out, knocking off several large trees in succession before stabilizing his body. While in Beijing she began to show signs of cruelty and violence, not only killing my co-workers and bosses, but also making several attempts to get at me. You mother ***** are less proud. Believe it or not, I'll give you another shot to poke a hole in you, Aki scolded with fierce fox eyes. After Nangong Jin left, Luo Yuling continued to soak in the bath. It was still some time before the morning court. She wanted to enjoy this beautiful morning. Luo Qingyue looked at Jun Wuxie, fuming alone, her fingers subconsciously caressing Jun Wuxie's features, delicate and gentle. The Wing, who was all of a sudden serious, instead made the Xining trio froze and became a bit uncomfortable. The three of them glanced at each other, and all felt that this guy called Wing City was quite deep, making people unable to figure out what exactly he was thinking. If she remembered correctly, that Xie Xiaohua on TV was once her college alumni, and when she first entered her freshman year, he chased after her for more than a year with great fanfare, and even made a 3,000 word long deep confession to her through the campus radio network. Zhao Weigui is not ambiguous, swinging up the bottle to smash. Unfortunately, the hand was swung up, but the bottle was thrown behind him, and the thud landed on the ground in front of Li Rue. He finished the last 4 words in a single word and barreled right into her. Although Wei Zuixin was angry on her lips, she actually relied on his arms, wrapped her arms around him, beamed her lips, and muttered in her heart, "They are the most vapid of people, yet possess the character and flaws that the truest of you and me would have." Lin deeply squatted on the toilet, pinching and rubbing her toes for most of the day, feeling the pain diminish before she leaned over to pick up her shoes, put them on, and walked out of the restroom. "Oni Ai-chan, you've changed, you've learned to lie. You said that you would never lie to me in your life," Aisha suddenly said with red eyes somewhat choked. The hand in his sleeve trembled fiercely. The emperor's face was unprecedentedly ugly, and also so vain that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. At the same time, an exclamation of surprise from the cultivators sounded behind him, but it was very different from what he had thought earlier. Chapter 118 disappeared into thin air. Regardless, since Jiang Shurian had already exchanged this pill, she hadn't thought about going back on it. After a while, the battered big cat slowly stopped twitching. Jiang Shurian slowly stroked the big cat's head, and it wasn't long before the big cat finally opened its eyes, only they seemed to be filled with red blood as well. The big cat opened its mouth and let out a feeble catcall. There's actually another way to extract the big cat's memories. Not, although she didn't turn herself into a stunning man like Morong Xiao, but just with her appearance at this time, it was also something that people could see. Just now, when Feng Yuji grabbed the bowl, he used his fingers to mix the cartilage fragrance and earth energy into the wine. Then he smashed the bowl and secretly activated his yuan power to spread the wine mixed with the bone fragrance on the crowd. Although he had some guesses in his heart, those were just the results of his analysis. Now that Blazing Shield had said so, his first reaction was still a bit shocked. Long story short, any doubts are pressed in your stomach. Guanghan Peak. Earth Protection. Meng Wanlong cupped the arcane light in his hands and sowed it in the air. After the arcane light left his hand, it gradually turned into a slight yellow color, and the entire room was filled to the brim. Xiaojiro's whole body was so painful that she didn't even want to move, and when she turned her head sideways to see Lu Ziki sitting in the middle of the bed, her eyes staring at the falling red, she was happy even though she was in pain. She moved away from the bed, pretending that it was too hot, and kicked off the quilt on one side, so that the red color could be revealed. Sure enough, as she expected, the king was overjoyed. Operation Decapitation? Chen Tianyu asked as he took the computer that Li Zhigua passed over and looked at Han Lin on top of the photo. Sabe has a principle. Whoever wants to be good to him, he doubles back. Whoever wants to go against him, he will kill him. For threatening his own life and the lives of his friends and relatives, he is never soft. For the treasures obtained from killing 3 late-stage heavenly immortals, Dui was not very concerned. The only thing he lacked was the technique, the special nature of his cultivation technique, not to mention the fact that it was by no means easy to find. Jillian's fire charm technique is profound. After Yuer was hit, she lurked for a long time, so her spirit and body suffered a lot. Non-drawing weak, let her sleep for a while. Duan Murong looked at Yuer and said gently. Lu Shangyu stared at her this cold expression, as well as in the eyes of fearless in his anger, and revealed a firmness. Such showing D led to Lu Shangyu stunned. Now she is a lot stronger than before. She is no longer that snuggle up in the protection of other peoples before the arrogance of the Gugugu. She gradually had something he could not see, relying on the power of her inheritance. Bai Jianlian opened the passageway to the land of demon spirits and arrived at the place where her father had obtained the demon spirit ancient jade back then. The Shura demon domain. These people, all of them, were all Taoists who cultivated against the heavens, and had already broken through the golden immortal realm in their cultivation, which was equivalent to the powerful strength of the immortal world's cultivation, and did not worship the heavens, or the earth, or the ghosts and gods, and the only thing they did was to bow down to Lian Haiping in worship, which was a sincere salute from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, I threw out the Furies using the ghost control technique to manipulate the Furies to attack the monster's chest, and right after a sword whistle, the Furies turned into red light and suddenly flew away. No need. It's better for Violet Wind to take me back. I also want to try what flying is like. As he said that, Sumu slightly smiled at Chenjun. After saying that, I wielded the God of Fury and rushed up with an arrow step, and I didn't care that he directly released the magic sword Shock Shock. At this time, just at the moment when the effect of the magic sword Shock Shock appeared, there came 2 system prompts. However, the words that Chenjun had said to her before that, Dingru had never forgotten. At that time, when Chenjun asked if he would believe her, the kind of look that appeared on his face resurfaced in Dingru's mind. Dingru suddenly felt that Chenjun's look at that time had too much helplessness. Then how can I control the supernatural energy within me? Qin Yuqing no longer pursued Chenjun's matter, but asked this question instead. But even in the unimaginable, in the unbelievable, It just happened. I'm afraid that absolutely no one could have imagined such a thing before today, but it just happened. If this had been the case in the original history, it would have been the Chief Secretary of State and in charge of the Privy Council under Edward VI. Situ Feng was at least the sacred gold sect leader now. Some of the required boldness was still there today. However, the black divine light had already blasted in, harboring an icy killing chance to exterminate Rin Tianqing. Although Lu Mang said that, Sister Lin still didn't let go, knowing that the scar on her face was the biggest pain in her life. Gu Feng felt his three views shattered. The dark continent with demonic spirit monsters everywhere was already incomprehensible, and now the deepest part of the dark continent had an additional forbidden land of death? Although he had heard some whispers of some encounters with this crown princess, yet he did not believe them. At the back, the three king beasts roared and rushed over, their cold killing intent as if they were substance. Creepy. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, the captain of the mountain guards didn't dare to hide anything, and at the first time had already sent someone to inform the council of elders. Li Tong's pupils tightened. He could only see a shadow moving towards him at an unbelievable speed. This flesh cultivator called Gu Feng had become even stronger. How could a human speed reach this level? And the power of time was made into a forbidden power. Even saints had a hard time touching the power of time, and in the legends, only supreme emperors were able to master the power of time. Sister Zhou, the family is settled abroad. When the Han Shenxian was established, Ku Jinhao visited her many times. Ku Jinhao's sincerity moved her. She came back to the country. White Crow was alerted to the fact that it was not good, but the sword intent was so powerful and unparalleled that it did not allow him to resist, and it pierced straight into the core of his divine soul. No wonder the people in this town shut their doors during the day and don't dare to make a light at night. It turns out to be the church in the center of the town where such a horrible heretic lives. I'll go down and have someone dig. Howard sniffed, whispered, and turned toward the brow of the hill. The mask was something he'd seen on his computer desk when he left that room and had slipped it into his pocket. Walked into the door. This was a scene of blood on the ground. Make the face of some of the soldiers. Heard the eyes all bright. No longer care about the half-dead orcs on the ground. While the 7 hands and feet began to help Luna clean up the mess on the ground, while shouting up thanks. Chapter 119, does the host really not need it? At the same time, Jiang Yihong's call came in. Yen Yen. Jiang Yihong called out to her, his tone a bit heavy. After that cat went into the operating room, it suddenly hemorrhaged and was gone. I know, brother. Jiang Shurian pulled the corner of his mouth. Is it painful? Jiang Yihong was silent for a moment and asked, where are you? I'll go find you. I was at the scene. It's not convenient for you to come over. Jiang Shurian sniffled. It's fine. In Sarutobi Shou's eyes, it's not a good thing to have this kind of genius under his hand. The more powerful the talent, the harder it is to get along with. This kind of genius has a strong philosophy of his own. He has a close friend who has been teammates with Kakashi, and naturally, the result of getting along with him is hard to say. Not long afterward, Commission Run, Kawasaki Hamanobu, and Aryu also led a group to Fu Minfang and questioned what was going on. Mu Zhenghai reached up and wiped his tears, nodded, hopped on his motorcycle and drove off, then came back and drove the sedan away. Previously, when Li Han came, there were also Japanese troops who set up checkpoints along the road for pedestrians and vehicles, but Li Han had a work permit from the consulate, so the Japanese troops didn't check him that closely. The commissioner has lost such an important treasure. How can he not notify the Japanese army to set up a checkpoint to check the vehicles and people and things? The god pushed back, but the man was still unrelenting, favoring her with a face full of nothing but hopelessness and favoritism that welled up out of the picture. It was close to evening before Jarrett got up and took out the few remaining jars of honey and went downstairs. Still on the stairs, he saw 2 Nord recruits sitting in their seats drinking and chatting. The old man frowned, wondering if it was his fault. Why did this girl keep emphasizing airplanes with him? He was a director. He originally had his own shooting plan, but Chu Fan saying this was equivalent to completely messing up the plan. During the 128th incident, under the leadership of Generals Jiang Guangnai and Kai Tingkai, the 19th Route Army fought with the Japanese army for 33 days, destroying nearly 10,000 enemies, and the Japanese army had to change commanders 4 times. Getting Jarrett's approval, Noah bumbled over to Jarrett, gave him a hard kiss on the side of his face, and ran off with a cheer. If it kept going like this without any dangers appearing, in a few thousand years, a Koannan city that was able to fight against the 3 major powers might actually appear. You're the one who drove Dang Dang to the hospital, and bought her breakfast? Fong Li gazed at honoring Xiao as if he were the hero who saved her. Boring. The people of Earth are strange, and our purpose is to come and visit Rander. Don't ask or care about anything else, the teenager said. Why aren't they together next door? Choi Hyman asked a little unnaturally. Just coming in, she felt that there was an indescribable feeling here. And now that the 4 of them were living separately, It was really a little scary to think about it. After all, it was an unfamiliar place. However, Lei Chen seemed to have somewhat underestimated Long Qinqing's rank, and his arrival clearly froze the welcome guests at the door. Even Zhou Xiaoxiao and Sun Ziping's parents rushed to welcome him out. At this time, Li Feng was directly skimming his head, and then it was to see Carl's face filled with grimness. From the wall that let smashed out a big hole directly walked out. You'll only know after the battle. A few of you won't be able to kill me. Today I'll break the myth of the undefeated heavenly swimming clan. From today onwards, I, the saint son of the human clan, will be the myth of this heaven and earth. The saint son of the human clan shouted. For this reason, Lu Yu separated 8 of the boar cubs, and along with the other 2 boars also separated the pigsty. The purpose of doing so is to prevent the wild boars from messing around, thus resulting in a bloodline reversal event. Somehow, even though his knowledge of Daisy was limited to the identity of that granny, Meng Qi recognized that it was her at the first sight of the animal. From time to time a stream of sirens passed in the distance, like smoke, like dust, and disappeared in an instant into the silence of the night. 100,000 of the most elite Shu army, stationed in less than 5 miles from the city of Shanghai, divided into 8 sections of the regiment will be surrounded by the city of Shanghai. It is Zhuge Liang shocked the world's 9 palaces and 8 trigrams array. At any time will be the most violent offensive on the city of Shanghai. Dreamy, are you serious? Yang Tianlei's eyes immediately shone with 2 streams of light, and he asked with extraordinary excitement. This battle of his fell in Gu Fei's eyes, but suddenly became incomparably taller. A horrible pressure came on his face, pressuring him to almost not be able to straighten his back. The 2 of them do not know as much as Li Yu. In any case, Li Yu is not called sister-in-law this 2 words, because Li Yu clear Yang Tianlei also has a gentle and beautiful snow sister, and it's also a serious relationship. Shu He received the gift list, his eyes swept, his face suddenly sank, his gaze swept through the crowd like a knife. The temperature within the parlor all seemed to drop by an extreme degree. Then he let out a cold snort and casually threw the gift list on the ground. The door of the car BAM. The door opens, revealing a young man in the driver's seat with the same oriental face. David had just taken the spray and sprayed 24 enemies to death when 2 heavy chariots drove up on the bridge behind him under fire. The soul-swallowing Saint Lord borrowed the sun-devouring demon wolf and laughed morosely before a spiritual force surged out from the sun-devouring demon wolf and directly blasted onto the heavily damaged Long Chen. Of course you have to need an audience to pretend. Locke smiled calmly and took out a handful of what looked like fine sand and sprinkled it to the side. And all of a sudden their surroundings were already covered with it. I heard that this buddy of the great sage was also an antique expert, and honestly, being so young, he was really skeptical about how much ink Xiao Tianming had in his stomach. Facing Mace once again with a new attitude towards the world, Robin was in a good frame of mind and even turned on Mace's jokes. The ear-piercing chirps of metal clashing continued to ring out, and in the presence of an ordinary person, the unbearable high-frequency sound waves alone would have been enough to cause great mental damage. Haruhara, who had not yet regained consciousness, should be thankful that he was still unconscious and had luckily escaped. Hai Jian, if it comes to it, 2 evil more inclined to, 2 real and 2 virtual, so with can be a little bit of insurance. However, he also knows that such a big risk strength, the general holy domain absolutely cannot afford, so thought about it and gave up. Lu Zhankue and Wan Piwan were defeated? A coalition army of nearly 10,000 men was completely crushed in less than a day, with less than 2,000 men left? Chen Shufan said in disbelief as he listened to the news from the guards. Looking at the high big sun outside, Robin's heart is more or less nay. Today, cooked to be in USA in the commendation ceremony back and forth tug of war. Hearing this voice, Zhang Hao's figure flickered and then looked at the voice, only to see a cloaked and hairy strange person. His body was bruised and battered, his right arm was broken, and his body was floating with thin and dense blood traces. Zhang Hao carefully identified this cultivator at a glance, and realized that this strange person was actually the Bai Zhanfeng who had entered the valley just now. Chapter 121 Night's Gain. The system punched 6 dots on the light screen. When it was dropped onto the blue planet before, the seniors didn't explain that all blue planet people were so hard to serve. Who the hell is the crook? However, the system watched with bated breath as the system colleagues who had been placed in other realms started upgrading their new systems one after another, and their eyes coveted. And they heard that this new system could communicate with those colleagues in a forum. It's been on the blue planet for so long that it's been nothing but more than a year did not meet the dead friend Fat Pier in 4 circles. In the Mayflower restaurant to see Tangfeng, Fat Pier froze to hold up the hair and turn a few times, and then all of a sudden fell. Tangfeng is solid but Pier. Gogo watched as Kana helped Fujihisa out, and on the way out the door, the not-so-tall Fujihisa stumbled and almost brought down Kana. Gogo sat alone for a while when Kana returned. Su Jing pointed at Su Bei for a while. Su Bei was helpless. looked at his own father before sitting down. In fact, he wanted to go to Lin Wei to give the air. This can be good. All the people to get together, not the world. Chaos is strange. It wasn't until the man made a vain attempt to steal a kiss from her that she finally couldn't pretend anymore. Her face brushing red as she rolled over and got up 3 feet away from him. Sakuya's soft, sweet voice was especially clear and distinct in the somewhat exaggeratedly large private office. It's nothing. Liu shook his head and glanced at the time. Feeling that it was also time to eat, he then stood up and walked towards the kitchen. This is the moment. Seeing Su Guangxi's movements, Yang Yang hemmed and hawed, a grimness flashing in his eyes. She smiled contentedly, gently sipping the tea brought up by the maid. Just like an official's daughter, elegant and knowledgeable. If you want to fight in the future, pick a good time to catch the meal. It's not worth it. As soon as Sango's words hit the ground, the paper towel in the captain's hand smashed into his face. Seeing that the battle couldn't be ended for a while, Su Xiang didn't make an immediate move, but looked at the blue-green snake boss. Brother, so have you been hunted down or accidentally killed for an inexplicable reason this year? Lin Yameng asked with wide innocent eyes. This matter was too dog-blooded. Could it really be that those people had come to her door and couldn't kill her own mother? So they came to kill her again. But why didn't they just do it? It turned out to be the pulse control technique of the Western region's unspeakable mastery. Would Yen Yuan thought to himself? He was too careless. Actually did not think of this layer for a moment. Back then, the old man of the Western region with this one piece of mastery. Take a person's life in the invisible. Take things in the air is even more than a god thief. No wonder his own sword sex things will fall in the hands of this person. Hearing this, Yi Luan was busy asking for an understanding, but he heard laughter from outside the house. Fourth brother? Fourth brother? It was Yi Lusheng. After walking for about a cup of tea, the road came to an abrupt end, and an open stone door appeared in front of him, which didn't have any lights inside, so he didn't know what was hidden inside. Deep frying. Not only does it cook quickly, but that layer also does a great job of protecting the shrimp's flavorful broth from running off as it cooks. Gong Gong heard in his heart great joy. Today came here to finally achieve the purpose. In the excitement, he saluted to the Ziwei Emperor said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I respectfully comply with the law." The two of them laughed and walked out of the hall with their arms. Good. You kill me. The physically burly man gasped, but his face showed an irresistible dignity. Whenever the Violet Weather Emperor saw him return from walking his horses, he didn't say anything, but just did some things like grooming the horses, drinking water, adding grass, and many other things. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that Grass Greenseeker was not like Dongfang Yuping, who was always able to come up with vast amounts of cultivation resources to gather people's hearts. Grass Greenseeker did not have that ability. There aren't many reservations today, but as you know, so many of the ones that come to me are unreserved, and with the unpredictable takeout, it's hard to tell. Top point, Boss Lee replied honestly. Zheng Dan was happy and walked towards the cafeteria with the three of them. She had never felt that she could talk so happily about eating with her classmates. Wang Wan raised her head, and Gu Qianlian saw an inconspicuous slap mark on Wang Wan's cheek that looked like it was left a few days after the injury. The fat man did not care too much. Junior high school. The fat man grows long, jerked a big cut, suddenly also thin. On the road, Lin Jiaying drove the car. Her eyes couldn't help but glance at the brocade box placed on the passenger side, and her heart became more and more curious. What exactly could be inside? Li Lu also knows that he is not the material to inherit the family business, and Shen Quanbing played more happily. Let them finalize the planning first, and we'll pick out the wedding dress or customize it when the time comes. Saying that, Lu Jingyan paused and suddenly thought of something. According to Shi Jichen's words, the most important big three elements of a marriage, the venue, and the wedding dress are all there. Then only the ring is left. And when Lin Lan said this sentence that just came out, Zhang Chaoyan's face instantly changed. A flash of sternness flashed in his eyes. In an instant Zhang Chaoyan thought of countless possibilities, but every one of them was unfavorable to Lin Feng. Chu Qinghuan changed her clothes and followed out of the room. Yunishuan first took her to the hospital to bandage her wounds. Xiaoning was still conscious and ran after the person into the courtyard before he was overwhelmed by a horrifying aura and stepped back in fear. Terrifyingly, that old man was followed by a great power in his 40s with a majestic and domineering face. This person was faintly emanating the mighty fluctuations of a golden immortal, and he was clearly a terrifying golden immortal. She thought that the sound just now was the sound of Fu Taolin's heavy impact on the wall, so the moment she turned around, her body was already ready to rush over and pick him up from the floor. Moreover, he was afraid to pat his butt and just climbed up from the ground, and when he looked up, he saw the prince of the underworld clan not far away, and the expression on his face froze. Second brother, you still need to draw lots for this kind of thing? Luckily you thought of it. Feeling that the diners had heard their words, Waterflora instantly blushed and gently whacked second brother. But this destiny is still not enough fire. Cannot become the climate, destined to have a destiny but not the end. That scene where Songjin took the medicine and fed it to Fu Chioi and stroked her back kept coming back to his mind. Shrugging her shoulders helplessly, Yunro sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes slightly drooping, reflecting the white light, adding a few more points of coldness to her surroundings. Exactly what the reason was, Songjin actually knew, even admitted it, but was still trying to hypnotize himself. As he Fong, who was making his first theatrical movie in 2 lives, he thought that publicity would be simple and there wouldn't be much competition. When he saw the scheduling list, his scalp tingled. 121. Mission No. 2. The person who couldn't sit still was none other than a police leader sitting next to Bureau Song. Surnamed Hu, but he wasn't from Z City, but from X province. After leaving the conference room, Hu Bureau immediately said, I heard before that your police department recruited a special talent, but also thought that you are not too exaggerated. Where in the world can understand the animal speech of the people? Today a glimpse would appear to be my ignorance. Lao Song Lao Song. This little girl can't. Old Song said with a smile. Haisuk Ino's life was one of discontent and helplessness. But he was not alone in his disillusionment with the samurai who had lost their hearts over the destruction of the Kamiki family. And so the resentment against Yoshimitsu Matsunami builds up and waits for the day when it will explode. But Leicester City didn't care so much. They defended hard and had the feeling of barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. So when several free kicks in front of the field were indirect free kicks, the fans realized that something was wrong. Just when the preparation of Phantom Poison thing, if compared to the real, she also have a part to participate. Not to mention involves the third prince's safety, she would not dare to say straight. At this time to reveal some of the mouth. There are shrewd green frost and in Fey intervention. Mows where there is room to turn around. Now ambiguous. Appropriate play dumb, just to try to protect themselves. If I bring more troops, I am afraid that the Inoki clan will be suspicious and even fight against each other. But if I go alone, I am afraid that the Inoki clan will take the opportunity to use me as a hostage to blackmail our family. Exchanging goodnights and a goodnight kiss to increase intimacy. It was a good night's sleep for both of them. Today's sky is very good. The morning light lightly sprinkled on the various colors of flowers in the Xian Yuan, making the whole Xian Yuan haunted by the sweet fragrance of flowers. Lu Xian climbed up with an innocent face, dragging Lin Shuang in the direction of Monkey, where there are several natural stone packs, at least not less than 2 meters. People stand on the other end, even if someone passes by, they will not see. Under such destruction, Ningyu still didn't die. Perhaps the most important thing to be thankful for was his soul. The integration of the star power had made his soul nearly immortal. But even so, Ningyu was really so close to death for the first time since he had reached the realm of man. The rest of the crowd froze when they saw Ningyu. They seemed to recall something in their minds. Gradually, Ningyu's figure appeared in their minds. Although a few of these people hadn't seen Ningyu, but everyone else had seen Ningyu. And even more so, they had heard of Ningyu's great name. You won't find to take those meatless places to nail it. It's really stupid enough. Wang Pinggan kicked at Gu Han and said with exasperation, due to the treacherous road, Lord Yi arranged for Yi Qinghui to bring a few hundred men to escort him in order to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Zheng Penghai has been in the barracks for so long that he knows what Lord Yi has in mind. So he thanks Uncle Yi for his intelligence and bravado. It dawned on Yuzhui that no wonder Arima had called Long Hao, who had good strength but such a bad character, to help this time, even if there was a trap in front of them. As long as Long Hao guarded this place, the Zero Squad had a chance of survival. Ife looked at the princess and nodded with a stiff face. Ife patted Susanna's shoulder again and nodded encouragingly to each other. Anyone who wants to push open the gate and enter the Xian underworld will be killed by me. The corpse head, with its mouth open, spat out a viscous liquid with a thick, fishy odor. Just as the group was having a good time drinking, there seemed to be cries of alarm and screams coming from the bottom of the mountain. Chen Xian's face stiffened and he forced himself to hold back before revealing a stunned expression. But in his heart, he was very surprised and did not know what Elder Du wanted to do. But with the danger out of the way for now, the vial of blood grande would be of no use. That said, Phelan was relieved, and hoped that he would never have to use it. Granny Shang spewed out a huge mouthful of blood as she laughed maniacally, and a blood-red moon surfaced and hung above her head. The color of blood overflowed, the light was dappled, and the cave instantly turned into a huge pool of blood. Black and red became the dominant colors here. As the dark ghosts drifted into where the turbulent realm space was, old Shao Tu suddenly launched a juggernaut, knocking them down into it with a single palm strike. With a weight of 1,200 pounds, even a Xian Yuan realm martial artist would have to lose a great deal of Yuan Qi to carry it like this for a day, and it would be very difficult to support it. And they also felt that He Yuntao didn't seem to use any of his Yuan Qi this day. This type of cultivation was undoubtedly a form of torture. He did cut into the monster in that moment, only it was the legendary one, made of sand. While this mentality is great and allows one to grow in the face of adversity, why do we have to suffer great wrongs and hardships if we want to accomplish a little something? Chen Feng crawled out of the hole with great difficulty and said, "This is my phosphorus arrow." As he spoke, he also raised his right hand. In his hand, there was a large piece of crimson stone, which was inlaid with a fire-red secret stone. Therefore, facing Suyin at this moment, Yu Zishir said, "I have the disease of not being able to look at you for more than a minute," which is exactly the reason. There were rooms upstairs, but they weren't at all well furnished, and the first floor was just right for one of their shifts. After all, Huan Wu needed to use them to achieve the effect of stabilizing people's hearts. More than that, he needed them to more smoothly grasp the cord up and down. Although Yun Meng Luo's heart was a little reluctant, she knew that her parents were already used to being free nowadays. Therefore, she let them go. Lin Huan would like to exchange identities with Yuma, and with Yuma's 10,000 existence points, Summer would have been resurrected by now. A few male cultivators stalled, then irritated, want to strike, but they are not stupid generation. A Jindan cultivator here. Even if they strike, in what is the use? In the end, just Yi, Yen, two people face firmly memorized, only to go back to the side of the three dukes, will be a good complaint. Chapter 122, she really isn't cut out to be a cop. What glass factory? Jiang Shurian covered her head and looked pitiful as tears rolled in her eyes from the pain. Shu Shu couldn't care less about his head hitting a red patch. You just suddenly shouted glass factory. Do you know something? Jiang Shurian shook her head and suddenly exclaimed, I remember. She related the dream she'd had after she'd fallen asleep on the couch, in which she'd subbed in for the big cat's perspective. Feng Xiling and Tu Ling also left on their own without saying a word, and Zhang Sangqiang and Tian Guangguang cupped their fists to salute the crowd and left. PS2, updates may be erratic due to recent events. While I will try to maintain daily updates, Li Gu, he's good at axe throwing and he can use a long-handled axe. And most importantly, Li Gu knows the art of healing. Luca went on. However, compared to this vaguely unknown temptation, the slender jade legs under the sarong that only reached the base of the thighs were so white that they shook one's eyes. Suddenly, Lin Yu glimpsed that at the back of the ring, there was a person sitting there, and as Lin Yu took a few steps back, he saw a person all wrapped up in black, his head covered by a hat attached to his clothes, and holding a huge scythe in his hand, sitting there with his head bowed. However, she herself was more sensitive to sound, and even though Xiaxin tried to lower her voice as much as possible, and was also going to what Yin Tian said, she still woke up. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, whether it was the top, middle, or bottom of Britannia. But most of those who knew that the prince's affairs would be tried today were waiting to see how things would progress. It wasn't that they couldn't maintain it for a longer period of time, but rather that for every additional breath they maintained now, then when it came time to fight against the Bone Evil King, their strength would be relatively weakened by 1 point. The destination of the shuttle is set as the living area of Slonso in the continent of Katana. Of course it is not possible to directly break in. That is not the same as declaring war to the demons. It is still a slow infiltration. First observing the form, and then unfolding the next action. Being completely surrounded then, Mills already had his lance in his hand, and the mercenaries beside him also took out their weapons. No one took a step back, and no one uttered words of pleading for mercy. After the food was distributed, Director Ho solemnly announced tomorrow's task to everyone. Tonight, all the guests need to prepare their own dinners. You can exchange dishes for an equal amount of money, but you can't give them away for free. The Taiping army is big. Guoson Lin fearless, said Li Hajiang, our army can be divided into 3 teams. I rate a team, luring thieves in depth. The remaining 2 teams, ambush around, to be thieves into the front. Jitsuan brother, that is, the ministries, waving flags and shouting, open the gun discharge. Though the thieves 60,000 people, but all the rabble, heard the sound will be routed. Minister of Military Strategy, the Emperor Li Hongzhou again, repair the garden. Is the exhibition of non-beneficial tourism, squarely thinking of the difficulties of the time? The Emperor should save no name of the work. Yang Jiefu received the order. First captured Jinko, then occupied Chaoko, and then laid siege to Aosets, burned more than 20 ships, and broke 1 camp. This sounds like mockery, but the tone of bias and with gratification. No, the son is like a father. To Lin Xuemin's understanding of this son, stalls this kind of thing, he is absolutely not do it. Not only that, King Lu also enjoys the annual beneficence of the imperial government in providing an annuity of $300,000. The imperial family, on the other hand, would also reward King Lu with a large amount of gifts from time to time, with materials and amounts often amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars. She had just finished wiping her clothes, and the scrap of paper she had put in her hand was rubbed again and thrown directly onto that QR code. Lin Luo thought for a while and couldn't come up with a suitable adjective, so he just threw it aside and put candles on the cake first. She had to go to the bathroom and put her bedclothes and boots away to put them away before some heartless dog took them and sold them. Seeing that Chen Fan had made up his mind, Ma Lei did not persuade him much. Now that the entire Lake Heart Island had been messed up by the Sun family's intrusion, he still had a lot of things to attend to. People can't really be stone-hearted robots after all. When faced with such a child, what parent wouldn't ache to the bone? Just you. Do you know the depths of our Yi family? What can you give me? The seventh elder scorned aside. However, this caused the Bloodsword Demon Emperor's heart to be filled with vigilance, and in the end, he sacrificed the 9-pale Purgatory Blade as a means of resisting the might of the Supreme Ancestral Cauldron. As soon as Tian Ming stepped into the Fengdu Ghost Forest, he felt an extremely chilly aura hit the invisible air mask outside his body. His footsteps were unceasing as he quickly delved deeper into the Fengdu Ghost Forest. Chang Liang is the more she thinks, the more angry, the more unbalanced in her heart. Why? Why does she have to suffer? Why can she only watch others enjoy? Why? Exemplary not exemplary. Zhang Jihui is not too concerned about, but the 2 points of the tax, that can give the old ginger to save the old nose money. Team up first, I'll wait for you, Ziling Tian said softly. These words, light and soft, as if they were the kind that would treat a couple, warming Fox Tian Mei's heart. Seemingly sensing the sincerity of the golden ant, Tian Ming quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best if he could refrain from a big battle here, but he didn't feel assured that this golden ant would go back on its word or not, so he remained as vigilant as he should be. 50,000 kobold goblins is not enough to come back to 50,000. 50,000 is not enough to come back to 50,000. Anyway, it will not take 5 years' time. They will be crazy type of growth. So in the foreign war of Mordor generals never drop responsible for the logistics of kobold goblins counted into the army's combat strength. Vidra Luo Han, Bronze Wall and Iron Wall. With a roar full of golden light, the devouring tiger rushed towards the level 3 spirit cat that was chasing behind Zhang Shang. Although Hundred Flower City might not know what they had done on their way to attack the south. What if? Feng Su Kite is anxious. She has too many enemies in this palace. It is difficult to be alone. Look at today's appearance. I'm afraid it is going to be bad luck. Just tell it. The body that pushed the door open gave a lurch. And then, Wang Shoujo walked towards the outside without looking back. Fu Shu ordered, only to see one of the rebels come out and reach out to kick the long sword held in Abutai's hand aside. The sound of the sword falling was crisp. Die. There was no mood to talk nonsense with Harris. Wang Shoujo, who stepped out, abruptly swung his stick, and the fighting battle, which was only more than a meter long, fiercely became bigger, and the violet explosive inflammation True Chi burned the fighting battle in fiery red, but only to him, like spring rain, like moist and silent. How can this not make Quan Ma Xin moved? In the heart vowed to repay this from the Emperor's grand grace. Chapter 123 Surfacing. Despite pretending to be calm on the surface, Zhang Shiyan's clenched palms had long been covered in cold sweat, and when she arrived at the floor of the intensive care unit, the mixed-race beauty got off the elevator, because the ICU is not allowed to allow family members to enter and exit, and the daily visiting time is also limited, so before they only met with Looney's parents in the corridor for family members to rest outside. Zhang Shiyan also followed and got off the elevator. She saw the half-breed girl heading down the hallway. Longswa spoke as he approached, and after getting thoroughly close, he didn't forget to turn his head and nod slightly towards Xiao Tianyu. With an irritation he didn't know how to vent, he turned again and rushed to the man, a fist raised. The impact of the scene was so great that Shishasha dry heaved in some discomfort, and the abusive players had begun to appear in the replica. The reason for this is that he didn't get Sortie for the entire worlds, and there was no way to choose Sortie as a skin. Zhang Cun and Yu exchanged a glance, and although there were still a lot of doubts in both of their minds, they still decided to give it a try. In the next moment, Yi Chen only felt a strong force hit him, and he was dragged towards the school gate. He then saw Xiaoyao's body begin to emit a 7-colored glow, and his own body began to glow as well. The white-clothed demonic cultivator bristled a bit in aggravation and returned to normal before the Black Nightmare could look towards him. The next moment Yi Chen was once again back in the Bagua building, and the card in his hand had changed from silver gray to gold just like last time. Because the New World Pirate Alliance originally existed as a group of pirates who were unwilling to give up their positions of power and authority, as well as some pirates who had little possibility of joining the Peace Island Kingdom. Cinema Emperor Shao, you'd better not call us Mamoru so affectionately. I'm afraid those who don't know would think that you have some kind of special relationship. Yi Iran wasn't afraid of offending people. The grandson who drugged Zhang Lin is named Liang Qiheng, an ordinary employee of a certain organization, but he has a powerful old man. The the Secretary of Education Liang Yoli. As the old man spoke, he suddenly danced with excitement and took the carving knife and stabbed it painfully into Coldwind's flank, pulling out an opening exactly a minute long. He had already regarded Chi Daoi as a member of his own faction, and was even able to help him impact the East China branch hall master position under the joint efforts. Sikong Hongliang's unicorn arm, in the face of these huge size of the Shin-class demonic beasts, but played a huge power, only to see his arms full of spiritual energy drumming, more and more thick and longer, like a diamond god, wheeling arms, stirring the wind and thunder roll. The demonic beasts when all were bombarded to be shattered into pieces. She recalled what Gnei had asked her earlier after he had drawn this painting for her. If this painting was sold to you for 100,000 gold coins, would you buy it? In a daze he seemed to hear something, like the sound of something hard filing iron, so slight as to be inaudible, but just enough to be not far from him. Believe it or not. Anyway, I'm giving you half a year to search for the Tinglong sword. If you don't come back in half a year, don't blame me for being unfavorable to your wives. You have to know that I'm also a man. Lang Ao coldly snorted. Zhao Gang thought of an unpleasant vision and immediately shook his head, shaking the idea out of his head. Given that the number of Tian Sunhai's fans was still 0, the boss didn't have the friendship to give away the signature kanji inside his store. But if they didn't beg Li Changxing to tell them, under Li Macho's rendering, their master Wang Chongyang would really be a negative and thin-skinned scum. So in Zhaoluan's impression Li Huarong as the newly appointed leader of Xia was a more friendly person than his father. But today Li Huarong put on a serious expression, which made Zhaoluan very confused, so he had to rub the back of his head awkwardly to compensate for the smile. Hearing this, and Lin Yuan felt that the Great Lord was originally supposed to manage the strife in his territory, and this was the right way to handle it. Wang Haochuan is quiet, but he will do a lot of things quietly. When Feng Yuzhen returned from the market, she couldn't carry anything, so Wang Haochuan would carry it home for her. When Xie Jing was running around on the street, Wang Haochuan would catch him responsibly and tell him to pay attention to his safety. On the unseen network, a hacker war is also unfolding at this moment. Huo Qingfeng's coup side hackers quickly hacked into the communication system of the Yulea regime's Three Swords Power Society, blocking it, while Yulea's side of the maintenance staff is desperately trying to unblock the hackers. Xu Ping's mouth kept repeating the same sentence, as if he was trying to engrave these two words in the middle of his mind. It was just that if one were to lift the confinement, the risk one would take would be enormous, and the karma would be just as great. Yang Nana sucked in a breath of cold air and turned her head to her companion, who however looked at her and nodded. The news about On Li's new song broke as it was confirmed by On Li's manager, Wang Hua, who stepped in to confirm the news on Weibo. Whether it is Yang Shou, Han Xin, such a level of marshal, or the lower officers, all must eat and live with the soldiers, and when the battle charge, the officers must rush in front of the soldiers. The human race now had a high fighting spirit and full of vigor, and although the demon barbarians were numerous, they were surprisingly also vaguely overwhelmed. Watermoon Sky might have some problems, facing 3 families. Naturally, it was also a bit of a lone force, but that didn't mean that Watermoon Sky itself wasn't strong enough. That was definitely an illusion, for which of the tracks just now was not as subtle as the crowd made it out to be. Though they too entered into the environment, another crisp head burst sounded, only to see the head of a U-clan member directly blown off. Shuahao mobilized his body's spiritual chi in a single stroke, but found how it could not operate. The spiritual chi flowing in the sinews and Dantian seemed to be unaware, flowing in the sinews on its own. Wang Jin was sweating profusely as he held the bee stinger sword, and while being yanked over by Sister Cow, he subconsciously drew back a bit as if he was afraid that the bee stinger sword would actually pierce Sister Cow's chest. He looked with some disbelief at the wounds on his body that kept having blood coming out, as well as the soldier with a thin body. How could he have never imagined that he would end up being decapitated by an ordinary person? Liking music was something that was engraved in Lian's bones, and his decision to become a star was not a momentary novelty. So, after seeing so many street singers perform, it was only natural for Li Yan to have a momentary itch. He took Meng Yuejia from his subordinates and held her in his arms, his thick arms swooping her like a giant vice so that she couldn't break free. Do you see that this movement today looks like a scare? Didn't those people say before they left that they would come back tomorrow? Lu Chanxian didn't believe Wu Hai at all. Assistant Han drew in a sweaty breath as he looked at the champagne rose of just the right color in front of him, and inexplicably felt that the chill he had just felt behind his back was because of it. Chapter 124, I have a way to find new clues. Jiang Shurian nodded. No problem, but the sound of the scene is very mixed. I may need some time and then a quiet room. Yan Anton asked his colleague from the technical department to take Jiang Shurian to another room and put noise-canceling headphones on Jiang Shurian. Jiang Shurian listened back and forth to the video countless times. That big yellow dog barking had been written down on paper after hearing it twice, but there were some other sounds in the video that Then, after you beat me to death, can you take my body over there? I want to be buried by the sea. Lu died eyeing the distant sky with a look of deep determination, hurriedly rushed back home. This time the set could not use flying. The previous battle had already exhausted him. In case he flew in the sky and fell down, that would be the end. Mo's disappointed expression hung on her face, thinking that her zoo dream had gone down the drain again, and she was in a very unattractive mood. Still helping Arthur to rest in the common room, Jaifer thought about it and felt the need to speak to Arthur. Though Ya had come in a dress, it was obviously a step better in quality here. So naturally, he changed. Everyone knows that he loves to smile, no matter when. The corner of his mouth always hangs a modest gentleman's smile, but who knows which time his smile from the sincere. Not a moment later Ling Binghan came down. Shen Xiao's back from the gunshot wound some time ago is not completely healed. This time another stick. I am afraid that it will have to recur. Just at the moment when Set's power was about to act on it, suddenly, a huge pressure rose from the ground, and Set's body tightened up, as if a few 100 pounds of weight had been added to his body out of nowhere. But that doesn't mean that Night Jiejing isn't tired of those who come to her door. Counting in the open and in the dark, she favors the direct use of force to solve all problems. But it's not like she has to do it herself, even if it's just any ant that she sends to the mountain gate, right? Lang Yanyi didn't say anything, but stopped himself, his hand still pulling Xiaoxi to not let her go. The two of them, Gu Lusheng and Zhen Shuilan, got up and walked towards the surgery door. And then they saw Tang Qing being pushed out by a few medical staff, and she wanted to follow, but Gu Lusheng pulled her back. Ugh! I let out a long sigh, my eyes settling on the back of Ho's head as he drove in front of me for a few more seconds before closing my eyes slightly in contemplation. If the doctor did not explain that Sophie needs to stay from the hospital in a few days to observe, I really want to immediately pick her back to the bath. From this place to stay really do not feel safe at all. Early the next morning, Luan and Hu Jin carry breakfast to the hospital to visit us. Once on the ministry's car, Li Ju felt like something was missing. When Liang Jian was in the hospital, he didn't need a car, and the car was Li Ju's special car. Liang Jian in the hospital these days, the organization department of the district party committee did not make a special trip to see him. It's not that strange. The underworld all has such a supreme young thing like the Nine Suns Chalcedony. Having a fire spirit crystal is nothing. Shi Mo laughed from the side. Great. Father is finally fine. Feng Yi said happily. But Feng Shiraku was more mindful than Feng Yi and looked at Feng Yan outside the door. And sure enough, he saw that Feng Yan was dazed. Su Jiyue shrunk behind him. Within his gaze was his spacious black clothes and his own plain-colored clothes intertwined. Hunting in the wind. No. I can't sit all the time. I need to exercise my legs so that I have the strength to give birth. Shen Yingyu pressed Liang Hanchu back, then held Liang Jing's hand and walked over to Shen Yuo's side piece by piece. Seeing their car take the lead and drive away towards the outside. Only then did Jian Shuilan follow Gu Lusheng into his car. The only thing that was different was the demeanor of the two sides. One smiled and acted very energetic, while the other gave off a much more stable vibe. Oh. Hurt the beautiful and handsome face of young Master Sela to that. Is really an unforgivable guy. In their own absolute strength before. Or less big words. After all, once said this word will be like swearing to the sky in general. If you cannot do it in the short term, it will affect their own cultivation. The surroundings were silent and there was not a single thing in his eyes, but Linny knew that his senses could not be wrong. Who it would be, Linny could not guess. Tatsuo Xing had a hint of anticipation due to Chiu Su Xian's pause. A faint hint of anticipation that went up in smoke at Chiu Su Xian's next sentence. Denyo and Yang Zixing wanted to say something, but Silent Ranzi raised his hand to stop it. Handing over the duster in his hand to Yang Zixing, Duan Lang said, "In that case, respectfully, I'll see you tomorrow at noon." After saying that, he brought Yu Lingshan back to the room. Duan Lang didn't say anything for half a day and didn't look at Yu Lingshan. He, himself, should have been discovered by that Xiang Yuan's master. What were the consequences? Linny was too late to think about it. Trying to run was no longer possible. Song Yi was a little surprised, looking at that teenage Tianzi looking at the garden with some sadness and bewilderment, with the bewilderment of a teenager of this period in his eyes. The roasting of the flames and then the use of frost to instantly cool it down would make anything more solid and fragile. Su Ao is like eating a heart pill. Only he has the actual right. Many things are guaranteed. Otherwise he is a person who can only talk about it. All the way to fly. The air constantly changing. A variety of wonders and wonders of the landscape as if walking lanterns from the eyes of the general floated by. The most people's heart's desire is that a variety of strange and colorful clouds. No longer hesitating, the remaining 400 chi-quenching pills were inhaled into his abdomen, and under the operation of the natural circumstantial exhalation method, they instantly transformed into pure medicinal power. which was wildly violent, forming substantial sharp and thin blades that strangled and cut the hundreds of veins around his body. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. My master won you fair and square. Who cares about your bottom line? Lu Qianxian said with his chin held high. All the magic-powered weapons on the battleship were rendered inoperable for a short period of time, and she had to take matters into her own hands. The lead soldier tapped the cell phone casing a few times. The signal from the phone was still not there, and the digital numbers on the screen were slowly becoming blurry. She could see now that maybe Father Joe really loved his second wife and wanted to live with her for the rest of his life, always unconsciously favoring her and standing up for her. The people heard the words, "Will be convinced," holding the handle of this weapon. Several people together under the force. It is easy to pull it down. Mr. Tang, I would like to have a private chat with Tang Zixian. Are you able to recuse yourself now? I definitely won't do anything to Tang Zixian. Simply massage him to let his body recover a bit. In the meantime I'll hurry. Du Kong's request was rightfully rejected by Tang Zuyan. Since ancient times, has any emperor really lived forever? But none of the emperors who indulged in alchemy and questioning ended up living long. The door of the pharmacy opened from the inside. Shin Heyi's pale and cool face appeared behind the door, and he slowly squatted down. Lao Dong, my son was beaten. You even stood by and watched. Dong Tiancheng just received the cell phone in his hand. He heard the split face questioning. Chapter 125 Appearance of Target Vehicle. Zhang Shurian let out an ah and fell on her but in shock. The little stray dog was also dropped on the ground. Ow barked, ran to the side of the exposed hand and lowered its head to sniff vigorously, then ran back to Zhang Shurian's side and barked a few times, because the grass was taller. The police officers in the distant high-rise couldn't see clearly what Zhang Shurian was doing when she dug into the grass. Then, what is that? Zhang Shurian asked, blushing. When the eyes grow those dense collision sound to hear the headache. Even Du Jia also vaguely heard the pale male voice just now. But people can't afford to be confused. If you're around he'll be a great emperor. If you leave I'm afraid the future will be all over Hilton. Melfa said solemnly. Fu Su stared. He knew there was no danger, but was deeply puzzled by what Chao Shou was doing. This meant selling him out and the rest of them running away? Just then, the whole building suddenly alarmed, and the security guards downstairs suddenly got nervous and started running around like headless flies. Honestly, I really don't know what they were running around blindly for. Seeing that the Li plutocrat had gotten a little angry, the reporters all smartly changed their words and started asking Li Junshul's brother how he felt about his impending imprisonment. They don't need to fill the whole moat. They just need to fill out a broad path for them to pass through. Thousands of people rushed forward. All of them have been sandbags thrown, and the depth of the moat is slowly decreasing as far as the eye can see. After all, Claire had plenty of confidence that as long as he was given time, even if he was at the bottom of the pile now, with enough time, becoming the most powerful baron in the entire kingdom would not be a problem. Earl Wright thought it over and realized that this was just a young man with some guts and a quest for advancement. A million honors. Augustine looked at the Count's smile and hammered twice at the ashes in his robes. They could have done without this passivity. The Archbishop had sent them over to be accountable. Even the 90% of the paladins stationed in the diocese had led the way for the purpose of rounding up the fledgling heretical sect. However, relying on her magical attainments from her previous life, Claire felt that the difficulty of this task was not to say that it was as hard as hell, but it was actually as easy as it could be. When he was the anchor, Leon could still fool around with his singing skills from his previous life. After all, the anchor didn't need to be too specialized in musical attainments. The door of the room was kicked open at this moment, and an old man walked into the house with a few people. These people are all Jiankou village villagers. The village chief is also among them. Zhao Fushan carefully observed the old man. There is nothing special, but more than ordinary old man spirit. Should be some kung fu. The Pepper Room Hall was originally located in the center of the harem, while the Jiuhua Palace was on its right side. Wanting to return to the Jiuhua Palace, Lung Yu would have to walk through a high wall with red walls and green tiles on both sides, and the quiet stone road with no palace people walking on it late at night was still easy to walk on. At least Guan Shenji didn't think that Guan Yuchen was someone who would chat with classmates of his age. Those people, in Guan Yuchen's opinion, were already completely even worlds apart, and the things that we all cognized and perceived were very different. However, the people's remarks are not important, but for the court officials, there is one thing that always haunts them. Feng Xinci was indifferent to what Guan Shenji said. Only, the next words that came out of her mouth almost made Guan Shenji's mouthful of old blood just sprayed on the wall. At this moment, the three could not have imagined. Just 1 year later, the three will be different. Ice Lotus Net Kai two people with the help of the power of the compulsion, and constantly turned danger into danger. Staged a legendary story. Is it to listen to his sermon or do you have something else in mind? Xiaohosu asked coldly. Hearing her say that, A fury grew in his heart and a rage rose up. She really did swindle her way to death back then. But even so, what is the reason for her appearance today? And what kind of a day is the 3rd of March? March 3rd. Mountain flowers roam. She didn't understand what kind of meaning Ning she was trying to convey to her. Cluck, cluck. I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Don't scratch. Brother, let me go. Zhang Ziki laughed while twisting her body, pleading towards Lin Yifeng. As a weakling of the lower realms, the old demon king was already at the peak level, but he had only lived for more than 1,000 springs and autumns in the end, and was already at the age of dying. Yu Qingmei said with a smile. Yu Xianyao's work slowly detached from the government side, opened his own company, in his words, dealing with the side all year round. The water is too deep. He has to consider for his wife and children. Li Yu took a deep breath. The muscles on his face tightened, and the true chi in his body was also crazily poured into the thunder gun, and the entire thunder gun was also emitting a trembling sound at this moment, and the space was trembling at this moment. This burst of folk songs, although some vulgar words and phrases, but the rhyme and it's beautiful. The male voice is also very melodious, sung to the end of a group of men for the main chorus, followed by a burst of laughter. Laughter. There is not a little bit of debauchery or kitsch, but through a real joy. Although I only had time to push her out in my haste just now, she was definitely not too far away from me. The man spat out blood from his mouth, and his body spasmed a few times immediately afterward before he collapsed softly to the ground, with one person taking the lead. For a while those who knelt down were in an endless stream, as if there was inertia, and after a few moments there was no one left standing around Xiaofeng except for Anyo. Xiaofeng Si Zhuang. This only lowered the phoenix wing guilt boring. The chief softly slipped down, already died of gas, 2 eyes staring at the boss. She didn't care much about it, just smeared some red potion, and over time, the scar became particularly clear, like a constant reminder. The two of them got out of the car one after the other. Only then did Jane Chen lean back on the back seat in a vain manner. Today's events, one after another, almost scared him. Only to Lu Han, Koan Zhao Yun and Li Zhan, 3 people are as paralyzed, can only be slaughtered. At the same time there is some did not understand. Zhuang Feng this later said that sentence is a what is the meaning of the drug since not on the knife. That is when? Kuei Boa angry. I did not expect the key moment someone to intercept. Really ing unorthodox. But the hands of that are not dare to slacken. Simply cannot spare a hand. And Lu Berserk Mountain and others are far away from each other. It is too late to block. Chapter 126 Step by Step takes the initiative to go on a mission. Jiang Shurian subconsciously blocked her eyes with her hand, and just as Sarah bent down and prepared to pick up the flashlight, the little stray dog from earlier rushed up once again. Sarah cursed and backed up against the pain, angrily blurting out a foreign language that Jiang Shurian couldn't understand. Find a way to make some noise and divert their attention. Yan Anton's voice came out of Jiang Shurian's earpiece. Jiang Shurian thought that this was said to herself. She's not at all. In the center of the secret room, there were countless green plants, all full of flowers. That was none other than the heartless flower. However, underneath each plant, there was a dried-up corpse. All of these plants were growing on a person's heart. It looked bizarre to the extreme. Chen Yi's mind instantly went blank, but it was not without thinking. On the contrary, all the skills, like lightning and flint, flashed past his eyes. It was obvious that something was up when they would love the sound of his horn so sharply. So at this point we rushed back. Han Yaro chanted twice, then lifelessly took a pillow and scrunched her face into it. The snow-white earth was devoid of any rain or snow, and the sky was pitch black, but the boundless academy glowed with a luminous blue light. Then why did you just pretend you were sick to scare me? Seeing that Qin Ruilin had confessed to such Shen Ning, she also saw the good in the good. The receptionist at the front desk is not an ordinary person. The cashier who can receive these rich people who spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just to do a giant martial arts arena VIP card here. Their vision and eyesight that is not generally high. Usually the first look instantly can judge the identity and status of the reception guests. After giving the video an eye-catching name, we posted it right on top of our registered Twitter vlog. There is no such thing as getting something for nothing in this world. You, Lin Xiao, have only been training for a short while and you are thinking that your strength has improved. Shangguan Qingfeng, with a smile on his face, walked up to the dumbfounded Beimoi, and with his hand on Beimoi's shoulder, he opened his mouth, and then the 3 of them entered the gates of Fenghua Academy. Don't tell me that you were behind those photos? Guo Zhendong said in a bad tone. He still had a better understanding of He Yuxia. If Rongrong really hung out with Yuxia, it was expected that in the future, she would just focus on cultivation and put him aside. Immediately, many people surged over, blocking others who were also about to surge over, pushing Xia Rojia outward. The sound of talking rose and fell in her ears. Mrs. Xia, however, felt that it was suddenly far away and near, and the house became even noisier. Zijin Baihua looked at him with such devotion and covered her mouth and laughed, laughing straight up and holding up her stomach. Zhang Lin hesitated, a little nervous in her heart, but as soon as she thought of the hatred in her heart, her eyes immediately became determined again, and she took the black cloth and cooperated to blindfold her eyes. That medicine goodness. Sensing the changes in his body, and hearing Wuhu's divine sense transmission, and also calling out his own name in the Putua mountain temple, was both shocked and delighted, and subconsciously looked towards Wuhu's direction. Immediately afterward, he looked around, still pretending to be in a state of panic. I just don't know if Brother Along will share some with us. Hey, this kind of elixir is something I've never even looked at, let alone eaten. Lao Si said with a smile. And the lower courtyard host Xianbei and Xian is the same period of teacher brother. Xianbei is much more powerful than Xian, for the golden immortal cultivation, would have been able to enter the upper courtyard cultivation, but he automatically give up such a good opportunity to take the initiative to come to the lower courtyard when the host, let many people really puzzled. This proves that their second house is not at fault, then the one who is at fault can only be Mrs. Xia. This is a path where there are witnesses and physical evidence that can preserve their second house. It was the sound of water waves, coming from the front, getting closer and louder, and in the twinkling of an eye it already seemed to be rolling in fury. Yuki listened to the story for so long, mental surface only one doubt, but she did not know if she should ask this question out. At this moment, under the city of Gaoyang, it was densely packed with Chao soldiers, who were desperately crowding in towards the city gate, blocking the gate and the drawbridge to a standstill. Trap, who was already close to a mental breakdown, finally couldn't carry on in the airy confrontation. He lunged for his life to his left, and Neymar immediately and steadily pushed the ball vigorously to his right. Luo Chuzhen unceasingly attacked, and the attacks became stronger and stronger. The brilliant light in the starry sky continuously exploded, and the monstrous sea of fire incinerated an unknown number of living beings. Li Fan screamed out in shock after seeing Li Taizhu being hit, and his body flashed to go over to help Li Taizhu, but Li Taizhu waved his hand at Li Fan. As soon as he flew into the air, Hao Bai saw a special scene, which made him realize at once that he had traveled back in time. The giant dragon roared as the energy in his body boiled, destroying every single cell of his body and completely annihilating Zhu Jie's vitality. Divine level foreign devils were extremely tenacious in their vitality, and if they didn't, there was still the possibility of a resurgence. Now, the appearance of Helian Shan and Su Linga seemed to have completely forced Emote Sanyun to the brink of extinction in an instant. What's back there? Lu Rong seemed to see something horrible. Her eyes were so wide that they almost fell out. He could care less about everything, but if one messes with him, then he won't be an angel, but a demon. Amidst the deafening cheers, Nameless and the Battle of the Dead Blood and his party were allowed to sit in the special seats on the operating side. Since there were no more seats available in the general seating, Sandra had made special arrangements to prepare seats for the crowd on the balcony of the headquarters where they could view the battle from above the stage. Chu Mo Shuang, Chu Sip depicts Jing Qiufeng, 3 people all the way roaming to the area of Mountju. Mountju is located in the water town, surrounded by many lakes. Light rain when the hunting smoke, sparse rain, clothing cold, whisking water, clear rock. The green-shirted man nodded and walked over to him, removing the mask of the king of Lanling and revealing an extremely clean face. Lin Yang, if you keep talking nonsense I'll never see you again. Han Yusen couldn't help but say angrily when she saw that the bastard was still being sarcastic even at this point. He hadn't disappeared for a few days with that darling of his. Why was he suddenly back? Yang Xiaozong realized that the young body is really good. After a day of heavy physical labor can continue to fight for the 6 work points. Really, 19-year-old body is really good. The whole body has endless strength. Imei nodded. Yes, I am the siren everyone talks about. Sir, can the service begin? Imei revealed a small smile, smiling so professionally. He frowned tightly at himself while Xiang Chenglan was also looking at him. She stood up from the sofa and then crouched down on the floor after him as well, taking the plate and chopsticks in his hands. Chapter 127, come on, let's go pick up Nana and take her home. After arriving at Chen's house, the atmosphere was very low, and in the living room, except for Chen Dudu and his wife, only some police officers responsible for listening were left. The third email is here. The police suddenly shouted. The email quickly opened. Inside is still eerie and dark background. However, unlike the previous 2 times, this time Chen Jina cloaked, and dislike face shot also makes her look very weak, lips dry and skinned. Even the strength to speak is gone. Today's technology to build such a high floor is not difficult. In the beginning a few people proposed to open a store after Ellis sent people to start building, coupled with his heavy money smashed down. Robots day and night construction. A month to complete this huge building. Fu Lian looked down at Fu Nan. A sharp light. Nan Nan's body trembled, but defiantly, raised his chin and locked Fu Lian. Nodded seriously. Since learning his first spell he had become more respectful of his teacher than before. It wasn't that he craved more power, just as much gratitude as he could muster. If she really wanted to know, as this man said, just take off his mask and he'd tell her the truth about everything. Woke up. It was already evening. Because I drank the medicine in the morning, at this time the body surprisingly already do not feel any pain, and after a long time of sleep, the spirit is also much better. There was a boom, and lightning surrounded her body, crackling along with the rich smell of blood and flesh opening up. In this way, the three of us struggled to move forward on the mountain road. I don't know how long we had been walking, but a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in the air, followed by a burst of thunder, boom, which shook us all to the core, only to see, when Zhang Wei put Jun Junhua, handed over to the kindergarten teacher, Jun Junhua immediately reluctant. Mo Yanchi as several people also do not care about them, casually they go to Scourge. Anyway, this space has been cultivated for tens of thousands of years. The next time someone comes in again is not known when. The fact that they were even in the mood to joke about it meant that this amount of exercise was nothing to them. Cultivator's discussion and did not I make Emoli face the slightest change. Perhaps only he knows. This piece of pebble-like stone gave him a very peculiar feeling. After saying that, he jumped off the bed and drilled out of the cave. That ugly big man also instantly transformed into an octopus comparable to a giant ship, holding that old man as he flew under the sea. What kind of person would be so bold? Zhou Tianlong was very puzzled. According to common sense, once a human entered the underworld, they could never come back. Ling Hu Jiexing sighed, and just as he was about to turn around and leave, his figure abruptly stopped and he looked at the direction of the boundary with a surprised expression. It wasn't just Uncanny who received timely medical treatment. Even Merlin and the others were saved by the careful attention of the cadets, especially that Benson beside Mary. The politeness was simply overwhelming. Although able to successfully kill the snow leopard, but the ferocious claws are still in the chest as well as the back left a number of wounds of varying depths. Have no choice but to apply the healing herbs that they carry, which eases the wounds. Hearing this, Li Tian'er's heart flashed with a trace of warmth, and she hurriedly said to Zhou Tianlong, I'll give you more details when we get into the house. With those words, she pulled Zhou Tianlong into the house. Ling Qian smiled awkwardly, then his body flashed to a huge pillar not far from him, and with a thought, the innate furnace was steadily fixed on top of the stone pillar. So Quintus didn't consider the question of whether or not he would attract the attention of onlookers if he went forward to collect battle souls with empty hands. And then, the Thunder Emperor's Dharma was in motion, drawing all the power of thunder and lightning into it, replenishing his own true chi. And the Thunder Emperor's Dharma was able to call upon all the thunder in heaven and earth. So the power of his thunder and lightning couldn't injure him at all. The surface of his skin was left with dense white marks. These were the marks left on his skin after being struck by the sword chi. And there was also a tingling sensation coming from it. East of South America, at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, a nuclear submarine was slowly making its way towards the South Pole. The same submarine that had been hit by Korean the last time. The war will kill many beings until there are enough resources in the endless stars for the living. They knew, however, that it wasn't time for a break yet. Several warships were still out there, and the ship was already half submerged, and the entire ship had begun to tilt to one side. A pain suddenly came from my thinly clothed left shoulder, and before I could turn back in anger, I was bound in Fu Chunxian's arms. With a move of chi clashing, Dao Zongyang took several steps back while Li Changfeng took 3 steps back, and when they saw this situation, the crowd was completely stunned. Even if his cultivation was higher than him, it was useless. And the Fractal family had an extremely low status in the eyes of the Zone clan, just because of the divine soul prohibition within his body and so on. Another bout of attacks. The strength of the Shao stripes arrived at the 2 fingers of the Vector disciple, is also considered to be the best of the young people. Continuous more open ushered in the fists. Broken dagger as arm like a free dance. Each time will certainly bring up the bright red blood. Not in a moment of time, just a few of those young disciples, has been half of the defeat. Luing looked back at Xiao Fei hoping that he would say something. But Xiao Fei just shook his head helplessly because he knew that those things were indeed done by Lan Ling. After Qi Tianyuan got the relevant news, he hurriedly called Lu Fan and asked him to move his activities in advance. Ikari always kept a graceful smile, at all times with a stoicism that Wansi had never learned. There is no impermeable wall. There is no impermeable army problem. The last time the showdown between the 2 mysterious organizations of the Chinese Soul and the Dragon Group, many leaders still know, the Dragon Group is so powerful, the Chinese Soul is even more. The leadership of the natural one bite, the police side is more sold out. Aya, Lele, you really amaze me. So smart and see so through. No wonder you hide here to enjoy the sunshine. Lu Song said. At this time, K, however, did not speak. nor did he come out to speak, but just quietly watched. He believed that the prowler would convince everyone and seal their mouths. After rushing into the tunnel, surrounded by an empty square, within this square, it was surprisingly covered by black and reddish and sticky blood. Chen Tai-ran disappeared into the marvelous realm of the ice heart skill, and for a while he forgot about himself, and his spirit drifted as if he was about to ascend to heaven. Alas! Understand, the key is, why always looking for my thing? There is gold in more than me, and our country is the world's largest gold producer. Need to have to take me to start? Le Fan's mouth muttered, although the heart understands, but, that is 10,000 not happy. Chapter 128 Entering the Factory Building. Nui Nui is a smart little teddy, K9 IQ ranked second, and is also considered to have grown up with Chen Jina since childhood. Very loyal to Chen Jina. It let out a woof in response to Jiang Shiyan's words. As unbelievable as it sounded, there was something reasonable in the unbelievability. After all, this pet kept by the kidnappers must have been more familiar with its owner's scent than they were. The SWAT team infiltrated the factory building without a word. Many of them were still unclear to this day what exactly was the purpose of the Liang King's sudden visit to Qingzhou. Could it be that this man of legendary experience was going to tour his territory like a true king? The image gradually became blurred, and when it became clear again, the gloomy environment had become much brighter. In the picture was a city, incomparably prosperous. If one looked closely, one could recognize that it was Chang'an in the Central Plains. I stayed in a stiff sitting position listening to him say these words, but didn't give him any response because I couldn't and didn't know what to respond to his words. Do a year and a half of the lieutenant, horseplay life finally settled down. Year-round unprecedented, no longer wandering around. Even Longxian County are going less. At most the time of the rest day to walk friends. Weekdays will be the duties of the lieutenant to do very well. There are few cavalrymen in the Black Mountain Army, let alone this kind of brave and fearless helmets with armor and spears in dozens of paces away from the valiant Knight Mayu is simply unheard of. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hide it from you guys. I really don't know how to explain. Shangguan Zili hung her head and said. Master River applauded enthusiastically, but people didn't give a damn about him. They looked at me again and then turned their heads to continue chatting and eating. I was sick with embarrassment, but Master River wasn't embarrassed at all and pulled me towards a camp canopy. Overall, Gao Ruyu's performance tonight was still good, and it wasn't all about making the Emperor feel that she was a chance encounter, but made him less disgusted. Apart from imprisoning their freedom and preventing them from contacting the outside world, the life of the prisoners is even a little bit better than the outside. I ran through the basin like a madman, goosebumps crackling down my body as I thought back to the meter-long white centipede. That thing was horrible to think about. Such a thing, and in Ziyan sent Buddha beads then. Do not know how many times more precious. After all, like such a large sheep-fat jade, I am afraid that the capital cannot find a few pieces. At this time, Liao Laochi and Liao Junyong came to greet Zhou Hang for the noon meal. And only then did Zhou Hang stop. Xiao Yibai glanced towards Imperial Dr. Su, who immediately understood and walked to the side of the hospital bed, examining the bloodied gauze carefully. Since the disappearance of the underworld, the Yellow Spring is nowhere to be found. However, in certain corners of the world, there were still people who had found traces of Yellow Spring water. Yellow Spring water was one of the few most filthy things in the world, and Yellow Spring true water was the essence of it, so it was regarded as a treasure by some evil cultivators. Seduce our family, let you seduce our family. Shameless, give you face and you are shameless, see if I don't kill you. Zhouan was really angry. He knew that the Holy Mother of the Pure Land had never given up on counteracting herself. In fact, as far as the current situation was concerned, Zhouan hadn't exerted any strength stronger than that of the medium-grade earth destruction realm. Is the price of $200 million in China high? Compared to the Myanmar Yangon public plate to moldy dollars as the unit of price. According to the exchange rate of RMB to moldy dollars at the time of conversion, less than 25 million moldy dollars, of course, is not expensive. Zhouan bowed in front of the dragon bed and rambled on for a long time. Nothing changed. Everything was in Zhouan's plan. It is not important to succeed or not to succeed in robbing the grain and grass escorted by the court. What is important is to go and kill the people of the court, and to have the people of the court have seen their faces. She took pictures with her bracelet as her vehicle passed the rotating building. Not only because that location was the one Lilia had described as the location of the shipment, but also because the shipment of workers didn't feel quite right to her. Therefore, after entering the humble premises of the resident, Gao Muqing screamed off the crowd and Lin Ju embraced obliviously, the two of them hugging each other tightly and celebrating the smooth passage of this hurdle. I'm not sure if I heard it right. If not, perhaps my perception of the feudal lore is about to change. The Jinyuan sect was only 800,000 li away from here. And with the speed of a martial king and martial emperor, they could arrive in 2 or 3 hours. Who on earth would come knocking on the door? because Lin Fun Tian's room was next door. Zhao Jingji didn't have much worry or fear. Instead, she felt more at ease, because she knew that Lin Fun Tian wouldn't let the people around him get hurt. However, she was still a little strange. Who on earth would come knocking on the door at this late hour? Sure Z this night. Although the performance of dual cultivation technique drenching, but the heart of the matter or dawn out of Tianyue Fulu. He must deal with the store. Anyway, now Tongmei he woke up. As long as there is him, there is definitely exclusive news to come. Sure Z thought to himself, could this be the sprinkling of mana? And just as he was thinking about it, he saw the sunlight through the gaps in the clouds, sprinkling 10,000 golden rays of light, followed by a rainbow across Megafaith City. Yu Tian could see that there were some abnormalities, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, slowly sitting down on the chair and comfortably leaning his back solidly. When Bai Mengjie saw this message, she was in a mood to set the clouds in motion, and her eyes lit up a few points. Nadia, I also have this ambition, just in a different category. You like Chinese massage, I focus on cardiovascular. While Luo Tsuan and his elder brothers evacuated with their non-combatants, the infuriated demon dragon was trying to take advantage of the moment when the blue halo on Lian's body receded to counterattack, but he was intercepted by Sharon, who arrived in time by swinging her huge axe. Chapter 129. The small flower snake wrapped around her wrist flicked out with lightning speed, its sharp fangs instantly biting into the back of the man's hand, releasing a weak venom. The man after the snake's bite instantly ate the pain and grabbed the snake and flung it hard towards his front. It happened to land on Jiang Shiyan's shoulder again. Only then did Jiang Shiyan see clearly who the person pulling her was, and it was actually Oku, the funny bearer in the criminal police squad. Oak made a shoe motion at him, and Mukin explained the housekeeper to have both Chinese and Western food made tonight. The same home, back for the second time. Lu Feifei felt so unnatural this time. How depressing. But she couldn't say anything, and Mukin took the bread and directly ate a few bites. Lu Feifei unscrewed the cap and handed him the mineral water again. Yuzu smiled bitterly. She had called to say exactly that. The video playback was a bit of a pain in the ass. In the end, Lord Kara brutally kills everyone in Ace's house without leaving a single person behind, resolving the old rival who had been working against him for more than 10 years. Lord Kara's heart suddenly emptied the moment he put down his sword. Wang Qitian stared nervously at the zombie in front. The zombie in front of the blood-red eyes with a murderous aura. Wang Qitian could not help but tremble slightly. But apparently the zombie did not realize that the sight of the coaxing stink of the mud puddle actually hides a living food, and at the same time, besides Wang Qitian, everyone else also heard the same footsteps, and all of them quickly opened the door of their rooms and walked out, looking at each other with suspicion and vigilance in their eyes. Lu Feifei's heart was quite warm when she saw this action of An Muchen. This man wasn't bad, he just lacked some warmth. Simon was tough about it too, spotting one, unlucky one, and then chasing them all the way in reverse. So much so that fewer and fewer people have dared to follow the surveillance over the years. But, apparently not none. France's Vivendi Group, which has suddenly launched a takeover bid for Disney, is now renewing its push to lift the ban on media consolidation in order to prevent more big Hollywood studios from falling into the hands of foreigners, and dares not to have been a problem until Vivendi and Disney reached a takeover deal. In this way, both sides hit it off because they each had something they wanted. In order to make this matter look more natural, and in order to pull in a backstabber, Qi Rusi intentionally approached Xia Zixuan to conspire, saying that they would work together to get rid of Nangong Dai. The most troublesome ones were still concubine Shui and Feng Qianli. Feng Qianli was a great man, but because of this disaster he lost an arm and became an invalid from then on, which I'm afraid was worse than death for him. In the dead of night, an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the southern city of Pearl City appeared to be calm, but in reality there were dozens of martial artists lurking inside, and the vast majority of them were also of the type that possessed the dark power. After hearing the sound, her head moved before the hand on the back of her head seemed to notice her and let go. But Boss Ribery's words were cut off by Cardenik before he could speak. When she had reached some distance from the cell, suddenly Lancino drew his hand over her ear. Unfortunately, there wasn't much here that Mu Xing wanted to buy, so she just wandered around with Han and proposed to go back. The place she transferred to this time was the city's first high school, the high school with the best promotion rate in their school. However, at the same time, Zhuofeibai can also see that the faces of these people are not very good, full of hostility and brutality, and it is no wonder that if they were normal people, they would not choose to come to this kind of place. Then, Feng Lingyi did the same thing, killed Empress Feng, and then publicly declared that because she was in love with Feng Yuanshang, she volunteered to be buried with her body. How the two loved each other in their lifetime is obvious to all, and the matter of martyrdom is not unprecedented, so it has not caused any discussion and suspicion. But compared to the cold palace, Fan Bingyan is even more miserable. People who were sent to the cold palace, there is often a maid around. She is only her own. This stinking girl almost spoiled my good deed. If not Wei Zhe and Xiao Hao steward some friendship, helped to say a good word, this marriage almost ruined. Xiao Yuma came in a rage and left in a mess. His performance failed to affect Xiao Jingchen's mood. After all, Xiao Jingchen had long ago categorized him as sick in the head. The towering walls on both sides blocked the starlight, and even in the pitch black, Mu Hong could feel a mass of deep black objects ahead of him, like a wall, blocking the way. He braked urgently and stopped in front of the wall, pulling out his belt knife and putting it up in front of him. Eat a big loss Wang Yen ate, that call a rage, in the capital so long, or the first time someone dare to him so. However, just now Shi Yutian's force, more or less let him understand that the person in front of him is a practitioner, and Kung Fu is not low. This pitiful appearance, anyone who saw it would be unable to bear it, but instead of being bred by the Rihui Academy and fighting with the fantasy beasts every day, it would be better to die and be free from the torture. At this moment, Chenin was still sitting on the ground, the creepy chewing sound constantly stimulating Chen Wei's eardrums, but even though Chen Wei had already walked behind him, he still didn't have the slightest sign of any other movement. Cough. Looking at Feng Yun who had a derisive look on his face, Wang Feng dryly coughed twice and sat down again, while Qin Lingchuan was also embarrassed and walked back again. There was silence in the car as the Netflix traveled. Driver, taking advantage of the gap between waiting for the traffic light and glancing at the back seat through the rearview mirror. That big boss had been resting with his eyes closed ever since he got into the car. It should be because he was working too hard, so he purposely slowed down the speed of the car a little bit. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go today. I saw this kind of grass at the back of Falling Cloud Peak last time I went there. I'll take you to pick it. Luo Xiaojun closed the quilt and tightly embraced her into his arms, and once he remembered the text message that had just been sent, his gaze turned a few more points colder. I turned my head to look at Lok Sky with some surprise, not understanding how a team of foreigners could appear in a place like this. Aura Lang Interceptor had just called just for show, and was really asking Karuti to look up his grandfather's information. This time I struck very hard, and the heads of all the walkers that died under me almost turned to mush. I thought you wouldn't go just them. As he walked towards the carriage, Nightling lowered his voice and said softly to Bai Yuju, surveying her pretty face. Tang Xiaoyan couldn't hold back any longer and pressed onto her petite body, finding her cherry lips and taking a kiss. The old lama and Shane separated again. The old lama went without the slightest pause, both feet violently once again, like an arrow general shot out, both fists like two sledgehammers, swung high, directly to the round table knight Shane's head. Ren Shenyuan open or not happy Yunyao naturally does not care. Just in the half-moon divine palace board for so long, really want to go out for a walk. Not to mention what exactly is the situation of Nanshan nowadays. She always have to touch the situation. Chapter 130, this matter is over. Jiang Shiyan looked at the black tiger that appeared here in shock. Although he had previously heard that the black tiger would take part in one last mission before retiring from the military, he had never expected it to descend from the sky in such a mighty and domineering manner, appearing just in time to pounce on the pugilistic man with a gun who had committed the murder viciously to the ground. Oko and Yen Anton pounced at the same time. That pugilistic man is particularly strong, higher than Yen Anton, at least 2 meters above the height, stood up like a mountain, brute strength. A time. Yang Xiu still doesn't dare to say anything, but Wang Lang can't let him be so reckless. If an elder asks a question, how can he not answer? What's more, he himself is his enlightened teacher. With Situ Ruikian and Chang Binbin's vocalizations, the surrounding crowd had already focused their attention on this side. The man responded with a playful, bad smile on his face, and a pair of salty pig hands were still not honestly going around taking advantage of the opportunity to mooch. The thought of Situ Ruikian thinking that he had made the perfect plan, only to find out in the end that it was a joke. With that, Pipsia kissed flapped her wings and flew back over Colm's head and into Herring's arms, and began to beg to be fed. Even if he made the mistake of cheating, is he worth forgiving? Haven't you heard that there is only a difference between cheating 0 times and countless times? Su Ziyue carried a hint of annoyance. Xiao Shan felt a little amused at what was going on. However, there was no way that he himself would go with him. She chopped down with a sword, and the flower head erupted with magma-like blood scattered on one side, while her back suffered a blow, and the shield of the cast life furnace was automatically activated. But despite that, she was still injured by that blow to the internal organs and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The more Cao Cao listens, the more he is shocked. The more he listens, the more chilled he is. He had never thought that the old man was able to get away, not because of a fluke, but because of his own youngest brother's scheduling maneuvering in the middle. The person who came in was actually Su Ziyue, who had run out in tears only a few minutes ago. and Zheng Tianpun looked at her as she walked in, and was actually not the least bit surprised. People in Walnut Village may have seen the program, but they did not connect the handsome Yao Jun on TV with the Yao Jun in their village. After all, there is too much difference. She was wearing a turquoise Chinese short-sleeve cheongsam, and the 2 emerald earrings on her white earlobes shone with a warm, translucent luster, weighing her face with a smile at the corners of her mouth. Of course, do not need to go too deep. Each style to do a sample into, and does not need to portray the delicate design of the subtle, the scope of the elements selected, the specific arrangement of the layout of the way to determine a good can be, just the direction of it. Let's do this first then. I still have things on my side. I've left it for you for quite a while. When you're done, take it back and drink it. Yao Jun smiled and said, brother, you're finally back. You just woke up. Why are you running around? Lin Shui saw Lin Yu come back very dissatisfied said. This time she didn't directly jump into Lin Yu's arms for fear that Lin Yu's injuries were still not healed. She just ran over and hugged Lin Yu's arm. To know, Yao Jun to the old man to buy only the old man machine, keypad, this kind of cell phone. More than 10 years ago, Yao Jun only to give the old man an advanced smartphone he cannot use, so special selection of this one. Lu Fan was not worried about the steel making, because with the power of the great sun golden flame, 1 drop would be enough for 3 months, and by that time, when the flames inside the Dan furnace were roaring, the steel would naturally keep coming. Moreover, he could also let the fire spirit snake absorb some of the heavenly flame origin as well. I really can't lay my hands on it now, but I can't bear to give up this chance. But Big Black has spoken, so I can't say anything else. The 2 of them, a 7th on the heavenly ranking and an 8th on the heavenly ranking, actually made the same choice. The meaning behind this was chilling. It's not that you can't see it, it's mainly because you all have your own advantages in terms of body shape, so you can't say whether it's good or bad one-sidedly. Lin Feng replied cautiously. Lord Oz sat on his throne, propped his cheek on his arm, cocked his head, and squinted as he waited for news. The center point of these tens of thousands of people, that is Yi Tian, the big supervisor, has sensed that these troops, they all have military souls. Military souls, what is that? But all generals want to get something. Like those great demons, the vermilion bird can easily destroy the kingdoms of mortals, if no one else intervenes. That's why Academy City gets investment from global capitals to be able to afford to feed so many ability users. The Chinese player, looking at the screen mask inside his helmet, which showed a decreasing number of bullets, Lian looked at the message on the public screen, and didn't know whether he should laugh bitterly or be relieved. The more and more in his heart he felt sorry for loving your brother's support. With Joseon's Taoism at this time, observing a mortal, without the need to trigram projections, a slight induction, you can learn from the underworld of its past experience, based on a little projection, easily know the future of its approximate, almost 100 times 100 times. Han Feng's heart was immediately startled. This man didn't have a son? There must be some conspiracy behind this, right? As soon as Lian looked at the gap in the gift reward list between himself and Shui Mingming, a strong color of excitement surged on his face. It didn't matter if they wanted it or not because they knew that with their abilities, that broken arm would never have a chance to be put back together. This time, Night Striker could potentially face an enemy that far exceeded his realm, so there was no way for him not to be cautious and raise his condition to the best. But Lu Tian wouldn't think so, even if Lu Shan apologized over and over again after the fact. Until now, almost 3 years, Lu Tian had been avoiding him. At the edge of the room are several LCD screens of the same size, reflecting the stylish stage and the lively audience. However, at this moment, the formation diagram lit up, revealing the complicated and incomparable formation patterns on it, which made people dizzy just by looking at it. At this moment, the formation pattern within the formation diagram rapidly rotated, and some of the patterns separated from the formation diagram and flew up, just like a large net, quickly fitting onto Zhong Li's body, completely wrapping it from head to toe. However, mentioning his family, Yuan Xing still unnaturally felt a pang of sadness, which was a permanent pain in his heart, a pain that would stay with him for the rest of his life. In an instant, the huge divine sense of the out-of-body stage penetrated through his body and almost instantly enveloped the entire Western District. For a moment, everything that happened in the Western District was clearly perceived by Night Front. This fragrance, not only Night Feng smelled it, the ancient war which cave outside the surrounding originally everywhere filled with later because of Night Feng beheading Zhongli battle and scattered now slowly converge over the dead air, also smelled it. Bobby is not a person of China's 9 states, but an ordinary person of a powerful foreign country. In his 40 years of age, that is, the 21st year of the Heaven and Earth epoch of the Heaven and Earth. At this time the operation of the theoretical knowledge system has been very complete. The teaching video is very much the conditioned reflex for all to accept. Chapter 131, Important Information. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until you guys meet to know the specifics. I'm not sure. Guro-san laughed. Although this Mr. Chen is a bit mercurial in his feelings, he is still a good person in the world, and what he promised to give you must not be anything bad. Since even Director Song had acted as a lobbyist, Jiang Shurian seemed a bit uninterested if she refused again. More importantly, being so sold out, it completely piqued her curiosity. Jiang Shurian agreed instead. After they exchanged blows, Erika shouted, "Mother Yasna is with me," and activated the secret spell on her body, at which point Erika's force value instantly soared to 112 points. At least you won't be able to make a sound when you run away and hide, so that's a great safeguard for your old life. After saying that, Yan Yun also looked at Su Qian. Eating his corpse will definitely replenish the huge life energy, although the first time following a fourth-order zombie, but even if the reward for the corpse is on the merits, it will still be able to give it a portion. Yan Lan saw that an ethereal purple light suddenly emanated from the man's eyes, and having been here for so long, she knew exactly what that meant. For Black Butterfly's 3 Vaishinfu envoys who possessed the strength of a Jedi Marshal General, Lu Ji didn't talk nonsense with them, and directly let the puppet bodyguard beside him feed these 3 Vaishinfu envoys, one by one, a puppet pill. At that time, what should these officials who have already surrendered to Sun Quan do? Surrender again? I'm afraid that even if I wish for it, the Duke of Jin won't be willing to accept them as second ministers who ride the wall repeatedly, right? But brother's weapons are all gone. That knife saved us many times. Li Fei opened her big eyes and looked up at Zhang Fei with a hint of aggression in her tone. After finishing this, Yu Hojin signaled Zhang Qiol, who understood, and placed a 20-pound bag of rice in front of the starring guest, then went back to his seat and waited for Yu Hojin to continue. Xia Lan had been listening attentively. No matter how many sentences Zhang Fei said, and sometimes the same words would be said twice, she had never tired of listening. Eventually Hussar General He Guangzong and Hussar General Li Hong saw that their own cavalry had suffered too many losses, and that they could not break through the enemy infantry's battle formation in a short time. So they had the gong struck and withdrew the tens of thousands of cavalry back. A vegetative person awakens from a long sleep, having lost all his memories, and his brain activity is newly organized. According to the definition of self-will, his self-will is also new at this time. When he returns to his family, does he green himself? He Yao didn't quite believe in this thing that could allow her to project herself to her boyfriend's side across vast distances. But with the mindset of beating a dead horse, He Yao still decided to purchase a set. With a frosty gaze and a cold look, the first mistress heavily slapped the black lacquer desktop, stood up fiercely, and pointed at Yu Shi's nose and angrily cursed, "Rebellious son! You rebellious son! Do you want to rebel? Dare to speak to me like this?" His chest could not stop heaving up and down. He was very angry. As if floating out of the fairyland, belonging to the angel's song, fairy voice curl, gentle and ethereal voice. There is no repression. There is no silence. There is only a kind of at first sight of the joy and reluctant to part with the attachment. After the ball was interfered with, it was directly smashed in the basket and rebounded. Yi Jianlian broke away from Lin Yi's defense and rushed over, catching the ball and vigorously dunking it in. And the sky came down to the people who surely like to do this kind of thing. Peanut aggrieved meow. It wants to enter the warm hall, but obviously cannot escape the big sister's clutches. Can only to the blankets, revealing half of the head. Sad face. For this thing of course he understands, because Popovich was originally a freak. Not only his vision to see people, but also that he is disdainful of other people's tactics, because his tactics and other people were originally different. In the distance Li Qi almost stumbled. Holy, that Mordwin actually smeared himself into such an image. Cough cough. Een, you know, I only like you alone. Seeing Een suddenly silent, Mu Baifeng reacted and hurriedly comforted. Sanasaki Siko's energy ball was so powerful that it missed me and Narumi Jukichi, but the resulting explosion blew the two of us aside and blew up a wall. Although he was incredibly scornful of Xiao Yu, he was even more curious about the white jade-colored coffin and desperately wanted to know what was buried inside. He was covered in golden light, blood chi blazing. The 18 weights of merit and virtue golden wheels all emerged, buzzing, allowing him to erupt 18 times the strength of his fleshly body. Shouted angrily, the divine power erupted, and even directly grasped the mouth of the giant hammer alive. Wheeled in his hands, whirring, the sky collapsed, lightning thunderbolts, and endless chaotic havoc. After all, if you want to find a body in the vast and misty ocean, it is too difficult. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack. With that, I checked the class schedule and found that there were classes in the afternoon, and these days I had delayed quite a few classes again, and I felt that if I continued to miss classes, I was afraid that all the final exams would eventually be a little bit up in the air. So I directly picked up my textbooks, put on my backpack, and went to the classroom. due to the fact that his heart for revenge was too urgent. This day Kaiye's body had just gotten better. He asked to be discharged from the hospital. His entire head was now still wrapped in thick gauze, only revealing his 2 eyes. But he didn't care. He walked straight to the mirror and dismantled the gauze by himself. Healy could not have imagined that danger would come to her. Even though she and Lei Xian were classmates, she was not aware that the latter's identity was extremely uncomplicated and her background was quite powerful. Gold, wood, and light. 3 attributes. Luo Tian saw Shangguan Hongtu's attributes and his face was shocked. He didn't expect Shangguan Hongtu to actually have a tri-attribute physique, and one of them was also the rare brightness attribute. It could be said that if it wasn't for Su Zian, I'm afraid that the situation at the bottom of the mountain would be out of control. At least this time, she was instrumental in repelling the tide of corpses. Elder Jiang. Luo Tian took a step forward and stood beside Zhang Zipping, rushing at the imposing old man in a hurry. Chapter 132 Capybara, moved? It's okay. Chen Duo laughed softly again. I've also heard about what happened before. They are eagerly trying to rope in MS Jiang, not only to salvage the company's reputation, but I guess it still has something to do with the labs abroad. And this information is I just got yesterday. Spent a lot of money. Jiang Yihong and Jiang Shurian's siblings listened quietly. Chen Duo may not be a good husband or a good father, but he still carries the idea that Chinese men have been passing on the family name since ancient times. The 2 horses came to the door of the house, their limbs constantly trembling, fear in their eyes, almost unsteady on their feet. She monkey slipped and hissed, and the chickens on the horses were blown by a gust of cloudy wind, and hid themselves into the darkness without making a sound at all. Wang Yining only heard Yu Xiang shout out to kill him, and then he saw him swinging his sword and the other party pouncing on him to hack and slash their way into a mess. He had no time to wonder if he should just give up the trump card in his hand, and the blade in his hand was about to push into Yabahai's neck. With Nie Xiaofei at the forefront was the Pig Emperor. The 3rd expert of the evil Dao was here. What else did they have to be afraid of? Heavenly Demon. Let everyone back off first. These people aren't something you can fight against. The silver-haired venerable said directly. The Heavenly Demon froze. Even they couldn't deal with them. Could they all be martial emperors? My tone of voice suddenly turned cold and said, then there is only to do it. Come on, said the round moon scimitar flew out, transforming into 10 million hitting like the 2 heavenly deities. Wang Yun lost his soul in general, but his face is full of bitterness, muttering to himself, is it possible that even Lu Bei's father and son, also cannot be trusted? Lu Bu's fare well, but is oblivious to it. It turned out that Wang Yining that package of things is actually quicklime. The flag ding eyes nose mouth all filled. A pair of eyes were burned by the line pain unbearable, rolled on the ground. If it is not just a tree blocking, he is going to roll to the bottom of the hillside. Rumble. Sword light flashed. The broken sword directly stabbed out 2 pieces. A cross chop appeared in the sky. Space was directly torn apart. And at the intersection of those 2 swords, a black hole appeared. A devouring force appeared. Slow as Wei Xing's, also saw the unusual, nervous look at Hao Yong Ada and others. Hao Yong and others. But half a bit of vigilance is not. Still whistling wantonly, all the Xianbei people's machete strong bow in the eyes. Emotionless nodded and put the clothes on. The dark demon god's clothes had an unpleasant and malignant smell, but it could only be worn with perseverance. These 2 pieces of clothing were life-preserving now. I couldn't help but frown as I had heard her voice. No wonder it was so easy to catch Choi Yuk with one hand. Fei Dian was breathing evenly, not yet awake, and Feng Yanqi sighed and pushed the door open to walk out. Have you guys actually said enough? Fei Dian was so sore and numb that he couldn't move. It was unbearable and he couldn't help but say. Seeing the old president, Xian Jin's face was a little unnatural, because he had received a lot of favors from the old president, and withdrawing at this time would seem very unkind. But Wu Di met such a thing. How could he leave Wu Di unattended? Kashiki Lian flirtatious smile. She looks charming and flirtatious. This moment's smile is also dainty. Charming eyes flow wave. Look around, those people are slightly stunned. At this time, Haywood also transformed successfully. He transformed into a lobster warbase. The size is big and scary, but can at this time he is in the middle of the cage. He has not been able to break it open, so it is nestled in the middle of the cage like that. Although the high sunshine can't completely drive away the cold of winter, it still gives people a slight warmth in their hearts. Chen Jin asks Wulong why he doesn't go and explain this misunderstanding away and then make the issue clear. And Wulong replies that he himself is a wandering mercenary who may not necessarily fall on the battlefield somewhere, and how to respond to Kylie's feelings, and then to ask himself to reveal his years of lies. He's a little speechless. However, Fang Yao went and suddenly opened his mouth to solve the old man's embarrassment, and at the same time made the old man greatly happy. Wu's group's biggest fundamental is what you know. Wu Di pretended to be mysterious, said the general even leisurely sip his excellent tea. In the land of exile, many of those hiding in the darkness, their eyes shone brightly. They all had the mark of a loyalty rune on their left shoulder, and they could feel their power climbing and jumping. Now, Luo Tianqing was slightly stunned, and immediately thought that the original Phoenix Tower's first layer had already been opened by her long ago, and after being more than 3 years late in using it, it was time to see what this Phoenix Tower was actually capable of, which would actually make the previous generations of Phoenix Divine Rings lords would go back on their word to the artifact spirit. Ling Yichen, the big bad guy. Su Shallow's furious voice came from the hall, echoing in the large Ling family mansion. In a fight between cultivators, the most important thing was spirit power cultivation. There were quite a few disciples here not only because of the 50 spirit stones reward, but also for the purpose of trying to attract the attention of the senior management of the Immortal Cloud sect. Although Shen Bo is a puppet known to all, but in the end there is still the name of the king and his subjects. For the sake of long-term consideration, the self-respecting scholar clans are easily unwilling to bear the reputation of regicide, even if Shen Bo has pitted the scholar clans to a great extent. Big brother, Bei, you guys are finally back. Linger has been waiting for days. Dongfang Ling hurriedly pushed away Wu Shiqi who was blocking her way, then squeezed away her own big brother, and affectionately held Xia Beibei's arm. Nangong Lixing also pursed his lips, pondering what to say to minimize his father's anger and not to make a scene. Emperor Kong Hua sniffed. His face looked like a smile. The Shangliang emissary looked, and wondered if Princess Renyu had moved the heart of this deep and unpredictable emperor. Han Yu felt as if he had entered the middle of a graveyard, and as he went deeper, he found more and more tombstones, all of which were just extremely ordinary targets, but as he went deeper and deeper, he realized that the tombstones inside were getting taller and taller, ranging from a few feet to a few feet. The moment the three of them stepped out of the forest of death, a powerful aura as vast as the sea came from the forest in front of them. It was something she had ordered specifically to prevent this from happening. And well, it came in handy. Yu Yu was no longer heartbroken, but she also had to be strong. She arched her eyebrows and asked in a very well-behaved manner. Didn't say anything because I think they can solve it. So again, why should I let follow you around anxious and worried? Mugo had already picked up his coat and put it on as he spoke. Yi Xiaohua he heard Master and say, a very smart and well-behaved child. He felt that matching his own son was about right. Chapter 133, Honorable Retirement. Black Tiger's Homecoming. These animals, they all seem strange? Even Hip 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 ran out of the big pool next to them to join in the fun. They looked at each other and then twisted their heads to ignore each other. I guess it would be hard for the two brothers to make up before the mother crocodile came. The large-sized capybara couldn't be held, and the small-sized one was being held by Jiang Shurian. So Tian suddenly remembered the video she'd seen on the internet before, where someone had stacked squares on top of the capybara's head, and tried it on a whim too. Li Ran greets Senior. After Li Ran entered the door, he lowered his eyebrows and surprisingly did not raise his head to look at Excellence again. Zhang Xuanrui is generally not involved in these specific things. He controls the general direction. The specific things are below to do. The subject of using puppets on a large scale was something that all the major powers had researched, but no one had succeeded. And the biggest difficulty in this was the attack power. Li Jing since learned that the Monkey King against the Heavenly Court will be instructed to Gao Ming, Gao Ju 2 generals to 1,000 miles of eyes. Smooth wind ear aptitude. Keep an eye on the movements of the mountain of flowers and fruits. So it is considered the first time to learn of the 6 demon kings gathered in the mountain of flowers and fruits, claiming to be a great saint. The whole 100,000 demon troops want to fight with the Heavenly Court of the news of the head-on battle. Sure enough, the security guards of Flyer Trading Company saw the sports car from afar and opened the steel gate Dan long ago, and the red Porsche sports car did not reduce at all when it arrived at the gate, and drove directly into the compound. But how forward did not expect. Wei Hu this honest man today even turned the sky, not to mention the public outbursts, but also foul language, not to put him in the eyes of the mayor. This time can be thrown to the grandmother's house. This is the credit of the system. Hu Fei scratched his head, because of what he could not say. Just heard people say that China's system is very perfect. If an official bribe will not be able to hide it from the others, will also be severely punished. So few officials dare to take their own future as a bet. Seeing that Excellence was looking at himself with no good intentions, Bai Yuliang only felt that in his heart. 10,000 grass mud horses were running wild. 8,800 soldiers with the speed of hasty march. Towards the social flag rushed. Less than 10 miles distance. Within a quarter of an hour will be able to arrive. Lu Shangxing in the forefront of the team, the left and right of the soldiers nervously watching everything around, always ready to escort. After Yi Huizhen went downstairs, Lin Yuanfang intentionally sat in the box for more than 10 minutes before checking out below and leaving. That Saya crazy like desperately struggling, but unfortunately was dead fixed. This, Bella spell formation, hidden how Shen Tru Chi. How can break free chat. However, this sudden movement of his caused his still-healed face, hair and hair to be tugged, suddenly itching, and he couldn't help but wow again. The rules of this second round of competition seemed to be a bit tricky, and some disciples were deeply poisoned. Guo Fengchen walked to the front of the forging table and looked at this piece of vast ocean gold iron to start his forging, only to see that in the scorching hot crater, the crackling and snapping sound continuously resounded. An Mo fan, who was playing at the side, similarly sweat surfaced on his face. The blazing heat, in addition to the movement, made him look sickly. If the rack fell down and all the clothes on it fell to the mud, this unreasonable older woman would not pay for it, and then she would have a serious loss. After this morning's great battle, it was already close to noon, and the two Bai Chi brothers' stomachs were already hungry, so the two of them decided to go back to fill up their stomachs first, change into clean clothes on the way, and then go to the central area of the Bagua forest in the afternoon. Although this discount can only be offered by this uncle, but in order to attract the big cockroach, this boss is also considered to go out of his way, is not just a little less profit, can pull such a customer, that is also worth it. Nonsense. Whether I'm a man or not, others don't know. Don't you know? Ji Xianrong disliked a very thought-provoking remark without any good humor. For the sake of the future of the sea tribe, the sea god was in the big picture and could only sacrifice its heir. After all, its heir was also a member of the royal family of the sea tribe, so it was only right to make a little sacrifice for the sea tribe, especially as the agility attribute is raised a full 50 points. With this 50 points of agility attribute, that is really walking, have a kind of floating feeling, putting aside the power. The means of that casting was unheard of by himself. The molded object seemed to be even more perfect than when he was at his peak, although he didn't know where the gap was, but by virtue of his own feeling of being immersed in this one for 1,000 years he could sense at once that this cosmic tesseract could not be coalesced by himself yet. It was still raining, and when Tong Frost went out, she suddenly wanted to cry, so she took out her silk with one hand, covered her mouth, and suppressed her tears. Mo Fan and the others went one step ahead and entered the underground palace, only to find that, apart from the main hall, the rest of the place, all protected by formations, could not enter at all, and the main hall, apart from the very gorgeous decorations, surprisingly, did not have half of the supplies. Xin Yun answered yes, although he wanted to plead for Shanghua. He hated that he couldn't find a reason, but at this time Tong Frost arrived. Afer's red lips gently opened. A voice containing endless majesty and dominance as if traveling through time and space from the distant past floated in everyone's ears at once. Yu Tian Trace hadn't finished flirting when he was stabbed by Sun Liang. There was no need to ask why because Yu Tian Trace had already seen a familiar silhouette coming his way, and thought that this was what Sun Liang was trying to remind him of. Zhang Donghai picked up the black dog, put the black dog under a scenic tree, and then a few jumps up to the Zhang Bureau's house, through the window only to see Zhao Xiaozhen's father kneeling on the ground, the Zhang Bureau sitting on the sandroom with a big horse, and no one to help Zhao Xiaozhen's father. He thought, to his own usually do too much evil, and then offended the Holy Mother. This time she will not forgive himself. Rather than begging for forgiveness, it is better to slip away. After thinking about it, he drew himself up and wanted to escape, but he was stopped by the flinty voice. Li Tianqi once again rolled over and sat up, listening carefully. There was indeed movement in the forest. It seemed that those wild dogs were really coming this way. Regulus was overjoyed. Life is full of learning, and you have to look at life through the eyes of learning. Zhou Yuan's trio was originally still napping. When they heard this light cough, they immediately straightened their backs and started their zigzagging again. Yes, it's been many years. Seeing that these three were so old, Ling Ming was slightly relieved to believe that their abilities must have already disappeared or were about to disappear. Could he come back and still destroy the entire Sky City? It's not like he's the only one at the Divine King realm in the city, the fourth elder said in disbelief. He pulled out a crystal-clear muscle from his bosom, shining with the essence of all the paths, a tragic smile on the corner of his mouth. Hearing these words, Yin Saiju glanced at Xiao Yeye with some anticipation, then blushed and ran to the kitchen. Chapter 134, Inverting the Big Dipper. After releasing the pony dogs, they immediately ran towards them, circling around them, but it didn't take long for all of them to gather around Zhang Shiyan's feet, biting her shoelaces and having a good time. Several pony dogs are very active, although the minibus has a limp front leg, but still crowded in front of Zhang Shiyan, and even wolfed to scare off the brothers in the same nest. Zhang Shiyan picked it up and held it against himself, and the minibus didn't struggle. Just, Qin Chuan opened the car door and sat in. The driver started the car and drove him away from the auction site. Chen Xuanji, you are truly narrow-minded. If you don't want to befriend such a strong person, then forget it. Lu Yanyan said indifferently. More, like Mo Jing, only had 2 or 3 channels. Those like Lei Yong, who could reach the 5th layer, were extremely rare. After saying that, Qin Chuan began to direct the workers to continue expanding the scope of the tree pit. And just like that, the tree pit gradually became bigger, and Xiao Kong found a seat in the first row with his friend and a flower in his hand, which he intended to give to Lu Xiaoli. After leaving Propulsion City to cross the windless belt to reach the South China Sea, he hadn't gone too far, so right now he wasn't too far from Marihoa, the Holy Land at the junction point of the Red Earth continent and the Great Voyage. Lu Feng finally realized what kind of evil-heartedness Zhao Tsong had when he arranged himself to be with noble consort Chen. Li Pingyang, listening, cannot help but think of her father once told her about that clouds think of clothes and flowers think of face of the world's beauty. The heart cannot help but rise up sighing emotion. Black hair combed into a large back, thin eyebrows, light blue eyes, and long puppet lines at the corners of her mouth. When he went downstairs, Luo Yang saw Lin Panner sitting at the dining table. Although her face was still pale, she had regained a few moments of vigor in her eyes. Lin Ruoyan, on the other hand, was on the side, tending to breakfast while talking softly with her sister, trying to dispel the gloom that filled the air. Seeing Teresa's attitude so resolute, Su Tang and the others couldn't persuade her any further. After all, if Teresa wanted to see Chris, she would have to stay inside the castle for at least another week, and within this week, those souls that hadn't been released would still continue to be tortured. If Su Bo wasn't a mole, with his character he would have loved Li Qin as a baby for a while. Whether she wanted to or not, he always had a way. From the cabin of the ship out of a person, see him fat as a ball, a face full of hemp, under the nose to stay a stroke of fine beard. It is the Jiangnan 72 merchants of the second treasurer Zhuang Yan. Shang Guanyun recognized the person. The heart is overjoyed. He hid his figure, so as not to be found by Zhuang Yan. Yang Qing's killing heart. He swung his sword and chopped, under the sudden defense. This sword is also extremely powerful. Xiao Wanqi and 3 people realized the power, busy retreating to get out of the way. Yang Qing thought that the 3 people were afraid of his steel knife. He let go of Xiao Yingying, another knife horizontal chop. When Kuqingshin heard Crane Manhwa Wu Yu, he nodded his head as if he had come to a realization, and he arched his hand at Huo Wu Yu again. When Gongsuan's classmates heard this, they knew that she was taking about Red Willow and Linglong Jade again, so they hemmed and hawed and wimped out. Ouyang originally wanted to do the same thing. The crowd on the soul on the car. Ouyang took out the phone to call his grandfather Ouyang Ning. Shang Guanyun does not want to scare the snake. Then with Yufei are transformed into Dongfu's son and nephew, the 3 of them together to come to the city. After meeting the natural pleasantries, Shang Guanyun will also Jin Wanchang nearly 10 years of intrigue for the people to understand, but also said with Wanyan Zhongwan's appointment, Gu Yunsong's performance was much better than Yang Jian's, and as a physical cultivator, his body's reactions were completely up to speed. This time, Mei Wanli still came to that wilderness. Nothing, and not a moment later, that kind of a gust of wind, once again appeared. The feeling in the wind, still as clear, and such a feeling, is the feeling that Mei Wanli put his hand on the belly of the geese. The next day, while all of them were casting spells on Yenner, Zhong Mushin noticed that there was something wrong with Mei Wanli. There are only 7 ice swords, but they are separated from each other by some space. Black Impermanence's left arm is injured again, but this time he really can't use a little bit of force. Double ring into one, held in the right hand. Above the black mist more and more. Not a moment will have filled a piece. The heart of the horrified Yiklong roared. Do not care about the side of the messy rocks flying, foot stomping, and hastily scampered up to rush towards the back of the swept out. Although his own parents died, which is also a great pain in the sky, but at that time, Moronging Shuai after all did not have much memory. So Moronging Shuai did not have such a painful grief. Senior brother Chen, suffer. Fan Jian did not entangle with Chen Feng any further this time, and went all out once he struck. The remaining human cultivators, led by Zhaojin and Su Chaotian, began to clean up the battlefield, dissecting the corpse remains of these griffin beasts and taking away all the valuable things. In addition, the demon pills could not be spared. Thinking of Ao Lung's earrings, Yang Jian wondered if Shenruo could help him record his whereabouts. Shenruo, come out for a moment. Yang Jian took out his cell phone and called out a few times, but chased Ruo didn't show up. The pimple man's eyes were a little moist and his mood was long in coming. It was an easy age to be hurt. Outside the dueling stage, the eyes of Yuluo and the others all erupted with a shocking light. Ji Feng was no exception, and all of them looked towards Nameless. When he got off work, he even bought a bottle of Mao Tai to give to Lai as a gift on parting. In particular, a reporter wrote a report titled Hype or Scam, Healthcare Company Owner Propaganda to Use Traditional Chinese Medicine to Overcome Cancer, but also in the microblogging has triggered a lot of attention. In the center of the city stood a beautiful enameled palace. as an underground building, a whole 9 floors of majestic scale, built in an open space, meteorological majesty, like a giant's garden in a fairy tale city, overlooking the territory belonging to him. Hua Ziyun's move was unspoken between him and Broken River Stream, Zhou Yu beating Huanggai, one willing to beat the other. Yuan Tianshou's tone was a little aggravated, and he looked up at Ruan Zhuxing, but he didn't dare to look at him for a little longer, and in the end, he could only stare at his slightly reddened palms, sighing. Chapter 135 Accident in the Circus. The lioness escaped with her cubs. Zhang Shurian glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from Bureau Song. I am now in the fire brigade. It takes about 40 minutes to go over. Zhang Shurian searched the map. This point is fortunate that there is no traffic jam, otherwise it would be even slower. Good. Go over immediately, Bureau Song said in a deep voice. A circus from out of town had an accident earlier. Currently 110 and 119 have rushed over, and the experts from the zoo have rushed over as well. You're the only one missing. River. Darkness Heavy Light lowered his hands raised in front of him and stared silently at the light shining from the explosion in the distance. Earlier, although Lin Yi hadn't said it too bluntly, he could hear that this battle didn't have any possibility of winning for Xiaoyang. Rascal! Jiang Jiai's voice wasn't very loud, but it instantly reached Song Qiaofan's ears. Out of that entrance, a blood-red portal shone, as if it was a bloodthirsty demonic beast, ready to devour the martial artist who stepped into it. However, as if it had a purpose, the light projectile dodged Akane, only blowing the hair from her temples, and then again thought, what is difficult to get to the sky? Buy a plane ticket can be on. The old weed read about it, cannot help but laugh. Difficult to get to the sky, that is not the era of the aircraft, that is not suitable for the development of science and technology to the modern times. What Xian Bitter was holding in his hand was clearly a ghost face mask with a rather frightening appearance, but he had just clearly seen Lin Yu holding a piece of animal bone in his hand, so how did he change his appearance by chasing him all the way down? The many Shangliu giant snakes and the like were startled and hastily resumed their original figures, quickly gathering together and saluting one after another. Ling Xiao didn't seek him out as an opponent first, otherwise, he wouldn't have a defensive martial skill as powerful as Di Ying's. The people of the Dragon and Elephant Department, who liked to build stone houses, had an architectural style that was very different from the rest of the Sword Dynasty. Are you kidding? How can I let you know the address? It's already suspicious that I'm willing to pay for the goods first, but I still want to ask for the address? Along with the two men's roars, very different immortal energies began to collide fiercely, and a swirl of energy visible to the naked eye swept across the entire ring. Li Yangyang stood still on the stage, then bent his knees and stood in a horse stance. The crowd was puzzled for a while, then they saw the fiery red figure rising up from behind Li Yangyang, and fixed their eyes on it. It turned out that Zhong Miaoka opened her arms, and was set up by the two boys, and then landed on Li Yangyang's shoulders. The Zhentian immortal might swelled once again, and the Fate Palace Master transformed into a spiritual light that rushed straight towards Yifeng on top of the ring. I head down to inquire. Yi Zheng finally understand the front of the wind to kill him in the end. What identity? In the world of the painting, the absolute demon king appeared at this moment with a shocked look that hadn't appeared in many years. When exactly? Even the Jedi Demon King didn't know when Jiang Chua had captured this snow spirit and impregnated it in the Ice Peak Mountain with his great magical powers. Senior, I'm sorry for making you worry. Mu Qiu had just opened her eyes when she saw the worry in her master's eyes. Her heart tightened and she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She seemed to often make her master worry. Glancing at Yitaki's displayed cultivation, Yi Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly between his indifferent demeanor, and a hint of essence crossed his eyes once again. Sisters only know fear. Mu Yiqin tried to use spiritual power to open this road stone door. Who knows that the stone door even not even move a bit. The two hurriedly feel around up, hoping to find the switch. The results of the two busy most of the day. With the first Mu Qiu they are the same. The two cannot help but be a little afraid. Mu Qiu probably understood the man's doubts, but she wasn't going to say where she came from. She had to get a clear picture of the place before she could do so. Lin Yu suddenly seems to have been cast to stasis, his mouth constantly repeating the words rare rice, rare rice. The reason why Tang Yan was so excited was because, in the stirring stone door aura, he had actually sensed the aura of the greenwood spirit flame. He is too deep into the devil. Not so simple to break free. Take away first. Walked to my front, looking at me who was still struggling. Scar's fist was chopped on my neck. In an instant the whole world was plunged into a darkness. Senior, we seem to have fallen into a mesmerizing formation. We can't walk up and down. Frustrated Taoist couldn't help but send a voice report to the cave sky. Two golden light in his eyes. From the sea on the dome of the sky, and to the dome of the sky down to the surface of the sea. Suddenly, two golden light straight to Qi. At the same time a stern to the extreme murderous atmosphere pervaded the entire East Shan Shenzhou. She read that he had called someone to help her recover her bag and wanted to say thank you to him. But before she could say anything, she was chased away by his bodyguards. When she turned back, she saw Su Jing's fiancé accompanying a middle-aged man, walking over this way. In the middle of us, Professor Long's formation has been completely. Just when we heard, 8 trigrams seal the devil. The moment we heard, 8 trigrams seal the demon, the whole ground seemed to tremble for a moment, and then a ball of golden yellow energy fell from the sky and landed directly in front of where we stood, wrapping us up in it, as if it were a huge golden bell jar. The nurse who had questioned earlier, with a sunken expression on her face, turned over somewhat forlornly, bringing a glistening teardrop to the corner of her eye. He looked back at his pursuers who always remained at a distance of 800 miles, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a sinister smile as he once again drove his cloud headlong to the bottom. Go to hell! But after a brief moment of shock, anger instantly filled his chest. He was actually intimidated by a handless stink bug. It was simply a disgrace. Annoyed, he finally began to prepare to end the banter. I think just one move is enough. Xiaoyi is riding in a mantis. The crowd of freshmen laughed coldly. Previously, she didn't urge Xiaoyi to repair the Dragon Emperor's reverse scale because the Dragon Emperor's reverse scale wasn't very helpful to Xiaoyi, and Xiaoyi didn't have enough wealth on him. Sometimes I really want to take a picture of his expression in the morning to stay in bed, or he dislikes the bad taste of the restaurant to show everyone, and want to say, Shinduo is actually no more than a regular person. Young master, Night Ji's face instantly became flirtatious, a blush creeping onto her cheeks like a ripe peach. Wu Di, didn't I tell you that there are quite a few lord-level ghost beasts lurking in the core area? With our strength, it's just too dangerous to go to that place. Fairy Ruai hurriedly discouraged Xiaoyi. The lingering killing intent was like an icy cold stream, causing the movements of the crowd that kept surrounding them to instantly lurch to a halt. I looked at Shinduo's cold-side face and actually fantasized about what he would become after he got married. Probably still the same overbearing look he has now, with a big package, a total male chauvinist. He sniffed and looked, only to see a man covered in blood running this way in panic, with 2 men in hot pursuit behind him. Gong Chang. Right. Since you want to humiliate yourself so badly, then I will fulfill you. Come up and fight. In the face of Gong Cheng's provocation, Xiao Yi's complexion, however, appeared calm as he said indifferently to Gong Cheng. Chapter 136, Why should I trust you? The lioness they had been searching for turned out to be hiding in a security booth not even 30 meters away. The drone had been searching the immediate area, but it hadn't realized how clever the lioness had been. Hiding in an unmanned security booth not far away, the door hidden, hiding under the table not only to hide herself well, but also to get a direct view of the cubs. Now that she saw her cubs bleeding and screaming in pain, the lioness finally couldn't stay. The message was handed to the provincial government of Gucci province after there is no news. This situation, everyone completely figured out. It is estimated that the province in the excitement of this news almost to explode at the same time, but also in the pondering of this matter should be how to deal with. Like this kind of thing, should be by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to step in, right? For some reason, as he walked, he unexpectedly suddenly remembered Zhou Yuhan. After breaking up with this niece that night, her grudging gaze kept appearing inside his mind. That's true. True immortals, they are only at the realm of transforming void. It's natural that there's nothing that can be done to a demon at the refined void realm. Qianye said. Your master has his own things going on, so just stay here honestly. Gu Qingmei said. This is not good, right? Si Lu Xiui handed over the sugar. The third ant's eyes immediately is alight, busy stretching out his hand, but just reached half, and feel a little embarrassed. After all, he did not lessen the back of people say bad things about others, and now take the other people's things, more or less some of the take the hand short feeling. Chang's brows were furrowed, just as she had expected. Li Kuaifu had never taken the matter of becoming a god to heart, and this was the last thing she wanted to see. I can't talk freely with my friends like this, and no one will say anything even if I'm drinking and rowing. Comrade Lin Hongfei, are the difficulties great? Looking at the tightly frowning Lin Hongfei, Ding Science was a little worried. The button was a bit larger, and Emily didn't hesitate to press on it, and then threw it towards the vermilion bird that was already close to her. Zhu Ju, who had flown all the way here and was determined not to harm heavenly harmony and only take one of the heavenly lords, moved to kill for the first time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did the ghosts get so many tanks? Wang Liang, go tell the 3rd Regiment. Take a look at what's wrong and withdraw while fighting. Tell Tang Bing that without good fortifications to fall back on, you can't stop the ghosts. Chen Fei shouted. Just as this Zhang Sanhuai was surging with anger and preparing to rush over to the hall side in front of him, the cell phone that he had thrown on the table for more than 10 years without ringing a few times, suddenly rang with a burst of blood-boiling ringtones. Regardless of how Sun does not wake up to think about it, This Sichuan Shu he not only have to go, but also have to go right away. To go late, who knows this Xiang Yu will not leave. Then to find in the vast territory of the Han dynasty, as long as this Xiang Yu deliberately do not show his head. I'm afraid that it is really a very difficult thing. But to this day, the situation is different. And now Orochimaru is more valuable alive than dead. It may be time to invite this renegade from the organization back as a guest. The Black Jedi said with a pressed voice. His words were mostly polite. Iwano was already 18 or 19 years old this year. And extrapolating from that fact, Mrs. Bai must be over 33 years old even if she was younger. And in the next second, the white-clothed figure suddenly flew out of the sea of consciousness, half-waiting and stopping at the top of the mountain peak, looking away to the southeast. The body changes freely, can be stretched at will, thickening and shrinking, soft with hard with soft, and vibrate on its own. The end is a wonderful use. Aya, this is the younger sibling. Right. Looking like this. Shen Zhanghao cheaply walked in wearing spilled shoes. The house was red carpet. He wanted to stretch out his hand and shake it with the beautiful person. It seems that Commander Su knows me very well. Breeze Qingfeng leaned on his head, his eyes filled with laughter. Liamo also does not give up with the divine sense in the deep pit under the soil layer sweeping. Tree roots in the end where, so still did not find, is not digging deep enough? What is it? A little bit of sincerity is not there. Li Mu was a little unhappy, then according to the rules of the alchemist, refining a furnace of pills to prepare 3 materials, the excess is mine. If all 3 copies of the practice is ruined that is your bad luck. Although she was able to withhold materials without realizing it, but that was still too little. Inwardly chanting like this, the heart-clogged up Li Youan picked up the takeout bento in his hand and seemed to be picking it up viciously as if it was the author who wanted to send them razor blades. There was no doubt that Jun Yen was able to successfully break through the purple-black giant claws because there was a large amount of spiritual energy transferred from the formation within his body, and Stranger Tooth had already seen this before saying so. For some reason, he always felt that there was a layer of haze beginning to coalesce around his head. The sword chi shot into the fallen leaves and instantly dispersed, and in just a moment, the sharp blades condensed by the fallen leaves were dispersed, and the leaves were even unable to withstand the sword chi's ferocity and turned into fragments. However, those zombies were only the lowest kind of parasitized body, and their attack ability was not a threat to 01 at all. Moreover, even the strongest viral body might not be able to benefit from 01's hands. Fourth brother, it's better to believe it than not, but if she is lying to me, then don't worry, I will not spare her since, if and when Big Brother learns of her whereabouts from that fake's mouth. At that time, it will be up to you if this fake wants to kill or die, the great demon king said with assurance. At this moment, the teenager in the room heard the light footsteps disappearing in the aisle. The original slightly closed eyes gently opened, as if unable to adapt to the sudden light. Eyes immediately narrowed into a slit, until the eyes did not feel uncomfortable to fully open his eyes. Began to carefully measure the 2 beautiful maidservants at his feet. First, Lu Qi may have what the secret arrangements, and no war with Liu Bei before, but also be able to support back at any time. He did not want to contribute to Liu Bei. Second, there is no suitable time to send troops. As expected, the longer one lives, the more vigilant one is. It's actually a disposable teleportation array. A voice came out from the corner. When Yang Xiong waved his flag, the Qin troops on the execution ground raised their swords and immediately separated the heads of Wuju and hundreds of leaders, and blood flowed into a river on the execution ground. Poor Wuju, who had not yet been crowned king of Manhwa for a month, had already been killed. If you want to, give your name and show your superior skills. 50 choose 2. Who will go first? Black Mountain tossed the gold cake in his hand and said, old ancestor Yao Qi arrived at the Lotus Sea in a rage, only to have a powerful boundary block her way. This discovery made Prajin instantly overjoyed. If he could really guess the approximate location of the flying frost snake, then there was an 80% chance that he would be able to avoid the flying frost snake's attack after immobilizing the flying frost snake in a certain area. If this bet is over and Barney still doesn't relent, then Adam is prepared to find a few more of these jaguars to strike him down, so that he will come to his senses and realize what insanity is, what the Holy Buddha is, and who is the kidney potential heavenly father of the Pangea. Chapter 137. Save me. Trying to find 2 escaped pythons in a city of this size is no easy task, and after conferring with the fire department, there didn't seem to be a particularly efficient way to do it. In desperation, Zhang Shurian had no choice but to use her golden finger. It wasn't that she didn't want to utilize the system, it was really that the points that the system collected each time were too profiteering, and Zhang Shurian tried her best not to use the system's point exchange function based on the principle of absolutely not letting the black-hearted capitalists earn a penny more. Wojian, name. Saying polite and courteous words, Xiao Ruo pinched a cold sweat in her heart. looking at the strange-looking Xing Mu in front of her. She really didn't know if he would be so cooperative with her words. The main color of the bathroom was also dark blue, with all the equipment, but Makati was not in the slightest mood to look at it in detail, and lifted her foot to leave the bathroom. Instead, she kept shouting Grandma Song Queen, and then asked Yu Yi's mother about it. However, spare me this, Long Tang felt that it was still not very effective to break the other party's formation. It still took quite a bit of time. At this time in Yu Yi's conference room, Li Yilin had already left, leaving Yu Yi and the others still waiting for news from the tournament side. And Liang Hao certainly wasn't preparing to do anything bad this time around, so there was no need to hide his identity and answered directly and truthfully. You are here. Suddenly, the man looked up to the front and said something that made Louis feel inexplicably laugh. The voice was extremely hoarse but not harsh, such as the flood bell vibration. Golden light. In the night sky paved the golden road. Bright light. Instantly the red Luan fire are suppressed. The monument left the name of 300 people. Each is the generation of heavenly pride, the heir of a great clan. Together with the experience, if they can all enter the Lin Xian Academy and then go out, this will definitely be a force that can shock the 10,000 domains. Good. This time it is finalized. Yu Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Revealing a happy smile, the elixir was molded. As long as it wouldn't self-destruct the cauldron, basically there would be no more accidents. By this time, Lu Yi's few helpers also finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, close to 10 months of hard work, if it were to go to waste, they would also find it unfortunate. Saying that, he nodded and left. Muji remained silent on the side until Yi Liang walked out of the room, thought about it, and followed closely with a stomp of her foot. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, people believed in and worshipped the heavenly emperor extensively, thinking that there was a heavenly emperor in the sky who dominated the good and bad fortune on earth. And therefore the Eastern Wanggong was worshipped as the heavenly emperor at that time, and was then deified. Let's go. There will be a way. Chill said as he wrapped one hand around Lin Yuming's waist and led Lin Yuming forward. Ahead of a dark. No lights. No light. Only the cold moonlight ring shine. Tang Feng they can also see through so little dim moonlight in front of the flowers, trees and the road. They do not dare to take a flashlight irradiation because that will expose themselves in the eyes of the enemy. Xin Yun in the cool chair lying, once and again touching their stomach, thinking of their own although slipped through the tire. But then Yi Lushing also came to their room a few times. How is not pregnant? The crowd did not know what was going on inside the cave, and waited very anxiously, all staring wide-eyed to observe what changes were taking place in the cave. Used up all the clay when you blew up Faye. Daedara looked at the fanny pack in surprise. Suddenly Lin Yuming's eyes lit up and saw a spot of yellow sand that would move. If it was usual Lin Yuming might not have cared, but now Lin Yuming was concentrating on searching for someone. Where would she let go of the slightest clue? The firelight reflected on Li Tianqi's face. Slightly weak. That battle just now had drained his newly recovered vitality. He needed to rest. Meng Fan also did not interrupt, sitting aside very quietly, letting Du Han speak. As long as he did not say anything about cultivation, he agreed to go to Yanjing, originally considering that he wanted to climb the friendship with Du Fenghui. The more bizarre he was described by Du Han, the better instead. Duan Boyu was really not afraid of him. Not that he was bold, but he saw through the nature of this uncle of his. Song Shueya still had some experience in the match, and as soon as the referee called for the start, he didn't rush to attack. The feet retreated 3 steps in a row, retreating to a safe distance. The inclusion of farm ingredients in Selected Ingredients magazine has directly triggered an earthquake in the ingredient world. Ingredients merchants from all continents have become intensely curious about this company. Since farm ingredients can be highly praised by several presidents of the World Premium Ingredients Association, it must have its unique features, which means unlimited business opportunities. Tangzhou simply the enemy retreated and went away. Then he took his men back to rest, but before resting, he still gave an order, or reiterated it, that no one should leave the city without his order. Wei Qi was full of silly smiles, holding the baby. On the way out of the palace, suddenly heard a teenage man's voice behind him, lazily calling out. Wei Qi turned his head to look around. Besides the guards, there was no one else. Sneaky, is that about him? The green dragon raised its head and sent out a silent sound wave, and at once the entire Hufflepuff pyramid began to vibrate slightly. After 10 seconds or so the pyramid began to vibrate again, and this time the vibrations were quite noticeable. It was as if the pyramid was about to collapse. If it wasn't for the artillery, you would only have a sad face in front of Stone Fortress City, and you're still excited. Let's see how excited you are. Wang Xiaohua teased a sentence, causing the crowd to laugh. Zhang Yin had the genetic imprint that Leopold had painstakingly altered circulating in her body, and the blueprint that was referenced was Leopold's own life constitution. born as a human with strong mental power, with thought waves that could even materialize and extend outside of her body. At that time, Yi Nan only needed to hide in the shadows and manipulate. And how nice to live a bit of a leisurely life. After experiencing so many things in China, Yi Nan was no longer so sharp. He had learned to bide his time and develop in the dark. Where are the people? All give me out? Princess Lin Hai rushed in, saw Lawyer Pei tied up, immediately angry, went up and rushed to whip him, so that after a dozen times, snapped and kicked again. Jin Huan nestled in Fu Chengjue's embrace. Hearing the low breathing sounds coming from above her head, she pressed her face into his chest, rolling tears streaming down her face as she clung to his waist for dear life, wanting to integrate herself into his body as if she were. Jin Huan uncontrollably hooked the corners of his lips, but when he turned around, nothing happened and he lowered his head to eat. I already told you, you can't escape. Obediently send me to the city. Jade Evil was still smiling with narrowed eyes. When they arrived in front of King Jing's mansion, Lu Guang got off first and stood by Rose's carriage, wanting to help her get off, but Rose was trying her hardest to avoid his movements, and even almost fell off because she was avoiding too far. Chapter 138 Angry Netizens. Jiang Shiyan's gaze stared slightly, trying to calm herself down. What do you want me to do? The python eventually rushed at her and opened its mouth. The snake's mouth was almost as big as half of Jiang Shiyan's face, and from the angle behind it, it looked as if it was opening its mouth and preparing to swallow Jiang Shiyan. The hearts of the onlookers leaped hard. Miss Yen. Jiang Shiyan stretched out a hand and waved it at them, signaling that it was fine. Li Shun returned home from school on the weekend. Li Tian went out and did not come back. Until after dinner there was no sign of Li Tian. Li Shun's heart is full of uneasiness. Remembered a few days ago Li Tian told him, this period of time may be someone to come over to assassinate him. So late still do not come back will not be out of something. The Wang family did not have much intercourse with the Zhang family, and as an old and low-profile family, they still cared more about etiquette. The head of the family, Wang Jinoa, gave Zhang Tianyang the highest level of greetings, although it was not flattering, but the intention of friendship was very obvious. The other faction desperately told him something about Chun Jing not having 10,000 years of ice marrow and dying immediately. Ruyue's face slowly approached Yin Dayan, her mouth pressed against his white neck, a row of neat, white teeth showing between her lips, and she took a bite as if she were gnawing on a chicken leg. The opponent also knew very well that they didn't have any chance of flipping the game after we got 5 dragons. So at 5 dragons, they decided to fight us to the death. On the other side, Huan Yan also saw Southwest kneeling beside Gu Shicheng. Southwest looked at the unconscious Gu Shicheng with a shriveled expression and a cardboard face. She didn't know how many times Gu Shicheng had transformed into a form, but what was certain was that it definitely wasn't the first time. If this is the 3rd time, she dare not imagine what the consequences will be. This snail-like speed was extremely physically exhausting and testing of one's will. With the incomparable coldness above and the extreme expenditure of Xin Qi and strength on this side, Divine Dragon Emperor opened his solitary hand and ran towards Schwer, lifting her up with both hands, spinning in place a few times, his hand stopping Schwer's thin waist towards the other side, turning a corner and disappearing, leaving the crowd staring at each other in disbelief. Zhu Zijian was convinced of Chen Feng, kneeled down and thanked him profusely, saying straight out that he would discipline Zhu Hua in the future, so that Zhu Hua would do good deeds every day just like him. Before turning to leave, Lu Tianhao's hometown, located in Shandong province, east of Yantai city, about 10 kilometers from the coast of Kongdong Island, not the Kongdong school of that Kongdong, the two completely unrelated. This Ma Mingho, who stammered even when he spoke, immediately stepped forward every time something happened to Lu Wei, and he Jiawei could already see some of the way out. This time, Yurinmaru didn't lose consciousness either. His spirit was still there, able to perceive everything in the outside world. It was just that his brain had been tampered with by Misty, cutting off the connection and signals between his body. Zhao Wei thought for a while, that man and her family is also restless, or she should learn from this original spouse. First find the evidence and drag the money back to the hand. Shui Zhao and Shui Ying and the 3 of them had already picked up some sea snails and sea shells. However, these things looked big, but actually didn't have much meat and didn't provide much calories. Only, after understanding, the eyes of all the offerings looking at Lightning Feather changed slightly. Margie's hand took hold of the earrings in her hand, and Sand Feather, for some reason, didn't resist the other woman's movements. After the 2 of them determined that he had really died, they put down their hanging hearts and hurriedly poured down the recovery medicine and recovered cross-legged. When he heard the voice coming from above his head, Zhang Huai trembled and saw Zhang Daonan standing in front of him. The further forward they went, the thinner the defenses became, and by the 200-meter position, there wasn't even a single guard around. Such hard words not only made the villagers stare, Even Zhou Peng was a little disbelieving. As if out of instinct, Xu Cheng's consciousness projected directly towards Zieten, along with his inexplicably amplified thought power. It was also added to Zieten. Zieten, on the other hand, turned into a port for his projected power. The family media's capital chain is broken. The bank loan has also been in the call. Kang Shurja's hair big handful of down. Now no one has been optimistic about the family media. Are far away. For fear of an inattention. In the incursion on the Yi Mu this bogeyman, the old man still had a smiling and harmless look. Just as kind as those old grandpas living in the neighborhood who sat in the sun on their doorsteps. Besides, wouldn't it be better to wrap one's gift to Carl XI under a thick veneer of warmth? According to Reason, C682 Moncler Outlet Online, the escape should be a shocking event, but put into the base at this moment. But it is quite a flavor of no one asked. Only Hans Follett did not receive the special favor of God as Robert Douglas did, and though he was brave and strong and energetic, he never had a chance to show his face before King Carl X. Robert Douglas likes to eat fish. If it were usual, he would have carefully picked a few good fish to take back to the evening to make fish soup to drink. But today, he was full of things. Not in the mood. I took a long, slow breath, the depression in my mind crumbling away, and raised my eyebrows. It seems true that he didn't guess wrong. That illusion ability wasn't awakened by this dark big man himself, but rather he redeemed it. Jing Guantian secretly said, "This is purely Zhu Yin Ping chaotic up." Was 3 children 3 names, single, double and 3. Now it is good. Only this one child. She played a bitter trick, not to mention Li Ji. Even sure Qing Xian and others have found. Only Li Ji deeply love Wu Zetian. This does not care. And even gave Duan Muling the official position. Otherwise, Duan Muling without an official position. How to command the Jingwei. Lunches, walks, dinners, dog walks, all seem normal for a senior's leisurely retirement. If it weren't for the Dragon Yuan providing energy, summoning the Heavenly Star Thunder Generals over such a wide range for such a long period of time would have exhausted Qin Han long ago. Sakumo Flagstaff was naturally able to turn black if he wanted to, but he chose to verbalize the WoW path. Chapter 139. So are you trying to threaten me with this matter? The name, more than once, appeared in the piece of information Chen Duo had given her again. Hoshino Kazumitsu, an R-born Chinese who also goes by the Chinese name of Lin Zizhou, was one of the founders of the Sifong Environmental Protection Company, but a few years later suddenly sold all his shares and then went out of the country and disappeared. And in that important information, Lin Zizhou was close to the foreign lab, because he was the lead of the lab. Even Qian Kuan, who emigrated abroad directly after being poached, not expecting another one to come who dared to call his bluff. Fan Bo's thought words were interrupted again. Then he saw a young man about the same age as Xiaoping rushing in with an angry face. A principal-like person heard the two talking and saw that the clerk was in trouble, so he walked over, intending to greet Wang Mo personally. However, Xiaoping and Zhao Shui did not wait for Li Evening Chang, but instead waited for more police. 3 or 4 policemen smashed open the door and tried to force their way in to handcuff Xiaoping and Zhao Shui. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, his expression focused, methodically repairing each broken sword weapon. Feng Wuxiao let out a stern cry, interrupting Feng Wuyo's words, and a majestic aura surged out around her body. Nonchalantly, Crab Commander hands reappear huge pincers. Reckless pale ancient breath burst out violently rises up to the sky, the surrounding gas for which backward thousands of miles, stirring up countless waves. She knew the original story. The other side of the cold is grateful, but it is inevitable to see shyness. After all, it is a secret matter between husband and wife. But he knows. All 3 seals were unlocked, and with a gentle push from Fatty, the double doors creaked and were pushed open. Wang Mo's power was so great. Plus, in order to have a quick battle and not to attract other people's attention, he directly used the greenish-white astral energy formed after the convergence of the 5 elements breath. The roaring sword body, accompanied by the divine dragon heavenly flame, forcefully shattered the heavy divine weapons, breaking down the demonic spirit's defenses in a raging storm, clattering and exploding towards the demonic spirit. Seeing this scene, how could he not realize that he had just fallen under Su Li's compulsion, and the scene in front of him was nothing more than an illusion. The camera was given to Jiang Jianwei's side, only to see him he was holding his breath, dense sweat seeping out from his forehead. As a matter of fact, you could have been a bit more daring, but in response to her tirade, not only did Sojetsu Tsukamasa not retort, he said so. Su Huang saw this swung up the big axe horizontal block, snake spear and big axe knocked together. When sound shocked the human eardrums buzzing. The good news from the weekend, coupled with the good news that Excel Private Equity is raising money to take a big plunge into the A-share market, stacks up again. Along the way, Wan Yuding couldn't even walk steadily and kept staggering, leaning on Han Hao's shoulder from time to time. Next is acupuncture time. This time Han Hao used silver needles, compared to the previous gas needles to be much easier. A little later Tong He came, and Xiaoyi added fuel to the fire by describing the afternoon's training of several people and how strong Wang Yuan was to Tong He. When the white-clothed young man is nowhere to be seen. But now see the grey long shirt of the junior Junsheng. In a trance, I only feel that time is like a shuttle, and the years have worn out too many beauties inadvertently. Mr. Anonymous said, what Mr. Gao Yuan said is right and very good. We must all take this as a warning and not follow suit. Nameless did just fine and has not been emulated. The jade material used for the whole jade pendant is excellent. The shape is beautiful and atmospheric. The carving is exquisite. The knife is exquisite. The yellow jade is carved. The jade color is warm and calm, glistening like grease. In the afterglow of the setting sun exudes a soft radiance, which makes people fall in love with it. But that is the 9 to 5. He is no longer hate, but also cannot kill the king. Even a justice cannot be demanded. You big pervert. Ha! Xianshan laughed and smashed the man twice with her pink fist, her face full of spring. Nameless Gong said, if there are difficulties, you have to go on. If there are no difficulties, you have to go on even if you create difficulties. This is a very good saying, and all male compatriots should study, research and discuss it seriously, and strive for greater progress in their thinking. His flying dragon suit, Shura mask, and red head rope, were thrown haphazardly in the corner of the Beast Pack Gold House. The moment Au reached out and touched Lin Evening Night, Sunan felt a very terrifying aura fluctuation from Manhwa's body, which was at least in the Grand Master realm. The slaves who could enter the portal were basically all psychics, and also had some status in the Filipino and stick countries. When people are around, they don't know how to cherish them, but when they're not around, they come here to act like they are. This was something he had never been able to figure out, but unfortunately, the last time he had seen Woheitai, he had already died in the heavenly prison, so this question had been bottled up in his heart. Based on the experience of using the skills of other non-combat professions, Xiaoyi guesses that the unblocking of the skills will not be related to the experience of experiencing the magic fluctuation directly, and he can't use the spells, so the source of this experience is only a way to get beaten. And then combined with the situation just now, the possibility of this guess being established is getting bigger and bigger. Although Yi Fei was on fire, he was not so faint that he waved his hand, and Chen Xuanzi sat down somewhat unwillingly. 8 figures were divided into 8 places, but none of the 8 figures stood out from the scope of the grid. Just this instant of contact, there were already 3 figures that were put to death by the thunder into broken shadows. In response to his humble request for advice, Qin Feng also knew everything and said everything, which benefited him greatly, and many of his unanswered questions were clarified. After a day of walking in the snow and through the mangled forest, out of the forest, it was as empty as the wild, with no cover around. Hong Wanjuan's crimson pupils reflected Yang Yi's bland and clear face, and in this instant, the bitterness in his heart reached its peak, raising to a 9-star martial artist in such a short period of time. Who dared to predict how powerful Tang Ming would be a year later? In order to eliminate future troubles forever, Mo Liuyi and the others would definitely not keep their promise, because smart people knew how foolish it was to raise a tiger. This one chicken was about 3 or 4 pounds. If there was a pot, it would be best to stew it into a soup, but there wasn't, so it could only be used for roasting, but it was enough to fill the 3 of them up. Rats scatter from a sinking ship, the catastrophe of their own flight. Although these 2 words some do not match when, but the actual situation is so. Duan family's family background was still solid, but for several years for Duan's father to see a doctor. Those savings have long been a clean slate. The father of this go, half a year's time, to help the relatives and friends, very few. It took dozens of seconds for the smoke to slowly dissipate, and the place where the explosion occurred was blown out into a huge pit several feet deep. Knight Ginglan naturally knew that she was accusing her of being impolite, and gently hooked his lips. Eagle Old Man 7 bent down and arched his hand. His expression was slightly embarrassed, but he couldn't hide the flattery on his face. Lin Yu struggled to get up from the ground, shaking his somewhat dazed head. His eyes couldn't help but look aside, instantly turning dazed. A faint yellow light emanated around that bead, and the expression on Chu Feng's face immediately became grave when he saw this object. This Hall Master's cultivation thought it was necessary to be quite a bit stronger than those ordinary Psyghost clansmen, so it would be bad if the North Hall favorite had any slip-ups. No wonder this place is said to be haunted. If this group of people who passed away saw that their children and grandchildren were so unfilial that they even gave a stone monument like this, whoever else would harbor resentment, right? Chu Feng sighed, then lightly entered this mound. Chapter 140 The True Face of the Environmental Protection Company. MS. Jiang, don't misunderstand. I just want to talk to you about a cooperation. Lin Yu paused. The payment is for all those circus animals. What do you think? Jiang Shiyan had to admit that what the other party said was true. Although everyone morally condemns this circus, but legally they have legal compliance documents and procedures. And even this performance has obtained a business performance license. If they forcibly take away these animals, want to. Just as the words came out, Shoyo crashed through the glass window and flew out in a parabola, diving headfirst into Ekaterina's biceps. In the evening, after some passion, Jojo did not stay a drop of sweat. Cinny has long been jade body soft, covered with fine sweat lying in Jojo's arms, voice a little hoarse. Lu Zijing came back 2 days ago to continue to manage. In order to browse properly for himself, Landon also specifically told the soldiers guarding the portal not to inform her, and as a result, this one still appeared, and the timing of the appearance was so accurate. Kernisa walked into the gallery with her head hanging down, and at a corner not far away she saw the fighting general sitting on a porch post, slowly polishing his gun. Yes, this flower has been folded. After tasting the wonderful flavor of Xiang Ning, Li Chen no longer wanted to be a monk. I resigned from the position of executive chairman of the board of directors and went home without a trace of comfort. The only thing my husband said to me was, "Don't be unreasonable." I have become an unreasonable person. After leaving the corner gate of the backyard of Chunhua House, Xian Xiao's wide and comfortable carriage was parked outside the corner gate. Wang Haoming now felt that the spiritual power in his eyes was becoming more and more important to him, and protecting this secret was naturally a top priority. Shurjar kindly stays Shoyo for dinner, and Gabriel raises his hands in favor of it, but Shoyo politely declines for fear of eating a human bun. One of the man's hands poked through her V-neckline, wrinkling the top seater of the dress. Yang Jian and Dogogaro sat in the main seat. Obviously the two were in a good mood, with smiles on their faces, completely different from the solemnity of the courtroom. Ganryu immediately coughed twice, hardening her laughter and enduring it with great difficulty as she walked forward. Unexpectedly, this time, the egg did not make any other movements. Instead, it quietly stayed in Qin Ning's arms, enjoying Qin Ning's touch. He said this Smith is not happy. Originally wanted to open his mouth to refute the old foo. "You guys, this kind of is not less done." But the words did not exit and let the old foo glared down. The man carried a bit of everyone's demeanor between every frequency and movement, and even though a certain sadness in his eyes could not be wiped away, Boche still felt that this was a man with a story. Ko Jing sat there, all of a sudden as if she hadn't picked up the signals of this kind of atmosphere. In the past she was very adaptable to this kind of dinner. Every dinner of the High family, even if there was a lot of talk outside, she was always able to put me well in the whole picture. But today, she was a little rusty. "Then let me have a good look at the methods of Yun Lei." Qin Ning hemmed and hawed, and without further ado, he inhaled a sharp breath, his aura around him directly pulling up to the peak, and was actually the first to strike. Li Shan used his 5 elements pupil to sweep across, although some people's heartbeats were also bouncing, but they did not have the same eyes as this Shurgan, which made Li Shang also breathe a sigh of relief. Originally thought that this guy will knock a few million. 5 million will be to the top. I did not expect this guy so ruthless. No wonder the Peng family father and son emotions will be so lost. He was cautioning old Fu in such a subtle way that he didn't want to kick him off just like that this time. A story couldn't be traded for so much. "Don't worry, as long as you don't say I don't say anything, no one else will know." Wu Chang then comforted. If this was discovered by the arbiter, as Wang Yan's superior, he would be in bad luck as well. So Wu Chang chose to conceal it. Bai Chun was at a bus shelter on the side of the road, playing with her cell phone as she waited. After some time, a rural passenger transportation came and Bai Chun got on. This is Wang Jie's famous stunt. I do not know how many experts in the Jianghu died tragically under his foot. After all, humans have been the overlords of the earth for too long. So long that they got rid of their blood-drinking life thousands of years ago. She felt the rolling of her body and the churning of her belly, every cell in her body screaming with sweaty longing as she struggled to hold herself tight to control the uncontrollable restlessness inside her. And this second one is the sudden recovery of 3 patients in the intensive care unit of the Chinese medicine department who had been suffering from prolonged illnesses. Wu Liang arrived at the designated box, and after he pushed the door in, he realized that in the luxurious box, it was already filled with people. With a bang sound, Flower-Spotted Tiger, a 300-pound strong man, was directly kicked and flipped over, falling heavily to the ground, losing consciousness on the spot. He walked up and cast a big bright signature smile at Xianing, spreading his hands 2 steps forward, signaling to embrace Xianing, who stood there, about to embrace him, but as a result, a burst of inexplicable force behind her grabbed her hat with a tug, and immediately following, she fell into Yi Sun's arms. "Su Qin!" And Yuran turned her head and looked at the person behind her in shock. Her originally handsome face was now as white as paper. The blood on her lips was all gone, her chest was crimson, and there was blood dripping down his hanging fingertips. The old eunuch trembling just put his hand on Yuran's wrist, and Yuran issued a yelp sound, followed by a few coughs, then slowly opened his eyes. Big Dipper smiled and said, he and senior sister Jingawei haven't seen each other for quite some time, so he didn't come, but he has already given me all the talismans and pills he has accumulated. Big Dipper said proudly. Chorchi's cooking skills are very good, although Janie Yen's cooking skills are not bad. More often than not, it's Janie Yen who cooks for Chorchi to eat. Only occasionally does she cook, but it doesn't affect her cooking skills at all. Not because of the emperor's respect for him putting down his status, but because, as he saw from it, Qin Yu valued himself. What's your name? Where are you from? How old are you? Why did you show up at that nightclub? After that police officer finished his routine question, he raised his head and looked at Qian Qian with sharp eyes. Being stared at with that kind of eyes made Qian Qian more flustered. Even her hand holding the coffee cup couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 141, A True Dog Licker. Don't be nervous, it's a good thing. Director Song watched her expression show a hint of nervousness and smiled as he patted her shoulder. He made himself a cup of tea, then looked at Jiang Shiyan again. Tea? Jiang Shiyan originally wanted to say don't drink, but in a twitch of the brain, she directly came up with drink. Then the hot tea that the director had brewed with his own hands was delivered to Jiang Shiyan, and then he also told her that it was this year's new tea, and that it tasted very good. At this moment, Jiang, I'm afraid that at this moment, the Lord of the Star-Picking Mansion has the heart to kill, where he is willing to give it to each other. Clearly he wants Fengling Tian's inheritance in the martial movement battlefield before agreeing to let Fengling Tian take the extermination vault. Who would have thought that he could really take it away? The sound of the explosion shook the entire ground of the park, as if an earthquake had struck. When it was 30 minutes past 0, he returned the original of the painting to the custodial office. Even if it was an anomaly investigator, unless it was required for an operation, he was not authorized to take the items requested to be transferred in the 4th or 5th floor out of the anomaly management office. Open for me. Feng Maotian let out a loud shout and did not make a move before the several underground palaces all crumbled apart, those stone doors and prohibitions and the like bursting into pieces, not realizing that the one who was chosen would be himself. Amidst the applause of the members, Hashimoto, who had just gotten over the pain of the bugs he had eaten, covered his face in embarrassment and thanked him repeatedly. Overhead were lines of columns of that phosphorescent blue substance, arranged in a regular pattern. The passage stretched all the way down, and there was no way to see where it ended. At that moment, there was a buzzing, rattling sound from behind them, and the two men looked back to find that the hatch had actually been closed. They looked at each other without showing much excitement, as the forces left one after another. The only people left in the royal palace were those from the Hongxian imperial dynasty as well as those from the Ling Tian sect who were still there, seemingly back to before. Now I announce that I'm robbing you. All of you hand over the treasures on your body and I'll spare you from death. Feng Ling Tian said indifferently, a picture of inscrutable appearance. You main attack. I'll harass. Waving his hand and taking out a blackened iron rod, Nyayu directly arranged the battle arrangement. Gbue was staring from the outside, so he wasn't able to use too many means, but it was still possible to knock a muffled stick or something. But in fact it is not difficult to guess. Those evening gowns, suits and so on are her with the help of the impression of the previous life for those things, but also added to the Izumo country some of the habits of the feudal society designed, since it is in line with the requirements of the society, but also full of a feeling of the future. Let the crowd feel very novel. Who did you guys say was looking for death? A low voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Shiyan walked in wearing a black cloak embroidered with auspicious patterns. Seeing Chu Yanji convergence of the smile between the eyebrows seems to be displeased. Bai Yun heart jumped violently missed a beat. Quite some worry towards Xiao Shiwei looked over, but did not want. Xiao Shiwei is a calm face. It's amazing that someone has started the Valiant God Dog organization, in which all of them are brainwashed fans of the dog in the video. Lin Wei saw that the middle-aged man was so direct, not wanting to negotiate at all, and attacking at the drop of a hat. In addition to some dismay, there was also some anger. He was persuaded by his own good words, but he was still so unreasonable. Do not give some color to see. Still really think that they are easy to bully not? Whistle had been dumbfounded at what was going on. The army division that has always been unarmed is actually an expert who is not hidden from view? But now that the military division is gone, what about himself? Now, take the inside again. The prepared herbs, take them all out, put them into the tripod, then input the true chi, choose the items for alchemy, and then start it up. Okay, the alchemy has started. I'm going to go to sleep for a while first, then it's not over. Can you him? Even if you take advantage of his absence, there are still many experts in the heavenly prison who can finish you off with a single move. Jiang Xieshang said. The current Jin lightning was unable to retreat. He knew that this was the sure kill trap that Shiman Huaxiao had set for himself. Feng Zhenghao pulled Lu Lingfeng's arm and made him sit on the sofa opposite Jia Zhengyu, while he himself returned to the main seat. The people of the entire city were on edge all day long. The stores were closed, and the streets were filled with wanted notices offering rewards. This cultivation world was so competitive that where a treasure appeared, there would definitely be a fight to the death. And as the two left, the originally locked door was pushed open, and several figures fishtailed in. They had never experienced anything so bizarre in their lives, and at first glance, coupled with the cold wind piercing their bones, they thought they had arrived in Hades. Yi Zhao's face sank, looked at Xiao Siyu and then at Yin Yan, who was sitting still with her eyes downcast, waved her sleeve and went out. She found herself lying on a very narrow bedstead, her hands and feet securely tied, unable to move a muscle. There are already many people in the court who have speculated that the saint is enchanted by Yen Guifei and wants to establish a new queen instead. The intelligent terminal did not respond to Chen Fan's words, and the image of the star system and the holographic projection flickered away, transforming into a moderately shaped starship and a peculiar building in the shape of a Mobius ring. Bai Chen, can you tell me how the battle is really going? Yin Yan's tone carried a plea. It seemed that those elders within the family hadn't done much to build up a bad image outside over the years, and this was the accumulation of small amounts that finally erupted. Emperor Fei asked and nodded, and immediately ordered the palace to send someone proficient in concealed weapons to come and check. The Austrians were less than half as brave as the Prussians, but the moment Wu Jin grabbed the flag it was to notice that the river was at the back of the southern flank where the Austrians were camped. Cold Banquet followed her over there, but it was obvious that he didn't want her to go over there, he just couldn't stop her. Therefore, when he was in the Water Cloud Palace, it seemed that he accompanied Cold Spike every day and accommodated her every day, but he didn't even save a single one of her numbers and never asked, so it was evident that he was attached to her exponentially. However, Huaishan's ordinary campus life has only just begun to kick off when uninvited guests arrive one after another, because she had already saved up enough money for 2 years of tuition at this public university. Instead of working, Yunxia put her entire vacation to good use, often spending weekends going kayaking in Lake Tahoe with her friends or taking a nighttime bus ride to the Pali Desert to see the starry nights. Standing next to her not far away from the Shaoichen silently held up also forked empty branches. At this time he has also pulled up pants sleeves, body also splashed a lot of water, black hair messy, handsome face is also covered with fine sweat, although not like the past days as well dressed, but people look good. How to dazzle people cannot move away from the gaze. The light was ambiguous and dim. Wu Jin barely squinted his eyes, and the bartender's older brother who passed by gave him a flirtatious smile. The post-game food in the Clausen cafeteria was nowhere near as good as a pre-game meal with a broken head. Not only the Clausen show contestants, but the Hyacinth show contestants can hardly stand it. Old Me doesn't know of any power with the surname of Mu that has such abilities. Perhaps it's his alias. The third elder offered his opinion. Obviously, Lin Pu said this is still not enough to believe us, but I also pursued. As long as we can enter the tomb is fine. Into the tomb, each according to their own skills. Chapter 142, The Goose Bites the Ass. It hurts. The tiger cub's name was voted on by many netizens and it was called Milk Bun, just like its name, Milky, but now it is being chased all over the place by a goose, and finally it is cornered, stretching its paws to the goose to breathe. There is no deterrent. Across the bars, on the other side of the fence, the tiger parents and tiger relatives were pacing back and forth anxiously. Clearly the child of the king of beasts was cornered by its own food. Lan Mumei on the other hand still watched Lu Dingtian's performance with an unchanged face. She believed that he wouldn't play around with the 8 great families so much. This was more serious than the consequences of directly refusing to hand over the quota. If it wasn't handled well, he would run into trouble when he was out of the Lanteng Palace, and she didn't quite believe that Lu Dingtian would be so stupid. The Yue tiger followed closely behind, flying close to the ground, his fists coalescing into a lion's head, striking forward violently, merging into a golden-scaled lion, pouncing towards the kite. Qin Ming felt that this kind of person just owed a lesson, and he was doing justice to him, just to see if this Tang Jianghua would dare to find Cheng Xian's trouble again in the future. That is to use the strength of the Yunzi sect to exert pressure, so that the people will form an alliance and come together. Then the Hong family will be the master, and when master's forces come to collect, they will directly defect. Then the Hong family will be the one to take the lion's share. Bao Rui said. Huang Shang was confused. Was this sexy-looking blonde foreign girl mentally ill? She was talking to a bird? Qin and Qin Yu's cohabitation life this is considered to have officially begun. Only this time Qin Yu did not let Shi Hao live in the bedroom, but instead used the powerful functions of an intelligence system. That disciple's face turned white with fear at his words and hurriedly explained. Xiang Qing shook his sleeve and rolled. A strong force threw him and the one lying on the ground tens of feet away. The disciple was still in shock when he heard Xiang Qing's voice coming from far away. I will go to Golden Glory Valley in the next few days to test whether Song Shirta still has the rules of the sect in his heart. The Hanging Sandalwood clan had many clansmen who had attempted to remodel their bodies so far, and those who had succeeded. It was not enough to rely on talent alone, but also on opportunity. Qin Ming laughed out loud. His body had its own powerful self-confidence and aura, causing the crowd to be involuntarily dumbfounded. At that time, Tang Mengyu dialed Xiang Xiaolong's number, but only when she got through. She was hit by a car and her cell phone flew removed and broke. This part of the extreme comments appeared only in the second half of the night. And in the second half of the night Shen Liang didn't brush the microblogging again and had already gone to sleep. If it was really checked out that there was some kind of disease, then there must be a test report or something like that, right? Su Yuxuan thought so, and then began to rummage around inside the bedroom. What's wrong? Xia Weining was obviously shocked by her mother's attitude. She didn't understand why her mentioning Lu Yucheng would make her mother react so strongly. That was why Zhu Yong had gone out of his way to take out an entire week to painstakingly give these new recruits these basic trainings. The people present intuitively felt Knight Simeon's emotions, and their expressions of awe gradually returned to their original form. It was just a matter of her being able to see it enough, and she could only say almost sloppy things about Chi Jie. At least those crafty mutants wouldn't attack an empty convoy for such a thankless endeavor. In Duan's villa, a faint tea fragrance filled the air. Liao Qingqing sat demurely on the sofa and raised her head languidly when she saw Lu Yao Yao. Su Drunken Ning really didn't know exactly what Ouyang Chu was angry about, but this kind of sudden anger was usually not something important. How come I have to pay something for saving you guys out, right? Shaden gestured with his hand in the form of a scale, foreshadowing an exchange of equals. My name is Yi Fan. Are you a Shaolin Temple master? Yi Fan raised his head and looked at Mo Wenjian with an expectant face, but it was not easy to break the defense of the Macedonian squares, especially the bombardment team, which attacked in the front and retreated in the back. Lian Chao's fists fell like a raging storm, while the biochemical puppet was like a rag doll in a rainstorm. But, if I want to help her raise her cloud water skill to the second level, I need 32 free points, and her free points are 0. I tried for a long time but I couldn't transfer her free points. I can't just transfer all of her attributes to single digits, right? Sun Suwa frowned. Mo Wenjian pondered slightly for a moment, and finally decided to ignore this sort of humanity and let the earth remain in the age of the end. Bowing to the corpse, he sighed and was about to leave when his gaze suddenly swept to where Su Qing was standing. Mo Wenjian could be sure that at least at this moment, the brotherhood in Song in Human's heart prevailed. The fat man gritted his teeth and slung the bundle of firewood over his shoulder, then was already holding his face red. There are Ding Jian, Shi Lingwei to go up to block. The two sides exchanged hands. Ding Shi, 2 people in the return to the hidden plum village before. Is the Zhenghu 2 act very spicy half right half evil task, his 2 general temperament. After doing, never leave a name, is to martial arts although high, the name is less known. The heart surface did beat some drums. If it wasn't because of her, how could Fu Qing adolescent's body be hit by Zhang Su? Their neat shouts, and the fact that Li Shou's gentle wave of his hand could make them leave in good faith even more stunned the police officers, whose eyes were worshipful and jealous. She stood after taking care of things, driving the car in the street aimlessly skidding. Suddenly a flash of eyes. He looked at the window of the cake store, looked at a familiar figure. At once, the whole room was in commotion, and the flash accompanied the sound of the door. Swish swish illuminating people's eyes. That man was so asked. Immediately froze how do not dare to speak, trembling to lean against the wall being sweat dripping down. She stared at Tang Isha with complicated eyes. Why did he appear here? And what exactly did he mean by saying something that Yi Chen misunderstood? Just when Ao Tian just wanted to fall asleep as well. A slight ringing caught his attention. For safety's sake, Ao Tian immediately released his own divine sense. And suddenly the whole room and the surrounding situation were all clearly displayed in front of his eyes. Chapter 143, Unlucky Johnny Hung. Zhang Shiyan explained to them for half a day before finally letting them understand that human cubs can't be raised casually, and a group of small animals could only give up this idea, scattering and playing in 2s and 3s. Raising human pups? Zhang Shiyan think about it feel funny. These little animals are now more and more dare to think, and their mouths in the human cubs is definitely not 5 or 6 years old above the kind of dog are too old, but that is 2 or 3 years old milk who talk is also big. He could have said this directly in front of Lu Yan, but Shenyi was Lu Yan's superior, so naturally it would be better for Shenyi to announce this matter. At this moment, he didn't realize in the slightest who he was in Jiuqing's eyes, and his heart was filled with overflowing joy. LV Yan lied whistling again and again. The Imperial Sword, all the way along with the precious mirror and go. Who knows that the tight rush actually saw the precious mirror pulled away from a lot of distance. Leo didn't look like a beggar, but rather a mage in distress by the Temple of Thales. And this was the 50 silver coins he deserved. LVNC so, hurried to collect the figure. Stopped in the clouds before the mist. Fine feeling half a long time. That mist gathering and dispersing uncertainty. Seems to have isolated God's idea of the wonderful. He probed into the thoughts between them as simply no return. Without a trace of half a point of harvest. Straight teach him to be discouraged. Alan's obsession with burgers is no secret on Wall Street these days. And anyone who's heard of him is surely aware of this odd habit of his. Asking the question made her face turn red. And it was clear that this sort of thing was difficult for her cousin to publicize. Leo clenched inwardly and rushed to end the conversation. Which proved that what he had seen in the first place was indeed Kiyoshi's memory unmistakable. Ma'am, don't look at the people on TV talking nonsense. Mister, won't be pulling any strings with anyone outside. The nanny brought in a cut fruit plate, glanced at the TV screen in disgust, and spoke in a rambling manner. The two actually expressed their gratitude in unison. But Fang Yan could not help but cry and laugh. Today is considered to have seen the thick-skinned. But then again, he really likes this kind of straightforward people. The next day he woke up or more than 10 o'clock. He woke up, the clothes on the body is gone. Next to sleep a Yi Shinrue, her skirt into pieces, scattered on the ground. Tomorrow cautiously stared at the 4 bone-eroding phantom wolves, slowly reached out and grabbed Lu Xia's hand. Then, yelled, "Run!" Dragging Lu Xia. He sent his feet running wildly in the direction of the flanks of the bone-eroding phantom wolves, where the terrain was flat. When Lu Qi heard this, aggravated tears immediately rolled down her face, bit her lip and ran out. "No, I didn't." Holu was panicked and scared. She endured the fear while getting out of the cabinet. Gong Zhong looked at Gong Zhanshan on the stage with some dumbfoundedness. Even Ruwashi was surprised with some disbelief. To know that a year and a half ago Gong Zhanshan was only a level 1 dochi. Even if he was able to advance by leaps and bounds by relying on the martial cultivation mental methods that she had imparted to him, and Ruwashi didn't dare to imagine that he would be able to defeat Lin Luoyang, who was at level 7 of the dochi. Not to mention the fact that Jose himself was gifted as a doppelganger made from the core part of the world tree that could evolve worlds. He was born full of talent, and as a soul that could be transformed into the heavenly Tao. Of course, there was even less to say. For every word that surfaced, a crack appeared on top of the star map. And when the 16 words surfaced completely, the star atlas was already covered with deep cracks. Jun Eao saw that the formation had been opened, and lightly broke the siege of Funny Tenya, saving him as well as the rest of the Jianghu people, out of the encirclement to go to the formation. "This car is so beautiful. It would be nice when I can have one," Zhang Liangying said with great envy. He called the police himself and sued Zheng Zhafan for injuring someone, so the police should take the stance of treating a violent suspect anyways, right? Mom explained. "Uncle sure is your father's real cousin. You should call him cousin uncle." Shi Xiaofeng respectfully called out again. "Cousin uncle," he thought to himself. "No wonder I feel so close to him. So we are related by blood. In my opinion, if Chunpei stepped on the 9 heads and buckled, it is likely that he is playing a trick on both ends. However, even if he doesn't help Tiger and Palace, he will still keep an extra back way for himself, just in case." Bluefeather ran upstairs to their own room, head in the bathroom. Even the clothes are not taken off to release the water spigot, all at once rushed to the head poured down, so watered for a while, feel numb. It turned off the water spigot child before coming out of the bathroom. She teared up, sitting on the sand in a daze. "I don't know when, but Dongfang Yu had a death grip on my hand." She was so nervous that her hands were sweaty. At that time, the eastern battlefield of the Second World War was still in the doldrums, and the heroic deeds of Wang Chaokui's battalion, which were broadcast and approved by Sung Meiling, changed to some extent the Western view of the Chinese military and civilian resistance against the Japanese. "I don't know how Shui Haifeng pops up, but I know that Shui will be ours." The corner of Tartessa's mouth hooked into a grim smile as he looked at Shuntong in the ring. "Zhang, I think we can cooperate with them. You did them such a big favor, saved so many people, and saved a flight. This incident will be a sensation in the whole of the United States, and it will also help a lot in publicizing this painting exhibition of yours," Isabella said from the side. The captain of the guard saw that there was no one available, so he could only rely on himself to forcefully resist. The true essence of the lance in his hand surged, and clashed with the blazing sun of the blade. Under his intent, he was also only struck by the blade's awnings on his shoulder, scraping away a large chunk of flesh, because there wasn't any delay. It also happened to be a way to avoid Li Qinyu's sword move attack, and the person survived. However, Lin Hikafu was using her eyes to press Chi Fushu down, and the atmosphere in the hall of the fish pleasure building became awkward and tense for a moment. As the sun was setting in the west, the sunlight shone on Sun Chang's face, reflecting his originally somewhat pale face in red, instead highlighting the rigid lines even more. Chapter 144, The Day of Physical Examination in a Frenzy. He. Jiang Shurian shouted. Hip hopped straight up on all 4 feet, hopped like a frog and darted away. Jiang Shurian. It was a real eye-opener. The first time in my life I've seen a crocodile actually run like that. Jiang Yihon looked at the escape of Hip Hip, and then turned to look at the only frozen in the eyes of the melon-eating Just Haha's reflex arc is a little long. Was furious Jiang Yihon with a shovel bang knocked the. Honey, I swear, I'm not fooling you. Here's the thing. What I said before about coming out of a dream and sleeping with your arms around you isn't a person. It's a car. Thinking back to how strong Lu Chong was that night, she had to admit that it would be extremely inhumane to let a man like Lu Chong keep his body from the end. But was it possible? It was important to know that any member who participated in the Dragon Guard examination would be investigated by the relevant departments, and it would be almost impossible to pass the test with forged information. Seeing that everyone was covering their mouths and snickering, and then being told this by the director, Su Jinglei was so shy that she lowered her head, covered her face, and after a while, she actually wailed and cried. Neru, as the ultimate holy light creatures, are strong not in their sense of holy light, in their affinity for holy light, but in the fact that they are holy light themselves. The Tao Discussion Assembly was dispensable for the Behemoth clan, and if not for some reasons, he would never participate in this kind of meaningless assembly. After a heavenly shake, he felt his body lighten and slowly float up, while underneath him, a white lotus flower vaguely appeared, vainly lining him and rising upwards. But the round of men's fighting strength, Lu Chong has the real kung fu to sweep a dozen foreign devils. Qiu Zongji, if he goes to the NBA, he will only be pressed by the foreign devils. These may sound lighthearted, but when you think about it, they still make your blood boil. If I had an arrest warrant, I would have taken it out long ago. Today is due to come in too much of a hurry. Simply did not handle those formalities. Originally as the director is not need these things, or can be issued these things, but after all, this is the capital. Procedures are still very strict. It is not a man to not report this revenge. Qin Zhang let out a cold snort between his nostrils, hatingly and sarcastically saying into the air, that iceberg is nothing but a tender youngster who hasn't had any meat, and you're too high on him. As if the man was poked and prodded into a sieve right there. He raised his hand and threw Qing Yu into the main god space, shaking his head and no longer thinking about that. Let's start then. I let out a long breath, then pressed start game. The Master Advancement Tournament was crucial for us. As long as we got on Master, the strongest king wouldn't be far away from us. Kuxuanbao's words were also the truth. Her current injury was not at all convenient to walk around, but she did not expect Ku's father to understand, so she had already prepared for the other party to be angry. Seeing Wu Yu's breezy face, as if he was not afraid at all of coming to rob him, his hair flew up, and his eyes were scarlet as he stared grimly at Murphy's high, 10,000-foot figure. As for the honeymoon thing, wait until after the car. Xiaoqian only had the opportunity to mention to her, as soon as he finished speaking, sitting on the side of the Kusette Bao, as if dumbfounded, staring at him you, for half a day, before reacting. Sixth brother, please be quiet first. We are all family. What's the point of hiding Xiang Kong? Song Li Fu made a hand pressure gesture. Everyone stopped attacking and turned to run. The rock-eating insects froze for a moment, lowered their heads and swallowed the light crystals on the ground in one gulp, tilted their heads back and wriggled their thick bodies, persevering and chasing after them. Xiaohamo looked at the red candy cane, and admiringly glanced at Si Chi. 2010 that will be the candy cane $10 for 3 strings. That is to say, in the Kanshi dynasty, 4 copper coins are equivalent to 20 yuan. This purchasing power is not to that? After things were said and done, Master began to discuss countermeasures with Master Pan. I knew that it was no longer my turn to be involved in such matters, as this was the past of the Taoist family, and it was only right that it should be dealt with by some of the old-timers who were still alive. I couldn't intervene. I could only serve tea and water on the side, listening to their discussion, touching her already sore neck. Yi Xiaomei looked toward the tarmac with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. What's wrong with you guys? Why did you stop? Seiji also turned his horse around to look at the two who were crouching on the ground at the same time, and then he used a conspiracy to kill his father, the king of Funan, forcing the crown prince of Funan to flee far away, and then annexed the Funan country and became a vassal state of the Jinla country, which the master-slave relationship dropped. It's just, I don't have a few trustworthy people around me. If I chastise you, it's still me who's sad. Leng Jianing sighed lightly. Poor her, living for so long, past life plus this life. Around can believe people actually is also only a few. It was just that after breaking up the marriage, Shui Meng felt that dry fire within her body, which was becoming more and more pronounced. In the face of Luan Mei's smile, as well as his tone of disbelief, Lan Shiyu was revealed to be a bit surprised. Su Junxiao had an inertia forward, and the person just kneeled on both knees. Kneeling on the cardboard, and his forehead hit the air conditioner board in front of him heavily. Good. Lang Jianing in the heart of the angry exclaimed. He is determined that she is the murderer. Is it? He is in the heart has decided that she is the kind of ruthless and murderous people. Is it? What? Yi Xiaomei turned her head and lowered her mouth, muttering in her heart that this man's mouth was a bit lacking. But the moment he turned his head and looked clearly at the blonde man who was staring at him with a smirk on his face, in an instant, changed, and the muscles on his entire face became stiff. With that said, the purple-haired man walked past the blue-clothed male as if nothing had happened. The distance between the two of him getting closer and closer. Passing through the heavenly feather grassland was entering the infinite mountain range. But the difficult part wasn't the section of the heavenly feather grassland. It was the section of the infinite mountain range. If it was an ordinary mount, too much time would be wasted just going over the mountains. So if one was to rush, it would be best to have a flying mount like the soaring heavenly beast. Zhu Ocean at this time table on the co-pilot. The front of the car here is a total of 2 positions. I and Zhu Ocean squeezed barely able to do down. His pair of eyes showed an endless sense of sadness. I suspect that after this I am afraid that a huge change will happen. Good job. That's it. Smash him to death with a chair. The people who had just lost the bet were shouting. Zhang Huiran had made them lose $10 million. They were resentful. They hoped that Zhang Ludi smashed Zhang Huiran to death, to take out the anger for them. Be quiet. Zhang Huiran kicked them off. And the originally excited giant tiger and dragon crocodile suddenly settled down a lot. But the excitement in their eyes was hard to hide. In Feng said and shook his head helplessly. His gaze thrown at Luo Yu, hoping that Luo Yu could make a calmer judgment. Chapter 145, Collaboration. Zhang Shiyan let out an ah. He also has a border collie at home. This time after the non-disassembly back. This border collie seems to be a bit disgusted with the non-disassembly, while no one at home to open the door to lead the non-disassembly to throw out. Xia Side thought his best friend was joking when he heard him talk about it, and it wasn't until the surveillance video was laid out in front of his eyes that he had to admit that it was really the family's dog named Doctor who did it. They say a border collie is a border collie and a dog is a dog. And Shasta believes it. You're not allowed to regenerate this time either. After thinking for half a day, Big Brother couldn't figure out how Xiao Wenyan could come back to life other than blocking bullets with immortal arts and regeneration. So he added this condition. After eating the instant noodles, Mu Ziqing unscrewed another bottle of mineral water and drank it. Just as Mu Ziqing finished drinking, Jiang Yishuan grabbed it and drank it. Tian Shui didn't mean to scold Gu Linger. It's just that she was in an extremely bad mood, and she just wanted to vent her bad feelings in front of Gu Linger to save a little face for herself. Unbeknownst to her, she was met with a huge slap in the face from her own son before her words even left her mouth. Long Xuanyu forehead veins jumped straight, with a look to indicate, Mother, now is the middle of the night. Let's go home to sleep into it. We'll try again tomorrow. Then why is he here in the red light district at this hour? Is he looking for someone? Why didn't he go through himself? Or is it that Sun Yan doesn't trust himself anymore? With the princess of Hanzhou occupying the mountain, your brother shall not eat me and have to bring people to surround me again. On the Nine Palace Mountain, Knight Wei Yang bitterly persuaded the uninvited Hanzhou princess Han Junyao. Yu Lingfeng good voice comfort. This girl's sad look is really heartbreaking. He can never see the previous girl had such an expression. The previous girl is to see who is not happy to beat who. The whole of the residents of the Prime Valley to see her like seeing ghosts. This was Fang Yuchen's current intention. Taking advantage of the fact that the three people's attention was attracted by the discovery, he walked in silently and directly from outside the stone room, and as he approached, he instantly turned on his stealth skill and went this way. Senior brother Liu Xiang. Look, the group is so excited. Why don't we invite Master out together? After all, today is his birthday. Ling Weifeng said. No, this is too risky. In case Jiang Yishuan doesn't get his memory back, or if he knocks another concussion out of him. Mu Ziqing thought about it and felt that it was absolutely not okay. Like for so many years, never said anything. Senior sister does not know then continue to let her not know. Tugo didn't say a word, just used her actions to prove that she needed to eat, and if she didn't eat she was really going to pass out. I think there are times when sticking to one thing is great, and the more striking and dazzling something is, the less talk there is. I tried to euphemize what I wanted to say as best I could, but how it came out felt a little poorly. Goo 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 goo. My stomach rumbled out at an inopportune time, a bit obvious in the quiet. I smiled awkwardly and explained that I hadn't had time to eat today. Want to cut the original stone? In fact, is not difficult. The difficulty lies in how not to destroy the material inside but also to ensure the integrity of the inside, which is a little complicated. In the time that followed, some more demons searched for treasures, which were not as outstanding as the treasures fought for in the previous great battle. but they also possessed an inexplicable power. Yinfan thought that he had gone to catch a demon again, but he didn't expect the person to come back that evening, and he had a burlap bag on his back. If something is really going to happen to the center, Zhang Fu and Su Jingchang, two people with deep backgrounds, will probably not be able to do anything, but he may not be able to say. That's a masterclass method of screwing people over, and he still has to say and do it, obsessively, and apparently he doesn't know what obsession means, although the magma forging body is painful, but the improvement is also visible to the naked eye. Dear Yo-Yo walks on the broken earth, no longer feels so uncomfortable, the hot temperature under the feet, compared to that horrible magma, it still seems much milder. A black-clothed old eunuch, looking at the people who died in front of him, not only any pity, instead of having an indescribable excitement, seeing that Sister Neil was still smiling and waiting for her to go over. Jana's heart struggled for a moment before she had no choice but to sneak a glance at Wang Jin, and only after realizing that there were no objections did she walk over with an embarrassed face. The White County King had been silent for so long that it looked as if the wind and waves were calm. In reality, it was the calm before the storm. This time, the White County King and Prince Shu have joined forces to make an attack, and it seems that they are finally ready to strike. On the other hand, Sher Brodyun had a smiling look, his folding fan in his hand lightly shaking, a picture of exuberance and uninhibited appearance. This time the turmoil, stone broken cloud is also counted as a blessing due to the disaster. After the great battle plus the final monk's Buddha light help, successfully stepped into the martial arts masters into the great success, can also be considered to be overly gifted. In Lian's live broadcasting room. At this moment, the screen of Lian's live broadcasting room changed, and the whole live broadcasting room was divided into two, half of which was the live broadcasting screen of Lian's own live broadcasting room, while the other half of the screen appeared a muscular man with slightly dark skin and a strong body. Spirit stones, stones gathered from the spirit stones of heaven and earth. People categorize them according to their quality into lower-grade spirit stones, medium-grade spirit stones, upper-grade spirit stones, extreme-grade spirit stones, and the legendary Fey spirit stones. An extreme Dao Ancient Emperor. When did the heavenly desolate imperial court have another extreme Dao Ancient Emperor? The Violet Emperor, Vault Emperor, and the others hurriedly flew out in the air, looking at the terrifying giant shadow in front of them that was like a god or a devil. The heavenly spirit emperor lost his voice and exclaimed in shock. Li Qingxua, three people are nervous. Usually they are close to the base of the place scavenging, seldom encountered zombies. At this time the heart fluttering jump, a little bit of wind and grass, all let their scalp a little numb. A year ago, is still only the son of the Tianwu kingdom Qin Hengtian learned that his father Qin Shang, to pass the throne of the country to his own, but also want to have the Tianwu kingdom of the too proud of the name of a great beauty betrothed to himself. Ecstatic, he first time to find the good people, want to share this joy with her. And then, at the entrance of the Dao Martial Academy, a golden barrier suddenly appeared, followed by a voice that appeared within the ears of the crowd. After leaving the auction house, Ning Dao realized that the Starry Glory Guild's branch had posted strange announcements all over the place, and the content of this announcement was nothing special, but Ning Dao, as a person involved, was able to see it at a glance, Xiong Sua more and more listening to be surprised. At the moment he and Guan Mushue is trapped in this forest, no matter how cannot get out of the forest, although the world is absolutely no demons and monsters and so on, but this bizarre array but seems to be in accordance with the so-called 8-demon 8-charm Qiankuan array and setup. Chapter 146, Discovery in the Pig Pen. Is it pretending? Even Liang Xiaoquan seemed to see it this time. Zhang Shurian patted its head. Don't pretend. Your master can see it. The doctor continued to flick his tail. Angry Liang Xiaoquan searched around and finally took off the slippers he was wearing on his feet and slapped hard on the doctor's buttocks, scaring him so much that he got up from the ground with a jolt and dodged quickly. You're still running. Still running. Liang Xiaoquan chased after Dr. A circular device was firmly chained by 8 basalt irons, and the iron compass carrying the circular device was reflected by the white haze that flooded it. The compass was locked like a mirror by 2 thick iron wires. In the middle of the wires were 2 thick wires of arcane iron connecting to the monster's back, and the wires as thick as the mouth of the sea were fixed to the monster's body. By the way, Han Yen, don't you have any other seeds here? Zhang Ting hesitated for half a day before deciding to ask. At this time To Kill out of the formation of Yuziki began to be confused. This on the fight with Zhao Yun. But that thought of Zhao Yun simply ignore him directly with the dragon and on. There is no way he does not want to fight too. Not to mention the dragon is also bigger than him, and have no choice but to look for other opponents. In Chen Jingshan's eyes, Master Yu was a very respectable old man, building the Yu family into a leading Tang enterprise, and developing the Yu family into what it is today. Even their Chen family was helped by Master Yu, but he didn't think that at this age, he would have to watch his own kingdom being destroyed. I told him yesterday that I wouldn't be going to the camp today. So what's the big deal? You can't leave me even for a day? Yi Sanction is very angry. Disturbing Han Moching's rest is one aspect. More is, this camp really cannot leave him? If one day he's not here, it won't work? After finishing his speech, Lan Yukong turned around and walked forward backwards while slightly raising his eyes filled with anticipation waiting for Lan Yushin to speak. The rest of the Yu family were all peaceful. At least on the surface they couldn't see that they were unhappy. Old Mrs. Yu also had a smile on her face, but in the end it was a little less gracious. The heavenly demon strategy is by no means ordinary. Practicing it to the extreme you might be able to shatter the void and perhaps return to the original world. Bleak Moon's body floated up in the water. Slowly approaching Ling Shui Ruo, a bead was picked up by her. The bead was colorful and blazed, releasing a mysterious light. It was the Reverse Destiny Heavenly Bead. Shen Miaoyun is relatively calm. She lowered her head and ate her own meal. For Li Xiu spoke not affected by how much. Probably this unfair treatment more often than not she has been numb and accustomed to. Nope. It just says to kill the wisdom bugs and obtain their brain energy crystals, followed by a rewarding punishment. Nothing else. Yu Hao said. Frying a steak may seem simple. In fact it may seem easy. It's simple to get started. But it's not easy to make a name for yourself and make a name for yourself. I say, your family will have plenty of time to get along later. Now isn't the time to pay the reward first, Zhao Hao said breathlessly from the side. This was in the office, and Yang Xiaoxian knew she couldn't do anything about it, but she just couldn't help herself a bit. Since there was no danger, he didn't hesitate and acted immediately, turning around and starting to the wall behind him, starting to climb. With all of these benefits, even if they had previously realized that this quantitative calamity was a bit beyond their control, it still couldn't make them stop their plotting this time. Li Yangchul nodded, his gaze toward Baek Ma Jun. See, no, Ma Jun did not react. No intention to go to retract his gaze. If it is Ma Jun, he is bound to stare. Other people are less likely to use to look at it so tightly. In the next time, Lei Zhong and Yang Fei Yanghu and other people, directly into the mountain forest. After finding a sunny and windy place, Yang Fei and Yanghu and other people then began to get food. A sound of compulsion. So that foam man has lost normal thinking. All he could think of was, if he made a mess, he would be rich. If he was rich, he could buy a house again. If he was rich, he could find a beautiful wife. That's right, but the third sentence should be changed to fighting but not fighting, retreating but not retreating. But why? Chao's army will surely not dare to go forward, and will surely go around the road. Go Liang continued to applaud. It was possible to capture Jia, but it was by force, not in a moment when he was relaxed, as Cao Cao had used force when he captured him in a previous life. And later at a banquet he said this. Although the cronies around Shi Qingrong were all recruited by him, but the person who followed him into the rune map tower to pass the eyes of the second senior brother, obviously not possible to pop out from the cracks of the stone, even if it is a loose cultivator must have origin. The first order was to transfer 2 division commanders plus a chief quartermaster, and the second was to ask the first army to come up with a list of 500 officers to be transferred. And that Bu Chenyan's mouth opened especially wide when he heard this, estimating that he could stuff in a duck egg. Zilong, what is our current troop strength? Wang Tianjie opened his mouth and asked Zhao Yun beside him. For the 9 ascension pills, Hua Yi is still full of confidence. As long as Yuan Hai Zi ran 8-1, there is no fear that he will not give in. By the time the addiction kicks in, it will be out of his hands. There was no more hesitation now. When Xiao Yao and Yifeng rushed into the camp, they saw Peng Shan, who was surrounded by several cavalrymen. 4 platoons, no extra names. East, south, west, north, but each row had the name of a direction written on it, which made Lin Feng look at it, a bit puzzled. So he cast a puzzled glance towards the east. The Yun family has the most silver buildings in Hangzhou. The entire Hangzhou silver building business, almost their Yun family almost accounted for half, which is not without the credit of Zhu Shi. It is just that the relationship between Xu Wei and Yun Fei has always been very secretive, and very few outsiders know about it. Chapter 147, Skeletons revealed to the light of day. These are artillery shells. No wonder it is so heavy. How come it does not blow up? The boss also curiously came over to pick it up and study it. The policemen present were frightened by this god-poking and prodding Moncler outlet online, and hurriedly stopped him. Moncler, what? You just hurry into the house to rest. Here, leave us to deal with it. Although these shells have been in disrepair for a long time, but not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the unexpected. Moncler outlet online. Looking down at Su Jingqi, she was so quiet, no longer flailing, and her usual delicate makeup had been washed clean. But it's this last wave of the line. How about VE's side doesn't intend to let the troop line into the tower? Mom, what's wrong with you? Why do you have a crying face? Pine Jiang saw that his mother was crying, and with only 52 mulligans of his own, he had unknowingly been pressurized by close to 30 mulligans. On the other side, after hearing Thrian's warning, Chao Fan and Melina immediately covered their mouths and noses. In this world, why is it that the good guys always get no good rewards, while the bad guys can do whatever they want and get away with it? Pig brains are so delicious and nutritious, why don't you eat them? If you think that what you eat makes up for what you eat, and that eating pig brains will make you stupid, then just gnaw on a computer. Your brain will be more developed than Einstein's. The smile on Zhu face gradually froze and he let out a soft sigh as he continued to stroke up listening his hair. A strong sense of loss welling up in his heart. 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. Although that parasite had lost half of its body, but in its mouth was human flesh and blood. It even persisted and survived. It locked its white, jagged teeth together abruptly, and Si Wuxia instantly felt as if 1,000 needles were sticking in his buttocks, let out a loud scream, and jumped up more than 3 feet high. Then in the next instant, the nylon rope around his neck tightened violently, yanking him upward, his entire body soaking as if he had sunk into the deep sea. Deputy Director Tao, Wei Jia takes his leave. See you later. Wei Jia also bowed his hand to Deputy Director Tao and got on his horse to follow Boss Chao, with Chao's generals following in turn, leaving Deputy Director Tao alone and fuming by the frying pan. These days there are a lot of troubles. In addition to Zhang Henshui to go against the water rhinitis also turned powerful. It has been proved that after sneezing 50 a day, will have a certain impact on the head. The symptom is lethargy, eye swelling, tomorrow or to strive for more. But in case you are not able to do so, please be more understanding. I smacked the flavor of it and couldn't help but say, why do I think that's such a bad thing to say? Tang Yino told herself that she had no way to keep smiling, not because she was afraid of Xiao Xiao, but because of her emotions, nothing to do with outsiders, the outside world. I said at first glance with both hands, I am your sword god. Just now, I rolled and crawled. Both of my hands broke the skin, and my right foot was stubbed raw. I was surprised why White Sakura suddenly asked me that, but at this moment, I don't even have Mickey's contact information. How could I possibly invite her over? And even if I did have her contact information, it would be impossible for me to invite her over. Although I can't deny that I really haven't completely gotten over her shadow. No one would have thought that this meeting would be remembered forever by history, much less that it changed history to such an extent that 100 years later, those historians who studied and explored this meeting considered it an extraordinary milestone, and no amount of praise would be wrong. The mountain is about 1,000 feet high, as if a huge giant, standing in front, and since halfway up the mountainside, it is piled up thick snow, cold winds, perennial not melt. This master is a person who understands. Sad art justified. Just from the section of the garden nonsense to start. The more said the more show rudeness. Hurry up to stop it. The shape of the school today is certainly offended. Depending on how to dispose of properly. Rinhai folded his hands together and opened them towards the pancake wave stream, and a jet of water flew towards him, propelling him back a few steps in a row. Rinhai took the opportunity to run over and look around for Roman. The only thing that made Ron a bit confused was that he still didn't know which class Agatha actually went to school in until now, and he also asked Agatha about it. But Agatha was being secretive and preferred not to tell him, and in the end, he simply didn't bother to ask again. Ron finally realizes this time that the person who took advantage of the chaos to kill Boyd is actually Audrey's older brother. General Knight and I, however, did not rush to judgment. It appeared to be true, yet the details were still worthy of scrutiny. Yoon Dae-yoon had already seen Bingyi's ice, though just once was enough for him to memorize his scent. In this world, she had nothing left, and the only one she could trust was her mom. No matter how old she grows, she is just a child in front of her mom. In his hand there was an ebony black long sword. The shaking sword-ons were extremely bright. Each sword-on was as thick as it was, slashing towards the stars. Yoon Dae-yoon shook his head dead. He went to check later. The same person never had the same side effects after each stabbing, and God knows what he'd spit out this time. However, this is all an afterthought. The most important issue now is to track down the whereabouts of the traitor Ali and the mysterious map. Janning didn't understand why she was being so polite to a stranger, and wasn't sure if she'd also heard the remarks Peng Chang had just made, criticizing her as useless. It's clear from the victory conditions that whether it's the good guys or the wolves, if they want to win, they have to find the third-party camp first. Immediately after that, its legs bent slightly, and in the next second, flames emerged from the soles of its feet, followed by instantly wrapping around its entire body. The only way to lick successfully is to lick someone who doesn't genuinely think of you as a licking dog that can be discarded at will. He had thought that when this project was over, his kissing wife would be able to stay here with him. Right. The day after tomorrow will be a break. So are you going to town the day after tomorrow? The only way to pitch in now is to go there in person. When Manga was notified to rush to the interrogation room, she saw through the window only the crow that she had been thinking about day and night, and the kite that followed the crow. But why? But why is there still a trace of redness on Kite's face? But after filming, there was still a lot that hadn't been edited. And instead of sending Jingha episode by episode and then having the trouble of discussing it over the phone, they just invited him to the set. Then they saw Lu Hongjin sitting down. This position just blocked them, so Lu Hongjin could not see them, but they could see Lu Hongjin. If it was a normal matchup, Huni wouldn't have had many mood swings, but Jiang Yuan's playstyle was a bit too rampant. Karos also did not show any weakness. The head of the thick and incomparable pincers full of spikes also constantly collision, issued a thump, 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 thump sound, full of threatening intent. Chapter 148, The Little Owl That Got Back. There was almost no doubt that these two nameless skeletons were probably the heroes who had once run silently forward on the road. But it was just a pity that for some reason they had been left in that deep pit, and because of the wind and the rain, no one had noticed them, and they had just been lying there for decades, and now they have finally seen the light of day again. The experts carefully cleaned up the dirt and dust for the two skeletons and placed them carefully on a clean red cloth. Zhang Shiyan didn't understand this kind of specialized. Wang Yuzhen did not think so, mainly because Hong Hagi mentioned, said Zhang Yun especially attractive, and Huang Chuanbo also quite compatible. Still rushing toward Mu Yun suddenly split in two, and Shan Tao also souls at the same time. Thanos and Dave fought and eventually tore off Dave's other arm. Tony provides Dave with two arms made of ulu alloy, which were forged by dwarves in stellar furnaces and are very strong. Yuan Xiuhua said, fake and fabricated, and field research, left, and the reality of darkness separated. All happy script, forgive me to follow orders, forgive me not to write. I have lived in the countryside for a long time, poorly informed. Only know how to calculate the firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar. Has been Jianglang exhaustion. Sister, come back with us. Starshine looked up, blinking her big eyes in anticipation. Just as these two were about to fight, the quicksand member moved. She stretched out her thousands of hands, and in an instant, she trapped Mu Jin and Lin Biao firmly in place. After that bout of inexplicable dizziness passed, she was fine long ago, and Qinsho came over later to give her a look. But she didn't see anything wrong. When Li Caixia saw that Zhang Yan's appetite was getting better day by day, and her body was mellowing at a rate visible to the naked eye, she was close to waving the flag and shouting for Zhang Yuan. If it was this mysterious and unpredictable Tang Clan's Daolang who had done all these things, then what, exactly, was his purpose? Influenced by this atmosphere. These days Suyu also had a very serious exercise. Reviewing the summary is considered to be a provisional. That spirit beast opened its mouth once again. This time with a loud hissing sound that resounded through the entire heaven and earth, and even the clouds in the sky were shattered by a large portion. A terrifying shockwave directly struck at the back of that black-robed man. Under the urging of a Z, Yi Xiaoyang had no choice but to take a few steps forward, with a feeling of being on pins and needles, not going down even one step. Looking at the fox demon kneeling on both sides, he clenched his teeth, flew away from the mountain road, jumped to the bushes on one side, and flew down the mountain. Okay, I'll eat with you then. But what are we going to eat? It won't be in the office, right? Li Si said that she was really a bit hungry for dinner. Seeing that Jun Mo1 was in critical condition, the disciples of Mountain Beyond Mountain were all so enraged that they could not wait to die with their bodies. He first let the people in the vegetable soup inside put 3 steps down. Then, he has entangled 100 or so brothers to go to June Again restaurant to smash the scene. When he realized that he still hadn't made a big noise, he actually aimed his eyes at the hospital. But luckily, it seemed like he shouldn't be angry. At the very least, he did make a point of worrying about himself when he was just leaving. In fact, from the moment you took out the mountain spring water to heal my body without the slightest defense, I felt differently about you, and although I have also talked about you and cautioned you, all of them have caused you to raise your defenses against other people. At this moment, some people truly understood what kind of place the old man of the river Styx was. His strength was not in strength, but he was able to ignore all the rules of this world. It was just that the Witch and Ghost Conference was usually held in the territory of the Miao King, rotating between the largest drum societies among the 4 black, white and saffron Miao respectively. This time, it happened to be in the territory of the White Miao, so it was extremely favorable to the Witchcloth sect, and they were bound to want to defeat the Poisonous Dragon sect in one fell swoop through this wonderful opportunity, to fight for a breath of fresh air. Qin Yunzi frowned. Zhong Kuei's words, he naturally did not doubt. In heaven and on earth and in the ghostly realm, the only one who could let Zhong Kuei, this master, run errands was the great emperor. Not necessarily true, the supervisor cautioned, but the words, as he said them, didn't come out with a bottom line. A streak of thunder continued to run amok in the sky above the rule space, as one new continent after another continued to pour out, and the great Tao in the space became even more perfect, which caused the rule space to move even further towards the level of the realm of the Tao. Under the dome of the sky, Jun Moxia slightly clasped his fists. He already recognized Lu Feng's strength. Lu Feng had that qualification. Let him know the name. What exactly happened? Yang Fan's wife's voice was a little choked. She had always hoped that Yang Fan would come back, but she didn't expect it to be in such a way. At that moment, GMO used all of his infernal divine power to suppress the glazed pagoda in his own hell, finally allowing the glazed pagoda to settle down and not be drawn away. Roaring like thunder, GMO's action completely angered the ferocious Jiao and rest. The ferocious Jiao let out a heart-shaking roar. The huge body stood up. The black-colored scales all over his body were glowing with an eerie cold light, rushing straight to the nine heavens. I have to say, Luo Mantle and Ma Liuyu are really well-intentioned in arranging a show of prestige for him. After finally arriving, Nian was about to have Mermiel order someone to free Cahill when she saw a scuffle at the bottom of the dungeon. As it turned out, it was Isabella who had already rescued Cahill. Nian looked at the newspaper, which seemed to contain some dark horses to watch out for, as well as a preview of a possible meeting between the two powerhouses the next day, with Prime Bear evacuating Lingdu City and leaving a mess behind for them, and the people in the city not trusting the royal family. There would definitely be ill-intentioned guys who would take advantage of the chaos in the city to plunder the people's belongings during the chaos. Glory Eternal said disdainfully. For these scattered players, Glory Eternal really didn't look in the eyes. Qin Feng's heart muttered. Finally decided to do an illegal entry. Turned around in front of the city hall. Found that only a room in the middle of the 5th floor was lit. Qin Feng decided to go in there. Now to determine the class president. It's up to you, Qin Feng, and this is my first test for you. With a casual point, Huayu Jia pushed Qin Feng to the position of public enemy of the class. Bang! An extremely powerful force surged out from Xin Lan's body, shaking Zheng Hua's palm away. With your strength, you still want to fight with me? Chad coldly snorted. An aura light was generated with his hand. Waved his hand, and with a bang, that reincarnation power of Long Ling was actually dispersed. General, since my lord is in Luzhong, I see that it will be in Luzhong to declare the decree, but also to avoid the general to run a trip. Zhang Zhao said very sincere. From Luzhong to Huiji at least a few hundred miles. A round trip is 10 days. And Jiangdong has just been pacified. The road bandits rampant. The ceremonial battle went slow and easy to become the target of the bandits. Chapter 149, Failure to Promote. Jiang Shurian slowly twisted her head, looking incredulously at the little owl whose eyes were staring straight at her, pointing her finger at herself. You, shouting at me? The little owl, however, mistakenly thought that it had gotten a response from Jiang Shurian, and cried out several more times in a row, Mama 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 mama. Jiang Shurian. After a long time, Jiang Shurian carried the box and explained to the little owl with a serious look. I'm not your mother. You're the one I picked up from the woods. No, you. Given Xiao Qinglian's constant finger pointing, Situ Zhan, after deep thought, decided to stop caring about Su Jinxiao for his own sake, and he silently shut his mouth, choosing to be neutral. At the end of the analysis, it was roughly judged that it was either this monarch or the inner circle beside him. In any case, it was closely related to the monarch. However, we can't make the mistake of waiting for death, even if it's a dying struggle. Lu Xiao and I thought nothing of traveling in the opposite direction, weaving through the forest floor. Unsurprisingly, the two wolves were always behind us, even without their collars. They were like followers in the darkness of the night, silent but not to be ignored. The colorful flowers were arranged neatly and orderly on the shelves, and each bouquet matched beautifully. As of right now, the covert takeover is still going well, albeit a little slower, but that's to keep from spooking people. In January, the Northern Government Army achieved 5 victories in 5 battles and defeated nearly 100,000 enemies. In the end, they besieged Zhang Zhao and Zhang Liang in Guangzhou and trapped Zhang Bao and Lower Xuyang. Lu Su returned in a bad mood. I also Tai Jiquan. You in the end through or not? But dodge out of the way. Don't block my way. He took a step across and used his shoulder to push away the madman right in the middle, then shouted down to me. Keep your head down. With a cat's back. He dug in. As he neared the ground, he stepped forward and steadily caught me in a hug. Then without giving me any chance to struggle, he rolled over and pinned me down. I cursed angrily. Bastard. Let go of me. Is there anyone more shameless than him? A group of people into the imposing city gates. Into the eye is a wide upward winding street. Stores on both sides of the street. Flags flying. The noisy buying and selling sound endless, but gives people a sense of order. Oh, brother Chow, this word straight to the vitals. But even if I know this at this moment now, I will not retreat. Do Jianda seems to be really hit the vitals by Chow Feng's words. Some self-deprecatingly said. However, looking back violently now, Anya realized that it was Luo Feng pretending. He didn't mean that per se, did he? Hai Feng is afraid of Lang Yinping's roar, called the night patrol officers and soldiers. Looking around directly, holding Lang Yinping over the wall and into the dark to Lang Yinping's Jingqing courtyard. Wan Jing, your kung fu will wait until your mom comes, Zhang Yi said as he looked at the expectant Shan Wanjing. After all, Stranger Yan's brain is not a computer, and competition is supposed to be a race against the clock. Stranger Yan's slightly slower calculation. Wang Mingzhua may get the opportunity he wants. Since then, Ma Chao was considered to have become one of the few senior generals of the Great Han at a young age before his weak crown. This was not rare in the entire 400 years of the Great Han. Su Jini knocked them over one by one, and after she had knocked them over a few times, she knocked these cups in a way that had no rules on the surface, but actually had some rules. The six-tailed fox put down the fox skin in its hand and then transformed into a white firelight that burned towards Su Yang. Mu Yu Yang covered his chest. A trace of fresh blood dripped out from under his silver mask. He was so angry at this time that his body was trembling, but there was nothing he could do. The divine race's most precious treasure, the heavenly god's shroud, was lost in his hands, and he was also injured by that 9th-level golden devil. Koimobai was nowhere to be found, and this mission ended in his complete failure. Not good. Yunfan's heart secretly said that it was not good. If on normal days, he only needed to use some means, he could forcefully extinguish all the fire around him, but at the moment, due to the rules of the Dangyun Lu, it was not possible to do that. In this way, he was equal to the self-depreciation of his martial arts, and if he wanted to pass the test, it would by no means be easy. But whether or not there was a limit to the number of this sub-profession, then Mo Lu wasn't too sure. At the same time, he noticed that this carriages of his own had left Elder Li's carriages far behind, at least 10 miles away. In other words, Stream Slayer had actually killed a level 90 god-ranked boss alone at level 0? Nido thought it was very funny. It was obvious that it was not going to help, and these demons were still delusional, hoping that the humans inside would swoon out of their own heads and stupidly burrow out, and then be caught by themselves. His Bai family was the overlord in Tian Xincheng, the master of Tian Xincheng, and what kind of people didn't meet them respectfully and obediently? Not bad. It's you. Do you know that your behavior just now was looking for death? Bai Shu Gang drank with a murderous intent, and when he ran 100 or 10 miles, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, because the road ahead was blocked, a vast hall blocked across the front, and the powerful demonic aura emanating from it also covered the aura of the heavenly demon cultists. Suddenly, he felt a stroke of some cold object on his back, followed by a numbness in his back and a sharp pain that drilled through his heart and made him black out. The cloud-like true essence seemed to rise and fall like a tide, as if it was about to boil up, only to calm down after a long time. In addition, this was the last time to turn on the force field cover, because he had the Baron's mark on him. He wouldn't be pushed out by the force field cover, but the skeletons around him didn't have it, and he didn't want the skeletons who had managed to catch the strongest soldiers to come back to him, to fall off the walls and fall to pieces. Chapter 150, Can we get out of here now? The Provincial Meteorological Bureau detected that a typhoon will pass through soon, and the wildlife base reserve may be affected. So these days they have been making preparations to withstand the typhoon, and now that the animals at the base are starting to get restless, they just can't spare the manpower to accommodate those animals rescued from the circus as promised. The forest zoo also has limited space and manpower, and they were able to take in the animals for a while, but most of the time the animals were still kept in the. I am not going to forgive him. You went back to give me the message. Hanging the camera around his neck, Su Zoyan had already unwrapped the cake, picked up a fork and wolfed it down, not forgetting to explain that, since the flying isosceles were not in the direction of Spirit 00000 side, sent 3 phantom fighters over to intercept them. Che, Long Badian skimmed his mouth, raised a dragon claw, gently a little to the front. Poof, the boar's head appeared a bloody hole. The boar grunted a few times, fell into a pool of blood. To Death did not know what kind of person or thing killed it. Near Mingdu, inside the Qiankuan Valley of Inquiry, Thulu looked at this lake in front of her, without a trace of appreciation for the beauty in front of her in her octopus-like eyes. For her, the world was only divided into 2 kinds, those that could be eaten and those that couldn't be eaten. The corners of the white tiger's mouth revealed a bitter smile. At this time, he was already in the absence of the jealousy he felt at the beginning, and there was only shock and admiration in his eyes. Before Ji Shulan finished speaking, Yi Chen violently flung his hand, and the sound of a crisp slap resounded in the surroundings. Seeing that there is no hustle and bustle to watch, the travelers around them have also left, but the online posts are continuously updated, and the flying car party has been fleshed out and is suffering from the destruction and abuse of many netizens. Ed shed tears and looked up to the sky. In front of him was the Drazas Mountains. Over the mountains was the land of wind. This is the first day of their return to the capital to go to work. They have a charitable face, white beard, back a little hunched and appear to be slightly shorter, smile but with a hint of arrogance and dictatorship, a cold profile, black beard trimmed meticulously, the posture straight as a tang sword. Shinro was shy and anxious. Her pretty face was buried low, so bashful that she only dared to stare at her own toes. Yunfeng did not retreat but advanced. A horrifying killing intent spread out from his body. A thick killing intent rose up to the sky, and once this killing intent came out, some geniuses watching the battle from afar suddenly exclaimed in shock, as if they had thought of something, and they suddenly cried out in shock. The man in Xian clothes gradually approached Qingyu, only stopping when he was no more than a fist's distance away from Qingyu's face. When both parties had no objections to each other's identity, the atmosphere in the courtroom became tense and serious. Sakura One's blood-red pupils slightly flowed with a touch of surprise. From the tennis ball that came wrapped in 3 cyclones, she felt a destructive fluctuation. Under the slash of Qin Yunzi's, half of that giant hand was directly chopped off, and at that moment, a miserable scream also exploded out. Qin Yunzi's face was gloomy, and he also exchanged a glance with blood clothes, and then looked towards that corner place with a vigilant face. Thousands of knights presented folding the knight. The emperor pinched the thin 2 sheets of paper, sitting on the dragon chair, still smiling kindly, not to distinguish between joy and anger. Yen Lin gripped his constantly trembling hand, his face sullen. The chipping sensation that kept coming from his tiger's mouth could mean that he would not be able to hold a bow and arrow for the rest of his life. Xia Jingjing saw those photos. Her heart cooled most of the way, almost like the last time, the same old trick. First put the topic to height the heat, and then put the actual hammer. Directly let a person irrefutable. Above the surface of the sea, countless thunderbolts continuously chopped down from within that thick cloud. The terrifying force of the bombardment drowning those 4 powerful ancient strengths in an instant. But this Huanjuan peak on the suppression of the force, mainly for the body of a blow. Stone Monkey and others think that even if Cui Feng's means are heavenly again, but only with the flesh of the human race, it is difficult to resist this mountain-like oppressive force. No, there's something odd. Upon seeing this person's eyes, Su Yan's heart jumped steeply, and a feeling of uneasiness directly enveloped him. But that is in Shang Tian and Pan Yueying. In this sad time Fanlin he has already quietly left. Rome waited for Shang Tian. They turned to look for that Fanlin has already disappeared. Division Commander Nan, I want all the soldiers in this base of yours to be court-martialed. The deputy director immediately growled when he saw Division Commander Nan get out of the car. Moreover, everyone's black uniform was a grade 2 starry heavenly clothes, without exception, and the scabbard inserted at the waist was also completely identical, indicating that this was a large organized and sizable gang that appeared here, and definitely not for the purpose of robbing. Is the name still not on the stage? In the face of such a question Meng Tian did not even return his head, and his footsteps naturally did not stop. Sima Qiantian's words did make it reorganize the relationship between the 3 of them. Zhou Qingyang and Li Yuanqiu plus Lu Shangblade. I'll take this one. Meng Tian didn't bother to listen to Elder Lu's nagging, but instead pointed to the bedpan, dryly. Ha 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 ha, finally no one can stop me. The long expectation was about to be reached at this moment. The excited Dao Tian couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh, but his hands didn't stop moving at this point. Liang Huiman's face was pale from his serious injuries. However, at this time his face was still without fear. Seeing that Peng Jianjun had safely reached the distance, Liang Huiman also turned back to meet the whistling 9 spectral death immortal vine. However, Li Yu casually gave it one. With such a generous temperament, I'm afraid that Emperor Yan couldn't even do this. The chief matriarch froze for a moment, looking at her and then at Long Qingduan, his gaze a little strange up. Chapter 151, Pleasing Kumogakure. Not only that, but after throwing up the Lion King and the tiger quickly separated, neither looking at the other, looking at the dirty and even knotted hairs on their bodies. Zhang Shiyan really wanted to say that they were all half a catty. No one should dislike anyone. When they had gotten along, the last thing was the 2 caged bears, one black and one brown, skinny and bony, slapping the cage excitedly when they saw Zhang Shiyan. After dragging the cage to the door of the activity area, Jiang, in the blink of an eye, Cui Xinyang and Liuli have walked to the pavilion. Pei Xingzhan and Pei Yan both stood up, the 2 under their own salute. Pei Yan fixed his mind, called sister-in-law. Liuli face has become a smile of warmth and elegance, convergence of obeisance to return the salute. turned back to pay Xinjian's side of the guest seat. Stupefied. Stunned. Except for the trembling on their lips, the other three great sword masters seemed to have been petrified. Zhou Shuxian. Is she finally going to strike against her? She was present during the 2 difficult deliveries of the harem consorts? Such a suspicion seems boundless. Yet it is the most hurtful. It is precisely because it is boundless that it leaves one with no way to refute it. He didn't want to be too publicized and let others know that Wang Mu had changed so much. So instead of driving the car sent by his disciple, he took public transportation himself. Is it hard to believe that Zhou Shuxian is really stupid? There are some things that if you let Blue Heart do, it is only afraid that even if it is true, it will still make Siyashi suspicious. The reason why she had given the information through to Zhou Shuxian instead of Blue Heart, who had Empress Lan as her backer, was to avoid such a point. What should we do now? Do parents do elders will always be worried about children do not have enough to eat and wear warm? Not to mention what is the disease? This smallpox. Modern have not yet found a way to cure it. At the moment she said, is not to scare people? Looking at Mu Qinghan that very serious look, but Tian felt that he could not be gossip. But on the contrary, he felt something in general. So, simply back a few steps, walked to the right side of the doorway, sitting on the stone pier. Anyway, the great uncle lady voice is big, not afraid of not being able to hear. Mi Dalong immediately smiled warmer, racked his brain to find a few words with this person gossip. Green Robe Man is quite a bit reserved, and not very loved to answer the words. In a short while there will be some cold field. Niroku responded with a grin. 11th son, on the other hand, was stunned. A suspicious blush surfaced on his face, and he lowered his head to take a sip of wine. Mi's face did reveal a delighted smile, and glanced at Liuli again, her gaze becoming much gentler. Ji Ruyan took a deep breath. Frankly, it didn't matter if she was allowed to stay out for 10 days and half a month. Shiman Mu, this filming is very bad. A piece of ups and downs behind. Lan Jiao and Lin Maoshan, 2 people counted this share over the money. Satisfied smile. The last 6 battalions, on the other hand, were all units directly under the Yunzhou Strategy Office and the Commander-in-Chief's office. They included 2 supply battalions, a Close Guard Cavalry Battalion, a Close Guard Infantry Battalion, a Center Battalion and a Special Battalion. If she wins, people will laugh at her lack of measure. And if she loses, it's even worse. And she'll just be told she's not even a cutie. It's not even as good as that. It was precisely because Mu Zhuyan thought too much. But in the end, after the bodyguard beside Ning Yunhuan returned the favor and beat him so much that his teeth fell out and he was considered to be disfigured, his heart was particularly hateful. Watching the prowler drift away, Lin Shixian understood that this guy's supernatural ability was suitable for long-distance attacks, not for melee combat, and that he would surely unleash even more terrifying attacks when he pulled away like this. Su Maochan really hated the Yun Shao in front of her, a guard only, fierce as hell all day long, always with a smelly face. Humph. When she becomes Ning Shixi's side consort and becomes his master. Let's see if she spares him. Sure enough, as soon as Night Underworld turned his head, he saw Lin Yu staring at him with a surprised face. And at that moment, a little bit behind Lin Yu, there stood Kai Qin, who he hadn't seen for a long time. I want to take this piece of land in Chaowang town. The only money in hand is not enough. Also need to take advantage of the situation. The Red Star Company demolition and Zhao Hongxing exposure to our many insiders show that this piece of land bidding is not correct. Zhao Hongxing take this piece of land. Not a penny out. What exactly has gone wrong? Mr. Huang is worried about you guys. Why don't you tell us and we'll figure it out together? Huang Yaoquan sensed that there was something going on and hurriedly pursued the question. His biggest worry was that AMO had proposed a divine doctor like Hydro, and had really cured Han Ruoshue's injuries. Such a difficult problem is still given to Li Yen to do good. If done, Ning Yunshao is his. The treasure cannot run. If not done, then take the opportunity to determine the crime of Li Yen. The reason why he still stayed here was because when he came in, he coincidentally heard that someone in the Myriad Moon building had already gone to ventilate. So he wanted to wait and see who the other party was, and it was a way to feel out the other party's bottom line. I'm not sure if you're right or not, but my guess is the same as yours. Both feel that Fan Xiang would not be foolish enough to pass this opportunity up. Of course maybe people didn't have this kind of idea in the first place. Nan Korue nodded lightly, but still slightly worried. After a tea time, someone in front of them led the way, and the crowd traversed the vast mountain ranges along the way, and almost all of the mountain ranges nowadays were already occupied by a dense sea of people. The rotor of the helicopter gradually stopped. A furious Morong Guoxiong glared at the tiger's eyes and walked down. Behind him, more than a dozen strong men came out in a row, clear black shirts and black sunglasses. No need to see. These people must be bodyguards. Mother's peace of mind is all for me. How could I not appreciate it? Sun Shining once again asked rhetorically. between the monarch and the minister, has been like the marketplace trafficking bargaining. Shen Yini secretly pinched a cold sweat, afraid that the emperor turned his face mercilessly. Lin Xingchen narrowed his eyes and seemed to understand Lian Xinghu's concern. After feathered ascension, what about his family? Can one person really take everyone and move forward together? As long as King Muya died, there would naturally be another force within the Sun Kingdom that would get the most out of the situation and turn into an ally with Sun Chang'e, while Shen Yanyi Zhengqing of the Dalizi of the Celestial Dynasty would naturally become the murderer. Don't you think that when you say that, it fills you with a coppery odor? Luo Kui asked coldly as he sniffed. Listening to Daddy praises Uncle Huang all day long for being good. A sentence Yongchang Emperor said very comfortable. Secretly Qian Jun really is a loyal minister, always thinking of himself. He thought, 2-year-old child, is not going to lie, at least not randomly lie. Simply did not expect this child on a demon. Wang Yan looked at all this dumbfounded, half a day before reflecting, looking at the fainting bodyguard on the ground. His heart cursed a waste. The next day happened to be a weekend. Qin Fan found a jewelry store with a pretty good reputation and credibility in Luzhou and walked in. Young Lily sat on the sofa and thought for a while, copied the cell phone that was placed on the coffee table and dialed the phone number of Dutch Reynard. 152. Early warning. As soon as she heard the word egg, Jiang Shurian's temples jumped, almost forming a conditioned reflex. Clucking quickly flew from a distance to Jiang Shurian's shoulder, and Sticky beanbag a bird and a chicken standing on both sides of Jiang Shurian's shoulder. It is also from the egg broken shell hatched out. Maybe it can pick up a child bride? Jiang Shurian followed the sheriff up the hill. This budding zoo of theirs was in a park built on a mountain, and in addition to the zoo that she took over, they were waiting for the strongest of the other realms to come forward and then become the fishers, because they knew that the 10,000 realms invitation card was the key to entering that sacred city, and everyone present coveted the 10,000 realms invitation card, despite the strength of the vicious emperor. For example, Do Entertainment's first brother checking in? First brother being used to tease, various godly rewards, the subtext of network terms, and so on. The so-called Slayer is a very deranged being who enjoys taking the lives of others and believes that they are not committing a crime, but rather cleaning up waste blood that is useless to the world, and which ones will last and not be buried by the times. Like people like Tatsatoshi, Otaku Pig, and Squid. Shen Yan was the only one besides Yufeng who had seen peanuts without shells, so she couldn't help but cover her mouth as soon as she saw peanut seedlings adorned with peanuts underneath. Only, at that time, what she saw was just a few, while what appeared in front of her eyes now was bunches and bunches of them. All they want to say now is, Mamma mia pussy. What else can't be done by the 10,000 Realms Cultivation City? Your Highness, there is no one in the four corners of the room now. If you have something to dispatch, please speak in person. Puaban said in a deep voice. What future? What prospect? What living? Seems so pale in comparison to this agony of not being able to live, not being able to die, because Bei Feng's body was just a little too weak. Zheng Fan let him have the bike and ran underneath himself. More than 1,000 people down the mountain after the encirclement of tens of thousands of people. In these tens of thousands of people can stand out how many? In the boundless cold ice. Xingji slowly opened his eyes. He looked extremely tired, as if he had slept for thousands of years. As long as, once he opened his eyes, has been a sea of change. The first divine Xian Yang Yunhui learned from Mr. Xiao was called static technique, which could numb by opponents within a range of 2 meters, making the opponent incapacitated. The next day, Li Noniang was informed of the news that the Changshan Legion had departed for the imperial capital. There was also the news that the border troops from the Luyun province had also left the guardhouse and were coming towards the imperial capital. The more she looked at this, the more she felt something in her head, inexplicably, gradually fleshing out. After all, people who could cultivate to the Saint Realm were not easy. All of them were very life-thirsty, to fight every day at the drop of a hat. How many lives were not enough to fill them? Still, it was better to solve the immediate trouble first, and several solutions instantly flashed through Mu Yanzu's mind as he took a deep breath and brewed his emotions. Yan Jiasin closed her eyes as if she were dying. After so many calamities, for life and death, she had already looked down. Rather than being forced to do things against her conscience, it would be better to die like this. Yu Qingling sighed. She didn't believe that Zhang Wenyu was caring about himself. He was clearly deliberately embarrassing himself. In that case, this Ring Daemu family is to go to a trip. As for this to obtain the means, well, depending on the circumstances. Surprisingly, he had the Golden Feather soldiers, who specialize in delivering urgent reports, deliver the letter for him. As expected, this man is always so ostentatious no matter when or where he is. Originally sitting face to face with Sui Shi, Pillowstream hurriedly gave up her seat for them and sat next to Sui Shi because of Sui Yang and Miner's arrival. The first time I've ever seen a player in a game. It's been a long time coming. In the post-game press conference, while many media were waiting to see the two players who had clashed in a war of words, reporters realized that neither cousins nor Yang were present. After the UF Lower Road pulled out the combination of Callista with Hammerstone, EV Team's last hero is also specially selected a very restrained control-type auxiliary Morgana. Its E-skill magic shield can almost be said to be the absolute nemesis of the control class auxiliary. Hammerstone in the face of Morgana is still relatively powerless. Alright, you guys stop arguing. I'm going to go up to the Japanese to take a look. Throwing down a sentence, Wu Zhao ran towards Tanagawa Keiichi's office. Like, EE said expressionlessly. She felt that since her body had been transformed by the blood demon, it wasn't just her ability that had changed, but also the fact that she couldn't muster the slightest bit of resistance to the blood demon. This made her very angry. If Coco Lee's performance in the previous game was simply not wanting to lose, then that game definitely reflected Coco Lee's eagerness to win. The game is nothing more than a win-win situation, but not wanting to lose and wanting to win does not necessarily have the same meaning. Be excused. Did you bring the exorcism equipment that the Shadow Princess mentioned? Qingzhu asked anxiously. Everyone, don't act rashly. Since there is no danger, wait for them to swim ashore and come over on their own, the Voodoo Ridge leader said. Alas, I shouldn't have come to Oba smiled bitterly and shook his head. Ready to walk around. This manor is Xiao Ran's private property. The whole family except Xiao Ran and her son. No one has come. Crap. You're kidding me. If I don't rely on myself, I can still rely on you. There isn't even a single reliable idea. Wu Zhao was resentful of this 9-star treasure scroll and couldn't help but whisper angrily. After not staying in Mo Valley for too long, Lu Xian returned to Central State. It was Xue Baixian who had originally urged himself to come back, so he figured that there should be some progress in that matter. A Zhu looked at her this way. Color at one side shook his head. Although the recent period of time things he still completely did not go to think about it well, but since the recent things have been placed there, then he can only go to think about it well first. Other things are not in them. Plans. At this moment, he was busy within the mist-hidden village, using his writing will eyes to manipulate the 4th-generation Mizukage Orange Yukora of Berry and consolidate his own bloody rule in the mist-hidden village. So much so that for a moment, there was no extra energy to interfere with the development of the Shao organization. Of course, with all the technology these days, it's possible that the video was produced. I'm not sure yet. I don't understand any of this, and to my eyesight, it just seems to be true. 2 helicopters, one went to Dojan's place on the highway, and one went to the scrap car factory. Before the SWAT explosion-proof cars even arrived, they had already brought Do Jiang, Zheng Kai, Do Miao Miao, Lu Yang, and Lu Yang's mom and grandma, back to the provincial public security office together. However, the most prevalent thing in Flat Rock City was stone gambling, where the busiest street was full of stone gambling stores, and even the Sacred Land family had opened a stone gambling workshop here. Lu Xian, after a few days of fumbling, he found that as slowly in here are adapted over. The environment here is very cold, but at least for him, but he found that want to once again stay here. Good cultivation up. This all has been much simpler. Chapter 153 Analog Communicators. In order to let the painting eyebrow can quickly adapt to the insulation box, Zhang Shurian simply will cluck into the pocket, and sticky bean bag together with the stick with. To avoid this guy in the house to create noise, Zhang Shurian carried a red-bellied brocade chicken and an owl to some laboratory in the development zone. After confirming his identity, Zhang Shurian walked in. Professor Huang, in his white lab coat, happened to walk out of some room, discussing things with the other students. After that he was no longer interested in working, let Su Yan leave before he himself stepped heavily to the door of her room. The tightly closed door of the room without a trace of he fixedly looked at the door, as if he wanted to penetrate into the embrace her into his arms. Fortunately, Xiao Suchin nature is cautious. Sneak in and did not venture forward, but is hidden in a rockery after waiting for the time. After determining that there is no movement, he found a window and jumped into the room. Ning Yuanlan went to the toilet, washed his hands again, and cupped a handful of water to wash his face before remembering what day it was. Ning Yuanlan had some difficulty breathing and struggled to go up, but Ling Mo disagreed, pulling her over, seizing her lips and filling her with air. Wanan sat in the corner, her eyes following Lei Ku already, watching him talk, watching him drink, watching the smile, graceful and mesmerizing. The previous matter was Niu Jinda's, and the Great Tang is not concerned about reopening old scores, but after all, it was someone from beach who entered the Japanese island, and this is a very troublesome matter. But he really had no choice but to swing the long sword in his hand with a heck of a lot of wind and answer the battle with all his might. There's no need to ask. Of course it's the yarn workshop. Gao Fulfillment came to understand why said Chui Iya looked so bad at the mention of his own lady's mistaken certainty. This island is called Roe Deer Island in later times, and is currently an unnamed island, where the only buildings are not for defense, but only for warning purposes, with bundles of firewood spiked with special dyes, and red smoke that can be seen hundreds of miles away when lit. The two old men had heard about Ning Yuanlan's previous accident, but Ling Mo had instructed them not to bother Ning Yuanlan, so they were really happy to see Ning Yuanlan in Ling Mo's hospital room now. Gao Shu etching. As the old saying goes, cutting off a person's financial road is like killing a parent. If you must accept the interview, it can not only cut off the financial road, so simple things may also affect his career path. To really forced words, then this grudge can be a big knot. At this time Lu Shuaixin broke through the bottleneck. There and Zhuoyu combined together, unlocked the knot in the heart, can feel at ease to cultivate. Now she is in seclusion, and that devil Kuei is also inside the cultivation. Zhuoyu the Tongtian know-how and so on, some of the martial arts skills are taught to him, so that he himself to cultivate well. But exactly who will be the enemy of the world? And that Nyakoan is not the unification of the world, is not his real purpose. After taking a look at Feng Lai, Li Wei revealed a look that was really so, able to hand over the name of his elder lord. Li Wei has already determined that the other party is the game world has seen himself. In total, they control dozens of large kingdoms, each of which can provide a large amount of supplies for Black Knight. Okay, buddy, just don't worry. If they dare to plant evidence on you, man, I'll tear down their police station and skin them. Wang Jinsong nodded his head and then coldly looked at these police officers without any emotion. The Devil Sword sect also had such a history that Zhuoyu had never known about, which meant that many years ago the Devil Sword sect was also considered to be of the immortal Dao. Today Song Yueying's dress was very cute, a pair of jeans underneath, showing off her lower body perfectly, and a light yellow sweater on top, with light makeup on her face, very cute and full of vivaciousness. If it wasn't for the physical body forming a defensive advantage, the chaos power alone couldn't easily fight against the old ancestor. It was obvious that the physical body became a vulnerable part instead. Just now, Li Wei's attack, if it wasn't for the existence of this dark blue sharp horn of the raptor, it definitely wouldn't have been like this, unharmed. Many expatriate employees cannot stand the workplace bullying in their expatriate organizations and often take the path of suicide. Formation deployment complete. Noda's roundabout was dead on 703's no air, and Ichiyo Masanobu had just said that the stern spirit was heading out. I am Thunderbolt, Vanguard General of the Locomotive Clan, and I have been ordered to come here to rescue you. A magnetic voice came from a fiery red robot warrior. Lu Desire saw that the man's crimson eyes gradually returned to normal, so he came to Lin Shen's side to give an excited inquiry. Principal Armando instructed her not to do anything rash, and to wait for him to return to deal with the matter, and if the situation was serious and grave, to simply disband Hogwarts. The project leader's side kept sending messages to Yuntian, who was already anxious and red-eyed, and when he heard that Xiao Xiao wasn't willing to pay the money, he instantly started to throw a fit. A sword chopped out, and all of a sudden, the sword chi and killing intent surged out entangled with each other, as if it was like a life-saving messenger shrouding out towards the former. Right now, Sunan actually said that he had gone in, which although it sounded very unreliable, at this time, Lord D had no way to think carefully about the problems involved. The clues were too few. Cheng Nuyang hadn't found any clues related to the mission so far, and he now thought that he could only use the cartoonist next door as an entry point at the moment, and get in touch with the strange events that happened on that side of the street, and he might be able to find out the secrets of this apartment building. Thinking of this, a majestic momentum as from its body burst out, as cold as the winter general biting killing intent so that the surrounding air seems to have become frozen up. She fell asleep thinking about it, and dreamed that Lu Yang was holding a knife and chasing her around, and when she woke up with a fright, it was already daybreak. It's fine. Brother, don't cry. Brother is fine. Xiao Pei comforted his brother who kept crying and said, when shall we return home? Opened the safe, and took out her mother's bank card, jewelry, and the real estate certificate of the villa. Agu, be quiet. Don't scare our Yao Yao. Old Mrs. Xiao hurriedly stopped old Master Xiao as soon as she heard him yelling again. So both of them were speculating in their minds about this rich man who was about to show up, and could not help but be a little bit jittery. Ha 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 ha. Listen to my brother. Play less in the future. Look at your emptiness. Seeing this, Su Zijuan laughed as he reached out to help him pat his back. Chapter 154 The Importance of Animal Affinity. What's the problem? Han Shuzhou looked at Jiang Shurian. I don't know anything about high-tech products, but over 90% of the animals, whether they go into the wild or come back from rescue, reject this stuff, and it's no less threatening to them than running into a natural predator. But we've tested it on all of them, because these animals are lab-raised. They are close to people and trust them. Jiang Shurian said, even if a. Bai Linger pursed her lips. Will Mu Xiaoluo looked at, but did not make out a reply. It seems that even they have not thought about whether to leave Xiaojin. In fact, she faltered. In Mu Xiaoluo's words of exhortation, she is even feel that some of their own do not do the right thing is not good, but just due to the dignity in face, did not open their mouths. Yijin hesitated for a moment. It was not impossible to tell the two of them about those conversations. The three of them were still sharing the same pain yesterday. Also, Kuku seemed to be very happy after hearing that kind of news and even said those words just now. Could it be that she would love to see Yi Jian and Han Aries' relationship break up? It's not that she has other thoughts about Yi Jian in her heart, right? Goldwyn's milky voice rang in Ling Xian's ears with some whining and pity. However, Wei Wen just inclined his head and gave Feng a glance, not even answering, and continued to rush the car. Butler Li's footsteps were steady as he walked out of the hospital's front door, and he didn't know if he had heard Yijin's words. Both of them had heard similar things afterward, and their hearts were happy and at the same time a little indefinable and odd. With a single movement of his body, a radiant divine light bloomed throughout Spirit Heart's body, and in the next moment, Spirit Heart's figure disappeared, and a strange divine beast appeared in this heaven and earth, with a divine might so vast that it shook the heavens and the earth. I'll do anything for you. Wind Shadow. Take Rain Shadow out for a nice long walk, Lei Yin mused as he looked at Wind Shadow and then Rain Shadow. Watching Lu Yushir hang up the phone, Hei Qingqing, who had no idea what was going on, and Nu Aro Knight, who had no idea what was going on, gathered around. My fingers kept trembling as I pointed in the direction where I saw the human face, and then patted by Ling, with Su Qing's shoulder. Since the door was dedicated to hauling manure, no one wanted to go near it on weekdays, except for the logisticians they were responsible for interfacing with. This Lana, on the other hand, epitomizes the war-torn French population, as her brother and father are drafted to the front, while she herself and her mother remain at home, still unable to avoid the approaching war. The gray in the pupils spread out over the eyeballs, leaving only a hint of black crystals in the middle, so that the whole eye looked in an eerie dead state. Sophia knew that she had to bring her sister back. If not only would she end up in a bad place, even she would suffer. Originally looked slower than Fu Night Cold Yi Jinhuan. At this time the reaction speed also raised up. It is hard not to be. Previously Yi Jinhuan are in the observation of Fu Night Cold maneuver. As for the so-called karma following with human merit compared to human merit, everything is circular and I don't know how it should be explained. Lu Shenzhou has already finished the first round of the competition. His opponent is Wang Yang from Class 1. He barely broke the fourth stage before the summer examination, and was defeated by Lu Shenzhou within 30 moves. Although Arthur knew that doing so was really the only way under the existing conditions, there was still something deep inside him that he couldn't accept. At this moment, all the empires other than Dewu had already concentrated here, including Wei, Chu, Zhao, Jiang, and the Heavenly Palace Kingdom. If you dare to run, I'll go to Grandpa Xiao and see if he doesn't knock you with a stick. Seeing the youth trying to run, Ling Xuexian's cold voice rang out again. The voice coming from upstairs seemed to possess magical power, and just as soon as it was issued, the bloodied black-clothed youth was no longer the center of attention. Shu Yu reddened in embarrassment and glared at him viciously. Where do you put your eyes? Surnamed Jiang. A hug pillow flew by in passing. He couldn't raise his head, but he could turn his head, and when he turned his head around and saw Qin Shi, that face immediately looked even better. Gu Kai froze, not expecting she would shout like that. Although the mall was less crowded at this time of the day, there were still customers, salesmen, and security guards. However, they were all rebuffed by her one by one. At this juncture, there was no need for her to make Li Weiting angry. Looking at the abyssal worm that twisted and burrowed back into the ground, Bayera helplessly covered her face with her hands. She was already too lazy to even curse. Song Wanner could already figure out exactly how things were going to go. The consort of the king of Miaozhong had been talked down to, and that was why the actions of the person who was planning behind the scenes were going so well. Xiao Ruoxuan sent her to the door and watched her go away, her originally innocent and aggrieved face instantly turning cold. Only, this era of backward technology, rolled out the hemp thread ruff, wherein the body also diaphragm people, in addition to the poor, but wear a little money, are not willing to wear hemp clothes. It was already past midnight, but the middle-aged man's wife was still waiting in the living room, and at this time, she also respectfully came out to welcome him, reheating the meal and sending it up, and preparing a large altar of Long Xiao's fine wine. You come out, only to see Uchiha Futsuki pointing at Shimura Yang and hooking his finger. He said with a stinky face, no wonder you are a Wind Clan member. It turns out that you practiced your tongue kung fu a long time ago. You don't dare to be windy at all. Lai will put away the previous color of seductive and delicate smile, not without mockery. She was fond of Yang Jingchen because he was truly present in her life, and Yang Jingchen would throw himself at her to please her. Your Majesty, The Flying Fox Legion envoy begs just as the emperor was about to speak. The eunuch's return suddenly came from outside the door. These days, the emperor specifically ordered that there is an urgent military situation. The emperor has ordered that, no matter when, immediately return. So only now someone dares to interrupt the emperor's words. Just let Huang Yuan unexpected is that Li Fei is also on the plane. At this time grabbing to go out. Should be Li Jiaxing in order to prevent embarrassment. Deliberately separated Li Fei. He tilted his head and laughed. This by Yunxiao is really a bit interesting. So a trivial problem. How to where he is becoming so solemn. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful. And Shimura Yang didn't even know what kind of words to use to describe her beauty. As if any words became blasphemy to the other party. He looked at him skeptically. As if we had only met once. How could he be so kind? He must have other plans. Boom! Several bright rays of light flashed up. And a golden lightning bolt flew out from the grey-cloaked man and shot towards Xingqi. The powerful aura of this lightning bolt had not even fallen yet. And its powerful aura had already struck fear into the hearts of the people. The mountain city is a precious place. Mainly for living. So it is impossible to set up a large-scale hotel. Can only be like the cottage-style residence. In fact, in addition to water, all the supply of the mountain city are dependent on the production outside the city. Especially the Urxi plain. The lips are dying and the teeth are cold. The windy city is really to the dwindling of the plight of the poor. Chu Tianji, are you going to enter the spirit stage? Bai Feng looked at Chu Tianji, who was wearing a lost color on his body and opened his mouth to ask. Far from it. All in all, Levi is now looking at the relationship between Katsura Yenba and Sionji world. It's like seeing Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai decisively throwing Jiao Baoyu and the two of them going for a lily pad as magical as it is. Chapter 155. The system responded blankly to Jiang Shiyan. Isn't the host thinking about animal affinity? But you humans don't seem to be able to understand the importance of animal affinity. That's right. Jiang Shiyan nodded. It's fine. Go play. Oh, inexplicable hosts. Jiang Shiyan was once again sure that as long as it wasn't a heartfelt voice spouting about the system's inability to do so, the system was almost always deaf. Perhaps the default program was capable of. Since that's the case, it's necessary to go and take a look. And before that, there's still some more Yuan Jade to prepare. Zhang Yun thought in his heart. Zhouing was almost shocked into a cold sweat by Duan Feiyan. Isn't Mr. Duan very eloquent in the shopping mall? Will this be taken as a cover-up? Then, if there is nothing to do, why don't we stroll around this light market to find some noise? How? Chen translation suggests. Right now he must be cold. Must also be overwhelmed. Since this 8 skimming youth first summoned the spirit beast, Lang Feng also has no regard. In the law trespassing is illegal. Plus first summoned the spirit beast. How to count Lang Feng? This is self-defense. Don't be a smart ass. That's the three of us favorite person. How can we not welcome him? Hua Xiaolu scolded. The spirit element sect was located in the vicinity of Sky Blue City in Qinghai County. And the overall strength of Sky Blue City was weaker than Qinghai County but only by a mere point. However, in order to let the soldiers fight with peace of mind, there will be special personnel in the army to write letters for these soldiers on top secret missions instead, hiding them from their distant families. Looking at my wristwatch, I realized it was Saturday, the day of rest. I couldn't help but put away my fists and feet and head down the hill. Saturdays are a rare opportunity for soldiers in the barracks to relax. Even those innate beings who had been ordained by Zhang Yun as the celestial race were groping for a way forward because they had only received the teachings that Zhang Yun had on the martial science of will, and now that their cultivation had reached a bottleneck. However, in the next second their eyes nearly glazed over and their mouths opened so wide that they could stuff eggs. The two of them felt their way a little bit towards the deep sea. This kind of black spiders are usually offshore, not in too deep a place. Jidime did not look at him in a good mood. If you want to go, you go by yourself. At my age, I won't do something so disgraceful. The world self-existent King Buddha kneeled down on the ground, looked up to the other side of the air, is still fighting with the Bull Demon King and other people of the Medicine Master. Hard to reach out, but unfortunately, the Medicine Master is enjoying in the complete abuse of the Rock Bull Demon King and other people of the battle. Did not pay attention to this side. Okay, here's your money. Yang Qingdi casually threw $100 bill to the old woman and turned around to leave, whereas other traits are given to oneself. Shuffling is transferring someone else's traits to oneself. Not only did a single touch provide 5 points of energy, because of the ability to communicate with the prana, it could also be increased through encouragement and telling jokes, among other things, and the one time of feeding the prana delicacies. It even added as much as 200 points directly at once. Rizzy felt speechless and lowered his energy-surging hands when he saw that Prancer was not hostile. When Ishui woke up, Sheep Shepherd was still awake. He was also awake, but he fainted after leaving the Moon Lake Palace. The poison on his body gradually subsided. but it was not that easy to completely eliminate it. Su Yusheng, in a way, might be a match for the master, except that one is gentle and the other is bewitching. Then later, Zhao Xiaoqiu had a boyfriend in college, but he was not very nice to Zhao Xiaoqiu. An overwhelming blue sword light surfaced, and although it was only a moment's work, it was enough to heavily injure a large portion of the Huangfu family. Humph, now is not the time to chastise you. Tell me, how can I help you? The void said with a cold snort, knowing that the masked freak must have sought him out not just to tell him his deduction, but to make a move and hope for help. The crowd thought it was unbelievable, but how could these people come to the Emerald Ridge? But suddenly it occurred to them that the Emerald Ridge hadn't been doing exactly that. Is that so? Hallmaster March blandly remained the same. I don't believe it. All that is nonsense. She was so sure that it wasn't a ghost stealing color. Then, what was stealing color? She pulled down the broken wire and put it down on the floor, only twisting the wire slightly not to touch the ground. Then she quickly lifted the bucket that was sitting in a corner of the bathroom and caught half a bucket of water to carry to the side of the bathroom door. Xiao Wu's heart couldn't help but lift up. Could it be? Just let this guy go? But Yiku was quietly watching from the sidelines, because she had already heard out that the man's words were words within words. Seeing Pan Niluwa went out, Yi Fei's heart calculated whether to go up and follow Pan Niluwa, or continue to stay here to meet this man. Lu Tianming ignored it and continued to rush. He had enough time now, but there was no need to start a conflict with these martial artists. It didn't make any sense on. Ikamaru Jin also probably understood Kirishima Saint's explanation. Who made Kirishima Saint a sister controller? Seemingly sensing that the target was no longer there, there was a turbulence in the fireball, a ring of fire waves churning up on the surface, which slowly subsided after a long time. Mobai was, after all, the newly appointed executive president of the MO group, so everyone present was well aware of his situation. Upon hearing this, Xue Qing immediately covered her mouth, her appearance as cute as it could be. Zhang Luo, who was secretly observing her from the side, snorted out a laugh when he saw it. Looking at the few people left on top of the stone platform, Wu Xian also said something before his body ruffled towards the light pillar. This time, Wu Xian used all his strength and stabbed the entire longsword all the way in, leaving only the hilt of the Qinghong sword behind. The house was heated and warm, and Zhang Yunting turned on the TV so that there would be some movement in the house. Chapter 156, Shady. There are definitely shady things. Zhang Shurian kept an eye on the movements on the internet, and it wasn't until the evening that Park Director Li recalled Zhang Shurian. Contacted. But things aren't too good over there at the base. The typhoon was too strong, destroyed a lot of trees and facilities and equipment. Most of the animals were frightened. There's one thing I need to tell you. Anqing has disappeared. Anqing, the national treasure giant panda that was rescued from the wild and also gave birth to a baby, showed signs of anomaly even before the typhoon day. Jiang, after the trio had totaled half a minute, looked at those foreign bodyguards as if they were iron towers. It looks like they shouldn't have guns on them. After all, this is China. If they have, that's better. As long as they light up, then even if the mayor is here, they will suffer. However, thinking about it, Li Su-man was really not stupid enough to do such a thing in an airport where people were coming and going. Not to mention whether they knew what he said about the Qin family or not. Just for the fact that he was at the airport for no reason. A shouting behavior. It was expected that others would treat him as a lunatic in the first place. The current strand of violet chi had already picked up the first scarab. The second purple chi was, obviously, Wang Pengyu himself. Lei Lei couldn't help the doubt and shock in her heart and finally asked the question that everyone was eager to ask but didn't have the heart to ask. They naturally know that they cannot get rid of Wang Pengyu's control even if they have escorts for fear, and the law in Wang Pengyu confrontation but can have an absolute right to speak among the people who have been transferred here. Moss Nam froze too. Completely froze. Burning tires. This bastard even touched the steering wheel can burn tires, and also do so perfect. I have practiced the waste of countless pairs of tires. Have not been able to do him so standard. So visual and auditory double impact. Hey, let's hope so. If I knew that, I wouldn't have helped Hai Kyo get this vacation. Now it's good, since she ran away to someone else's boy's house. You say, if such a scandal gets out, then her career, that Minju-san didn't continue, but the consequences were predictable to everyone. After all, it's a child of his own family, and since he hates it, it's better to put something like a weapon aside for now. In June, the French army met the Spanish army on the French-Belgian border, this time with the best Spanish troops. One by one, they removed the black backpack behind their backs and placed them all in front of them. The backpack opened, and a grenade instantly appeared in the line of sight. Then one by one, all of them were placed on top of the fortifications constructed by the corpses in front of them. They had seen G.I.S. and their inhuman slaughter all day long, and only then did they understand more about the value of humanity. So the other party was undoubtedly the person they were closest to and most thankful for in their eyes. This was also the first time he had come into contact with an assassin that had been raised through a secret training method, but he still knew more or less about it from Huang Tian. The amount of star coins for the fine was 20,000. Shin Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it was within her reach. Thus, I asked my mother's permission to let me go to Xuanqing for a gathering. But in fact, the purpose of my trip to Xuanqing was not to reunite friends who had been separated for many years, but to participate in a grand wedding, in which the protagonist was my classmate, my brother, and my last good friend, Shan Chan. It is not advisable to exercise strenuously after a meal, so I simply practiced the two-character pincer sheep horse and Wing Chun inch strength. The table had been neatly set as if nothing had happened that night. Gong Xiaojin's anger was so intense that another mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and his eyes went black, and he finally fainted after being unable to withstand the blow. Along the way I don't know how many people, to us threw a surprised look. After all, we are also quite striking like this. I don't know if that Dukor recognized Ma Shuriying, but when he heard Ma Shuriying mention his old man, he immediately went down honestly, and then cursed and left. Sorry. Wang Yuan glanced at Wang Junkai and hurriedly apologized to Huan Xinchuan. The Qingzhou card-making competition was over, and the name Qinba once again resounded through Qingzhou, and even gained a notable popularity throughout China. Asked here, the reporter just given but shut up, turned and ran back to the news car, urging the driver to drive back to headquarters. Moreover, Su Tianxian's talent cultivation had been promoted to sub-saint perfection, only a hair's breadth away from being a saint. Of course, some of the resources inside were considered very rare for their realm, but the next day, the chancellor not only went out like a nobody, but also asked the ninth prince to go out with him. People found beef jerky and rice wine left behind by the villagers for the winter in the house and ate with each other in a comforting and cheering manner. Heiskyo waved at Conan, and the latter then knowingly brought the magazine in his hand over and placed it on the table, while Maurizio ran and the editor on the side also came over to listen. How could he sleep when he knew that Lacquer Water Village had become more and more bizarre every day since he had left? How could he dare to sleep? It turns out that Grandma Yi buys vegetables from the countryside for the sake of cheapness, and now the business has been taken away. It was only then that old lady Jiang asked about the paddock in a deep voice, and when Jiang Qingping relayed the words of those forbidden soldiers once more, old lady Jiang's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Chao Song fondly touched a hand on the smooth and cool white porcelain, or handed it back to Ah Shang. It was a pity that this kind of good porcelain could only be regarded as a luxury product for decades. He wanted to get Zhang a white porcelain vessel or a glazed earring, but at the moment he could not get it. If they killed Han Yi and the others, not only would they not have lifted the crisis, but they would have caused Ji Min Di to get involved as well. At the bottom of Yu Yu's heart, suddenly gave birth to infinite resentment. Why not let her insist on her dream? Not let her take this road? Sun Jian drove alongside him, dragging a large, blood-drenched boar, one of whose tusks had been broken off. The boar had one of its tusks snapped off. People didn't like to eat pork, so the boar was more of a sign of Sun Jian's bravery than anything else. Chapter 157, Anson's Anomaly. Director. He let out a bitter smile. Yes, not only did Anqing come back, it also fed in cub, but because of the temporary damage to the surveillance and the busy schedules of the nannies, no one noticed that Anqing came back. We were the ones who judged it based on an cub's reaction. An cub is Shang's child. Before Jiang Shurian could see that Shang's motherly nature was very strong, she just didn't expect that she would actually be so smart. Not only taking advantage of the security door system malfunctioning after the prison break to escape. Wang Feng heard this sentence all of a sudden got up. This time if you do not show words, then there is no way to show later. So hurry to clean. But unfortunately, just a few times to get a few times was forbidden by the side of the three masters of the Yi. If you do this, I hear before the cleaning can be all is finished. The wave of energy then rubbed Su Fan's body into the past. Su Fan barely dodged this move but was also wiped out wounds and took a step back. In the past, I remember once, to go on a mission. That time was very dangerous. Knowing that it could not go, Tianfeng is the choice, and Lin Chen fighting to the end. But at this moment, 11 arrived at Wang Jin's back and also slapped his palm. Two sides of the attack. Wang Jin did not cope with the good words to pack up for sure. What about you? This would be the time when Ren Zhuzhu realized that Wang Jin was quite good. She was just afraid that something would happen to Wang Jin. Jin, why don't the two of us get it for you, and you go in and watch Master and the others. Wang Jin hadn't watched them for a while when Ah Chang came over with his doggy, with an itchy look on his face. Who is Do Huai's opponent? Li Shimin is aware of the habits of these old families. They are very good to the people in their own family. But then, it is not necessarily the case for the others. Fourthly, Emperor Gaozong was able to accept different opinions. In all fairness, although Emperor Gaozong's ability and vigor were not as good as his own father's, he was by no means a dim-witted lord. Skystrike came again, and intersected with the clothes of Stone's unbound undershirt, and the next moment a bolt of lightning descended out of thin air, but it was Rhoda who had run to a safe position, and backhanded the priest with a strike to cover him. After the meal, guest Zhao Guang another arrangement. Xian Guifei pulled Shi Guifei, and then dragged on still want to join in the fun Zhao Changqing back to the harem. Ow! It looked with a searching gaze, but the movement of gathering the power of the sun did not change at all. Tough on you Gardenia. Look, you just woke up and came to help me with my hair. Lu Yue thanked. Speaking of which, his floating ability is a bit similar to yours. One smile. I wonder what kind of scene you two will have when you go up against each other. Riho looked towards One Smile. All of these games with numbers are obviously sequels, and since they are sequels, it means that the predecessor had enough popularity. Duan's flowing banquet is concerned about 4 cold, 4 hot, 4 steamed and 4 boiled. Zhang Buzhou ate a lot of fun, especially the steamed pork ribs. Sticky and soft, long aftertaste, with the manor's own brewed fruit wine. It is called a word, absolute. That young boy's hormones were showing at first, a sunny smile on his face, his mouth pinched open to show his big white teeth. Wearing Cavaliers jerseys, some of them wore sunglasses, some carried backpacks, others wore hats and held cameras, etc. There was the sound of a room door opening in the corridor, and Xiao Fei looked over and saw that it was Yi Qiu and Sumu Orange. So he slowed down and walked with the two of them towards the conference room. Vampires can't see daylight and are supposed to be nocturnal creatures, sleeping during the day and coming out into action at night. And most wolves, in fact, also favor dusk or night activities. So, it can also be considered a nocturnal creature. But for now, he needed to experiment with growing something in a normal place and didn't set up a greenhouse system. Then, Zhou Dachuan cut the stone, and as a result, there was nothing. It was an even more ordinary stone. The crops grown in abundance have abnormal market yields and quality, which makes people suspect that the land in abundance has a special power. So each cooperative university circled a piece of land as their test field. Li Linlang felt very thick-skinned at this time, opening such a high price for such an ordinary song. Unlike that classic song by Fakwa, in terms of quality, Li Bai was merely an ordinary good song, and it was not up to the kind of level of popularity that Fakwa had with 10 years. When he returned to the mansion, unsurprisingly, Lin Sun and the others were already in a hurry, and when they saw that his son had finally returned, they almost wept with joy. Yu Xianyang fell in love with it at first glance and couldn't put it down in her hand. This thing has no attraction to Lu Yingfeng, is not just 2 good-looking eyeballs? At this time this golden ball, not only in Robin's hand constantly glowing hot, but also cannot stop trembling. The power is also getting bigger and bigger. Want to break free from Robin's palm? If Lu Siyuan did not have hundreds of hostages in his hands, I am afraid that both sides would have started a firefight by now. Being looked at by him like this, Suji's heart didn't dare to jump. She understood, he wanted her to be this Su Wanwan's double, because she had long had someone she adored in her heart, someone she had quietly loved for almost 10 years. As soon as the door was closed, Li Jianfeng let go of the hand propping up dear Ningning's body to go to the other side. This Liang army escorting the grain was basically composed of auxiliary troops, with very few having horses, which made their cavalry escaping extremely conspicuous, and also became the direct target of the Tang army's attack. The two of them, Elizabeth and Su Yan, were chattering and arguing, and dear Ningning was having a bit of a hard time with it. Of course, this official position was not useless. With this name in place, if Shangji really went to war with the remaining 3 states, the difficulty could be reduced by 1 or 2%. With the name of righteousness, the morale of the army and even the centripetal force of the people will be much stronger. Lady Fan let out a bitter smile and shook her head. Marquis Ning is thinking too simply. There are still a million Western Liang demonic riders in the city of Luoyang, as well as Dong Min and Dong Wan, 2 of Dongzhua's die-hard loyalists. Without getting rid of them, how can our operation be successful? It was the first time that the Heavenly Emperor had been angrily disliked to his face, and as one of the few human Emperor realm powerhouses in the continent, his face was a bit untenable. It was only the curious gazes and elongated necks that betrayed their true thoughts, and Song Ningping could hardly stand it, so he drank down Song Feichuan and Chen Ana, who were getting more and more noisy. Emperor Yang heard, killing heart, he did not forget the previous year, Yang Xiangan Rebellion. That battle, almost have to be his own life, can be said to be the most dangerous since he ascended the throne. Moro was originally dissatisfied with Romulus. If not, Bick has been on the side of the bitter persuasion. I am afraid that it would have made a commotion. The Yun village people come with wealth, but with the passage of time, Due to Biyun village, these family owners are not willing to invest in Romulus, but under the daily consumption, gradually sitting on the empty. Xiang Phosphorus's hair color is also reminding Sarutobi of the 4th generation Naruto Wave Wind Watergate's wife. Maelstrom Jioshinna, both of them were so much like each other. Chapter 158, Escape is instinctive. Love of sun is nature. Anqing was still letting out low growls, slowly approaching towards Jiang Shiyan, who froze in place for a moment, not daring to turn back. System, what's behind me? Jiang Shiyan asked nervously. There are 3 wolves. Jiang Shiyan remembers that the keeper in charge of taking care of Anqing had said that when Anqing came back from the wilderness rescue there were a lot of traces of being scratched and bitten by wolves on his body, and not far away there was also a dead wolf with its spine tapped off, which was presumed to be fighting with the wolves. Of course it's alright. I told you I was just going to the feast. Night minx. Elder Agulus smiled slightly helplessly. Linny felt there was no need to say anything more. How could Mechatarian, who had never had the chance to play, waste such a great opportunity? For example, when Liang Yuan worked out the superconducting material magnesium diboride, and eventually carried out the production of industrial-grade superconducting films, the mass production technology used was physical vapor deposition. I'm looking at that very well-built Godfrey Fireweaver. Jingtian whispered as he gazed in the direction Godfrey Fireweaver had left. But in the long run, with the development of the times, people's lifestyles are also gradually changing. The same sum of the original Never industry and industry is also rapidly emerging. The same sum of the original belonged to the fringe industry is also in the mainstream. Blue Island also has such an industrial base, such as the marine industry and high-speed rail industry. Eugene Tang realized that this kind of defeat for local cadres like him and not much benefit. The upper side will still be a steady stream of cadres from the outside to transfer, to go up not only in the upper side of the people, in the county also have to rely on a pillar to do. So Wei Ruchao threw over the olive branch to take the initiative to pick up. Jinxi's trust in Yang Tian can no longer be called trust, almost to the extent of worship. In her eyes Yang Tian is almost omnipotent, so no matter how Yang Tian explains, he just doesn't believe it, and bites down on the fact that those 3 people were killed by Yang Tian. For this kind of players who have the potential and space to develop, what they need most is naturally time and opportunity. Even without it, he could have one. But rumor had it that this weapon had exploded into a miraculous feat at the Western Expedition battle, helping the Western Expedition Corps, in one fell swoop, to conquer the entire Western region capital with a meager amount of casualties. Could there be a situation? Mayulu didn't have as much strength as Zhou Fanzhouyu to be able to stop the Silver Eagle's not so light weight on his arm, so the Silver Eagle also landed directly on the bow of the ship. However, as soon as the Silver Eagle landed, it was chirping vigorously. However, even if Qi Ming was low profile enough, he was still discovered by someone who had the intention to find out. But when Hua Lianjie brought the people from the city lord's office to surround the inn, Qi Ming had already fled without a trace. After taking Lao Sun into custody, Qinglin handed over all the things Lao Sun used to be responsible for to the old showman to take care of. Without a word, with a wave of his hand, the misty fog disappeared, and Yi Yuhuan suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Xiao Nan jolted. His body could not help but tense up, his arms slowly increasing in force and surprise, but he was silent. The evil spirits above the spectral wasteland, with their battle forces assembled, arrived at the Imperial Wasteland in just 3 days. The moment Yi Shaoxian stepped onto the Imperial Wasteland, there were people above the spectral wasteland who sensed that that moment was coming, and although it came early, they couldn't afford to wait. Tazib knew very well in his heart that the post commander was displeased with himself. It was in the last 10 days that this post commander even talked back to himself twice because of the training. His own internalized wife is so powerful. Li Zixiao heart is of course complacent, only he did not find Qin Shiqian will occasionally steal a glance at him. Each time it is extremely short time to look after the same will be a slight smile. The 3 horses did not delay for a moment, opened 6 pairs of hooves, and ran towards the mountain like lightning. Xiang Yong shouted more and more intensely, have the intention to discharge the gun? But no constitutional life can be relied upon. This was something Yang Chen could be sure of. The power above the heavenly tablet had brought him a huge change. A heavenly change, and there were definitely not many such changes in this world. Chapter 159, The Stay or Going of Anqing and Anan Cubs. After reading 1 page of the report, turning to the last page, the doctor read the conclusion. The tense nerves gradually relaxed, and his face could not help but show a smile of relaxation. It's benign. In an instant, all those present unanimously sighed in relief, accompanied by choked sobs that could not be suppressed. Great. Anson is fine. God forbid. Anson is our. After reading the report page by page, turning to the last page, the doctor read the conclusion. The tense nerves gradually relaxed, and his face could not help but show a smile of relaxation. It's benign. In an instant, All those present unanimously sighed in relief, accompanied by choked sobs that could not be suppressed. Great! Anson is fine. God forbid. Anson is our. At this moment, the king was in front. He was surrounded by 6 desert rats, inferior in size and strength compared to the one Su Qingyun had encountered. The sword in the king's hand exploded with gusts of sword awnings, and instantly, the screams of the desert rats could be heard as his figure darted through the encirclement and towards the palace. The white clouds in the sky were covered with a light golden veil, like the faint blush on her white face. The old man of the Li family was inwardly shocked, but when he saw the appearance in front of him, his face was dark and hidden terribly. He did not know how many great storms he had experienced in his life, but the feeling of uneasiness was intensified when he saw the moon of Shaggy, which had come early in the evening. For these people's expressions of hatred, it was expected by Zhao Yi. He had attacked people's homes and possibly killed their loved ones. It would be strange if these people didn't hate him. However, now Zhang Jiazi has matured and is different from before. The situation is different now. It is he who is begging Song Yaju, not Song Yaju who is begging him. So, when his wife left home again, Zhang Jiazi sat on the sofa and made up his mind, then picked up his cell phone and dialed. My lord, when we attacked the city, Mu Bai had already killed himself. Tai Shi Ci spoke up. Second and third brothers don't know that our army has already broken through Dongzhuo's army this morning. This is considered the biggest victory in the conflict with the official army, and it should be fine to use this victory to encourage the army's heart. Zhang Jiao said the events of today once again. As early as a few years ago, he was in command of the Feather Forest Guards near the capital, forming an angle with the Hexian King's escort army. Fruit nuisance condescending, looking at the carpet her cat-like laziness, at this time has turned into a vicious killing. All the flirtation swept away. Feng Shui Xian tensed her body. Are you my father or my mother? I still need to tell you who I'm shopping with. Saying that, she was about to close the door of the room. Moreover, the third place team's score was just less than 100 points less than theirs, and there was always the possibility of being overtaken again. This ninja, who was quite a bit of a researcher on this game, even understood these technical terms like playing the field. Because what was happening at the time was so subversive of what everyone was trying to do that many people just assumed it was just filming. This phenomenon made Sun Tze feel very strange. What is this? It looks so powerful. It can actually change its appearance. And the change is so big. It's almost like a Scion super transformation. I just don't know if the strength has grown as a result. Of course, even now looking at the underworld city, it was famous as a gathering place for powerful people. And because of the existence of Yen Luo Temple Yu, the prosperity of the place was maintained. By the way, I wonder what the attributes of this rolling pin of his are like. He thought and chose to view it. There were so many people in the supermarket, and Lin didn't have her cell phone with her. So how could Yang Hao not be worried when Lin suddenly disappeared? There are dozens of universities in Jinling. That's where Jinling's bottom line is. And there is only one 211 university in Yuncheng, even if it is economically very developed. When the Black Mountain thieves in the camp heard this, they immediately fled to the south of the camp. When Shan Xiongxin saw this, he immediately took his cavalry to the south of the camp to intercept them first, and hard stopped the Black Mountain bandits inside the camp. Yu Jianing stared blankly at the clipstick thrown in front of him, something he had never seen before. Naturally, he didn't know the horror of the clipstick. What should we do? The middle-aged level 7 swordmaster who had led the way over suddenly asked. He was considered the strongest amongst the crowd, plus he was the one who led the way over this time, so he couldn't help but open his mouth to ask when the crowd was silent. Chapter 160, Stealing a Job? Zhang Shiyan touched the heads of these kittens, and those kittens instantly swarmed up. All of them surrounded Tianjie. Their meowing caused Tianjie to be at a loss for words, but on the contrary, he was dodged when he just bent down and wanted to touch them. He hesitantly lay down on the concrete floor. A dozen cats scrambled to climb on his body. Instantly let Tianjie feel what is called heavy love. Close your eyes and listen to them purr. Area 51's black technology, necessarily our top secret existence. If it is unrelated personnel, certainly is not qualified to know, in case there is a possibility of leakage. Pei Qing wiped a handful of blood from his face, and any more emotions that had been churning in his chest melted away at this moment. Andretha's eyes moved slightly, knowing that at this point, Rainful was affected by the blood sacrifice, and the matter concerned his most pressing concern, Shiria, and his emotions had begun to spiral out of control. Finally, in the last moments of her life, she paid for her arrogance and bloodlust with her life. As for Rainful, the style of chess was bizarre and unexpected, leaving the two old men completely baffled. Lu Chang listened very carefully. He understood very well. This is actually a big chance belonging to sword cultivators. I'm afraid that even disciples in some big clans can't touch the edge at all. Unfortunately, Gerard could not see it. solely because of his haste, and could not even listen to Stukov's discouragement to him. I'm afraid that if we still had enough troops at that time, we would not have to later defense. Rapid collapse and defeat, right? You're from the mainland. Where is the situation now? Qi Shangyue hurriedly asked. After all, she had a history with Liang Fei, and she had begged Liang Fei several times in the past, but Liang Fei had never granted her request. Ling Shangyue was stunned, and then she also followed Yi Xian's gaze. However, the dried-up tree in front of her was not at all alive. All that was left was just withered branches and rotting flotsam, which was half the appearance of the heaven and earth spirit tree. Highway has already run away. Then we will also retreat back first. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Yuan Shao said expressionlessly, and after saying that, he intended to turn around and lead the way out. This mask was originally used to put into use in the war. Because the war was filled with smoke and windmills, many soldiers died not in battle but from disease, and a large part of those who died of disease were respiratory infections. The crowd looked at the sound. This person is 9 feet long, tiger body, wolf waist, leopard head, ape arm, is the original Dongzhuo's first fierce general Hua Xiong. Promote Zhao Hong to General Wu Yang with a rank of 2,000 stones. After the spring, reported to Guan Yu at the rate of 3,000 to assist him in his northern expedition against the White Hare. In fact, since the Zojiran tribe can come up with the strategy of division before unification, it is evident that the thinking is ahead of its time, and it may have already seen the drawbacks of the feudal society. But once this ambition starts, it means that how many homelands are going to be destroyed. The man's eyes were slightly closed. His handsome eyebrows were slightly twisted, his sexy thin lips were pursed, and there was no expression on his face, and he couldn't see the azure black eyes, and his cold features were rarely somewhat soft. Wang Mu's cultivation was poorer, and his running speed was too slow, so he actually fell behind the crowd, and in his panic, he had already fallen into the black gas. He was about to scream miserably, but he found an extremely pure aura pouring in from his limbs and bones, filling up his body. Stop in response. Night Maple ignored, but also converged some killing chi. After all, this is the Great Qin Chamber of Commerce. If he killed him, I'm afraid that the other side does not look good on the face, but just let go of him, that is also impossible. She had only ridden for a while yesterday morning, not very skillfully, and in the afternoon, because Hakuna and the girls had to make clothes, she was content to go and slack off. And now, if she did, she really wasn't quite sure if she could ride. Actually, for Hakuna, she had only wanted to do a favor. But then discussing it, she thought it would be kind of fun, to go and run so many people herself, to be the boss. It seemed like a lot of fun. Chapter 161, 2 donkeys. Come back. 2 days ago, I think, a 4.7 magnitude earthquake struck somewhere abroad, and after houses collapsed, the lab that previously specialized in seismic search and rescue rats put them into search and rescue operations. Seeing that Jiang Shiyan really didn't seem to know about it, Officer Zhang carefully talked to her. Jiang Shiyan was puzzled and subconsciously asked, "Does this lab have anything to do with Lin Zizhou?" Officer Zhang froze. "Who is Lin Zizhou?" "It's nothing. Jiang Shiyan. I speak from my heart. Sister has the appearance of shy flowers and closed moon, the posture of a sunken fish like a goose, just like a fairy. When I see sister, my heart keeps fluttering. Don't believe me? You touch it." Yu Meng Xian grabbed Hua Rumei's slender hand and placed it on her chest. "Holy, didn't you just admit it? Still can't say it." Wu Qi rolled his eyes. He knew that this was someone deliberately letting him know. Then Kilfu Qianqi went to Chang'an to ask for help with Hadamarash as his envoy, and after a delay of nearly a year, Hadamarash finally went to Guanzhong as he wished. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Zhong Qiqi reached out to Lin Shen and waved her hand in front of him. Looking at him, she didn't know what he was fuming about. Suddenly, the old Taoist violently took 2 steps backward, putting on a posture of trying to resist, and the Bagua mirror in his hand violently pushed forward, and as a golden light flashed by, accompanied by a shattering sound, the Bagua mirror broke into countless pieces. The old Taoist held his chest and gasped violently, his face with the color of pain. Seeing this, Shen Bowling spread his hands, signaling that he could only do this much and nothing more. "It's fine. Ru Mei, let's go." The 6-fingered demon coughed a few times and casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. 28 years ago, the village caused a dispute between several families because of the seizure of a piece of mountain forest land, and in the end, those families were so angry that they directly raised their families and left. Old Kai slowly said. Seeing this scene, Zhongshang was filled with unbelievable eyes. He breathed heavily. He had completely not expected that even the security chief couldn't slash over Xiafei and Ningyang. As long as it is to see the coach just like that expression, they basically know what the coach is thinking. The next surely will not have anything good to say, except that his target should be Mike. After all, just now that defense is not necessary. Brother, Big Brother Long and the others are here. Retracting his gaze, Wolf Hongxian looked at Long Huiwu and the others who had already prepared themselves neatly and with an imposing presence. Sword sound stops. Sword light and shadow disappears. Discouraging horrible strength like a clear sky after the storm. Much more comfortable. The next day, the capital of the arrest of traitors and the action has begun. The arrested officials is more and more. As long as the officials and these officials are close to the idol gradually also become the object of arrest. Suddenly the people in the city, everyone is at risk. That's because your physique is no longer that of a normal human, but that of the great Golden Dragon clan. If an ordinary mortal were to enter here, they wouldn't need to go into this Fire Origin Palace, or even approach within 100 feet of this Fire Origin Palace. They would immediately fly into dust and not even be able to find the dregs. An ice-cold voice suddenly came from the front. In the breeze, the stalks of the grain swayed with each other, and the dry leaves resounded with a clattering sound, while Afa, who was shuttling in the middle of the stalks, could not forget the content of the conversation with his mother in his heart. Zhang Bo, after all, is still young, and used to be nothing more than the son of a director of education, so naturally there are a lot of things that he has never heard of. The first-class cabin of this flight was 2 seats in a row. Yi Bai naturally sat side by side with Lin Fei in a row, only to make Yi Bai slightly surprised that he ran into an acquaintance. Yi Shaoer looked at Xian Xiao angrily, quite reproachful. Xian Xiao winked at her and smiled mischievously, and all of a sudden, it made her annoyance disappear. Chapter 162 Reproducing the Circle of Fame Scene. Second donkey's trainer rushed over and forcefully dragged second donkey off Jiang Shiyan, not forgetting to slap his butt. You're crazy. The second donkey who was taught a lesson still didn't give up arching towards Jiang Shiyan's arms. The trainer was not good at teaching the second donkey in front of the leader, and immediately bellowed, "Sit!" Although the second donkey was a little more lively, the instinct to obey made him sit down in place at the first opportunity, tilting his head pensively, grinning and showing his tongue in joy. "Blake, I want to give you a gift." Void Cassius seemed to be trying to break the silence. These 2 locations, in terms of the entire Hanging Sky ancient city, were indeed not any important places, and were not even considered to be prosperous places. Zhang De smiled and took the meal to the office outside, placing it on the desk one by one. By the end of the night, Lan Yanqi still couldn't calm down anymore. She was a little annoyed walking back and forth in her room. Just a while ago, she had already received a lot of phone calls from her sunset friends, all confirming one thing with her, whether she was going to marry Ling Mofeng or not. But the blushing look and stuttering really made it seem like her words were really unconvincing. "Okay, I'll take it. Thank Auntie for me." Xiaonan no longer refused. She felt it was a token of appreciation. That kind of talk is scary when it's said in such a way as to categorize the Great Spirit as a villain. Zhang Jian paying this honestly, is really some of the heart. How to say feel a little bad to say. If it really gave out to say is Yang Jing, that can really is to make a mess. Ling Nuan walked out of the courtyard door, inhaled a breath of cool air. As far as the eye can see, all is green. The mood is actually indescribably good. Theater Jitsai Sigua Bin raised his hand to shoot an arrow. The heart screamed bad. To see this arrow shot off, Fong long breath of relief, sighed thanks to the Lord did not mess, but when he saw actually shot to Zhu Jungsu's right center general banner, is the eyes round stare? Shocked on the spot, Matsu ***** a light chaos, however, did not share the crowd's elation, but cleared his throat and continued to speak. Su Liangji had inherited his father, Divine Dr. Su's medical skills, and at a young age, he was a skilled healer. If it were not for this, Divine Dr. Su would not have felt comfortable letting him go up to the capital alone to make a break for it. They were now all muddy, unable to protect themselves, and those people, it was better not to get entangled with them. October 7th, the state prison began a new month of monthly exams. The whole day down, even if it has always been outstanding results of the students, are quite tired. Speaking of this Nan Taijin, he was an expert of the Nan family in the sacred demon heaven's reception domain. There were several regions in the sacred demon heaven, and the reception domain was the place where the demon race of the lower realm would first arrive at after they had crossed the threshold of the ascension. And there were 2 big families here, namely the Nan family and the Feng family. Guanyin Goods house is now very famous. The people inside are not as many as the ordinary Goods house, but all of them are either rich or noble. There are even the maids and servants of those big families, constantly coming in and out. Okay, brother-in-law. Yan Shangyang might still be a bit arrogant when facing Yan Shangwan, holding himself as the youngest master of the Yan family, and there was no one who could ask him to speak in a nice voice. But when facing Jin Weima opening his mouth to ask for something, Yan Shangyang immediately nodded his head like pounding garlic. Those ghosts naturally also know Jihee's situation, know that he is leaving, happy for him at the same time, but also some separation of sadness. Hey, I'll tell you something, do you want to hear it? Dong said over there, as if he was purposely trying to sell the story. He slammed the greasy roasted meat in his hand hard at Jun Wooji. However, Jun Wooji suddenly jumped off the stool and dodged his attack with a short body. Thunder God descends. Thunder light palm. Mui took a step forward. The sealing of his hands was still continuing. A low cry rang out from his mind. At the same time, behind him, the hands of that huge silhouette were also pinching hand seals in the same way as Mui, and the silver light in his hands shook greatly. Chapter 163, A Shocking Appearance. Tian Jia in front of more than a dozen judges and leaders. Nervous heart plop, plop, plop wildly, but still trying to remain calm and loudly report their own work. One by one, introduced the police dog-based specially trained cats and cat squad. Short-tailed, British short blue, the only cat of foreign ancestry, yet the leader of the squad. Little Pretty, a tortoiseshell cat whose fur is a bit mushy, but is actually as big a beauty in the cat world as Sansha. Don't worry, I'm the best at roasting things. The meat I roasted has never been battered. Jiang Tianchen laughed lightly. You don't want to right now, do you? Dudu didn't get a look in. So maybe Akane would do this. Humans have always prized freedom, yet they so freely strip other animals of their freedom. In doing so, their behavior is worse than that of the animals who have been deprived of their freedom. In his cognizance, Jiang Tianchen's cultivation was only at the domain realm, and although his combat prowess was not bad, it was only at the domain realm after all. The Dark Current Chamber of Commerce notified us 10 days ago, saying that you would come to deal with our town's mayor, and in addition, they would bear all the costs of your activities here. However, you will still need to register with the administration, so please cooperate with us, the dwarf said. Dububu once again shook his head and said, No, after the poisonous break sect and the underworld butterfly sect were exterminated by me, the mess hasn't been cleaned up yet. With that, he told Pang Fei barbarians about all of his experiences in Ninghai City over the past few days. What is this doing? Just as this doubt flooded Wang Luo's mind, he saw a black duck close to the ground and was struck by a long knife. He looked back, only to realize that what was flying was not a falcon, but the skeleton of an eagle. The divine sense brought the aura in Zhang Chen's body to instantly transform into 5 giant swords, and they rushed towards the blood pool. Whether this experience is self-taught or practiced is of course unknown, but these are not heavy. And Zhao Zhuoyan also always liked the simple and cheerful disciple. At first learned of the news of death, shocked face white, unknowingly loosened his hand. With Russia, Simon's ideas had loosened up for a while, but generally followed the original idea again. Li Feng came to the backyard. The altar are stacked in the corner. Above the cover of the grass mat has long been rotten. The altar by the wind and rain. No kiln of light. A new altar fire all to wear down. Li Feng is looking for this old altar. Lu Nan received a phone call from Li Feng, quite surprised to learn that Li Feng intends to sign a few newcomers to the studio. Is even more surprised. Li Feng, this is how today. When to care about the work of the studio. Yang family master. Feng Qingyun first saluted and greeted Yang Defa, and then arched his hand toward Shi Wei. Lu Zhan and the hacker looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The cotton qualification is limited. Still, I hope it can catch up with everyone. The fiery red sun crashed down, and the haze outside the window filled the sky. And Mu Changfeng happened to see the part where Zhou Jia ended. Zhaowen said, but remembered that at the moment has fallen into the crazy Nasdaq stock market. Now, directly with that $1 million to speculate on stocks is a good idea. Of course, it is also very dangerous, because no one knows when the bubble has been very serious. Technology stock market will collapse. This site immediately played on the billion treasure discover a leaf to stay maple. A time really attract a lot of viewers. The live broadcast did not open. Popularity has been more than 2 million. Waiting to open the broadcast directly broken 5 million. You get up first. I'm also preparing to go to Mu Chen's side. So you'll go with me. Yi Tianmore looked at Ling Liyuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Not to mention that skin care products like masks, which are consumables in themselves, are only increasing in demand. The one who came to open the door was Xiaoju's mother, who didn't say anything when she saw her child, who rarely came home, and just sidled up and let him in. By the time she finished recomposing the dowager consort, it was already half an hour later. She stood in front of the mirror and carefully looked over her makeup and hair and clothes before nodding. Chapter 164, A Special Gift of Appreciation. Su Yingwei watched as these cats that were lying on the ground lazily licking their fur a second ago instantly let out a threatening low growl at him. Don't look at the harmless-looking appearance of each one of them, but he knew very well that as long as he took one step closer to Jiang Shiyan, these cats wouldn't hesitate to light up their sharp and pointed nails to scratch his face. Hearing these low whimpers filled with intimidation and threats, The smile on Su Yingwe's face was nearly impossible to maintain. Mr. Su, these cats of mine, although their temperaments are, Chen Nan's main purpose today is to thank Pan Mingy, because it involves insider trading, just some trusted people get together, no outsiders present. After cultivating the Green Lotus Devil Dao for 3 weeks, Louis Chen got up and went to take a shower, and when he returned to the living room, Old White came to serve dinner. The place they were talking about was underneath a very overgrown cherry blossom tree, and underneath that tree, there were already 2 figures, one pink and one orange, waiting there, none other than Semi and Sonia. Ishii listened to Okamura Ningji's words for a moment tense, wanting to open his mouth to speak. At this time Zhou Fohai walked in. Okamura Ningji looked at Zhou Fohai walked in, even more angry, looked at Zhou Fohai said, seeing those stalls, Fong Hong and the others raised their eyebrows, and after glancing at each other, they took a step at the same time and entered the trading market. The underworld Ghost King seemed to be very excited today, casting the Ghost King's true body for such a long time, although the consumption was great. However, the energy fluctuation in its body, instead of decreasing, on the contrary, it was getting more and more raging, and there was a hidden momentum of penetrating the body. Between the words, Fan Hong walked towards the side of the middle-aged man who specialized in degrees. The true martial sword at his waist was drawn at once, and the next moment he was about to stab over. Damn it, a remnant spirit is just a remnant spirit. I don't believe that I can't help you. High in the sky, above the sea of blood, the black-robed man roared loudly and furiously, his face full of hideousness. Xiao Shan shook his head, and then his eyes flashed a wise gaze and said to Gao Ming. Gao Ming realized after hearing this, so this is the case, and at this moment, Lai Hua in the back of the mountain also looked at the mysterious youth and said, the second is that his experience in the military has given him the hawkish instincts to deal with threats, something that a rebounding American society needs. Nowadays Russia's eye on the ball has left the American public in desperate need of a tough guy to lead. Stop. At a distance of 300 meters from the giant camphor tree, Yu Shan made them stop. It's not so bad to be famous, but the one who's really in a super passive situation is KBS President Ji Huanyang. The tip of the sword chirped, and the sword chi was like a rainbow, shattering the air and vibrating, and all the surroundings were agitated by this powerful sword chi. In the past, she might have scoffed, there are plenty of countries that put harsh words in America's mouth. Not one of you. Elder Mo was a jade connoisseur, and after just holding the jade cup in his hands for a while, he gave his judgment. It seems that what's sealed in the pillars are all people and beasts that can't die anymore. I told you, even the demon emperor, that old undead person is dead. Of course everything in the demon emperor's cave is also dead. As the fat Taoist monk cheered himself up, Shin Dongbao glanced around with both eyes, slowly walking forward. Even though nowadays, he and his firmament had already broken. In fact, Zhao Hao still didn't want to really put her to death. The conflict erupts when Administrator Anyan intervenes in the mission, but slips his hoof into a low-light prison, and Administrator David takes over the mission and picks the most powerful race to support. Xiao Lizi's face, at this time, had completely lost its human color. His face was pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept falling down. Originally, the Monarch of Brightness wanted to take a look at ZMOR's injuries first and heal with her in the meantime, and the Monarch of Ru shook his head after stepping forward to take his pulse. Reporting to the regimental commander, Staff Officer Fong from the brigade headquarters is here, conveying an urgent mission from headquarters and division headquarters. It's waiting for the regimental commander at the regimental headquarters. The correspondent stood at attention and reported. Chapter 165, reported. Jiang Shurian didn't pick it up, just watched it hang up automatically, waited for a while and didn't see the call. Jiang Shurian couldn't help but comfort herself that it might be a nuisance call, but the uneasiness that loomed within her made her a little distracted for the rest of the game. In the afternoon, there were guts tests, smell tests, reaction tests, etc., including search and rescue of trapped people, search for hazardous materials, and how to deal with a fire. The cat squad. Though Jiang Yijin thought about it, she didn't know about others, and Jean Peng's words were only not a sentence or two to make him go away, but she still felt something. After class, Lan Fei walked out of the school entrance and saw Zhou Feng waiting at the same place as last time, making another inviting gesture. He only thought that the two of them were close to each other only because of the fact that among the 5 brothers back then, they were the only 2 who stayed in Luoyang. Luo Qingyan was very happy to see her godmother and sister-in-law arrive, and introduced both of them to Han Xinru. Then she let her grandmother and her godmother go to the lounge next to the restaurant to talk. All heavenly soldiers and generals listened to the order. Kill Emperor Join. The roar of the heavenly emperor resounded throughout the entire heavenly realm, and in the next instant, countless divine soldiers mixed with the divine monarchs of the heavenly realm instantly rushed in the direction of Di Jujiuyan. In the end, that golden light shattered. and the power of the 5 elements steadily prevailed. And the power of the 5 elements entangled some of these old guys. White and flawless face, delicate features, eyes transfixed. Seems to be thinking about what the world affairs, but also seems to be just sleep is not awake. Long Ziyan didn't fail to accept Crispy's apology. So why did Crispy have such a look on his face? Not to be born on the same day in the same year and month, but to die on the same day in the same year and month. Count a few of us as being destined. Mo Jianhua said. Nightless hadn't lied. He'd said his name was Phoenix Nightless. Every word was exactly the same, but they hadn't even thought about it that way. Mr. Gun and Stick just stepped forward and grabbed the Hanyo's belt with a single hitch, pulling and yanking the Hanyu away. Anyway, after hearing the latter, Zhao Yu was only interested in appreciating her good voice and did not pay too much attention to what she was saying. By the time he got back to town and updated out of Curtain Blade again, the crowd was already waiting for the brutal footage to follow. Alright, if you want to eat, settle down and don't be nosy or you'll go home and eat, Zhu Long said seriously to Zhu Sisi. Many villagers also looked at Yumashi and others' eyes changed. This outsider bullied or the village people more or less will help. Mai Shue was already smart and guessed what was going on from Yang Xiaoxiao's short number of words. She stopped struggling and stopped giving Yang Xiaoxiao trouble. Instead she twisted her body which was flat on her back over, wanting to see what was happening in the outer hall. It's a post-apocalyptic world, and the ones attacking you are zombies. Daji also didn't expect the timing of the entry to be so confusing, and hurriedly popped up to remind Yutong of this. Shang Zei had personally destroyed the 5 poisons and 6 morning sect, and knew that these parasites were the raw materials for cultivating corpses, and that if they were to enter the body and control the mind, they would become corpses at the mercy of others. Chen Fuxing's aura operated, hooking up the aura in heaven and earth. Fire was created in the void, and as the fire fought the wind, it enveloped the tree demon ant in a smooth manner. What to do? Xiang Shaoshan's face was filled with vigilance, and he asked Long Xing while warding off the flowers around him. Emo-san's eyes were red, covering all of his senses on his body. His hands lifted up and slapped downwards. The new Dao soul was tugged and lifted up as well, leaping over Emo-song and making a slap to fall towards the incoming purple evil scorpion. Don't Fong, keep watching. Old Fan also waved his hand, and a light flickered on the star underneath it, shining on top of that screen as the video continued to play. Humph. Unified Extreme Imperial Dynasty. Heavenly Royalty Sects Gathering Forest Peak Master. Li Huihan. Li Huihan said with a hum. Because of Emo-song's earlier change of position, Yi Haojuan wasn't wrapped in the triangle encirclement. Chapter 166. It likes this. The enthusiastic people who delivered the owl and the police officer who was about to take the owl over were all startled. Jiang Shurian rushed over to check the rescued owl, and the sticky beanbag was dumbfounded in place. It just gently received how did it fall down? The little one's eyes twitched and finally looked over at the human who held it up for closer inspection. There's trauma, but it's not serious. I'll take it to be treated first. Jiang Shi. Qinken is indeed still in linen. After dealing with all the chores, intends to move tomorrow. These days busy and anxious. Once idle nothing, but doubly lonely. Itachi. A majestic voice resounded from the sea. The voice shook and even shook the feet of the ghostly creatures in the mist. Dongfang Han arched his hand towards Yushin. Congratulations to young warrior Yu on his big wedding day. Yushin returned the bow with a bitter smile. When he finally walked in front of a stone door, Ouyang Tian was certain that these domestic animals were behind this door. Puffing, the compressed fireball had become solid, so it inevitably made a sound as it fell into the water. From the mouth of the guards, Qin can to determine what the 2 birds said is true. Is indeed the people around the Finnish Yenyong? The past few days they are looking around for traces of Gao Yi. I'm afraid that cannot be cheap, although Gao Yi martial arts is not as good as their own. But to deal with the Mandarin ducks and 2 birds is still more than enough. By switching to this method of traveling, it was a little slower, but at least it kept an even pace. Instantly summers and autumn froze. Why are the opponents that Lao Zi encounters always so gripping? This Nima might as well give up. Sure enough, Lin 18 heard a big shock, thinking that I am stuck in these worldly entanglements, more infatuated with the ice girl, is like trapped in hell torment. In fact, hell does not exist, but only my heart created. Pressed against Bien Pian's ear, laughing illusionless left this sentence before leaving in a flash. Only hearing the radio was calling for this flight of theirs. The 2 of them went through the security check and went straight up to the first-class cabin, where Lin Wanbai was sitting next to him. The crowd took a look and knew that the golden cicada was accepting Jihua, although he did not let him become a disciple, but it was not far away. Entering the refinery union was nothing more than a final test for him. Shark Buster had just called out one word when he felt the devouring gaze of Shark Mayor beside him shooting towards him, and hurriedly stopped his mouth. Now it's good. The elder sister is also dead. They are still in an extremely dangerous environment. That gold fruit she all feel want to not matter. Just look forward to Zhuang Sun will be able to take her away from this place. After all, life is the most important. Zui Yuan and Dong Yu's brows were both slightly furrowed, while the gaze of Li Ronghua's first cousin on the side looking at Li Ronghua was lit up. Although he knew from Li Changqing that Li Ronghua was powerful, he did not think that he was actually in existence that could talk about matters of the imperial court with people in the imperial court. Inexplicably, even though it was a bright sunny day, Li Ronghua looked around her with a feeling of sunset and twilight. Li Chui didn't know about her gripping heart, and asked her to take a walk in the courtyard early in the morning. That said, how could a top domestic group company like Pan Long Ding recruit at a pheasant university? A Tian heard the mess over here and also came over to inquire about the situation. Obviously a Tian's heart quality is much too good. After all, he is a top killer. The main of the knife tip licking blood to live. His sentence cuts to the heart of the matter. Her purpose today was to force out Jin Haichuan and lure him into appearing. She knew that in order to get those treasures underground, she had to be led by Jin Haichuan and that key in Jin Haichuan's hand. Duan Lang was also quite moved. Yuning Emperor did not use the title I but I, which showed that he was entrusted with the name of a father. Yu Daiyu knew that without this armor, he would have died himself. However, he still thought contemptuously that the training of the Anamo army was really poor. Chapter 167. Jiang Shiyan's heart instantly lifted to her throat. Brother, don't scare me. Jiang Shiyan panicked. She couldn't see anything. She could only carefully feel her way forward. But the elevator was just so big. Not only was Jiang Yihong gone, but even the person who accompanied them into the elevator was gone. What the hell? Jiang Shiyan was originally an atheist as well. But ever since she was reborn and bound to a talking system, she believed that this world existed. Yao Chang, I respect you are a great scholar, again and again to give you face, but you do not know how to repent. Then do not blame me for being merciless. Come on people, pull down the heavy beating of 50 big boards. Jinja's face is cold, his body is scattered with the Emperor's majesty. Your Highness, I have something I want to say to you alone, Wei Yingran said and looked apologetically at Jin Rujia and Pang Mo. Immortals fight, mortals suffer. His grandmother. After saying that the painting seller first flashed aside, Su Jing used the whip to lead the blade. Boom hit the wall to the left of the painting seller. Dong Jianyun hurriedly dispersed the surrounding crowd of onlookers. It worked! We did it! It's the third one! The third one! The guild commander on the space mothership shouted excitedly. Zhuang Yao blushed. In the past, when she was the best of the inner sect, there were quite a few male cultivators surrounding her, but any of the men had not been able to bring her the feelings that the man in front of her had brought to her. Speaking of which, he frowned hard and drained all the Darkwing Star tea in his cup in one gulp, then letting out a low muffled grunt, he turned his head and left the combat observation room. Well then, setting aside this topic for the moment, what about that white-haired man on the night of the opening day of school? Lu Shaoling continued to ask. Are you allowed to be here and we can't come? Lan Binger said with a smile that was as much about the city as it was about the country. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Li Yuxiang pinned his gun to his back waist and gestured for Li Zhigua to enter the house. Just as Li Zhigua was about to step into the house with one foot, he was pulled back by Li Yuxiang and pointed to a plastic bag with two thin pieces of paper attached to the doorway. Tai Lao looked at Zhou Jianua's departing back, squinting his eyes as if feeling the aroma in the tea, only for an inexplicable smile to flow from the corner of his eyes. Fu Ronshi was first to Lu Ziqian call. Has been no answer. Only then to Fu Dachan went to the phone. The phone was connected. Fu Rongshi has not asked what. The Fu Dachan on the other side of the cold humming out of dissatisfaction. It was because of this physiological phenomenon that people seem too normal to be normal. The serenity and nothingness. The stillness of the surroundings. The cozy afternoon. The feeling of the abdomen filling up after replenishing the food. That made Zhou Hongye blink his eyes for a moment. A sudden stab of pain that made even his heart flutter came from under his feet. An electric shock? This was the last judgment the compulsion made before it planted itself. Gene drugs are drugs that are selectively created by artificial genetic recombination to target specific conditions. Artificial insulin, synthesized by scientists in the laboratory in the late 1970s, is a typical example of a gene drug. He had already delayed too much time here. The elders wouldn't wait that long, and in a few more days, if Ling Chanxian refused to leave with himself, the sacred palace would send out manpower to forcefully bring Ling Chanxian back. Chen Chao couldn't think of taking precautions against the captain, but always let his guard down against the kid Yu Kai, who was just too innocent, so innocent that it was a little scary. Gathering up her simple traveling bag, at the last moment before her departure, Feng Feng could not help but turn back, and across the dwindling sky and the slowly gathering fog that seemed to emanate an arcane green color, she glanced towards the long corridor tunnel of Xianing Courtyard. Grandma came in and saw that I had been staring at the window again. About saw my hand clenched tightly on the bedding, and then asked me what was wrong. I then turned my head to look at Grandma, but felt that I could not say a word. I do not know why. I have a lot of things I want to say, but feel that a word cannot be said. Chapter 168. I choose to join the so-called beta wave, which mainly appeared when the human brain was in a state of wakefulness. Concentration and thinking was about 13 to 30 Hz. However, the computer data showed that Jiang Shurian's beta wave frequency was almost reaching 100 Hz when he was telling the story of how he had learned the language of the animals and how they communicated with each other. It also meant that Jiang Shurian was in a state of adrenaline overload, anxiety, high arousal, and great stress at the moment. And they could tell outside the glass window by observing Jiang Shurian's micro-expressions and some subtle little movements that Jiang Shurian seemed to be hiding something else. Only the data analysis of the polygraph machine showed that Jiang Shurian hadn't lied. After recounting her life on the isolated island, Jiang Shurian's mind remained quiet, as if the system had never appeared. After the lie detector test was over, Jiang Shurian's back had broken out in a cold sweat, and she took the hot water handed to her by the researcher and drank it in small sips. Don't be nervous, you just performed well. The researcher, a sensible and elegant big sister with a nice speaking voice, sat in front of Jiang Shurian's face and comforted her. Jiang Shurian was quite embarrassed. We're just having a normal test here. Don't be afraid. You tell me if you have any concerns or worries. My name is Zhuang. I'm a few years older than you. You can also call me Sister Zhua. Jiang Shurian muttered a cry. There's a couple more quizzes later, so just put your mind at ease and say whatever you want to say in time. It's okay, anything. Zhuang was worthy of being the institute's psychologist, and under her guidance and reassurance, Jiang Shurian's nervousness was greatly relieved, and the next test was pretty much as Jiang Shurian had guessed. She was even given a full body skin just for that. Throughout the day, Jiang Shurian never heard the system's voice again. It wasn't until they left the underground institute that the system finally appeared. It's scary. Jiang Shurian was shocked. You're still alive? System? You've been quiet all day. I thought you'd be dead in that polygraph session. With China's current level of technology. Ha! Jiang Shurian let out a conspiratorial laugh without waiting for it to finish. System? What do you mean? Before, you even said that the level of technology in China had no way to detect your existence, but as a result, you didn't squeak for a whole day. What are you if not weak-minded? Jiang Shurian continued to taunt. The system was silent. It had to admit that it seemed to have really underestimated the technology level of this low-level civilization galaxy. At the moment the lie detector connected to the host, it felt threatened, and had to go offline to become invisible, and did not forget to quickly send this matter to the mastermind system before pretending to be dead. This, I can explain. Compensate me. Because you went offline privately and didn't deal with the host's needs in a timely manner. You have to make it up to me or I'll complain about you. Madly, Jiang Shurian finally revealed her fox tail. However, how could the fledgling little system guess Jiang Shurian's little plan? Once pondering the host's reason for accusing her seemed quite reasonable. The system was inexplicably weak and mumbled. Then, how to make up for it? Compensation is your business. Think about it. I'll give you a night to think about it. Jiang Shurian suppressed the corners of her mouth that were about to rise and said in a generous manner. Well, the system went crying to the forums to ask a co-worker for help. Jiang Yihan looked at Jiang Shurian and suddenly spoke out. You seem to be in a pretty good mood? Suddenly thought of a happy thing. Jiang Shurian said with a smile. I was still quite nervous during the test before, but then I slowly got used to it. Looking at this heartless sister in front of him, Jiang Yihan poked her head. She was happy, but he was too nervous to eat all day. And the Underground Research Institute analyzed all of Jiang Shurian's test data and finally concluded that as of now, Jiang Shurian's talent in animal linguistics could not be found second in the country or even in the world. Such amazing and terrible talent must not be shed abroad. The next day, Jiang Shurian was once again invited to the institute. This time, however, instead of testing her, an invitation was extended. I heard that the Wildlife Research Center also offered you an invitation earlier. Is it convenient to ask why you declined? Jiang Shurian vaguely guessed that they were trying to pull the wool over their own eyes, and she really couldn't pick any pricks in her reasoning. Family-oriented, caring and responsible. There was once again an extra line in the comment box about Jiang Shurian. Director Yuan signaled the assistant beside him to place an invitation contract in front of Jiang Shurian. This is an invitation from the institute. Although the institute is all about confidential projects, your situation is rather special, so we may be able to handle it in a special way. Special handling? Jiang Shurian picked up this contract and read it suspiciously. She carefully read each and every treaty, and had to say that the conditions offered almost made it impossible for Jiang Shurian to refuse, not counting her personal meritorious performance and rewards in the future, and even extended to her family, meaning that from now on, her mom and dad, her brother, her husband after she got married, and her children would all be able to enjoy the country's preferential treatment. And the agreed conditions include, but are not limited to, cannot leave the country, need to report abroad, cannot be privately contacted with foreign organizations and institutions, the commitment to crack a part of the zoology language code for the country every year, and so on. I have a question. Jiang Shurian subconsciously raised her hand. You say, can I stay in Z City? Jiang Shurian asked hesitantly. The capital is very nice, but I'm not too comfortable with the fast-paced life in the fast capital. It would make me feel depressed. I like Z City. It's not only my home. There are also the little animals I raised. They can't stay away from me. To be precise, it's me who can't stay away from them. Even though the zoo was taken over by Jiang Shurian, after such a long time together, she had long treated those little animals in the zoo as her own children. Your situation is different from the other geniuses. We will treat special cases with special treatment, a uniformed man with glasses said in a deep voice. And we will form a brand new scientific research group in Z City. We will select the talents in technology and science. The members who will train and learn animal linguistics will be selected by Miss Jiang for the assessment. Jiang Shurian immediately thought of Professor Huang's lab. The man looked at Director Yuan, who pondered for a moment and said, having ready-made laboratories and research groups is naturally the best, but creating a new group also has its advantages. Jiang Shurian saw the military uniforms on them and suddenly understood something. I understand. Then do as you say. Jiang Shurian paused. Her eyes looked seriously at Director Yuan across the room. Her tone firm. I choose to join. Like to listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Please bookmark, Zayakez. Listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Chapter 169, The Broken Finger Found in the Trash Can. Unlike the previous Wildlife Research Center, this institute that Jiang Shurian had joined didn't even have a name. Only a code name. D9. The D9 Institute is a secret institute hidden under a military base. And they mainly discover people with special abilities like Jiang Shurian and then conduct research on their special abilities. Jiang Shurian does not strictly speaking meet the criteria of an empath, so even if she were to be, unlike the previous Wildlife Research Center, this institute that Jiang Shurian had joined didn't even have a name, only a code name. D9. The D9 Institute is a secret institute hidden underneath the army, and they mainly discover people with special abilities like Jiang Shurian, and then conduct research on their special abilities. Jiang Shurian does not strictly speaking meet the criteria of an empath, so even if she is kept, IUO. Mo Ching tried Mo Nua's breathing, knowing that Mo Nua was passed out, and let her heart go, taking the bathrobe and putting it on Mo Nua. Fu Evening Harvest is no longer enough to be feared now that it doesn't have a divine beast. We should still think of a way to subdue the god first now. Only when you are strong can you easily crush your enemies. Fu Jiushan was now very much aware that only when she was strong could she crush these scum. Yingli wasn't really planning to leave Lu Wuxiu alone. Because of the frustration she had just experienced, she was also prepared for it. She clenched her teeth and once again used all her strength to prop up Lu Wuxiu. The expected jackhammer didn't appear, and this time she easily stood up. It's really killing me. Lu Yenner fell off her horse, but she continued to keep her eyes glued to the Gu family's second son. As his cultivation of the lamp phase spells became more and more refined, he became resistant to all things dirty and salacious. My situation is different from yours. What is the matter you are looking for me for? Fu Jiushan didn't really want to explain to Fu Jin that clearly. And with such loss, the memory gradually slipped toward the abyss, falling to the dust like a corpse into a pile of tattered decay. My mother rolled her eyes hard and looked at me with tender eyes. Grandpa said that at that moment, my mother cried, and a few tears of blood slid down her eyes. Although the two are still just a fake couple, but it is better to get along than to be an enemy. Shin Chengyan looked at Mu Zhishuan, who had taken off his shoes and socks and was soaking his feet on the side of the bed, and suddenly remembered the words of the Mu family's old man in the daytime. Thanks for reminding President Mo. That's true. It's always bad to make people think that we Yins and Mo's are working together. We Yins have just come here. The ground has not yet been stabilized. President Mo sympathize? Please make yourself at home. Yin Cheng said, her arm a forward stretching. Please posture. Tonight I'm going home to accompany my mom. The company has been too busy these days. I've been working overtime, and I was only able to free up today, Sumi said truthfully. As for those who had become the trainees on the 100 list, most of them were smiling, enjoying those gazes of both envy and admiration. Of course, there were some who were not indifferent to those gazes, such as Jiang Yi, Mu Yi, and also Long Zhua, Zhao Xin, and others. It's been a long time, Your Majesty. After a long time, General Su actually spoke, holding the iron sword at her waist as she slightly performed a courtier's salute. The side of the Lianghua Gongfu, Chi Imperial Envoy is old and resourceful, but he does not want to make an enemy of the Liangwei Gong because of this. Yuan Jin Yu actually felt a little heartbroken. The elders of the Shangfu house don't like themselves much, and if they really have a child in the future, I'm afraid that Xu Fei won't be in pain either. But she can't not have a child because of Xu Fei. After all, the one who lives with her is still the ninth brother, is not TSK, Tu Hua, but he couldn't do this, lest by then his own two families couldn't get away with doing their filial duty. But what Yin Xiang intends to do has better results than this, ensuring that Hua won't dare to toss herself in the future even if she's really sick. If it wasn't for a special complex, if it wasn't for the purpose of bringing these two antiques back to China, how could they have bid on these two items at such a reckless cost, spending more than 10 times the market price? The vice presidents of the other divine courts, especially the vice president of the Wind Divine Court, did not refrain from sneering and glanced at the vice president of the Everlasting Divine Court. Chapter 170, Provoking the Police. When pieced together in sequence, you can roughly tell that it's almost from the same person. But throwing your fingers in the trash cans of the city police department? Who's so bold? The cleaner in charge of the police station was called for questioning at the first opportunity, and the other party was so scared that he was about to cry out, I don't know. Comrade police, I really don't know. Before the surveillance could be lined up, however, they received another report. This time the discovery was of 10 toes and the address was at the municipal building. Found the broken finger is the municipal unit of the cleaning workers. Found the wildcat in the garbage bag to rummage through the things, did not think too much. The wildcat will drive away after the wildcat is ready to clean up the garbage, waiting for garbage trucks to come over to take away. The result is found scattered all over the ground of the toes. The scene screamed and fainted in fear. The neighboring police station was the first to arrive at the scene after calling the police, collecting the severed fingers and taking photographs for the record, while the cleaner who first found them was also investigated. 10 fingers, 10 toes. DNA 1 comparison. The victim was quickly identified in the database. Female, 29 years old. Freelance, disappeared half a year ago after traveling alone. The family also reported to the police, but for half a year there is no whereabouts. And this victim was not from Z City. The police immediately contacted the police in the victim's domicile. 2 hours later, they were called again, and this time it was still the same victim's body tissue found in one of the institutional buildings, this time one of the arms. By now it is basically certain that this is a brutal case of broken bodies, and the murderer also has the suspicion of deliberately provoking the police, because he not only put the body chopped up in various institutions and units in the building to ensure that it will be found, and even sent anonymous courier to the police. The delivery was a small USB flash drive. Still, Toast found it when he was catching rats. He saw a black van with no license plate drive by behind the police station and threw it down with a plastic bag. It instantly dropped the rat and ran over to sniff it, smelling the blood inside, and rushed to carry it back to the police station. Jiang Shurian had 2 owls standing on her shoulders and a cat lying on her legs, and when the criminal police team was analyzing the case, she was the only one who didn't belong to the police but could still sit on the sidelines and listen to the case analysis. It's kind of a privilege, just analyzing and analyzing. Jiang Shurian detected a hint of something wrong. How come there are animals in all of them? At the police station, the severed finger found after Dull swallowed it by mistake. Feral cats were found by cleaners in a municipal building after they were chewing on a severed finger. Bureau of Justice. Stray puppy ran to the security booth with an ear in its mouth, scaring the security guard so much that he had a heart attack on the spot and was sent to the hospital for resuscitation. What a coincidence! It couldn't have been directed at her, could it? However, this thought was dispelled by Jiang Shurian as soon as it appeared. Although she was little known on the internet, her relationship with the police was rarely known. At most, she was known to have a connection with the police dog base, and if it was really directed at her, it wouldn't have been a matter of dumping broken body parts in various institutional buildings. Wouldn't it have been better to dump them directly in front of her zoo? Throw in a little bit a day and the intimidation effect pulls full circle, because the body tissues are still incomplete. The police concluded that there will be new calls to the police. Fruity. 2 hours later, as the body parts continued to appear and the victim's remains were slowly being pieced together, Jiang Shurian drove to the police dog base and picked up Tiger and a few of them. After giving them collars equipped with locators, Jiang Shurian led them to each location where the body parts were found. Jiang Shurian had her papers, and had already gotten acquainted with the police station, and when she met an acquaintance, she was let in without even checking her papers. Miss Yen, are you the only one who came? When she heard this, Jiang Shurian still froze. I'm the only one? Is step by step here yet? Jiang Shurian lost her smile. Here they come. They go around the neighborhood. Lazy hemmed and hawed. Boo Boo is the smartest of the police cats. With him around, he's sure to find something useful. As they were talking, a meow sounded above their heads. And then Ayumu jumped down from a large tree and walked over to Lazy and greeted him. Reiko crouched down and held out his hand, and Steps reached out his front paws to shake it. The new police officer saw the scene and was directly dumbfounded. Brother Thunder, this cat really understands human language? Of course, this is our secret weapon. Lazy got up and patted him on the shoulder. You just came in and aren't familiar with it yet. You'll know later. As soon as the words fell, two figures scurried over from the distance, as fast as lightning. A short while later, Ju and the sheriff returned with two mice in their mouths. After the cat team was organized, they never caught any rats to eat, because Jiang Shurian instilled in them the idea that rats could be the key to a certain case, and unless they could ask for key clues from the rats, they were not allowed to bully the weak. The other wild cats catching mice and birds, Jiang Shurian would not intervene because that was their nature. The cat and cat squad did not lack food and drink, and were treated the same as the police dogs, so they gradually became accustomed to it, and occasionally they would rise up to chase after them and play with them, but in the end, they would let them go. Yen, these two rats have a clue. Jiang Shurian was shocked. Really? The mice placed on the ground by the two cats shivered and cuddled together. Lazy was too familiar with this scene and immediately had a paper box found. Without waiting for words, the two mice climbed into the paper box in a panic. Jiang Shurian found a quiet corner and took out small cookies from her bag and crushed them and put them in the box. When they relaxed, they realized after Jiang Shurian's questioning that they had found a wallet in one of the sewers that contained something similar to what humans said were their papers. Led by the two rats, they went to an alley not far away, and found the wallet they said they had in the sewer down the road. The wallet was dirty with a foul odor, vaguely visible as a woman's wallet, and after the documents inside were pulled out, Lazy's face slowly sank. Jiang Shurian glanced at it, and her heart skipped a beat, because the name on this ID is not the name of their victim. Fei, go check this person out immediately. Good. Hoi-Fei takes the wallet and quickly gives walks aside to call the police station. It was at this time that Jiang Shurian's phone rang, and Yen Anton's voice came from inside. Yen, where are you now? Jiang Shurian reported an address. You come over here XX now. We found a couple of vicious dogs in cages here. Might need your translation. Even though Yen Anton spoke euphemistically, Jiang Shurian seemed to have guessed that they might have encountered some trouble. Like to listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland, please bookmark, Zayakez. Listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Chapter 171, Man-Eating Mastiffs. Jiang Shurian took the cats towards the address Yen Anton said to rush over, and on the way received a call from Lazy. The owner of the document number yes is also a registered missing person. Only this one is a bit special. She's transgender. Ha! Jiang Shurian couldn't turn her brain around at once. Fortunately she was waiting for a red light. Otherwise she would have been easily distracted. She responded with an afterthought. You mean she was originally a man? Not only that, but the owner of this ID card has a special profession where she can fly in from the south of the country to provide warm service as long as her clients can afford the price. Yet just 3 months ago, the family of this missing person reported that she hadn't been in contact with her family for a week. The missing person also mentioned traveling in a chat with his family. Jiang Shurian rushed to a small courtyard in the countryside, and had already pulled up the neighborhood with a cordon, and there were quite a few villagers who had gathered around to eat their melons were looking from afar. I heard a body was found here. Ha? Seriously, doesn't that family have a lot of dogs? And I heard about some kind of kennel? Who knows? Oh, but I often see men and women in and out. Who knows what is going on inside? The last thing in the village were the big mothers who chewed the cud. And Jiang Shurian stood there for a few minutes listening to the rumors before she roughly knew what the rumors about this family were. The policeman let Jiang Shurian enter the courtyard before handing her a mask. Miss Xiaoyan, you have to be psychologically prepared. The other party purposely reminded her. The scene inside is rather disgusting. Jiang Shurian had just stepped 1 foot in when the 5 kittens rushed out from inside, vomiting straight away, throwing up all the freeze-dried and cat food they had eaten in the afternoon. It stinks so bad in there. It's disgusting. Yen, I don't want to go in. Jiang Shurian hurriedly squatted down to check the situation of several of them. Xiaomi vomited the most. Even before drilling the stinky ditch did not vomit so seriously. But Jiang Shurian heartbroken. You guys go back to the car and rest. Ayumu spoke up after throwing up. I'm going to look elsewhere. I'll go too. Tiger waved his tail. Mimi, Ju and the sheriff stayed outside, and they glanced heartily at the yard behind them, their eyes full of caution. Even though Jiang Shurian had done enough mental construction for herself before stepping into the courtyard. However, after entering the courtyard, the rotting smell mixed with the smell of blood that came to her face also broke through the mask and drilled into her nose, and her stomach instantly churned, forcibly holding back the acidic smell that came up in the backwash and pushed it down. Woof woof woof, woof woof. Jiang Shurian followed the sound and looked over. Several huge iron cages were holding several mastiffs, with finger-thick chains attached to their necks, all of them fierce and vicious, with a fierce light emanating from their eyes, constantly barking furiously at the people in the yard. Several large containers were placed in the yard, and the containers were piled with bloody raw meat. Because it was a hot summer day and had been left outside for such a long time, the meat had long been stinking, and flies were flying all over it, and some of them even had maggots, and white maggots were constantly burrowing around. The ground near the cage was even piled up with feces. The smell of feces mixed with the smell of urine. Jiang Shurian finally couldn't hold back and ran to the corner of the wall to vomit. After she finished vomiting, Yan Anton took a clean tissue and handed it over. Thanks. Jiang Shurian took it and wiped the corners of her mouth. This family is in the innermost part of the village, and the owners of the house are a pair of widowed mothers and only sons, who have a bad reputation in the village, and have little dealings with the villagers in ordinary times, until the wild dogs of the village were called to the police when they were discovered passing by the side of the field with a hand in their mouths. Hands? It belonged to the lady of the house. It's been dead for a few days and the body has been stinking. How did you die? Jiang Shurian subconsciously asked. The coroner's preliminary ruling is that he hit the back of his head on the floor after falling from the bed and died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Yan Anton told Jiang Shurian that the meat outside had been examined to be some pork, dog meat and the like, and no bodies other than the hostess had been found. It's not right, Jiang Shurian whispered. Yan Anton looked at her. What's wrong? The mastiffs in those cages are not in the right state. Jiang Shurian raised her head to look at the mastiffs that were locked in the iron cages, and it seemed that after noticing Jiang Shurian looking at them, they immediately stood up and barked furiously at her, their eyes almost bursting out, filled with a frightening bloodlight. It was as if they were eager to eat her up. They have eaten human flesh, Jiang Shurian muttered, her face turning slightly white. Yan Anting's face sank slightly, despite the fact that they had tested and analyzed the meat in these containers. After Jiang Shurian said this, he still called out to his colleagues and instructed them to double-check it again. Seemingly sensing that Jiang Shurian was trembling slightly out of control due to fear, Yan Anton stood in front of Jiang Shurian to block her line of sight and grabbed her shoulders. What did you hear? I'm so hungry. I want to eat someone. She smells better than the rest of the humans. She must be delicious. Kill her. Kill her. I'm going to eat her heart. Her heart must be delicious. Jiang Shurian's palms were straight up in cold sweat, because in the wildly barking discussion of these mastiffs, it was full of murderous intent towards her. Even though these were ferocious mastiffs, yet without a long period of time in the environment and witnessing them, they would never be so malicious towards a human, discussing with each other how to brutally split a living human for food. Little Lord, there is more behind this chapter. Oh, please click on the next page to continue reading. More exciting later. It's horrible. At this moment, Jiang Shurian unexpectedly and incomparably expected that she wouldn't be able to understand them, and every word was of a level that was enough to give an ordinary person nightmares. Not only have these mastiffs eaten human flesh, they've even witnessed the scene of the parting of the body. And that biggest one likes to eat the heart, and the one next to it. Jiang Shurian's hand clenched into a fist, translating their words in a low voice. Finally, she heard the key message. Where's the old woman? And why isn't she feeding yet? Probably dead. Who's going to feed us meat when she's dead? What about those who were tricked in by their masters? I want to get out. I want to eat them. Fine skin. It must be delicious. I still want to eat that woman. She smells so good. Jiang Shurian gritted her teeth and turned around and headed towards the house, and as she passed an open room, the smell of rotting corpses hit her. Yan Anton blocked her side. Don't look. Jiang Shurian paused for a few seconds, then came to a nearby house and pushed open the door. The house still had a stench as well, but it wasn't the stench of a dead body. It was like the kind of smell he had smelled when he had passed by the homeless before. This house should have a secret door, a basement, and in the basement there are humans who have been tricked into some. But this house we searched. One of the police officers changed his mouth after meeting Yan Anton's gaze, may have overlooked certain details. I'll look again. Jiang Shurian also walked in, and found nothing out of the ordinary as far as the eye could see. She walked over to the bed, not thinking much of it because she had gloves on. Miss Yen, don't lift the covers. However, it is already too late. Jiang Shurian accompanied by a cry of alarm fell. The quilt has subconsciously lifted. Like to listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland, please bookmark, Zayakez, listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Chapter 172. A nest of cockroach cubs crawled around in panic, and even cockroaches the size of fingernail caps flew towards Jiang Shurian's face head-on, and some cockroaches quickly climbed up her arm along with her hand that was gripping the quilt. Jiang Shurian was so frightened that she took several steps backward, hurriedly threw off the quilt, and kept slapping the cockroaches that crawled onto her body. Yen Anti and quick eyes and hands will be that rush to Jiang Shurian flying big cockroach shot to the ground. Before also caught the road of the police rushed to the bedside a hand will be covered by the quilt. That group of small cockroaches originally hiding in the quilt gradually settled down. Before we also have colleagues did not expect that there is a nest of cockroach pups in here. And these big cockroaches not only can fly, even not afraid of people. Too disgusting, the police officer said with palpitations. Jiang Shurian looked at the cockroaches that fled in all directions, and suddenly her gaze froze. Yen Anton was about to say something when he was suddenly grabbed by Jiang Shurian, then looked schematically at the bed that had become a nest of cockroaches. The other two police officers also subconsciously looked in the direction Jiang Shurian was pointing. The cockroach that Jiang Shurian had previously slapped down on the floor began to crawl towards the bed again, but instead of burrowing into the comforter, it followed the gap between the bed and the floor. What's wrong with this one? The other two policemen asked, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Shurian thought for a moment and took out the short whistle hanging around his neck, saying, not sure yet. I'll take a look first, but countless cockroaches will crawl out after I whistle, so prepare yourselves. When they thought of the scene Jiang Shurian had mentioned, the two of them couldn't help but take a few steps back, with a peculiar whistle appearing to resound in the house. A few moments later, countless cockroaches began to burrow out from the cracks, and even the cockroaches that were originally hiding in the quilt began to tentatively crawl out, densely packed. A rustling sound accompanied by the presence of a cockroach rings in one's ears. The scene made all the people in the room look numb and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. A transparent boundary seemed to form in front of Jiang Shurian. This group of cockroaches crawled to a position an inch away from Jiang Shurian's feet and then circled around. She squatted down on the ground and carefully observed these cockroaches, and in the end it really allowed her to find one that looked more resourceful. After that cockroach was called out by Jiang Shurian, its tentacles trembled slightly and stared at Jiang Shurian with tiny eyes, and if one looked closely, one could still find that there was a hidden bloodlight in its eyes. While this creature does not actively attack humans, it is an omnivore and will also turn to non-traditional food sources to nibble on human skin and fur when food is scarce. So there is also a saying circulating on the internet that cockroaches eat people just because they eat too slowly. So in the end, they just cause some small wounds on the skin, and then symptoms such as itching, redness, swelling, pain, and even serious infections of unknown viruses. After a short exchange of communication with the cockroach, Jiang Shurian finally confirmed her suspicions. The basement is under the beds. Little Li, Yen Anton shouted. Got it. The two men stepped forward together and cooperated to lift the bedpan with force. Bang! The heavy sound caught the attention of those policemen in the yard, and they rushed over, only to be so shocked by the dense cockroaches in the house that they almost screamed. Luckily, those cockroaches didn't actively attack the humans, crawling out of the house in a well-organized manner under the guidance of Jiang Shurian's whistle, and finally scattering towards the outside of the yard, disappearing into the village. After lifting the door panel, some faint sounds of movement came faintly from the dark basement. Jiang Shurian originally wanted to go and take a look, but was stopped. We still don't know what's going on down there. You stay up there, Yen Anton said in a deep voice. Jiang Shurian had no choice but to stop. When the police went down, she exited the house, thinking to still get some fresh air, but the air in the yard wasn't as good as in the house, and she retreated silently when she inadvertently met the eyes of the dogs that were leering at her. Jiang Shurian put her finger to her mouth and mimicked the sound of a crow, and soon, several crows appeared above the house. Those crows flew to the door and chattered. Crows are omnivores, so they will also eat carrion, and if the smell of blood and decay is a regular occurrence in this yard, it will definitely attract crows to hang around. And this kind of animal is very smart, able to remember quite a lot of scenes. Watching so many crows flying, you a sentence and I a sentence, really let Jiang Shurian asked out some clues. The owner of this house comes home every so often dragging large suitcases, and he often dresses differently, sometimes as a woman, sometimes as a man, and his hair is often a different color and look. The crows chattered in disgust, and Jiang Shurian extracted useful information to translate to the police officer taking notes next to him. The image of a psychopathic murderer with a penchant for women's clothing jumps off the page. Can you ask for facial features? Jiang Shurian shook her head. I can't. To them humans all look the same. 2 eyes, 1 nose and 1 mouth. They rely on their scent to distinguish between different people. The cop slapped his forehead. Look at me. Sick and tired. Some of the crows already couldn't resist the smell of the meat in the yard and flew over to start eating it. Jiang Shurian clapped his hands. All go eat. Before, they were afraid of so many humans in the yard, but with Jiang Shurian's encouragement, they all started to fall on top of the carrion-smelling meat and started to enjoy it. To humans these things may be rotten and smelly things, but to the crows they are indeed rare delicacies, and there are even some crows that fly off to summon other companions, and in no time at all, a dozen or so crows are densely parked in the yard. The mastiffs, who had been shut up in their cages and starved for many days, saw their food being divided among a flock of crows, and red-eyed rushed against the cages, barking furiously with rage. The crows were frightened into submission and flew up into the trees to stare at the scene below. Bang! One of the mastiffs crashed through the cage with such force that it momentarily startled the officers. The next second, the chain broke free with a force, making a clang sound that struck hard on everyone's heart. Woof woof woof! The red-eyed mastiff directly jumped off the cage and rushed towards the crowd. Its goal was clear: Jiang Shiyan. Retreat! Jiang Shiyan knew the moment she met the mastiff that had lost its mind was rushing towards her, and pulled her legs out and ran towards the courtyard. That mastiff, however, went crazy and rushed towards Jiang Shiyan in the crowd, and its barking caused those mastiffs in cages to redden their eyes full of crazy killing intent. Eat her! Eat her! Eat her now! Eat this woman! The encouraging barks of his companion caused the mastiff to go completely crazy, directly leaping up and pouncing toward Jiang Shiyan with its bloody mouth open. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the night sky. Like to listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland? Please bookmark Zayakez. Listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Chapter 173, The Murderer is Dead? Jiang Shiyan was so shocked that she fell on her butt and sat on the ground in a cold sweat, and the vicious dog that lunged towards her fell from midair and hit the ground hard, shaking the ground as if it had trembled. This ferocious mastiff just collapsed in front of Jiang Shiyan, only a meter away from her. It was Yen Anton who fired the shot. Yen Anton and the others couldn't wait to return to the ground after hearing the sound of movement coming from the yard, just in time to see the image of the large mastiff breaking free of the chain and crashing through the cage to rush out. When he saw it chasing and pouncing on Jiang Shiyan, he pulled out his gun without saying a word and shot at the mastiff. China banned guns, but the criminal police in the execution of the mission is allowed to be equipped with a gun. Just after the use of go back to the report. Just now the scene of human life is at stake. Yen Anton almost no hesitation. A large puddle of blood gradually flowed out from underneath the mastiff that fell to the ground. Yet it was still struggling to get up from the ground. Its mouth emitting a threatening low whine and its eyes staring at Jiang Shiyan with a deadpan expression. The police officer closest to Jiang Shiyan rushed over. Is everything alright? Jiang Shiyan shook her head. Her legs just a little weak. Waste. Rubbish. Can't even eat a woman. Go to hell. Jiang Shiyan looked at the group of mastiffs who were cheering for their companions at the beginning. It was hard to imagine that these mastiffs would actually turn their faces away from the dog, holding high and stepping low. The mastiff that was killed swallowed its breath unwillingly in the struggle, and its eyes were still wide open before it died, staring straight at Jiang Shiyan's direction. Why? Jiang Shiyan didn't understand. Yen Anton came to Jiang Shiyan's side just in time to hear her words and frown slightly. What why? Jiang Shiyan walked towards the group of mastiffs that were locked in the cage, keeping a safe distance, and the group of mastiffs saw that Jiang Shiyan actually dared to take the initiative to come over, and they were even more madly barking and slobbering furiously. Why are you eating me? If you eat it, you eat it. Where's the why? This woman smells much better than the humans brought back before. Master must like eating it. When Master finishes eating the rest, he will throw it to us. Where's the Master? Why hasn't he come back yet? These mastiffs didn't know that Jiang Shiyan could understand them yet. The more Jiang Shiyan listened, the more alarmed she became. While Yen Anton had already walked to Jiang Shiyan's side, she couldn't help but ask, Big Brother Yen, did the basement find out? There are locked up a few people, Yen Anton said in a deep voice, chained hands and feet, in a very bad state. 2 people have gone insane, but for the time being they are all still alive. It's kind of a blessing in disguise. Before leaving, Yen Anton asked Jiang Shiyan how to deal with these mastiffs. Jiang Shiyan looked at those mastiffs still showing their teeth and eyes, silent for a long time, and finally opened his mouth. Euthanasia. These mastiffs are accustomed to eating human flesh, have long been trained by their masters to become a tool for the destruction of corpses. Killing too much, there is no longer any need to rescue. Euthanasia is the best end. Can you still drive back on your own? Or should I ask my co-workers to give you a ride? Yen Anton looked at Jiang Shiyan worriedly. Jiang Shiyan nodded. I can do it. However, after sending Jiang Shiyan to the entrance of the village, Yen Anton was still uneasy, and it just so happened that some of his colleagues also had to go back to the police station. So he let them drive back with Jiang Shiyan. Tiger and Step also reappeared after such a long absence. Yet with an even more shocking news, they found a body at the bottom of a hill not far away. Jiang Shiyan hurriedly told Yen Anton about this news. Yen Anton and others immediately rushed over, and indeed found a body at the bottom of the hillside, face down, big red wavy curly hair, wearing a waistless dress and ultra-short skirt and black stockings. However, when the coroner arrived to turn the body over, the big red wavy hair fell right out, and although the body looked similar to a woman's, the features were instantly recognizable as a male. Several people remembered what Jiang Shurian had said earlier, and immediately looked at each other in dismay, because this dead male completely matched their previous portrayal of the suspect. If it really was the male owner of that room, then how did he die here? Look at the degree of body spots. The time of death has been more than 24 hours. No obvious wounds on the body. The specific cause of death is unknown. Have to be pulled back to do an autopsy. The medical examiner after a simple autopsy temporarily came to these conclusions. This is going to be busy, a police officer said quietly. It's been a long time since there was a case of this serious nature in Z City. The good thing is that the matter was suppressed relatively quickly, so it didn't spread, and the news on the internet was human, but it didn't cause any panic among the public. After Jiang Shurian went back, the first thing she did was to take a shower and wash her hair. As soon as she remembered those fierce mastiffs, Jiang Shurian still had palpitations. When she came out of the shower, Asuka came up to her and wagged her tail, barking hoarsely. Little Yen Yen, you have such a heavy smell of blood on you. Jiang Shurian was stunned. I've already taken a bath. Is there more? Yes. Not only Asu, even Cluck Cluck flew over. A rare occasion that he didn't land on Jiang Shurian's shoulder, and came over to sniff from head to toe, unable to stop himself from purring. Are you off to kill a pig? When Jiang Shurian heard this, she immediately blackened her face. Bah! Nonsense! Believe it or not, I'll pull out your hair? Grandpa is a protected animal. Cluck screamed in a hurry. The red-bellied chicken is a notoriously brittle animal, so the big deal is to let the pearl take the blame. Don't you think? Jiang Shurian deliberately let out a sorrowful and perverted laugh at the bald-furred chicken before picking up the charging cable on the side. Ah! Kill the chicken! Kill the chicken! Cluck barked and squealed and scurried frantically around the room, finally squeezing desperately out through the window that was only open a crack, losing another one of the colorful hairs that had managed to grow on his body. After Jiang Shurian charged her cell phone, she hummed a tune and walked over to the window to pick up the fallen golden feather, opened a cookie tin box, and put the golden feather away. Since the bald chicken began to grow colorful feathers, Jiang Shurian is ready to collect. She would like to see in this chicken before the full evolution into a phoenix, exactly how much hair to fall. After Jiang Shurian closed the iron box, the words of Asuka suddenly came to mind. The smell of blood? Did not wait for her to think about what is wrong with it. Yan Antiying's phone call came in and told her the DNA comparison results. The identity of the body has been confirmed. It is indeed the owner of that house, and also the murderer of that single woman before. Like to listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland? Please bookmark, Zayakez. Listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Chapter 174, Black Suitcase. He's dead? Jiang Shurian was dismayed. What about those people who were previously locked up in the basement? All sent to the hospital, malnourished and suffering from chronic abuse. Among them the owner of the wallet ID you picked up earlier. It's the missing person who had a sex change operation. Is this case just going to be solved? Jiang Shurian always feel that this matter is not so simple. Their first time to line up and mapping to the suspect's residence, found the evidence of his crime, did not wait to carry out the arrest action. It is easy to find the suspect so dead not far from home. How to die? According to the preliminary autopsy of the forensic pathologist concluded that the murderer has been dead for more than 24 hours. And who threw those broken fingers and body parts to the various units? There's still too much mystery surrounding this case. The case is still under investigation. Jiang Shurian turned on the amplified sound and rubbed her hair while chatting with Yan Anton, when suddenly, she heard a terrified scream coming from Tian Tian outside. Ah! Jiang Shurian was startled, and Asuka quickly ran out of the house. As soon as she grabbed her cell phone and ran out, she ran right into Tian Tian, who ran back with a pale face. Sugar? Sister Yen Yen. Outside. Outside. Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. It was the first time Jiang Shurian had seen Tian Tian scared into this state and hurriedly comforted her. Without waiting for Tian Tian to open her mouth to speak, a Jew ran in with a black garbage bag in her mouth and dropped it on the ground. The plastic bag opened just enough to reveal the contents. Bloody 2 human ears. Ah! Tian 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 screamed. A Jew meowed and picked at Jiang Shurian. Yen Yen. It was thrown from a car by someone driving by, and that person was wearing a mask. Are you the only one who saw it? Tiger and Step went after them, but the car was going so fast they probably couldn't catch up. As they were talking, Tiger and Steps came running back from a shortcut over the next hill. No license plate. It's a white van, but I saw surveillance on the side of the road, heading north. The Cat Squad had been specially trained, and were very familiar with both the directions and most of the license plate markings, and in order for them to be able to communicate with the other police officers on a simple daily basis, Jiang Shurian had also taught them simple arithmetic and writing. Jiang Shurian forgot that she was still on the phone with Yan Antiying, so the moment Yan Antiying's voice rang out, the two girls were all startled. Yen Yen, From now on you lock the gates and don't go out. Have Sue stand guard in the duty room. Call out if you see strangers approaching. And stay in contact at all times. Yen Anting commanded in a deep voice. While he had already taken Hua Yifei out of the door and was rushing towards the Moonglove Zoo, Zhuang Xiaoqiang had spent the past 2 days at the forest zoo learning how to take care of the plum deer in production, leaving early and returning late every day. And now there were only 2 girls left in the entire zoo, her and Tian, and a group of small animals. Zhang Shurian pondered for a moment and made the decision to release all 4 crocodiles. Ding! The mechanical voice of the system releasing the quest appeared in his head once again. Unlock Random Mission 1, find the psychopathic killers roaming the city. Unlock Random Mission 2, help the cat squad get credit for their work and increase their animal influence. Zhang Shurian was slightly surprised. 2 random quests? Yes, yet. The system beast popped up. But I haven't even been billed for the last mission number 2 you guys posted. The host did not complete mission number 2. And the mission progress is currently showing 60%. Even though I wasn't the one who brought the cat squad on stage to perform, there's still credit for my training, right? Zhang Shurian almost forgot about it until she checked her points when she was bored and realized that the points had never arrived. The system called up mission number 2, and the transparent electronic screen displayed the information about the mission: to lead the cat detachment, to participate in the Working Dog Skills Fellowship, to promote the feasibility of non-police canine animals to participate in the work, to expand the field of employment for small animals, and to enhance their social status. The host has only completed the first half of the task, and there is no clear indication of the progress of the 2 tasks of promoting the feasibility of amorphous canine participation in the work and expanding the field of employment for small animals. Since there was no time limit for this task, the system didn't remind Zhang Shurian. Thinking carefully, she had gone to the capital to cooperate with the investigation just after the sorority match had ended, and had met this kind of thing just after arriving home, and indeed had not had the time to participate in the latter 2 tasks. You should have warned me. Zhang Shurian realized that it was her own fault, and her voice tone dropped. Does the host need to turn on the task reminder service? Charge or free? It's only 200 points each time. Oh, it's a good deal. The corners of Zhang Shurian's mouth twitched slightly. This system was really pervasive. However, this time Zhang Shurian did not refuse. 200 points is not much, and Zhang Shurian memory is not good. Busy, simply cannot remember the tasks that have been released long ago. The system collects points to provide services like the bank charges $2 per month to provide SMS notification services. The nature is the same. After Zhang Shurian agreed, the system couldn't wait to scratch away 200 points from her points. Just then, an alarm went off at the door. Su's voice was very low and muffled because his vocal cords had been cut, and he didn't sound very loud. So Zhang Shurian purposely installed several buttons in the duty room, each with a different function. Asuka was smart enough to easily separate the function of each button. Just as this alarm appeared and was pressed by Asuka, who was in the duty room, an alarm sounded, instantly shattering the quiet of the night. And the alarm system of Zhang Shurian's kindergarten was connected to the nearest police station, so her cell phone also rang very quickly. Miss Xiaoyan, did you meet any danger on your side? The caller was Officer Liu, a familiar face from the nearby police station, who happened to be on duty tonight. Yes, I've met some trouble here. Zhang Shurian patted Hip Hip and Haha's heads, and the 2 crocodiles accompanied Zhang Shurian towards the door like bodyguards, one on the left and one on the right. We'll be right over. Outside the door, the small animals in the cat house and dog house also ran out in droves. Zhang Shurian shone his flashlight and didn't find any suspicious people. Su ran out from the duty room with a low growl of woof woof and bit the stick in Zhang Shurian's hand to bring her to the duty room, stopping in front of the monitoring computer. Just 5 minutes before Wook pressed the alarm, a man in a hooded sweatshirt dragging a suitcase almost half a man high appeared within the surveillance range of the security cameras. And that black suitcase. The pupils of Zhang Shurian's eyes contracted fiercely. She'd seen the exact same one this afternoon in the corner of the small yard where the vicious dogs were kept. Like to listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland, please bookmark, Zayakez. Listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Chapter 175. It is at least a crocodile. Do not want to face. Through the surveillance you can clearly see that the person dragged the black suitcase to a corner under the 3-dimensional sign hanging in front of the zoo. And at night it is not clear that there is still something there. The man seems to be about to do something else after he puts the suitcase down, only for Wook to press the alarm button and scare the man away straight away. Su is really great. Zhang Shurian hugged Su and posted. Thanks to Su's resourcefulness, he scared away the bad guys. Asuka made a humming sound and happily moved around in Zhang Shurian's arms. For a while, Zhang Shurian didn't dare to go out, so she might as well wait for the police to come to her door at ease. Officer Liu from the police station was the first to arrive. After confirming that it was me, Jiang Shurian then opened the small door next to the duty room, and the police officer who followed Officer Lu together only heard some things about this zoo, or the first time to see a free-range crocodile. Lifting his head to look at himself also revealed sharp teeth, directly scared him back 2 steps. This is hip-hop, right? Officer Lu understood the temperament of these 2 crocodiles in Jiang Shurian's zoo, and even took the initiative to squat down and tease them both. Hip and Ha after the rutting period has become the scene of brother and sister again, but see Hip was touched the head. Ha unwillingly also came over. Must Lu police officers also touch its head before giving up? Jiang Shurian showed Officer Lu the images captured from the previous surveillance video. Officer Lu didn't know what the black suitcase represented, but just greeted his colleague Shaoli who came with him and walked towards the 3-dimensional sign. With the police bracing themselves, Jiang Shurian followed along. Hip and Ha climbed out of the zoo as well. Looking around curiously, they rarely come out and are extraordinarily curious. And the little strays in the cat and dog houses, seeing alligators for the first time, either slunk away in fear or cowered on the topmost floor. The bolder ones looking through the door, the less bold ones huddling together. Why is this box so big? It's not filled with a person, is it? Officer Shaoli said jokingly. He was about to go and raise the box when Jiang Shurian called out to him. Don't touch the box yet. The 2 policemen froze. Captain Yen of the criminal police team is on his way here. Jiang Shurian wanted to say, this black suitcase is not to be moved for the time being. Maybe there is really something inside. Officer Li winced, instantly letting go of his hand, and subconsciously blurted out, really? Jiang Shurian shook her head. I'm not sure. Soon, Yen Anton rushed over with 2 of his teammates. When he saw the black suitcase, Yen Anton's gaze sank and instructed his colleagues to take pictures for evidence beforehand. A colleague on the sidelines turned on the camera to make a record. Lei Zi put on the gloves and slowly opened the suitcase. Inside the suitcase, a girl was curled up inside, wearing delicate makeup and a blonde wig, quiet as if she were asleep. The scene stunned both Officer Chang and Officer Li Jr. Lei Zi used his fingers to touch the location of the aorta in his neck, and after a long time, he shook his head at Yen Anton. Dead. Ha crawled over to the side of the suitcase, chilling the police officer who was taking pictures and almost screaming in fear. Jiang Shurian inadvertently glanced at Ha as if he had eaten something into his mouth, and reflexively rushed over, both hands directly breaking the crocodile's mouth just like that in front of everyone. Open. It was Officer Li Jr., who has never come into contact with Jiang Shurian. Heart a burst of grass mud horse flew past. No one told her this looks gentle and sweet girl so tough actually raw break crocodile big mouth? It's so anticlimactic. Ha, you're picking up things to eat again. Eat. Next time you pick up something outside to eat I'll put you in solitary confinement for 3 days without eating. What exactly did you just sneak and eat? Ha flung its head, and Jiang Shurian hammered a fist on its head. Don't move. Ha. It is at least a crocodile. Don't you want to lose face? I don't know who threw half of an uneaten chicken leg here. Presumably salt-baked flavor. Was greedy. Ha smelled the odor. Thought Jiang Shurian did not find it small action. Who knows was caught right in the middle. After determining that it wasn't any organ tissue, Jiang Shurian heaved a sigh of relief. When Jiang Shurian let go of Ha, as soon as she raised her head, she met several pairs of eyes looking at her in dismay. And apart from Yen Anton and Lei Zi, the eyes of the other few were even more filled with odd colors. Jiang Shurian realized afterward, embarrassment written all over her face, and struggled to explain that Ha is a bit of a glutton, and had a stomach upset from stealing cat food before, so seeing it pick up something outside to eat wasn't very reassuring. Officer Shaoli shouted inwardly, the point is gluttony? The point is that you break the crocodile's mouth to pull something out of its mouth. However, the other police officers did not speak. Shaoli also did not speak. He is only a small civilian police transferred to this police station. People are not very light. It is better to shut up and pretend to be mute. Ha felt that he had lost face, and lay down beside Jiang Shurian motionless in aggression. Not far away, Hip curiously came to the front of the cat house and looked around, even tried to stand up, but the result was a civet cat bang to give a set of combination of cat fist, hit Hip head buzzing, and finally climbed to Jiang Shurian's side, bitterly, with the same eyes full of aggression. Finally, the bitter crawled to Jiang Shurian's side, eyes also full of grievances. Jiang Shurian, who was the master, felt even more humiliated. Captain Yen, I have surveillance there. Why don't you take a look first? After saying that, Jiang Shurian threw a look of help at Yen Anton. Yen Anton raised an eyebrow. Okay, Lei Zi, you make a record first, then contact the Bureau's forensic scientist. Jiang Shurian half covered her face and hurried toward the zoo, seeing that the 2 crocodiles were still dumbfounded. Gritting her teeth and trying to make her voice sound friendlier, hurry up and come in. Hipster then hurriedly climbed over. When they entered the zoo, Jiang Shurian sent the 2 crocodiles back. Jiang Shurian will be recorded before the surveillance video to Yan Anting to see. At the moment the duty room only the 2 of them. Jiang Shurian grateful to Yan Anting said, "Yan big brother, just really thank you. If not you for me to solve the problem, I am really ashamed of people." Yan Anting glanced at the red-faced little girl and laughed softly. It did come as a bit of a surprise. Jiang Shurian laughed dryly. Next time to break open the crocodile mouth to pull out something this kind of thing or try to do less. This behavior is too dangerous. In case the crocodile animalistic, your arm can be lost. Even though these 2 crocodiles were good-tempered and were raised by Jiang Shurian, no one could say if they would suddenly have an animalistic outburst and attack humans. Jiang Shurian was still about to say something, but suddenly glanced at a certain image in the screen, and her gaze froze slightly. Wait. Like to listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland please bookmark, Zayakez, listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Chapter 176 Unexpected Discoveries. Jiang Shurian rushed forward and dialed the mouse to move forward a little, and the surveillance video footage had appeared of the woman who had been stuffed into the black suitcase. She had actually seen this footage before, but she just didn't think too much about it and just took it as a tourist who came to the zoo, and was not dressed with blonde curly hair or wearing a JK uniform. So Jiang Shurian didn't connect this tourist with the woman in the suitcase at first. Make a copy of this surveillance video. I'll bring it back to the police station. Yan Anton mused. It's not a coincidence that this black suitcase appeared here. For the safety of you and your staff, I suggest that you can close the zoo temporarily. Jiang Shurian, however, said, I don't think so. If it's really directed at me, I'll attract the other party's attention by closing the zoo instead. It's better to open and continue business. Maybe even lure the snake out of the hole. That's too dangerous. I don't agree, Yan Anton said in a deep voice. There are a lot of tourists during the daytime, so the murderer definitely wouldn't dare to commit a crime. The other day I was not in the zoo, so the zoo was peaceful, but as soon as I came back, I met this kind of thing. Combined with his previous behavior of provoking the police, I am a little suspicious. Jiang Shurian looked at the girl's figure framed on the computer screen and voiced her speculation. It is suspected that the murderer specializes in picking on single females who share common characteristics, and these girls should all have one thing in common: a love of small animals. The expression and eyes of this girl in the surveillance video don't fool anyone. She genuinely loves these critters. There is also the previous victim of the split body. After the investigation also found that she had a dog, and the reason for going out to travel is also because they have been raising for several years of love pet died of illness, has been moping, and finally listened to the netizens' advice to go out to travel to take a break. Even the man who died with a fetish for women's clothing. The mastiffs he raised were not simply used as tools for destroying corpses, they were raised to be ferocious, but they also kept their masters in mind until their deaths. Jiang Shurian's words seemed to make Yan Anton think of something, and there was a flash of light in his mind at first. He suddenly remembered a relatively significant criminal case that had occurred elsewhere many years ago, when the murderer had exterminated a family of 7 from the same village. Then removed all the food from the victim's house, opened the pigsty, untied the ropes holding the watchdogs, and even bought a number of snakes and threw them into the house. By the time they were found, the bodies of an old family were gnawed to pieces, and the first person to find them saw their hogs running out of their pens and snatching at a man's arm. For some reason, intuition told him that perhaps the 2 cases had something in common. The phone rang suddenly. As soon as Yan Anton got on the phone, a colleague's urging voice came from inside. Team Yan, there are new clues. Come back soon. Good. After Yan Anton copied down the surveillance, he instructed Jiang Shurian. I'll go back to the police station first and keep in touch. Lei Zi and Yifei will stay here for the time being, just in case. Jiang Shurian didn't call out Tian to come out, fearing that she would be scared and have nightmares if she saw the corpse, while he himself took a few bottles of mineral water and distributed it to a few of their policemen. Miss Xiaoyan, it seems like a peacock just ran out and burrowed in there. Hua Yifei pointed to the spot in front of him. Jiang Shurian, as expected, outside the doghouse squatted 2 small stray dogs that had been kicked out, looking aggressively in the direction of the doghouse, and when Jiang Shurian walked over, she saw that the blue peacock chirp in the zoo was squatting down and stealing the dog food that had been placed inside. I don't know what's going on lately, but Chirpy has fallen in love with stealing dog and cat food, and has been spotted several times by visitors alone, as long as she quickly runs out when no one is looking. However, the protein content of the dog food is too high, and the ingredients are also relatively mixed. Jumi every time after eating will have a tummy scurrying dilute, difficult to grumble, and easily recovered after a period of peace. Not long after the dead will continue to eat. Repeatedly. Jojo. Me. Jiang Shurian let out a roar, startling Jumi to raise her head violently. Then her head hit the wooden board, and she immediately wailed in pain. Seeing it in this dead state, Jiang Shurian gasped and laughed, looking around, finally picking up a branch on the ground and hitting it hard on the doghouse. I'll have to stew you. Chirpy arched her furry butt and kept heading for the doghouse. However, her tail feathers were too big and unfoldable to get in, and most of her butt was still exposed. Police officers gathered not far away. Obviously they were still discussing the case, and unknowingly got caught up in that ass-wiggling peacock and suddenly forgot where they were talking about. Raoji Shudao Mountain. 3. As soon as Jiang Shurian's words fell, Jumi screamed, burrowed directly out of the doghouse, stumbled towards the zoo, stumbled midway, climbed up and spread her wings and flew, quickly slipping back into the zoo. However, Hua Yifei was sharp-eyed when the peacock flew out as if it had brought something along with it, and then midway through that fall it landed on the ground. Walk over and pick it up. It looks like a key. Keys? Hua Yifei seemed to have thought of something and hurried over. Brother Lazy. The key. Thunder froze. Where did that come from? It fell off that peacock, like it was brought out of there. Jiang Shurian heard these words when she returned, suddenly startled, and rushed back to the doghouse to hit the flashlight in each floor to rummage carefully. In addition to the key, a letter was turned up in the doghouse. I'll open it. Seeing that Jiang Shurian was about to open the envelope, Officer Lu took the initiative. Jiang Shurian handed him the envelope. The surface of the envelope was blank. However, when Officer Lu opened the envelope, thin powder spilled out of the envelope. Officer Lu inhaled some of it unawares, and immediately dropped the empty envelope on the ground with a change of face. Uncle Lu. Officer Lu's eyes instantly began to blur. He shook his head, and his head gradually began to become groggy. This envelope has ecstasy inside. Call 120. Hurry. Emergency vehicles and the police department's forensics arrived at the zoo at the same time. Officer Lu was already unconscious and was immediately rushed to the hospital, and that envelope was also taken away to be tested for the powder left inside. When the coroner tried to remove the body from the black suitcase, the victim's arm fell straight to the ground. Everyone was shocked. When the coroner bent down to pick it up, he instantly realized the anomaly. No, this doesn't seem to be a human arm. Rather, it looks like it's like to listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Please bookmark, Zayakez, listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Chapter 177, why do these words sound so awkward? What is it? Old Bagman, can you change your problem of pausing in the middle of your speech? Lazy was in a hurry, urging the bureau's old forensic pathologist in front of him. Dr. Bao handed over what he was holding. Reiko looked at him suspiciously. Hua Yifei's heart crossed and reached out to hold it. Then his eyes revealed a few moments of consternation. This is silica gel? It looked like the real thing, but when I got my hands on it, I immediately noticed the anomaly. That's right. What is it? Old Bagman, can you change your problem of pausing in the middle of your speech? Lazy was in a hurry, urging the bureau's old forensic pathologist in front of him. Dr. Bao handed over what he was holding. Reiko looked at him suspiciously. Hua Yifei's heart crossed and reached out to hold it. Then his eyes revealed a few moments of consternation. This is silica gel? It looked like the real thing, but when I got my hands on it, I immediately noticed the anomaly. That's right. Ali. The corner of Jing Yuchen's mouth hooked up, slowly approached, deliberately lowered his voice. The deep love in his eyes seemed to be drowning people. His thin lips were slightly opened, and every time he called out, he brought seduction, just like a witch who seduces people to commit crimes. That's right. Su Chanqian and I have progressed more than just this little bit, but those were all done unconsciously or helplessly, and it's the first time for such a serious contact like this. Good. Yi Feng didn't ink much, rolled up his sleeves and stood up by himself, heading towards the kitchen. After Mu Sheng finished speaking about his experience, he drew the envy of Mu Xian, saying, I didn't expect the world outside of Divine State to be so wonderful. It seems that I'm sitting on a well and observing the sky. I don't know how long it will take to get to the world outside of Divine State to have a look. The expression was indescribably despondent. Su Di said as he walked towards the two men. The two men were like enemies. Robbing soldiers appeared in their hands to look at Su Di vigilantly. After the second half of the story is completely over, Papa Misty Rain's ending is not one where he dies as a dark hero, but one where he is given as much of a happy ending as possible. The wall was encrusted with all sorts of decorative rubble, uneven and bumpy, and as this punch went down, Jishu's white and slender fingers were suddenly covered with a few more hideous and stinging blood marks. The sunlight shone right through the bamboo curtains, not too strong and not too hidden, spreading out in this interior, further accentuating the warmth and clarity of the two people's smiles. The moment he saw Jiang Yi, his complexion was shocked, a look of horror appeared in his eyes, and his body trembled. as if Zhang Yi was a flooding beast in his eyes. Yi Chou'er did not have any expression on her face after hearing the results. She actually already knew what the ending would be, since the emperor didn't want her to go, and how could he really give her a chance? Si Yunshan lowered her eyes and looked at the brocade handkerchief in her hand. After Song Ninghao wiped her sweat that day in the middle of the secret passage, she forgot to return it, but now the only thing she could remember him by was this brocade handkerchief, because she woke up and went back to the underground chamber, jumped into the water pool to look for Song Ninghao's body, but the water pool was too deep. How could she not swim to the bottom? The sudden sound of another salute was not Albert, the dragonfly who had been leading for a long time before, nor was it the Black Hawk Thursday who had risen up to catch up after Sang Rua had stepped onto 1,000 meters, nor was it the green scorpion Valen who had almost crooked his nose in anger after seeing Sang Rua occupying the first place high up in the air. Outside the courtyard again came the low sound of talking. Suzasa simply closed his eyes, not forced to tranquilize the mind, pretending to sleep. Who was afraid of who? Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, Chen Tian's complexion, however, began to tense up, now that half a month had passed since the last departure fire burning, counting. The second departure fire attack should also be tonight, in the dark and damp dungeon. Mo Fei Yang not only arranged heavy guards, but also instructed the shadow guards to hide near the dungeon, and Xiaoling and the rest of the group were all captured and locked up here, and Han Ziyu came to the interrogation room, and not a moment later, Mo Fei Yang escorted in Xiaoling over. Ali was stunned, looking at his brother and then at his plate, completely surprised that his brother was so miserable at the academy, mixed up to the point where he had to eat rocks. Chen Yuan looked quite emotional. This scene was just like the day he saw Zhong Shuaishui cozying up with his mother in the hospital room at that time. The wind was rising inside the stock market, and the group made a strong entry. With amazing momentum, the stock price of the entertainment company was crushed, and the stock price of the Ming Palace Restaurant Group was crushed to the point that it couldn't catch its breath. Chapter 178, Identity of the Murderer. It's best for you guys to pick people who aren't that aggressive and strong. Like, Jiang Shiyan subconsciously said. Captain Yan is an absolute no-no. As soon as the words fell, the conference room was silent, all of them casting odd gazes toward Jiang Shiyan, one by one sitting up straight waiting to see the show. Yan Anton slowly put down the pen in his hand and slightly narrowed his eyes at Jiang Shiyan. Why can't I? Jiang Shiyan hadn't realized what the problem was. Captain Yan's looks and appearance conditions are excellent. If he goes to the zoo as a temporary employee, the next day he'll have to be put up on the hot search. When that time comes, there will be a lot of people rushing to the zoo because of Captain Yan's face value. It might affect the normal business of the zoo, and also it's easy to expose his identity. The people in the second team of the criminal police all kept their heads down. No one said anything, and their ears were perked up one above the other. Since Miss Yin said so, let's do it. Yan Anton smiled. After the meeting is adjourned, I'll apply with Bureau Song and ask other colleagues to join the zoo. Jiang Shiyan nodded. Indeed, none of the members of their group were suitable, since the murderer had already stepped on various units. Maybe he had met one or two of them by chance. It would be better to find some fresh faces. After the meeting was over, the melon eaters all showed a few regretful expressions. Now everyone can see that their Yin team has ulterior motives for the girl Shayan, but only the parties involved did not notice it in the slightest. When Jiang Shiyan went to find Forensic Bao, a few of them, relying on their good relationship with Yin Anton, came up with the idea, Team Yin, are you really not going to do anything? I've heard that Miss Yin is very popular. If you don't make a move, you'll be chased away by someone else by then. Yin Anton raised his eyebrows. Are you guys idle? Isn't this all adjourned? Reiko said with a grin. Dismissed is not off duty. Boredom. So all the files of the serial murder cases of nearly 30 years ago will be called out for analysis. Yin Anton said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, Lei Zi was the first one to call out. I suddenly remembered that old Baotou called me, said and slipped away. The crowd looked at each other, and then the next second instantly disappeared in front of the conference room, leaving only one Hui Yifei, stupidly standing behind Yin Anton, half a long time before he came back to his senses after a long time. It turned out that Yin Anton was interested in Jiang Shiyan. Master, you like Miss Yin? Ha? Hui Yifei asks in shock. Yin Anton glanced at Hui Yifei, then inadvertently bumped into Jiang Shiyan, who had returned to get her cell phone, and coincidentally heard Hui Yifei's remark. I forgot to take my cell phone. Jiang Shiyan feigned composure and pointed to the conference room, then lowered her head and ran towards the conference room. Hui Yifei, this rash, finally realized that he said the wrong words, and it looks like his master seems to have not confessed to the girl Shayan, and as a result, this broken mouth of his said so. He feels the pills. Master, I'll go. Hui Yifei stammered out. Yin Anton just glanced at him. Hui Yifei shut his mouth. Those co-workers hiding in the corners hated to drag this stupid kid away, and finally pushed and shoved so that Zhu Zhu shouted, "Ifei, come over and help." When Jiang Shurian got her cell phone, just after she went out the door, she bumped into Yan Anting, who came in, scaring Jiang Shurian so much that she took 2 steps backward with a jolt. Yan Anting looked at Jiang Shurian, who looked like a frightened hamster, hooked his lips and took the initiative to change the topic. "You shouldn't know about the clues that Ifei brought back yesterday, right?" Jiang Shurian shook his head. Yan Anting walked over and clicked on the surveillance video. In the middle of the day, she was a little confused. This person, isn't he dead? Because they found a familiar face on the surveillance. The same man whose body had been found earlier. The medical examiner's autopsy results were conclusive that the body had been dead for more than 24 hours. But now he reappeared in the surveillance video during the known time of death period. Then we found one thing after the analysis of the DNA of the body. Yan Anting took out 2 photos. The photo of the person between the eyebrows have a few similarities. The deceased has a distant relative. This person did not finish university on the internet to meet the family to open a farm. Girlfriend and girlfriend married after dropping out of school to return to the other side of the hometown. But then because of the contradiction killed his wife. A family of 7. Jiang Shurian's eyes widened in shock. A family of 7. I assume there are his children? The child is not his. Jiang Shurian. The deceased's name was Lin Kong, a mildly mentally handicapped person who had lived in the village with his mother since childhood. The murderer, Lin Dabing, inadvertently bumped into Lin Kong, who bore a slight resemblance to himself, and after inquiring about him, found out that he was a distant relative, and so found a way to steal the deceased's ID card and impersonate the deceased to go to work outside the village. Lin Dabing and some of his workmates smuggled to go to play a few years of black labor, earn some money. Plastic surgery back to China. Online acquaintance of the female net friend. During the period of the other party transferred a lot of money, and finally for the purpose of marriage was deceived into the past, sold into the casino, suffered a lot of torment, lost a kidney before barely picked up a life. Back to the village of Lin Dabing So and Lin Kong, mother and son living together, perhaps also because of several times by the woman to deceive the experience. He began to wear women's clothing pretending to be a woman to cheat those as stupid as him. In the network to cheat the man's money. In real life, but coaxed those single women together to meet the travel. And then take the opportunity to charm them into stuffed into the suitcase and brought home. After hearing Yan Anting's words, Jiang Shurian was unable to return to her senses for a long time. Yan Anting took out some more photos and chat records. Nowadays there are more and more groups of people who keep pets, so it's easier to resonate by cutting through this topic. What we can determine at the moment is that this Lin Dabing should commit the crime again, and the initial suspicion is that he is very interested in you. Jiang Shurian tugged at the corners of her mouth, unable to smile at all. This was not good news. You're a little famous on the internet nowadays. You opened a zoo at a young age, and you've been publicized by netizens as the head of the Imperial Beast sect, capable of taming all kinds of beasts. We think he provoked the police to test your abilities as well. Jiang Shurian. Then why did Rincon die? Lin Kang's death was an accident. Fell into the gutter after drinking and suffocated face down. At that time, Lin Dabing should have been out for several days, and after Lin Kang's mother fell to her death from her bed, there was no one to throw food to the mastiffs in that yard. What about the guy I caught on surveillance video stuffing his suitcase in the corner? It's still under investigation. The video was taken at night and is blurry, so I can't rule out the possibility that it's me. Where are the ears? It's the first victims. The DNA has been matched. Jiang Shurian was silent for a long time before she finally asked the last question. That key that Officer Xiaohua picked up yesterday. What kind of key is it? Like to listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland? Please bookmark, Zayakez. Listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Chapter 179, The Crow's Tidings. Yan Anting pulled out a few photos. After professional identification, this key should be the key to some kind of safe. But we have checked the environment where the suspect lived again and found no similar safe. Maybe we can wait until the victim's family comes to claim the body and ask them. After a while, Jiang Shurian said, on this mission, I'd like to take the cat squad with me. Yan Anting was a bit surprised. Not bringing Tiger and Boo Boo them? The previous sorority squad broke into the public eye, but the current perception of them is that they are smarter than normal pet cats and have a high level of obedience. But they want to gain the trust of the general public unless they are able to make some kind of performance. Boo Boo Boo, they are not showy. This kind of thing is more suitable for a small detachment. Jiang Shurian said with a smile. Yan Anting remembered the words that the leader in the police station had mentioned to him earlier, and pondered. Then as you say, when do we pick up the squad members? I'll be there later. Neither of the two mentioned the words Hui Yifei had said in the corridor earlier, until after leaving the police station and sitting in the car. Jiang Shurian patted her cheeks and let out a long breath. Yan Anting likes her? Although Jiang Shurian's time liked to put the male protagonist into Yan Anting, but she never put herself into the female protagonist. The two people meet is when there is a case. The pressure is not rubbed ambiguous sparks. At most counter a person sneaking around salivating over people's body and face. So Jiang Shurian was 10,000 times less likely to believe such words as Yan Anton liking her. After Jiang Shurian thought clearly, she instantly dispelled her mental burden and went to the police dog base to talk to Officer Zhang about the situation. After asking for instructions, Officer Zhang was relieved to hand over the squad's 5 cats and kittens to Jiang Shurian. After returning to the zoo, Jiang Shurian sorted out the interesting moments that happened in the zoo and edited them into a vlog and uploaded it under the account. And the comments broke 1,000 in no time. A little unsure, she ordered a couple more miniature monitors online to be installed outside the zoo. Jiang Shurian was in her sleep when she suddenly suffered pain and opened her eyes with a breath of cold air. After seeing that it was the cluck that had pecked her, she was instantly motivated to kill. Bald chicken, you're dead, clucked and squeaked in fear, quickly flew up. But the house is so big. Jiang Shurian copied the pillow and accurately hit the bald chicken. She jumped straight off the bed to cover the chicken when the corner of her eye suddenly glimpsed a row of crows standing outside the window. Woo woo woo. The sound of a bald-headed chicken struggling came from under the pillow. Jiang Shurian will take the pillow away. Clucking and screaming even rolled and crawled to fly to the top of the air conditioning. Terrified to look at this inexplicable get-up-and-go woman. Is not just gently biting her a bite, and did not bleed, as to be so ferocious actually want to kill the chicken to put out their mouths? It's gone too far. It's calling the police. Call the police. Jiang Shurian didn't have the time to pay attention to it and opened the window, and these crows immediately caught at her. It didn't take long to break out in a cold sweat. Are you telling me that the owner of that house has sneaked back in? We saw it at night, but it took us a long time to find it, and we asked around all the way here, and we almost got lost. Was met by 2 paintbrush birds who showed us the way to a zoo in this park until we saw the cats. Crows were a very intelligent animal. They were also ranked at the top of the IQ of birds. They could use tools to solve problems and even learn English words, so communicating with them also saved Jiang Shurian a lot of heartache. Jiang Shurian hurriedly found her cell phone and called Yan Anton. Yan Anton has not been home for 2 days. When he received the phone call from Jiang Shurian he also glanced at the time. 2:30 in the morning. Yan, Captain Yan, are there still police guarding the murderer's house nearby? Jiang Shurian couldn't wait to ask. The flock of crows that appeared in the yard yesterday corresponded with me. They saw Lin Dabing go back. Yan Anton sat up straight at once, his gaze sinking. When did this happen? It should be shortly after dark. Their men were pulled back before dark. What other information? Jiang Shurian inquired about the few crows, which chattered. Lin Dabing had accomplices. 3 people together with him, 2 men and 1 woman. Lin Kong was wearing women's clothes when he died and drowned in the ditch, so the news of his death didn't spread in the village. And Lin Dabing was dressed normally when he went back, and their house was far away from the other villagers, and there were no streetlights on that road after dark, so no one realized that he had gone back. After Lin Dabing went back, Pride opened the dry toilet, took something. 3 people do not know what to say to fall apart. 1 person was killed? Jiang Shurian's voice changed when he spoke. Couldn't help but confirm to the crow. Really killed? I don't know. 1 fell to the ground anyway. Yan Anton immediately greeted his colleagues to quickly go to the police. Can you rush over? Yes. Jiang Shurian immediately changed her clothes, put the sticky bean buns and doll into the heat preservation bin, then spoke to the employee on duty, and was about to leave when she suddenly had a change of heart. As if she had thought of something, she folded back into the crocodile pool and roused Star, who was sleeping. Star, why don't you accompany me on a mission? Bewildered Stars? Star is the smallest of the 4 crocodiles, but also the most stable. Not as intensely curious as Hipster, bullied on the spot to fight back, often punching the guilty Hipster rolling. The only hobby is sleeping. I'm going to. Hip climbed over immediately. Jiang Shurian directly copied the shovel. Hip instantly turned around and climbed back into the pool, without hesitation for a second. Star lying in the back seat, eyes are still hazy. It was sold to this zoo. In addition to the 2 male crocodiles look obtrusive a little. Usually only need to bask in the sun in the yard. Listen to the noisy human talk. Nothing to do with food and drink. Do not mention how comfortable. This going on a mission or something is quite a novel experience. Although curious, the star obediently didn't raise its head to look out through the window because Jiang Shurian told her that she would get into trouble if she was photographed by humans. So it was better for it to sleep peacefully. Jiang Shurian was close by, and Yan Anton and the others hadn't come over when she arrived, just as she was about to get out of the car. However, a bloody palm suddenly slammed down hard on her driver's side window. Ah! Jiang Shurian screamed, waking up even Star, who was sleeping on the back seat. With a fright, the palm slowly fell from the window, sliding out a bloody palm print, followed by a bloodied face appearing at the window, lips moving. Save me! Like to listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland, please bookmark, Zayakez, listen to understand the furry talk after I take fly the motherland. Chapter 180, Who doesn't have a bodyguard when you're out? Although Jiang Shurian couldn't hear him, the words save me were still very obvious. Those crows got excited too. That's him. That's him. I can't believe I'm still alive. Human life force is so strong. Jiang Shurian was so scared that her heart was beating wildly, and she looked at the man leaning against the side of the window in horror as he slowly collapsed to the ground, and then panicked as she pulled out her cell phone and made a call. Yen. Big brother Yen. Yen. The mother nest, on the other hand, was able to create a wide variety of different types of species of bugs, and it could also produce bugs out of different roles depending on different environments. Zhu Jun lost his smile and drank a mouthful of tea. Say these for what? Due to the accumulation of capital, social change is sooner or later. Zhu Jun now want to do is to control this change as much as possible in the palm of their own hands, so that it passes through peacefully and steadily, otherwise once out of control, in the country in their own are no good. Probe again. Li Dinghua, wearing a rusty copper armor, rode on his horse, with a long sword slung at his waist, the armor he had worn 10 years ago, and now, he was going to turn on his horse and join the battle himself. The D-Star Rex Ambry casually threw out 4 long flowing barracuda-shaped items heading straight for AIO. After today's so out, a few brothers how can still not understand, claimed to be continuous. At the moment some people on the body to bring also cannot go out to play again. For home. Anyway, you don't have to spend your own money here. The living conditions can be said to be the best in the entire scenic area. And the food, although a little bit worse, is definitely already a very high-class enjoyment here. He just did his best not to waste every little moment, fearing that some force he feared would suddenly take back what was in front of him. So he appeared determined and uncertain, sometimes resolute but at a loss, like a wanderer lost in the wilderness, lonely and few. There was a hiss. The silver arrow had not yet touched her body. Their momentum suddenly stalled. Then each arrow was split into 4 halves. They stayed in the air. This time the arrival of Rathambori was very much to the displeasure of Hishabuk, and no mighty stock would like to have a master over his head. She's a mood stirring, which only then understand the end of the EG despite everything sought why, muttering out of breath. Holding the body of EG leaped to sit on the back of the Shioluo, waved his hand. EG's Mount Rakshasa follow the runaway. Shadow door? Shadow door. Is shadow door. The Phoenix Tears cavalry army that blocked the road. Was East Bu drank back to make way for the road. Carls was not here. This imperial third king did not have time to accompany Peerless every day to spend time in the Emerald Blue Star. And since Peerless stepped down yesterday, this third king's face was a bit odd. Just complimented Peerless for a couple of sentences, then hurriedly got up and left. Even Harry shouted behind him several times without responding. Solo didn't want Princess Shi to give up her challenge to the Nature King at all. He just couldn't defy Princess Shi's decision in the end. Only a short time after seeking upward, Invincible felt a ray of light flashing out of the corner of his eye, and stopped dead in his tracks. Everything? Why even the saints cannot pinpoint the predicted heavenly chances? To a quasi-saint cultivation at that time would can grasp no such clever? Fortunately, after Zhao Policy had persuaded Hu Tian not to be overwhelmed by beauty, he himself had fallen into a tender spot and ran to the Foreign Language Institute to look for Qin Lu as soon as the weekend arrived. Gogo? What's the date of the month today? Wearing a loose cotton housecoat, Xiao Han sat on the sofa and commanded Gogo. Upon hearing that Mo Zihan was asking for a reward, Yuchi Haotian was not only not unhappy, but instead came to be interested. Invincible violently raised his chi. 8 layers of power under the operation of the body of the golden light flashes. The original 2 meters 2 of the figure violently rose a circle. The body is nearly horrifying 2 meters 5. And then, a golden fist blasted on the ground in front of him. Chapter 181 Crocodiles are also fish. After hearing the voice, the man panicked and quickly turned around and ran. Yen Anton immediately chased after him. Jiang Shurian hurriedly shouted at Crow, "Go stop him." A huge piece of crows immediately flew towards the cornstalks there. Jiang Shurian did not chase after, but picked up the shovel on the ground to continue digging. Want to see if you can dig out some things, but it's still RMB except for the RMB. Jiang Shurian was relieved that it wasn't a human. The rest of the neighbors saw this and closed their doors. Indifferent, afraid of being implicated. Shu Lin Yu felt a little amused. Even after knowing her background, knowing her determination, Eunuch Chi still couldn't fully trust her and even had to use such a way to subtly warn her. But he didn't know that this plan was made by Shu Linyu together with that lord at the very first moment when it started to be formulated. I don't know why, but I've been suffering from nausea for the past few days, and I feel like I don't have an appetite for the things I used to like to eat. Yi Xiaomei herself was wondering what was wrong with her body in the last few days. Figuring out their master's mind was supposed to be a survival skill they had to learn, and learn well. What's wrong with Ifei? It seems to be very emotional. Shocked by my Yonghan city? Or are you marveling over my subjects? Noticing the focused gaze, Xiao Jingwu, who had been concentrating on looking ahead, slightly sidestepped his head and asked softly, the corner of his mouth still holding a satisfied smile. He has long been looking at Anan not good, impetuous and pretentious, high-minded, self-righteous, and Xiaomu is like a feud. Every time they meet, they have to be at each other's throats. When he saw Xuemeng, he was incredulous, and all of a sudden, he threw what he had said to Xuemeng earlier into the air. After leaving the hospital, she didn't immediately go back to the villa. Instead, she asked the driver to send her to the hospital where Yen Zhengxi was staying. No matter what, she still had to tell him about today's events. With a pulsating glance at Xiling Jing, her gaze had a dainty droop, as if she was hinting at something. Ruanjun rarely saw the guard react like this. Instead, he looked grave and told him to take it easy and speak slowly. Thirdly, the most important thing is that this person should have high prestige, and a person with high prestige can deter all the countries that are working in concert. So much so that if he is in command of the allied forces, no party will question him. The leaf elf clicked a few times on the tablet. Then a hesitation appeared on his face. Strange. It says we stop fighting. We are not the enemy. Leaf elf's tone was tinged with doubt. So what followed was the scene that Wang Hao saw. The iron-shelled nymphs that were woken up from their sleep all evolved into large-needled wasps, chasing the happy eggs and the long-eared rabbit all the way. The Imperial Enforcer carefully looked at the first row of 4 corpses, and he saw them all one by one. Only the Enforcer realized that when he opened the 4th coffin, the body lying inside actually made a V sign. Just see her medium age. Face ordinary, a pair of bright eyes convergence, high bun behind the head, white face under the face, skin slightly thin, on the body of a basalt-colored robe spotless, waist an indigo belt non-golden non-jade. I do not know what treasures. The body emits a ghostly light, so that the aura of a steep degree of extraordinary. At this time, if Feng 13 Lang did not break through the boundary of the 9th grade fighting soldier to advance into the realm of a fighter, when would he wait? The others took the bottle of 7-star grass juice and squirted some of it. And upon taking another look, everyone was dumbfounded. Looking through the sea, it was said that this sea was not only extremely large, claiming that 100 billion spaces were superimposed and overlapped. It could be described as boundless. And even someone with the laws of space and time like Lin Hao would not be able to break through the spatial prohibitions of the looking through sea and get to the other end. Yi Haoran's words were neither soft nor hard. Even that elder Zhou couldn't pick a fault. He only frowned, then picked up the jade slip and watched it for a few moments. Chapter 182. However, the man's screams just now were so loud that it was estimated that the entire village had heard them, not to mention Lin Dabing, who was hiding in the village. Without waiting for the police to issue a warning, this butcher poured out all the things that had happened between him and Lin Dabing like beans. He did not know that he knew Lin Kong, whose real name is Lin Dabing. The other party contacted him yesterday and lied to him that because he had a prohibited large dogs were found by the police, and did not want to go to jail on the run, confirming that Chow Chow was safe. Ning Zhu had a gun with him. 10 rounds of ammunition, enough to deal with Xiao Shi and Pei Ruoi. Fong Berlin did not dare to joke anymore, so he said in detail before and after he and Long Jizang and their group of 8 people went to the hell to help Sigu's favor. Focusing on expressing the conversation after encountering Lin Shuran and Hua Qilio, He Ying Jie, as well as knowing the hooks of the Day in the Sky group. Secondly, due to the lack of innovation, the game industry of East Jupiter is quite primitive and backward, and Li Dong casually copied a game from the Earth, and as long as the game is fun, it will surely be a success in terms of money. Looking at Li Jun's figure, Gao Feng suddenly felt that something was missing, and at the same time remembered that Wu Hao had deleted her WeChat and blacklisted her, and was angry at Lu Yan's appearance. Feeling that she and Li Jun just like this secretly as a couple, there is no bad. It is all because Lu Yan caused trouble. This is not an overnight effort. Have to put the words and the Shin family in front. Words? How come the Shin family has not yet come to propose marriage? Your father has been back for 3 days. Mrs. Lu was quite vocal. These jars gave Zio a familiar feeling, but at the same time, it was also very bad, carrying a sinister aura. How could she tell at a glance that they carried a sinister aura? Thinking that everything today was Lu Yan, she called Li Jun's phone again and asked him to come over and drive her home. Lu Yan just smiled and looked into the distance. She felt, just sitting like this, the two do not speak, listening to the wind blowing the sound of the leaves, smell the fragrance of the flowers overflowed. It is also the happiest and sweetest thing. Yang Magistrate was originally hard to hold on. As soon as he heard Yang Lu's words, his whole body was like drained of strength as he retreated towards the back. Mrs. Lu in the cell also froze. The teenager outside was willing to replace her son in jail? Captain Whitebeard closed the box and his face instantly returned to normal. while the longing-filled Upton steward saw this and immediately returned to a respectful countenance, waiting for Captain Whitebeard's instructions. I heard it was customized by Zhongyi. Out of print. Only this one. This was Xiu's voice. As soon as she talked about the diamond ring, her eyes glowed and she directly picked up the conversation. Yun Qian's brain, which had paused when she heard Feng He call Yu Jing's second imperial sister, exploded when she heard Yu Jing's words, and she could now imagine Yu Jing's dirty/nasty and lewd gaze even if she couldn't see her expression. Pill Elder looked unblinkingly at the red-colored fruit that appeared in Yi Chen's hand, rubbed his eyes, looked at the red-colored fruit in Yi Chen's hand in disbelief, and slowly walked towards Yi Chen. However, Yun Qian had just walked out of the room when she was startled by the dark figure standing in the middle of the courtyard, and her exclamation of surprise was swallowed back into her throat as Yun Qian saw the ink plums vaguely visible on the corner of the man's coat through the moonlight. Outside the window, a crescent moon hanging high in the treetops, showing a gentle but hazy smile, faint, just like a mother's smile. A hint of brightness passed through Yi Chen's eyes before he took an arrow step and pulsed towards one of the surrounding mountains. Why do I have to tell you? Bai Guan Yuan glanced at Duan with a cold look. Can you tell? How did you know? We didn't even know each other before, did we? Xinyu slowed down and resumed her previous coldness. With a look of a curious baby, she looked at Yi Chen. Stone this town. Besides old Uncle Sure, who else knows more about spirit stones? Yi Chen wanted to learn from the basics, and it was definitely not that easy to become a stone appraiser. Chapter 183, Speak of Cao Cao and Cao Cao arrives. Glancing at the two leaders out of the corner of her eye, Zhang Shiyan immediately stood up and shouted. Among those small animals, the less courageous ones immediately ran away, and the more courageous ones looked at the two strange humans warily. They liked Zhang Shiyan and were willing to get close to the smelling girl, but that didn't mean they could let their guard down against other humans. Zhang Shiyan ran to their side and hurriedly explained. These little animals are all living in. There were no Miyamoto Musashi's clothes next to the waterfall, though, after all, an engine like Miyamoto Musashi could just hide if he wanted to undress in his dreams. But the people who passed by thought that the two lovers were in the middle of an argument, so they all hurried away as if nothing had happened. Although the pain had left Cotton Jin's heart palpitating, if she were to choose again, she would still make the same choice. Many people to the overseas colonies still die after. Johannesburg in gold is famous. So many people with a dream of gold to Johannesburg. However, in the next second the AI system of the server computer of the military department calculated the straight line of the ballistic trajectory of the missile source, from which it was clear that the missile source was 45 kilometers away from the sea. Then do you like Fifi or not? Auntie Tang didn't wait for Gui Tailai to finish and asked another question right after. Xia Koan and Lin Anren's eyes were actually attracted to Ji Xiola's hand puppet display case from the moment they entered. But it wasn't until after they finished dealing with Ji Xiaohua that the two poor otaku had the time to slowly stop and admire it. Humph. Your parents' lives are lives, but my waifu's life is not? Yu Tsunghai's face changed. His right hand mobilized his true chi and slapped at Lin Pingji's chest afterward. During the moment when Miao 17 and Moron Li were leisurely fighting, Zhao Lichuan's men had already set up their position, and Zhao Lichuan also rode his high horse and appeared in front of the city wall with Zhao Qingqing. Pan Ling briefly explained that this matter wasn't too complicated, and when she said so, everyone understood. Mom, I'm begging you, okay? Lily is still outside right now. Chen Ziyu helplessly covered his face with his hands and begged. Wakai likewise couldn't figure out what was going on. These bruises on Wang Tian's body were just too much. I saw the carriage and horses from afar, and the flag was held up at the forefront, but it was too far away to see clearly what kind of thing it was. But I just want to sit with you. Han Iran said that his request was really simple. He just wanted to sit with Su Shiyan. This request wasn't too much, right? His money bag Shuangmu was purchased by Meng Huang. His father was exposed to have a lover. His mother is at home every day to make a fuss to die. The same crazy no different. Around their family is already broken home no home. Rather, I really want to see what such a deeply affectionate man looks like. Mu Yunshan looked up and saw his wife's shining gaze. His heart could not help but be slightly blocked. Well, actually even she was baffled at this point. It was really because the two identities that Xia Demon had released in a row were too scary. And when Mutingdong heard the commotion, he only turned around and looked at her faintly. His feet did not move by half. Only, in reality, if there was no appearance of Yi Mor, even how one meditated and sensed was unable to manifest the blood essence. And naturally, there was no way to continue to deepen the gong method and eventually give birth to internal force. The middle-aged man's cold gaze swept over Linjin, sensing that his strength was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, but judging from his age, even if he was even stronger, he couldn't be strong enough. Perhaps he practiced a relatively special mind method, giving people an inability to figure out the exact realm of his strength, and invariably leading to many strong people not making a move against him. Yimor entered the Xingwu Hall and saw a few disciples who each found a corner and sat cross-legged, recuperating their chi, while in the center of the field there were some other disciples sparring. Chapter 184, How can you work if you don't have enough to eat? Ahem. Here and there, coughs continued to ring out, and Jiang Shiyan was pressed underneath, her familiar scent wrapping her tightly. Is anyone hurt? Quick, call 120. Contact the blast experts immediately. The scene was chaotic. Yan Anton looked at Jiang Shiyan. Is everything alright? Jiang Shiyan shook his head. Yan Anton quickly climbed up and headed toward the exploding. One of the demon race emissaries. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, but he still opened his mouth with a fake sigh. Which knew, the claws of the three heads, simply could not go further, as if they had encountered an impenetrable steel plate. The industrial mother machine manufactures things separately and together. All the parts are manufactured at the same time, and when they are finished, they are assembled together, so that the whole manufacturing process is completed. Chen Yu did see a ladder leading to the third floor on the second floor, but he felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy from that entrance. When Su Yang saw this, his pupils shrank, and the spiritual energy within his body erupted, setting up several layers of defense in front of him one after another. Ku, he called softly, searching for how he could get both of them to drink the wine together. Damn! Nine Knight's eyes instantly covered with cold ice, kicked Wenna away, turned to hold the man, and threw Wenna's cell phone that fell on the ground to look behind her, only to see a flowery shadow swaying by. The snake disappeared into thin air. Saying that, the three of them turned around and left the gambling store like walking outside. Before they could walk out far, several men came out from the slant of the alley to stop Wang Zhang's three people. With a bang sound, the moment Mu Fei's body flew out upside down, the phantom steps were forcefully executed, and his body was instantly twisted into a twist, hard dodging another attack from the black and green giant bull behind him at a bizarre angle. In just an instant he arrived in front of Fengxian, and as he watched his fist getting closer and closer to Fengxian, his smile grew crazier and crazier, and it was as if he saw Fengxian's head bursting open. That kind of buff that could increase experience value as well as proficiency acquisition in the end needed to consume the power of faith on Tan Nianwei's body to enchant it. Originally, the ghost had no entity, so Xiang Yunwei couldn't hit him, but now that he is possessed by Zhang Feng, Xiang Yunwei is not polite, and he punched Zhang Feng several times, causing him to retreat. Mu Sheng's eyes darkened as he forcefully flew up, like a rain swallow, and attacked right into the thickest part of the darkness. I didn't lose. Colin questioned his ability to take control of everything, and I'm just not as good as he wants me to be. It's actually kind of nice. I can feel in you how good you are to me, and I hope you're as good as I am. Orochimaru uses a forbidden technique to change his body every 3 years, which keeps him young and fit, but his soul would be extremely weak, which makes him lack resistance to illusions. Xiaomingxiu looked up at her and saw that she smiled lightly at him, and only then did the big stone in his heart finally fall and relax slightly. But this time Lu Deputy Secretary so handsome, so that the majority of staff hearts are warm. Following a leader who is willing to take the thunder for you is good enough. There is a leader who is willing to blow up the thunder for you. Lu Wanqing face color, palm spread. The contract appeared out of thin air. The contract lying quietly in his palm, put in front of the Ajiao also did not move at all. Duan Yang slightly converge eyebrows. Face from sunny to cloudy. Imperial brother has always been not to see me. Even with the slave girl are to me to take tone. Really suffocating. Her fingers around the hair touched the temples of a delicate flower. The mood is happy again. Pei Yu, this flower will not be too colorful? Unexpectedly, that fire-eyed white snake was directly passed through its head by that spirit arrow, and instantly its aura collapsed, scattering an aura all over the place. He hastily operated his internal force. 2-word decree was made. The unraveling word skill for unraveling and getting out of the trap, interloping the wind and clouds, perceiving all things, and manipulating the human heart. He relied on the unraveling character skill to quickly perceive the sweeping momentum of this dragon's tail. The dragon's tail's attack became as slow as an ant in his eyes, and he saw the trajectory of the dragon's tail's attack. Chapter 185 Woman in the Cornfield. What's the good news? Private Lin has been blocked inside a cave by a swarm of bats and crows. If nothing else, the police going up the mountain can go straight to the cave and block him. As soon as Bureau who heard this, joy appeared on his face. Really? Jiang Shiyan made sure to the crow again, until director who saw with his own eyes that the crow nodded humanely, and a heart finally fell. Good news indeed. Negative prefix. Ungshi naturally know they're perfunctory, also not ready to stay more. After all, there is a family waiting for dinner. Grabbed his bag is ready to go, but by the side of the tall man blocked a bit. He doesn't understand why the chairman wants to let Arthur go, and he doesn't understand why he wants Delian to follow Arthur back. The airflow of the arrow feathers sewing formed a tail, and with a sound of gold and stone, sparks flashed past, and each of the two arrows collided in one place, bouncing away directly in mid-air. They moreover took a full month with Wilson's detour from the north to the front of the battlefield, and close to another month consumed in the castle of Constantine, leaving them little time. Yi Qingqing was surprised, totally did not expect such a message. However, since he had returned to China, how did he still send her such a message? Along the way, Wang Jing chatted with these Dark Masters and learned that these seemingly ferocious Dark Masters are actually very simple in their hearts, able to provide for their families, able to live every time they receive a single is their desire. But due to the remoteness of the northern part of the country, it is difficult to receive a larger single. These 4 words shook Lin Xiaoling's heart, and he couldn't stop trembling as he looked at the derailed smile on Morong Fong's face. Zuoqiu peeled the branch with his dagger. One end of the branch in his hand had already been sharpened. This branch was the one he was going to save for sticking into the roast so that it wouldn't burn his hands. Lazily ignoring their gags, the Bugmaster clapped his hands, thinking that this matter had been handed over pretty much. The rest would just wait for SG to do it. They were just accepting some people anyway, but compared to the complexities of this world, the math problems were really much cuter. And besides, it was still something in his field, which he knew and was good at, and that was enough. However, in such a gloomy environment, a handful of cold arrow clusters were aimed right at these defenseless orc guards. The simple leather armor on their bodies and those exposed skin became the bullseye for the human soldiers to aim at. The young man looked at his body. The important parts were already covered. The other parts should be fine even if they were on display, right? It didn't say that it was particularly fat, nor did it say that it was thin enough to show bones. The seals were still lazily resting, and waking up naturally should be one of the happiest things for any living being. She had also been searching for a concubine for her husband all this time. Only the right one wasn't easy to find. Shan Wuxuan was happy that this was a normal decent housemate. Maybe he could become a close friend in the future. Somewhat familiar with the spiral sword. Somewhat familiar with the campfire. Serenity once again entered the dream world with her sister, and at the same time, Varian supported this decision. Brower and Valira were his comrades to the death, and he was a king as well as a warrior, and must not abandon his comrades. Surprisingly, the barbarian hammer dwarves sacrificed 26 griffin knights for that battle, but the dwarves didn't express too much dissatisfaction about it, and in their eyes, they contributed their own strength to the fight against the evils of this world. Qinjiai really didn't want to let herself think too much, but her mind, still, became a bit disorganized, seeing as how Silent Beldir is leading by an unknown number of lengths. If there are no surprises, the first place in this race will be his. Around Zone 1, there are 3 zone-free zones. One is the snowy area in the southwest, one is the barren area in the northwest, and the other is the green desert in the north. These places, in addition to the Liao No one, there is no food at all, and even insects and other things are rarely seen. The climate, the geology, are not suitable for human survival. Chapter 186, Why do these humans always step on its tail? The few police officers who had rushed to the scene all froze. Miss Yen, what are you? My eyes, ah. The woman screamed miserably, and as she watched the rushing police officers walk over to the other side to help, Zhang Shiyan couldn't be bothered to explain and hurriedly reminded, be careful, she may be carrying knives that hurt people. At that moment Imatsuko jumped out of the cornfield and rushed up and took a bite out of the woman's calf. Daughter. Song War silently note down here who is to help Shufei speak people, who is to help themselves speak people. Just let her did not expect as Shufei and Defei surprisingly good relations. It is difficult not because have a common enemy to embrace the group. During the chat, Chiba mentions several heartthrobs that aren't cheating on Hatsu. They are Kashizuka, K Crescent Moon, and Zhao Shuidan. Chu Feng executed the ancient secret art, and the sword in his hand was covered with a burst of purple astral energy. And his momentum was like a rainbow as he blatantly killed towards the purple gold divine dragon. Immediately after that strong and unrivaled power was to grasp the purple clear flame in Lin Knight's hands, and although the 3 Tushio divine flames were struggling desperately, it was to no avail. Being swept by the ancient trees in the sky, Chu Feng's body was like a cannonball that ruthlessly blasted into a mountain peak next door. Zhuge Jingyuan's face was solemn as his right hand clenched the longsword at his waist. It was obvious that tonight's situation could not end well. If it was him, he wouldn't have been able to buy this mansion, because this kind of mansion has long been targeted. How can it be his turn? Most importantly, the other party had weapons of mass destruction in their hands, which caused a touch of panic to rise in Wang Tian's heart. When she got to the water fountain she realized that there was no water in it, and glancing at the bucket of water next to her, she bent down with the intention of replacing it. Xianlao carried his hands behind his back and said in a solemn voice with a look that was extremely inconsistent with his appearance. And what answered Xianlao was Iron Bone's 3 thuds. Hua Fenglan raised her head in embarrassment. Things have come to this point. If she pretends again it will only make the emperor loathe her. I haven't seen my ancestor grandmother for 3 years. Her old man's 80th birthday is coming up. A year is a year if I can get through it. It's rare for the emperor to go to Yunyangzhou this time. Just take me along. On the way I will definitely listen to you honestly. Ridiculously. These disciples who had sworn to live and die with the Bronze Sword sect dispersed in the shortest possible time after Jun Shanshur and his party broke out of the ground. Duanmu Jian Bai Ningxuang sat hand in hand at the top, and at the bottom was Duanmu Rue, who he hadn't seen in days. He asked me what I would do if I needed to kill everyone to save someone very important. Tenji opened his head slowly. I'll take him back to the palace first. Noble consort Xiang got up to take her leave. Hua Fenglan touched her stomach. This year's winter was exceptionally long again. Imperial concubine Xiang's heart jumped. The tears in her eyes dripped bit by bit onto her lapel. She looked at him pleadingly for a while. His eyes were filled with a strong suppressed murderous aura, and she even detected the hilt of his trembling sword. Knight with a stunned face looked up at Mu Yuan Che, only to see Mu Yuan Che with a dark face. His eyebrows are all tired. Hearing concubine Su's words is even more anger. His face is getting darker and darker. He's still in the game. The white maiden said without a trace of anger. That guy didn't show up once in a while, only for DXIN to run into him. Yunfang looked around and after realizing that there were no outsiders in this house, she took out a handkerchief from her bosom. Only this handkerchief was already dirty. Suspecting that it was soiled by Chunner spitting up milk. 24 is a watershed moment when a competitive player chooses to retire. After which hand speeds decline so much that almost all players choose to retire here. And even more so many competitive players retire at 22 or 23. No one paid attention to who said what, for the speaker was still sprawled out on the ground, peeking over the bronze gate with his head inclined. There was no answer to EE's question. EE and Stacy's hearts went cold, guessing that this should be another group of slave traders. Both of them sighed at the same time and didn't say anything more in the meantime. However, in the next second the two of them's hoods were suddenly undone. Chapter 187. No way. You lied to me. The woman gritted her teeth and sneered. Jiang Shiyan whispered a couple of words to Director Hu asked someone to bring the remote control that the crows had retrieved. And Jiang Shiyan was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see it, and even purposely came in front of her and waved it around. The woman struggled and tried to go grab the remote control, but she was held down by two police officers as she glared at Jiang Shiyan with a deadly glare. I forgot. You can't see it. Jiang Shiyan took the remote control and waved it past her eyes. After the mother and son briefly caught up, they immediately headed inside the house, where Temperance Ho was still lying on the bed. Seeing the gloomy and intolerable look on Mo Lin Sen's face, Xiao Wan also knew that he was having a hard time, but she could only hold his cheeks and kissed him, counting it as a comfort to him. All kinds of strange colors appeared in front of Yin Tiangu, and her heart was filled with love when she saw this colorful world, coming from her hands playing the zither. With just a twinkle in her eye, she immediately thought of a good way to get Ji Weiwei to intervene without having to dismantle her disguise. Fine, you don't have to act. What do you want? Shi Shao sighed. At this moment, she also felt that Chen Che was no longer the same Chen Che who understood her law. Shoo! Chen Che was startled. Why did Xian Tianfei have to stare at him? He really didn't want more people to know that he was Chen Che. So many officials had died in Changjing City. It was inevitable that there would be their family members in the tent, letting people memorize his face. He didn't know how many people looking for a chance to try to slap him with a black brick would be attracted. Wei Liang took a step back, took out his demonic pestle and swung it over, smashing that yellow sand ghost claw to smithereens. I'll send you off early, Zhang Le said indifferently, and as soon as his words fell, he only saw his arm shook with a sudden shock, and a violent trembling power surged out, and there was a quiet tremor on the ground. Meng Qingyun hummed heavily through her nose, not bothering with her for Liang Yifun's sake. In order to not let that perverted god transformation stage old man find out that he had fled the extreme Northland, he had therefore thought of this trick, using this trial to create an illusion of being killed by two puppets to buy a little more time to prepare. Sun Monkey's strength has grown to the late Dala Golden Immortal, 87 levels, but the effect of encountering the stronger, but did not fully play out. The Sand Monk for the Sun Monkey to resist a lot of strength, but even so, this Sand Monk's fighting strength cannot make up for it. The positioning order flickered with a red light in that instant, and at the same time, it was also in Suye's hand, trembling unceasingly. After determining the exact time, Suye then directly set a deadline for the fierce slaying Great Demon King. Nanyang really deserves to be a prosperous place. Xin Linfeng walked along the main road for a few moments, and four spacious streets suddenly appeared in front of him. The streets were lined with stores, and pedestrians were even more numerous. After the white light completely disappeared, he began to walk towards the depths of the ruins, probably due to the fact that the sunlight did not shoot directly. There was still a coldness within the ruins today, and he knew that it was caused by the extreme chi that hadn't yet completely dissipated. He knew that it was caused by some extreme chi that hadn't completely dissipated. Kim Tion opened her mouth and looked at the face that made her somewhat unfamiliar. How did she manage to say nonsense all in a serious manner? This, Yumi Kim Tion swore that she must take revenge. Do Wu Jie the villain? She must let her see what is called Kim Goling. With Wei Yan's roar, all 8,000 Shu troops were enraged. The swords and weapons in their hands were gripped tighter and tighter, and they hated that they could not immediately stab into the bodies of the Hutus. Driving the empty car to an unoccupied place, he entered the cave space and picked up a shovel to dig up the saplings. Looking at Yi Wushuang's appearance, Mu Ling Tian's heart hurt even more. Gulping a breath, he didn't know what to say. He didn't want to make Yi Wushuang sad. He couldn't open his mouth. Master waiter, how do you think this sword is? Zhou Shua looked at the retreating Hong Xuanji, did not pursue, but closed the sword and asked with a smile, not waiting for the other party to answer, and then as if he was opening his mouth to show off in general. 188. Providing ideas. Jiang Shurian hugged Rice Cookie and ran off at the knees. Xiao Rui and the others immediately chased after them as well. The mountain path was rugged, and Aiku Koku jumped down from Jiang Shurian's arms to lead the way ahead, stopping to wait for her every time he ran a section. In order to take a shortcut, Aiguang Guangguang led Jiang Shurian and the SWAT officers to take the path, which was very steep, but it was able to rush to the place of the previous explosion in the shortest possible time. The crows hovering in the sky were still quacking, and Jiang Shurian's heart was anxious. The assassins were all dead soldiers, and when they saw that the crossbow and arrow failed to accomplish anything, they looked at each other, and their bodies softened and fell to the ground. The charity gala was held after he got off work, and he ran back every day as soon as he got off work, and he has the nerve to say his time is valuable? Zhang Feng is actively helping the opposite side of the two siblings do not know a short period of time on 100 turns. He only wanted to take advantage of these two people have not yet soared to the sky time to make friends. Businessman, have a broad network of people is very important. Who knows when in the future will be used. Worried about her. Heartbroken. Afraid that she was experiencing some kind of difficulty but not telling herself. Song Qianche also felt a bit at a loss. Back to the Great Khan. Something did happen before. Then he told what had happened before. But for this matter, it was meant to be told to Mu Haixien, so Mu also didn't let Xiao Junyan deliberately hide it from Mu Haixien. He is Mu Yu's senior brother? Elder Yan also heard Mu Jixie's introduction, but still turned his head to ask Yenyu. In the middle of the discussion, the medicinal food hall was added as one of the pilots for the pharmacy, so Mu Yu directly called him over. And, later on, she was also going to have dinner at his medicinal food hall. Erniu, there's nothing unusual about the people inside the cell, right? Seeing the strong man coming over, Yi Hongso stopped and asked. It seemed like Sister Red Sleeve still had contact with them, but naturally, the two of them teenagers hadn't met with anyone else, and at this time, when they unexpectedly met, both sides were quite surprised. How? What's wrong? Luo Yu felt strange, since he knew that going to school was good. Why did he still have to withdraw Chen Hong from school? Eldest Princess Wu Qingwan's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Fong Xian to be so young. Not only was his medical skills extraordinary and insightful, but even his cultivation wasn't weaker than her own, so she couldn't help but become even more filled with curiosity. Saying that much, how much did you bet? Ma Zihao watched the fun, or rather deeply understood Wang Donggui's character. In their eyes, there are more advanced sciences that are capable of turning the tide, like the H-weapon. After a lot of maneuvering and finally getting things done, she looked out over the large campus and let out a long sigh of relief. This is not only approachable, but also more encouraging than just saying, last month's performance was good. Che San Yang, as she did, refused repeatedly, pushing back the tray that Cui He had handed over, favoring excuses that came out of her mouth. It's only paying for a week's time, and Macaulay's no dummy, so how could he not say yes? Longing listened to a breath of cold air. A Mingkong, plus the fat eunuch, can be subverted as powerful as the Sun King of the land of the Great Tang Dynasty. Now it is Damar plus the big Zhang Lian, can be on the Great Zhou Dynasty how to cause damage, only when all the services promised by Panasonic are in place. Will Zhang Xiaojia pay all the final payment in full? Lun Yan is a little helpless. Did he misunderstand? Forget it, misunderstanding on misunderstanding. No longer like her. This is better. She would not have been worthy of people like Tang Jiacheng. All with you, the big boss. Thinking about the future for Hong Kong movies. What's the hurry for us bitter part-timers? When the sky collapses, there's a big boss to hold it up. Chow Yun Fat laughed at the right time. Elder General Medicine is an elder. We will not dare to make a fool of ourselves in front of him. Please don't worry. Your Majesty Xiang Sun hurriedly assured. This Hollywood versus the world market competition. Surprisingly, the U.S. alone, actually in all markets around the world, won a landslide victory. Chapter 189, I knocked out my teeth. Lin Dabing, it's not too late for you to tie your hands and surrender voluntarily. Yan Antin reached out to stop the others, his expression serious as he looked across at Private Lin who was holding Jiang Nanshu hostage. At these words, Lin Dabing smiled. Turn yourself in? Stinking police. You think I'm stupid? I'm now sure to die. Before I die, if I can pull two back, it's also worth it. Jiang Shiyan was strangled by him gasping for air, which still gritted his teeth and slowly put his hand to the mouth of the, turned around the master bedroom, found that, the master bedroom corner and a side door, push open the side door to see, is a rectangular check room, which neatly categorized hanging 2 rows of suits, shirts, casual sportswear. The lower cabinets are a number of ties, underwear, and so on, are also categorized and placed neatly. Facing the furious emperor of northern Qi, Shi Yenyu was not afraid at all. Instead he was smiling. Liang Wan had just been hit by Shang Yuan's punch and was a bit dizzy. When she heard Huang Shijie shout, she couldn't think of anything else for the time being. Her hand stretched out and directly pinched on Shang Yuan's neck. As for the original misgivings, such as asking those passers-by what hotel they were actually going to and such things, they had long since been thrown out of his mind. It was not until the Thousand Faces prince had gone so far that he had even disappeared that the people in the ready-made clothes store came back to their senses in a flash. And there were still many who murmured in disbelief. She raised her long eyelashes and her mesmerized eyes looked at the man in front of her. His eyebrows were cool and handsome, but he carried the warmth of the sun. Xiao Jingshi looked at the two and wanted to say something, but in the end, he let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Then, his cultivation level was like a rocket, directly stepping into the pre-heavenly god realm from the late great circle realm of the true immortal realm before he went in. This time his Mo Yun Lingfang flesh again strong, also was hit by the dizzying chest and abdomen. A burst of stuffiness, obviously suffered a slight internal injuries, but the good thing is that finally out of that spirit liquid ocean, that peculiar gravitational force also disappeared to go. 13 levels of township level, Yehe city under the nearly more than 10 million households. The area is comparable to Liqi, that world China's Hubei and Hunan, but also to Ada Jiangxi. But there was really no movement at all at the well. But I immediately got antsy, seeing that the medicinal powder had already reached the designated destination. Tatsuman put away the pill bottle, while carefully observing the reactions of those people. For a minute, nothing strange had happened yet. Immediately afterward, Tatsuman heard some strange sounds. In fact, when Ning heard it, Su Ming said he missed her. She heard it. How can she not hear it? With her body soaking comfortably in the warm water, Yukisakura closed her eyes in enjoyment and wiped her body with the silken cloth floating in the tub. The eyes of the falling shadow deep color with the wine surface slightly swaying. The wind blew the top of his head above the immortal tree, lifting his ink-hanging waist. Long hair wisps fly. More than that, it is a moment to stir the deep pool of the bottom of the eyes, uncovering the false disguise. Is the road wave marks shaking? This big man, why is he so pretentious? But the good thing is that he is also a knife mouth and tofu heart. Should be born for a while, will be fine. Now finally the rain is over. When Su Ning let go of Wenning, Wenning's brain was still a bit dizzy. She just felt that her lips were a bit numb and her body was a bit hot. But the rest wasn't too clear. Olanara is for the abolition of the queen. Cannot be buried with the queen's etiquette, but also cannot be too chilly. And this matter cannot be hidden from the four masters and Lanqin. The empress died. The emperor did not show up to say. 3 days passed in a flash. Of course Night Ningi didn't waste any of her free time. The current her had already been promoted to a 7th level Great Spirit Master. Practicing in the space was really great. Together with the spring water assistance, she was properly promoted every time. Lin Shui came to Tangbian town. First went to Rui cloth shop. She decided to increase the publicity. After all, the activities of the Beggar's Nest Festival were all suppressed by the big fire of the Yang family stores in the past few days. Chapter 190, I can't find it. Jiang Shiyan panicked and took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight to look for it. The snake is too small, less than a meter long. After eating fat about 2 fingers wide, want to find a small snake in the dark night almost and the night blends into one, or the difficulty is quite big. Lin Dabing finally fell into the net, and the big stone hanging in the hearts of all the people present finally fell. Rescue from the mountain also arrived at this time. However, watching colleagues not only ran out of the cave sealed by falling rocks, and even Linda. It was only when the crowd heard this that they realized. But who was Phoebe? Many people were not sure. Only Akira and Katie understood. As expected, this Shang Ming does have a disease. Also by the bones of the village harm, the 2 villages of the people would have been against each other. Xiao Xiao pulled 2 tree vines, stuffed the pheasant's head into the wings, tied the pheasant's wings and feet, and threw them into the basket. Only when Zhong Yuju walked away did Qin Lanjiang hit everything on the table in anger. Inside the Dragon Clan, it is because our Flame Shadow Clan's bloodline inheritance and fighting strength are inherently different from other racial factions, and are inherently stronger than them by a large margin. So all along the right to rule has been in our hands. She knew that her own sister had not been able to forget Li Juan since her encounter with him in Wudu last year. And then she saw Li Juan's great display of poetic talent in the royal garden, and she had fallen completely. Although he is not Sea City people, but these years of influence, but also for the brewing tea. Drinking tea is learned some. Now do up look very decent. There was a vague outline of a cat lying on its back and tilting its head in the darkness, and Lin Tang slapped it without a smile before carrying it over to the end of the bed and recovering it. No. Xiao Xiao took out a handkerchief and wiped his tears clean, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked as he closed his eyes. This year, very few men will carry a Buddha bead with them. This object picks people. The temperament must be calm and introverted enough, reserved and elegant in order to suppress. I don't know how long it took. Shin Jun woke up, sat up with difficulty, looked here, touched there. He was still intact, not missing an arm or a leg. Koda Ozi, however, had a thoughtful look. The place he was in now was only the periphery of the open desert ruins. If that passageway really led inside the open desert ruins, then a living human sacrifice was inevitable. In early fall, the bustling streets of Tianjing City were as lively as usual. In the traffic on the street, an ivory-white jade ancient Jiao is particularly eye-catching. Inside is sitting in our Yi Ershao, Yi Xiaoxian. He chose to break through at this time in order to have a little more certainty when fighting against the Sword Lions, as well as to attract the attention of the Sword Lions. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxian was heavily smashed on the ground by the damage counterattack of the ancient fierce swords merge. After the crowd of onlookers reacted, the murmurings started again. This time the murmurings were louder than just now, and there was even an outburst of profanity, which attracted more disciples to come and watch, including more than a dozen of the core disciples were attracted. It's not good, boss. That man was taken by the police. The man rushed to call his master to report the situation. Too beautiful. Some people were directly mesmerized. Just looking at the painting was like this. If they saw the real person they would not be directly smoked over? Xin Wuji didn't know what had happened again, but from the scene in front of him, it seemed that there was definitely an even more terrifying existence coming. And his own body didn't deceive himself. The inexplicable goosebumps, the faint pressure on the spiritual level, and the nausea and trembling that came from his soul, all of them indicated that danger was imminent. The sound of footsteps outside the door gradually faded away, while the person who should be asleep opened his eyes violently. Natalie moved slowly to get up, hugging the quilt tightly. In fact, clearly awake, just afraid of parting, just do not want to see him go, like pretending that nothing happened, just want him to go unattached. Chapter 191, You Can Take the Blame. No. Not waiting for Jiang Shurian to finish, Yan Anton interrupted her. Those crows and bats also died to help us. It's only right that I stay and help. And you're not strong enough for a girl. It's better for me to dig and fill in things like this. Everyone then realized what Jiang Shurian was doing by staying behind. Lei Zi and the others also offered to stay and help. But Yan Anton directly said, you guys go and meet up with Bureau Song and go back to resume your orders. The third and most important point was that the soul-nourishing source root was able to be used to cultivate out-of-body incarnations. And when one's own Yuanshan was warmed up to a certain level, one could split off a split soul on top of the soul-nourishing source root, sparing no effort. They were still being pursued closer and closer by the 100 horsemen who were pursuing behind them. 200 paces, 100 paces, 50 paces, 30 paces. After the meal, the Zheng family's grandchildren again led the visitors to roam around and enjoy the scenery, or chatting, waiting to attend the noon banquet. Elder Zhang also slowly walked out from inside at this time. Seeing that the crowd was already assembled and enthusiastic, Elder Zhang also smiled happily and nodded his head, as if he had seen his youthful days, when he was wielding that grandeur. Blood interspersed with froth spurted from the arteries, and the two men looked helplessly at the roof of the car with unwilling eyes. Everything went pretty well. It's just that on the way back, one of the armored vehicles had a chain suddenly break, so we had Alexei and his men stay behind to fix it, and we rushed back because it was important. Lesha replied softly as she thought of something. Moreover, although the True Flame sect was good, that was only for him. If it was someone else, I'm afraid it might not be the case. At the very least, for a super genius like Lin Yi, the attraction wasn't really that great. A few minutes later, the incarnation of Geridor came perilously close. Gnomes were never known for their strength, and when Geridor's strength was pressed behind a legendary gnome really couldn't match the strength of a legendary doghead. Shen Fansha thought together. The war desolate knife pointedly chirped and flew out. clanging and falling at Mo Yunar's heels again, frightening her and making her blossom. Yang Guozhong was very annoyed. This Xiao Daisy is simply a melon child. What a pity. He was angry as he walked, and in his heart, he cursed Xiao Daisy at least a few hundred times. After the cohesion of the heavenly Tao, the laws of the world were completely formed, and in the future, even if there was a top-notch spiritual object, it would not be able to re-add a new world law. Sister Ning rushed in and saw the shards on the ground, and busily took a pad to pick up the broken pieces of porcelain. Du Shuiqing was shocked and scared. She could only marry someone. In the past 3 days, she had looked at all the men in the village and finally realized that the only one who could catch her eye was Su Yen. The scythe cut through the rice, the stubble with a beveled angle, the tip sharp, straight into Su Xiaohua, but Father Su didn't dare to go and rob the people, fearing that he would be taken away as well. By then, he might not be able to keep his job. In order to clear the air for himself, Qin Ziang made preparations as he placed a material on the table, signaling Su Yun to read it first. Yi Chen hadn't realized this yet. Although he had also felt the continuous depletion of his inner essence value, he only thought that he had caused it because he had continuously opened his back eye wisdom eyes. So that's how you were able to see the inner workings of the box's lock cylinder and subsequently open it? Yuji jumped in and interjected as well. That's right, it's rubberization. Things that have been touched by me, not so much become rubberized, but have the properties of rubber for a certain period of time. The door of bus number 99 opened from the inside, and Zhou Peng, dressed in civilian clothes and yawning, rubbed his sleepy eyes and stepped out from the door. Half a month later, Liang Qiuhang came to the Wu family compound with 2 trucks, and arrived at the intersection of the Wu family house this afternoon. Liang Qiuhang would have liked to load the food overnight, the next morning to return to the army, but the second master and Lu Zhu grandmother kindly invited to stay in the compound can also accompany the master Liang Qiu one more night. Chapter 192 I declare that you are our most favorite human. Jiang Shurian froze. The other little field mice chittered. Yeah, this is our home. It's such a big place. So many little ones. I don't want to go down the mountain and be around humans. My mom and dad are still here. A little field mouse put its own shed whiskers into the palm of Jiang Shurian's hand, and its action also attracted the attention of the other field mice. Some took their whiskers. Even the surrounding lawn was intentionally or unintentionally pulled up into a square shape like a fence. Amazing Silent City walked over to the grave, and after pulling up the few bits of grass as well, he gently touched the yellow soil on the grave with his hand. Before Lu Chong could react, he was directly shot off the stage. And if it wasn't for Tang Jie's timely intervention, I'm afraid that flying out of the academy wouldn't be a problem, and that hole in the middle would be taken as a mark for him. After Yao Ling's help, Duan Shanxiao was now considered one of the demon spirits that hadn't been registered in the demon spirit realm, and her own actual combat power had already been able to fight against the 8 variable demon spirits. And the reason why she was still at the 6 variable demon spirit realm now was because she hadn't chosen to give up her master-servant relationship with Amazing Silent City. Freedom being the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's son of the Ouyang family, suffering from a disability, and only leaving behind a brain that still works well, and walking step by step to this level. This is definitely something that no one can do. Ouyang Yaotian's aura had completely changed now, becoming unprecedentedly powerful. Looking at his power-filled hands, a crazy laughter emanating from his mouth, he shouted at the top of his lungs, a voice that could carry for miles. And as he spoke, the man turned around and began to flee. It seems that even the first time that kind of meeting style did not let the Tang sisters remember themselves. Amazing Silent City hard more or less some loss, but it is good. Reintroduce yourself. Convenient to re-establish the image in front of them. Bang bang bang. When Shen Yuanlin just dodged, several lines of fire flew over. Shen Yuanlin always carried a firearm on his body for defense and immediately pulled the trigger. Jianqin only felt that his body was powerless. Bracing his body and slightly clenching his fists, as if his power had been lost, he could not feel anything, and he could not help but feel a little panicked in his heart. That young man dodged the bull's attack with Lu Qinger, while saying in a broken voice, "I've had a dog since down under, and this dog is very large, and it's a caretaker of the house. Not bad, it's only been such a short period of time and you know how to hold chi. The children are teachable." I nodded and said, "Can I stay and listen together?" For a moment, Li Yan, whose mind flashed through a million thoughts, couldn't think of any good solutions, so she took a step back and made her request. Yang Jian smiled faintly with an appreciative look on his face as Erlangshan pointed his toes to the ground, suspended his body in the air, and in his hand, he pulled out the 3-pointed 2-bladed spear from the void. Maybe it was the high skill of Chen Su's massage technique. Maybe it was because of this period of time when the laborious work needed to relax. Li Yanran only felt that the feeling brought by Chen Su's hands and was comfortable, so she slightly relaxed a bit. her body leaned back gently, and at the same time cooperated with Chen Su's action to relax her shoulders and neck. The two instantly exchanged a few strokes. I did not expect that the steel knife had infinite strength. Under Lin Feng's lance was actually able to continue to develop strength. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng could not help but raise his lance to the steel knife and slap it. This move was Lin Feng wanted to break the enemy with force and shatter the steel knife. This head of porcupine because of the ancient times, the aptitude is strange. The whole body is not only invulnerable to swords and spears, but also a move can send out blowing hair to break the law of the knife gas. This knife gas even the spirit can be strangled. With the physical body there is no way to counteract. What do you want? Yuan and Ning asked. She knew Nanfeng very well. Nanfeng was never hiding his tracks because he was afraid of the other party. He definitely had other ideas. Wanting to control spiritual energy perfectly was not based on one's own talent, but rather on experience accumulated over a long period of time. Plus now that the energy of Lin Feng's spiritual energy had skyrocketed, it was the first time that Lin Feng had controlled it as well, so such a loud and powerful situation would occur. Chapter 193, Training Cockroaches? The long tail feathers swept across Jiang Shiyan's cheeks, and when she got a good look at the bald-furred chicken that was almost pouncing on the leader's face, she instantly turned green. She sprang to her feet, but sat back down with a swish when she saw a sea of uniformed police officers and firefighters. It's over. It's over. The excited cackling was not at all clear about how important the present occasion was. It followed Jiang Shiyan back and forth and did not know how many times it ran to the police station. On the police. Finally found you. The soul force did not penetrate much deeper before it was attracted to a foreign object, and feeling the fade aura on it, Lin Nan understood that the target had finally been found. The familiar sound of the voice made the busy body of the hand fighter straighten up and look at the familiar face. Seeing this, Flower Moon didn't ask too many questions, but only thought that Kakashi, who was behind Flower Source, was unusually handsome. Weilu was still sitting on the ground in a daze, still not understanding his hard-earned son. Why would he turn out like this? Until he went out of the door, he still did not slow down. Inside the exclusive cafe of the fragrant Capital Peninsula Hotel, Yi Shiyu hung up the phone as soon as she finished speaking, casually throwing the cell phone on the table in front of her. There was still a trace of indignation on her face. Just now Luo Habin's hands of this action is specially prepared for him. To know that this in the eyes of mortals is a deadly plant, Luo Habin in the room to determine the camera in the middle of the room and the closure. Before the words fell, Guaiba had already struck out lightning fast. Phoenix fortunately had already been prepared, and had already dodged backward after a missed strike, so that he was not hit by his iron fist. Shu Min's face immediately reddened. This silly egg, talking so directly. Shu Min's breasts are really high now, full of boobies, and if the big black rats had a shallow chance, they wouldn't have been brought to the ground by a momentary thought of themselves in the underground cavern at that time, and even more so, they were bestowed with a glimpse of the opportunity to become demonic beasts. Wang Qi and Shin Xiong and the others secretly admired Songli at this moment. They didn't know Songli. They only thought that Songli was bold enough to dare to be so arrogant in front of Zhuanglian. Right at this extremely critical juncture, two long blood-red daggers noiselessly chopped through Chekhov's back in a rotating fashion, colliding fiercely head-on with the tattered blades controlled by Locke. Countless ear-piercing sounds of chopping and collision instantly appeared in the air. That originally pulls the wind very much. The Lord of the Soul Realm Idolas. At this moment like a rag picker, the whole body is bruised and battered. That set of mighty armor is completely scrapped. Just a few pieces of debris left sticking to the body. The Divine Sword Heavenly Father didn't have much of a reaction. His expression appeared to be very bland. A green light quickly rose out from above his body, wrapping around the Divine Sword Heavenly Father's body. The moment the flame-filled sword stabbed into the green light on Lin Tian's body, it quickly exploded, and the exploding flames were absorbed by the green light in a brain. However, if not this risky strategy, then only sitting ducks. Wait until that big sure gathered more cultivators. Its power day by day huge up. I'm afraid that in the future, even if it is a set of Heavenly One clan and the power of the 100 Clans Alliance, may not be able to win over him. Therefore, Lu Yu did not think about it, even if some of the other lords in the world received his letter of request for help. In the face of the 100,000 Liaodong army led by Lu Bu, I am afraid that even the Xiongnu Iron Cavalry would not dare to stand up to it. Not to mention that the fighting strength is far less than that of the Xiongnu Iron Cavalry, and they are these miscellaneous armies. The aura is a lot stronger. Could it be that his cultivation broke through while refining the Emperor Cold Flame? The Icefire Sword King wondered. After the two landed, they retreated backwards. Only this time, Dongfang Qing was a few more steps out, and in terms of distance, there was more than 10 feet out by Zhou Yunfeng. However, Dian Wei accomplished it, and this is the great effect of using strategy and using psychological warfare. and for Dian Wei to be able to start using strategy instead of just relying on bravery against the enemy. This is already a great improvement for Dian Wei. This is what pleased Wang Tianjie the most. Chapter 194, Quake Rat Plan on the agenda. What does Ms. Jiang mean by that? Like criminals? Jiang Shiyan replied to him. The conference room instantly erupted in an uproar. The data I learned from the internet currently, there are still a lot of criminals lurking in the territory of the state of China. And there are quite a lot of related people arrested every year. And most of these criminals have undergone specific training and will keep their mouths shut about their missions. And we will certainly not take, out of the spirit of international humanitarianism. The Lang Extraordinary looked at Luo Feng for a moment and eventually sneered, turning around and returning to his quarters. In his eyes, this was all supposed to be a joke. Oh, surnamed Ma, you are quite calm. I so molested your horse. You are not angry. Are you still not a man? Big Eyes provocatively stared at Ma Yi, then smugly laughed. His Minders also giggled with him. As a matter of fact, Xiao Wei didn't have any memory of what exactly she and Zulus had become like this because of. All she knew was that she and her mom were bullied by bad people, and her mom took herself and ran away in order not to be bullied by the bad guys. Then, they could never go back. Sister Reaver, I'm really sorry. If it wasn't for my father's words that I must bring this item back, I wouldn't have fought with you. Sister. Bufong naturally saw the hostile gazes cast over from all around, and instantly smiled helplessly before arching his hand towards Bai Civet Air and said. The red aura in Imo Jiao's eyes grew brighter and brighter, emitting a strong bloody intent, and with a wave of his arm, the huge and incomparable corpse went up in smoke. Long Fugue's words filled with panic echoed in this quiet space, only to fall in Long Jintian and Long Zhejiang's ears but seemed particularly harsh, causing the two men's facial muscles to resist shaking twice, their hearts itching to give this coward 2 slaps. The Qin Nuan in the mirror was not wearing heavy makeup or bright lipstick, she just appeared clean, plain and quiet. Being praised by Yu Tianxian, Zhuo Lin's face instantly and uncontrollably showed joy, but not waiting for this joy to expand. Yu Tianxuan's words then turned around and said with a straight face, not hungry, let's hurry first. Situ Yan clipped the horse's belly, that is, she galloped away. Duan Muxian did not hesitate for a moment and followed closely behind. Mo Feng and Mo Yu were naturally protecting the two masters and followed closely behind. The Dark Knight does not dare to be distracted for a moment. Among the 5 he has the worst martial arts, so he is even more vigilant. Before the beginning of winter, the auxiliary generals with 30,000 soldiers rushed to the border city to defend against the Hughes with the garrison generals, and escorted a batch of grain and grass to Yuzhou with the army to be used as military food. But Lu Haoran drove the car away with a direct kick of the gas. There was no time for Xiao Yuer to get on the car. Could it be that he knew about her situation in the Wang family? And what did he want to do? She couldn't help but think wildly. But Uncle Xiahou Yuan was close to him, and the other party would surely come and find a way to protect him. Su Tianji sat in the shade of the green, looking at the soldiers who were negligent in preparing for battle in all directions, and seemed to have thought of something in his heart, and suddenly threw back his face and laughed. So this connection is the recognition contract? How peculiar. After Li Chou touched the seal, the feeling became clearer, only to see Qin Lai's figure sway. In the blink of an eye, he retreated in front of his wife and son. A sword came to the 8 directions to shake. A sentence out of the sheath gasped through the sky. Chen Yun naturally could not imagine that Xiao Bai had already considered there, and Xiao Bai happily went to the new school to report. In the BMW, Xiao Yuer sat on the co-pilot, so she lightly and familiarly turned on the music in the car, listening to the colonel's angry roar. The rest of the helicopters above a few sergeants, but not at all indifferent. Li Buxian's figure flashed, and the blade was already on Song Shiryun's snow-white neck, cutting a slash from which blood spilled out, drenching Song Shiryun's collar in bright red. Chapter 195, Kittens will get fat if they eat sweets. It was Juju who pushed the door in. Juju did not expect their Yen team is also in the conference room. At first glance it seems to have crashed the good things of the Yen team. After meeting the eyes of the Yen team, Juju hated to hide his pause of knocking on the door. Can't you be 2 minutes late? There's no rush. Sister Juju, is something wrong? Jiang Shiyan asked. Juju pretended to be calm and said, Yen, the secretary is looking for you. Jiang Shiyan grabbed a sip of milk tea. Now Fang Yuanjin would lead Yang Feng to execute the first step of the plan, while Chen Tianfeng would execute the second step with Fang Ting. She just felt ridiculous that she was still harboring illusions about the Ji family after all this. Hopefully old lady Ji was simply concerned about her. The Long clan was a great clan of physical arts, and was most adept at the use of force, and after learning all of the Long clan's physical arts, Long Xian already had a very deep understanding of the use of force, and was considered to be proficient in this way. He was also not expecting that when he was mercilessly discarded by his own teammates, It was actually Li Emotion who stepped in to save him, but because it was growing inside this remote promenade again, it seemed very insignificant. Stealing a look from the window side, just there is a patient inside, only to see Beitong wrong in his usual position to see the patient's face calmly to diagnose people, but also a little decent. She wanted to say something, but didn't say anything for a long time, just silently went back to the electric department with me. Wang Commander-in-Chief is stout and dignified, and although he is old he is radiant, giving people a feeling of stability like Mount Taishan. Time to withdraw. Zhou Chen placed the advanced firepower into the black case beside him. Just as he was about to close the box, his palm inexplicably stopped in the air. What's going on? Is there danger? Feeling abnormal, Zhou Chen didn't think much and immediately prepared to go down the mountain. No wonder Grandma Duo had been able to spend many years with Xian Heng. The moment he made a sound, it made his heart clear. Lu Pengfei from his brothers selected 5 bold and able to fight also joined in. The others did not tell them the specific action, just let them in accordance with their own orders to bring people to monitor the Black Tiger them and the east of the city demolition of that residential area respectively. There is a situation at any time to report. After the discussion was over, Lu Dahai went to set a new course, while Yi Tian took Yen Bing back to his room and prepared to rest. In the previous battle with Yen Bing, although on the surface, he had won a great victory and had tossed Yen Bing around. Li Ming don't take in mercy. The 3 of their souls have already been taken out by the world-destroying demon dragon. Kill her, the water of the ancient heavenly river said. And the original dark green caterpillar also underwent a huge change. Its color gradually became lighter, green, cyan, and finally turned into pure white as lamb's fat jade. In Yen Jinhao's opinion, this matter is very simple. This matter was originally started by Chao Guohao and the others. They were also the ones who took the lead. The main responsibility for the matter was naturally on their side as well. How could he not have expected to run a spa today and be met with gunfire and a blocker being used? A loud noise came from underground. The earth sent vibrations to the ground, and the ruins of the building that had just collapsed again, and a large pit appeared on the ground. Wang Ke drove his own BMW away, pulling his companion away, only to leave looking at Zhang Wei full of resentment. It is still your majesty who is thoughtful, Feng Shi complimented, then asked, Your majesty, there is one thing that still requires you to take an idea. Destroy the 3 realms? Doesn't this void saint want to transcend the heavens? Zhou Kai was also a bit stunned when he heard such news at first. How on earth do you have such a pure pronunciation? Zhao Qianquan finally couldn't help himself and looked at Zhang Yuya incredulously. Not to mention, the past 2 days of fun is quite enjoyable. This all of a sudden idle seems to be a little uncomfortable. Chapter 196 SSSS Great Animal Blind Boxes. Without waiting for the system to speak, an alarm sounded in my head. Warning! 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 Zhang Shurian nailed the kitchen knife in his hand directly onto the cutting board with force, startling Tian who was helping out on the side. A few moments later, the points are stuck at -100 million. Looking at the series of zeros, Zhang Shurian gasped and laughed. Dare I do a quest and owe you guys points for a small goal? Found it! Under the bed. A loud shout. In the eyes of the crowd, a combat value detector was searched out under Song Yunlong's bed. Ko Qingqing understood, and with 2 consecutive slashes to force the guards in front of him back, she leaped forward and retreated to the side. Yi Xiu didn't think much about it. After all, the reason Xia Xinyu said was really quite possible. The top expert Fang Lao, plus the siege of the elites of the special warfare team, this twofold insurance, under the twofold ambush, the chance of packing Yi Xiu away, is still very high. The old winehead's voice echoed in Lu Xii's mind, lingering over and over again. In the lonely lights in front of his eyes, it was as if the figure of Chen Xuandu drinking freely was flashed in front of his eyes. Drinking is that regrettable human fireworks. After the wine is sound, the wild poetry absolute sword. Towards Lu 13 show a touch of smile. He called the teenager senior, naturally an honorific based on strength. Of course, he did not have an approximation of the age of Manhwa Qingping in his heart, nor did he venture to speculate. Speaking of which, it seemed like they hadn't been back in 3 or 4 months, and the most recent time they had seen each other was 3 months ago, when the child's grandmother made the trip by car because she missed her grandson. Dorian said, speaking of which, we were a little surprised earlier, but we made a subtle discovery that the only way to not be disturbed by the outside magnetic field is to be in one of the rooms. What you guys? Now you and we are all in the same boat. It's us you know, Sam retorted softly. Jiang Feng collected his thoughts and looked at Guqi. Killing chance flashed in his eyes. This person, in the future, will grow into the world-shocking Emperor Guqi. To kill, or not to kill? He sent Mu Jing and the others to Russia to solve this hidden danger. But when it came down to it, Jiang Feng was a bit hesitant. Not because of Liu Badian, but because of Russia. The young man smiled, okay, and winked at the two shades, who backed away. When Princess Yu shouted this, all the guests' gazes fell on us, and I couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to burrow into it, twisting twice as hard as I could to break free of his hand, but he wrapped his arms around me even tighter. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The whole thing seems like we're here for a free meal. Brother Kong, if there's anything we need to do, you arrange it. Zhang Mengsoul looked up at me and said. As I said that, I raised my hand and nonchalantly proceeded to punch down towards Xue Xiaoge's face. Once, Chen Yang thought of many kinds of possibilities after meeting Lu Shangxiang again in the quiet late night, the kind of you and me, and also thought of the possibility that he would be scolded by Lu Shangxiang, whacked by Lu Shangxiang, or even a slap. Pema Kadroba looked at me for a moment, subconsciously caressing her right rib cage. Her brows slightly tightened. It looked like her injury was still very serious. I thought to myself that even if she was looking for me to take revenge, I'm here anyway, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Transportation of this problem is relatively easy to solve. I go to buy a deep-sea fishing with the kind of large nets, strong and durable. 100 or 10 tons of things pocketed up is not a problem. By the time I transported the silver ingots to the beach, how do you want to dispose of it? Are good to do more. As soon as her words fell, Emosia immediately stretched out a hand towards me, and I threw Emosia a look that I'll settle the score with you later, before placing my right hand in his palm and letting him hold it tightly. But after she opened her eyes, after glancing around in all directions, her eyes finally stopped on Yuchi Yufei. Feeling Yang Xiuying's familiar breath, soft petite body, I instantly froze on the spot, my arms stiffly placed on both sides. Did not continue to blame, no imagined storm. She actually took the initiative to embrace me. Chapter 197, Are you really Jiang Shiyan? Jiang Shiyan arrived at the police station, and Jing Ye was the first to greet her, rubbing against the side of her foot cloyingly after she got out of the car. Immediately after that, Jing Ye smelled what seemed to be something alive in Jiang Shiyan's backpack, and it stood up and sniffed, seeming to hear a faint sound. Meow? Jing Ye looked at Jiang Shiyan without understanding. Jiang Shiyan made a shoe gesture and squatted down to touch the furry head of the experience, and then suddenly realized that one of its. Alright, then we won't bother you with your work. Let's go. After saying that, Nanrika hurriedly carried out the 3 boxes of bullets, then pulled up Nakoka Asami and headed outside. At this moment, in the north of Hadong, Hebei, Hunan and other places, the killing was dark. Countless people died. A scene of doom. However, thousands of miles away in Fujian Road, in the ancient city of Xuanzhou, everything is so peaceful and calm, and it seems that it has not been affected by the flames of war at all. Naturally, there are proofs. Don't believe me? Look. As Nangong Ping was saying that, the doppelganger immediately shot the 7-colored soulstone sphere to make an image file, and now Nangong Ping took it out and played it for Fenglan to see. The words came to a crashing halt as she saw the hand I chopped at her make a graceful arc in midair, chopping at her own hand that was pressed against her abdomen. Since becoming emperor, Zhao Park has not slept a comfortable sleep. The Jin army's coercion, the oppression of the ministers, and the difficulty of practicing army, in short, all kinds of fragmented things, has already made him exhausted. Want to sleep a good sleep, but also very difficult to have a good mood. It was the western expedition with Arabia, and if it hadn't run into An Lushan's rebellion, Gao Shinji would have fought his way back. The oncoming sunlight, bright and dazzling, sprinkled down on his body and coated it with a unique layer of light, while the collapsed mana in his body began to slowly coalesce under the infiltration of some of the sun's Jing Qi. In the original, for one thing, the author wouldn't give a direct account of it, and for another, the second part is, after all, a Jedi God story, so it wouldn't be appropriate to have a dragon thing going on. It is only the pseudo-Qi army, and exterminating as many as possible will not be of the slightest use. Only the extermination of the Jin army, the extermination of the main force of the Jin army, is the big dish. I'll go up for a bit. Li Yi, this man, had just pushed down Takashiro Shei, and now he came to Takashiro Yuriko, and he didn't know what the hell he had in mind. However, he was obviously overthinking it. If it was that easy, wouldn't all the continent's cultivators be praying for themselves to be struck by lightning every day? Putting on his shoes and getting out of bed, he walked over to the table and sat down, pouring a cup of water and holding the teacup with trembling hands. I got beat up. I couldn't beat him. I lost convincingly, but that guy pissed me off. Nyoli sat on his butt opposite Louis and slapped the table and grunted. Early in the morning, he slowly withdrew his arm from his wife's pillow, and then, as gently as he could without waking her or his son, he quickly went downstairs to wash and change his clothes. Did not return to the Shangfu? Then where did it go? Frowning tightly, Xiao Ruo, where have you been hiding? Why, after so many years, still refuse to forgive me? At this time Lin Yuran suddenly remembered Jun Ziyu. She still remembered that Zhang Shunfeng was very respectful to him at that time. Could it be that he was included in this plan? Quite here. The eyes were unconsciously moist again. Drinking ink in front of the various generals. Suddenly got up. Then walked back to his compartment secretly sad tears. I took it over and looked at it. And it was actually the unique armor material of Interdragon. And it was a superior black color. This thing is made into clothes to wear on the body, can be invulnerable to swords and guns. The swords and guns I said are laser guns and laser knives. The cold weapons here are not to mention. Entering the second level of the Mage Tower, it felt like the surroundings were more or less the same as those on the first level. To say it was different? That would be that Chen Cheng teleported over to this chilling place. Chapter 198. No way. You lied to me. Can't go wrong. The system that discovered the truth affirmed. Are we just going to let these wild systems bind hosts at will and do wrong in the dimensional world? Jiang Shiyan said with dissatisfaction. Of course not. The Blue Star people have a saying called, the net of heaven is wide open. Even if he didn't take the initiative to expose it, our law enforcement team will find it and destroy it, and will definitely not allow the wild systems stray to privately bind the host outside, and bound to the forest. Sticking out of a dark corner, it swung straight up, the pant legs dirty and rotten, the exposed skin frozen and bruised. This place is only 100 meters away from the Golden Garden. After Yen Chen's visual inspection, a cannon will definitely directly blast away there, but I'm afraid this building will suffer. Chai Jiayin also froze, twisting her head to look at Demang, who was blocking the muzzle of the gun with her body, and tears instantly flowed down her face. Jing'o was completely unprepared, his eyes staring at her as she took his hand, foolishly being led by her. Every time she took another step further in her family's status, she remembered how San Lu was doused in blood to protect her. She had no expression on her face, but she couldn't stop her tears and didn't speak, worrying Lu Jia enough to take Yuan Wan to the hospital for a checkup with a tug of her apron. Lu Dafeng committed suicide. Several sons of the Lu family were sentenced to be beheaded, and all the others were sent to Qiangzhou. Yuan Ruan's eyes slowly fell from the corner of the other party's eyes to Qin Shei's hand, and after seeing the teeth marks and blood stains it dawned on him. Fu Jingchu is simply a devilish existence for Yi Chu, and since she met Fu Jingchu, she feels that her life has changed drastically. Zhao Yujian and San Lu were close friends. Before San Lu was able to comprehend the sword intent, it was through Zhao Yujian's selfless help, and Zhao Yujian knew what San Lu really cared about. However, at this time, the two of them were no longer people who could talk to each other as they wished. She knew the antidote was being dropped off today? Soy hadn't bothered to ask for her microtext back, remembering that she didn't seem to have told Fang about it. Seeing that Ranald had already made up his mind, Balandayan could only do as he was told and went down to contact the people of the Demon Slave. The monk courtyard usually preach sutra sermon, although there are also many faith good listening, but rarely such a movement. Scared that the older knowledgeable monk's heart a shock, feet nearly unsteady. When she finished speaking, her hand pointed vaguely at the send button, and she looked at Brother Yu with a smirk. His eyes widened in shock. He's a peaceful governor. What does he need to do to train soldiers? These laborers are just grateful for the governor's kindness and are extraordinarily obedient. Although Luo Tianyi wanted the grenade gun in Reynolds' hand more than this pistol, he could only honestly put this pistol away. After all, he couldn't beat Reynolds either. Moreover, this was novice training. If he grabbed it by force, he might fail the mission. Just so Mercedes close to a month, Kong Rascalong finally walked out from this wilderness. According to his understanding, this place is really a square, if not at the end of the city wall seen straight into the sky. Before also stayed in the Starsea world not a short period of time. Kong Rascalong is still very difficult to adapt to such a place. Seeing the parliamentary SWAT surrounded by layers of police, and the dragon cavalry with full-bodied mechanical skeletons and giant wooden barn cannons stepping on the brickwork, Suyi's whole body seemed to be doused with ice water, cold and stiff. It was noon and the sun was shining on the deck, a little too much even for a winter's day. Bourne was casting off his useless fishing rod and running to the kitchen to bake muffins. Yuwori drove Tom to school, probably because of yesterday's blind date, rare on the way to school. He was very good and did not mention the matter of finding a man for Yuwori again. Who doesn't know that place has people from both the underworld and the white world? And Di Qianin knew it well enough to actually bring someone to that place. It's too bold. Chapter 199, your system has finally done something. Fortunately, the doctor rushed over before, and at this moment, he was also able to rush in at the first opportunity to carry out emergency resuscitation on the sudden onset of Lin Dabing, and initially judged it to be an epileptic seizure. Ah! The doctor exclaimed. Because there were cockroach larvae crawling down the back of Lin Dabing's hand, he hurriedly stood up and shook his hand vigorously to shake the cockroach larvae out. At the sound of the noise, Jingya quickly scurried into the interrogation room, and at the sight of those blackened on the floor, until Master Chi voiced out, wanting to claim the whip back. Qinjiu was only at this point as if he was waking up from a big dream. The space here was not big, and the space where he was just now was almost the same. But what surprised Lin Ling even more was that the 8 directions of this space, there were 8 caves, and the octagonal directions were clearly engraved on the top of each of the caves as well. When Shishio took out her own snow-white handkerchief and wiped her palms, somehow sweating so much, Qinju was looking at her with good grace, that one folding fan gently tapping on his palm again, one after the other, as if it were a moving rhythm. And now, the Jingzhou Shirshu group, Izhou Shirshu group, offended the light, ran to fight a war, wanted to get some benefits, and now the loss of even the bottom of the pants are not there. What took you guys so long to come? A middle-aged fat man dressed in green clothes walked towards the 3 of them while smiling warmly at Lin Ling. Grandpa, you've been biased for so many years. I didn't think you'd still be so unfair until you die. What's so good about this bastard? Isn't it just a bandwagon? As for making you so rare? Shang Yun's eldest sister then scolded as well. Mrs. Zhao nodded and without saying anything else, left Qin Zhou's room. She took one step and turned back 3 times, very reluctant. At the spring banquet, I will sing a song once again with a cup of green wine. I wish you 1,000 years. I wish you a healthy body. And I wish you to be like the swallows on the beam and to see each other for many years to come. Those yin-yang masters who were manipulated by the big Tengu and had already turned against him. After seeing this pink glow, they all actually stiffened, and then turned around in unison once again, looking at the big Tengu and the Ibaraki boy with an angry face. A unicorn roar came out, and the crowd saw a unicorn, as if it was born out of chaos, with a pair of unicorn horns that danced like flames, and eyes that were eye-catching. As for the ghost mother, at this moment, she also let out a miserable scream, and her figure, which was speeding along, also violently lurched, and then, a pfft sound was heard, but it was she who spewed out a mouthful of ghostly chi, and even her body's chi, all fell down in an instant. Fu Wenyan couldn't pull himself out of it for a long time. The scene of Fu Xinghe collapsing into the flames kept looping in his mind. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't a dream. There wasn't a time when he was more lucid than right now to know that everything that just happened was real. Li Chang looked at these 2 new recruits. The darkness managed to hide his face. Yen Broiwei and Xiao Yingji and Too Tired. They all did not see in the expression on Li Chang's face surprise, admiration, anticipation, and even a faint jealousy. All kinds of emotions mixing with each other to form a complex to the extreme expression. Normally, the higher the cultivation realm, the stronger the physical body, and the more difficult it would be to repair it once there was great damage. However, after Yang Gang and Ding Yao truly displayed an attitude of fighting to the death, for a moment, in turn, no cultivator was willing to do this head out. Han Yu bitterly told Ma Feng Ho, if the invoice, he is more likely to be beaten. In the cell for a night, show non-Kate show into more than 14,000 yuan. Normal father will usually beat. The crowd dispersed, Li Ku alone to the room, but just as he was about to enter the cave, but saw a scene that called him shocked. A man's back is reflected in the window. What does this mean? Li Ku's head buzzed, flying up a kick to kick open the door of the room, and broke in. Up ahead, we encountered some people in our way. However, these were just the remnants of those golden people, and their blocking in front of us was tantamount to a mantis, and we spent almost no effort, directly crushing them to break through. Chapter 200, Guide Dog Stolen. Blind Pianist Seeks Help. It's an SSSS animal. The system was even confused when it saw the grade. Guaranteed S grade. Shouldn't it be out of S grade? How come it's suddenly out of SSSS grade? Endangered protected animals. The system stared in a trance at the rating scale about blind box animals, wondering when its host had gotten so European. Jiang Shiyan was also greatly shocked inside. 4S's endangered and protected animals? What is it? Huaijin, 2 glass doors away, turned his head to see him walking away with the burly passenger cop on his shoulder, the 2 of them not knowing what they were talking about. At the moment, she was even more itching to know how he had built a friendship with in battle and run during her absence from the game. Strong Man was about to say, how the 6 princes found, then how the spectacle. Haze 10,000 paths Reichi thousands of heavenly colored clouds and play fairy music, and then colorful clouds into rain. 8 counties 100 years is bound to wind and rain. Which? Li Jingyi glanced at Yu Shang, her eyes twinkling, her palms clenched together, as if to sit on the fact that the 2 are indeed dating. A number of intimate photos of the 2 have been circulating online. Ling Juanzi was already injured and his mind was groggy, and when this series of questions came out, the look on his face became tangled, and he was half speechless. It was good to be excited for a long time before these 2 people calmed down a little bit, and then they started to resist gossiping. When the 2 arrived at the cafeteria, Lin Cha found a seat and let Qin Emotion sit down. and went to stand in line to buy food himself, and after eating it, Tom Rue also ignored Li Yu who was on the side, and directly stuffed his fingers into his mouth, sucking on them non-stop, as if there was still some deliciousness left on them. April in Jiangnan. It is a good spring. Warm sunshine, tied a ponytail of casual late-morning curtains slightly droop looking at the phone. The side of the face is quiet and soft. Dynasty simply suspected that he had a hearing problem. What was the matter with Kongan that this dam still dared to show love in front of the boss, the soldier who had doubts in his heart, although he was very puzzled by Zhang Ji's order. However, after he saw Zhang Ji, a little angry, for the sake of his own safety, he had no choice but to go and execute his order. Before the Heavenly Origin Sex Sentinel directions reacted, a mangy man-like figure leapt down from the Mang bird in a flip, and behind him followed a string of people dressed in black clothes and black armor. I don't know if it's Luo Xian's illusion. The Mang bird that carried them seemed to be a lot more laborious than normal, and once the people got out of the way the Mang bird escaped as if it was also flying away. Said and couldn't help but gently dropped 2 kisses on it. At this time, Xiao Xiaohua finally saved enough strength, raised his hand, gave him a head slap, and while it would actually work to have Skywolf do the speech, it would be far from very effective, and it's highly unlikely that Broken Wolf would agree to it if he did so. These informants and their media to deal with, which is not to get some money. Well, how can it be unwilling to penetrate their own? They must be hoping that their own news can be sold for more money. Splat a tea shattered in front of Eunuch Fang's toes, frightening Eunuch Fang into shivering for a moment, only to see Consort Liang staring with bulging eyes, gloomy danger brewing in her eyes, and then look at her hands. They are tightly gripping the couch-side armrests, the whitened knuckles showing the anger she is holding back. After completing the hospitalization procedures, Lin Shen had a few tubes of blood drawn from him, and he pressed the wound on his finger as he followed criminal from Lian through the long hospital ward. Han Shan involuntarily shivered, and his heart had secretly resolved that even if there were a few divine weapons hidden here, he would not enter here again. Although the treasure hand was tantalizing, there was no point in asking for more treasures if he didn't even have a life. Finally the fox's tail is showing, and the fact that she's not wearing the dress herself shows that there is indeed something wrong with it. Chapter 201 Change of Plans. Show me. Jiang Shiyan took the phone handed over by Tian Tian. It was a video taken during the driving process, and the background was at night, only to see a large truck driving on the national highway, just as a gust of wind blew the curtain at the back of the truck, which was filled with countless iron cages, which were stuffed with dogs. Netizens shot the images. Those cages are small and worn out, originally only enough to hold a dog cage but stuffed with 3 or 4, crowded together even. After Li Haochun captured the Dugu order, the line of people went back to the middle army tent with great vigor. Li Haochun once again ascended the tent to order the generals. Li Haochun made good in the martial chair, looked at the following kneeling on the ground tied up Dugu order. His face was like frost and his eyes were like lightnings. All people could see that at this moment Li Haochun was obviously very angry. So you don't have to worry that I will go on Zhu Jiangwo's path, Yu Qingyang hurriedly explained. Lifting water to the nearest hill, short conveying distances, fewer elbows, and high effective utilization of centrifugal pump head. Are the city lord's eyes the eyes of an eagle, hitting it when he says it's a hit, or a 600-meter red heart? The beasts whispered, each sentence inseparable from marveling. As soon as the words fell, Shu Tianpeng had already struck out with an axe, and the ancient cave in Peach Mountain that had been sealed by the rocks in front of him was instantly split in half. The elders of the other 3 countries all sighed in a low voice, knowing full well that these words were nothing more than words of comfort. The exit was positioned directly above where it was located, so how could they possibly need to rush over? After explaining everything, Gao Yuki, who came from downstairs, was hesitant to leave under the lighted building of Detective Mori's office. This has always been a person under 10,000 people in the Bai family. When has he ever suffered such aggravation? Hong Zi's sudden enthusiasm startled Gao Wei, and such a reversal was quite overwhelming. In fact, the original Dr. Strange had long ago gone back in time through the time gem to inform his teacher, the Ancient One, that when the time gem disappeared, it was the signal for the Avengers to begin their counterattack, and all those who went back to the past through the quantum realm also knew the plan. Today, there are lights and colors everywhere in the clan, and I heard other disciples say that they understand that it's the young patriarch's wedding. Do you know whose wedding it is between him and who? Ji Wuing faintly asked. These magicians were like bombers in mid-air, and ordinary humans had no power to resist, screaming miserably. When saying 23 recognized that he wasn't Hui Yenju at a glance and was forced to admit his identity and ended up getting injured. Shadow sneakily raised his eyes only to see Hui Yenju's mouth hanging with a smile at the corners. Simply put, gravity is not a simple force, it has the effect of not just attracting, but of bending the space around it in a straight line. So, the light is not around the black hole because it is attracted. but the space around the black hole distorts the trajectory. How about we make a deal? I remember you humans love to trade. The dragon-type monster roared from high in the sky. Chu Tian looked at the demonic beast just wandering back and forth in the vicinity, but the other party did not notice the situation over here. Chu Tian saw that the other party just glanced at their side and then moved away. For the next 2 days, Chu Tian's few people had been hunting demonic beasts in the vicinity. In 2 days' time, Chu Tian had collected another 4 grade 3 demonic cores and 4 grade 3 demonic beast corpses. Of course, the level 2 demonic beasts demonic cores and level 2 demonic beasts corpses were also harvested quite a bit. Then his abdomen rolled, and he only felt that all the blood in his body had evaporated, and a large amount of plasma spilled out of his pores. After all, when Chu Tian and the others weren't around, Uncle Hua was the direct leader of this base, and his weapons were definitely a lot stronger than the other soldiers. 2 fools, Shi Chang, who had already completely entered that special state, suddenly shouted at 2 fools after sensing something strange behind him, and at the same time, Shi Chang's body that had already been bent down suddenly fell to the ground at once, and then rolled to the side with several consecutive tumbles. Chapter 202, What if I tear you apart? This voice is the voice of that Tiger King in the forest zoo. Han Shuja explained. Previously, we purposely went to the forest zoo to collect the voices of those animals you're familiar with, and then based on the information you provided, we meticulously analyzed the voice and analyzed the data obtained from the emotional fluctuations. Soon, a line was displayed on the electronic screen. Humans can be so annoying. All they know how to do all day long is to take a broken thing and hang around in front of this great king. Ow. After Sun Xiangmei went in, she began to stare at the finished baby sleeping bag, staring at the steps Wu Yunqing and the others took to make the baby sleeping bag. Not only that, even Xuan and Aunt Gui were able to receive care and have a better life in the inner house. Didn't you guys say that the total box office result wouldn't be more than 300 million? But it turns out that people just splashed 300 million in one day's box office. Do you think the face hurts? It's hard to say. Ask Shifu Maiden, maybe she'll know. Man Jiang Hong exhaled a rare breath without coughing. A white shadow fluttering out. It is the white ruler. Old man took shape. His clothes white fluttering, although only a shadow. Eyebrows and hair are clearly recognizable. At first glance with the living no different. Dong Yue was shocked by this thought of his own, looking at Kong Rohai nodding his head and following behind Wolf King Wolf Tsangyi. I have to go back to my cultivation. Bye. Xiaoyi finished with a slight nod. Then his figure flickered and he disappeared. Lingzi had gone around in such a big circle for no other reason than that she wanted him to stop staying in the logistics department to spend daily time with her and have a permanent post at the academy bit. As he watched Rydius curiously holding the fragment and examining it, he thought to himself that this way he wasn't really breaking his promise to Kardashian. And as to whether Rydius could comprehend that this was the stigma fragment that matched her the most, it was up to her own creation. Without you, how can Ninger live well? How can she live well? Father, you are right. You can't be trusted. Really can't be trusted. Promised so many things, but failed to do even one of them. The reason was simple. People who had never eaten meat since birth could not stand whatever their stomachs ate in Jingyang Zhuangzi. Sui and Gongsun Yi seemed to be very familiar with what Su Xiao would say at the dinner table, and just smiled as they listened to her talk about the food in the south of the sky and did not answer. What should be done is still what should be done. Even though such a big thing happened to the Jin family, but for Cho Chi and Jian Yen, it has no effect at all. It's as if it has nothing to do with them. Thinking of Shiling Jing, she couldn't help but go to the snow domain space and look around. Shiling Jing was still seriously meditating at the moment, suppressing the toxins. He had already sworn in his heart that he would never hurt Su Xia again. Yet after this reunion, he seemed to have been doing things that would hurt her. Although he himself is also in the surroundings of the Wall of Qi, if he performs the unattached, thousands of palm shadow power in this confined space outbreaks, no internal breath protection of their own, the palm shadow pouncing, falling on the body is bound to suffer great damage. My tears fell uncontrollably, and the days that I didn't find so romantic turned out to be the past that my heart longed for the most. There is no hurry in this matter. The army for the north is still in the midst of the conquest. However, Li Yashi's accomplishments are truly outstanding and can be rewarded favorably. Fang Xianling made a final decision on this matter. Cheng Lingzi looked at Ouyang Ming and said, "Why? There is such a thing." Then he looked at the crowd and said, "All the senior disciples lead their disciples to the meditation hall. It would be bad to tell everyone to wait too long." The crowd received the order and led their respective disciples to the meditation hall. The whole army generals moved greatly. Sun Suzhouyu is also in the army tent. The two of them looked at each other. This year, Dong Hang's name has long been known to everyone. Xia Ziyue obviously understands how to hang out in the entertainment industry better than OC, who called to say she could make time to record tomorrow night. Chapter 203, The Big Cock That Wields Might and Fortune. What way? Is it the one rumored on the internet that can summon small animals in a 10-mile radius? The girl lowered her voice, but still couldn't stop her excitement. Jiang Shurian cried and laughed. That's all just rumors on the internet. How can I have that kind of ability? If I really wanted to, the state would have already arrested me for dissection and research. But can't you communicate and talk to them? I've only studied with some professors in zoology to learn some of the relevant knowledges. But didn't you just say that computers and biological information are not compatible? Over here, Xia Yun asked again. And Xia Mingzhao was also confused in the same way. Shen Yun was able to feel that a power that was of the same origin as him immediately surged out from the Qin dragon sword, drilling into his body and running according to the Qin Yuan heavenly skill. This power was huge, but it was not as violent as it had been when he was trying to refine the dragon ring fire element. Inside the Doom blimp, our mercenaries sat calmly, waiting for the landing operation later, watching the enemy being shot at continuously. Summer still felt no relief, and the thumb pressing down on the firing didn't let go in the slightest. Sister-in-law must believe me. I am sincere. Jing Xian was so shameless that he followed her closely and walked in front of her, even wanting to reach out and touch that delicate and colorful face. What's going on? Stalker was shocked to see that he only had 5% of his power left. This level of power was only enough for him to walk. Running was absolutely impossible. How? What kind of power is this? Ding Zuolin's eyes widened, his heart incomparably shocked. Now that I have offended quite a few people at the auction, even the city lord's mansions, I'm afraid they won't rest easily. I must leave before they are ready, Xia Zishuan said, knowing very well in his heart that middle-aged man was not a broad-minded person and would definitely retaliate against him. Vajra turned on the fleet radio communication so that all personnel throughout the fleet could see what was going on here, and Summer extended her hand to Shen Shilin. Inlaid with gold-embedded treasure windows and lattices are covered by a thick layer of Chinese cover. The carriage leisurely traveling in the street. The wheels crushed the snow, issued a creak-creak sound. Inside the luxurious carriage, there was a curl of smoke. Mu Xuefu leaned on Jing Rong, yawning repeatedly, as the carriage shook and shook. Drowsiness kept surging up. He sensed a demonic aura emanating from the snake, and figured it wasn't that easy of a fellow to deal with. On her way from the imperial capital to Skywolf City, she had killed a late second-stage snow jade python by crossing over, and although the process was a bit of a fluke, she thought that she also possessed the experience to kill with late second-stage ferocious beasts. Lang Xinghan could never have imagined that in the moment when he was in the middle of his deepest thoughts, something unexpected had happened. Although it was true that she was not Morone Lingyu, she was very unhappy to have someone recognize her. Lu Yong looked at the expression on her face, first a frown, and then the more wrinkled the tighter. In Lu Yong are thought to do their own dishes out of the problem. Lu Meng's eyebrows and suddenly stretch open, faces full of a wave of pleasure expression. That happy look makes Lu Yong cannot help but think of their movement to the most intense when Lu Meng's expression. The two old men retired, and the two masters appeared almost simultaneously. The youth with disdain, feeling that Chi Kai was suspected of faking. This is Chi-Chi's bed. What gives you the right to live here? Also, if you want to move in, have you gone through the consent of our dormitory people? Xia Rushue spoke without giving an inch. She said this in a rather calm tone. It was as if she wasn't the one that the vicious Gina Mouth hated to death. There really isn't any other method? Spirit Moon lowered her eyes in contemplation for a long time and looked at Su Xian somewhat helplessly. Yen Bei noticed that the strongest members of the three clans had effectively organized themselves and gathered in battle formation again, and continued to continuously impact the ancient beasts. And under their uninterrupted battle consumption, the altar's holy chi was really weakening and fading away. And this scene, when he looked at it in his eyes, really made him move. Chapter 204, What to do with it? The sparrows, who were bullied by the big rooster, were happy to see him being beaten and cried out in the air. Well played! Well played! Shoot it! The bold sparrow even rushed up and pecked the big roosters but hard before quickly flying back into the air. The large rooster wailed in pain, but its neck was tightly pinched by Han Shuja, and it could hardly breathe, let alone scream. One of the sparrows landed on Jiang Shurian's. After all, Jiang Zi estimated that Ling Feng's attention was probably on String Zi's jade feet right now. A big girl who has not yet married and given birth to a child, with a relatively fat buttock, was already quite embarrassed, and as a result, she was also given the nickname of Big Bottle by Hu Yannan, which made Gu Jianpain unable to raise her head for a long time, and she had quite a lot of complaints about Hu Yannan. Fang Yu braved the wind and waves and walked to the bow of the boat. The waves struck the hull and splashed up, dripping and spilling onto his body. After dinner and a lunch break, Gu Hongwan went to school, so Du Lei treated Gu Jinjun again with Jiaoingzi. Han Sui did us a favor, but he's bound to have something in mind as well. Yu Shang didn't believe in someone who had no desires and focused on doing good without asking for anything in return. Du Lei, who was talking to Hu Yannan, saw the scene and hurriedly tried to rush over to stop it, but was held back by Hu Yannan. Is there really a Heart of Mirror river in the world? Han Sui had heard rumors a few times before, and people with all sorts of intentions had gone there, but they were just clouds in the sky. Some rumors were so strong that not long after, the rumors receded, leaving nothing but a mess of wolves. In short, no matter who helped him, people in the so-called evidence in front of, but also willing to believe him, this touched, cannot be described in words, this love, he will remember a lifetime. Kuor, what brings you to the company? Shang Xiao was a bit surprised when he looked at her carrying a thermos bucket. After being Lai Yunyan's agent until now, Yen Nua still didn't know what his name was, only that his surname was Lin. You finally answered the phone. If you don't, Senior will break into your house, Dongfang Yi's teasing voice said. She embraced an ordinary ancient zither, and slowly fell on a huge lotus leaf on the lake, and the blue lake flowed waves rippling and rotating around the emerald lotus leaf, like a lotus flower blooming and a hibiscus coming out of the water. When night falls, about the time when it should be time for the evening meal, Chu Tingchuan came very punctually. As in the past, he came to Mo Liang's room at this hour, making Mo Liang suddenly feel as if nothing had changed, except for the additional internal injuries on her body. Everything was the same as before, which made people not help but feel annoyed. But this, really in front of her has exceeded her imagination space. She has no way to understand it at all. Li caught that ball. Li was the main attacker. He did not return to the defense, but a flash straight shot. He felt that this surprising ball must be able to be thrown inside the box, but did not know which team's goal counted if it was thrown in. Is it true? Hundreds of people are still hard to believe. The captain for them only exists in the legend. That would have thought actually can really witness. The teacher turned into a bitter face. He didn't expect Captain Yahiko to be so popular among the students, and for the students to react so much. Summer raised an eyebrow. After this man ate the liquid, a demonic aura seemed to roam out of his body, and every time he devoured a little bit of the liquid, the aura on his body would grow by a few points. Put all the faults on him. He was not angry, just lowered his head and smiled. I looked inexplicably a little difficult. A long time has not talked to him like this. Well, it's the doctor who knows that President Lang has gone berserk and doesn't dare to come in, but actually wants him to come in. Isn't that asking him to come in and get himself killed? Don't worry, someone will clean it up. The flower chicken needs to rest. At this time, Xiaolin didn't have to tell it that the flower chicken had even advanced more than one level. For an animal that took its own life for itself to retrieve the colorful elements, Xiaolin wouldn't treat her poorly? Chapter 205, We Found 7. LOL. The big rooster's voice changed in fear, desperately waving its wings in all directions. The weasel leapt straight out towards it and chased it, eventually forcing the big rooster to the wall. Looking at the weasel in horror, the sparrows also flew high into the air for fear of being caught by the weasel, which did not appear often, but every time it did, a few chickens in the village suffered, and it was quite clever, oohing and awing over a few chickens for a long time after it was not. LOL. The big rooster's voice changed in fear, desperately waving its wings in all directions. The weasel leapt straight out towards it and chased it, eventually forcing the big rooster to the wall. Looking at the weasel in horror, the sparrows also flew high into the air for fear of being caught by the weasel, which did not appear often, but every time it did, a few chickens in the village suffered, and it was quite clever, oohing and awing over a few chickens for a long time after it was not. It was only that Zhang Long's and the dragon god's spiritual energy both implied some details of their respective native attributes that were different. This kind of medicine bag mixed with ginseng, 3 taels of silver apiece, very expensive, are for grandfather to cure and save his life. The crowd let out a fierce applause, but they saw Zhou Ziran with a cheap smile on his face, tie and winks like silk, twisting his tiger's back, pouting his burly ass, shaking his hairy 2 legs as if they were cramped, really twisting wildly in style like a Western dancer. The snow on the ground also steeply became thicker here, and there were some footprints on the ground left by flying birds and beasts, but there were just no human footprints. After all, if his parents are awake, they are sane, so they can't continue to make things difficult for us, can they? I panicked, saw Shuesinyan's cell phone on the table, and was about to walk over when Du Qingyu ran in through the door. After his life was greatly safeguarded, Lu Su returned to a light smile on his face and tentatively opened his mouth towards the monkey to ask. I was instantly enraged at the sound of it, but thought that if she could tell me this in a calm manner, then I should come up with a firm stance myself. Since the Zhang family had been suppressed by the Lu family, Zhang Quan, who was the chairman of the Zhang group, had been in a bad mood. What ambiguity didn't have much confidence in this move. It was just an illusion, an incomparably real illusion. Amazing woke up with a start and subconsciously reached out to wipe it off. but back to his senses he realized he was screwed. It might be that Lin Chen had seen a lot of the Gao Wanwan in his previous life, and when he saw Lu Ing like this, that really moved him. Evil Moon realized that from the moment they returned, Aloha had been sitting motionless on the ground, and the soul rings on his body were constantly rising and falling. This time no one present dared to belittle Shen Yan or have any doubts about Shen Yan's words. Mo Chio, we haven't seen each other for only a year. Why have you become like this? Su Yuan asked in disbelief. As for the heavenly Dao side, Lin Luo had just specifically asked the system to add a layer of prohibition to these 4 people's bodies. The rest of the cultivators who wanted to escape from this place were also shot by these flaming arrows before and after and perished. Ji Bujia was momentarily unaware and let go of his hand, and was about to grab it back when the rock golden-winged bird circled above and redescended onto Su Yi's shoulder, and affectionately rubbed its pointed beak with against Su Yi's face. Lu Jinghong was terrified for a long time, but later gradually forget this memory. Now suddenly see the heavenly way. Memory revived. Look at the eyes of the heavenly way, both resentment and jealousy. And this certain video showed that Lin Yan was asking Lu He for money when he was buying clothes at that time. Although life here was very monotonous, it wasn't a thing that bored him to death to just spend 1,000 years like that. Frying a plate of fried squid with chili and a bowl of stewed tofu, Chen Jia slipped away with a large homemade lunchbox to the farm to feed the 2 big gods at home. However, at this time, how much Quan Maxian wanted to see her attitude towards herself to change. The words just fell. Meng Anya felt a pain in the head, followed by a feeling of indescribable difficulty in the whole body. It was not pain, it was a scalp-numbing feeling. It is impossible to describe that kind of taste. Teacher, the crawling shrimp here is so fat, and this razor clam is so big, better than the ones sold in the market. Jean Yongning excitedly carried a palm-length crawling shrimp in one hand and twisted the oversized razor clam in the other, smiling like a child. Chapter 206. There's someone there. A flashlight's light hit the direction they were fleeing in, and also got a good look at a big yellow dog walking and limping following them. Asterisk 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 in hell. Get after it. Bang! The shotgun's bullet landed on the big tree behind her, and Jiang Shiyan reflexively blocked it with her arm before pulling out her cell phone and calling the girls waiting outside the village entrance. We're out. Yes. Electronic. Seeing this, Wu Zhang couldn't help but be horrified and hurriedly slashed a hand blade towards the black chain in an attempt to cut it off. Red Mountain City. A street of ancient martial arts. Chen Tang also followed the example of the others and casually began to set up a stall at a corner of the street. The tattooed man let out a heartbreaking screaming sound, not caring about the pain in his wrist, and directly covered his bottom. It's absolute fear, like a baby facing this infinite darkness of the universe, where you can't find your place or your voice, where you can't be sure of your existence or otherwise. I'll go. What does this feel like? Chu Tian didn't want the power to just be absorbed here and stay here, so he hurriedly shot out countless white lights, a large number of seawater as together as pouring, from the page and the wild waves and down, instantly is filled with a huge sea of martial arts. Not only that, Tang you can also feel the force than before, but also full of some. On the 3rd day, Ma Jia continued filming to catch up with the progress, while Ahu drove Zhou Miaomiao and Qin Xiaoxian along to the film city to watch Ma Jia filming. By this time, Ma Jia's scene had already entered the concluding stage, fighting with the 2 main characters on a street, almost demolishing the entire wooden structure of the ancient street. It was only a qualifier, and it wasn't supposed to receive so much attention, but if it was a qualifier for the current president of the Student Government Association, it shouldn't be a surprise how much attention it drew. After hearing all the unfavorable news, Lin Jian's face did not tense up or get angry, but instead revealed a cold smile. Spirit also felt a little embarrassed, humph, gave a cry, then screwed me hard and sat down in her seat. I looked around and smiled. However, his realm was ultimately too low, and he was completely unable to utilize the true power that Divine Farmer's Chi possessed. First of all, the first benefit of this White Cloud Order is that you can hold it to enter the White Family, Li Yunqing said enviously. Only when Gao Xingchen walked away did the corners of Wan Mian's mouth gradually emerge into a smile. So what if she threw away $1,000? As long as she bought her son to be happy. Bugle. The medicine slave's eyes finally adjusted to the drastic change in light, and he could only see the 4 fields before he perceived that Bugle had fallen to the ground. For the top gourmet competition, a single detail can affect the outcome of the whole event. Even if the fuel used is different, it can seriously affect the taste of the dish. It's not like there's a soul in the floating dust pearl to nourish it, so what's the point of taking it away? Make potted plants? Zhang Yin Oai blanked out, thought there was something earth-shattering. This shock was simply frightening, and was scolded for being a loser. Followed by me to hear Su Hui cursing in the car. The more I listen to it, the happier I am. Damn. Finally out of gas. Sparrow Wuji suddenly lifted his whip and lashed out. that long whip instantly shaking into a murderous demon, blinking and lashing. When he wrote out the villagers who knew the words twisted and turned. How could not write the 20 words? Said also cannot say out. Really strange. Lu Hao sniffed and immediately showed confusion on his face. Big brother and I just parted ways in Rainy Mist Mountain. And how did he appear in the demon forest? Yu Fei also finally understand. Ma Lao Dao's acting skills have how pure. Damn many times in the name of stealing money. Even just to determine whether they have the relevant things recorded and hidden inside the safe. The old man softly coldly hummed out. A long sword appeared in his hand, waved 2 sound explosions in the air, and with a thought, the 10 dragon elephants on top of his head rushed towards the dragon elephants on top of Lu Hang's head. Chapter 207. Can you do me a favor? Although Zhang Shurian had long thought that the appearance of snakes in this kind of wild countryside was not strange. However, when she found such a big snake, Zhang Shurian's heart still couldn't help but thump. The python slowly climbed from within the deep pit to the wall, suddenly fixing its gaze on the small snake that appeared on Zhang Shurian's shoulder. Even if the small snake was not as big as someone's head when it was curled up, yet it stood on Zhang Shurian's shoulder but was aggressive and had the posture of protecting its master. One large. That's good. Don't let anything go wrong. Professor Robert nodded and laughed after rubbing his face, which had become a little stiff from nervousness. Yi Tian backhanded Anna into his arms, and no matter how much Anna resisted, there was no way to get out of Yi Tian's control. And during these years, the 3 great emperors' sects hadn't made any movements, and other than occasionally coming over to beg Lin Hao's side, hoping to discuss going to the everlasting realm together, they had kept a very low profile all these years. These people here, after the training, are staying up all night. The taste of staying up all night are felt now. A week without letting people sleep. They think will be sudden death, right? Chu Sun had said that Azeroth had already developed rifling, and the difficulty of imitating guns should be the lowest. Rockets might be a bit more difficult. Black powder didn't explode particularly well, and that would take some time to research. Demon sect invasion? Yi Kong's first reaction was this, but on closer inspection, it was not right. The dozen or so figures were from the Tui sect, and in front of these dozen or so figures, something seemed to be darting in front of them at breakneck speed. The generation of these thoughts was just what the empty spectre had figured out with a roll of his eyes. As the sect leader, he naturally understood what was important in light. In the command headquarters, Dianlan looked at the map, constantly summarizing the soldiers' information. He needed to know how the ghosts outside were actually distributed. As a commander, on the battlefield, it is not necessary to go to the front line, but to find out the enemy's weaknesses and lead the soldiers to victory. Public opinion boiled over, yet it didn't stop or change anything. And what should have happened, according to Chang's wishes, was still happening. Titus, the dishes are served. Mrs. Sweetly said, and after saying that, she was just about to leave when Chang Fei pulled her back. However, the Skyfox Duke was a virtual existence after all, and Lin Yu made up his mind that he wasn't going to leave this scourge behind. He and his brothers were full of questions, such as, how he survived and how he subdued the Jasper Toad. But the alien boarding site is the creature's lungs, and the face-hugging bugs on it, while disgusting, are completely useless. About this is the current Yan Ku and Xianxian temporarily have not stepped into the realm, so Wang Yu is very lucky, fortunate to have Xiu Kai in. Lucky Xiu Kai to him to accompany him to swear a life of military, a promise to exhaust the loyalty. Xiu Kai really accompanied the Wang Yu killed a lifetime. Why are you crying if you don't tell me? Who am I to tell you? Hong Qigong said with a pout and an unblinking eye. The stern sword intent instantly swept across the entire psychedelic realm, and then, with a flash of swordlight, it transformed into a weird arc, pierced through the void, and escaped towards the outside world. We police will not wrongly accuse any good person, nor will we spare any bad person. What is your friend's name? Director 1 spoke out with a righteous voice. Below this canyon, these elders of the Rothschild family were arranging countless black hole bombs. The principle is the same as a black hole energy gun. The instant it explodes, it is completely capable of devouring and absorbing all the surrounding matter. After Yun Fei Yang entered the Sea of Blood, his body was filled with a large amount of blood that was quenching the bloodline of the blood refining clan and bringing about unspeakable pain. But the main reason that led me to finally accept Su Minghui's pursuit was because of his character. Chapter 208, that's too insulting. After a long time of running without even a backpack on her body, Zhang Shurian was so thirsty that her lips were dry and cracked, and when she was drowsy, Big Snake's words instantly made her jolt and wake up. How do I get out? Zhang Shurian heard a rustling sound, and soon, a tree vine flung down. It was just hanging at a height where Zhang Shurian was still a bit short of standing on her tiptoes. Why don't you tug? Orochi looked a little puzzled at. The Chinese were hospitable, but definitely not welcoming guests with bad intentions like Hank. As the reporter said that, he didn't forget to reach out and point at the direction he came from. Lin Zhang followed his direction and realized that the place the other party was talking about was exactly the backside of the venue. However, I Chang from the contact with Lu Jun. Lu Jun is still relatively stable in doing things. Just the last time to beat the factory director of that thing, and I Chang seems to be really a bit impulsive. Ning Hao also had no choice but to call a cab, taking Big Guy Shi and Gong Lily in the direction of the apartment. At this time, the middle-aged doctor looked at Chun Yi's gaze as if he had seen a ghost, and hurriedly pulled a few medical staff back, retreating more than 10 meters away. The middle-aged doctor still felt unsafe, so he retreated directly outside the cordon. Duo Bao Taoist eyes contain great wisdom, eyes gleaming, hand pinched Dao Seal, sitting in the Jade Palace, floating in front of a golden flame. Kong Xian is sitting on the side of the gaze to listen to his teachings, but Gong Gong cannot feel the slightest pain in general. Eyes, on the contrary, more crazy, and is a fist blast out. Directly will be the Sky Sword gas crushed. A fist will be the Emperor June spit blood fly. Even if there is a jade bone to protect, the Emperor June the whole chest is still all of its bombardment of the ground crushed. Snatching at the dagger's path of advance, Isaacs had taken a solid step, staggered, clamped both palms on the clone's dagger-wielding right hand, and folded it with a forceful, knuckle-jointed maneuver that pulled the clone into a stumble before taking advantage of the situation with an iron mountain lean that sent the clone crashing into the air. That butler Gu reprimanded. Who wants you to talk too much here? That fat housekeeper trembled in fear and shut up in a hurry. Wait until his body magic all retreat into the brow of the spiritual platform. The soul space of the magic gas is like a substance. Sticky, magic gas carries a great despair, great horror of the breath, which seems to have countless living beings in the screaming and hissing, the devil's lotus and the devil's gas in the growth of quiet, but it is bizarre and unimaginable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I said, why didn't the boss bring me alone? So it turns out that there's something delicious to eat all to myself. Shu Tong pounded the table in righteous indignation. Shuishingran summarized his experience in alchemy over these days, while then walked slowly towards the outside of the cave. At this moment, some more medicinal herbs were piled up outside the cave. Not only that, but Shuruhu and the others were all sitting cross-legged in meditation here, along with Shuishingran walking out. The four of them were awakened at the same time. I'm sorry, I thought I could handle it, but it was close to getting you killed. I didn't do a thorough job. Su Hang suddenly apologized to Wan Zian, who looked a little overwhelmed. I really feel sorry for the person who took the lead. It was in the middle of a cold spell and would have detracted from the performance. Now that their toughest moments have been survived, the Chuyan New Kingdom has shunned the war and not fought, and at this time the election of a commander-in-chief, who would be willing to hand over the power of the army in their own hands. What did White Crane commit in the first place that caused the Heavenly Emperor to kill him? Sulu didn't understand what kind of person could make the Heavenly Emperor hunt him down and kill him, yet he still wanted to give him a chance. Along with that low voice resounding, a silhouette followed and intervened between the two. Only when he entered did he realize that Wan Zian had already found a suitable seat, and there were still 1 or 2 tables of guests left in the tavern that hadn't dispersed. Players were sitting or lying down in the rest area. Massage therapists Demei and Jun Lin massaged them one by one, and Hui Yuchan followed suit to provide physical therapy for the players. Although Gu Yushir made the flying sword splashy, she could not resist Zhang Chuan's attack, only to see Zhang Chuan's silver needles directly penetrate Gu Yushir's defense and enter inside Gu Yushir's body. Chapter 209, You're not like them. I volunteered. Shen Yu and a few other police officers followed a flock of birds in the direction of the woods, but they happened to run into villagers who were also preparing to take advantage of the daylight to enter the mountains. The two groups of people looked at each other, and the policeman also saw a shotgun carried in the hands of a villager, and instantly snapped out. What are you carrying? China's gun possession offense. Shotgun also belongs to its ranks. Before they entered the village to investigate and did not find this thing, but the blue sky actually let them bumped into. In this matter, Lu de Zhouhua several people also saw the strength of Zhang Ling, for Zhang Ling in this aspect of the ability to feel inferior. Have the feeling that the matter to Zhang Ling is a very wise decision. The majestic look on his face changed the instant he saw the helicopter. Smiling and squinting his eyes and tilting his head, his jazz cap scraped off and his gray hair flying, I said and wrapped my arms around Lingmeng and came in front of the soul charmer. Both of them are 12th order ghosts, so this looks and temperament is kinda like it. When the two old Taoist priests with white beards saw how big Zhang Mingyu's tone was, they first sucked in a hard breath of cold air, and when they saw Zhang Mingyu's cultivation, they couldn't help but laugh maniacally. However, by now, we like the two basketball stars. One of the Xiaoyu has officially left the CBA before going to fight in the NBA, and now Xiaomu's former team coach but told everyone that the only remaining expectations of the Xiaomu will not participate in this year's CBA, and then the nation's fans a wail. In addition to this preparatory group's 2 to 3 month long big move, the other studio's workplace was finally taken care of not too long ago. Don't say it. All of you come over and take a rest. I feel like my whole body is going to fall apart after fooling around all night. Min Lan pounded her legs. Obviously she ran too hard when she was being chased before. She didn't feel it at the time, but now that she eased off she felt very tired. He raised his hand to the sky. The sky unexpectedly appeared 8 fireballs, seemingly distant. And so on this into the time, it seems to be 8 suns. If it falls directly to the ground, then the world will certainly be destroyed most of the time. This side of the forest is very large. In their full speed rush, also spent a day and a half of time, only to come to the Devil Tribe border. Really see the forest border. Countless trees have also been cut down, revealing countless stakes. Looks extremely desolate. Looking at Wu Peining's childish face, I'm kind of going to spend the day with my kids at the amusement park. In response, Zhang Wu Hei didn't argue anything with them, as there was no need to convince them at all. The yin and yang fish sensed the change in its body and automatically spun around, and the thick undead breath was instantly ripped in and spat back out after refining it. Niancher really hated to step on Jiang Yuning several times, always embarrassing her. She couldn't help but be annoyed. She simply got the spiciest piece of boiled beef and stuffed it into Jiang Yuning's mouth. Ning Yiheis put the note away, and after unlocking the door, he put the bag on the table, and without taking off his shoes, he turned around and left the room. Shu Han went upstairs and saw Zhang Wei leading Han Yuru towards the ICU from afar. She hesitated for a moment and was about to turn around when Lin Zhao's teasing voice came from behind her. Hey, what are you two chatting about? When Chilo held a strawberry ice cream in one hand and a matcha-flavored one in the other, naturally handing it to Jiang Dove. They say the Chinese medicine in Huaxia is profound and profound. I didn't believe it before, but now, I finally believe it. After Zhou Bingbing heard Meng Hailong's words, a trace of admiration had appeared on her face to come. Fortunately, their high school humane, see the weather is so cold will not restrict the wearing of school uniforms thing. High school students are all love beauty. Everyone will begin to bother to wear their own style in this school but not against the school system of clothing too. After Ning Yihaoi successfully passed the test, she returned to the dressing room all relaxed, and even watched Zhang Lingxian's reverse performance with some appreciation in it. Chapter 210, it seems no one has ever asked it this question before. Although Labrador and Goldenhair look quite similar, both are medium to large dogs, just one has short hair and the other has long hair. But she obviously rescued Labrador 7 last night. How did she turn into a big golden hair? Zhang Shurian was somewhat in a trance as she jerked her big golden furry head. She even wondered if she had saved the wrong dog last night with her old eyes. Woof! An excited barking dog caught Jiang Shurian's attention. She subconsciously followed the. Seeing the two people who were talking across the street, he bent down and saluted. Lords of the two chieftains, my subordinates are late to save us. Please bear with me. At this point, his clothes were tattered. His hair was almost bald, and it was kind of creepy to see him looking at someone with such a smile on his face at first, said Lilac Blossom, tears streaming down her face, but she didn't sob, just quietly shed them, the teardrops running down her cheeks and dripping down her chin, right onto Slippery's hand. This charcoal tribute, named charcoal tribute, means that on the coldest day of the year, a red packet is given to the officials of each government, meaning that you will have charcoal to burn in winter, and you will be able to live through the winter in peace. Lin Chi, who had managed to move his chair over with great difficulty, almost didn't die of anger. He could finally see that Lin Xian was deliberately playing with him. 1,000 years ago in the era, there was also all kinds of competition. It was just that 1,000 years later, this kind of competition had become more naked because of the emergence of the revival of aura, and because individuals could grasp great power. Because his injuries were so severe, Lin Xian slept extraordinarily well this night, and he didn't open his eyes until Sun Jinggong called out to him. If not, they can be transformed into ghosts and continue to live on Earth in another life form. In Wang Ding's opinion, this state of you was unbeatable, and he only needed to send out one legion to conquer the state of you completely. The beauty of the bird Ji and the sister of the lord of the state of you are also naturally my lords. But in his heart, he thought so, but did not dare to show on his face. However, if you think so in your heart, you don't dare to show it on your face. After all, this is in someone else's territory. Show it can still live? To his realm of experts, always suspicious, there is no way, living to this strong, unless he died in battle. Otherwise, has a long life. With his protection, the family can develop smoothly. Once he fell, the Chang family ceased to exist. The pillars of the sky collapsed. The world was bleak, and the entire region was gray and cloudy, with gusty winds raging and flying sands rising in all directions, as miserable as the end of the world. On the one hand, there is the perfect ending where there are surprises. but they are destined to be harmless, and everyone gets through it safe and sound. On the other hand, there are countless difficulties and obstacles, accidents and uncertainties, and even in the end, the crazy adventure that really destroys the world and everyone is finished. I believe that all normal people know how to choose it this time. Crazy. Suchu's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly before he violently launched his sword and drew it, attempting to draw back the ringed head blade. Bebe, even with its off-field effect, Weisenmo could still hit a high output with his damage. There was no player he couldn't cut even if it was Bebe. The image of the mechanic unfolding in a row in front of her eyes was truly dazzling. Since her gender had been made clear on her ID, it was impossible for her to enter the game as a male on this side as well. A heavy war that had come to life had turned into a farce. I don't know whether it was Huda itself that was too outrageous, or whether this world was too unreliable, but in any case, the Shin bird below was happy. However, it was also because Lu Yu was so powerful and prestigious that he made Lu Sun feel like he was on pins and needles and couldn't sleep at night. The air became incomparably quiet for a moment, and the people of the Ancient Music Society looked at each other for a moment, all seeing a hint of helplessness from the bottom of their eyes. The 10-foot-long single-person sandboat was instantly split into two by the tremendous force, and a huge force of 10 million pounds blasted out, causing Chung Yuan and Guaning to fall down to both sides without any choice. Chapter 211. Arriving at the scene of the interception. He grew up with hard training with his siblings, countless exams, big and small, changing dogs around and then waiting for the humans who were blind to come in and spend time with them one by one. The moon is its second owner. The first owner suddenly collapsed at home one day after a few months together. Then many men in white coats took him away. Then he was returned to school. Again, to the corner to find a chair to sit down. The assistant does not know where to go. Chao Chu is also lazy to find. Just sit in place to days. Also do not know what to think. I'm afraid it's more than that. County head of Linshang was initially a bit angry, but now she has calmed down a bit. Song Yuan is to blame for today. How long are you going to act? Unable to see his face, his low voice dripped with menace. Mei Zian only felt her heart was hit hard by these words. Dull pain. Mu Cheng, however, has raised the whip and galloped away. She froze. He walked not all the way back to the house. She gritted her teeth and swung the whip to also chase after him. When the assembly horn sounded, Xine couldn't help but drop her eyes below the green flag. Although the military training had begun only 3 or 2 days ago, the carefully selected students were all organized and disciplined, almost standing in their positions before the assembly horn sounded. But today, there seemed to be an exception. Sight filled in around her, but nowhere near as much as the man in the upper seat, and she could feel his gaze, burning her tightly. The bottom of Han Zhou's eyes were black. Drawing his sword and storing up his strength, Zhuge's heart was also shocked at this time. As early as in Guanshan Ling, this scene was also the same, but this time the side consort was really up for killing. Mu Jing slowly stood up. 3 days ago Yuan Yu was also diagnosed with a pregnant body. Only the month is not enough to say, but Mu Jing's delicate mind noticed something wrong. This morning saw Yuan Yu at the side of the eating sour plums. Divine Dr. Jiang, can't even you have a solution? Ing Qiu was also shocked and backed up, holding onto the table to keep herself from falling. This refiner almost wanted to walk off the stage on his own accord, but then, he suddenly realized something and turned his head to look behind him. Fan Siren hugged her tightly. Lan Ruoshi only felt a heat in her ears, subconsciously sidestepping her head. The man's beautiful red lips traced across her side face. Looking at her white as congealed skin, a greenish aura flashed in her eyes. Because the mecha competition takes the mental health of its students very seriously, any student who applies for psychotherapy will receive it for free from a psychologist. In fact, this kind of thing is too unbelievable. Science cannot be explained. But there is Guo Wei's phone recording. He instantly from the high and mighty high official, into a civilian, and finally do not know what because of what even went to jail, because of the direct kidnapping. He didn't have any shadows, but he was still scared when it came to unexpected situations. Zhang Yu and Yao Xian had already gone up the mountain without realizing it, but the mountain had little slope, so Zhang Yu didn't realize it. A long way away, Zhang Yu saw a large tree towering into the clouds. The tree is too high to see the top. The clouds are at its feet back and forth. Jin Xinyu from crossing to now finally understand the difference between ancient and modern. Although the previous life of her is not a good person, but it is not so complicated. The country, the people, the family, here are all counted. What? Uncle Handsome, are you here? Xan heard voices in the dining room and poked her neck out to shout. All 4 of them felt that this news was very sudden though, as none of them had ever heard of this aspect before. However, they also knew what an anime industrial park really was, and how important an anime industrial park was to the promotion of an anime work. Last season, due to the league lockout and the cancellation of the All-Stars, The 98th rookie class became the one that didn't get to participate in the rookie challenge, and many cried foul for them. Chapter 212, Holding a Grudge. With just one glance, Jiang Shiyan was so shocked that her pupils dilated. The cot where the driver sleeps in the back of the driver's seat of the big van is surprisingly covered with a full sheet of intact tiger skin. Jiang Shiyan looked at the leader of the Gong group, holding the attitude of a fluke, walked up. Maybe just imitation it. After all, there are a lot of the market will make the blanket into the appearance of the tiger's skin as a selling point to the outside world for sale. Yet within the first few moments of getting her hands on it and stroking it, she was sure it was a real tiger skin. A few days after Hu Yi returned to Linhai, Boss Niu told him that he had already contacted the auction company. However, in order for the antiques to fetch a higher price, the auction company said that it would need at least a month's publicity period. Anna was swayed by him, but she still tried her best to suppress that urge to shake off his hand. Young master, calm down. Anna raised her voice slightly. I don't know what to say if you keep shaking like that. As soon as the words left his mouth, Cecil let go of Anna's hand. Li Yuanhao waved his big hand and used his internal force to turn it into palm wind to knock Hua Jianyang out. And Hua Jianyang fell to the ground and violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. Hua Jianyang wanted to save her, but there was nothing she could do. After all of Hua Jianyang's kung fu was still taught by Li Yuanhao. Uncle, go to bed early. Ning Qian took the lead and opened her mouth. After saying that, she didn't look at Qin Changlian's face and directly wanted to twist around and turn into the room to prepare for washing up. What kind of thing would actually need to specifically avoid Hongyu? It was also really pointless to be so deceitful in front of her. As a great prayer dynasty 3 dynasties, Chenlai looked at Shang Mingzhu kowtowed down and bent over the back of the departure. Gently shook his head. Since ancient times the emperor's heart is deep and unpredictable. Surviving in such authority, day after day to be in the suspicion and speculation of the people in the heart of a safe place to live in the end, is not a common man can do. With a spinning of the sky, Fan Yan felt like he had fallen into a deep pit, and it was the blazing sunlight that brought him back to his senses again. Fan Yan nodded. He felt that what Ouyang Sueki said made sense. Zhang Shi should be in the court, right? So they then found another cab and drove hoofing it to the J City court again. Qin Xinyuan did not expect that he was not only rich and powerful and had excellent martial arts skills, he was even so eloquent in his speech. So it seems that he has to pay more attention to him. Fan Yan nodded. Xiaoho was still quite considerate of Ouyang Sueki's feelings and did not say the word clone in front of her. 10 years? How many midnight dreams? How many times the tears wet dress? How many times the life and death wandering? How many of the guns and bullets? For what in the end? Is not to continue that youthful naive dream? Me? I'm going to sleep soon. Can you answer me a question? At this time, Lu Tianxue changed her playful look then asked. The queen? Who is that? Apparently, Fatty wasn't too good at history. And he didn't do any preparations about the tomb this time he came, which was kind of a drawback to discovering him. Lu Ziki was speechless. He had 10 miles of long pavilion not to go to eat, ran to them here to rub noodles. After rubbing food but also rubbing accommodation, is it possible that the people of their time are so thick-skinned? In the end, he had to order someone to arrange a place for them to stay. Lin Phoenix placed the candlestick on the table, sat down on the side of the couch, stayed for a while, slowly covered his hands over his face. His shoulders shrugged, and quietly sobbed. I really regret that I didn't finish you off right away. Seeing that we were outnumbered, Ling Tian immediately gritted his teeth. Stupid lights. Feed what? Moloch leaned downward furiously. Fortunately the railing stopped both his legs and acted as a slight cushion for his anger. After feeding another bowl of sugar water, Chun Chanyang greeted Lung Zhongsu and said that she would send the medicine money over some other day, and without paying attention to Zhu Zi, she got up and walked back by herself. And Zhu Zi hurriedly went behind her to help Niang, and the two of them returned home in silence all the time. Chapter 213, Sorry I'm late. The screams woke up the otherwise listless dogs, all of which had been abused by the villagers, who had stuffed them into small, broken cages, electrocuted them, clubbed them, burned them with cigarettes, and even dragged their companions out and slaughtered them in front of them. 2 more dogs rammed through the cage and charged straight towards the villagers who were tackled to the ground, one of them changing direction halfway towards another villager. As expected, along with Zhu Yuan Zhang's order, the 2 brothers of the Zhu family rushed out first, while the rest of the people did not dwell on Zhu Yuan Zhang's somewhat humiliating performance just now. Lu Zhang shushed a whistle when he brushed past Zhu Yuan Zhang's body, causing Zhu Yuan Zhang to squint his eyes. Lin Dong was extremely understanding of the fact that the purpose of these people exploring the treasures of the evil moon tomb was merely for other treasures, and did not dare to think about the behavior of the supreme treasure evil moon pearl. Hey! What are you 3 gossiping about here when I told you to do farm work? What I said before was not a joke. If you guys can't finish hoeing this field, don't even think about eating. Ming dynasty intimidated the big man. If I say I'm going to go alone, are you afraid? Sun Yan asked with a smile as he looked at Yen Lin. Yang Yi came to this copy of the plan. Time is not much. Unlike the world of the smiling proud wanderer, Yang Yi still need to grow time. This copy of the middle. Yang Yi's kung fu can almost be considered the top few. Miao was emboldened to look at the old captain. The identity of the old man in front of him had been recognized by Miao from the way he was dressed as early as the first time he saw him. That customer was originally indignant, but after seeing the tattoos all over this horseman's body, he was a bit scared and didn't dare to say anything else. If Long Yun'er's abnormality wasn't obvious before, now, not only Su Shiro as well as Song Jia, more people also discovered Long Yun'er's abnormality, and without waiting for all of them to fall into doubt, someone voiced out to solve the confusion. Just the old yellow in the evoked Xiao Feng's emotional changes, but in and back to normal. Dislike of Xiao Feng had to follow along with the quiet, and this quiet lasted longer than the time to come, so that Xiao Feng has been waiting until the dark, easily punching through the wooden door. The strength ironically had improved, and in terms of speed, although the progress was not obvious, if one paid attention to it, they were able to see a clear difference between it and the dead bodies that the wisdom eye could recognize. The beast tide is coming. Beast tide. More and more people realized this and began to shout. These words sent chills all over Li Minrong's body, and he couldn't accept that his friend didn't have a word of comfort after hearing what he had been through, but instead coldly steered the conversation in a direction he had long thought of, but had deliberately avoided. Thoughtful Lu Feng knocked on the door of the Tang family, but knocked half a day inside or no one responded. Lu Feng directly over the wall into the inside. I picked it up though. It happened to have numbers written on it. It was a white paper with one written on it, and next to the numbers was still a skull and blood mark, which was exactly the sign. Because of this phone call of mine, the previous barrier between Li Yutong and I was considered to be completely eliminated, and both of us seem to have returned to the time before coveting love. It's not her first day in society. She'll take care of herself. Park Cheon-su sneered. The fact that she was able to use a fake name to stay in a hotel and go into a moon center in that place in the US where you have to register everything under a real name shows that the guy's stubbornness was back, and he refused to give in. How does Daodu not know that her own ability is not at all a match for the three Ghost Kings combined? But everything she has now is given by Sister Yuro, and in her heart, she is also increasingly treating Sister Yuro as her own mother. So how can she just focus on her own escape and leave it behind? Chapter 214, Eric the Hero. That's because the message not only states the original name of the German Shepherd, but even specifically labels it as such a retired military dog. Retired military dogs are not ordinary people can adopt. The adoption conditions are very harsh, and this will be regular visits. How can you lose it? Looking at the address on it seems to be coming from the south, and the military dog is very smart. It's impossible to run away and lose it on its own. The only possibility is that it was stolen by the dog trader. Dog dealers don't recognize military dogs. When Zheng Hua and his entourage saw the Changao Pass, everyone knew that they would soon enter the boundary of Luoyang. Thinking of returning to the former capital Luoyang, the people could not help but feel a sigh of relief. The travel of the majority of the year, so that everyone's eyes wide open, but also a little exhausted. Back to Luoyang, then not far from Chang'an. Tong Guan did not say anything more to the crowd. If it was before, he should also be the same view with the crowd, that the Song dynasty in addition to the Western army, and then there is no defense against the army of the strong enemy. But now, his view has changed, as the round-shaped things flopped to the ground and then rolled around. The sharp-eyed Khorasan soldiers had gotten a good look at them. These were bloodied and grim-faced heads. In no time, thousands of heads flew into the city of Neshapur and appeared in front of Zamas and the Khorasan people. The man looked to be in his early 20s. Naked upper body, above the high bulging muscles, covered with dense wounds, giving a very explosive feeling. Finally, Zheng Hua invited 4,000 monks hiding in several large temples outside the city, including the Buddha's Light Temple, to perform superstitions for the dead monarchs and officials of Wui City Yan. Senior Brother Wei shouted Tang Yining hurriedly and ran over, while Sword Saint Ming, Blade Junyi and Yin Tanger also followed. Under this system, not to mention that Fu Hanqing just brought a bead, even if DGI crawled out of the ground and escorted Fu Hanqing back to the heavenly beyond, pointing at him and saying, "This is the next sect leader I've chosen. All the other kings, they can all be completely ignored." Long Xian's face sank, even though he had already thought highly of Ling Feng before. The moment he exchanged blows, he still realized that Ling Feng's strength was far beyond his expectations. As soon as Chu Ming went out, she heard the sound of her talking to Lin Miao, and then there was a surprised shout from Lin Miao, followed by the sound of chaos in the corridor, presumably because everyone had let Chu Ming wake up. A roar of horror to the extreme came from the Shadow Warrior's throat. Clearly, he was already furious to the absolute extreme. In this state, all of his weight, too, was concentrated on top of the cockroach legs, which also made his body, as if it was as solid as an old tree with roots. Lin Jijing said the guest kiln is the village of the new kiln dug, ready to come over to the students' live sketching, as well as the future from time to time can also receive the relatives of the family over and so on. The conditions cannot be counted as much good, but then the family now live in the old kiln without overhauling to be better on some. As if it was the mysterious man in black on this night, the line hurriedly left the villa area of Lantau Lake. Not yet gone far dream pupil and others heard this kind of shouting. Also just cold snort, is to disappear into the space tunnel disappear. Those blood-red eyes also belonged to Chiyu. Only Chiyu's eyes were wide open, and the corners of his mouth pulled up in an incredible arc. It was like someone had lifted his face hard and pulled the corners of his mouth to the side of his ears. It's you again. Why are you acting like a ghostly ghost? Bai Lian said impatiently. The late stage of the seventh order? Back then he had that kind of strong strength. Why? Why so far he has no feeling at all? Or, why? Why mother and grandfather to seal their own strength? Is it not just for the sake of safety not? Yellow Hair wanted to let out a scream, but he couldn't make any sound. He could only pound the teenager's powerful thighs in a deadly manner. His mouth clenched on his lower lip, and his tears were so painful that they flowed out. Chapter 215, Heartless Dogs. Jiang Shiyan took that information, opened it and was overjoyed. Duro-san, is the mood any better? Duro-san looked at her with a smile. Jiang Shiyan nodded repeatedly as she held the information. Aha, aha. Then have fun. Song asked. When do we start? It might take a few days. I still have a very important matter to deal with. Jiang Shiyan spoke of Shao Qi, and this time it was originally because Chu Tianqi grunted. Remembering he Shixiang's running around this afternoon to help after Xiu's accident, the ninja angrily said, it's nothing, then hung up the phone. The most important thing in their eyes was the animal corpse. As for other irrelevant things, step aside. Humph. What's a 6 or 7-year-old doll? Thinking that if something happens to Honor, they mother and son will be able to enter the house without any problems? You've been helping Zhong Zhengqiao for so many years. Naturally she's not a vegetarian. And with a turn of her mind she comes up with an idea. Seeing Xiao Chen again, Tangan had much less resentment and more size. He really hadn't expected that he would meet Xiao Chen here. And likewise, he hadn't expected that the enemy he was facing was Xiao Chen. Long Yang had already sobered up when he saw the letter. His mind was all about the changes in Zhao Yu during this time. He hadn't paid too much attention to him before because he was doing a good job already and didn't need to worry about him. He was the only one who had taken the game as a task to do, and completed it impeccably. Devouring these auras, this red mist gradually coalesced into a man's appearance. The appearance is also considered to be clean-cut. Whether ancient or modern can be called a beautiful man. Just that his exit arrogant tone, let a person fall down. Zhou Xiaojie did not mention tonight's incident at all. He seemed to know all her feelings, and gently told her a lot about himself, which made Xiu extraordinarily happy. Happier than hearing that her business had made a lot of money. She was willing to know all about Zhou Xiaojie. Never thought that this old man who always had a stern face would actually give her an explanation. Lai Xiu was a little flattered for a moment, and before she could think of something to say, Zhang Lao turned around and went into the house. So this time to ask for the key ended in a semi-failure. After all, she got the key to the front door. Yu Zhenyuan's eyes flickered as he led the Yu-clan's crowd to the outside of the ancestral shrine as well, in front of the thick layer of diaphragm. Alright, I'll keep an eye out. Having been active in the Sky Dragon Empire, he had yet to visit the Phoenix Dance Empire or the Golden Lion Empire. However, Fomi didn't think much of it and only assumed that Tang Jun was excited because of the danger and excitement of this mission. No one responded, but after a few seconds or so, the otherwise closed door opened a crack. Brother Dolly's life is ruined, Long Xiaotian said with his mouth open as he stared blankly at the sad scene. Under such a situation, other forces finally could no longer hold back and began to leap onto the stage one after another. Only the withered yellow-faced Saint Emperor-level middle-aged man frowned in deep thought as he looked at Chen Fei, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. With a slash that killed a pawn, Wei Yan's eyes swept through a flash of sternness. He knew in his heart that at this moment, he was facing more than just the 10,000 troops in front of him. The next morning, because some of the soldiers were drunk at the celebration banquet last night and were unable to move for the time being, the head of the regiment ordered that everyone should have a good morning's rest to build up their strength and energy, and then be ready to go in the afternoon. For this kind of heaven-defying move of Chen Baliang to destroy the entire minefield without looking or checking with a snap of his fingers, a spear stabbed his shoulder. A flash of light swept through Wu Gongsun's tiger eyes, forcing himself to endure the pain as the lance in his right hand chopped angrily, knocking Wei Liang's lance away. It can't be that he went out to play the field to go. Smoke-cold water helplessly shook his head, then continued to go to the room below. When Wu Yan said these conditions, Gu Yuehong's eyes lit up. He didn't even think about it and agreed with his mouth full. The fact that an early Yuaning cultivator could make a move showed that Wu Yan's strength was still very strong. Wu Yan also promised to move over 2 months later when his cave expired, and officially became an honorary elder of the Gu family. Chapter 216, A Misunderstanding. After sitting down, the doctor and Unbreakable coincidentally chose to lie down beside Jiang Shiyan, one left and one right, exactly 2 positions, and there was no need to grab. The 3 sparrows landed on a nearby flower bed, instantly attracting the attention of Unbroken and the doctor. Jiang Shiyan saw through the 2 dogs' minds at a glance, and quickly stepped out to grip the back of their necks. Not removing, the white eyes were rolled out. Don't go over there. If you scare them away, I'll pull your skins off. His offer became the real trigger for the competition. The bigwigs who had stood by on the sidelines finally settled down and made their move. So even in a place like the underground black market, the array of services available to the wealthy has expanded. Buo the Day only remembered the faint smile on the corner of Archie's mouth, which was the last gift Archie left for Buo. The Empress Dowager's face grew paler and paler. Her body shook a few times, with the momentum of fainting at any time. Jinbei saw him leap over the high wall and disappear in a few jumps, sighed enviously and fell headlong into a deep sleep on the collapse. Zheng Zumeng, how did she know that this front foot just bugger? This was found by others also point out. Aside from Grand Master, they couldn't think of any other reason as to why Qin Shen was so forceful, striking when he said he would, not placing the cadre of harmonization force masters in the slightest bit in his eyes. How could Trust not imagine that he wanted to closely monitor and was worried about finding a way to keep a close eye on the object, but even opened a big screen live broadcast to show his situation to him. So cordial approach is also alright. What's wrong with the saint? Why did he agree to such a thing? Doesn't he know that this matter is a labor of love? Gao Shirlian said. The Magicians' Union would give him 500,000 gold coins every year, and as a lecturer at the academy, there would be an additional 1,000,000 gold coins to be taken every year. This was only the income that was put on the surface. Once something was begged of him, there would be additional payment at that time. The pressure that he had never touched before made him uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but jump at the corners of his eyes, taking a deep breath to suppress the discomfort in his heart. This light blue flame was obviously burning all the impurities inside the body, and then the elixir turned into energy and fused in. As chaotic Tianya spoke, a trace of grimness flashed in his eyes, like a venomous snake that chooses to devour people, but it was deeply hidden under that smiling and elegant face. The old buffalo did not expect this guy so stingy. The heart a little regret. But, if you do not sell it, I'm afraid that the hand of $1,500 is gone. So I had to bite the bullet and agreed. So now he was really sure that the friend that Chen Fei had entrusted him with must have a very high status, and might even be a big shot in the city. However, not long after he had just left the training ground, he realized that an acquaintance was walking towards him, and it looked as if he was specifically waiting for himself. Yang Jing is to go to the royal place to make trouble. Sima Di also promised not to trace the past of the Heart Orchid, but the enthronement of the princess is after all a big event. The past can be exempted. The present cannot be ambiguous. When Yuer heard Butler Feng's voice, she hurriedly got out of the hot spring and draped her clothes over her body. When they were in the air, they were a living target, and the only way to half succeed was to resist or dodge the enemy's attacks and smoothly pass through the wall of heaven. In the valley of the deaf and dumb, under the game of jumbo chess, Duan Yu watched for a while, and finally had to admit that he couldn't crack it. The crowd entered the cave from the mountain wall, and came to a hinterland within the mountain wall. The hinterland is about dozens of square meters. Inside there are many built-up trailing vines, and something like a swing or something like that. Obviously this is where those black apes used to live. If you want to win, it's going to take an excellent and good tactic. And what is that tactic? I'm thinking about it too. Chapter 217, The Strange Boy. He likes the biggest dog in the neighborhood that has black and white fur on it. Like a Great Dane? Jiang Shiyan said with some uncertainty. However, the Great Dane was a super large dog and the husky was a medium-sized dog. Jiang Shiyan imagined the size difference and inexplicably had the illusion of a small teddy looking at an Alaskan. Liang Shaoquan couldn't accept this fact for a long time. Jiang Shiyan looked at Liang Shaoquan with some sympathy. She could understand the other party's feelings. Now I can work properly. So I happily took the clay bowl I made and cleaned the stems of the roses next to me. One scoop at a time. Rather than cleaning, it is more accurate to say irrigating. What I am doing is obviously watering the roses. Why is it engraved on the training task to wipe clean the 3 words? He was very happy, and immediately moved his things to Wen Yan's house, the meaning of which was self-evident. He wanted to be here to guard Wen Yan. Zhao Huixiang hesitated for a while before finally agreeing to Su Qing's request. After all, if nothing else, reincarnation would end completely this time. The statues were like real intelligent creatures, completely ignoring Bai Lin's presence and working wholeheartedly. and the star spirit in the center had changed a bit. The expression of the fetus was slightly uncomfortable, and the black tumor was slowly getting bigger and bigger, which seemed to be breeding a twisted monster that would make one's heart tremble. It's fine for him to live with us, but have you ever thought about what Long Tianlin would do if he knew that you still have a son? When Yen was still worried that Long Tianlin couldn't tolerate them. There's no need to make a fuss. I'm fine. I stopped as soon as I heard that I needed a private doctor to come from C. In Pixar on the problem previously Louis Fei has noticed, but it is a pity that he is a man of light words. The new recruits here are not much to buy his account at. The veterans that is even more unable to speak, or else a long time ago from the side of the person that inquired about some of the news about the Pixar. Zhu Ermao, what evidence do you have that I'm abusing my power? The middle-aged inspector's face turned white and he questioned with color. Don't you want to? Luo Yu held back her laughter, her shoulders back, lightly biting her lips, her eyes glancing over with a smile. Xia Jun gently swept away the floating soil that covered the black metal and smiled as he loudly greeted Lin Feng, who rushed over like a panther, plopping down on the edge of the shallow mound and leaning down to carefully look at Xia Jun's major discovery. Wang Huifan, however, suddenly shook her head. She still didn't believe it. In fact, not only did she not believe that Zhongfeng was Su Meng's son, but even the matter of Zhongfeng being Lin Jiayi was something she still could not believe. Played a game. Su Bin feel much better mood, always working every day. Even if the computer within the display of the deposit figures continue to increase, for a long time it will be difficult to have a sense of accomplishment. Will feel that they have become a money-making machine rather than a living person. The only enjoyment of life will be the feeling of real existence. At first, Yu Meng's voice was slightly noisy as he spoke. Most people were listening intently to him, while a few were still whispering. But Yang Junren's complacency didn't last long before it was interrupted by the roar of a tank not far ahead. As we all know, Mr. Su, you are a very game designer. So can you describe to us how it will be done without affecting the lives of our remaining residents? This reporter was clearly in the rhythm of lest the world be in chaos. And this point was very easy for Xia Jun to find, just by looking with his eyes. Louise died believing Luo Jielin's words. She couldn't help but shake her head violently. Then Louise quickly turned around and left, to the extent that Aaliyah, after Louise left, was still puffing out her fragrant cheeks and looking at Lin Feng. Seeing her like that, Pu Yang was a bit sweaty. Originally just wanted to make a joke, tease her a bit. It looks like her mental stress is relatively high recently. This is going to continue. It will have to drive her crazy. Chapter 218. Hello, Turtle. Zhang Shiyan and Zhang Yiheng came to the guide dog training school for the first time. The dogs here are golden hairs in addition to Labrador. A small one does not know anything, and began to follow the training. Moon came along with 7, and as a visually impaired blind person adopting a guide dog, the training understanding between her and 7 was part of the test. The previous basic training sessions were all well done, like waiting at red lights, crossing the street, and going around obstacles, etc., all of which could be easily accomplished. Why are you here? Zhang Yi knew that the least expression at this time shouldn't be relaxed, so he didn't smile, and his face wasn't grave. He just pretended to be as if nothing was going on. He spoke slowly but in no way dragged on. Zhang Yi wanted to break the deadlock with an extremely soothing rhythm. Hit the clutch sword. So the neck is still half a pull of skin attached. Cervical vertebrae is completely broken, relying on a column of condensed mixed qi. As the cervical vertebrae in use, holding up the head does not fall off. Today, as he was practicing, he suddenly felt a surge of qi and blood in his body, and felt something in his heart, knowing that the first realm of the Hotian realm of this martial arts path had become a success. Scenic areas are actually very efficient, because there are tourists coming and going, and what they need most is nothing more than saving time. However, a short while later, the waiter brought over the two people's washed photos. The two paid the money, took the photos, braved the sun and squatted at the door of the photo studio to look through them. Xia Kai didn't answer, inputting his internal energy into the top of the two cooled and cold corpses. One was Hu Qingyo and the other was Wang Nangu. When that He Taichung's words fell, a large group of people came over. Xiang Hai hooked his body and poked his head into the water to see. There are really a lot of screws lying on the edge of the river. The muscles didn't look much. He cleanly took off his shoes, and his white feet slowly stepped into the silt, arching his body to keep his balance. After Ding Cheng greeted the two seniors, including Song Yang, all the creators arrived for the first meeting. Zhou Wan cried her heart out and could not say a word. Zheng Yi wanted to put his arms around her and kiss all the tears on her face dry, but Zheng Yi understood that he could not do so now. It's fine. I deliberately wore more when I went out. Zheng Yi directly stated the truth. It was also an important thing not to make the person who felt thoughtful feel uneasy. The quest rewards were delivered directly to the middle of the package, so he simply pulled out the box and opened it on the spot. Ha ha, what are you afraid of? This is to show that my charm is strong. When Wu Ming heard this, he was immediately happy. His eyes looked at Ji Wuyan and emitted a green light. Ji Wuyan hurriedly turned her head away, not daring to look at Wu Ming's gaze. That's right. I was completely moved by this song he sang, but I don't know because of which point. I only remember that he was singing with a deep expression, as if he had seen a long-adored lover. Princess Taiping recalled, her eyes actually revealing a trace of imperceptible warmth. Phoenix Dance Heavenly Song. Are you free? Go back to future Star City. Li Yu shouted in the guild officer channel. Hearing this, Zhang Jianhao could only nod his head silently and let the Queen Mother of the West continue to speak, because he also seemed to know exactly what kind of heavenly opportunity could make the Queen Mother of the West take such a great risk. To know, there are many capable people in the system. A first has been quite strong, and to be able to develop so comprehensively and have no shortcomings in every program. This kind of strength, although it is not known if there is no one after, but it can definitely be called a predecessor. I work there, where I don't go by my real name. I use my stage name, Yukimoto. It's beautiful, isn't it? She gave him a wink. It was said that the Devil Emperor hid behind the Divine Lord with his own great moksha illusory devil shadow body, and while the Divine Lord was defenseless, he used half of his own Devil Emperor origin soul seal and great moksha illusory devil shadow body behind the Divine Lord to sneak in with the great moksha chaos devil diffusion supreme fist first, and then directly blew himself up. Chapter 219, he seems to be here to ask for your help. The training base has already been built. When I go back I'll start the training experiments. Jiang Shiyan didn't tell Jiang Yiheng about the secret of the system, but she hardly hid anything else from him. The base isn't far from the park. It's about 3 kilometers away, so I'll be able to take care of the zoo as well. Jiang Yiheng is in the end his own brother. The first thing he considered when he heard this news was not anything else, but he slightly furrowed his brows and said with some dissatisfaction, wouldn't this be a way for you to? Su Rulan subconsciously looked towards Zhou Chang. Her intuition told her that Galiniang's attitude towards herself was a bit special. As to why was it so? Su Rulan herself did not know. Zhou Chang said and then continued to go towards the door of the view. Li Qinglian looked around and thought that he had come. Might as well hand one over. Anyway, we'll be leaving Chang'an. Might as well see what kind of person this statement far-spreading fish Xuanji is. The area of this secret realm is very large. Although it's not really a big world, it's bigger than the area of the earth. So you guys don't have to worry about going to the end. Even if we walk in a straight line, it will take a long time for us to walk around the secret realm. Lin Shi said. Yo, if it isn't Nemise, what brings you down here? An obnoxious voice suddenly rang out, making Nemise Tabin and Amida Maluka feel sick at the sound of it. Even if this young master Yanida is not a rival of Tabin's, but at present it is already half enemy. If the two sides can't reach an agreement, then they will be real enemies. I just want to drag this bastard by the neck and ask him properly. What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge is it that makes him so uncharacteristically add all kinds of fuel to the fire, and not stop until he's thrown out of the house with determination? The south of the Yellow River was in pretty good shape with the 9/4 Yellow River formation blocking it, while the north bank of the Yellow River was not so lucky. Although the repercussions of this incident were great, in order to keep his secret, even if he had to do it again, Nemise Tabin would still not hesitate to make the same action. The distance between Zhaoan's trio and Jianghua was now more than 200 meters, and Jianghua could not do anything about it for a while. This was a very important piece of information that had to be gotten out of the hands of Special Agent Major McGillis Farid by any means necessary to get it. Good. Wuan answered and left by Ningfang's office to start a new day of wonderful life with those pretty sisters. The reason why I didn't put it into the kiln right after I painted it was because I was worried that the cloudy weather would affect the kiln firing. When the weather was good, the chances of success would be greater, even if the effect is just a little bit insignificant. She hopes that the first firing of Doi Kai porcelain will be smoother. Lead the way in front. She would like to see who had eaten bear heart and leopard guts and dared to spread their wildness in her territory as a local snake. Is he tired of living? Hearing this, it is known that Wang Guifei is really like. Wang Ji nodded and promised. That is, for Shin porcelain feel happy, but also suddenly rose a looming and easy to pass away sense of loss. Qian Yuluo looked at Knight Ling Chen incredulously. After all, from the memories she had seen of the duel 10,000 years ago, from beginning to end, it was the three of their clans that were fighting, and the human emperor's lineage, from the beginning to the end, had never appeared. Lin Shishir knew that the desolate continent was dangerous, so instead of rushing out of the mountain, she chose the peak of a mountain. She wasn't invincible now, except that she had more methods than difficulties. Although she also had a void flight artifact, she still thought that she would only feel safe when Prince Kong woke up. The world is complex, and society has never been simple. So what if you are simple to the world? The world will be simple to you as purely poisonous chicken soup. Thinking about Shin porcelain more than 10 days later will leave the capital. His steps again unconsciously toward the porcelain kiln. Yesterday's words are not yet finished. This person is to see 1 day less. Once left, there is still a chance to see again in this life? Chapter 220, They Will Protect Me. However, Jiang Shurian felt that she shouldn't speculate about a big boy with such great malice. A human who could be close to and liked by the little animals would definitely not be a bad person. It's fine. You guys go in first. Boo Boo will protect me, Jiang Shurian said as she hugged Boo Boo. Ayumu meowed in agreement. Zhuang Xiuqiang and Tian Tian looked at each other and finally listened to the advice and entered the zoo. Jiang Shurian walked over to the older boy who was lying on the. It's a rare visit to the beach, so we're going to hang out in Pingtan for a few days and then go back to rebuild our new home. I didn't tell the truth. I was actually going to explore Mago alone. It was just what Feng Luo wanted. She didn't want to say much to the scum anyway, lest she be tainted with disgusting cells. There were soldiers who brought his horse. Yuan Tan was not in the mood to talk about things, grabbed the reins of the horse and flew up. Looking at Nampi City, the big horse galloped. A group of soldiers also scrambled to pack up their things and hurriedly ran after Yuan Tan's horse. The enemy's abnormal phenomenon let Su Jian heart a little surprised. Cannot guess whether the enemy is deliberately so or ulterior motives? After thinking about it decided that it is better to contact the barbarians first. So let this person to go back to report himself with Zhao Yu and that fellow quietly toward the mountains. The enemy's forward positions. Those remaining after being shelled had to abandon their positions and fall back. Tanks and armored vehicles were advancing slowly, and upon reaching the range of the second position, all artillery fire was again heavy. The Japanese artillery only sent out the first shells. Waiting for their heavy artillery brigade began a strong return fire. Who am I going to see? Since when do I need someone else's permission? Feng Luo rewarded by Jian with a blank stare, and in her heart she let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately that person didn't die. You actually. Bai Luo's black as glazed eyes were filled with horror, while on the other side, Qingya was completely stunned. Since 50 years have passed, even if Zhangshur ancestor had once left any marks and clues back then, it is unlikely to exist now, so he can only take his chances to find his way through the holes one by one. Only having time to say those 3 words, blood was already spilling out of his mouth, and he panicked, raising his palm to cover the middle of his neck, but he couldn't cover the blood that was spewing out like a spring. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like comrades. Lu Mei shook her head and leaned forward slightly, making a final plan to escape. Allergy sister. The man with the work mouth let out a long whistle to the sky. His eyes, glaring like bronze bells, a line of blood, centered on his eyeballs, spreading rapidly towards the whites of his eyes. Just how strong the current Shimura Yang was, they didn't know, but there should be no one in the shinobi world who was his opponent. Suemo Luan gently nodded. The smile at the corner of his mouth had always been faint, but this time the smile was from the heart now. All the executives of Sky King Entertainment were present, but they had only seen Li Yuanzhao at best, and even Lu Tai, the chairman of the board, had only met him for the first time this morning, not to mention Lu Shaoxi. The information of the Mage Tower was also in it. He flipped through it but froze a bit. The account on it could not be said to be not detailed. The only thing that was left out was a lot of things, such as the setup of the topmost floor. Lu Shaoxi gently put her down, took off her shoes and socks and outerwear for her, kissed her pretty face, and covered the quilt again before turning off the light and leaving. Jiang Nan hurriedly put down the things in his hand and carefully opened the box, only to see a row of knives neatly placed in the box. Alright, get ready and I'll send you there right away. The old man stretched his waist and tapped his finger in the void a few times, and the 3 of them, Lin Mu's Bamboo, XIN, and the world's #1 handsome man, disappeared away. Uncle Xiao? How come it's? Chen Zhang was surprised. Generally speaking, only academician Xiao would show up when there was an academic-type conference or a major conference that concerned the future of the entire desolate starbase, and usually he was busy in the lab day and night. Chapter 221 Chang'an's Obsession. Jiang Shurian asked Boo Boo to go and call Tiger and the rest of them back from the mountains, and guard Chang'an's room at night, firstly to calm his nervousness and fear, and secondly for safety reasons. After all, small animals can be much more useful than surveillance. Sister Yen, do you think what Chang'an said is true? Tian asked her with red eyes. Knowing Chang'an's pitiful experience, the emotional girl couldn't control her red eyes. Probably. Jiang Shurian patted her. Ryder's eyes widened before he finished his drink, looking at Lu Zero, who suddenly rushed out like an arrow and headed straight for the battlefield, and didn't return to his senses for a while. This kind of military style, let Shaolin can't help but be a little moved. Immortal cultivators, this is unruly and untamed mostly, can constitute the army will already be very difficult, let alone there is such a military style? How can they not be strong? Toward the latter part of the night, Mikado rolled out of bed, lifted his slippers and walked to the door with his right foot in his mind, creaked it open, and was about to head outside. Only the inside of the unwrapped box was empty, not even a hair, empty and cleaner than many people's faces. And the message sent out by the summoning eagle also have access to the hands of the leaders of the parties. In the face of this situation, the people are alarmed. Everyone is also everyone's own danger. Who knows that the crystal blue savage bulls will attack what place next time? On the blue-eyed island. Because Lu Zero's number of pieces had managed to take first place in the newcomers competition by nearly 100 ahead of the second place. The 3 items Lu Zero wanted to get had also smoothly gotten the consent of the alliance. The man raised an eyebrow and said nothing, continuing to eat the pudding in front of him, as if he had guessed she would say that. Chief, Political Commissar, the head nurse of the health team, Gulanlan, hurried over from the distance carrying a medicine box, panting as she walked up to Yu Zhenshan and the Political Commissar to stand at attention and salute. Seeing that Li Tingjun and Hu Changtian were about to be unable to carry on, without waiting for Lin Tian's command, Lu Zichuan grew up and lunged at the black-robed man with his sword, seeking Ruwashi/Wangshi. 3 years later, at the Mid-Autumn Night Banquet, she beheaded several eunuchs in power, and then cleared out the remainder of the army with a thunderous force, and was named Regent Princess at that time. After half an hour, the people of the Dao Academy came to a relatively open place. This place looked a bit abrupt here. There was nothing, just a flat land, but the spiritual energy was very dense. With Zhong Yuan's encouragement, Xu Feng also gained confidence, fantasizing that one day he would be able to be like Teacher Zhong and travel with his sword, freely traversing the air. After saying that Yang Bian transferred Era's energy to his feet and turned it into boots of the battle wolf, Yang Bian raised his feet and stomped downward. The terrifying impact directly trampled the spine of the Water Emperor, flattened his flesh and blood, screamed in pain, and finally whimpered and lost his breath. Disciple honors the sect leader's teachings. All Greek Master Di Xing and I to the sect leader to prepare for the seclusion immediately. Yi Xian bid farewell to the sect leader and prepared to return to Duan Hanyi's residence. As a spiritual auxiliary magic, but needing to consume 3 times the amount of magic power of other 8th-ranked magic. This was simply an incomprehensible thing. On the contrary, the Desert Song could not successfully complete an illusion that could truly deceive the divine sense of a high-ranked enemy and could not make the illusion have offensive power when it did not have enough energy. Medicine's senior brother, didn't you say there is a strong wind? Shan Yu looked at the eerie silence under his eyes, lowered his voice and asked Pill 13 beside him. But even though he was speaking quietly, at this moment in the dead silent tomb passage it was like a shocking movement. Even Shan Yu himself was startled. Black old armor just feel like thunderclap. A big black head was shocked buzzing. He only then Wei Zhentian convinced, expected to rely on their own skills. Million is not the opponent of this big man with golden hair. When the news reached the academy, not to mention the students of Class 1 and Class 0, even Principal Tang He froze and hurriedly made a special Emperor direct line phone call to the principal, in order to ask for clarification. Chapter 222 This mouse is so white. Zhang Shurian froze and couldn't help but ask, Auntie, are you telling the truth? This pheasant of yours is colorful and pretty, unlike the ones in our countryside. Chang'an's aunt smiled plaintively and wiped her hands on the apron she wore around her waist before pulling out her cell phone and flipping through the photos to show her. I've seen chickens of your color before, but then they disappeared, and I don't know if they died or were captured. And look, don't they look pretty much like the chickens you keep? That is, Shi Huan patiently explained, but the northern Shi side is cunning, and has planted an insider on the mountain, secretly mapping the exact location of the iron ore mine. I'm doing this all for my sister's good. Is sister blaming my sister? Lin Lang took 2 steps back, frightened and terrified. People in the human world is like this. Many things in their hearts thinking about thinking that is true. So there is a variety of legends. Then is the more true. So if trying to make a change is a very difficult thing to do, how much effort will be put in for a little imperfection? Obviously the effort is not proportional to the gain. Why are you crying? Crying in mourning. Since you don't want your mom to give me a son, you move out of here. I don't want to raise a bunch of white-eyed wolves out of here. And in the end, there's nothing left. Lin Lang heard the crying and directly shouted out, loudly scolding. Really? That Agnes fellow. What a waste. The Pope grumbled and cursed as he did. Because of that guy's disappearance, all of the Pope's plans had been affected a bit. This song has changed Lun Yan's previous style of light voice and light singing. Singing some steel. Many listeners who were used to her voice thought that this song was not sung by Lun Yan. As for Liang Jingzhan's real identity, and what exactly is the relationship with the Liang family? Do Xiaojiu selectively does not think about it? Miss, isn't this Fei Gengzi in seclusion? Xiao Qiao looked at Fei Nanchas departing back, and her expression was a little stunned. Xiao Qiao, you go to sleep first. I'll sleep later. Yu Wuyu lifted his head and looked at Xiao Xiao. With the slightest hint of a smile still on his face, she poked her tongue out at his back, grinning and rolling under the covers a few times before jumping out of bed. The uppermost position connected to the ceiling was trembling uncontrollably, as if a huge piece of rubble might be dropped at any time. What's going on here? Why does my body seem to have changed drastically? Could this be related to the demon Niasi again? Wei Zixuan muttered to himself with a surprised look on his face. He was now becoming increasingly confused as to what was happening to his body. After the roll call was over, the homeroom teacher left first. He had to meet a few other classes. Yi Tianfeng said is also the truth. This manner than Liao Shui in the Stone City that villa. Or much more open. The scenery is also really beautiful. The Grand View Garden General. Suddenly, an unparalleled impact rushed open the lid of the coffin, and then a dark light rushed out of the coffin. It broke through the head of the soil, straight to the sky. In the starry sky cut a trajectory, disappeared. The Earth Comfort Forest was exactly the same Earth Spirit clan member who had previously fought with Feng Yun Tian and was finally defeated and thus carried out a self-destruction. Cold sweat appeared on Ling Yufeng's forehead. In fact, it was true. The leaders of the military and police would definitely not look for the Central Plains chapter, but directly for the Cultivators General Association located in the imperial capital. And with a scum like Ling Ziyun, he, Ling Yufeng, and the Ling family would be discredited. When Suan Zhang saw the old city lord's gaze looking at Xiao Fan with an extremely gloomy expression, he knew that he had not guessed wrongly and that Xiao Fan would most likely take away the heavenly giant pillar. In the air above the villa, there were already more than 20 martial artists surrounding Yi Lin, and these martial artists included 2 late-stage hierarchical Dan, 5 perfection of the god of fusion, 5 early stage of the god of fusion, and the rest of them were in the early innate stage to early innate stage of the perfection realm. Mo Sanwei nodded to the strange man and blandly said, Xiao Plin, this is your family's great revenge, or you go to identify the culprit yourself. This word out, really is a stone strikes 1,000 waves. The heroes and heroines present regardless of good and evil, all were shocked. Chapter 223, The Stranger the Look. The quicker the sentence, the uglier the look. The longer the sentence. The red-bellied woodpecker is one of the few animals in nature where the males look better than the females, and the bright, beautiful feathers streak through the air, adding a bright splash of color to the overcast sky. Tianjia couldn't help but capture the cackling cackle as it flew through the air on his camera. It's beautiful. Hey, beautiful. About, Zhang Shurian almost fell on his face. She never wished so much as at this moment that she could have a mute to poison that. The red-bellied woodpecker is one of the few animals in nature where the males look better than the females, and the bright, beautiful feathers streak through the air, adding a bright splash of color to the overcast sky. Tianjia couldn't help but capture the cackling cackle as it flew through the air on his camera. It's beautiful. Hey, beautiful. About, Zhang Shurian almost fell on his face. She never wished so much as at this moment that she could have a mute to poison that. Chen Fan nodded slightly, remembering the sword of Tian Sungzi flying through the air at the entrance of Tsungzhou. He was pondering. This piece of news was just announced in the hall. Under the Great Hall, hundreds of clothes specification grade different machine clan generals. Faces also all a change. The humans who were in it knew only that something seemed to be birthing in the depths of this daylight. There was a flurry of rummaging and checking for places that were a little more hidden, and flashlights were shooting all over this field. As soon as Mo Ming saw Roy's appearance, he knew that Roy's current thought was to immediately see that huge fossil and try to find clues related to his former subordinates on it. So far, although both sides have fought 3 hourglasses of time. But, look at the scene of the battle. Whether there is still time to allow the two of them to continue to entangle the war? By Suzhin's medical insights, in his case pinching the veins naturally no problem, and the 9-vein map in his brain loaded. Acupuncture point pinch is even more accurate and incomparable. Sabu Ashuman wanted to curse his companions in the cars in front of him in the angriest possible terms. Ashuman wanted to curse his companions in the cars in front of him in the angriest possible terms. But his reason told him not to, and he could only continue to press hard on the gas pedal while shouting ahead, ignoring the desert night wind that poured into his mouth, mixed with a few grains of sand. Also, he had a lot to ask and a lot to fight about when he sought out an acquaintance. You. She stammered, half unable to speak, white as jade, clear and beautiful eyebrows like 10,000 miles of flying haze, 1,000 Zhang smoke wave. Do not know mesmerized whose heart and eyes. What the Empress said is true. It was me who was short-sighted. Li Qi bowed slightly. Looking at his sister whose face was still young, he had to admit that she had grown a lot. Ninth brother, what are you doing here? How could Wu Xianer not expect that Zhongjung Baiyao, who she couldn't find anywhere, would be here? Shi Qiji completely couldn't guess what he was thinking. Just now he was in a good mood. Why did his face suddenly become gloomy? In particular, The brutal and unreasonable nature of the June family in Shangjing had caused her to lack a good feeling towards these people of the Heavenly Sage King's figure. In the teleportation hall next to it, as long as you set a specific location, you can instantly teleport to anywhere. Better than any heavenly gate or domain bridge. Zhang Pang listened, only had to have to touch, and touch, again in the parcel for almost half a column of incense before he touched a blood drop-shaped gemstone with a face of flesh pain. When the great general of Western Xia saw Qihao run on his horse, his face changed. Seeing that he was just watching from afar, he was relieved. He had some understanding of Qihaoran. There was no way. He had been his defeated general. It was hard not to want to understand. But as she got Baimoing back and the two of them were back together, Jun Yunchang was afraid in her heart that one day the devouring love would suddenly resurface and regain control of Baimoying's sanity, causing him to have murderous intentions towards himself. He found a secluded spot and thought he was safe enough, but he didn't realize that the Luoyan Demon King had been hibernating in the shadows. Gu Qingli's eyes unconsciously turned up, glancing somewhat uneasily at Ichuan on the ground. The appearance of the heavenly Dao origin in front of him shocked Hongjun, shocking the Dao beyond his imagination. Evil Sword Immortal was also slightly stunned. His face was ironic. The Heavenly Emperor's hidden strength was surprisingly not visible to him either. It was only a tad weaker than him. Qin Minmin could not get a response from Princess Xian. Seeing her face look bad, she realized that she might have really made a big mistake, and immediately panicked a bit. Chapter 224, Too Much Shame on the Rat. Zhang Shiyan realized that Zhuo Lao had something in his words. She glanced at the staff present and wisely changed the subject. The two fat rats that were raised by the fire brigade as mascots after participating in the previous collapse search and rescue incident were also borrowed by Zhang Shiyan. And the two rats were named Round and Full by the fire brigade, which symbolized that every mission would be a complete success and all the team members would return safely. All the team members returned safely. As a result, these two rats got fatter and fatter. Obviously just. Lang, are you alright? Where did the horse kick you just now? Pan Jinlian couldn't care less. Her hands were groping between Wu Song's chest and abdomen. After the sound of cracking, Gong Jingxi's tender yellow chansam was torn open with a large slit, leaving a large portion of the skin below her neck exposed to the air. For this arrogant and cocky old nine, Long Jun didn't give a damn. At the moment, he only focused his attention on answering the phone. The next thing is nothing Li Zhishir. His identity is unknown, and claimed to be a Jianghu ranger. If it is not its own hands killed Qi Wangjian, I am afraid that there is no opportunity to enter the palace to face the saint. Can only be left in the stagecoach with the fat man and the same as the Meng Ji. As for where to go, originally he wanted Lin Chong to join Chai Jin in Sangzhou, and when he got to know Chao Gai, if Chao Gai is really a great man in the world and has the heart to be a great man, then he will invite Lin Chong and work together. See the day-to-day to take the child in the stomach to threaten, so that the male owner to let Mrs. Qian pack the house chores, but also 3 times a day back to eliminate the night to cook for her to eat. After saying that, this Hanyu, who was confident that he could walk out of Xianying City alone, left the last trace of his back in front of Li Zhishir. Now, Long Jun helped the highly respected Chief Lu to see a doctor and actually charged only $100 for the consultation fee, which really shocked the whole audience. Signal towers now serve a wide range of purposes, starting with the need to make phone calls. At present, all the institutions and strongholds in the Holy Dragon City have installed simple telephones for communication, and they are preparing to spread to the neighboring countries and cities. The tattooed snake man let out a muffled grunt and went limp like a puddle of mud. His last thought before passing out was, where did this wooden stick come from? After waiting for a while, several shouts were heard from inside the fence. Chen San! Chen San! That Chen San answered, and inside called out again. Several of us got several packages. You catch them for us outside. That Chen San answered again. Divine doctor? You're a divine doctor? Ha ha ha. I think you are a godly doctor. The Rapunzel didn't admit defeat either, and directly questioned the expertise that others relied on to become famous, tilting her head and then laughed wildly too. Sure had come with Mrs. Mu, and Hua was only a concubine, and without her master, she could not have rushed over from the ancestral home by herself. It was not in keeping with etiquette. Turning the day, another day dawned, and the men who had been instructed to go to Chiban and the others failed to bring back any news. The inside of the box was padded with a layer of styrofoam-like black fireproof material, and in the groove sat a glass tube wrapped in metal at both ends and holding a clear fuchsia liquid. Qin Jin was not idle at all. Fortunately, the number of extreme blue crystals inside his ring was large enough. A huge defense formation directly enveloped the entire base, even including the underground part of this base. Xu Yuan then understood why the old lady had to let the maid give her a message. It was really Auntie Ni's gift that was too thick. Even if she was no longer discerning, she still knew that the president was different towards Yi Jialan. The mere fact that he asked her to call for her every day was a signal. So Secretary Chen thought about it and finally went into the president's office to report what happened today to the president in a nutshell. Perhaps due to the influence of the previous gambling game, Mitsubishi Jinyin's play behind the frequent mistakes, several times in a row to memorize the wrong card. Although there are also wins but still mostly lose. Sata feet containing money box only the last 5 boxes. Mitsubishi Koton's forehead gradually sweat oozed out. Chapter 225, The Perfect Partner. This eek caused Jiang Shurian's heart to rise to the back of her throat. Without waiting for the system to clear up Jiang Shurian's confusion, Shai Xingyao jumped up in shock at Zhuo Lao's raised hand and took 2 steps back. Grandpa, speak properly. Zhuo Lao glared at him. Zhai Xingyao smiled cheekily. Just kidding, La. Jiang Shurian was confused. Kidding? This kid said that on purpose. Where does he understand animal speech? Elder Zhuo. Good guts. How dare you single-handedly barge into my place? Just before her person entered, she heard someone inside say grimly, housekeeping is a big thing. Xia you can't just hand over anything to himself, calling himself to accept the matter of staff allocation. One is to test himself a bit, and the other is to be able to let himself slowly familiarize himself with things. Hearing this, Shu Hanchui's heart stirred. How did Rong Anrua know about this matter? Nie Jingchen had said at the time that he couldn't tell anyone else. The sun was slowly setting, and the light of the setting sun shone on the earth, reflecting the bright smiling faces of the gang. Those who got the arrangement turned around and left without stopping for a moment, not daring to delay too much. Nothing about King Huan, not even the crown prince, only to the queen. What is this for? Have you ever calmed down and thought about it? Rong Anrua originally wanted to get angry, but thinking that she still had a favorite person by her side, she could only suppress the fire, and her tone became much gentler. At the same time also put her in the town to buy buns and steamed buns hot a dozen. Shuhan Water cannot help but heart to this Aunt Ri have an evaluation. He also thought that Wang Dakui will put the good things are hidden, so that after the stingy search it. After saying that, he helped Sher Gang to assist Jane and led the couple towards the inner house, completely ignoring the crowd that was still standing at the second gate. Lu Wanqi understood in her heart that the good news brought by the emperor was definitely not gold and silver treasures, silk brocade and the like for her. What she had in mind had already been indirectly told to the emperor last time, and that was the Lu family within the prison. Police Jiang Yijin had just asked a word, when he saw Lao Xing make a silent gesture, remembering that he had seen certain police movies on TV, where the police hid their identities when carrying out their duties, so he didn't dare to call out Lao Xing's identity in a single breath, lest he would spoil something. On the recliner, Peianan nestled in Ling Yukan's arms, eating the fruits he fed her while gazing at the night sky in the distance. Of course it's not a plea for mercy. Huang Wui's gaze was icy cold as he looked towards that pill refiner before walking over. Zhao Xinxin also decided to make things clear to him at this noon. After all, there are some things that would be better if they were made clear. When Su Jiawei saw Su Junwit's reaction, her smiling eyes blinked momentarily and a flash of sternness coalesced out. Sun Wan's body moved towards the back, wanting to draw back her hand, but naturally, she couldn't resist Su Juanhe's harder efforts. Look at how people look. You're looking at how you look. Lu Sikhan opened her mouth while reading the forum, and the situation after that is very disappointing. The father of the rescued child actually disregarded the life and death of Zhu Jiaming, who willingly replaced him, and directly rushed over with the child in his arms. The ugliness of human nature is infinitely magnified in this moment. The interface root contained great energy, and in order to destroy it, it had to be stronger than the root. What bandits? What bandits? Don't compare us to a low-end profession like bandits. We are pirates, carrying a large sword, Shichen said, although he could not have gone on about it at all. He didn't seem to be very old, so if he just let them worry about it, it wasn't really a situation that Manwen wanted to be in. Ning Jianger took 2 steps out and then realized that Meng Feibai was still stuck in place, so she walked over to him and asked suspiciously. It was still the same kind of coldness as usual, and then the same lack of any intention to open his mouth to talk about this matter. Chapter 226, Grumpy Tiger. Do it or die. Zhai Xingyao shivered and hurriedly pushed those disgusting images out of his mind. What is animal affinity for other than attracting animals? There are many uses, such as the booklet I prepared earlier about the different whistles representing different signals. You can grasp the essence of it much faster than anyone else, and these whistles are usually able to attract other critters to their side, and then communicate with them in a simple way. Also, this time, for our experimental program, the seismic rats and the... Just when Lin Jie was in a difficult situation, suddenly his cell phone slightly vibrated. A message came in. It was from an unfamiliar number. There were only a few words on it, but it made Lin Jie's brows tighten again. Zhuang Sixian waved his hand, signaling his men to continue dealing the cards, while Zhuang Mingju on the opposite side of the table clearly didn't have any opinions. Once Hercules saw that Dare actually stopped when he had the upper hand, obviously giving him a chance. He was somewhat grateful in his heart, but also, as a result, it galvanized his fighting spirit. Holding the food in her arms, Kang Yingdao ran to a corner and sat down. There was no way. The food had all spilled over the edge of the plate. It was impossible to hold it steadily with one hand. Liang Chen remembered Mu Qingsan's words, and then added, "Let's find sheep herding mountain first." After saying that, Liang Chen got out of the car and walked slowly into the rugged narrow path. "Ha ha, big brother, this was given to me by my master, cast just for me." The purple emperor walked over and lifted it up easily with one hand, making Jin Wujiu look dumbfounded. Just now he himself couldn't move him even with all his strength. Playing with mud is a technical job. Once met one of the oldest masters of playing with mud, has been shaped into the earth, and from playing with mud in the realization of some truth, used in the iron body, which is the story of the birth of the Murray chopper. The only way to survive peacefully is to be the strongest in order to gain the awe of others. Liang Chen hesitated for a moment, and with that, he jumped down towards the end of the passage at the bottom of the water current. The passageway washed by the water current was like a winding slide, which actually saved the crowd from even walking. Just as soon as the torches met the water, they all went out. In fact, Daryl already knew the contents of this secret book by heart, but he suddenly thought of something and wanted to confirm it here. When the mantis parasites landed on the ground, 10 golden-tailed emperor scorpions drilled out from the cracks of that brick. The emperor scorpions surrounded the two mantis compasses, and in a few moments, they strangled them on the spot. With a soft sound, the northern border king was shaken, as if he had suffered an electric shock, while in the next second, when he raised his head, his eyes were as calm as water, and there was no longer any of the anxiety and uneasiness that he had felt before. Such a way of cooperation between business and politics can only be mentioned by a senior talent like Tiancheng. Philosopher's Stone? That guy Rokai wants to practice the Philosopher's Stone too? My father wants to steal his Philosopher's Stone? But that 7-color compulsion is just motionless, without half a response. This scene was very awkward. The boss is in his 50s, quite a beer belly, a few thinning hair on his head, looked at Fong Linglang, did not say much, which called the police. Sparrow Child knew that I went up to chase Linglong and I didn't return to Fighting Worm Slope in time. He would definitely know that something happened to me. Where is Morong Chen? Answer honestly. Lan Yen stared at her without any unnecessary nonsense and asked icily, but when they hurried back and were ready to make their move, it so happened that Zhang Wenanu and I stayed in this room, and we also caught a Falanine soldier in confusion. This black-faced dwarf was a short-tempered man, and as soon as he saw that some outsiders had come to steal business from them, he became furious on the spot, and his tone was not so polite. The law of the Four Directions admission is that the holder cannot incorporate living creatures of higher spiritual power than themselves, yet no one has ever tried to put themselves in there. Chapter 227, You're Not a Thing. Inspire the Moonblow Prosperity 1 mission. Mission content, to be determined. Pending? What do you mean? The system was also confused, as it was the first time it had seen the main system release an unknown mission. But it's mission number 1. The system's tone was exaggerated, realizing that this was the highest level of the mission, which also meant that the difficulty of this mission would be particularly high, and there might even be casualties and other situations. Of course, in direct proportion to, the ideas and conceptualization have been given to you, so if you have time, you can mull them over. Burial Love said. Yuan Qingzhou's head was a green leaf, and she was the first to look at Zhang Qingyu and met her eyes, yet Zhang Qingyu's head was a golden star. In short, everything, eat up the flavor. Eat a full bowl of rice thrown into space. Even if the destruction of the body. They were dusty, their lips were dry, and they seemed to have come from far away indeed. Just then, the broken-up sludge suddenly rolled up a dark red angry flame traveling through the forest. Zhang Wanwan has also been in a desperate search. There is no news. Brother Kongshi has returned to China. Whereabouts unknown. He did not like Zhang Qingyu to have more contact with other men, and was not very good at seeing Chu Shiza, but as a result, Zhang Qingyu also preferred to seek help from her, his ex-boyfriend, and even more so, he violated Li Xiqing's reverse scale. There are 2 4-player teams in the 16-team field, which are seated within the seated teams specially arranged by Martin, and the extra one is a secret weapon and a safety cord to keep the team pure. Though still fearful of the Shell Organization, Hyde very much hoped that the Shell Organization would hurry up and come and collect him before Tuanzu could find him, or else he would know with his eyes closed what would happen to him without his usefulness. A movie or TV show. There's no other way to think of the scene in front of you other than that it's from a movie or TV show, but of course it's not a bad idea if you think you're traveling through it. But I can't let him have his way. If Wushu really dies, who will die next? Must be my Beggars Association. Shaolin and the king are afraid that there is more than just one target to eliminate Wudong. Qiu Sanhai said fiercely. She wouldn't have let her stardom career be tainted if she wasn't completely sure of getting Song Liangshan. Ma-san, come out. I have something to say to you. Xiao Fei, in the armored car, set up a megaphone outside the car and shouted with a microphone. Xiao Fei said as he held back the anger in his heart. How dare he overbear on his own turf? Do you want to die or do you not want to live? Gubei felt that this guy had so many ideas and got to the point, nodding his head for him to continue. The last time Gubei saw Tian Jianjun was in last year's New Year's Eve. That time Tian Jianjun was full of energy. Shirlin's cigarette factory restructuring. He was about to be transferred to the tobacco bureau to serve the absolute high rise, but also to be able to Shirlin's cigarette factory. This mess left behind. Tian Jianjun want to not be full of wind is difficult. Regulus? Shumo was puzzled and confused. How did it become Regulus? Could it be that my family is Regulus? This is too much of a stretch, isn't it? So there is a surname Xian Yuan in reality? Isn't this the belief of the Chinese people? Is there really this legendary family? Oh, I've got a headache. I need a bottle of speedballs. This is so exciting. Those maniacs had better blow themselves up too. XX raised director's crew. Brand couldn't take that in for a moment. I can't imagine that the Going to Die team is also coming to join in the fun. What's the relationship between Meng Yunfei and the Going to Die team? Jean Riol's face changed drastically as he said. Fans are still screaming that it's a pity that a good fling was just gone. Some people screamed that if Wang Whale had organized the factory flower just now, he would definitely want to get a golden guardian and feel thoroughly. The burly men did not dare to adjust the price at all arbitrarily, and only put the silver they earned into the special treasure chest. From the moment the news came into her ears, she was a little panicked, thinking, hot air, this guy is not serious all day. Is it possible to provoke the governor? And now he's been dragged off to be questioned. Chapter 228 Test Examination begins. The little snake crawled onto the back of Jiang Shurian's hand, and the little fangs that had fallen off earlier had already sprouted, looking like they would be able to grow new fangs in a while. Remember the mission I told you guys about last night? Jiang Shurian asked softly. Many of the critters were still in a state of bewilderment. They were residents living in the neighborhood, but for the last 2 nights they would be attracted to the area and then meet a human who could communicate with them without any problems. Humankind. Shen Ming, on the other hand, barfed and shook his head as he went into the locker room, not knowing what was going on in his head. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Zhuang. 9 Leaves sect master's laughter came out. Many thanks from 9 Leaves. Then he saw the man In Xiong, who had only just gotten out of Zhuang Wangu's control, but was captured by the sect master of 9 Leaves. There was no way around it. In Xiong had already had a full 3 Hongmeng universes worth of mana sucked out of him. It wasn't that she wanted to send Moon, a young general with little experience, to command the first legion of behemoths attacking Bea, but the reality was so harsh that there were only a handful of clean and trustworthy men under her and her father's command. Zhuang Wangu, quite black bear spirit, that 5.6 meters high, nearly 2 meters wide huge body, a pair of huge extreme, can open the stone-cracking monument bear paws behind, to the south to walk a circle, and then to the north to walk a circle, back and forth walking, showing Zhuang Wangu at this time the mood is quite unstable. Zhuang Wangu pretends to hear nothing, began to Kentekken. The past life inside the information developed. Zhuang Wangu's brain inside, I do not know how many strange and bizarre anecdotes loaded. This change out of a part of the speak. Just speak a part of it. Then let the Iron Fan Princess and the Red Child temporarily forget about other things. That's also a few years away. And you don't know the nation as well as I do after all. You'll see. It won't form a wasteful place. Xiao Han laughed. He was aware of it. Black and white TV in the country is not so good to eliminate. This has a lot to do with the national consumption concept. Well, our own doctors can't do anything about it, so we have to seek outside help. This arrangement is also considered appropriate. This side of the hospital and personnel, when will closely cooperate. Zhang Lao nodded and agreed. Dare not flatter. Don't worry. When the time comes, you paged me is all. Chunhu said with a smile and patted Diya's back. Chai Hanping looked deeply at her. Your Highness, isn't it common sense to show, when apologizing? His own ability may have places that Sun Bingchen appreciated, but Sun Bingchen promoted himself, but never out of mere appreciation for himself. There was the mayor of Kata to smooth out all things official, and he himself had the old butler by his side who could smooth out all internal affairs. This was the formation of the right and left hands, with himself in the middle doing nothing more than a coordinating job. Shiloh walked forward without hesitation, not glancing at the weeping killer out of the corner of his eye. After half a day's thought, she clenched her fists again, so he knew as soon as she first came, but he himself didn't step in to keep her, and had to go through so much trouble to invite out the Queen Mother of the West to keep her. But in contrast to his weak spirit, his body began to applaud in violent shock. The skin on the bare floor began to become extremely strong. and at the same time began to change color. By her side, a shy flower swayed slightly in the night breeze, embellishing this beautiful picture even more spiritually. Guan Mingyu turned her head to look over. The fire was burning and the ashes kept floating up, scattering in front of her with hints of flames, like she was bathed in the most splendid fireworks. The 3 mulberry tree that had grown for 1,000 years, surprisingly, in the attack of this strange bird's cloudy wind, suddenly showed the withering trend. When he was originally fully focused on Brand, this one blood shadow that suddenly rushed and scared the elder so much that he almost threw a mental shock at him that could easily up a transcendent 5th or 6th level. For some reason, listening to the conversation between Liang Yijie and Sun Bingshan, Yan Liqiang suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. Chapter 229, Cockroaches and Rats Fighting. Who would you help? Zhou Lao raised his head towards Jiang Shiyan and seemed to guess what was going on, smiling helplessly. Your young people's test examinations are completely different from our time. You little girl is quirky, and I don't know what tricks you've come up with as a whole that can make Yao Yao scream so miserably. Zhou Lao also realized that the somewhat familiar voice he just heard came from his grandson, and could make him scream like this. I'm afraid that the content of the test is not some conventional means. Ito snorted. This kind of is a real headache. What to do can't even get a little good. If the stalemate, I'm afraid things will be even more difficult to deal with. So, the cab driver had to let the customers request. Along the Hohai, 7 turns, and then turned into a lot of quieter road, to a place to avoid the tourists. Gu Liang flattered, while observing his words and paying attention to Light Smoke's expression, and as he was talking about whether the 5 Peaks Islands had anything that was missing, and Gu Liang expressed his willingness to do it for him, the servant who had been sent back to the pier appeared in the doorway, and reached out to hand out the 2 gift lists, placing them on the dining table in between Gu Liang and Light Smoke. Yang Jian walked to a fork in the road, looked at 3 identical roads and had a hard time remembering what Old Master had said. He walked in towards the leftmost road. The 2 bodyguards dutifully drove the car, with Zhang Chen showing the way, all the way to a village. Hui Xiang heard Chen Xue's licentious words and wanted to stop them too late, so she could only glare at her with her eyes. Zhang Tianchen knew very well what Yanling's strength was, and to be able to seriously injure Yanling, it was evident that the Cold Ice Mercenary Corps had planned this in advance. Breath of the Gale, hiding in the bushes. Bailey Shoyo once again aimed at Flame Dragon's left eye and pulled the trigger. At that moment, whether they were strangers or not, they were able to easily take them away. However, previously, Li Xiuyuan had only seen it on the internet, but today he had experienced it firsthand. He foam frowned as a shower of crystal blue frost fighting chi erupted from the Tsong Tian greatsword in his hand, and the blade danced sharply, bouncing off a few of the surrounding green-colored sword-ons. You shut up! Shin Shirlan was on fire. She was trying to reason with her. She actually kept explaining over and over that people were not old. She wasn't blind. That old man was in good spirits but his age was there. Although Hua Yuman had a headache, he still rooted closely behind him, following him all the way through the main hall, past the inner hall, and finally into the inner room. Concerned about her mother's well-being, Black Suzhan had wanted to get involved, but Chen Yang told her to wait for the results. Earth had everything they cherished, even though the Great World had many restrictions on them. Even though Earth had deep defenses and hostility towards them, the cultivation experts, they could understand Earth's defense mechanisms. It seemed that he did not expect Tong Banquet to be for this matter. Gu Xiaotang was stunned for a moment, only to see him raise his hand and rub his forehead which seemed to be about to explode. The impatience between his eyebrows was so obvious. I won't let go, Luo Shui said and roguishly shoved her 2 legs under Yin Rin's wheelchair. This time Yin Rin could not move at all. The car traveled more than 10 minutes later. Met a car accident. Was blocked. This uncle who directly called the traffic police called over to open the road. We are a few cars directly cattle whistling past. A bright, dazzling flower bloomed on Yin's back, a bloody hole signaling that he had been shot. But as soon as Divine Beast Chasing Wind's aura was turned on, only a long bloody scar appeared on Chasing Wind's back, and in pain, Divine Beast Chasing Wind immediately scurried around. Yun Qingdao was slightly stunned, but didn't say anything more, and in her heart, she knew that Lu Fengshang definitely had her intentions in deciding this, even if the KX launcher was broken. I didn't realize that the mirror that was used as a lifesaver had actually shattered as well. Moreover, they were now located on the top floor of the cake castle, and there was no possibility of escaping at all. Chapter 230. No one ever seems to look at these issues from such a tricky angle. The last person to be interviewed was Zhai Xingyao. In order to avoid danger, Zhuo Lao did not participate in his interview, and there was only Jiang Shiyan throughout. Not even a recorder. Zhai Xingyao sat opposite Jiang Shiyan, and when he heard Jiang Shiyan's first question, his head went straight down. And Jiang Shiyan's original words were, when you mistakenly entered the monkey group, the Monkey King challenged you. And you? Really? Li Dat and Li Yu didn't expect it to be this matter. They don't have any wish for this matter. Li Yu suddenly remembered that day to send Meng ran out the door shortly after he returned to his uncle's specific name. Li Yu did not think much, did not dare to cause her mother's sadness, specifically went to ask Dad. Several blood bubbles bulged on the flesh-covered ground, exploding as several liquors covered in hardened bones had coalesced. Speaking here, Shifeng put away his eyes of complaint towards Spike. It was indeed true. After he left Kyoto, the seventh prince looked for Spike's trouble 3 times. Fortunately, the third princess had taken care of him many times. Speaking of which, he should be grateful to the third princess. But even then, Wang Lin had already turned her advantage into a disadvantage. Then the only thing she could do was to take a chance. She had to endure. Endure all her humiliation until he completely released inside her body. Until he completely tossed without strength. Then she had the certainty to use the chain to strangle him to death. Give up the child to catch the wolf. Wu Shape still didn't pick up on his words, but changed the subject. The Jade Emperor, in order to stop this bad trend, sent the Supreme Lord down to look for a replacement for the Moon Lord. Xin Shihao was threatened, and the people around him reacted at this moment, taking out their guns and pointing them at Lin Xuan. The sound of the wedding officiant's speech was already coming from outside the door, and with no time to think about it, Wu Wisdom closed the door and quickly dived back into the hall. As he started the compression of the next magic formation, he also took the moon glow stone on top of the ball's head first. He only saw that he tightly grasped this moon glow stone and used his own magical power to sense up the situation in here. And after about 5 minutes, he also finally came to a conclusion. Kai heard the East promised, really is happy, used to killing people, always need to know some of the way to heal wounds. Although they are following the Taoist in the mountains of Torin, the doctor learns a little, but which is comparable to the Oriental Taoist. In the class, Rakugo and Fuki Buntaro are actually pretty much the same personality, so the two usually talk less, but relationship-wise it's still good. Fuki Buntaro is energy-saving, Rakugo is salty, and they're both lazy by nature. No problem. The dead soul nodded repeatedly. I will listen to the arrangements of the sacrificial god. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already landed in the red light. After saying that, the fat man no longer said anything, the first to turn around. Since then one followed the other. The motorcycle team gradually left. Your medicine is neither a gift from Dongfangzhou, but where did it come from? Lu Ha on the couch suddenly asked again. Generally speaking, a chef at Li Yan's level was already able to take an absolutely high salary. What person? Someone on the side saw that he was ignoring them and immediately copied a chair and slammed it towards Feng Jianyang. Chica's unthinking answer is like a pill of centering medicine, which steadily falls on Qi Yun's dantian. The three stumbled all the way, dozens of people behind them more and more close. They only had to jump to the snow, sliding down the snowy mountain. Fortunately did not touch the rocks and ice. Although the body is full of bruises, the three are still able to eat. Hearing Long Jianfei's words, Koji seemed to have a bottom line in his heart. Money is not afraid of much. Who wouldn't like money? It seems that Long Jianfei is just like that. Turquoise is not a rare thing, but the body is transparent. Impurity-free turquoise is rare. Not to mention that this turquoise is half a man high, but also carved into the appearance of coral. If there is a slight failure, this turquoise will likely be broken. Chapter 231, White Cat. I'm calling the police. Shu Shu said somewhat helplessly. This is a pachyderm bird we brought back from the crime scene. This bird cursed all the way. Asterisk 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 get you killed. The pachyderm cursed again. The crime scene won't be a murder scene, right? Jiang Shurian asked skeptically. This time the case is a bit special. Let's wait for you to come over and talk about it. Zhu Zhu paused. The crime scene is still under lockdown, and the police are trying their best to. Qin Siheo did not retort, although he knew in his heart that menu. Flying Mutai labeled 1,388 yuan a bottle. He can only knock out the teeth into their stomachs swallowed. The Phantom Phoenix glanced somewhat oddly at a certain direction in the sky. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Could it be an illusion? Niexin had wanted to go over the wall to get out of Kaifeng House, but only when she went up to the roof. She saw something floating on the roof. Surprisingly, a note was pressed under the tiles. However, if the villa was built in that valley, Hua Chengyan couldn't afford it and didn't want to destroy the exotic flowers and plants in that valley. If it was built on the mountain, the difficulty of construction would increase. For a while, Hua Qingyan was in a dilemma. Xiao Cheng had no choice but to tighten her hands around Jin Yu's waistplate, gazing at her willow eyebrows, a hazy tear under her eyes. Sedan chair curtain lifted. Two accompanying maids will bride pay Xin to slowly help out. Handed over to Yen Tianyu. Yen Tianyu and at the same time pick up Sher Jasmine. In the crowd of countless people, the three people at the same time together toward the marquee house inside. After the pure demon realm, sacred realm, and all demon realm were all broken. Chu Yan finally took out her last card real-life realm, and her aura returned to its peak, completely suppressing Yun Lin, who was now injured and exhausted. The candlelight illuminated the cave. Ren Jingshu was still a little uncomfortable at the sudden sight of the light, blocking her eyes with her hand for a while before she could look against that light. The corners of Xiaoqiu's mouth rose lightly, but in 3 seconds it fell again. Full of sorrow, leaning back and sitting on the bed, Gui Lanji naturally accompanied, but considering the safety of the road. In the end, Zhou Luinjuan also followed. Half an hour later, someone suddenly tore through the void and landed on top of the scorched black land. Looking at the blood all over the ground, he roared with great anger, shaking the void. Chelsea were ecstatic after taking the lead and attacked to the cheers of their fans, but they forgot that while they attacked, the pressure at the back increased dramatically, and the one person who can help them relieve the pressure is in another land. Tom Luodwar's heart was moved by Huang Mingyuan's words, and she immediately wanted to agree to Huang Mingyuan's suggestion to marry Huang Mingliao. Tan Meng immediately ordered his vice-general to hold the city tightly, and he personally led his troops to attack Huang Mingzhen. Since the Sui army wanted a duel, he would defeat the other side directly. This is the cold Yuan power that can freeze the Yuan Shen. The fire elemental power on the two men was strong. Qi Xianyi made a seal with both hands, the blood qi on his body boiled up, and the blood dragon power erupted, dispersing the discomfort right off his body. At the same time, he waved his hand to produce 4 blood-colored pills. In the 36th minute, Crow was again put down by Terry in front of the penalty area. This time, he set up the ball in a familiar way and positioned the Valve core towards himself. But all of this was impossible. Although now Ryusei himself had given up everything he originally had power over in exchange for finally becoming the only one creator god of all realms after becoming one with the world. But there was always one thing that would compel Ryusei to get up. That was Ryusei's biological clock. On the roof next to the street, in the shadows, 2 old men followed the caravan secretly. One dressed in black, the other in white, as if black and white. Jiang Mohan shot a cold eye over. A chill invaded. Qiu Mingyan was terrified of his gaze and swallowed her unfinished words. A ferocious stab and a twist, followed by a return slide down the opponent's back straight down. The clean butchery was astonishing, as if it had been practiced countless times. Chapter 232, Cursing with a Bird. At this point the pachyderm is being held in a cage, tries to run out of the cage, fails repeatedly, and finally says in exasperation, "Kill you, kill you. This bird is very hostile." The old lady is usually kind and charitable. She shouldn't be able to raise such a hostile animal. Zhu said in a deep voice, "We now suspect that this bird may have another role, surveillance." The old lady, though old, was not confused, and after realizing that the 4 stepsons and stepdaughters were all thinking of the Peng Ziwei ran across the portal towards the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was a huge square with a few buildings scattered around it. In the center of the square there was a high tower. Around the high tower there were 30 or so people who were tangling with the demonic beasts. Falling to the ground, her eyes staring straight ahead, she didn't say a word, letting the 2 lines of clear tears slide down her face at extreme speed. 2 million is actually quite a lot in the Broken Station, equivalent to 10 million fans of the blog, because there is no fake fans in the Broken Station. It is usually real traffic. Bing Bing, who had a relative understanding of Broken Station, explained to Xiaoying. So some common necessities also need to bring some of their own. After a final thought, even the Lao Gan Ma, which he must now bring with him for filming, should be brought along with a few bottles, just in case of emergencies. However, those ruthless men were completely worthless in front of this young man who was fighting with himself at the moment. After some violent bumps, lying against the back seat of the 2 children actually confused and still awake. This drug effect is really fierce. Elder Lin then entrusted Peng Zixiang to Elder Sun before descending down the mountain with Peng Ziwei and also Deng Ting. Just outside the cry more and more loud. Seems to be the East Child. Can not care more to see? Get up and hurriedly put on the clothes out of the house door. Gabriel Alexei nodded at the table, and had just looked over at Jane Ace when the other man had raised his hand. Zhou Lijuan saw Chen Yang's eyes falling motionlessly on herself and once again turned sarcastically towards Chen Yang. Feng received a secret letter from his father. Assassination Jianani failed. 14 Jianghu assassination experts died in the hands of Jianani. With the life of Jianani bloodbath of the prestige of the hand, Kang Qianfeng shivered, replaced himself to kill Jianani. At this moment I am afraid that the bones have been cold. It was as if it was a powerless strike at the end of a mortal life. But for cultivators under the demigods, the simple strike could also destroy them countless times. But Luan laughed disdainfully. He has seen arrogant, but have not seen so stupid and arrogant. Here is not the original Guanling County. Beijing, the foot of the emperor, cannot let such a military man arbitrary behavior? And just at this time, an endless black gas suddenly floated in the distance. and these black gases were incomparably conspicuous even in the dark universe, and the evil aura implied in them was even more incomparably dense. Ayo? Senior who didn't expect to have some research on poison arrows as well? Zhou Ruotian laughed, not realizing that Hu Yu was planning to try his hand in a hurry just after the poison on his body had been lifted. Now Jinji and Ilona were curious again. What kind of existence would this child born to Yakana be? Would it have the power of an Oni or would it just be an ordinary human like Yakana? Snorting and rolling over, Chihao began to bruise sleep when his cell phone rang, especially for those army generals. This old man is the highest existence, even with Ma Shua's arrogance, and then have Wang Jin this backing. Facing Zhang Fu was not dare to show any little disrespect. I go. What are you kidding? If the original also even if. Now I am a face value burst. Cannot let people just look at. I will go to wash myself. You guys get the clothes ready for me on the line. I said. Chu Chao's position in the school is awkward, and she does receive a lot of care from Yan Huan, which gives Chu Chao a sense of inferiority and makes her feel useless. In the original story, the first Heavenly Father and Laozi broke the Yellow River formation of the Three Shao, broke the Immortal Execution formation of the Tongtian sect leader. Finally, they broke the 10,000 Immortals formation, which led to the complete collapse of the Interceptor Church. And Laozi's credit is indispensable. Hey, uncle, don't be anxious. Just think of this meat skewer as that fierce man Zhang Fei. Wait a while for a swarm of bees to fly out, and Zhang Fei will turn into a blackened skewer on a bamboo skewer. If you don't believe me, look. Zhaobu distributed the meat skewers to all of them while signaling the messenger in the stands to light up the communication fireworks. The heaven exterminating sword is the magic treasure of the god of slaughter Xianli. I don't know why it attacked us, but what I can be sure of is that since the heaven exterminating sword has appeared, Xianli should be nearby. Without moving, Xi Lang was so ancient and unobtrusive that no one could tell what was actually going on in his mind. Lotus in the boat, picking lotus flowers, good food and wine, and red sleeves, even if not drink or drunk. Not to mention the surrounding is high out of the water lotus leaves, in the middle of only a smiling beauty accompanied. Xu Hojiao said with a smile and stood up, casually walked over to Yang Ling and sat down next to him, first handing him a pair of silver chopsticks and said, "Eat, you taste how my meals in this palace are." Xiao Yu even suspected that the reason why the Glazer family resolved to sell Manchester United last summer, in addition to the pressure from the Premier League, there is also Sokofi, who has not yet assumed office to perform his duties, has made it clear that he must focus on a few points after taking office. However, on this deep-rooted, low-profile tycoon, according to the Clip's report, this Zhou Fu Rong's origin is very suspicious. The nation's Jin Yue cannot find out where this Zhou Fu Rong fell from. Xia Yi naturally knew what he was talking about, so she lifted her steps and left Thunderwood Peak with him. Yi Xingchen led Xia Yi all the way to the mountain peak where the two of them had come on the night she had unintentionally trespassed into the Forbidden Land many years ago. Tao Hui, Tao Hui. Sun Daigong stood in front of the courtyard door, took 2 deep breaths of air, and shouted loudly into the courtyard. Although the courtyard door was open, she did not take a step inside. Chapter 233, Do you think something is wrong? Jiang Shiyan immediately perked up her ears, but out of the corner of her eye, she secretly glimpsed the pug bird lowering the feathers covering its ears and pressing its ears against the cage. Those blood samples all came from. Jiang Shiyan subconsciously grabbed Yan Anton's hand and made a shoe motion. Yan Anton was slightly stunned. She glanced at the pachyderm bird and pulled Yan Anton outside, even closing the door behind her. She leaned her ear against the door and sure enough, Cinnabar almost didn't choke on his words. Since worshipping him as a teacher, this guy hadn't taught him anything, but instead often ran over to ask for knowledge about herbs. But after looking left and right and searching around the village entrance several times, they could not see their benefactors anymore. So the natives had to kneel down facing the sea and the sky, kowtowing and sincerely thanking those benefactors, hoping that God would bring their sincere thanks and blessings to their benefactors. Senior brother, what to do with these two guys? Rufy pointed at Kato and Yulia who were still unconscious on the ground. It looks like everyone else has entered this strange space. Let's go in as well. Lu emotionless arrived at the crowd. Luo Chang wasn't afraid of the mafia, but it would definitely not be beneficial to Rashomon if he went hard with them right now. You guess? Malone deliberately dropped the other party's appetite, thinking that with her intelligence, it shouldn't be hard to guess. Using money to buy off lovers' feelings like this, so that the poorer party would know what to do, was a skillful trick of rich people like them, and she wouldn't be unfamiliar with it, would she? Slowly walking up the steps, Tianqing quietly looked at Su Zhang and took a closer look. This Su Zhang was full of ing chi. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, and there was a three-quarter arrogance between his eyebrows. It was as if he had left everything under the sun out of his eyes. Nan Menzin glanced at her, concentrating on pouring antiseptic on her, looking at the dense layer of white bubbles rising from the wound, watching her muscles tremble. This What's going on here? Malone looked at the bizarrely overlapping circles and felt a bit incredulous, not knowing what this overlapping symbolized. His Majesty is now in Yu Kingdom. With Fei Dian following him, there is still no need to worry about his safety, but it's better not to let In Shang's son know about his whereabouts, right? With such a simple change in attitude, Chang and Jun turned passive into active, making Zhao Wangdan and Zhao Mu think that they had calculated everything, but in the end, they lifted a stone and smashed their own feet. This refining took place in a world of ice, and here the world where the ruler was. I mind. Yi Chen's anger was about to be suppressed. He was most fed up with this kind of stalker who didn't want any cheek at all. The corners of Tian Shenlong's mouth twitched. These words were too great a blow for him, even making him want to die. Outside the marketplace, copper smelting, iron smelting, bone making, pottery burning and other handicraft workshops are arranged very densely. Gold, leather, wood, lacquer, car and 100 other workers are working here. The clanking and clanging sound of hammering and pondering resonates through the Lilu, and from time to time there is a choking smell coming out. Senior brother Yang, what are you doing? Why don't you continue? It's just a missing sleeve. Go back and I'll buy you 10 or 8 pieces of clothing. The senior sister said somewhat condescendingly. It's nothing, by the way. I recently met a particularly good friend. Wu Yuelan said. It has to work even if it doesn't work. Yi Chen's eyes were firm, and the red filaments around his eyes revealed the madness within him. In order to complete the system mission, he didn't care anymore. 1 month, but you have to turn in your work in the first 15 days. We have to send it to the exhibition to be sealed. But is it in time? Lao Zhang asked. No. Eunuch Nyo immediately refused. Lady Snow Concubine hadn't done anything to him. It was his own fault for choosing the wrong time to rest. I hope that Lady Snow Concubine will treat him kindly. Chapter 234, Deja Vu. When the picture was enlarged, Zhang Shiyan realized that the back of the other person's hand seemed to be a teeth mark, leaving a circle right in the tiger's mouth. The size of this teeth mark didn't look like a child. It should be an adult. Zhang Shiyan took another look at the other party's information, and found that Wang Bo liked to find lost women, and now he is nearly 40 but still all alone. And after his release from prison, in addition to going up to the old lady's place to play the autumn breeze, more often than not, he works in the construction site, and then stays in some small alleys. She had a vague feeling that, how big is this fish that it can swallow this boat and mast and into its belly? Long Jingyu up to now did not believe that he was in the belly of the fish. The people who were field farmers often gave much more than those who were, but the one who gets it, is often the one who gets the least. It turned out that the exit was a tree hole. The red-eyed god turned around and moved a rock to block the tree hole. Around this golden seed, he found 8 other flashes of golden light, somewhat ethereal, only barely visible as faint trails. It occurred to Long Jingyu that this white bat had quite a lot of flowery ideas, so since it was going to talk, it might as well listen to it first. Originally, the Sword Emperor Star was in despair. The final battle was unavoidable, yet there was no hope. You guys are bold. I'm from the Yen Yun sect. You guys are reckless. He roared, his head covered in cold sweat from the pain. When Siki saw that the fire was out, he instinctively felt a kind of fear, for he had been smashed on the head by whoever had just put out the fire. At this point, he was tempted to light the fire again. Eunuch Ma saw this person really stop the horse, suddenly feel their own formidable, was about to pretend to rebuke a few words of anger. Suddenly, the words came to an abrupt end, could not help but tremble. This thought caused the blood to boil within Firetong's body, and she became even more determined to work hard to cultivate Xuanqing True Qi. Staring at the face that looked just like her own, Firetong had already cried and laughed. Traveling through the 9 realms, how many times had she already seen this face? Brother, I'm fine. Firetong walked forward and threw herself into Firexi's arms, letting him take a real break from his presence. No, Bailey Aoyun wanted to retort, but suddenly stopped. Laboriously raised his hand and held Han Ning's slender hand that was applying needles. Very hard. Although weak, such a force still made Han Ning suffer pain, counting up to see 2 or 3 times a year. Get along but just a few days, said relatives. Feelings with passers-by is also similar. Not to mention the situation between the 2 families is too far apart, for such a relative, who many times unconsciously forget, and then discarded. And Leahy did a good job of it. It blew everyone's mind. Zhang Dihai went back and chastised Laishi severely. Those more common lamps have simple riddles. The more beautiful the lamp, the more difficult the riddle. The riddle for the one that Yi Chuyang had his eye on was, 29 years old, red-faced child, a pair of autumn waters locking the spring mountains. Play a word. I gently nodded. My face relieved slightly, and Xuanji's gaze turned to Wu Yunju and Wanru. The 2 of them had been kneeling on the ground after Yuan Bubi left. Tontian also bid farewell like Wang Chen, then took his disciples back. and the rest of the saints did the same. That song? It's blown to the month by moon, right? While she was waiting painstakingly for moon by moon might be looking at the stars with me. Am I doing her a disservice? Li Qingtai was looking out for himself, and Lin Yichen had taken his good intentions to heart, and he had also realized that he had been far more busy after his return than he had been in Zhejiang and Hangzhou City. 5. That is the usual see once. A dozen cultivators lay down their lives in order to catch the sama. The rich is his horse's capriciousness. Defeat. Let people cannot bear to see. And far above the divine punishment forest, it also attracted the attention of the upper immortal sect. The million miles of forest and sea were filled with thunderclouds for a time, and those who had advanced through the tribulation process were coming and going, especially in the southwestern part of the country, which was the most numerous. Chapter 235, Human. Can you do me a favor? After Wang Bo was brought to the interrogation room, the belongings he was carrying were also temporarily withheld, and the Imitsuko children immediately jumped onto the table, one by one, carefully distinguishing the scent left on the items. What an awful scent! Imitsuko couldn't stop gagging just as he finished, almost vomiting up all the cat food he had eaten in the morning. What's the scent? Sort of, smells like bad perfume. Before we come out of the, first of all, introduce yourself. Li Weidong, head of the Chinese medicine delegation. In fact, Li Weidong was tempted to say a line he learned in the movie, something about all of you in the making being garbage or something like that, but held back. After all, it wasn't himself he was representing at this point. Don't be envious of others. One day you'll meet your heart's desire too. I comforted. This will be my fooled? He this boss when also no one. This brain is also did not meet the powerful police. Otherwise he has been shot how many rounds? But no matter what, I am now mixed into their internal. And Night Luo in the first time in the fall of the end of the world will be all the internal force transferred to the more important parts of the end of the world. So deep end of the world. The Night Luo also deeply know that even if you can survive afterward is also estimated to be a serious injury. Last time, it wasn't about finishing off the Black Panther Exalted One, but escaping from under this person's hands. With Luya's stance, could he not do that? I remembered the lottery ticket I bought at noon, as if there were a few numbers in it that looked quite familiar, and I thought to myself that I wouldn't really win the lottery, would I? So how can I send it to my heart's content? She doesn't always like what I like. I returned. Han Jinyong at home to revise strengthen the 8 trigrams poem. Not the slightest notice. Someone is peeping on the roof of their own home. Sis, I'm glad you're back. Why didn't you answer my calls in the past 2 days? Summer Lang drilled out from the middle of the black suit with a big oily back head. As for the other subjects, they were all within the scope of the 6 arts of the gentleman as described by sage Confucius, and were nothing out of the ordinary at all. Shang Shiyu sat down. Inexplicably, her heart was in turmoil. I don't know how, but the image of the person who had just been embraced and left kept surfacing in his mind over and over again. Are you really hitting on my child? Sima Yu's face sank as she looked at him warily. In the future, he could find Lin Shueyo, change Lin Shueya's life, change Jiang Yun's life, and even change those who were originally pure and beautiful in heart, but were polluted by reality and had their nature changed by the rules. Lin Baiyi heart is very clear. 2 episodes of drama is impossible to ATV more than a decade of disadvantage reversal, but as long as there is an opportunity to turn the tide, he is absolutely have the courage to expand the battle, even if it cannot overthrow the TVB, but also to TVB hit the breathless. Fang Pingying took a closer look before she saw that it was hair, presumably the hair that Fang Xiu had been ripped off by Zhou Yunmei. I stood there stunned at the sight in front of me, eyes bulging out. The only sound was the swallowing of saliva, as if my stomach doesn't hurt so much anymore. I also screamed in my heart. Is this the aftermath of practicing the fierce dragon grasp? Both hands just ran straight up to Yi Qing Rao's ferocious front. Shang Shiyu was glad that Tang Wei had given herself a scarf. Otherwise, those ambiguous marks on her neck would definitely be discovered by Ning Mu. I feel that here. I forget all the things outside and put all my spirit on practicing the 9 gates of transportation. A theology. Today, he was the one who had gathered a few of his right-hand men together with the intention of exploring where to establish a new gathering place. The peak was so high that Yun Fei estimated that it was nearly 400,000 kilometers, which was farther than the distance from the Earth to the Moon. Such a lofty mountain peak abruptly set in the starry sky let Yun Fei feel very magical. Luo Chongjie patted Mo Qingluo's back soothingly, and his silhouette immediately swept over towards the monster. Seniors, that person might be Duke Yun and his flying divine weapon. Lu Xiaotian pondered for a moment and rumored. Ling Su took out his cell phone, opened the microblogging, and really saw the popularity of all the discussion on what showbiz newcomers play big names refused to shoot the scene, dislike well-known director and other topics. Before the color of surprise in the gazes of the crowd below could completely dissipate, they were plunged into a new round of surprise. On this day, Yun Xiao woke up in a bit of a trance and habitually looked at the door, while it was all quiet there. Even the Ling family head on the side was unable to hide his joy in his eyes, and his gaze towards the old valley master immediately became more meaningful. Zhao Kuan-yin just a glance. We'll see out of the stage of Yan Yi's state of mind change. This is not because Zhao Kuan-yin insight into the hearts of people, just Yan Yi for his childhood playmate. The two grew up together, familiar with each other than their own. Wen Hao led the order, pulled the reins and turned his horse around, leading the hundreds of government soldiers to run towards the people behind him. Kasasho looked at Li Yan helplessly for a couple of moments, and without a word, he went to pack up the relics of those who had died. These were their trophies, flashy and impractical. Regarding his move, Lu Feng gave his own evaluation. After saying that, pulling Yi Xing was retreating backwards. Even the space was torn apart, and the next step was to step in. However, an attack hit it. Misses. Chang Ziyun is in a difficult situation. She suddenly thought of acupuncture to take off her clothes. But there are so many male doctors in the room. Although it is said that the disease is not avoided, but after all, it is embarrassing. Fire Ya's eyes lit up. It was really like this, just as she thought. Yi Wan Air also understood after hearing it twice, but Fire Feathers still didn't understand. It's me. Tanyan rested her head on top of Ning Fudan's chest. She didn't know how to express her liking, didn't know how to attract her husband. Chapter 236 Problems. Nothing but a stray dog wagging its tail at the side door. Just as he was about to walk in, a clerk walked out with a bowl of leftovers and froze at the sight of him. Who are you and what are you doing? It's fine. I'm just casually looking. Looking. Wang Bo smiled sardonically, then watched as he placed the leftover food in the corner of the wall, and the stray dog immediately wolfed it down. Wang Bo looked into the store again and realized that only the work that was eating. The couple insisted that Xue Meiling abort the child in her belly, but at the end of the day Xue Meiling herself wanted to give birth to this child. As far as Ling Hanmei was concerned, Hong Tao was not a good thing in the first place. What good could his child be? Although the child was said to be innocent. That's enough, you two. Is this the time to argue about this? Lin Xiao looked angrily at the two people who were arguing, red in the face. Today's main task is to shoot Yen Luer's entertainment recorders. Immediately want to cry. Hula rushed to go after Yen Luer ran away. It was enough to look at her in this obsequious manner, and really then to show her face? She was going over to pry for information on where Su Qing earned so much money from. However, although the level had come up above the realm, Qin Wuyan's current realm was still at the Peiyuan stage. In other words, Qin Wuyan was now a 135 level Peiyuan stage cultivator. Ma Zhong, I'm glad that you can think like this. You need to pull yourself together. It depends on how the general environment in Shijing City changes. Right now the state of affairs is still unclear. I'm also anxious. Beauty Gully has just embarked on the road to wealth. Once Hua Tianchang is wanted for this, Beauty Gully's tourist attraction will completely go down the drain. Looking at this sudden uncle, Lu Ling was a bit dumbfounded. Gua Nanjang also felt that this brother, who had once crippled people and run a road, will not come back for anything good. Never had a comfortable. Summer is the mosquito season, but somehow Lin Xiao and the bamboo forest under the sitting all night were not bitten a bag. Amidst the praises of countless people, the two dragon heads raised their heads to the sky and let out a majestic roar, and when they turned around, they were already several kilometers away. They had something on them that could resist the attacks of these ghosts, but it really had no effect on them. Deep in the jungle, 7 knights, who had arrived first, was lurking somewhere. Her camouflage was so brilliant that even if she walked past, she wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize her. However, for the shadow doppelganger Aoi, who had the ability to perceive, it was indeed no obstacle at all. Lo Centurion Hebridean, I would like nothing better than to hear that you have captured or killed Mithridates, for that would cancel out your offense of going out to battle last night while I was away from the camp. Euterize bellowed. Hell demons were the ancestors of playing with fire, but that didn't mean they weren't afraid of flames, except for the third-ranked Black Knight clan that had a high resistance to flames. The likes of sharpshooter demons, evil hunters, and reanimated skeletons all panicked at flames and avoided the two radiant guys from afar. The old people, too, are making the rounds of each other. This moment, do not know who will be the first to speak. Especially, everyone, do not know the true thoughts of others. Who speaks first? It means, his position will be completely in the hands of others. Into the attack. Retreat can be defended. Why is there no reaction? I waited for a while, but did not see any of the sarcophagi open, and could not help but be shocked. Shopkeeper, it's not me who's treating. It's this gentleman who's also treating. So go ahead and make the arrangements according to the 50 gold at ease. Tang Yixing said and pointed at Li Ku. The crowd all laughed out loud. How's training going these days? How's the morale? Any problems? Wang Wei asked as he sat there without lifting his head. The gargoyles landed in a pile of rubble mixed with corpses, blood and broken limbs. Not caring in the least about the noble demeanor of the dragons, they lowered their proud heads, revealing the ridiculous seat around their necks and the 3 demons on it. Chapter 237, You Can't Catch a Wolf Without a Child. Where does it not make sense? Yan Antin asked suspiciously. With such a long interval, why would those women believe Wang Bo? Zhang Shiyan asked in disbelief. And they have been with Wang Bo for a while. They must know Wang Bo's character. A person who has been in jail and can only work odd jobs at construction sites, saying that he wants to take them to make big money. This is something that even elementary school students can't believe, right? Yan Antin stopped and looked at Zhang Shiyan, narrowing his eyes slightly. What do you mean? But how can an old woman be a match for a young, strong and agile opera singer who needs to practice kung fu a bit like a kung fu master? Not bad. The task of searching for the black stone still mainly relies on us people. Others going to search for it, the chances of being able to find it are extremely limited. Shui Xin nodded and said, World cultivation sects. To the 3 mountains and 5 mountains in the Longhu Mountain. Xingcheng Mountain. Maoshan is the main magic, which is the Taoist. In the Buddhist sect, the Hongwang Temple is the most important avatar, which is still because of the blood wish, followed by the 10 disciples under Sakyamuni, the first lineage of Megatendra Lotus, the first of the 10 disciples of the avatar. Listening to Lang Feng's words in his ears, although on the surface, the red flame demon monarch still had an unmoving appearance, but secretly his heart was also vaguely excited. Hearing his wife's words, the chairman of the board of directors of Chai even nodded his head repeatedly, and even in the meantime he said many times that if it were not for his own age, he would like to go to the battlefield to see a little bit of it. Bulby early in front of Zhao Yu blew out. Cannot lose this face, said he when the scouts to take out all the enemy spies encountered. Then it is necessary. Since Tsangzhou power has gone, defeat is imminent. Then the bureaucrats are not to seize the wealth of Tsangzhou, only to comply with the emperor's mind, to maintain political correctness, and will not be friendly to Liangshan. Right now, Liangshanbo around the bureaucrats do not know how many dark thoughts waiting to start. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyi was seriously sizing up the human figure floating in the air. The human figure was a holographic white-bearded old grandfather with a kind face, and when he said these words, it was with a serious face that made people not dare not to take it seriously. Yeah, this Chao Yunxian is really bad. How could he do this? If this is known to Lu Jingxiang in the 9 Springs, maybe he'll be so angry that he'll run back from the Yellow Springs Road. There were many people outside the door talking. Why am I not willing to do housework? I've done everything you've asked me to do, and I've tried to do it as much as I can. It is indeed just a little bit short. Wu Jin also let out a long breath. His hands and feet were a bit weak. Seeing Li Mingbo, Lao Ma and the others leave, Ren Xiuling sighed. She felt abandoned. Zhou Yan jumped from the roof of the building, landing with an empty sound. Ren Xiuling smiled. She knew that the Zhou Yan in front of her was just a doppelganger. Regardless of the medication, there is a process of digestion and absorption that takes a certain amount of time to work. Qin Mukin smiled faintly. He forcefully brought her down on the bed together, under the dim light, and Nianchu could not even see his appearance a little bit clearly. Just the two of them spent another good night together. But, can we let her be selfish this time? Besides, he himself said it was fine, so it should be fine. He held a huge iron bar in his hand, and struck the chain in his other hand with a heavy blow, which gave rise to the clanging sound we had just heard, and when he saw us his mouth made some indistinct noises, which sounded like speech or a low growl. Duan Fei said with a smile. Li Shichang answered in a low voice. I raised my head and turned my face to see Yu Hongxuan's face was gloomy. The fingers pinched cluck straight sound. After Ding Cheng greeted the two seniors, including Song Yang, all the creators arrived for the first meeting. Zheng Sanfeng understood that Xia Kai was referring to the fact that Zhang Xueishan and Yin Susu were married and had children. Chapter 238, Taming. I'll go back to the police station first. Check out some clues. The car I'll send you back tomorrow. Yan Antin didn't refuse the request to drive her car back to the police station anymore, and immediately turned around and left. Until the next day, Yan Antin didn't send a car back to Zhang Shiyan. Zhang Shiyan was not in a hurry, and called for a net car and went to the training base, only to be shouted to the police station by Zhu Zhu halfway. When she arrived, almost all the members of the squad were gone, leaving only Juju to stay in the office. Yang Ziwei looks like Yang Zifei, are beautiful and generous, but, Yang Ziwei elegant, more temperament, more connotation. After all, Yang Ziwei is a college student. Right now as she said it again, it suddenly struck her that the man was probably just a good bit older than them. There was an earth-shattering roar, a terrifying destructive force that tore through hundreds of thousands of miles of space in a radius. and the earth collapsed. Han Yi was nervous at this time, and couldn't really find a suitable reason for Wang Yuhan to let himself go. Alright, you don't have to explain. You go get me the sun flag. As many as you can. Bring them all. Run Lai Feng waved his hand sharply, and Zhang Changming mounted his horse and went to find his quartermaster. Because of the passive non-resistance policy adopted by Ho Yen, the army of Ho Lin drove their ships all the way north after their supplies were completed, and the assassins of the surrounding states also began to have their hearts in their mouths because of the King of Yan's weakness. This strange double feeling scratched at his heart like a cat. Not strong, but so clear. Inside the courtyard is still bustling. Come to each other's acquaintances. Each other is not a stranger. The conversation is naturally flawless. These people in various places, because of Shinfeng's relationship is linked together, are more or less Shinfeng campsite of the people. With a pinch of his bare hand, a tall, burly man of a meter or so moved violently, as if he had been sucked under Jun Wuji like a piece of paper. But Yu Jiaojia wasn't scared at all. She looked around at the people watching, then gave Su Peifang and Yu Jingming a comforting look, and finally landed her gaze on Cheng Chanru. He didn't stop. He didn't ask the director or anyone else for help, and he continued the play according to the reality of the situation. Netflix 3, I can't tell you. It's basically an act. The drinks, the sweetness, and all the other stuff is fake. After bringing the three of them home, Yuko Akihara just stayed with them for a while and then went out again, urging them to do their homework well before going out, and also asked for the contact information of the three of their parents, saying that she would call to inform their parents that they were with her. He has played this game. The so-called endings are friendship, love, double betrayal after a complete blackout. Yu Jiaojia inadvertently turned around, glanced at it, and was met with Gu Sherwan's even sweeter smile. Fortunately, the people of Dog Egg Village, all are body refining cultivators, do not cultivate immortality, do not cultivate the devil, repair is their own body, pay attention to a force to break all the laws. What a ninth war team! Although this was an intentional act to show those Estherites, but with their strength, it was indeed possible to deter those people. Just then, Filson's assistant came in from outside and whispered a few words in Filson's ear, and Filson hurriedly put that wine glass away and walked out. The mixed Buddha felt the excitement throughout his body, and his parched body was like the rain of a long drought, and the orifices of his body opened up. But if someone from the direct line dared to provoke someone from the sideline, then Yang Zhihui would definitely not hesitate to go up and directly break that person's legs. Anyway, whether it was the Jindong Society or the Mighty Tiger Society, it would take some time to determine whether he was a member of the Tunghing Society or not, and within that period of time, it was enough for the two of them to fight. However, it was also extremely difficult for Zhou Tianlong's Vajra-shattering palm to strike Huang Tiantian's body, and every time he struck out his palm, it struck the remnants of Huang Tiantian's body. Mo Li's footsteps were violently stunned, because at the mountain road they once again saw a huge gully resembling a chasm,